I, a talentless alchemist, was heartlessly dumped by the campus belle, mocked by my roommates, and deemed hopeless for life by my mentor, and could only enter the factory to screw bolts. Everyone thought my life had completely hit rock bottom, yet they had no idea that a system, 20 years overdue, was awakening within me, and I, with an SSS plus level talent, was about to astonish everyone. My name is Lin Feng, a 20-year-old pharmacist, but because I didn't awaken any talent, I'm destined to become an assembly line worker. Yesterday, I got drunk at a dorm party and sent a courtship message to the campus belle chuja. The response was nothing but indifference. The headache and self-mockery of a hangover sobered me up, and just as I felt angry and helpless, a voice rang in my head, ding. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the invincible pharmacist system starting from infancy. Mission, take 10 deep breaths of fresh air. Mission reward, 1 chance to draw an SSS plus level talent trait. The system arrived 20 years late, but it's finally here. Suppressing my excitement, I walked outside the dormitory and took deep breaths in the gentle breeze. Ding! Mission accomplished. My heart surged with excitement, and I immediately commanded the system in my mind to initiate the lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the SSS plus level talent trait, Spirit of the Medicine God. Pharmaceutical production with zero waste, a 100% success rate, and a chance to trigger a multiple increase in drug efficacy. This is simply a god-tier inheritance in alchemy. In this world where everyone has a profession, pharmacists are already rare, and I, once despised as a talentless individual, now possess the most supreme talent. Pharmaceutical waste and failure rates will no longer exist, and there's even potential to enhance drug efficacy. If the state finds out about this, it would absolutely skyrocket. I immediately took out my phone and sent this earth-shattering news to my advisor Zhou Yao. Lin Feng, if you have something earth-shattering to say, just say it directly. Zhou Yao is my advisor, a woman in her 20s. When I found her, there were other teachers in the office, which made me hesitate a bit. Counselor, this matter isn't trivial. Could I speak with you privately? I don't want to make it too public. After all, once an SSS plus talent is revealed, it would attract unnecessary attention. However, Zhou Yao misunderstood, thinking I wanted her to alter my exam score. Her expression turned cold as she said, "Everyone in this room is faculty from our department, no outsiders. If you're here to request changing a 45-point score, I'm afraid I can't help you." Hearing my pitiful grades being brought up in public, I sighed helplessly. Well, I've awakened my SSS plus talent. As soon as these words were spoken, the office instantly fell silent. Zhou Yao was stunned for a long moment before finally reacting. What did you say? SSS plus level potion master talent? Are you sure you're not joking? A student who was deemed to have no talent suddenly claims to have awakened the highest level of talent. It's nothing short of a fantasy tale. Teacher, I guarantee with my reputation and academic standing that I am not lying. If you don't believe me, we can go and test it. I answered with certainty. Fine. If you engage in fraudulent behavior, I will apply to have you expelled. Zhou Yao's expression turned serious, then he immediately took me to the testing room. The testing device is a square column with a circular testing frame on the front. I placed my hand inside the frame, and the device began to operate. In this world, talent levels are divided by color. D grade corresponds to red, while SSS plus grade corresponds to gold. A moment later, a dazzling golden light erupted from the device, instantly illuminating the entire room. Zhou Yao's eyes widened in shock, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. Golden light, it truly is an SSS plus level talent. Zhou Yao took a deep breath excitedly and immediately pulled out his phone to call the principal. The principal, Xiahong, a burly middle-aged man, quickly rushed in, followed by several pharmacists. So you're Lin Feng? The moment he entered the door, he couldn't wait to look at me. I awakened an SSS plus level talent called the Spirit of the Divine Healer. Zero loss in drug manufacturing, 100% success rate, with a chance to trigger a multiplier effect on drug efficacy. I explained to the principal and the pharmacists present. The principal and the pharmacists gasped in astonishment. Such talent was simply heaven-defying. I wonder if classmate Lin Feng could demonstrate for us. A white-bearded elder spoke slowly. He was none other than Li Nian, the dean of the potions department. He took out a prescription called the spirit-replenishing elixir, an advanced medicinal concoction that even he couldn't successfully refine. Dean Li, I can help you with the refinement, I answered confidently. This is my first step to gain national recognition. I must prove myself. I entered the pharmaceutical room, took out the herbs, and activated my talent. Refining, extracting, and fusing, every step was executed flawlessly under the blessing of the medicine god Spirit. Half an hour later, a vial of potion exuding a rich medicinal aroma took shape in my hands. Li Nian and the other pharmacists standing outside the protective wall were stunned. They had never witnessed such a smooth pharmaceutical process before. I walked out of the pharmaceutical room and handed the potion to Li Nian. Dean Li, drink it while it's hot. There might be a surprise you didn't expect inside. Li Nian drank it with half belief. Instantly, his eyes widened as if he had sensed something incredible. This potion was not only successfully concocted, but under the blessing of the divine alchemist spirit, its efficacy erupted threefold. Chapter 4, Explosive Level Efficacy, rushing to the military district to see the commander. Speckles of green light seeped from the surface of his body. The air thickened with potent medicinal energy, swirling into Lin Yan's body. His gaze grew vacant as he sensed the extraordinary transformations within his body. This spirit-restoring elixir is truly extraordinary, even more potent than the one-time dose I took before. Just as he was filled with delight, a more potent wave of potency suddenly brewed within his body. It erupted violently. Boom! A sound like medicine exploding echoed from within his body. Lin Yan drew in a deep breath, his face growing even more stunned, tinged with disbelief. He slowly opened his mouth and said, This potency is twice as strong as before? As he strained to feel it again, his pupils dilated and his breathing quickened. This is impossible. The herbs I remember absolutely couldn't produce a spirit-restoring pill with such potent effects. Could it be a talent that triggers double, no, triple potency? Suddenly, phantom images of plants and ferocious beasts materialized through spiritual energy. Everyone present except Lin Feng witnessed this spectacle, their minds struck as if by a thunderclap. The spirits of the herbs. These are the souls within the herb's shadows that only manifest when the potency reaches a certain level. Such phantoms usually only appear when using super premium medicinal ingredients. An alchemist teacher blurted out in excitement. Seeing this, Lin Yan's breathing grew even more ragged. Good heavens! A divine being, a talent beyond comparison. In an instant, his once gray hair visibly darkened. The wrinkles on his face seemed to vanish naturally. He instantly appeared over a decade younger. The group of pharmacists standing nearby witnessed it too, staring as if they'd seen a ghost. Such potency was unprecedented in history. A potion that should only unleash a potency of 1 had suddenly unleashed a potency of 3. If used to craft higher-grade potions, the unleashed potency would be terrifying. Most crucially, this was a spirit-restoring potion, a concoction so difficult that even the seasoned alchemist, the venerable Mr. Lin Yan, had struggled to create it. And now, a junior college student had successfully crafted it. Student Lin, your innate talent is truly extraordinary. Principal Xiehong, I suggest we report this news to the nation immediately. Such a prodigy absolutely cannot be delayed. Our nation's alchemists are already extremely scarce, and we've never seen a talent this extraordinary. This is someone our nation must prioritize protecting. Lin Yan trembled with excitement. Standing beside him, Blood Red suppressed his own excitement and nodded immediately. I'll contact Commander Zhou of the military district immediately. The next second, he pulled out his phone and dialed a hidden short number. Since there's nothing else, Director Li, I'll head back to prepare for class. Lin Feng addressed all the leaders present. There were 5 minutes left until the first class of the afternoon. As a student, academics must come first. Academic pursuits must not be neglected. Ah, well. Lin Yan gave a wry smile, not dwelling on it further, but inwardly he was extremely satisfied with this young man, Lin Feng. Steady and grounded. A talent ripe for shaping. But just as Lin Feng turned to leave, he produced another vial of potion sealed within a glass tube. Director Li, I had an extra vial left over from making the potion earlier. You can keep it for later. When Lin Feng handed the extra vial to Lin Yan, the latter was utterly dumbfounded. Was this what they meant by lossless alchemy? How could that small amount of herbs yield an extra vial? It was easy to imagine how much herbal waste he'd generated in his previous preparations. How much more waste must the national pharmaceutical industry endure every year? Mr. Lin, thank you so much. You may go now. Lin Yan's heart raced with excitement. After receiving the vial, Lin Feng had already departed. Blood Red, having just finished his call, approached Lin Yan with a composed expression. Mr. Li, I have unfortunate news. Commander Zhou found the report about an SSS plus talent alchemist utterly unbelievable. He even hung up, calling it nonsense. Lin Yan's face darkened with anger upon hearing this. Those old fools in the capital are always too busy with state affairs. Now that an SSS plus alchemist capable of propelling China's rise has truly emerged, they still dismiss it as nonsense. Prepare the plane. I'm heading to the capital myself. Shui Hong stared in utter shock at the furious Lin Yan. The old Li only held a position at this ordinary college. In his youth, he risked life and limb for the nation. He made immense contributions to the nation's pharmaceutical industry. He had even been awarded one of the nation's rare special honorary medals. He could have retired to live out his days in peace, but with ferocious beasts rampaging across the land and international relations fraught with tension, the world was rife with danger. While nurturing the next generation of hope, he never ceased his pharmaceutical work. His creation of the spirit-restoring elixir was simply to extend his own life, to serve the nation for a few more years. Most importantly, he and the military district commander were longtime classmates. Old Li, I'm coming with you. Without further ado, Blood Red urgently contacted the military aircraft and sped toward the capital at top speed. Not long after. Inside the capital military district. Security was tight. An elderly man in military uniform, coughing incessantly and bearing heavy dark circles under his eyes, was reviewing important documents. Beside him, a young man in uniform with 5 stars on his shoulders picked up a kettle and filled a cup on the table with hot water. Before pouring the hot water, he added fresh goji berries to the cup. Xiao Zhang, please screen all unverified calls for me going forward. The nation is currently navigating an exceptionally challenging period. I need to shift my focus to dealing with the hostile Divine Workers Union and responding to sudden beast disasters. Zhang Zhan, standing nearby, nodded firmly. Yes, sir. After speaking, he took a sip of the goji berry water from his thermos and exhaled deeply. But just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Mr. Li, you cannot enter. Commander Zhou is currently handling state secrets. A woman in military uniform, with a well-proportioned figure and short hair, raised her hand to block the way. But Li Yinian snorted coldly. State affairs? Is cultivating and discovering national talents not a matter of utmost importance? Don't block me. I'll risk my life today if I have to, but I'm going in. The commotion outside reached the commander's office. Zhou Zhanghua, who had been reviewing documents, abruptly stopped his work. Zhang Zhan, standing nearby, immediately responded, Commander, I'll handle this right away. Just as he was about to exit, a loud crash echoed as the door burst open. The moment he entered, Li Yinian spoke directly, Old classmate, it's been quite the ordeal just to see you. Zhou Zhanghua, seated at his desk, lifted his head and looked at the visitor. Li Nian? At first, he hesitated, unsure if this was truly his longtime classmate. It's me, Li Yinian. What? Haven't seen each other in just a few years, and you don't recognize me? You may not recognize me, but surely you recognize this medal. At the mention of the medal, Zhou Jianli immediately caught on and chuckled, Ha! Of course I recognize it. I wonder what brings my old classmate here in such a hurry. The medal bearing the characters Huaxia on Li Yinian's chest was one he had personally awarded. Getting straight to the point, Li Yinian stated, Old classmate, Principal Xiahong from Jinshan Vocational College just contacted you. He said we've discovered an SSS plus talent level alchemist. I heard you were skeptical, so I had no choice but to come inform you personally. Hearing Li Yinian's words, everyone in the office froze. Could it be that call about the SSS plus alchemist was real? Chapter 5, enrolled in the National Talent Cultivation Program, Full Throttle Mentorship. Old classmate, are you absolutely certain this is true? This is a matter of immense importance. If it were just a phone call, I, Old Zhou, wouldn't dare to make a definitive statement. Li Yinian spoke urgently, absolutely true, it couldn't be more real. Knowing your personality, I knew you wouldn't believe it right away. That's why I brought proof. Li Yinian understood Zhou Zhenghua's nature extremely cautious. But as the commander-in-chief of a nation's armed forces, wielding immense power, caution was essential. The slightest misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Oh? Then please show me, old classmate. Zhou Zhanghua felt a surge of excitement, yet time was precious to him. Li Yinian nodded, and Shuahong placed a box on the table. The next instant, a vial of green glowing liquid was drawn from within. A green vial? Zhou Zhanghua fell deep in thought. Li Yinian cut straight to the point, that's right, old classmate. This potion was concocted by a junior at our academy named Lin Feng. His awakened talent is an SSS plus great Alchemist Spirit, enabling zero waste and a 100% success rate. There's also a chance to trigger a multiplier effect that amplifies the potion's efficacy. Li Yinian spoke with palpable excitement, yet he methodically recounted the details once more. Earlier on the phone, Zhou Zhanghua had indeed heard the principal's brief explanation. At the time, he was signing documents. Hearing the brief update had shocked him, but disbelief dominated his reaction. Now, after Li Yinian's detailed explanation, Zhou Zhanghua was utterly stunned. Especially when the Blood Red Squad presented the recorded footage documenting Lin Feng's SSS plus talent assessment, the potion's creation, and Li Yinian's post-use effects. Zhou Zhanghua's breathing quickened. If this were true, it would completely fill the gap in Huaxia's pharmaceutical capabilities. These were vital national talents. No wonder my old classmate's gray hair vanished. It was the effect of the spirit-restoring potion. Zhou Zhanghua looked at his old classmate and comrade in arms, now restored to youth and still combat-ready, and felt genuine joy from the bottom of his heart. This meant the nation's pharmaceutical industry still had a champion. Old friend, no need for long speeches. Seeing is believing, let's experience it firsthand. Originally, I could only prepare half a vial of the elixir. But thanks to this kid's talent, those herbs yielded a full 2 vials. I used 1 vial. This one's yours. As soon as Li Yinian finished speaking, Zhou Zhanghua froze in place. Zero waste in medicinal ingredients, is this the true power of a super SSS plus talent? Just as Zhou Zhanghua took the vial, Zhang Zhan, standing beside him, immediately stepped forward to stop him. Commander! Zhou Zhanghua shook his head in a silent gesture, and Zhang Zhan halted his movement. He's both an old classmate and a comrade in arms. I trust him. Under everyone's gaze, Zhou Zhanghua opened the vial and downed it in one gulp. Boom! The moment the liquid medicine entered his body, countless green specks of light began to surface across Zhou Zhanghua's skin. The next second, a harmless spiritual energy explosion echoed. Zhou Zhanghua's eyes widened. He had already felt the potent effects of the spiritual energy potion. Suddenly, his spiritual energy surged to 3 times its original level. Spiritual energy condensed, erupting above Zhou Jingguo's head into a jade green plant in the shadowy form of a ferocious beast. It's actually a medicinal spirit. Aren't those only found in extremely rare, hard to refine supreme-grade medicinal herbs? Under everyone's gaze, Zhou Jingguo's once pale hair rapidly darkened at a visible pace. Most of the wrinkles on his cheeks vanished, and his complexion grew noticeably rosier. Zhang Zhan, standing beside him, drew a deep breath inwardly, utterly astonished. He had witnessed Commander Zhou consume numerous potions, including some more precious than spirit-restoring elixirs, yet none had ever produced such potent effects. The short-haired woman in military uniform stared intently. Well, Li Yinian observed Zhou Zhangguo, now radiant with renewed vitality, and chuckled. Zhou Zhangguo nodded vigorously, his body trembling with excitement. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. I feel my body brimming with energy, as if I've returned to my condition over a decade ago. With a potion like this, why would I ever drink goji berries again? His tone immediately turned serious. I'm issuing a top-secret directive, include Lin Feng in the nation's key talent cultivation program. Mobilize the entire country's resources to support him. Simultaneously, appoint Zhang Zhan as his personal bodyguard. He must provide constant, close protection. Absolutely no mistakes. As he finished speaking, the short-haired woman in the room had already compiled the information. The directive was immediately disseminated. Zhang Zhan, receiving his orders, turned and left immediately, heading straight for Jinshan Vocational University alongside Li Yinian and Xuehong. Zhou Zhangguo, pacing anxiously in the room, summoned the short-haired woman once more. Xiao Dai, prepare everything. I need to convene an urgent meeting with other commanders. There's a critical matter to discuss with them. Meanwhile, at Jinshan College, during a specialized pharmacology lecture, the room was packed, yet some students had already pulled out their phones to play games. Lin Feng sat at a corner table, completely isolated. No one dared to sit near him, all keeping their distance. His 3 roommates sat together in a sullen group, engrossed in a game. Having just entered the classroom, they openly discussed Lin Feng's situation with the students nearby. Did you hear? He's the only one in our class who failed the pharmacist certification exam. Ah, what a waste. He'll probably end up as an assembly line worker at a pharmaceutical factory. I also heard he got drunk last night and sent a mating signal to campus beauty Chu Jiao. Who knew she'd delete his account and reject him? Hilarious. Whispers of gossip rippled through the students' section. The middle-aged female teacher standing at the lectern couldn't help but find it amusing upon hearing the remarks. Across from Lin Chen sat none other than the school beauty, Chu Jiao, dressed in black stockings and a miniskirt, her ponytail bouncing. Her gaze flickered toward Lin Feng. The mere thought of the message he'd sent made her feel sick. A toad trying to eat swan meat. The person she was pursuing was none other than Luo Chen, the renowned second-generation heir of Tianqian Pharmaceutical Group and the class's most sought-after bachelor. If she succeeded, her future life would be more than just comfortable, it would be beyond affluent. Meanwhile, Luo Chen, seated beside the school beauty, glanced at the black stockings she'd deliberately exposed. A useless nobody who can't even pass a pharmacist test, and he dares to pursue the school beauty? Tonight, I'll make her submit to my training. Deeply intrigued by campus beauty Chu Jiao's advances, Luo Chen shot Lin Feng a haughty glance before turning his attention back to the blackboard. Look at the picture the teacher showed. Isn't that Zhang Zhan, the youngest 5-star general in our nation? Rumor has it General Zhang's profession is shadow assassin, and he's supposedly reached level 69, utterly terrifying. A master like that, and so handsome too, if he appeared before us, we'd all be lost. Suddenly, a photo of a young man appeared on the projection screen. The group of love-struck girls began radiating adoration. Even the so-called campus beauty, Chu Jiao, couldn't help but show a hint of affection, instantly setting aside her thoughts of pursuing Luo Chen. But just then, the sound of a door opening echoed through the room. A young man in military uniform, with 5 stars on his shoulders, walked in. His features were sharply defined, his posture rigidly upright, his face radiating masculinity and a menacing aura. Excuse me, who here is Lin Feng? The moment the words fell, someone in the classroom recognized the visitor. The entire class stared wide-eyed at the young man who had appeared, then glanced at the man's photo on the screen. Identical. Even his aura seemed perfectly replicated. Every student in the room, even the teacher conducting the class, held their breath. It's me. Suddenly, Lin Feng stood up and looked toward the young man outside the door. Chapter 6, all obstacles concerning Lin Feng are removed. Every pair of eyes in the classroom turned to Lin Feng. Him? Why would an army officer come looking for a college student? And a trashy practitioner who hadn't even awakened as an alchemist. You're General Zhang Zhan, the 5-star general of the Huaxia military district. The elderly woman standing at the lectern drew a deep breath, her eyes fixed on the young man at the door with palpable excitement. He was the youngest 5-star general in history, a reserve talent for the nation's future top leadership. Who would have thought the real person would just show up here? Lin Feng's 3 roommates were also completely dumbfounded. They couldn't muster any interest in the game that had just begun. This was China's youngest 5-star general. How could he suddenly appear and come looking for his useless roommate Lin Feng? Even campus beauty Chu Jiao was a bit surprised. However, his gaze lingered intently on this person, deliberately observing him. His eyes flickered, as if lost in fantasy. Luo Chen, who had been calm, lifted his gaze slightly, consciously looking toward the newcomer. But the instant their gazes met, he flinched away, as if struck by a surge of killing intent, his heart racing. He actually came looking for Lin Feng? Could there be some connection between them? Yes. Zhang Zhan nodded slightly, responding to the old woman's words. He then turned his gaze to Lin Feng and said, "Mr. Lin Feng, I need to speak with you. Would you mind coming out for a moment?" Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback. Had it really been less than a day since he reported the incident and already someone from higher-ups had been dispatched? And it was China's youngest 5-star general. Such high-level attention made him feel a tad uneasy. Certainly. Under the gaze of the entire class, Lin Feng slowly walked out. As the classroom door closed, the murmurs inside grew louder. Surprise, shock, rumors, and speculation swirled. I wonder what General Zhang Zhan wants with me. Standing at the doorway, Lin Feng observed the young man radiating masculine vigor, his posture rigidly upright. An involuntary sense of respect welled up within him. Zhang Zhan scanned the surroundings but didn't speak immediately. This is a matter of great importance. We should find a more private room to discuss it. Zhou Yao, standing nearby, glanced around, seemingly gauging the sensitivity of the matter. Immediately, she thought of a suitable location. Both Zhang Zhan and Lin Feng nodded in agreement. As they walked, Zhou Yao kept glancing at Lin Feng. The sudden emergence of an SSS plus talent level alchemist was still unsettling to her. Before long, they arrived at a secluded counselor's office. Only Lin Feng and Zhang Zhan remained in the room. "General Zhang, please get straight to the point." Zhang Zhan nodded solemnly. "First, congratulations to you, Lin Feng. You have submitted your SSS plus alchemist talent to the state. Commander Zhou has taken special interest and personally included you in the National Talent Cultivation Program, pledging full cooperation and support. When do you plan to enroll in the Talent Cultivation Academy at Huaxia Capital University? Second, I, Zhang Zhan 5-star General of Huaxia, profession, Shadow Assassin, rank, 69 will be responsible for your security moving forward. Rest assured, I will not interfere with your private life. However, when matters involving national security or your personal interests arise, I will intervene." 2 points delivered without hesitation. Purely characteristic of a Huaxia military officer. Lin Feng's heart trembled inwardly. His situation had actually drawn the special attention of Chief Zhou. He had even been included in the nation's talent cultivation program. China's capital university was the nation's most prestigious institution, a place that cultivated numerous high-level professionals. Recalling the weathered yet upright elderly soldier he'd seen on television, Lin Feng felt profound admiration welling up within him. Dedicated to the nation, seeking no reward. His sole focus was the nation's prosperity and strength. What astonished him even more was that Commander Zhou Zhenghua had assigned Huaxia's most promising, and later reserved, top-tier general to serve as his bodyguard. He truly felt both honored and humbled. "Thank you, Commander Zhou, and thank you. However, regarding the first matter, please forgive me for being unable to proceed at this time. Would it be possible for me to graduate from Jinshan Vocational College first? The Talent Development Academy was specifically established to cultivate China's top talent. Its students are the most gifted individuals in their respective fields. The instructors are exceptionally brilliant. But he had just activated the system and hadn't fully mastered it yet. Earning another diploma. This period of transition is perfectly suited for him." After listening, Zhang Zhan nodded and said, "Understood. This is exactly what Commander Zhou and I anticipated. If you wish to proceed immediately to the Talent Development Institute at Huaxia Capital University, I'll submit the request right away. You could depart that very day. This is privilege. This is the value placed on talent." Lin Feng was well aware that China currently faced internal and external challenges, desperately needing talent. Domestic development was complex, with constraints on pharmaceuticals, weaponry, and material resources. Moreover, with China's vast coastline, hordes of sea beasts could strike at any moment, threatening the nation's security. Compounding this is the hostile targeting by the Divine Workers Union, led by the Eagle Nation. Then I'm afraid I'll have to trouble General Zhang to ensure my safety. After clarifying their arrangements, the two left the office together. Zhou Yao, who had been waiting at the door, immediately approached them upon their exit. "General Zhang, there are 2 matters concerning Lin Feng I need to discuss with you." Zhang Zhan halted abruptly, his expression turning serious. "Speak." Zhou Yao spoke calmly. "One is Lin Feng's student loan. The other is that he failed the Pharmacist certification exam because he hadn't awakened his talent earlier. Could the loan be waived outright? Since this is a national-level exam, is it possible to grant him a direct exemption?" Zhang Zhan nodded without hesitation. Any unnecessary obstacles hindering student Lin Feng can be directly waived. Just as Zhou Yao was about to nod, Lin Feng spoke up, Counselor, General Zhang, I have a specific request for waiver. As for the exam, it's unnecessary. Please just arrange a makeup exam for me before graduation. Zhang Zhan said nothing further, merely nodding. Since Lin Feng had requested it, Zhou Yao had no choice but to arrange a retake. After Lin Feng left, Zhang Zhan turned to Zhou Yao and said, Oh, Commander Zhou asked me to pass on a message to you. Thank you for discovering this prodigiously talented individual. Zhou Yao seemed like a different person, pursing her lips and crossing her arms. What does he care? I'm doing this for the nation, not for him. Zhang Zhan seemed utterly unfazed by Zhou Yao's reaction and continued, Of course. However, Commander Zhou also mentioned that you should keep a close eye on Lin Feng's life during this period and ensure its quality. Little Yao, you've been here alone for so long, and you've been angry for so long. You can forgive your old father. He hasn't had it easy either. Before Zhang Zhan could finish, she covered her ears and declared, I won't listen. Chapter 7, Feedback Experience Points, Profession Level upgraded to Level 3. I won't listen, a turtle reciting sutras. Zhou Yao covered her ears and had already bolted. Watching Qianli's retreating figure, even Zhang Zhan, a man who'd faced death countless times, couldn't help but scratch his head. The bond between father and daughter was something even a head of state couldn't manage meddling to mediate, was utterly beyond his grasp. Perhaps with this newly discovered SSS plus level alchemist talent navigating the situation, there might be a breakthrough. Zhang Zhan transformed into a dark shadow, immediately trailing behind Lin Feng to prevent any mishaps. Meanwhile, National Leadership Conference Room, Capital City. Several elderly men with gray hair and weary expressions sat around the conference table. What exactly is Zhou up to this week? Doesn't he know everyone's swamped? Exactly. That old codger always springs surprises on us. If he doesn't give us a satisfactory answer this time, just wait till I get my hands on him. Sigh. You're right. Things have been turbulent lately, and our energy is truly limited. If the super nutrient project at Huaxia Kyoto University succeeds, we'll have more strength to fight. Sighs echoed through the conference room. But just then, a loud bang echoed as the door burst open. Zhou Zhanghua, dressed in military uniform, walked in and immediately ordered, Xiao Dai, project the saved video. No sooner had he spoken than a short-haired woman in military uniform began setting up the equipment. Brother Zhou, you're pulling another surprise attack. If you don't give us a satisfactory result this time, it's going to be hard to justify. Yeah. You owe us a halal stew from last time. You better make it up this time. Before they could even get a good look at the visitor, they were already firing away. But when they saw Zhou Zhanghua before them, his hair jet black, his wrinkles noticeably fewer, his complexion rosy and healthy, they all froze in place. Brother Zhou, where did all your white hair go? Is that really you? I almost didn't recognize you. Brother Zhou, tell me honestly, did you take some kind of elixir? You look at least 10 years younger. They were utterly stunned, their previous weariness instantly swept away. Gentlemen, no need to rush. This transformation is precisely why I urgently called this meeting. Xiao Dai, are you ready? Zhou Zhanghua took his reserved seat and began signaling. Ready. Sun Dai nodded and immediately activated the projection. A video sequence began playing, starting with footage from the talent level certification process. Seeing this, several commanders were momentarily bewildered. Brother Zhou, why are you showing us a talent certification video? Could it be that you've reawakened your talent, allowing you to become younger? An elderly man dressed in traditional Chinese attire, his face weary yet his entire appearance clean and tidy, radiating an aura of integrity, spoke slowly. Brother Tang, don't be impatient. Haven't you been searching for a medicine that can enhance vitality? This time it's here. No sooner had he spoken than he patiently watched on. As the images unfolded, their initially composed expressions began to shift. Especially when the SSS plus alchemist talent appeared, it felt like a bolt of lightning had struck their minds. Shocked into breathlessness, they were momentarily speechless. An SSS plus talent. And it was for the extremely rare god-tier alchemist profession. And this talent ability was utterly unique in the world. Internationally, this would be fiercely sought after. As they continued reading, their astonished expressions grew even more intense. When the spirit-restoring potion appeared, their stunned expressions completely shattered. Tang Chang, clad in traditional Chinese attire, rose trembling from his seat and slammed the table. A genius! A genius of our Chinese nation! What an honor for our nation! Brother Zhou, this man must be protected at all costs. The hopes of our nation rest in the hands of such a genius. The other leaders, after witnessing this, were equally stunned and, like Tang Chang, overcome with excitement. Their weary expressions vanished instantly. Brother Zhou, do you still have any of the spirit-restoring potions crafted by Lin Feng? To be honest, it's not that we old folks are selfish. But with the complex international situation, turbulent maritime regions, and the equally complicated domestic landscape, our aging bodies just can't keep up anymore. With such a spirit-restoring elixir, we could fight for 24 hours straight on our posts. Tang Chang's voice trembled with emotion. It seemed they were even eager to fly over immediately to meet Lin Feng. The other commander's eyes gleamed with covetousness. Zhou Zhenggui gave a wry smile and shook his head. To be honest, gentlemen, this elixir was personally delivered by my old classmate Li Yinian. Only one vial remained after production and I drank it myself. If any of you need it, I'll have the herbs prepared immediately and send them to Lin Feng for brewing. Before he could finish, Tang Chang's eyes flashed with insight. He hurriedly interrupted, Brother Zhou, while that spirit-restoring elixir is difficult to refine, it's ultimately just a high-grade potion. At Huaxia Capital University now, Professor Zhu Gui discovered a formula called the soul-restoring elixir from ruin site number 1. The ingredients are all ready, but the process is incredibly difficult. We've tried many times and failed every time. Why not let Lin Feng give it a shot? If it truly succeeds, we old folks would truly benefit. With only 24 hours in a day, I'm forced to work 48 hours worth of tasks. After all, as one ages, energy is indeed limited. If we could boost our energy levels, we'd handle matters much more efficiently. Zhou Zhenggui fell silent for a moment before voicing his concern. The main issue is Brother Zhu's temperament. If he finds out we're using such precious herbs to have a college student make a spirit-restoring elixir, he'll tear the commander's office apart. Tang Chang chuckled. Don't worry. Even if he comes looking, I'll take the blame. Though I've never met the young man, we should give the youth more opportunities. Zhou Zhenggui's face softened with relief. All right. I'll contact Zhang right away and have him ask Lin Feng if he's willing to help with the preparation. Hearing this, Tang Chang immediately exclaimed excitedly, then I'll leave it to you, brother. I'll treat you to the braised stew later. Laughter filled the meeting room. Meanwhile, at Jinshan Vocational College. After class, Lin Feng returned to the classroom to pack his things before heading straight back to the dormitory. Upon arriving at the dorm, he found it empty. Lin Feng activated the interface. Host, Lin Feng. Occupation, Pharmacist. Level, 1020 EXP Apprentice unlocks first super formula at level 5. Health bar, 100-100. Mana bar, 100-100. Speed, 11. Strength, 22. Defense, 33. Mental power, 44. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God SSS+. Skills, none. Experience points, 50. Inventory, none. Ha! My EXP points hit 50? What are we waiting for? Start leveling up. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have leveled up to level 2. The energy surged through his body, spreading rapidly. Lin Feng's features began to sharpen and become more defined. Strength, stamina, and speed all saw noticeable increases. Is this what leveling up feels like? 30 experience points remaining. Keep leveling up. He had only crafted 2 potions, yet their use unexpectedly yielded a 50-point experience bonus. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've leveled up to level 3. Another surge of energy coursed through Lin Feng's body, eliciting a muffled groan from him. His senses sharpened. A single punch carried a surge of force. Though his speed couldn't match that of speed-type professional fighters, he had completely transcended the realm of ordinary humans. Awesome! Just 2 more levels, and I can unlock the first super formula. The thought sent a thrill through Lin Feng. System, open the interface. Let me see how many experience points I need to reach level 4. Chapter 8, The Commander's Request assist in crafting a top-tier potion? Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 30100 Apprentice unlocks first super formula at level 5. HP, 300-300. Mana bar, 300-300. Speed, 56. Strength, 78. Defense, 98. Mental power, 105. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God SSS+. Skills, none. Experience points, 0. Leveling up to level 3 actually requires 100 EXP points? Lin Feng chuckled bitterly to himself, but remained completely unfazed. If he couldn't level up, he'd just heal himself. A potion here and there would eventually get him there. Just as he finished leveling up, a furious pounding erupted on the door. 3 scruffy, unwashed roommates carrying takeout meals barged in. Yo! 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 Isn't this Lin, the guy who hooked up with the military? Back in the dorm now? Exactly. Once Lin takes off, who knows if we'll ever see him again. Little Lin, just thinking about you getting rejected by the campus beauty makes me laugh. It's not our fault. Lin Feng sneered inwardly at the earlier incident. 3 useless jerks, can you shut up? A cold, stern voice erupted from his lips. Instantly, the 3 of them set down their meals on their respective desks and stared blankly at Lin Feng. Lin, you really have some nerve. Don't you know who's the boss around here? Put. You're just a future assembly line worker, yet you dare act cocky in front of us. Exactly. You're still a level 1 alchemist, yet you dare challenge us level 2s. No sooner had he finished speaking than the fat dorm leader clenched his fist, ready to teach Lin Feng a lesson. But when his fist struck Lin Feng, only a hollow echo reverberated. Lin Feng stood unmoved, brushing dust off his clothes. Is that all? What? How did your defense get so strong? The fat guy pulled his hand back, wincing from the stinging pain. Come at me together. I refuse to believe we can't handle a level 1 trash player. The three charged toward Lin Feng together. Lin Feng swung his leg out, delivering a kick. Smack! 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 3 loud thuds echoed as they slammed hard into the chairs, the fat guy even bleeding from the blow. Is that all? Lin Feng shook his head and sneered coldly. Having witnessed Lin Feng's power, astonishment spread across their faces. How could this be? Wasn't Lin Feng's strength supposed to be just that? How had he advanced to this level now? Fine, Lin Feng. You actually dared to attack me. I'm going to report this to the counselor. You'll be paying for medical expenses and the damage to desks and chairs. Lin Feng gave a cold laugh and slowly walked up to them. If you refuse to speak like a human, then don't act like one. Boom! One kick sent the fat roommate spitting blood and collapsing unconscious. 2 more kicks landed on the remaining 2. Amid the sound of shattering bones, a figure materialized instantly. His gaze turned icy, staring at them like a hellish god of death. The sheer intensity of his killing intent alone was enough to make the 3 of them feel as if they were already dead. Fortunately, the assailant had been knocked unconscious by Lin Feng's kicks. Standing nearby, Lin Feng, who hadn't been targeted, also sensed Zhang Zhan's murderous aura. 2. Terrifying. Lin Feng, what do you want to do? Kill him or spare him? Zhang Zhan watched the scene unfold without a hint of surprise. Killing them would be effortless for Zhang Zhan. It was merely a matter of Lin Feng giving the order. But he wasn't the type to waste his authority recklessly. They're already crippled. Let justice take its course. Suddenly, the door swung open again. Zhou Yao entered, documents in hand. She shot Zhang Zhan a disapproving glance before immediately regaining her composure. I was just wondering what happened. Since you've already handled it, I'll take care of the aftermath. These 3 passed through fraudulent testing by off-campus personnel. Their scores are all fake. Falsifying vocational test results is extremely serious. This time, they could be sentenced to 50 years. Lin Feng nodded upon hearing this, then continued packing up the dormitory. Not only did they fail to contribute to the nation, but they also committed fraud, knowingly breaking the law. Worse still, they posted anti-state rhetoric online. Such scum are nothing but parasites on society. Let's go. We're heading to the new place. During their private conversation, Zhang Zhan had already made it clear to Lin Feng that he needed a new, private residence, one conducive to study, pharmaceutical research, and protection. Since Lin Feng would remain until graduation, Zhang Zhan had secured approval from Principal Shuahong to reserve an entire, high-specification building within the pharmaceutical college for Lin Feng's exclusive use. Zhou Yao would oversee the entire process to ensure Lin Feng's high-quality living standards. Oh, Lin Feng, there's something I need to discuss with you. Seeing the room was ready, Zhang Zhan knocked on the door and spoke directly. Lin Feng nodded, a surge of fervor rising within him. General Zhang, please speak plainly. If it's for the nation, I'll do it without hesitation. Zhang Zhan hummed in acknowledgement, cutting straight to the point. Commander Zhou just called me. He wants me to ask if you could help develop a certain medication? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed at the mention. What kind of medicine? Zhang Zhan spoke slowly. This medicine is a top-tier formula unearthed by Professor Zhu, a distinguished professor at Huaxia Capital University, during the excavation of the Huaxia No. 1 ruins. It's called the Divine Tonic. According to the formula, this medicine can help repair aged cells in the human body and extend lifespan. With our national leaders aging and recent international turmoil creating complex maritime conditions, their bodies are struggling to keep up. The spirit-restoring elixir you concocted last time made Comrade Zhou appear over 10 years younger. They require such potions to boost their vitality and confront the crises facing China. The ingredients have been gathered, but top alchemists have failed multiple times in their attempts to concoct it. It's exceptionally difficult to refine. A supreme-grade formula. Unearthed from the Huaxia No. 1 ruins? Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a jolt of shock. This world harbors numerous hidden realms and ruins, serving as vital avenues for specialists to advance their ranks and for nations to fuel their development. Please inform Chief Zhou that I'm ready. Have the herbs delivered as soon as possible. Lin Feng replied with remarkable ease. Zhang Zhan watched as Lin Feng agreed so readily, as if it were child's play, and couldn't help offering a friendly reminder. Lin Feng, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? This is a top-tier potion extremely difficult to craft. Lin Feng shook his head. I'm confident in my talent. I can handle brewing this potion with one hand. With the system on my side, what's there to panic about? Most importantly, he wanted to level up quickly to unlock his first super formula. He was dying to know what this so-called super formula actually was. Since Lin Feng had spoken up, Zhang Zhan picked up his phone and dialed Chief Zhou's number. Chapter 9, New Task Completed, Obtained Professional Skill, Ring of Distraction. Inside the capital's chief conference room. Suddenly, an elderly man clad in a white robe burst into the room. I need to see Chief Zhou. Chief Tang, I need to see all the chiefs. The ingredients for the divine elixir are so hard to find, yet you casually hand the task of making it to a junior college student? Are you kidding me? If you dare take the formula and herbs away, I'll smash my head right here. As Zhu Gui's voice echoed through the room, Zhou Zhenghua, seated at his position, chuckled. Why, it's old Zhu. What a rare visitor. After storming in, he raged, Chief Shou, how could you make this decision entrusting such an incredibly difficult concoction to a greenhorn? What exactly are we top pharmacists from Huaxia Capital University here for? We can't even produce it, how could he? Each word of his accusation echoed through the conference room. Zhou Zhenghua picked up the teapot on the table, which contained a tea bag infused with goji berries and other ingredients to nourish qi and blood. Brother Zhu, you still have quite the temper. This decision was reached through our collective deliberation. If you have any objections, we can sit down and discuss them properly. Zhu Gui eyed the offered tea but did not drink. In all my years in this field, I've always been responsible for developing and producing top-tier pharmaceuticals. Comrades, to be honest, this time it really is a bit much, isn't it? Suddenly, Tang Chang interjected, brotherly, you still have that same stubborn temper. Whatever you have to say, let's sit down and watch the projection video first. Zhu Gui snorted coldly, inwardly seething with indignation. Watch the projection video? What's there to see? Would watching it solve the problem? Zhou Zhenghua stepped forward and pressed him firmly into his seat. Brother Zhu, trust us. Once you see the footage, you'll definitely change your mind. Tang Chang nodded solemnly. Old Zhu, don't you trust my character? I made this decision, I'll take full responsibility for any issues. As the room fell silent, Zhu Gui forced down his anger and plopped down. Fine. I'll see what kind of nonsense this video spouts. As the video played, details about Lin Feng appeared on the projection screen. His initially furious expression gradually shifted to disbelief, then slowly gave way to astonishment, culminating in utter shock. He raised a finger, pointing at the images on the screen, his voice stuttering slightly. This. Commander Zhou, does Huaxia really have an SSS plus talent alchemist? And with zero waste and 100% success rate? This. Most crucially, there's even a probability to trigger a multiplier effect for the drug's potency. Zhou Zhenghua and the other commanders present all shared a faint, resigned smile. Brother Zhu, the tide of the times is fierce. Each new generation of young people is stronger than the last. We must give them more opportunities. After all, we are getting old. As Tang Chang finished speaking, a tear of relief welled in Zhu Gui's eye as he drained the water from his cup in one gulp. Truly, heaven blesses our nation. No matter how long it takes to perfect the formula, Zhu Gui, will be the first to test it. I'll wait right here. Meanwhile, Jinshan Vocational College. Lin Feng, who was attempting to concoct other low-grade potions, sighed softly. I can only focus all my energy on refining one potion at a time. Clearly, my concentration is stretched too thin. I can't simultaneously apply my talent to 2, let alone 3, potions. If only I could unlock a skill that allowed me to split my focus during brewing, it might significantly boost efficiency. But just then, he abruptly stopped his movements. Ding! New quest activated. Babies spend most of their day sleeping, which is essential for rapid growth. Ensure they get ample rest. Task, sleep for 10 hours. Reward, 1 professional skill lottery chance. The system quest has finally arrived. This time, you can draw skill attributes. Though it remains to be seen what kind of skill you'll obtain. Facing such a simple task, Lin Feng chuckled lightly. Sleeping? No problem. After finishing the potion in his hand, Lin Feng set it aside, locked the door, and headed straight back to his dorm. Though it was still afternoon, Lin Feng collapsed onto his bed and fell fast asleep. Ding! Congratulations, host, on sleeping for 1 hour. Ding! Congratulations, host, on sleeping for 2 hours. Elsewhere, Zhang Zhan, who had been observing Lin Feng's every move, took a bite of chocolate and slowly closed his eyes. After all, brewing potions drained mental energy, so drowsiness was only natural. The next day dawned before daybreak. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, flipped on the light, and glanced at his watch. Ding! Congratulations, host, on 8 hours of sleep. Only 8 hours? If I sleep for 2 more hours, I can complete the task. But no matter how hard Lin Feng closed his eyes, sleep wouldn't come. If adults had better stamina than children, 8 hours of sleep would be sufficient. Exercise can speed up the onset of sleep. Or maybe concoct a potion? Lin Feng got up, did over 100 squats, and then 50 push-ups. When he lay back down, sleep came quickly. Zhang Zhan, observing Lin Feng from the shadows, was utterly baffled. He couldn't fathom Lin Feng's routine, going to bed early in the afternoon, then getting up in the middle of the night to exercise. What kind of lifestyle was this? Still, as the light in Lin Feng's room turned off, he slipped back into his half-asleep, half-watchful state. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task, 10 hours of sleep. Ding! Congratulations, host, on earning 1 professional skill entry lottery draw. Would you like to start the draw now? When Lin Feng opened his eyes again, the sky outside was already turning faintly light. Shaking off his drowsiness, his mind instantly cleared. Start the draw. What could be more invigorating than drawing a skill entry? A massive golden machine reappeared in Lin Feng's mind. Inside, countless rectangular golden skill entries spun rapidly. Stop. As Lin Feng issued the command to halt, the machine gradually came to a stop. Ding. Congratulations, host, on drawing the skill entry, Ring of Distraction. Ring of Divided Attention. The host can disperse their mental energy to simultaneously craft multiple identical potions, consuming only 1% of the blue bar. The thicker the blue bar, the more potions can be crafted simultaneously. Awesome. Lin Feng's heart pounded wildly upon seeing the newly acquired skill. To gain more experience points, he must increase the quantity of potions crafted. With enough potions, more users would mean faster XP gains. Just as he was fretting over only being able to craft one potion at a time, the Ring of Distraction skill slot appeared. As for difficulty? With his talent, failure was simply not an option. Enough talk, let's get to work. Just as he opened the door and was about to enter the pharmacy building, a military vehicle drove into the campus. Instantly, the military vehicle drew the attention of many students and faculty. It was rare, if ever seen, for a military vehicle to drive directly into the pharmacy building, which was sealed off with police tape. Could something major be about to happen? Xu Jiao, the campus beauty who had risen early for her fitness routine, was intensely curious upon seeing the military vehicle. Her gaze was primarily searching for the figure of the young and talented 5-star General Zhang Zhan. But as she glanced casually, she caught sight of Lin Feng inside the building through a crack. Lin Feng? How is he inside the sealed-off pharmaceutical building? Last night, notices were posted in every department group chat at Jinshan Vocational College. The pharmaceutical building in the West Campus was completely sealed off, no one was allowed to approach. She had originally thought that important figures might be inside, or that major actions were underway. But she never imagined Lin Feng, who hadn't even awakened his talent yet, would be inside. Chapter 10, Divine Restoration Potion successfully crafted 4x potency? This can't be. Did I see wrong? How could that worthless toad with zero potential be inside? Xu Jiao rubbed her eyes and looked again, but Lin Feng's figure had vanished. But that distinct, clear face had already been deeply etched into her mind. She wouldn't mistake it. During class, he was singled out and called out by China's 5-star General Zhang Zhan. Now he's appeared in the school's specially sealed pharmaceutical building. Could he really be hiding some secret? The thought made her shake her head and snort coldly. What secrets could a worthless failure without any awakened talent possibly have? I'd better seize this chance and aim to soar to new heights after graduation. She had just stretched, and the pain made walking difficult. Who would have thought young Master Luo Chen had such incredible strength last night? He seemed quite interested in the matters concerning the potions tower and Lin Feng. I wonder if telling him about this could earn me some extra favor. He promptly pulled out his phone and began messaging Luo Chen, requesting a meeting. Meanwhile, the military vehicle had already entered the pharmaceutical building. After Zhang Zhan explained the situation to Lin Feng immediately instructed them to store all the medicinal materials uniformly in the pharmaceutical processing room. General Zhang, please help me sort and arrange the medicinal ingredients. We have 1 hour before the first class begins. I need to complete the entire batch of preparations at once. Hearing this, Zhang Zhan was momentarily stunned. Mr. Lin, are you certain you wish to complete the entire refinement in one go? This is a top-tier formula, and refining it all at once requires substantial blue bar support. I still hope you'll reconsider. Lin Feng replied casually, no need. My current mana reserves are sufficient to complete the refinement of all these herbs. Lin Feng's peculiar actions had indeed left Zhang Zhan somewhat perplexed. But since he insisted, Zhang Zhan could only assist. Shortly after, Zhang Zhan sorted the ingredients as Lin Feng requested. Minutes later, he entered the alchemy chamber. Outside, several familiar figures appeared: Shui Hong, Li Yinian, and Zhou Yao. They too had received word and had come to see if they could offer Lin Feng any assistance. Lin Feng took a deep breath. As his innate aura activated, he began crafting according to the formula. Crimson Flame Stone, Fire Dragon Bitter, Golden Wind Grass. Slowly blending the herbs together, Lin Feng felt a sense of strain. The distraction skill activated. A golden skill aura layered over his innate aura. The next instant, Lin Feng felt a wave of ease wash over him. With so many ingredients fused together, this concoction would surely yield multiple portions. He only needed to expend 1% of the required mana bar. Refine, extract. Melt again, extract. Then, increase the heat for baking. Cooling, then extracting once more. Extract other herbs, extract again, fuse. Repeatedly. The complex process became remarkably simple and orderly under Lin Feng's hands. Zhang Zhan, observing the situation in the pharmaceutical room from outside, watched with bated breath. He knew full well that this batch of herbs was extremely difficult to find. He had hoped Lin Feng might divide the process into multiple batches, even a partial success would yield some benefit. But Lin Feng insisted on refining them all at once. Especially when he witnessed Lin Feng effortlessly handling such a complex scene, Zhang Zhan found himself genuinely impressed. Such masterful technique, executed without a single misstep, he had never witnessed anything like it. Even while shadowing Commander Zhou and observing numerous top-tier alchemists, he had never witnessed such execution. Nevertheless, he maintained a stern expression, his gaze fixed intently on the proceedings inside the alchemy chamber. Should any unforeseen complications arise during the process, he must prioritize saving lives. An SSS plus talent alchemist was far more precious than any of these medicinal ingredients. Xuehong also felt astonishment and hope welling up within him. Lin watched with such fascination that he almost stepped closer, but Zhang Zhan stopped him. How does someone his age manage to control the blue bar to craft top-tier potions? And he's managing such complex processes while diverting mental energy to craft them. He's just a student, I feel ashamed by comparison. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yan's eyes welled up with tears of emotion, yet he felt more invigorated than ever. He had thought Lin Feng had already astonished him enough, but this time, the shock was even greater. Zhou Yao, however, stood rooted to the spot, her eyes fixed intently on the young man in the room, her gaze almost unfocused. Time ticked by second, until suddenly, a thick, medicinal fragrance began to waft out. Those outside caught the scent and their eyes widened in astonishment. Masterly, I just inhaled a whiff of that scent, and it made me feel completely clear-headed. I was feeling a bit dizzy earlier today, but now it's completely gone. Xuehong exclaimed in astonishment from the side. Zhang Zhan also sensed the wondrous changes within his own body. The hidden injuries within his body were slowly beginning to heal. And this was merely from inhaling a whiff of the medicinal fragrance. Zhou Yao took a whiff and felt her body grow light and airy, her skin becoming more supple and radiant. Before long, Lin Feng stopped his actions. He activated the system to examine the potion. Product name, Divine Tonic. Grade, Supreme Quality. Essence, condenses plant and beast energies, unleashes celestial illusions from ferocious beasts. Effects, potent potency. Repairs aging genes, extends lifespan, and can unleash 4x potency. Condense illusions of heaven and earth? Fourfold potency? Lin Feng was also shaken. Even the finest elixirs rarely trigger such cosmic illusions. Had the potency and explosive power of this concoction truly reached such an unearthly level? Lin Feng could scarcely believe this was his own creation. He carefully sealed the vial and placed it back into the medicine box. General Zhang, I've fulfilled my mission. Hurry and deliver it to report back. The potency dissipates quickly. Make sure the commanders absorb it promptly, the sooner, the better. Understood. After Lin Feng handed over the box in his right hand, Zhang Zhan's hands trembled slightly. It actually worked. Everyone present stared at Lin Feng in astonishment. Lin, in particular, was so moved that tears streamed down his aged face. But then he suddenly asked curiously, Lin Feng, such a complex operation is extremely draining on mana. How did you manage it? The moment the words left his mouth, all eyes turned to Lin Feng, filled with curiosity. Facing this question, Lin Feng saw no reason to hide anything. After all, the more the nation knew about his talent and skill capabilities, the more potions he crafted and the more they were utilized, the more valuable feedback he would receive. To be honest, I unlocked a new innate skill this morning. This talent is called the soul-splitting ring. When simultaneously crafting other potions, I only need to expend 1% of my mana bar. Boom! After Lin Feng's revelation, the entire hall fell silent. A new class skill? Such an outrageously powerful skill, doesn't that mean he can mass-produce potions? Lin gave a wry smile and shook his head. Truly, the young are formidable. I'm getting old. Zhou Yao and Xuehong were both dumbfounded. Zhang Zhan was equally stunned upon hearing the news. If this news reached the higher-ups, wouldn't it cause an uproar? I'll report your new professional skill immediately. I'll be on my way. Just as Zhang Zhan was about to leave with the potion, Lin Feng raised his hand to block him. Chapter 11, Quadruple Potency Burst. Feeling the healing rush? Hold on. This is extra potion I made without any loss during the brewing process. Everyone gets a share, 1 vial each. These are top-tier potions, they'll only benefit you, no downsides. But I'll warn you in advance, try to find a secluded spot to use them, just to avoid causing any commotion. Zhang Zhan halted in his tracks. Seeing the 4 extra vials in Lin Feng's hand, a hint of astonishment flickered in their eyes. Really? Xuehong was utterly astonished. Lin was equally stunned. Zhou Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. After coming here, I haven't been able to help much, but I've ended up getting such a huge bargain for free. If you don't want it, I'll just enjoy it myself. Seeing no one move, Lin Feng spoke up, and each of the 3 grabbed one. After a long silence, Zhang Zhan slowly reached out, took one, and slipped it into his pocket. Thanks. Consider this a personal debt I owe you. This should heal the latent injuries within my body, allowing me to reach a new level of strength and fight harder for our country. After speaking, they immediately sought out a place to use them. Blood Red hadn't gone far with the potion when the scent began to tease him, his mind buzzing like ants scratching an itch. I'll just take a sip, just a small sip. I won't overindulge. He gently opened it and drank it down in one go. Instantly, a surge of potent energy erupted within his body. Crackling explosions rippled through his body. Surge after surge of energy raced through his meridians and blood vessels. Within seconds, Shui Hong felt as if his entire body had been unblocked. His mind felt crystal clear. The lingering injuries within his body began to heal at a visible pace. Just as he opened his eyes, a more powerful explosion of medicinal energy erupted within his body. The potency quadrupled and erupted instantly. Shui Hong's entire body trembled uncontrollably with pleasure. Above the dormitory, a surge of energy slowly took shape. The forms of elk and several ferocious beasts, known for their savage nature, took shape. Energy from the heavens and earth was directly channeled, forming illusions of rare and exotic herbs. The area covered was over 10 square meters. Chaos erupted across the campus. Faculty and students who had been moving about campus all looked up toward the sealed pharmaceutical building. Look! Could this be the legendary heaven and earth illusion? Isn't it said that potions only erupt when their potency reaches an extremely concentrated state during use? Could it be that our ordinary college has a high-level alchemist who's successfully refined a potion and is testing it? A wave of astonished murmurs and stunned whispers rippled through Jinshan Vocational College. Ah, this potion can actually trigger a heaven and earth illusion. How is that possible? Blood Red watched as every wound on his body healed. Even the internal injuries within his body vanished. He felt as though he had regained his peak condition. Ha 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 ha. This feels amazing. Lin Feng, who had just returned to the dormitory, looked up at the sky and sighed wryly. Seems this top-tier drug holds quite the allure for them. Just the scent alone is invigorating. It must be unbearably tempting. I just didn't expect them to drink it so quickly. Zhou Yao, who had just arrived downstairs, suddenly glanced out the window. Could it be blood red? Is old Master Li using the potion? Could the celestial illusion really be caused by the potion Lin Feng concocted? Lost in thought, Zhou Yao opened the vial's cap, swallowing hard as the urge became unbearable. Then, she downed it in one gulp. With a thunderous roar, a surge of energy erupted within her body. Her previously calm expression, filled with eager anticipation, instantly transformed into one of utter disbelief. Because, this energy was simply too powerful. Too intense. Crackling explosions of medicinal energy erupted within her. As the potency quadrupled instantly, she felt overwhelmed by the intense herbal force, struggling to breathe. Above her head, visions of herbs and medicinal plants, along with the illusions of ferocious beasts, appeared. Is this what a top-tier potion feels like? I feel completely clear-headed, almost euphoric. My skin feels smoother, and all traces of fatigue have vanished. She watched as large amounts of black impurities were expelled from her skin. She knew these were impurities purged from her body. Most practitioners undergo physical cleansing rituals, but never to this extreme. The potion's effects rapidly spread throughout her body, bringing an overwhelming sense of comfort she couldn't hide. Her cheeks flushed rosy as she hurried back to her dorm. Li Enian, who had just returned to his residence, stared in astonishment at the illusions in the sky. This is a celestial illusion caused by the potent potency of the potion when used. Could it be caused by that top-tier potion Lin Feng concocted? They're so impatient, this. Li Enian stared intently at the soul-restoring potion in his hand, its medicinal fragrance wafting constantly. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Forget it. They've already drunk it. I'll just take a small sip. The intoxicating aroma before him was simply irresistible. Li Enian took a tiny sip. Suddenly, his eyes widened. His inner world felt like parched land receiving long-awaited rain. The aging body itches as if ants were gnawing at it. Too good. I just can't hold back anymore. At that moment, he cared for nothing else, downing every last drop of the potion. Above Jinshan Vocational College, the phantom of the medicinal spirit appeared once more. He savored the sensation, his entire body trembling with pleasure. Is this truly a top-tier potion? This explosive effect rivals super premium grade. Too insane. Oh, so good. Li Enian plopped down into a chair, squinting his eyes in pure bliss. Meanwhile, the entire school, students and faculty alike, watched as 3 consecutive illusions materialized, leaving them even more stunned and bewildered. For a moment, campus news feeds went wild with updates. Meanwhile, in the air, Zhang Zhan, who had decided to personally escort the medicine, kept swallowing nervously. Throughout the military aircraft, it wasn't just the medicinal scent wafting from the first aid kit. A small vial in his pocket was rapidly evaporating. Enough. Lin Feng said this stuff evaporates fast, gotta use it ASAP. Anyway, drinking it won't cause any major abnormalities and won't affect normal flight operations. Besides, I'll be testing its effects for all of you commanders in advance. Zhang Zhan swallowed the contents of the vial without hesitation. His previously calm expression suddenly became vividly animated. The world within him churned like a raging river. He drew in a deep breath, nearly gasping for air. This potency is intense. But suddenly, the quadruple potency erupted, leaving him dazed and gasping for air. The soldiers escorting him inside the military aircraft also sensed something was amiss. The military aircraft lurched violently, as if caught in a powerful air current. Something's wrong. Suddenly, the pilot operating the military aircraft slowly raised his head, his face frozen in shock. General Zhang, look at the sky. Zhang Zhan slowly looked up. Above his head, illusions of plants and ferocious beasts appeared. Illusions of heaven and earth produced by an extremely potent drug. Even top-tier drugs wouldn't be this potent. It must be Lin Feng's talent amplifying the drug's effects exponentially. He was stunned, immediately certain. The potency contained within rivaled that of a heaven-defying elixir. A supreme-grade potion might rival even a super-supreme-grade one. An even more potent wave of effects swept over him. Seated in his chair, he couldn't help but let out a low groan. Throughout the entire cabin, soldiers with both hidden and visible injuries felt their bodies rapidly regenerating after just a few breaths. Speed up. I need to meet with the commanders immediately. The pilot pushed the control stick forward, throttling up to maximum power. The military aircraft shot forward like a rocket. Chapter 12, nearly turned into a grandchild by the divine potion. Meanwhile, at the military base in the capital, the commanders waited anxiously. The most anxious among them was Zhu Gui, who had been waiting for quite some time. When he heard the serum had been completed, he was overcome with excitement and disbelief, instantly unable to sit still. He had to witness this divine elixir with his own eyes and, more importantly, see the extraordinary talent of college student Lin Feng. Bang! The sound of a door being pushed open echoed through the room. Zhang Zhan entered, carrying the potion case. All eyes in the room focused on him. Zhou Zhenghua suddenly stood up and said, "Little Zhang, why do you have this medicinal scent about you? Wait, you seem even more handsome than before, and your aura feels stronger. Your strength seems to have grown again." Zhang Zhan flushed slightly. "Commander Zhou, you're joking. To be honest, comrades, these changes are thanks to the spirit-restoring medicine in this box. I've now successfully healed my latent injuries and advanced to a level 70 shadow assassin." Advanced? A level 70 super-class professional. And the most formidable shadow assassin among offensive classes. Zhou Zhang also sucked in a sharp breath, his face frozen in shock. Excellent. Our nation now boasts another level 70 combat class professional, a great honor for our country. Zhang Zhan continued, "We'll discuss this matter later. The potions in the boxes have already been administered to all commanders. Please experience their effects for yourselves. There's no time to waste. The potions are potent and dissipate quickly. Please use them promptly." No sooner had he finished speaking than the commanders, who had been waiting for Zhu Gui, were overcome with excitement. When the medical box was opened, a full 20 vials of potion appeared before them. Zhu Gui froze in place. 20 vials of potion were actually refined? Is it really as he said, no loss, 100% success rate? He was well aware of the situation when transporting the herbs for the potions. The quantity of herbs was barely enough for 10 batches. And that included the reserve quantity. Combined, it was precisely enough for 20 batches. But he couldn't understand how the quantity of herbs meant for 20 batches could actually produce 20 batches of potions, achieving zero waste and a 100% success rate. At this point, astonishment spread across his face. The moment the medicine chest opened, the entire conference room filled with the fragrance of herbs. With just one breath, the commanders felt refreshed and invigorated. The fatigue from a day's work vanished instantly. Is this what a top-tier elixir feels like? How come the potent medicinal scent feels even stronger than super premium grade? Zhu Gui exclaimed in astonishment, reaching out first to pick up a tube and examine it closely. Then, he held it under his nose and took a deep sniff. Suddenly, the medicinal fragrance entered his nostrils, like a thunderclap flashing through his mind. His aged body trembled uncontrollably, tears welling in his eyes. This medicinal fragrance, was it truly crafted by a college student? The commanders were startled by Zhu Gui's reaction. The next moment, he poured the spirit-restoring potion directly into his mouth. What potency! An intense surge of potency spread through his body, coursing through every fiber. His once pale hair rapidly regained its color at a visible pace. This spirit energy is exceptionally potent. It ranks among the finest in top-tier potions. This lad's alchemy skills truly rank among the top tier in Huaxia. I feel at least a decade younger. This potency. Wait. He froze in place, his body crackling with explosive sounds. Eyes wide, he collapsed backward into his chair. Zhou Zhenghua, seeing this, hurriedly made to approach. But Zhang Zhan immediately stopped him with a firm hand, saying, "Commander Zhou, rest assured. This is a normal reaction." The potency surging from his body was now 1, 2, 3, a full 4 times stronger than before. Zhu Gui's white hair vanished completely, and even the wrinkles on his face disappeared. It was as if he had instantly reverted from old age back to his prime. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. This old man has never experienced such potent medicinal effects before. Just as he thought it was ending, above the military base, illusory forms of vegetation and ferocious beasts coalesced. Instantly, the military base activated its emergency protocols, and figures began to swarm. "Commander, look up. Something's wrong." Zhou Zhenghua rushed to the window first and looked up. "What is this?" Xu Guo also strode over briskly. The moment he lifted his head and saw clearly, he froze in place. A celestial illusion. Good heavens! I've never once crafted a potion potent enough to conjure a heaven and earth illusion in my entire life. I've only consumed one vial, yet I've witnessed the heaven and earth illusion. Honorable leaders, I, Zhu, am utterly and completely in awe. I wonder if I could fly over right now to meet this young man in person? I want to take him as my sole disciple. No, I'll become his disciple. The leaders were all stunned. This twist is a bit much. Young Zhu. You're still young, there's plenty of time to meet him later. You should focus on preparing a proper gift for Lin Feng to express your gratitude. He just solved a problem you've been stuck on for ages. Xu Guo immediately patted his chest and declared, "Commander Zhou, rest assured. I'll definitely prepare a gift expensive, but certainly not cheap." Zhou Shangwei nodded. Seeing the effect, he was the first to step forward and pick up a vial of medicine. "Guys, shall I go first?" Tang Chang followed suit, grabbing a vial and downing it first. "Last time, Brother Zhou beat us to the spiritual tonic. This time, I'm going first." After swallowing it, Tang Chang froze in place. The other commanders experienced the same reaction after drinking theirs. Throughout the entire military base, strange illusions kept appearing. The room filled with a thick, medicinal scent. All their white hair turned jet black and every wrinkle vanished. Ha! It really feels like I've turned 20 or 30 years younger. If young people drank this, wouldn't they turn into their own grandchildren afterward? Laughter echoed through the conference room. After everyone had finished using the potion and the remaining doses were distributed to personnel in key units. "Comrades, I have another matter to report to you all today." Zhang Zhan spoke slowly. Zhou Jingguang, seeing him so serious for the first time, hurriedly said, "Zhang, just get to the point." Zhang Zhan began, "This matter concerns Lin Feng." At the mention of Lin Feng, they all fell silent, listening intently. This morning, Lin Feng unlocked a new professional skill called the Ring of Distraction. It allows him to mass-produce potions while consuming only 1% of his mana bar. At these words, the commanders froze stiff as stone. Especially Zhu Guo, who had just taken a sip of warm water. He spit it out immediately. "What did you say? A new skill talent? That means he can now handle both precision work and mass production. He's a true genius." Zhu Guo let out a bitter laugh, nearly moved to tears. The commanders were equally thrilled. This was undoubtedly astonishing news. Chapter 13, Level up to 5, Unlock the Destruction Potion? "Zhang, you're going to have your hands full from here on out. From now on, whatever Lin Feng needs, no need to apply to me, just activate the privileges directly. If you ever need our assistance again, don't hesitate to tell me." As soon as Zhou Zhenghua finished speaking, the other commanders nodded vigorously in agreement. "Actually, Zhang, could you pass along a message to Lin Feng? Our unit urgently needs this type of energy replenishing potion. Could you assist in refining some basic energy boosting potions? The more, the better. It's not urgent, just whenever he has time." Suddenly, Zhou Zhenghua rubbed his hands together, hesitating slightly before speaking. "Roger that. I'll head back immediately to discuss this with Lin Feng." After saluting, Zhang Zhan turned and left. Meanwhile, 2 vials of potion remained on the table beside Lin Feng. The original request was only for 10 vials. But Lin Feng had doubled the production. After distributing the extra vials, 3 remained. After all, his extraordinary talent meant 0 waste and a 100% success rate. "Send these 2 vials to Mom and Dad later. They're getting older now, these can help regulate their health." After saying this, he tucked the 2 vials away. "I just used 1 vial. Let's see what effect it has. System, open the interface." As he conveyed his intent, a panel materialized before his face. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Pharmacist. Level, 30100 EXP Apprentice unlocks first super formula at level 5. HP, 300-300. Mana bar, 300-300. Speed, 56. Strength, 78. Defense, 98. Mental power, 105. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God SSS+. Skill, Ring of Scattered Spirit. Experience points, 368. The moment he saw the experience points, Lin Feng froze in place. He already had 368 experience points. That should be enough to reach level 5, right? The thought sent a rush of excitement through him. Once he reached level 5, he could unlock his first super formula. System, use experience points to level up. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have advanced to level 4. Lin Feng once again felt his entire body's strength, defense, and mental power surge. His fists were twice as hard as at level 3. A single punch could shatter a door. Even if someone struck him with a brick, he could block it effortlessly. His mental energy felt more abundant than ever. He could now control a greater number of concocted potions simultaneously. He glanced at the interface again, his heart leaping with delight. Reaching level 5 required 200 experience points. And he still had 268 experience points remaining. More than enough. System, continue upgrading. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your profession level has been upgraded to level 5. Ding. Congratulations, host, on unlocking your first super formula entry qualification lottery. Would you like to start the draw? Another lottery? This time it's for a super formula. Draw. As Lin Feng's command echoed in his mind, the machine housing countless formula entries began to spin. Stop. Lin Feng took a deep breath and immediately called for a halt. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've drawn the super formula entry, Death's Destroyer. Death God Destroyer, a super aggressive annihilation potion with vast range and devastating power. Once detonated, all within its blast radius, whether super-powered practitioners or super beasts, face certain death. This formula possesses an intense, intoxicating fragrance that creatures find irresistible upon inhaling. Upon activation, it converts all destroyed lifeforms into medicinal power. Note: exercise extreme caution with this formula. Destructive power correlates with potency. Greater potency yields greater destruction and wider range. Potency depends on ingredient ratios. Host must manage this independently. Ingredient ratios: venomous windflower, scaled beast brain marrow, black crystal ore, acetylene or barium kryptonite. The moment Lin Feng saw the formula entries, he drew a deep breath. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. A destruction potion? This is a nuclear bomb, right? If his innate talent were to erupt, boosting the potency 5 or 6-fold or even higher. What else could it be but a nuclear bomb? But this potion carries a strong fragrance. A rose with thorns, indeed. Lin Feng gave a wry smile. Should we report this super formula to the state? What if it leaks out and spreads overseas? Wouldn't that cause international panic? However, Lin Feng had been closely following international news lately. His primary concern was the immense crisis looming over China's coastline. Countless sea beasts were gathering from the Pacific region, expected to breach China's coastal defenses soon. This wave would trigger at least a level 3 beast tide. Beast tide levels are categorized from 1 to 9. Level 1, 1,000 ferocious beasts. Level 2, 5,000 ferocious beasts. Level 3, 10,000 ferocious beasts. Level 9, 1 million ferocious beasts and above. Level 9 is also known as the catastrophe tier. Reaching level 3 alone is sufficient to obliterate the coastal defenses of every nation on Earth. Observations indicate that a large number of level 3 ferocious beasts have already gathered along the coastline of Huaxia. The known levels of ferocious beasts on Blue Star are also divided into 9 tiers. Any beast classified as level 9 possesses the power to effortlessly annihilate an entire nation. A gathering of 1,000 level 3 beasts constitutes a catastrophic disaster of unimaginable scale. Conventional heat weapons prove utterly useless. Even deploying small nuclear bombs would be insufficient to annihilate these thick-skinned beasts. Should a higher-level beast tide emerge, nuclear bombs would become utterly useless. This destruction serum has arrived at just the right moment, perfectly timed to help China weather this crisis. If successfully synthesized, it could effortlessly annihilate hordes of level 3, level 4, or even level 5 beasts. Then, mounted on missiles, it could be unleashed. Boom! Instant annihilation. We have the formula, but the ingredients will likely be hard to find. Just as he was fretting, a knock sounded at the door. Come in. Zhang Zhan, dressed in military uniform, entered slowly. General Zhang, how was your trip to the capital? Zhang Zhan replied frankly, the commanders are extremely satisfied with the spirit-restoring elixir you concocted, and it has yielded excellent results. The leadership has commended you and instructed me that should you require anything moving forward, even accessing the national treasury to procure medicinal ingredients, no special request is necessary. Simply take what you need. Should any intractable issues arise, the national leaders will also assist you in resolving them. Oh? Lin Feng heard this, and it perfectly aligned with his inner needs. However, the leaders have one more request. Currently, the Huaxia coastline is under strain, and many soldiers are in urgent need of effective energy supplementing potions. Commander Zhou asked me to inquire if you could assist in mass-producing some basic grade potions? If you can, here are the military formulas provided. You may choose. A request? But crafting low-grade potions was far too simple for him. Now he could mass-produce them as long as his mana pool was sufficiently deep, he could make as many as he wanted. It was merely a matter of time. So, he agreed without hesitation, no problem at all. Just let me know whenever the nation needs it. Zhang Zhan felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing Lin Feng's prompt agreement. Very well. I won't disturb your rest. Just call me directly whenever you need something. Just as he was about to leave the room, Lin Feng suddenly called out, General Zhang, don't rush off. I have an extremely urgent request right now. Chapter 14, The Death God's Formula? If not a nuclear bomb, what else could it be? Zhang Zhan halted in his tracks and immediately turned back. Speak. Through his observations and interactions over the past period, he had come to understand Zhang Zhan's character and unwavering loyalty to the nation. Therefore, sharing the news about unlocking the super formula with him wasn't a big deal. After all, he now possessed the authority to freely access the National Medicine Repository, making things far more convenient. If he couldn't find it, he'd simply request assistance from the national leaders. General Zhang, to be honest, while you were in the capital, I upgraded and unlocked another professional formula. This formula goes by the pseudonym Death God of Destruction. If successfully synthesized, its destructive power could rival that of a nuclear bomb, perhaps even surpass it, depending on its potency. As Lin Feng spoke each word, Zhao Zhan, standing in place, froze in shock. What? You unlocked a new formula? Rivaling a nuclear bomb? Even surpassing it? He grasped the crux and repeated it. By the end, he could barely contain his own excitement and shock. As he listened, he began to doubt his own ears. Lin Feng, are you certain you didn't misstate that, or did I mishear? Is there really such a formula? One with such lethal and aggressive properties? He was familiar with the classification of alchemist potions: offensive, supportive, and enhancement types. Among offensive potions, the primary use was poison. Poison possesses extreme aggressiveness, capable of inflicting damage through common methods like poisoning or throwing. But a destructive formula with explosive power comparable to a nuclear bomb? That was truly rare. Never before. If such a formula were produced, it would be an absolute weapon against the beast-tide. Lin Feng shook his head and handed the completed formula to Zhang Zhan. That's right, you heard correctly. With such a potion possessing overwhelming destructive power, I believe we now have a solution to confront the beast-tide threatening our nation. These are the required herbs. Please gather as many as you can, I'm counting on you. Lin Feng's words came easily, but to Zhang Zhan, they struck like a bolt from the blue. Alright. I'll go find the herbs for you right now. Zhang Zhan's hands trembled slightly as he took the paper covered in herbal names. The ingredients for low-grade potions listed here aren't hard to find. I'll have them escorted over first thing tomorrow morning. I'll get started immediately. With that, he saluted Lin Feng respectfully before swiftly departing. Early the next morning, military vehicles rolled into Jinshan Vocational College. Soldiers armed with rifles carried boxes filled with medicinal herbs into the pharmaceutical building. Most of the escorting soldiers were veterans who had been selected for their awakened talents and had just returned from the battlefield. The very gaze they cast upon others carried a palpable aura of lethal intent. Early rising faculty and students doing morning exercises were startled. What's going on? Why are they moving so many sealed boxes? Could there be special pharmaceutical research going on in the building? We'd better keep our distance. Remember yesterday's sky phenomenon? It was trending citywide yet vanished overnight. Something fishy's definitely going on. Some students tried to approach, but after catching the guarding soldiers' glances, they shuddered and quickly backed away. Inside the pharmaceutical building. Berserkers, axe warriors, mechanical archers, blood shadow blades. Holy! Lin Feng, startled awake by the clatter of moving boxes, opened his dorm door and looked down. His gaze swept across the scene, taking in nothing but aggressive classes radiating a murderous aura. After unloading the medicinal herbs, they turned and departed. The herbs for brewing low-level potions have arrived. Time to get to work. But before we get to work, I should check my system panel. With a thought, the system panel appeared. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 50400 Apprentice unlocks second super formula at level 10. HP, 500-500. Mana bar, 500-500. Speed, 256. Strength, 269. Defense, 211. Mental power, 450. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God SSS+. Skill, Ring of Split Consciousness. Formula, 1, Death Destroyer Super Destruction Potion. Experience points, 310. Can I unlock the second potion at level 10? I didn't expect my EXP points to have skyrocketed to 310. Seems the potions are having a decent effect after all. However, according to the system prompt, the higher the level and the greater the number of practitioners using it, the more EXP points should be generated. As a God-tier support class professional, his advancement speed is already exceptionally fast. Most combat-focused classes require battle hardening to level up quickly. Take Blood Red, the Berserker, and General Zhang Zhan, the Shadow Assassin, both had narrowly escaped death countless times to reach their current levels. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng slowly approached the entrance of the alchemy lab. Counselor Zhou Yao was already waiting at the entrance, counting the medicinal ingredients. Her presence caught Lin Feng's attention. Good morning, advisor. The sudden voice startled Zhou Yao, her complexion flushing slightly with the rush of blood. Lin Feng? How come you're up so early today? Lin Feng replied, I went to bed early last night. I just happened to hear you moving the herbs, so I came to take a look. Oh. I'm terribly sorry about that. Lin Feng continued, Counselor, it seems yesterday's tonic worked well. Your complexion looks much better than before, much more rosy. If I'm not mistaken, have you already leveled up? At this, Zhou Yao's face flushed as she said, your observation is remarkably accurate. I really have to thank you for making that spirit-restoring potion. I thought it would take me much longer to reach level 36. But after drinking it yesterday and triggering the heaven and earth illusion, my strength skyrocketed. I leveled up twice in a row. Leveling up twice in a row? Lin Feng was a bit surprised to hear that. Still, it fell within his expectations. Though top-tier potions weren't primarily designed to boost strength, their main purpose was to solidify foundations and repair damaged cells. Yet its quadruple potency was sufficient to flood the user's system with potent energy. Lower-level users might instantly jump 2 or 3 levels, or even 5 or 6. In the tutor's formula panel, Lin Feng had seen Zhou Yao's profession listed as Elemental Mage. For her, a generic mana-restoring potion could easily boost her by 2 levels. Yet to accelerate advancement through potions, one must craft them specifically for the elements required by their class. Thinking of himself, Lin Feng let out a bitter laugh. He had also used a tube of mana potion, and his physical foundation was solid. Instead, it had converted into a modest amount of experience points. It seemed his primary goal moving forward would be to focus on refining more potions and spreading the knowledge to others. Now that all the ingredients are gathered, there's no time to waste. Could you help me organize them together, advisor? This time, Lin Feng was brewing low-grade spirit-gathering energy pills. These pills were convenient to carry and quick to use. This was Lin Feng's deliberate choice, as he believed they would prove quite effective on the battlefield. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhou Yao immediately nodded. Alright. Chapter 15, Mass-producing low-grade pills with 5-fold potency. Though Zhou Yao wasn't an alchemist, it didn't hinder her understanding of the profession's fundamentals. Moreover, in this world's universities, counselors were similarly unbound by strict professional alignment. Counseling mostly focused on psychological and life guidance. All sorted. Before long, Zhou Yao had finished sorting the ingredients. Lin Feng glanced at the herbs already placed in the grinding jar and nodded. Counselor, the process of making pills involves some risk. You should step outside for now. Zhou Yao hummed in acknowledgement, unable to resist adding, be careful, Lin. I'll wait for you outside. After saying this, Zhou Yao felt something was off. But like the model student she was, she stood outside and waited quietly. Lin Feng glanced back at the counselor. The counselor was at most 23 years old, likely a high-achieving graduate. He was likely here as a counselor to gain some work experience. Elemental mages, however, possessed explosive late-game power on the battlefield. Activate talent skill aura. Grind, shape, gel, bake. A series of operational steps flashed through Lin Feng's mind, his thoughts crystallizing with crystal-clear clarity under the influence of his innate talent. Before long, the sweet aroma of medicine wafted out from the laboratory. Zhou Yao, standing outside the glass window, watched Lin Feng's movements with keen eyes. Though merely a college graduate, his dexterity and fluidity in execution already rivaled that of top-tier alchemists. It's done. Lin Feng gazed at the finished pills, gently scooping a handful into a bag to keep. He then activated the system and scanned the results. Product name, Spirit-Gathering Energy Pill. Grade, low. Spirituality, can awaken plant life and the spiritual essence of ferocious beasts. Effects, triggers explosive potency, accelerates combat recovery with 0 side effects. Combined use instantly stacks combat power, amplifying potency by 5x. Even a low-grade spirit-gathering energy pill can awaken plant spirits? Holy crap! It can actually stack up to 5 times the potency. Holy crap! When Lin Feng saw this, he was utterly stunned. These are clearly low-grade pills, yet when sent to the battlefield, soldiers take one and feel like they've swallowed a high-grade energy pill. This would utterly crush the enemy. The very thought made Lin Feng realize his talent was borderline insane. If he ever managed to refine pills with 100-fold or even 1,000-fold potency, wouldn't they blow the user's guts out? Let's have the instructor try it first. With that, he opened the door and stepped out of the alchemy lab. Zhou Yao, still reeling from the experience, asked in astonishment, that's it? So fast. Lin Feng smiled and said, Counselor, when evaluating a guy, it's best not to use the word fast. Ah. Zhou Yao didn't grasp it immediately, but something felt off. Here's a freshly made low-grade energy pill. Try it first, you might get an unexpected surprise. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhou Yao reached out, picked up the pill, and placed it in her mouth. The moment it touched her tongue, it dissolved instantly. After the potency kicked in, Zhou Yao didn't feel much at first. But the moment the 5-fold potency surged through her, it felt like her crown chakra had opened wide. The surging energy nearly overflowed from her 7 orifices. Cough, cough, cough. Lin, are you sure this is a low-grade pill you concocted? This potency feels like it could blow someone apart. The spirits of plants and ferocious beasts seemed poised to manifest above her head. She was utterly shocked, though she'd already experienced multiple mind-blowing moments from Lin Feng. A low-grade pill actually unleashes plant spirits? Truly befitting a pill crafted by Lin. Even the most basic concoction packs such potent effects. She understood this might be why her father, the commander, had ordered him to mass-produce them. Such innate talent and professional skills would be highly coveted in any country. For now, it remained concealed from higher-ups, not yet leaked to the outside world. If the hostile Eagle Nation found out, wouldn't they go mad trying to snatch this talent? Since there are no issues, please have the counselor contact the military and send them over as soon as possible. General Zhang has urgent matters requiring my assistance. Lin Feng pulled out a tissue to gently wipe his hands before leaving immediately. He had another class to attend shortly, one he couldn't afford to miss. He intended to leave a perfect final chapter to his college career. Urgent matters? After Lin Feng left, Zhou Yao felt puzzled. Could it be that this kid was about to pull off some grand move? She immediately pulled out her phone to make a call, but paused after a long moment. Instead, she composed a text message and sent it. Old dang. The low-grade energy supplement you requested is ready. Not long after. Inside the Kyoto military base. Several boxes of energy supplement pills, transported via military aircraft along a specially cleared route, had arrived in Kyoto. Several commanders gathered together once more. Zhou Zhenghua, seated at his position, was reading the message Zhou Yao had sent him. He couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Even though she now called him old dang, it proved there was still a chance to mend the relationship between father and daughter. This Lin Feng truly was his lucky star. Putting away his phone, Zhou Zhenghua saw a small white pill, about the size of a pinky fingernail, placed before them. Chief Shou, why did Lin Feng select this formula? This is the most common pill, with the weakest efficacy, but it's the most convenient to use. Tang Cheng examined the pill on the table, puzzled. Zhou Zhenghua, already aware of the effects Zhou Yao had described, smiled and explained, I listed several formulas and let Lin Feng choose for himself. I trust his choice. Shout I, bring Xiao Hai in. As soon as his voice faded, a burly man entered, panting heavily. His short-sleeved shirt was completely soaked through with sweat. Xiaoli, how are you? Is the energy in your body depleted yet? Sun Li nodded weakly. Completely drained. Not a trace left. All right. Gentlemen, this is my new bodyguard, Sun Li. He's just been pulled from the battlefield for recuperation. Class, Fist Warrior, level 56. I just had him release all his energy to test how well this pill works. But before we begin, I must remind everyone, do not blink. Amidst murmurs of confusion, Sun Li frowned as he picked up a white pill from the tray. This tiny? Are you sure this can replenish our energy, Commander? For this kind of energy pill, I'd probably need to eat a handful at once. With a look of disbelief, he tossed a pill into his mouth. It dissolved instantly, energy surging through him. Frowning, he suddenly felt the potency surge fivefold. Boom! His eyes widened as the surging energy forced the potent effects out through his nostrils. Commander, this pill, is it a low-grade pill? This is insane. I'm getting overloaded. Blinded by the rush, he sat straight down on the ground, his energy instantly restored to peak levels. It even overflowed. At that moment, the spirits of plants and ferocious beasts appeared above his head. Several commanders were utterly dumbfounded. Is it really that powerful? Good thing Zhu Gui isn't here, otherwise he'd jump up and fly straight to Jinshan Vocational University to beg Zhu Zhenggui to be his master. After Zhou Zhenghua finished his astonished observation, he immediately issued an order. Xiao Dai, I'm ordering all low-grade qi restoring pills to be sent to the Zhuhai frontline. Make sure to remind them this medicine is no ordinary remedy. Don't overindulge, or else, your skull might get blown off by the healing energy. Don't blame me for not warning you. Chapter 16, Hidden Foreign Hostile Forces. Yes, sir. Sun Dai turned and left the conference room. Sun Li, having fully absorbed the essence, rose to his feet, his health bar thick and robust. Awesome. Commander, that was absolutely amazing. Just this little piece nearly knocked me out from the healing. Zhou Zhenghua, having witnessed the scene, nodded and said, you guys saw it too. After the pills arrived earlier, they counted them a full 100,000. If we send these 100,000 pills to the front lines, the soldiers will be so pumped they'll be howling with excitement. As soon as Zhou Zhenghua finished speaking, the other commanders gasped in shock. 100,000 pills? That kid Lin Feng is seriously productive. Not only does he possess such incredible talent, but now he's unlocked new professional skills. He's practically a pharmaceutical factory. And the potency of his concoctions is terrifyingly potent. Zhou Zhenghua added with satisfaction, indeed. This batch of potions truly comes as a timely blessing. With beast waves threatening to erupt at any moment on the front lines, this will absolutely boost the troops' morale. Minutes later, the military aircraft parked at the base took off once more, racing toward the front lines at top speed. Meanwhile, Jinshan Vocational College. With less than 2 weeks left until graduation, the remaining courses were all about job placement. Some teachers hadn't even properly entered the workforce themselves. They came to teach at the university and now spoke with such solemn authority. However, Lin Feng didn't seem to mind. For his field of study, career paths were quite clear. First, pharmaceutical companies. Second, pharmaceutical research institutes. Third, becoming a pharmacist. Fourth, other options. After the course concluded, Lin Feng savored the satisfaction of coasting through university before breaking into a pleased smile. Pretty satisfying. As he walked toward the cafeteria, a figure slowly approached. You must be Lin Feng? Got a minute? Let's talk. Lin Feng turned around and saw the owner of the figure. She wore a black stocking mini-skirt, her beautiful black hair cascading down, and her fair, delicate face. No mistake, it was none other than their department's campus beauty, Chu Jiao. He thought that after she deleted their messages last time, there'd be no further contact. But now she was reaching out to him. Sorry, I'm busy. No time. Lin Feng declined outright. He knew Chu Jiao well and felt nothing for her. Chu Jiao looked surprised, almost incredulous. She had actually been rejected. And the one rejecting her was the very person who had sent her a grand letter of pursuit earlier. Who gave him the nerve to reject the school's most sought-after girl? The thought made Chu Jiao's expression darken, but she forced back her anger and asked, "When are you free then?" Lin Feng was also taken aback. He hadn't expected that after clearly rejecting her, the school beauty was actually coming on to him. Something was off. Could it be she saw something she could exploit? Lin Feng gave a wry smile and refused again. Sorry. I'm really busy lately. If there's nothing urgent, please don't disturb me. I'll be going now. After Lin Feng left, Chu Jiao stood frozen in place. A surge of anger erupted within her, and she stomped her foot on the ground. If it weren't for young Master Luo's assignment, why would I, the campus beauty, ever come looking for you? This is infuriating. A penniless, unattractive loser. With that, she stormed off in a huff. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who had already entered the cordoned-off pharmaceutical building, abruptly halted his steps. Suddenly, a ghostly voice appeared behind him. General Zhang. Zhang Zhan was slightly surprised. He took a step forward and said, I didn't expect Lin Feng's spiritual perception to be so sharp. For someone of your professional level, detecting me would normally be extremely difficult. Lin Feng gave a wry smile. Pure luck. By the way, General Zhang, how's the search for the herbs in the prescription going? Zhang Zhan spoke slowly. The formula you provided requires a total of 88 herbs. I've already notified the National Treasury. 55 of them have been located, and all available ones are already on their way. For the remaining 33 herbs, I've dispatched troops to search the dungeon realms and ancient ruins across the land. We should have an update within days. Days? Hearing such an ambiguous timeline, Lin Feng fell deep in thought. He kept a constant watch on the coastal situation, which was indeed grim. Perhaps within a week, the beasts might gather and launch an assault. If the beast tide arrived early, the entire nation would face immense peril, and countless lives would be lost. General Zhang, though I haven't been to the coastline myself, given the current situation, I fear we may not even last a week. Once the beast tide erupts, no one can stop it. At this point, Zhang Zhan's expression grew grave. I wonder if you've reported this formula to the state authorities, General Zhang? Lin Feng seemed to have made a decision and spoke directly. Zhang Zhan shook his head. The commanders have granted me direct authority to mobilize resources, so this formula hasn't been sought out. Zhang Zhan seemed to grasp Lin Feng's intent. He wanted the formula reported in full to the state so all commanders would be aware. That way, it would garner comprehensive attention. After all, relying solely on Zhang Zhan's efforts would inevitably slow down the process. But suddenly, Zhang Zhan spoke with solemn gravity. Rest assured, I will secure the medicinal ingredients for you within 3 days. As for reporting it to the state, I think we can hold off on that for now. There's a traitor who might leak information overseas, which could put you at risk. Also, Chu Jiao seeking you out today was most likely at the behest of Luo Chen, the young master behind Tianqian Pharmaceuticals. Behind their Tianqian Pharmaceutical Group, it's the Eagle Nation's forces pulling the strings. A traitor? The moment he learned Zhang Zhan hadn't reported his new formula to the state, he knew something was amiss. It must be a traitor. As for Luo Chen, Lin Feng hadn't had much contact with him. And Tianqian Pharmaceutical Group? That's a mega multinational corporation. Though founded by Chinese nationals, it had grown to this scale while completely betraying its original mission. For the nation to grow so powerful that no one dares to bully it, such traitors truly must be purged. I'll keep an eye on this matter. I'll leave the medicinal materials to General Zhang. Should any developments arise, please contact me immediately. Oh, and please send me some more herbs for refining low-grade energy pills. I know the nation must be short on such consumables. Lin Feng handed the remaining small bag of low-grade energy pills to Zhang Zhan before departing. Holding the low-grade energy pills, Zhang Zhan took one out with a puzzled look and placed it in his mouth. It melted instantly upon contact with his tongue. Boom! A surge of potency unlike any low-grade pill erupted within his body. The energy he had expended was fully restored within seconds. Chapter 17, Frontline Warrior uses potion, blown away. This kid always delivers unexpected surprises. If these low-grade energy pills were sold on the market, each one would probably fetch over $1 million. After a moment's pause, he tucked the entire bag into his pocket and immediately sprang into action. Meanwhile, at the Eagle Nation military base, within a luxurious palace, a middle-aged man with an eagle-like nose, dressed in military uniform, was reviewing the intelligence they had obtained. What's going on? What the hell are you lot doing? A pawn embedded within the Chinese leadership just like that, one has been removed? General Miss Li had barely finished speaking. A broad-faced foreigner standing beside him continued, General Miss, it's not that we intended to lose a pawn. It's that the Chinese are far too astute, the slightest maneuver gets detected. However, losing one pawn has yielded intelligence that will absolutely satisfy you. General Miss Li froze, then immediately demanded, what kind of intelligence? With a snap of his fingers, an intelligence report was transmitted to her. After reading it, Miss Li instantly boiled with rage. This is the news you promised would satisfy me? Those old codgers must have been on some kind of performance-enhancing drugs. They're as strong as young men. Their efficiency has skyrocketed. Doesn't this completely ruin our plans? The big-faced foreigner continued, please keep looking down. Miss Li kept reading, her furious expression giving way to utter astonishment and shock. A pharmacist with SSS plus talent has emerged within China? A talent that enables zero-waste alchemy with a 100% success rate? Plus a chance to trigger potency multipliers? How is that even possible? The entire Blue Star hasn't seen a single SSS plus level talent in any profession for years. And one this powerful. Are you certain this intelligence is accurate? The big-faced foreigner nodded vigorously. This is what sacrificing a pawn to obtain intelligence looks like. The Chinese authorities are keeping this information under extremely tight wraps. Miss Li was visibly agitated and immediately ordered, have the intelligence department spare no expense to locate this SSS plus tier talent alchemist. At any cost, he must be recruited for our Divine Workers Union. The order was issued, and numerous foreigners sprang into action. Meanwhile, along the Huaxia coastline, military aircraft, tanks, and warships converged at the border. China's coastline stretched far, with nearly 100,000 transfigured soldiers amassed. Warriors, archers, mages, supporters, and other specialized classes gathered together. Warriors were the most numerous among them. Support class professionals were extremely scarce, with smiths forging weapons and repairing defensive structures. A wall resembling the Great Wall completely separated the interior of Huaxia from the sea. The beach now littered with the remains of countless ferocious beasts. Nearly every beast carcass was as large as a small villa. Their vicious fangs and terrifying hooves and claws were enough to strike fear into anyone who saw them. Numerous warriors gathered breathlessly along the shoreline, anxiously awaiting supplies. The military transport has arrived, bringing us supplies. Just then, a berserker suddenly looked up at the sky. A wave of cheers swept through the camp. A massive transport aircraft touched down at the nearby military airfield, promptly unloading its cargo. A middle-aged man wearing a military cap saluted first and said, "Welcome. I am Wu Lei, 4-star Admiral of the Coastal Guard Command." Sun Dai, holding documents, returned the salute, "Greetings. I am Sun Dai, assistant to the chief executive of the capital. This is the first batch of energy replenishment pills we're delivering to you. I detailed the usage specifics and circumstances in these documents." Wu Lei eagerly took the documents, but his expression darkened upon seeing they contained only low-grade energy replenishment pills. "Officer Sun, am I seeing this correctly? Only 200,000 low-grade energy replenishment pills? We've just engaged in a fierce battle with the sea beasts. Our warriors have exhausted all their replenishment potions. With only these pills, they won't be able to hold out or recover." In truth, Wu Lei felt a surge of anger welling up inside him. The warriors were fighting for their lives on the front lines, many now wounded or disabled. And this was how they were being fobbed off with low-grade pills? Sun Dai shook her head. "Officer Wu, please carefully review the detailed usage instructions. Also, let me kindly remind you these energy replenishment pills are no ordinary medicine. I recommend only one pill per soldier, unless they're of extremely high rank." After speaking, she boarded the military transport and departed. Wu Lei, left behind, frowned deeply. After reading the instructions, he immediately tore open a packet, took one pill, and popped it into his mouth. Boom! The moment the fivefold potency erupted, he was utterly stunned. His skull nearly exploded. Holy! Is this even a low-grade drug? This potency is stronger than high-grade drugs. And it even comes with special effects when you use it? After taking it, he felt his entire body surge to peak energy levels. Someone, distribute all these energy-boosting pills immediately. Remember, only one pill per person. Any bastard who dares take more than one will be dealt with severely. The soldiers nearby sprang into action immediately. Before long, the pills were distributed into the hands of every soldier. Damn it! Is this all the nation's supplies amount to? How are we supposed to defend the border with this? We'll just keep dying and getting wounded. We can't even replenish our energy properly. How are we supposed to stop the sea beasts from landing? Angry roars echoed from the ranks. Wu Lei stood atop the city wall, waving his flaming sword as a fiery dragon soared into the sky. A dragon's roar sent shockwaves rippling through the air, instantly silencing the soldiers below. When I tell you to hold your ground, hold your ground. Stop all this fussing and fretting. Save your complaints for after you've eaten. His explosive temper flared, and his words erupted through the dragon's mouth. A searing flame landed upon the beast's corpse. Eat up, brothers. I'll be damned if I don't see what kind of flower this low-grade energy pill can bloom. One by one, they swallowed the pills, each no larger than a fingernail. Boom! The potent energy surged straight to their skulls, nearly knocking them unconscious. Some lower-level players nearly passed out from the energy surge. Holy! This is supposed to be a low-grade potion? Even a healing dragon would cry after taking these. This is insane. I feel like I could take on 7 sea beasts by myself. Exclamations of exhilaration burst from their mouths. Above the heads of everyone who consumed it, spirits of plants, beasts, and monsters appeared. As if they had special effects built in. Morale skyrocketed instantly. Each man felt like he could take on 10. Chapter 18, Level 65 Starfall Beast Assaults China's Coastline. This scene was transmitted back to the homeland in real time via hidden live streaming equipment. With sea beasts already assaulting the Chinese coastline, all commanders were paying close attention. The most anxious among them was Zhou Zhanghua, the military affairs director. Seeing the soldiers regain their combat effectiveness, a relieved smile touched his lips. It seems we should have Lin Feng help produce more low-grade potions that can boost potency several times over. This would not only conserve the national treasury's reserves but also greatly boost morale. Just then, Sun Dai knocked on the door. Commander Zhou, news has just come from the medicine storehouse. They say, General Zhang Zhan used the special privileges you granted him to transport all 54 types of medicinal herbs from the treasury. Zhou Zhanghua froze, halting his movements. 55 medicinal herbs? If they're all being transported, wouldn't it take more than 10 vehicles? Sun Dai nodded. Beyond that, General Zhang Zhan also leveraged the privileges granted by the commanders to coordinate and mobilize 50 warriors, mages, and support personnel above level 30. They've been dispatched to secret realms and ancient ruins within Huaxia's borders to search for medicinal herbs. Zhou Zhanghua felt a jolt of shock, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Although he had fully delegated authority to Zhang Zhan to assist Lin Feng, he still wanted to know the specifics of their operations, whether there was anything requiring his assistance. I understand. This matter should not be disseminated. And certainly not to the other commanders. If they do find out, just say it was my decision. Sun Dai was somewhat puzzled, but faced with Zhou Zhenghua's request, she could only agree. Lin Feng, are you up to something again? Or are you deliberately hiding something? Zhou Zhenghua took a sip of strong tea, deep in thought. Indeed, he was aware that several spies had recently been uncovered. Information about national leaders and key figures in critical departments using the divine restoring elixir had surfaced. News that they all appeared nearly 20 years younger had already leaked out. Internal investigations were still ongoing. He had been somewhat concerned, but it seemed Lin Feng and Zhang Zhan had also noticed something amiss. They were deliberately concealing something. Interesting. Lin Feng, I'll be watching to see what you can come up with. Just as he finished thinking this, a call came in. Speak of the devil. Hello? What? Lin Feng has refined another 500,000 low-grade energy replenishment pills? He jumped to his feet, nearly dropping the phone in shock. This kid, can't he just stop being so ridiculously overpowered? My old heart can barely take it. Lin Feng had just pulled off a massive favor for them. Contact the China coast front immediately. Ship them directly from the school to the front lines. At that moment, Jinshan Vocational College. Lin Feng had already sorted the finished low-grade energy replenishment potions. The task of sealing them was entirely entrusted to Old Zhang, Blood Red, and Counselor Zhou Yao. Lin Feng, has your new professional skill advanced to the point where you can simultaneously refine multiple potions? Li Enian was currently engrossed in encapsulating pills, showing not a trace of his usual university professor demeanor. Lin Feng wiped his hands and replied after a moment's thought, for these low-grade pills, I can manage about 500,000 at my limit. For intermediate potions, that number would likely halve. As the tier increases further, the quantity will likely decrease even more. Earlier, while pushing his mental limits, he had clearly felt the blue bar deplete. Truthfully, if he used potions that rapidly replenished his blue bar while crafting, he could actually produce 1 million of these small pills. But if word got out about 1 million pills, they'd be green with envy. To avoid trouble, better to keep a low profile, let's just say half that amount. Though these were merely low-grade pills, the most basic energy supplements. Each pill was minuscule, requiring only a small amount of ingredients. Once the distraction ring activates, it consumes 1% of the mana bar. That's terrifying in its own right. Hearing this, Li Enian drew a deep breath and blurted out in astonishment, Freak! You're truly a freak. Your speed rivals that of a pharmaceutical factory. No, even some state-run pharmaceutical plants probably can't match your astonishing speed. You're practically equivalent to thousands upon thousands of master chemists. Truly terrifying. Lienian was well aware that the potions Lin Feng crafted could multiply their effects. Who could predict the odds? What if the potency multiplied several times over, or even tenfold? Even trash pills could rival high-grade medicines. Who could resist that? Oh, I almost forgot to remind you, this batch of 500,000 low-grade energy replenishment pills can unleash 7 times their normal potency. Remember, have them be extra careful when using them. Lower-level users should limit their intake. Too much energy could knock them out cold. The words had barely left his mouth when all 4 of them froze in place, as if sealed in place. 7 times? You mean a low-grade pill can unleash 7 times its potency? You might as well just say it's a high-grade pill. Alright, carry on. Making that potion drained my mental energy. I need to go rest. Lin Feng sensed something was off. Perhaps his offhand remark had stirred up quite a stir. No sooner had he taken a few steps away than a figure slowly materialized like a shadow, imprinting itself onto the wall and gradually taking shape. The next second, a sturdy figure stood fully before Lin Feng. General Zhang, you really do appear and disappear like a ghost. Lin Feng halted his steps, turning to face the ruggedly masculine man who had materialized before him. Zhang Zhan nodded. Lin Feng, the 55 medicinal herbs retrieved from the National Treasury have been secretly delivered to the basement warehouse of the Alchemy Tower. As for the remaining 33 herbs, our 50 deployed military transferees have located 32 of them. As for the final one, it's extremely difficult to locate. I fear it may not be found within Huaxia. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy. That fast? Looking at the slightly weary soldier before him, Lin Feng reassured him, it's fine. Please tell me the name of the last herb that hasn't been found. Zhang Zhan replied slowly, the shard of a meteor beast's horn. This meteor beast is a royal-class ferocious beast. Legend says it hasn't appeared in ages. In the Blue Star secret realm or other secret realms, the lowest tier specimen discovered is at least level 60. It's practically extinct now. Lin Feng exhaled. At least level 60? If he hadn't surrendered it to the state, finding such a beast for medicinal purposes would be utterly impossible. But rest assured, I've already notified the base support transfer agents and the cyber intelligence unit to conduct a global search and maintain vigilance. Should a starfall beast appear anywhere, I'll be the first to know. Lin Feng nodded slowly. After all, finding medicinal herbs like this could only be done with the power of the state. But just then, Zhang Zhan's phone suddenly rang. He barely raised it to his ear when an urgent voice came through. General Zhang, a level 65 starfall beast has emerged from a secret realm in the Pacific Ocean and is currently heading toward the Chinese coastline. Hearing this news, Zhang Zhan's entire body trembled. Chapter 19, Level up to 7, Unlock new mission. Lin Feng, the starfall beast has appeared. It's closing in on the Huaxia coastline. It won't be long before it crashes into the coastal defenses. I'm heading there immediately. I will bring back the starfall beast's horn. Lin Feng's heart stirred, and he nodded. Just as he was about to vanish, Lin Feng called out to him, General Zhang, take these low-grade energy replenishment pills I just refined. Zhang Zhan looked at the pills Lin Feng handed him. Freshly made. And with 7 times the potency. Thank you. He accepted them and vanished instantly. Lin Feng took a deep breath and headed straight back to the dormitory. The depletion of his blue health bar had indeed left him feeling drowsy. He immediately retrieved the low-grade restorative potion he'd prepared earlier using readily available herbs during a spare moment today. The moment he swallowed it. Boom! The potion delivered 7 times its normal potency. The depleted blue bar instantly refilled to max. System, open the interface. After dispensing so many low-grade energy pills, it was time to see just how far the enhancement had progressed. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 50400 EXP Apprentice unlocks second super formula at level 10. HP, 500. Blue bar, 500. Speed, 256. Strength, 269. Defense, 211. Mental power, 450. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God SSS+. Unsealed formulas, 1. Death Destroyer Super Destruction Potion. Skill, 1. Ring of Distraction. Experience points, 1290. Holy crap, already 1290? He clearly remembered the last batch of low-grade pills yielded 200,000 pills. But 200,000 pills only added a little over 900 points. Looks like I'll need to focus more on crafting higher-level potions from now on. That way, the experience points gained will be significantly higher. Lin Feng made up his mind. Then, he directly addressed the system, level up. Ding! Congratulations, host, your profession level has been upgraded to level 6. Ding! Congratulations, host, on shedding the novice profession badge. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the novice profession badge. Abundant energy surged through Lin Feng's body. His speed, mental power, and defense rapidly increased. His senses reached farther than ever before. A single punch could likely pierce the air with a whistling sound. His speed now outpaced ordinary humans by sixfold. Knocking out a bull with a single punch would likely be effortless. Finally progressed from apprentice to novice? This is the career evaluation every transferee faces after Blue Star entered the era of class change. The higher the rank, the better the evaluation. It was also a mark of honor. Apprentice, novice, junior, intermediate, senior, master, grandmaster, great-grandmaster, god tier, and so on. An ordinary alchemist wouldn't possess Lin Feng's terrifyingly multifaceted growth. His current level 6 status is no ordinary 6th rank among alchemists. He might even be tougher and stronger than most warriors. Awesome. Now, leveling up to level 7 requires 800. Just enough to level up again. Lin Feng activated the upgrade without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your class level has been upgraded to level 7. Awesome. A surge of even stronger energy flooded his body. His punching power surged once more. His speed became even more agile, increasing by 50% from the level 6 baseline. His defense became so thick that even conventional blades struggled to pierce it. System, open the interface. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 70-1600 EXP Novice unlocks second super formula at level 10. Health bar, 500-500. Mana bar, 500-500. Speed, 556. Strength, 569. Defense, 411. Mental power, 850. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God SSS+. Unseal formulas, 1 Death Reaper Ultimate Destruction Potion. Skill, 1 Ring of Distraction. Experience points, 90. Phew. Stronger now, but the next level up will require 1600 EXP. At this rate, reaching level 9 might require over 2000 points. And reaching level 10 could easily demand 4000. The sheer magnitude of these numbers left him even more stunned. It was easy to imagine how Zhang Zhan, China's youngest 5-star general, had managed to level up his shadow assassin. Though his progress was aided by the system's interface, setting him apart from other practitioners. But leveling up was still harder than climbing to the heavens for them. I must eliminate this wave of beasts as quickly as possible. Perhaps once the destruction toxin detonates, I might directly break through to level 10. Then I can unlock the second super formula. This way, my leveling speed will accelerate. The thought sent a surge of excitement through Lin Feng. Yet, as he contemplated the recipe for the destruction toxin, a sense of apprehension crept into his mind. As a super formula, its creation would undoubtedly consume mental energy. It might surpass all existing formulas on the market, and the resulting potion could rival even the god tier level. Given the current thickness of his blue bar, sustaining it would be an absolute challenge. Ding! Task issued. Breast milk is essential for your health and growth. Sweet and delicious, suckle heartily. Task, consume 2000 milliliters of breast milk. Reward, 1 professional skill lottery chance. Another quest? Lin Feng, who was deep in thought, suddenly heard the system's voice. But when he saw the prompt's panel information, he froze in shock. Drink breast milk? Oh my god. Sure, this quest doesn't seem too hard, but do you really expect a grown man like me to drink breast milk like a baby? The very thought made Lin Feng's face flush slightly. If anyone found out, they'd definitely think he was a pervert. If he were married with a pregnant wife, that would be one thing. He could just take some of the overflowing milk and enjoy it himself. But, he was currently single and flying solo. Was he supposed to go find a woman in postpartum confinement to ask for breast milk? No way. I'll try drinking regular milk first. No sooner said than done, Lin Feng dashed to the school supermarket and bought various kinds of milk. There was yogurt, probiotic milk, pure milk, fruit-flavored milk. Anything he spotted, he grabbed. Gulp, gulp. Gulp, gulp. Before long, he had sampled every single milk product he'd bought. But the system showed no sign of completing the task. Clearly, none of these worked. Could it be I really have to try breast milk? Lin Feng paced around the room, but suddenly a brilliant idea flashed through his mind. Breast milk. Any kind of breast milk would work, right? But where could I get some? Like pure breast milk from cows or sheep? Once he settled on this direction, Lin Feng immediately thought of Counselor Zhou Yao. With General Zhang Zhan now gone and a fresh batch of medicinal herbs just delivered, he needed to recover his strength quickly to continue brewing potions for the frontline troops. Perhaps I'll have to turn to my counselor for help. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door, followed by a familiar voice. Lin Feng, are you in there? It's your counselor. Chapter 20, Making the Counselor's Search for Breast Milk, Zhang Zhan's Coastal Raid. Lin Feng's sturdy frame trembled slightly. Talk about inviting trouble. I'm here. Without another word, Lin Feng opened the door. Zhou Yao stood at the doorway, glancing inside briefly. Is it okay if I come in? I hope I'm not intruding on your personal space. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Not at all. It's an honor to have you here, counselor. Your presence truly brightens this humble abode. Still, it seemed Zhou Yao was quite reluctant to visit the boys' dormitory. After all, there had been an incident at the school where a female counselor conducting a dorm inspection had suffered an embarrassing social death on the spot. For these female counselors, who were often only a few years older than the students, it was like a thunderclap. It seems your living conditions in daily life are manageable. That puts my mind at ease. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to let me know. I'll do my best to help. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Zhou Yao glanced around, her cheeks flushing slightly. After initiating a brief conversation with Lin Feng, she prepared to leave. Just as she was about to leave, Lin Feng raised his hand to stop her. "Counselor, don't rush off." Startled by the sudden call, Zhou Yao's heart skipped a beat. "Ah." Lin Feng didn't beat around the bush. "Actually, I have a small request right now." Counselor, his old father had specifically instructed her to ensure Lin Feng's well-being. Though she was still somewhat annoyed, when it came to matters of national importance, she knew how to prioritize. "Tell me what you need. As long as it doesn't violate professional ethics or moral principles, I'll help you." Zhou Yao considered for a moment before replying. Lin Feng felt a bit embarrassed, but still asked, "Would it be possible for you to help me get some pure cow's milk or pure goat's milk? You know, the kind freshly milked from cows or goats, pasteurized, and completely natural." "Huh?" Zhou Yao was utterly baffled by the request. Pure cow's milk or pure goat's milk? At that moment, the look in her eyes as she gazed at Lin Feng was decidedly peculiar. Could it be he has a particular dietary preference? Noticing Zhou Yao's suspicious gaze, Lin Feng explained, "Please don't mention this to anyone, counselor. As for the reason, I'm afraid I can't discuss it with you." After all, he couldn't possibly reveal that he was on a mission. He had no choice but to conceal it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yao immediately cut off her own thoughts. "All right. No problem. I'll handle it right away. I won't disturb your rest any longer. You just finished brewing the potion. Get some proper rest." After Zhou Yao left, Lin Feng lay down on the bed and soon drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, along the straight coastline, everyone was tense. After distributing all 500,000 low-grade energy replenishment pills, many chose not to use theirs. After all, these low-grade pills were potent enough to lift the tops of their skulls how precious they were. They could restore one to peak condition within seconds. For warriors of lower ranks, these were nothing short of life-saving. Roar! But at that very moment, a thunderous roar shook the heavens. A sea beast over 100 meters long slowly surfaced from the ocean depths. Its eyes were blood red, its back covered in backward-pointing spines, and a sharp horn protruded from its snout. This horn carried a sharp edge, but its most dangerous trait was the paralyzing toxin it carried. Even adventurers several levels above it dared not provoke it lightly. A starfall beast, one that hasn't appeared in many years. And it's a level 65. Data analyzed by the National Special Network Unit formed by information capturers quickly spread throughout the unit. Numerous online spectators also caught sight of the starfall beast's information. Damn it! The starfall beast is advancing. It's going to breach the city walls. A level 65 starfall beast? Regular troops won't stand a chance. They're done for. Who knew China's luck would be this bad attracting a level 65 super starfall beast? This is hilarious. Amidst the buzz of discussion, the starfall beast approached the shore, trailing numerous sea beasts ranging from levels 10 to 30. We're done for. How can we possibly stop such a powerful starfall beast? Warriors and archers along the coast frantically fired back. One after another, super-tech laser weapons forged by master craftsmen fired, drawing dazzling beams across the sky. But in the next instant, the starfall beast unleashed a blast of yuan energy, instantly obliterating all the technological equipment. All the lower-level warriors were filled with terror. Inside the Kyoto military base, the commanders gathered together, closely monitoring the coastal situation. Their tension escalated sharply when the starfall beast's form materialized before them. After all, a level 65 starfall beast could easily shatter city walls with its poisonous horns. The earlier energy shockwave had rendered most technological weapons useless. How did the starfall beast manage to appear in the Pacific region ahead of schedule and head straight for China? Indeed. It seems the deep-sea ruins have encountered trouble. I suspect the Eagle Nation is behind this. After the commanders discussed, Zhou Zhanghua frowned deeply. It's those bastards led by the Eagle Nation again. Especially that alliance they formed, that so-called Divine Workers Union. They're targeting China at every turn. This is outrageous. A roar of fury echoed through the conference room. Zhou Zhanghua exhaled softly. There are only two options now. First, activate the contingency plan and mobilize level 70 transcended warriors to eliminate the starfall beast. Second, detonate the nuclear bomb, hoping to obliterate it completely on the spot and halt its advance. After these two plans were proposed, the commanders all fell into deep thought. The contingency force plan was something China would only activate to address issues beyond the nation's capacity to resolve. Once fully exposed, China would have no cards left to play against hostile powers led by the Eagle Nation. As for the nuclear bomb, its detonation would cause massive contamination. At that point, China's coastline would become utterly uninhabitable. This was China's face to the world, its external image. Such a step could never be taken unless absolutely necessary. Amidst this agonizing dilemma, Commander Tang, seated at his post, recognized a familiar figure appearing on the live feed. That's... Zhou Zhanghua also noticed the familiar figure. Zhang Zhan. That's right. How did he end up on the front lines? Brother Zhou, wasn't he assigned by you to guard Lin Feng? Zhou Zhanghua, witnessing this scene, looked equally puzzled. However, a thought seemed to cross his mind. Could it be that his target was this Starfall beast? Chapter 21, Milk Drinking Mission Complete, New Skill, Divine Power Burst. The Huaxia coastline. Numerous lower-level transfigures stared at the colossal beast before them, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The overwhelming sense of pressure made it difficult for them to even lift their heads. Wu Lei, standing atop the city walls, frowned deeply. Before the beast height had even arrived, a level 65 Starfall beast, tough-skinned, thick-fleshed, and extremely troublesome had appeared. Even if the defense forces fought with all their might, they likely wouldn't be able to stop its advance. Roar! The fortifications, already cast in place, were torn open by its horn, splitting a gaping hole. This news broadcast globally drew mockery from numerous foreign adventurers. At worst, we'll just request the nation to launch a few more nukes and blow the bastard to hell. Watching the Starfall beast advance relentlessly, impervious to all attacks, Wu Lei couldn't help but curse in rage. Just as despair gripped everyone, a military transport plane streaked toward them. The next second, a figure leaped from the transport, slamming into the Starfall beast like a missile. Zhang Zhan immediately grabbed his binoculars to observe. The figure was minuscule, yet the explosive force was intensely concentrated. At that moment, he resembled a nuclear bomb poised to detonate. A familiar level indicator gradually appeared above his head. Level 70. Holy! Some in the crowd had already noticed, and a wave of shock swept through them. On the live streaming platform, transferees from countless nations witnessed a level 70 powerhouse leap from a military transport plane and single-handedly take on a Starfall beast. Holy crap! Is this a high-level Chinese transferee making their move? How come I've never seen this before? He looks so young. Could it be that shadow assassin Zhang Zhan? It is General Zhang Zhan. Who knew General Zhang Zhan had already reached level 70? China has gained yet another level 70 powerhouse, and such a young one at that. Wu Lei, standing atop the city wall, recognized the man's face. They had both graduated from the Talent Academy, but Zhang Zhan was a prodigy of extraordinary talent Wu Lei knew he couldn't compare. Ah! It's General Zhang Zhan, China's premier shadow assassin and its youngest 5-star general. Within the military base, all the commanders took notice. Boom! A torrent of blood energy erupted from his body. Stacked damage, activate. Stacked damage reduces all incoming damage by 50%, lasting no longer than 10 minutes. Passive counterattack, activate. Passive counterattack, all damage inflicted upon the transferee is passively reflected back to the attacker, dealing 30% counter damage. Shadow clones. Shadow clone, after fully transforming into a phantom, 3 shadow assassin clones can be summoned. Each possesses combat power equal to the transferee's and simultaneously attacks the opponent. Shadow arm blades. Activate. Shadow arm blades, premium grade weapons concealed within the arms. Once activated, they stack a 10% damage boost, enabling one-hit kills. One by one, the class combat skills were activated. Zhang Zhan now resembled a super-powered nuclear bomb, once again breaking the sound barrier as he slammed toward the Starfall beast. The entire wave was lifted hundreds of meters by the intense combat fluctuations. Warriors standing along the coastline stared blankly as the level 70 shadow assassin battled the level 65 Starfall beast. Yet within the military base in the capital, Zhou Zhenghua's brow furrowed deeply. He knew that even ordinary level 70 warriors wouldn't dare provoke this level 65 Starfall beast. Its thick hide and tough flesh were formidable, but the real threat lay in the venom of its sharp horns. A single touch could easily damage one's health bar. Boom! Suddenly, the onslaught receded. Zhang Zhan, his killing intent sky high, gasped for breath. After being pierced by the Starfall beast's horn, the poison began to spread. Seems General Zhang Zhan couldn't finish off that level 65 Starfall beast in one strike. Damn it! Hey, Meteor Beast, hurry up and finish this guy off. Pray that General Zhang defeats the Starfall beast. Behind it lies the walls of Huaxia. If those walls fall, it will be a catastrophe. Viewers on the livestream platform and troops witnessing the battle murmured in discussion. Suddenly, Zhang Zhan pulled out the potion Lin Feng had given him and downed it all at once. A surge of potent potion erupted, forcing the toxins out of his body. Above his head, a vivid apparition materialized, the spirit of the fierce beast of grass and trees, now countless times larger than before. Time to test that level 70 class skill, Death Assassination. The energy within his body rapidly absorbed into the blood-stained blade in his hand. A black phantom pierced the sky, coalescing into a dagger that plummeted from above. Where the dagger landed, the entire Huaxia coastline was left shrouded in black shadows. Countless class changers drew sharp breaths, staring at the newly manifested skill. Is this the new skill unlocked by General Zhang Zhan? Wu Lei, a dragon tamer, watched intently. The starfall beast let out a frenzied roar, terror flashing in its eyes as it turned to flee. With a sharp thud, the dagger pierced straight through the starfall beast. It worked! Zhang Zhan, looking somewhat weakened, picked up the dagger and tore off the broken horn. He then returned to the military airport within the city walls, where an armed transport aircraft carried the creature directly to Jinshan Vocational College. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, resting on his bed, slowly opened his eyes. His phone was already ringing insistently. He had specifically subscribed to news updates along the Huaxia coastline, so any developments would trigger an alert. When he opened his phone and saw the headline about level 70 Blood Warrior General Zhang Zhan defeating a level 65 Starfall Beast, Lin Feng froze in shock. Shock rippled through him, and he exhaled the breath he'd been holding. Was this the explosive combat power of a level 70 Shadow Assassin Master? Too powerful. Combat power rivaling a nuclear bomb. Especially that final skill, if it hit any class transition player below level 70, they'd likely be dead. Lin Feng also noticed that Zhang Zhan had used the potions he had crafted during the battle. He hadn't expected Zhang Zhan to use them all at once. That's 7 times the potency. But this clearly shows how energy draining it is to activate level 70 skills in combat. I'll make some more potions for General Zhan later. The ingredients for the destruction potion are all ready. The only thing missing now is a way to increase the blue bar. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. As soon as Lin Feng opened the door, he saw Zhou Yao holding 2 milk bottles. Lin Feng, here's the milk you requested. Likewise, I prepared some goat's milk for you, both freshly milked. Lin Feng accepted the bottles and replied simply, thanks. Zhou Yao nodded. If there's nothing else I can help with, I'll head back now? Lin Feng nodded in return. Alright, thank you for your help, counselor. After the counselor left, Lin Feng opened a can. This can held at least 500 milliliters. 1000 milliliters will do the trick. What are you waiting for? Let's drink. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng tentatively sipped a mouthful. A rich, milky aroma flooded his nostrils, though the taste carried a faint hint of saltiness. Ding! Congratulations, host, on consuming 50 milliliters of breast milk. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Feng was overjoyed. It works! It really works! He grabbed the glass bottle and began gulping it down. Ding! Congratulations, host, for consuming 100 milliliters of breast milk. After finishing the first bottle, Lin Feng let out a satisfied burp. Immediately after, he opened the second bottle. Ding! Congratulations, host, for consuming 600 milliliters of breast milk. After finishing the second bottle, the system chimed again. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have earned 1 skill lottery chance. Wiping the milk residue from the corner of his mouth, Lin Feng said without hesitation, begin. The machine, its mind filled with countless medicinal formulas, began to process. Stop. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the professional skill entry, Divine Power Burst. Divine Power Burst, host's mana bar thickness can increase 100-fold within 10 minutes. Note, no side effects, but each use locks the skill for 7 days. Wait. Upon seeing the displayed information, Lin Feng nearly collapsed. Talk about getting exactly what you asked for. 100-fold surge in just 10 minutes. Given the current thickness of his mana bar, wouldn't that put him on par with alchemists above level 50? If he stacked the Ring of Distraction while crafting potions, wouldn't that allow the number of potions he could craft to skyrocket even further? Producing over 50 times more low-tier potions in 10 minutes, isn't that a bit much? After a moment of elation, Lin Feng quickly gathered his things, burst through the door, and dashed straight to the alchemy lab. Chapter 22, What kind of terrifying potion is this kid brewing? Halfway there, he received a message from Zhang Zhan. All the ingredients are ready. With the boost from his Divine Power Burst skill, his current mana bar should be thick enough to handle the creation of the destruction potion. No time to waste, let's get started right away. As soon as he reached the door, Lin Feng saw the straight figure waiting there. Zhang Zhan's face bore several fresh scars, and an undeniable weariness radiated from his entire body. Here. This is the energy potion I prepared for you. Lin Feng slowly pulled out another handful of replenishment potions from his pocket and handed them over. Zhang Zhan paused briefly before taking some and pouring them into his mouth. Boom! A surge of energy erupted within him. His expression changed dramatically. Lin Feng smiled and said, how about it? This is a potion with 9 times the potency. Zhang Zhan gave a bitter laugh. 9 times? That's just too insane. Why does the potency multiplier keep increasing with each new potion? Drinking it felt amazing. I can feel my energy almost fully restored. Thanks. Watching him finish, Lin Feng got to work. First, he directly extracted a small portion of the medicinal ingredients. After all, with such a powerful weapon, he had to create a small test sample first. If the test results were favorable, mass production could commence immediately. Lin Feng, I trust your pharmaceutical skills, but if this destructive agent with offensive capabilities were to detonate, wouldn't it level the entire school? Zhang Zhan blurted out the thought. Lin Feng smiled and replied slowly, General Zhang, rest assured. Don't forget my talent, it boasts a 100% success rate. The agents I create only succeed, they never fail. Hearing Lin Feng's unwavering assurance, Zhang Zhan, who had been somewhat worried, finally nodded in agreement. Once Lin Feng entered the alchemy chamber, he stood outside the glass window, watching with his own eyes as Lin Feng began the potion's preparation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng gathered all the herbs and began the process. According to the formula, this concoction would ultimately become a potion solution. These herbs were all of relatively high grade. Some of the ingredients were likely ones most alchemists would never encounter in their entire careers. With his SSS plus grade divine spirit of medicine talent activated, he began an intense series of operations. After all, this was merely a trial batch. Lin Feng did not wish to activate his divine power burst class skill just yet. Once activated, this skill required a full week to recharge before reuse. Moreover, he only needed to produce a single vial of potion, so the split spirit ring didn't need to be activated. He wanted to test whether he could sustain the brewing process solely by relying on the thickness of his blue bar. If it proved insufficient, he had already prepared over 1,000 potions to replenish his spiritual energy. With a series of movements, the herbs before Lin Feng melted together. In the blink of an eye, a gray liquid emerged. A potent fragrance swiftly wafted out. The moment he caught the scent, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming urge he couldn't resist. In an instant, the blue bar began plummeting at breakneck speed, emptying completely in the blink of an eye. Holy? He immediately downed an energy potion, instantly restoring his health to full. Whoa! That's terrifying. Just now, I actually felt an urge to drink the potion. Lin Feng, who had been brimming with energy moments ago, now looked visibly drained as his blue bar plummeted. Already running low on blue bar? We've barely started. Sensing something was off, Lin Feng took a deep breath and pulled out the pre-prepared potion. Gulp! After downing the entire vial, his blue bar instantly returned to its peak level. He continued refining. But within half a minute, the blue bar depleted again. The cycle of replenishing and depleting repeated. This scene caught Zhang Zhan's attention, and his expression grew tense. This was the first time he'd witnessed an alchemist replenish their blue bar in such a manner. One could only imagine the devastating potency of the potion being crafted at such a cost to the alchemist's stamina. As time ticked by, a rich fragrance slowly wafted out from the alchemy chamber. He had observed this grayish-black potion for a long time, feeling an inner aversion to it. Yet the intoxicating scent began to work its magic, even causing Lin Feng to experience hallucinations. The more he looked at it, the more he believed it to be a divine elixir of supreme potency. By now, the entire campus was enveloped in the scent of the potion. Countless students and teachers were captivated by the scent, their gaze wandering as they searched for its source. Zhou Yao, working in her office, caught the scent of the medicinal fragrance drifting through the air. Her vision blurred, and she felt an overwhelming, uncontrollable desire. She quickly rose, splashed cold water on her face, and fell deep in thought. This medicinal scent feels off. Could it be Lin Feng brewing some powerful tonic? She stepped out of the counselor's office and headed straight for the pharmacy building. Lin, who had just finished teaching his class, also caught the scent of herbs. He muttered to himself, what's that kid up to now? His gaze shifted, and after leaving the classroom, he too hurried toward the alchemy building. Shui Hong, who was resting in the principal's office, did the same. Within minutes, all three figures appeared outside the alchemy lab. But when they saw Zhang Zhan, whose face still bore the scars of injury, they couldn't help but stop in their tracks. They had all witnessed the battle on the front lines firsthand. The thought of Zhang Zhan single-handedly slaying a level 65 Starfall beast on the Huaxia front lines filled them with both concern and excitement. But they never imagined Zhang Zhan had already broken through to level 70. And that he had slain the Starfall beast in one fell swoop. Now he appeared before them as if nothing had happened. Zhang Zhan, standing at the doorway, addressed them directly. Lin Feng is inside crafting a new potion. You'd be wise to keep your distance. The three were puzzled. Could such a fragrant potion really be that dangerous? It wasn't poison, after all. They didn't argue with the warning. Instead of approaching, they peered inside through the glass window. But when Lin saw the potion Lin Feng was brewing, along with the unused medicinal ingredients scattered about, his heart began to race. Level 40 armor beast essence blood? Level 51 sunflower spirit grass? Wait, isn't that the broken horn from the Starfall beast you killed, General Zhang? What's it doing here? The more he looked, the more his heart pounded. Li Yan's breathing grew ragged. Could it be that his mission to the front lines to slay the Starfall beast was solely for its broken horn? Unbelievable. Li Yan fixed his gaze on the potion Lin Feng was crafting, a deep sense of apprehension rising within him. He possessed an S-rank alchemist talent called Insightful Heart. His comprehension of potions was 2 to 3 times faster than that of ordinary alchemists. Therefore, his perception was exceptionally keen. Through the glass window, he could clearly sense the potion's condition. But when he analyzed his perceptions in detail, his expression changed dramatically. For he detected an immense weapon energy coalescing within one comparable to a supernuclear bomb. The energy was expanding at a visible rate. If it continued expanding, it would likely generate enough energy to destroy the entire school within a minute. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, "General Zhang, may I inquire what exactly student Lin is creating?" "I sense an immense energy, one that feels comparable to a super premium grade, no, a revered grade potion. This." At this remark, Zhou Yao, an elemental mage, also turned her gaze inward. Her perception was exceptionally keen. Especially within the range of light, she could tap into her professional talent. S-rank elemental perception. Unfortunately, he could only sense that the light itself was also affected by the potion Lin Feng had concocted. This was truly terrifying. She was deeply shaken inside. As a high-level transferee, Blood Red could also sense energy fluctuations. Their expressions turned grim, utterly terrified. Zhang Zhan sighed helplessly, then slowly explained, "Lin Feng is currently refining a new type of offensive potion with extraordinary destructive power. As for the specifics, I'm afraid I can't disclose them at this time." Upon hearing this, all three drew sharp breaths. Such a potent destructive potion? Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy rippled out from the alchemy chamber. Chapter 23, Success. The 8x Potency Destruction Potion Prototype. Inside the laboratory. By now, Lin Feng had consumed over 200 vials of low-grade energy replenishment potions. With the emergence of this devastating power, the depletion of his blue health bar instantly halted. He gazed at the bubbling destruction potion before him, carefully transferring it into a specially prepared vial. These vials were specially procured by Lin Feng through Zhang Zhan. They had undergone unique processing and forging. Their primary purpose was to store corrosive potions. Yet upon completion, Lin Feng could distinctly sense the destructive potion's devastation extended far beyond mere corrosion. Within it lay super-destructive energy akin to a nuclear bomb. If subjected to extreme impact, it would fracture internally, triggering the annihilation energy. Phew! Finally finished refining it. Now I just need to test its explosive effect. Lin Feng slowly placed the vial back into the reagent case. Before taking it out, he activated the system once more to scan the potion. Product name, Death's Destroyer. Grade? Spirituality, triggers violent celestial anomalies. Effect, its potency is its destructive force. Upon severe impact, this agent converts all its potency into destructive energy. Upon release, it transforms the destroyed lifeforms into feedback potency, with an explosion capable of covering 300 kilometers and an 8x potency multiplier. Unknown grade? Lin Feng had previously suspected as much. He never imagined his theory would be validated. Perhaps due to his SSS plus level amplification talent, the system identified that the potency generated by this super potent agent might be limitless. Once activated, it unleashes immense explosive force. Its destructive and lethal power could easily rival that of a nuclear bomb. Yet the violent celestial phenomena it unleashed left Lin Feng baffled. Who knew if it would create a massive mushroom cloud like a nuclear explosion? Or perhaps it would project the essence of the medicinal herbs, transforming them into celestial phenomena? But none of that mattered. The crucial point was the eightfold potency. Upon realizing this, Lin Feng fell silent for a moment. It was hard to imagine how absurd the scene would be if 8 nuclear bombs detonated simultaneously. The entire coastline would be obliterated. As soon as he stepped outside, the 4 people standing at the doorway all turned to look at him with disbelieving expressions. Li Yinian, who was particularly sensitive to potions, stared at the box in Lin Feng's hands with excitement. Zhang Zhan, with his higher rank and strength, had already sensed it. Despite the box being specially treated to suppress the scent, the potent aroma of the potion still wafted out. Dean Li, Counselor, Principal, you're all here. The 3 returned his smile upon seeing Lin Feng. General Zhang, I've fulfilled my mission, the production is complete. Please take it to the front lines for testing. My suggestion is to mount it on a missile or bomb warhead and deploy it to test areas within a 300-kilometer radius where only sea beasts exist. Though this vial of destruction agent in my hand may seem small, its explosion could obliterate over 100 mountains. The critical factor is the scale of destruction. I cannot yet gauge its full extent. Zhang Zhan heard this and suppressed his inner urge, nodding immediately. The other 3 were left speechless, utterly stunned by what they'd heard. By the way, General Zhang, we can report this to the commanders. It'll give them another method to deal with the beast tide. After speaking, Lin Feng picked up another bottle of energy replenishment potion and drank it down. Crafting these experimental potions had nearly exhausted him to the point of collapse. Entrusting such a monumental undertaking to any other super elite alchemist without his SSS plus talent would have given them less than 1 in a billion chance of success. Zhang Zhan nodded and immediately replied, "This test is rather daunting. I'll first seek approval from the commander to avoid disrupting their overall deployment and frontline operations. Lin Feng, you should get some rest." After Zhang Zhan left, the remaining 3 were still in the dark. What super serum? On par with a nuclear bomb? Test? What the hell was going on? Still, they seem to have formed some guesses. The serum Lin Feng created is highly likely to be an unparalleled super-destructive serum. Dean Li, Counselor, Principal Xiahong, I know you've all signed confidentiality agreements. What I did today with the potion, not a single word can be leaked. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Upon hearing this, all three immediately nodded in agreement. Lin Feng trusted these three individuals they wouldn't betray him. But even if the hostile forces of the Divine Workers Union, led by the Eagle Nation, found out, what could they do? Now we just wait for feedback on the Destruction Death God Potion trial. The beast tide is approaching, we must hurry to begin crafting a larger batch of the Destruction Potion. After Lin Feng departed, the three also left. Yet, as Zhou Yao watched Lin Feng's retreating figure, her gaze slowly drifted into a daze. Because when Lin Feng had passed by her earlier, there had been a distinct milky scent. That scent could only come from pure cow's milk or pure goat's milk. Could he have been drinking it? Shaking her head to dismiss the curious thought, she regained her composure and returned to her workstation. Meanwhile, in a villa district not far from Jinshan University, Luo Chen sat on the sofa, scanning a tablet. The news concerned the sudden appearance of Zhang Zhan, a level 75-star admiral of Huaxia, along the Huaxia coastline, who had slain a level 65 starfall beast. However, what captured his attention more was, following the meteor beast's demise, more sea beasts emerged from the ocean depths. Thousands upon thousands were converging toward the coastline. China now faced an unprecedented crisis. Young Master, the Divine Workers Guild of Eagle Nation just sent word. They're searching for the super alchemist who crafted the Divine Restoration Potion in Huaxia, determined to use every means to recruit that talent. Through our covert channels within China and monitoring high-level movements, we can vaguely infer this matter may be connected to Jinshan Vocational University. Suddenly, the elderly man with a goatee standing beside him offered a detailed analysis. Oh? Uncle Chen, why do you say that? Luo Chen set down his tablet, slowly picked up the wine glass beside him, swirled it, and took a sip. Chen Zhao's expression turned serious. Young Master Luo Chen, have you noticed that recently, the pharmaceutical building at Jinshan Vocational University has been sealed off? Military vehicles escorted sealed supplies into the building, and General Zhang Zhan, the 5-star general who was always by the side of China's leader Zhou Zhenghua, suddenly vanished from the capital and reappeared at Jinshan Vocational University. And the strange celestial phenomena occurring within the pharmaceutical building these past days. And that inexplicable scent of pharmaceuticals just now, once so potent it made us all struggle to suppress our impulses. Young Master Luo Chen, do you think this is just a coincidence? It's highly likely that the pharmaceutical specialist sought by the Divine Workers Guild, led by the Eagle Nation, is right here at Jinshan Vocational University. Hearing this, Luo Chen stopped swirling his wine glass and gazed out the window. If we connect all these dots, perhaps my hunch is correct. A super alchemist has emerged within Jinshan Vocational University. A 5-star admiral came searching, dorms were evacuated, 3 roommates were locked up, and he moved into the alchemy building. Lin Feng, could you possibly be this so-called super alchemist? A worthless nobody who hasn't even awakened his professional talent, how could he possibly be a super pharmacist? Just as he was lost in thought, Zhu Jiao walked in, knocking on the door, dressed in a sexy short skirt. Young Master Luo, you summoned me? Luo Chen's previously icy expression instantly softened. Xiao Jiao, come here. I have a task to assign you. At his gesture, Chen Zhao bowed and closed the door behind her. Only the two of them remained in the room. I wonder what Master Luo has instructed Xiao Jiao to do. Just then, Luo Chen grinned wickedly. Earlier, someone was giving you face. Have you forgotten our agreement? Kneel, and I'll tell you, little. Chapter 24, reported to the state, commanders unanimously approve testing. Zhu Jiao knelt on one knee, her pale thigh exposed, slowly moving to stand before Luo Chen. Master, just tell Xiao Jiao what you need. Seems I've trained you well. Remember to always do it this way. How did you fare with the task I assigned you last time? Zhu Jiao hesitated for a moment before speaking with a hint of embarrassment. Master, I didn't complete it. But I promise I'll complete it next time. Luo Chen snorted coldly, his voice dripping with lechery. Failure to complete a task comes with consequences, you know. Do you still want wealth and honor? Shouldn't you know what to do on your own? Zhu Jiao lifted her trembling eyes slightly and replied softly, I know, Master. I will serve you well, Master. Then, she slowly crawled forward until she was positioned before Luo Chen. After a brief pause, Luo Chen's gaze turned icy. Your task now is to get as close to Lin Feng as possible and make her utterly obsessed with you. Find the right moment to invite him out. Zhu Jiao was inwardly shocked, but she suppressed her disgust and astonishment, gritting her teeth and nodding. Yes, Master. Meanwhile, at the military base in the capital, senior officers watched the video feed projected onto the screen with mounting frustration. The coastline of China was facing unprecedented pressure. Especially in the footage, where thousands of sea beasts were surfacing. Most of the sea beasts were ranked between levels 1 and 20. A small portion were levels 20 to 40. even though the majority of the approaching sea beasts were of lower levels. Yet their sheer numbers proved overwhelming, rendering the 100,000-strong garrison defending the coastline powerless to resist. After enduring the assault of a level 65 starfall beast, the city walls which had previously seemed reasonably fortified now appeared alarmingly fragile. Commanders, based on intelligence from the front lines and reconnaissance units. Nearly 10,000 sea beasts are already gathering beneath the sea, converging toward the Huasha coastline. It is feared they will complete their assembly and commence their assault within 3 days. Based on assessments, this beast tide could reach level 3. Level 3? As the rating was announced, the commanders all drew deep breaths. Level 3. No nation in the world could withstand the direct assault of 10,000 sea beasts. Moreover, these beasts were massive, each as large as a small mountain, with thick, tough hides. Though humans had gained immense physical strength through class advancement, these beasts had existed far longer than humanity's own evolution. Leveraging their innate physical superiority and combat advantages, they relentlessly squeezed humanity's living space. But how could China possibly withstand the onslaught of 10,000 sea beasts? Even the 100,000 troops massed along the coastline. Without overwhelming firepower or devastating force to support them, these soldiers might not survive the beast tide's onslaught. Brother Zhou, if all else fails, activate the nuclear warheads and execute the contingency plan. Tang Chang stood up, sighed softly, and gazed out the window. Similarly, Zhou Zhenghua sighed softly, lit another cigarette, and took a deep drag. I believe heaven won't abandon our nation. There must still be a solution. The other commanders couldn't help but light cigarettes and began puffing furiously. Suddenly, a door burst open. A figure clad in military uniform, with 5 stars on his shoulders, strode in. No. Comrades, there is still a solution. Zhou Zhenghua looked up at the scarred man standing tall and straight. Xiao Zhang, you're back? Zhang Zhan nodded and immediately stated, Comrades, I bring you good news. This news could save the nation and avert the crisis along China's coastline. The room fell silent at his words. Zhou Zhenghua immediately stood up and urgently asked, Zhang, please sit down and explain. Zhang Zhan shook his head. Commander Zhou, time is of the essence. I must first outline this crisis resolution plan to you. I also need your assistance. After hearing this, Zhou Zhenghua composed himself and said, Go ahead. Zhang Zhan cut straight to the point. A few days ago, Lin Feng's profession level advanced again, unlocking a super profession formula. This super profession formula has an alias, Death's Destroyer. It's a super destructive formula unlike anything the world has ever seen. At this point, the room fell into an even deeper silence. The senior officers, who had been smoking in deep in thought, all stopped their movements. Wait. An annihilation formula? A formula for annihilation? Meaning, they've unlocked a formula with annihilating power? Zhang Zhan suppressed his urgency and continued, this formula possesses overwhelming destructive power. If the combined potency is sufficient, the explosive damage and range could rival a nuclear bomb, even surpass it by countless times. Rival nuclear bombs? As long as the potency is sufficient, it can surpass a nuclear bomb. If the potency is sufficient, doesn't that mean it could be countless times more powerful? Zhou Zhenghua was utterly stunned. The other commanders, only when their cigarettes burned their fingers, snapped back to reality. General Zhang, is what you're saying true? Tang Chang asked first. Zhang Zhan glanced at his watch, then nodded firmly. There's no time to waste. Lin Feng has already placed the test samples of the agent in my hands. Per Lin Feng's instructions, and to address unforeseen risks on the front lines, the agent must undergo sufficient impact to fully integrate, thereby achieving the desired destructive effect. Therefore, this experiment must be conducted by loading it onto a missile warhead or bomb head for launch. It must be delivered to the front lines for a covert test. Time is of the essence. Upon successful testing, Lin Feng will increase the herbal ingredient allocation based on frontline demands and initiate rapid production of the destructive agent. Zhang Zhan spoke each word with crystal clarity. But to the ears of those listening, each word struck like a bolt from the blue. Moments later, Zhou Zhenghua was the first to react, slamming his hand on the table and declaring, I agree. Tang Chang promptly raised his hand to vote, I agree too. The other commanders swiftly voiced their approval. With unanimous approval secured, Zhang Zhan immediately set off for the front lines. Shortly thereafter, a sealed missile warhead was also secretly transported to the front lines. What? What did you say? You mean the missile warhead isn't loaded with explosives, but with chemicals? Or is this the commander's decision? This can't be serious. How could a mere chemical agent match the explosive power of conventional warheads? What chemical could possibly unleash explosive power comparable to a missile? A middle-aged man in blue overalls and a helmet looked utterly incredulous. His name was Xiao Lin, a level 62 super forger and one of China's few top-tier craftsmen. Most of the blueprints for China's current new nuclear bombs and missiles were unlocked through his level-up achievements. He had poured his heart into combating the multiple beast waves that had threatened China in the past. He had resolved numerous threats posed by beast waves for the nation and indeed, for the entire world. But now, nuclear power couldn't unleash enough destructive force to annihilate a level 3 beast tide. This has left him racking his brain. Yet now, he's received an order from higher-ups to assist in loading a test agent into a missile warhead. Are they out of their minds? This is madness. Have the commanders lost their heads over the beast tide crisis? Chapter 25, Global Shock. This is just a test agent? Xiao Lin vented his anger from the sidelines. Master Xiao, this experiment is of utmost importance. You must ensure the serum is properly integrated with the missile warhead. The officer who received the order hurriedly reassured and reminded him. Though Xiao Lin remained deeply skeptical, he resolutely followed the commander's decision for the greater good. Understood. I trust the commanders. I trust the nation. I will complete the mission. As the military aircraft took off, the chemical agent and warhead were transported to the front lines. The atmosphere at the front lines was particularly oppressive. The air was thick with the lingering smoke of battle. The man preparing to receive the aircraft was none other than Wu Lei. The moment he saw Zhang Zhan step off the military aircraft, his entire body trembled uncontrollably. This was Zhang Zhan, the 5-star general who had defeated the level 65 Starfall beast. And then, when he saw the middle-aged man stepping out of another armed helicopter, he froze in place. Xiao Lin, China's top blacksmith, why is he here on the front lines too? Wasn't it just supposed to be for a test? Zhang Zhan spotted Xiao Lin and hurried over, extending his hand for a firm shake. Master Xiao, it's been ages. Zhang Zhan spoke first. Xiao Lin, visibly moved, replied, it really has been a long time. Wait, General Zhang's rank has actually risen? At this speed? He only observed for a moment before noticing something amiss. Zhang Zhan hummed in acknowledgement, nodding. Just luck. Enough talk. Let's get started. Xiao Lin nodded in agreement, instantly shifting into work mode. His demeanor shifted slightly as he suppressed his lingering doubts. All right. General Zhang, I must admit I have serious doubts about this experiment. Since it's the commander's decision, let's skip the talk and get straight to the requirements. He was straightforward. Though his tone was a bit sharp, as a soldier, Zhang Zhan preferred it that way. It's difficult for others. But for Master Xiao, who possesses innate talent for this profession, loading the agent into the missile is no problem. The reason they sought out Zhang Zhan was precisely because he understood all kinds of weapon systems. And he possessed a super talent called Forging Heart. It boosted his forging success rate and operational success rate by a full 50%. While Lin Feng's current SSS plus talent was unparalleled in history. But setting Lin Feng aside, this S-tier talent is already mind-blowingly exceptional on a global scale. He ranks among the world's top few forging masters. Xiao Lin frowned. They went to all this trouble to invite him just to install a potion? Oh? Could it be that General Zhang values my talent? If it's merely about filling a vial, that would indeed be making a mountain out of a molehill. Facing his confusion, Zhang Zhan opened the box directly and said, Master Xiao, no need for words. Please take a look. This potion possesses the same destructive power as a nuclear bomb. If it were an ordinary potion or bomb, we could easily replace it ourselves. WH? What? When Xiao Lin heard the words potion like a nuclear bomb, the look on his face was priceless. When did alchemists start dabbling in destructive weapons? Isn't that the smith's job? General Zhang, are you certain? Xiao Lin stared at the potion inside the case, still finding it hard to believe. Yet the fragrance wafting from the unopened bottle stirred an irresistible urge within him. Zhang Zhan noticed his hesitation and promptly cautioned, Master Xiao, there's a saying about roses with thorns. The fragrance hides a hidden danger. Zhang Zhan hesitated no longer and slowly opened the medicine box. The moment it opened, a single 100 milliliter glass vial came into view. An intense medicinal fragrance immediately flooded the air. But then something unusual happened. Seabirds, fluttering wildly in the sky due to the beast tide's fluctuations, seemed to detect an enticing scent and began diving toward the potion. The surrounding flora seemed drawn to it as well, desperately trying to absorb the potion's scent. The surrounding soldiers seemed to lose their senses, their bodies moving slowly. Halt! Zhang Zhan unleashed a surge of black killing intent, jolting them all back to their senses. Witnessing this scene, everyone was utterly dumbfounded. And this was merely the sealed potion. It was hard to even breathe. Holy! Wu Lei couldn't help but let out a profanity. Originally drawn by the scent of the medicine, he was jolted back to his senses in an instant. Xiao Lin's previously skeptical expression had vanished, replaced by deep, ragged breaths. This? What the hell kind of potion is this? General Zhang, I should handle this personally. But I don't have absolute certainty. For this kind of job, I still need to wear specialized gear and place it in a dedicated apparatus. After donning the heavy gear, he retrieved the serum from the box. Without even disconnecting the serum tube, he inserted it directly into the pre-prepared missile warhead. If the missile were launched, the intense impact would instantly disperse the chemical. Whoosh! Time ticked by, second by second. After over 20 minutes, Xiao Lin, having activated his talent, removed the device from his body. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he declared, "Done." At that moment, Xiao Lin's face was a study in expressions. He had never encountered a chemical agent like this before. Terrifying. Extremely loud, with diffusion speed reaching the absolute limit, danger level, 5 stars. General Wu, the deployment task is now yours. Wu Lei nodded. This time, let me pilot a fighter jet to launch this missile. After all, his mount, the fire dragon, was already hesitant to handle such a destructive agent. The fire dragon followed overhead, ready to rescue him immediately if anything went wrong. As the fighter jet ascended, Wu Lei piloted the missile carrying the destructive agent straight toward the beast's gathering point, the fire dragon soaring alongside. The moment the fighter jet took off, countless soldiers looked up at the sky. Why deploy a fighter jet now? This battle is beyond the scope of ordinary fighter jets. Yeah. Look at that missile hanging below it probably couldn't even take down a level 10 sea beast. In the sky, Eagle Nation reconnaissance aircraft were also approaching for observation. What the hell are those Chinese up to? Sending out fighter jets now? Are they planning to fight the sea beasts to the death? Ha! That's hilarious, they only brought one missile. If they provoke the sea beasts and trigger a beast tide prematurely, that'd be spectacular. No sooner had they spoken. The fighter jet roared as it launched its soul missile, hanging beneath its fuselage. The missile hurtled downward at a speed visible to the naked eye, heading straight for the gathering of nearly 100 ferocious beasts below. As the missile descended, a level 24 Mongolian sea beast didn't even bother to open its eyes. The next second, the missile drew near. The destructive agent inside shattered instantly, its components fusing and expanding like splitting factors. The glass tube shattered, releasing a potent chemical scent that spread across the sea. Some slumbering sea beasts opened their eyes, drool flowing from their mouths as they stared at the agent with mesmerized eyes. Even the warriors along the coastline struggled to suppress their inner cravings. That scent, it's too intoxicating. I can barely control myself. So good I can't control myself. Suddenly, a destructive energy erupted from within. Boom! The once blue ocean and sky turned grayish-black. Scorching, terrifying energies surged forth. 1 kilometer, 10 kilometers in diameter, 20 kilometers. As the potion rapidly expanded, everything within its reach was engulfed by a greenish-gray hue. The gathering sea beasts sensed the anomaly and tried to flee, but they were frozen in place, unable to move an inch. Roar! Roar! They let out wretched cries. Boom! A powerful energy erupted. 8x potency activation successful. The coverage area rapidly expanded to 300 kilometers. A colossal vortex appeared in the sky above the potion's reach. The roar of ferocious beasts echoed within the vortex. Holy crap! What kind of bomb is this? What kind of terrifying missile has China developed? This rivals a nuclear bomb. No, it's even more devastating. The Eagle Nation reconnaissance aircraft, freely navigating the skies, was struck directly by the destructive energy. The next second, the reconnaissance aircraft disintegrated. The soldiers, already recalled to the city walls, gazed into the distance as a powerful vortex took shape. Within it, there were no explosive ripples. Only a spreading grayish-black haze. As if the area it covered had been completely erased from Blue Star. Holy! What the hell did that plane drop? This is terrifying. Wu Lei, piloting the fighter jet, stared wide-eyed. He had thought that by rapidly climbing upward, he could avoid the interference. But the explosive power of the chemical agent far exceeded his expectations. Especially the sudden 8-fold increase in range and destructive energy, which had directly damaged his fighter jet. Little dragon! At his command, a massive fire dragon descended from the sky. The next instant, he leapt out of the cockpit and landed atop the dragon's head. Yet the relentlessly spreading destructive energy forced the dragon to tuck its tail and accelerate its escape. Zhang Zhan, witnessing this scene, was utterly bewildered. He could scarcely believe the explosive power unleashed by that tiny vial of liquid. His scalp prickled with a wave of lingering dread. He had carried this serum all the way to the capital, and even to the coast of China. If there had been the slightest mishap, then wouldn't that mean? Chapter 26, Professional level up to 9. Votes needed. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Nothing went wrong along the way. Zhang Zhan exhaled softly, unable to suppress his relief. Had the timed bomb he carried detonated within the capital, he might well have become a historical villain. At that moment, the video feed had already been relayed to the capital. The commanders froze in place like cement upon seeing it. Especially Zhou Zhanggui. After the initial shock, he burst into a loud, skyward laugh. Excellent. With this serum, what if a level 3 beast tide came? So what? Lin Feng. Lin Feng. The surprise you've given me is truly immense. Tang Chang and the other commanders nodded excitedly in agreement. Ever since discovering that Lin Feng possesses SSS plus alchemist talent, we haven't actually seen him in person yet? Shouldn't we old-timers personally fly over to meet him? Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhanggui immediately objected. With foreign hostile forces planting spies within our high command, any large-scale movement would draw attention. If Lin Feng's whereabouts were exposed, then it would be a case of losing more than we gain. Lin Feng will soon complete his studies at Jinshan Vocational University and enroll in the Talent Development Academy at Huaxia Kyoto University in the capital. Surely we'll have time to meet then? Upon hearing Zhou Jingguo's words, the group of old-timers nodded in agreement. As they were talking, a figure suddenly walked in. Commander, the intelligence department just issued a notice. A large number of ferocious beasts have reappeared within the shattered ruins deep in the Pacific Ocean. Among them are numerous level 40 sea beasts, numbering over 10,000. Excluding those eliminated during the recent trial run, nearly 20,000 sea beasts are converging on the Huaxia coastline. Estimates suggest the beast tide's intensity may surpass level 3. Sun Dai's voice trembled as she spoke. 20,000 sea beasts and all of them high-level ones. This was nothing short of a bolt from the blue. Instantly, the expressions of the commanders grew grim once more. 20,000, what did that even mean? A coastal defense force of roughly 100,000 troops would be utterly overwhelmed by such a simultaneous assault. Our only hope now rests on Lin Feng. May his destruction potion avert this crisis. At the coastline. After the destructive force unleashed by the destruction serum's explosion dissipated, everything within a 200-kilometer radius lay utterly shattered. Soldiers along the coastline stared blankly, gazing at the vast expanse of charred, blackened wasteland. Everything had been utterly obliterated by the corrosive and destructive energy. Yet the air now carried an even stronger scent of the potion than before. I feel my physical strength rapidly increasing? I feel it too. What kind of super weapon is this? Not only can it destroy sea beasts, but it also releases medicinal power? Shaolin stood frozen in place for a long moment, then drew in a breath. A surge of potent energy erupted within his body. The long dormant level of his cultivation broke through instantly. Shaolin's mouth fell open in astonishment. The rank I've strived so long to break through had happened in this instant? A display panel appeared above his head. It displayed level 63. Regaining his composure, he exclaimed with overwhelming excitement, "This is incredible! This potion! So the ordinary potion I doubted is actually more powerful than a nuclear bomb. And this is just the dosage of a single ordinary vial? If we increase the dosage, doesn't that mean we could obliterate the entire Pingyang region? And wouldn't our level increases be even greater?" The thought sent a chill down his spine. Yet, a long-suppressed restlessness began to surge within him. "General Zhang Zhan, though I don't know which super alchemist crafted this potion, I have a request. Upon reaching level 60, I unlocked the blueprint for a new device called the Eye of Heaven. This device can hover in mid-air, perform automatic scanning and identification, and possesses strong stealth capabilities, self-destruct functions, and more. The device has completed testing, but we haven't found suitable explosives yet. If we could replace all the explosives with this annihilation potion, I believe it could increase the destructive power and completely eliminate the beast tide." Zhang Zhan stared at the dense carpet of sea beast corpses across the ocean. After regaining his composure and hearing Shaolin's words, a bolt of lightning seemed to flash through his mind. "Excellent. I will discuss this with the chemist who developed the agent and report it to the state authorities. Thank you for your help this time." Shaolin nodded, though he couldn't suppress his curiosity. "May I ask, was this agent developed by Professor Zhu Gui of Huaxia Capital University?" Zhang Zhan heard this, gave a wry smile, and immediately shook his head. Shaolin furrowed his brow, scratched his head, and remained utterly perplexed. "This matter involves top-level state secrets authorized by national leadership. I must ask Master Xiao to refrain from further inquiry." Hearing Zhang Zhan's words, Shaolin exhaled and refrained from pressing further. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhan felt deeply unsettled. What if others found out that the creator of this super-destructive agent was just a junior college student? Then, wouldn't it cause an uproar? Wouldn't the entire world go absolutely nuts? Zhang Zhan turned his gaze toward the horizon. Although the serum test had gone smoothly, he sensed more auras approaching the coastline of China. Clearly, the destruction serum had enraged the sea beasts lurking beneath the waves. The beast tide was accelerating its approach. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The person on the other end was none other than Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng was lying in bed, watching the livestream on his tablet. Especially when he saw foreigners on the other side going wild with their comments, shouting holy, a wave of satisfaction washed over Lin Feng. However, he had clearly controlled the dosage of the chemical mixture. He hadn't anticipated the explosive force would obliterate everything within a full 300-kilometer radius. If he were to increase the chemical dosage further, stack it with his innate abilities, and achieve tenfold potency. Level 3, even level 4, or higher. Even a level 5 beast tide would be a piece of cake. Just then, his phone rang. "Hello? General Zhang. Alright, I'll start preparing the next batch of potions immediately." Upon receiving the news, Lin Feng stopped slacking off, dressed himself, and prepared to head to the alchemy lab. But before heading out, he wanted to see how many experience points this potion's consumption would yield. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 70-1600 EXP Novice unlocks second super formula at level 10. HP, 700-700. Mana bar 700. Speed 556. Strength 569. Defense 411. Mental power 850. Talent Spirit of the Medicine God SSS plus. Unseal formulas 1 Death Reaper Super Destruction Potion. Skills Split Spirit Ring Divine Power Burst. Experience points 5200. Holy crap! That explosion just dropped over 5000 EXP points? Lin Feng had watched the livestream and received feedback from General Zhang Zhan. At least 500 seed beasts were destroyed. But the seed beasts weren't very high level. Most were between levels 10 and 30. But such explosive power was beyond comparison even to a nuclear bomb. System, allocate all experience points toward leveling up. As Lin Feng issued the command. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your profession level has been upgraded to level 8. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your class level has increased to 9. A surge of energy coursed through his entire body. The mental space within his mind felt as though it had doubled in size. His original range of perception instantly expanded. Strength, speed, and defense all increased by nearly double. Whoa! That feels awesome. System, open the interface. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 904,500 EXP Novice unlocks second super formula at level 10. HP, 700. Mana bar, 700. Speed, 789. Strength, 765. Defense, 799. Mental power, 1029. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God SSS plus. Unseal formulas, 1 Death Reaper Ultimate Destruction Potion. Skills, Split Spirit Ring Divine Power Burst. Experience points, 400. My spiritual power has already reached 1029? The next level requires a whopping 4,500 EXP. A mere 4,500? Just one blast will get it. Looks like I'll need to blast more. Without further ado, Lin Feng straightened his clothes and headed straight for the alchemy lab. Chapter 27, Full-Scale Alchemy Triggers Celestial Anomalies. Zhou Yao, who had been waiting at the door, watched Lin Feng with anxious eyes. Through the live stream from the coastal front, she had a rough idea of the potions Lin Feng was crafting. But she never imagined this potion would transcend ordinary potions. To call it terrifying would be an understatement. It was truly unprecedented, with no equal before or after. By now, every transfigured individual worldwide likely knew that a missile comparable to a nuclear bomb had detonated in the Pacific region. What they didn't know was that the explosive inside was actually a potion. This terrifying serum was the creation of a junior college student from Jinshan Vocational University. Lin Feng. Upon seeing Zhou Yao, Lin Feng didn't waste a single word. He went straight to the point. Counselor, you're here just in time. If you're not afraid, please help me mix the chemicals. I need to begin the next phase of the formula. What followed? Though Zhou Yao didn't know what terrifying thing Lin Feng intended to do next. But she understood clearly now. Despite his conflict with his old father, at this moment of national crisis, the front lines of Huaxia truly needed such a powerful, devastating potion to deal with the beast tide. She must act without hesitation. Fear? A young woman would naturally feel fear. But how could she not help when the nation was in peril? Besides, the man before her was younger than herself, yet he exuded an indescribable sense of security. Perhaps this was the guarantee of a 100% success rate in creating the antidote. All right. Zhou Yao began working without hesitation, her movements showing no sign of unfamiliarity. Though professionals should handle professional tasks, Zhou Yao was in no way inferior to some professional pharmacists. This, however, was largely due to her innate gift exceptional perception. This ability accelerated her learning capacity. Thus, she quickly gained admission to Jinshan Vocational University as a counselor. After acquiring foundational knowledge in pharmacy, she began her work. Over the past 2 years, she was even honored as the most beautiful counselor, most dedicated counselor, and most insightful counselor. Huff. Talent activation. Ring of distraction. Activate. Divine power burst. Activate. Several halo-like light effects, resembling soul rings, unfolded around Lin Feng. Empowered by 1 innate talent and 2 class skills, Lin Feng increased his potion dosage. This time, based on the information Zhang Zhan had provided earlier. He knew that the sea beasts currently gathered along the coastline numbered at least 20,000. With more sea beasts continuing to gather, the numbers would likely surpass level 3. Then he would simply prepare enough for a level 4 dosage. The only unknown was how many times the potency of the concoction would surge this time. Judging by the current trend, it could very well reach tenfold potency. Tenfold potency. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a wry smile at the thought. It was indeed terrifying. As Lin Feng accelerated his brewing pace, the potion that had melted into liquid began to bubble. But this time, something unusual happened. A destructive force gradually spread, seemingly affecting the surrounding life. The potted plants in the laboratory instantly withered and dried up. The water in the basin was evaporated by an invisible force. Though Lin Feng remained completely unaffected where he stood, he gently probed with his mental senses. His eyes narrowed as he detected an indescribably terrifying energy stirring within. Though not yet fully activated, the intense shock and vibration it had endured meant its potential destructive force could now be several times greater than before. Outside the laboratory, Zhou Yao gasped for breath, her entire body pinned to the spot as if by a terrifying force. No matter how she struggled, it was futile. One final step, and it will be complete. This batch of potions will be sufficient to handle the beast tide. Even with all his skill talents activated, Lin Feng never ceased consuming energy-replenishing potions. Beneath his feet lay several hundred vials of potions. These were all the low-grade and mid-grade recovery potions he had prepared in advance. With his talents amplified, he could unleash a full ninefold potency. This potency rivaled that of high-grade or even top-tier potions. Yet under the relentless drain of the super destruction potion, Lin Feng felt utterly strained. Hang on, it's almost done. Just as Lin Feng initiated the final step, a destructive aura slowly began to seep out. A dark cloud appeared over the sky of Jinshan Vocational University. The cloud was a dense, thick, grayish-black mass. Boom! A phantom beast slowly emerged from the clouds, its form gradually taking shape. A single horn adorned its massive form, stretching a full kilometer in length, its entire body covered in barbed spikes and jagged edges. Lightning flashed spontaneously, driven by its thunderous roar, as if a thunder beast had descended. Thick bolts of lightning flashed across hundreds of miles, as if the world were ending. Look! Is that a phantom beast in the sky? Wait, isn't that the starfall beast General Zhang Zhan slew on the front lines? How did it end up above us? Could this be the end of the world? Mommy! I want to go home. Screams of terror and fear quickly spread throughout Jinshan Vocational College. The military personnel stationed specifically beside Jinshan Vocational University also noticed the anomaly in the sky. Could it be trouble at the potion building? We need to get there fast. But just as they were about to move, a dark shadow swiftly appeared behind them, hands landing on their shoulders. No need. It's all routine. Hearing the voice, they halted abruptly, stunned. General Zhang Zhan. Yes. Stay at your posts. I'll go investigate. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Zhan vanished from his spot and materialized beneath the alchemy tower. Looking up at the sky, the overwhelming aura made him tremble slightly, feeling uneasy all over. It seemed that the potion Lin Feng had concocted this time would be truly earth-shattering in its power. Such terrifying phenomena clearly demonstrated the destructive potency of the elixir. But at that very moment, another ferocious beast emerged from behind the starfall beast. A level 71 thunder frog? Its massive form descended from the sky, its entire body crackling with lightning that drew forth even greater energies from the heavens and earth. The thunderstorms within a 100-mile radius instantly expanded to 200 miles. General Zhang Zhan had no time to react. Another beastly specter erupted, its colossal form bearing overwhelming pressure as it descended. Lower-level trance figures trembled in terror, some even sealed in place. Are the beasts descending? This? No. There's more. Zhang Zhan, who had thought it was over, suddenly sensed several more bursts of stirred cosmic energy. The next second, phantom forms of plants began to manifest. A super willow tree emerged, its slender branches drifting with falling leaves, trailing a 1,000-meter vine behind it, alongside towering ancient divine trees. These were all medicinal herbs. Their spiritual essence had stirred the power of heaven and earth, triggering these celestial phenomena. Yet at this moment, there was not a trace of vitality. Everything was grayish-black, radiating a powerful aura of destruction. Zhang Zhan froze in place. Meanwhile, on the other side of the alchemy tower, Xu Zhao, the campus beauty in her black miniskirt, stared at the terrifying celestial phenomenon in the sky with sheer terror. The overwhelming pressure made her legs buckle and she collapsed onto the ground. Her face was streaked with tears of terror. Originally, she had been searching for Lin Feng. Since she hadn't found him, she decided to come here to look. But she never imagined that upon arriving here, she would encounter such a terrifying celestial phenomenon. Chapter 28, A Destruction Potion with 12x Potency? Stackable? With a thunderous crash, the sky seemed to collapse. Faculty and students at Jinshan Vocational University stared skyward in terror. Xu Jiao was instantly scared into unconsciousness. Suddenly, the celestial phenomenon vanished as quickly as it had erupted. By now, Lin Feng had already divided the prepared potion into 3 tubes. Each tube contained 200 milliliters. He then placed the 3 vials into the pre-prepared medicine box. Both the vials and the case had been specially designed and crafted for this occasion. The craftsman behind them was none other than Xiao Lin, one of China's top forgers. Not only were the vials crafted from specialized materials to enhance stability, but also incorporated technological stabilizing mechanisms on the exterior. In the event of any unusual circumstances, the vials could enhance their protective measures to prevent leakage. Any anomalies are immediately transmitted to higher authorities and the individual holding the tube. As for the serum container, it was further equipped with technological protective devices and sensors. These devices provide real-time feedback on the internal status of the container. Moreover, its special material minimizes the spread of any explosion should an incident occur. Suddenly, a wave of medicinal fragrance surged forth, swiftly permeating the entire campus. Phew! Finally finished. Now let's see how this batch of concoctions turned out. As the activation system landed on the potion, a clear panel of information appeared. Name, Death's Destroyer. Grade? Spirituality, triggers violent celestial and terrestrial anomalies. Effect, its potency is its destructive force. Upon severe impact, this potion converts all its efficacy into annihilation energy. Upon release, it transforms the destroyed lifeforms into feedback potency, with an explosion radius of 1,000 kilometers and 12-fold potency amplification. 1,000 kilometers? Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp in shock upon reading this. Then he saw the 12-fold potency. Within 1,000 kilometers, how devastating would that power be? Even a level 40 or level 50 sea beast would be indiscriminately annihilated. The thought sent a shiver down Lin Feng's spine. He immediately locked the potion case and took it out to hand it to Zhang Zhan. Zhang Zhan stood rigidly in place. The moment he took the vial case, he felt an immense weight press down upon his shoulders. General Zhang, there are 3 vials of annihilation serum inside. Each vial contains 200 milliliters. Based on my calculations, the release of each vial will cover an area of 1,000 kilometers in all directions. You've witnessed the explosive power of an 8x potency agent. This time it's 12x. Exercise extreme caution. This batch is significantly larger, and with 12 times the potency, even a level 50 sea beast caught in it would likely not survive. Lin Feng's words were clear and deliberate, each syllable deliberate. Zhang Zhan listened, drawing in a deep breath. A coverage area of a full 1,000 kilometers? 12 times the potency? Even an 8x potency is terrifyingly destructive. This 12x is like a catastrophic natural disaster. Zhang Zhan nodded firmly, then saluted Lin Feng directly. Leave the escort mission to me. I guarantee we'll hold the line. After speaking, he activated the protective mechanism on the chemical container, boarded the pre-prepared vehicle, and sped straight for the airport. Shortly after, he boarded a military aircraft bound for the coastline. At that moment, along the coastline of China, the sea surface, ravaged by the destructive agent, was a scene of utter devastation. The residual destructive potency had long since dissipated, as if it had never existed. Foreign media outlets began frantically reporting on the situation, particularly about the missiles possessing destructive power yet failing to detonate. This fueled speculation that China had developed a new class of weaponry. Reconnaissance aircraft and dragon tamers from various nations converged on China's coastline to observe. Yet, upon witnessing the situation in the ocean, they all retreated. Hundreds upon hundreds of sea beasts had gathered, poised to launch an assault on China at any moment. A palpable sense of desolation, tension, and oppressive dread erupted. Inside the Eagle Nation military base, Miss Li, smoking a cigarette, glanced at the incoming intelligence and couldn't help but let a faint smile escape her lips. Excellent. For Ruegua's sake, if this horde of sea beasts launches an assault, even nuclear bombs or higher-tier explosives would struggle to stop them. Breaching China's coastline would severely weaken their strength, highly advantageous for us. As he spoke, the large-faced foreigner beside him chimed in, General, perhaps this time we can also add fuel to the fire. Let China become a battlefield for these beasts, drawing more talented transfigures to our Eagle Nation. This will strengthen our Divine Workers' Union's power to rule the world. At this thought, Miss Li couldn't help but smile. Prepare the new blood surge granules developed by our Eagle Nation's chemists. We'll deploy them along China's coastline. These blood surge granules should amplify the sea beast's primal instincts by 30%, making the beast tide even more ferocious. At his command, the massive chemical warehouse opened. The granules were loaded into empty bomb casings and placed aboard military aircraft, ready for deployment over China. Just as their military aircraft took off, another military transport landed at a coastal military base along China's shoreline. As the aircraft came to a halt, Zhang Zhan emerged slowly, carrying a box of the agent. General Zhang, we've been expecting you. Shaolin, clad in a blue work uniform, extended his hand to shake Zhang Zhan's. Yes. Thank you for your hard work. Let's not waste any time. We should get started right away. Zhang Zhan cut straight to the point. The situation at the front lines was indeed critical. If mishandled, the beast tide could erupt at any moment. Shaolin's face radiated excitement and enthusiasm, yet a lingering apprehension remained within him. He had witnessed the potency of such potions firsthand. Even now, merely sensing through the serum container, he could clearly feel the destructive force within. He then produced the bomb casing he had prepared. This is the blueprint I unlocked at level 60, the Eye of Heaven. It's used to craft this new type of suicide weapon. This time, however, I'll use it to contain this super potent serum. I hope it can hold back this beast tide. In the face of national disaster, everyone bears responsibility. As a top-tier blacksmith, he had never forged a super weapon for China. But today, seeing his blueprint's creation deployed against the beast tide filled him with overwhelming excitement. Alright, now we just wait for the right moment to deploy it. After assembling the bomb, Shaolin immediately activated the program on the super bomb. A blue fissure slowly opened, revealing an eye that gradually emerged from the bomb. Like the divine eye of a deity gazing down from the heavens. Energy surged as a pair of mechanical wings slowly flapped, unfurling and soaring toward the sky. This is... The warriors stationed along the coastline were utterly astonished by the uniquely shaped device. Wu Lei stood nearby, witnessing Shaolin activate this super weapon with his own eyes, utterly stunned. Weapon codename, Eye of Heaven. Legend has it that Shaolin's blacksmith unlocked the blueprint at level 60, forging this super weapon. Angel's Eye can conduct all-around battlefield surveillance, assess combat situations to trigger battle simulations, and most crucially perform precision suicide. Previously, the Eye of Heaven carried nuclear warheads, but this time, it's loaded with a potion possessing annihilating power. Just imagine the sheer devastation it will unleash. Chapter 29, The Beast Tide arrives, all-out war begins. Wu Lei took a deep breath, unable to bear the thought. For the potency of this agent surpassed that of a nuclear bomb, boasting even greater lethality. Within hours after the attack, it would dissipate completely. That was its terrifying nature. More devastating than a nuclear bomb, yet leaving no irreparable contamination. As the Eye of Heaven slowly ascended, its twin-winged apparatus unfolded, hovering above the coastline. The blue radar face began scanning, its waves covering thousands of kilometers around. Meanwhile, at Jinshan Vocational University, Lin Feng, holding an apple and having just taken a bite, was instantly drawn in. What he was now witnessing was a live feed obtained through military channels. As the Angel's Eye soared skyward with its destructive serum, Lin Feng was suddenly struck by astonishment. So China still harbors such a super-talented forger. Angel's Eye, that name truly suits it. It can perceive every detail of the battlefield and unleash potions at critical moments, unleashing terrifying destructive power. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod in agreement. If his new potions could be integrated with the forged tech weapons crafted by the smith later on, not only would it achieve twice the result with half the effort, but combat effectiveness would skyrocket. Meanwhile, at the military base in the capital, the commanders witnessed the potion being loaded into the Angel's Eye equipment. Soon after, the Angel's Eye rose into the air, dominating the entire battlefield. Zhou Jingguo's face broke into a faint smile as he remarked, "This is the Angel's Eye, a superweapon forged from blueprints unlocked at level 60 by Master Shaolin. It's a pity our nation lacks super explosives surpassing nuclear power. Otherwise, with its surveillance capabilities and self-destruct attack function, the Angel's Eye could easily withstand a Tier 3 beast tide." The other commanders nodded in agreement. They were well aware that the Angel's Eye, carrying nuclear warheads, had helped China withstand 2 Tier 2 beast tides. But during the final wave, it failed to completely halt the onslaught. Consequently, China's coastal city walls were breached once more. Civilians suffered, cities were destroyed. Countless families were torn apart. Failing to stop the beast tide plunged Shaolin into deep self-reproach. He had been relentlessly searching for a super explosive capable of replacing nuclear energy. But today, seeing him reactivate the Eye of Heaven, it seemed he had regained his will to fight. Meanwhile, along the coast of China, just as the Angel's Eye soared into the sky, a crimson bloodlight slowly emerged from the depths of the sea. Giant sea beasts revealed their forms, roaring furiously toward the sky. Their roars thundered like rolling lightning, shaking mountains and splitting earth. Figures as massive as mountains slowly approached the coastline. The air thickened with a palpable, oppressive tension. Thick thunderclouds gathered over the ocean, pressing steadily toward the coastline of China. "They're here." Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei, standing atop the city walls, spoke in unison. Forge Master Quan Zilong, observing the sea conditions through the Angel's Eye, felt a sudden jolt of anticipation. He had waited a very long time. The scar within his heart had been sealed away for a long time. Now, the time had finally come to unseal it. Roar! A colossal sea beast emerged from the ocean, its overwhelming presence instantly engulfing the coastline. A level 55 paw beast resembling a giant squid, with defense comparable to hypermetal, specializing in battering siege defenses. It survived a nuclear blast without being killed outright. Who'd have thought it would reappear? And there are more, so many paw beasts behind it. Wu Lei, using his specially modified binoculars, clearly saw the situation on the sea surface and couldn't help but inwardly marvel. Prepare for battle. A fiery dragon coiled beneath his feet as he soared skyward. Raising a flaming longsword in his hand, he roared defiantly into the air. A searing flame erupted from the 100-meter-long dragon's maw, crashing into the ocean. Wu Lei's aura as a senior dragon tamer radiated out, instantly igniting the battle fervor of countless warriors. Roar! Suddenly, thousands of paw beasts began to materialize, charging toward the Huaxia coastline. Watching this unfold through the live feed, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. For beyond the paw beasts, he saw vast numbers of sea beasts materializing in the rear. They resembled moving islands, charging madly toward the shoreline. Hundreds upon hundreds, thousands upon thousands, even. More and more, a dense sea of level 10-20 paw beasts surged forward in a frenzied tide. We'll see if my destruction potion can truly hold back this beast tide. The current wave level should only be tier 2, but this seems to be more than. Such live footage naturally reached the military base in the capital. The commanders waiting anxiously, especially Zhou Zhenghua, felt their entire bodies tense up as the beast tide drew near. This was a matter of life and death for the entire nation. Have all personnel in the 3 neighboring provinces been evacuated? Sun Dai, standing beside him, nodded. Evacuation notices were issued a week ago. Evacuation is now essentially complete. Upon hearing this, Commander Tang also nodded. Speaking of which, aren't Lin Feng's parents living near the coastline? Have they been evacuated? Sun Dai, standing beside him, nodded. General Zhang has already dispatched personnel. They should be en route to the capital by now. Upon hearing this, both Zhou Zhenghua and Tang Chang breathed a sigh of relief. This time, it seems our nation faces immense pressure once more. If the front collapses, evacuate the 3 central provinces immediately and continue the westward retreat. Alas! Our only hope now rests on the super serum Lin Feng developed. May it hold back the beast tide. Zhou Zhenghua nodded sharply, focusing all his attention on the live feed of China's coastline. Meanwhile, in Jianghe City, within a dilapidated courtyard, an elderly woman with snow-white hair was being pulled along by a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 50s. Honey, hurry up and leave. The beast tide is coming. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. This elderly woman was none other than Lin Feng's mother, Chen Mei. The aged man pulling her was Lin Feng's father, Lin Zhang. I won't leave. What if Xiao Feng can't find us if I'm gone? Call Xiao Feng again. There's no way he won't answer. If he's gone, I won't go on living either. Lin Zhang sighed softly, looking at Chen Mei, who was on the verge of tears. Honey, the signal in this area has disappeared. We're less than 100 kilometers from the coastline. Just look at those dark clouds, you can imagine how terrifying it is. We must leave now. If we delay any longer, we won't be able to leave at all. Our son is blessed with great fortune and a strong will. He'll be fine. Despite Lin Zhang's repeated pleas, Chen Mei refused to budge an inch. Ah Zhang, why haven't you left yet? We've all evacuated already. An elderly man was rushing to find the remaining villagers and get them evacuated. If they didn't leave, trouble would be inevitable. Village chief, my wife refuses to leave. She insists on waiting here for Xiao Feng's call. The village chief sighed in exasperation. Xiao Feng will be fine. You two hurry up and leave. Chen Mei stared at the increasingly heavy rain, still clutching her phone in anticipation. But just then, a military attack helicopter bearing distinctive markings appeared in the sky. A beast soared into the air, letting out a furious roar as it bared its sharp claws and fangs. A man in military uniform jumped down and slowly approached them. Which of you are Lin Feng's parents? The 3 immediately recognized the situation upon seeing the massive beast and his military uniform. This is a beastmaster. A beastmaster, a transferee within the Huaxia military. I'm his mother. Has something happened to Xiao Feng? Chen Mei immediately stood up and asked urgently. Chapter 30, Beast Tide escalates to level 4. No, Lin Feng is doing well. I am an officer from the Huaxia Capital Defense Force. Under orders from higher command, I am now escorting you to the capital. Please follow me. At that moment, Lin Zhang and Chen Mei both froze in place. His son? Orders from higher ups? As long as Xiao Feng is okay, I'll go with you. Chen Mei immediately stood up. Since it was the military, they naturally had no reason to suspect anything. Without delay, they sped toward the capital. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhan, stationed along the coastline, received word that Lin Feng's parents had evacuated safely, finally letting out a sigh of relief. His gaze swept coldly over the situation before him, his expression growing grave. Engage the enemy. Numerous mechanical shooters and frost shooters began frantically unleashing their skills, blocking the sea beasts from reaching the shore. The originally dim sky was streaked with brilliant arcs of light. The sea beasts roared in fury, yet no matter how fiercely they attacked, the damage inflicted upon them remained minimal. Boom! Suddenly, a towering energy blast slammed into the shoreline, cracking the once solid city wall. A colossal sea beast, resembling an island itself, crashed ashore, gathering elemental energy in its maw to unleash a breath attack. In an instant, a beam of light exploded, tearing a massive hole in the city wall. Hordes of sea beasts poured through. Damn it! The sea beasts are coming ashore. Stop them at all costs. As Wu Lei issued the command, some berserkers who had already exhausted their vital energy swallowed the pills Lin Feng had crafted and distributed. The pills dissolved instantly upon contact with their tongues. Instantly, a powerful surge of energy shot straight to the crown of their heads. Damn, that feels good. Damn sea beast, I'll fight you to the death. A warrior, restored to peak condition by a single pill, charged naked into battle against the sea beast. Me too. 2 pills. As 2 more potions went down, 2 surges of energy shot straight to his crown, eliciting a cry of pure exhilaration. The next second, a figure bursting with energy, like a speeding steam locomotive, charged toward a sea beast. The sea beast, originally more than 10 times his size, was sent flying backward. Zhang Zhan and Shaolin, watching from the city walls, were stunned. Especially Zhang Zhan. He never imagined the potion Lin Feng had concocted this time would unleash such overwhelming power. Here was a man, despite the enormous size disparity, rolling up his sleeves and charging headlong at beasts dozens, even hundreds of times his size. In the blink of an eye, thousands of sea beasts and tens of thousands of human class changers were locked in a brutal, naked struggle. As the potion's energy depleted, they swiftly tossed another pill into their mouths. Driven by the energy surge surging straight to their crown chakras, they continued charging forward to fight fiercely. Foreign transferees watching the live broadcast were stunned into silence. Holy fuck! Are these even human class changers? They look like ferocious beasts. What the hell is going on? Sea beasts, charge! Wipe out China! This scene was relayed back to the capital's command center, leaving the commanders utterly dumbfounded. When Lin Feng saw it, a string of exclamation marks appeared above his head. He never imagined his low-grade energy potions could be used this way. But as he watched the experience points steadily climb on his interface, his heart surged with excitement. Eat up, eat as much as you can. The more you consume, the faster I'll level up. But these gains were only small increments. The real bulk came from the destruction potion. He'd crafted one with a whopping 12 times the potency. It was hard to imagine the devastating destructive power unleashed when the Annihilation potion was used. Just as the beast tide began to falter, an Eagle Nation fighter jet darted into the center of the Western Pacific. Suddenly, several bombs were dropped from the fighter jet. Pink particles exploded in midair, landing on the bodies of sea beasts floating on the water's surface. The once silent group of colossal sea beasts, awaiting the coordinated attack, now glowed crimson-eyed. They extended their tentacles as if controlled by some inexplicable force. Then, they roared furiously toward the sky and charged madly toward the shoreline. Thousands of beasts gathered on the shore, their numbers now more than double what they had been. This is bad. Why are the sea beasts suddenly agitated when they were previously calm? This is completely off. Wu Lei frowned deeply, watching the sea beasts charging madly toward them. The next second, the heavenly eye in the sky flickered. A message was transmitted to Shaolin's mind as he controlled the situation below. After receiving it, Shaolin frowned and exclaimed, "Look! Something's definitely wrong here." In the footage transmitted back by the heavenly eye, several fighter jets were seen releasing granular agents onto the sea beasts in the rear. After being released, these pellets caused the previously calm sea beasts to become abnormally agitated, as if they had developed a deep hatred for humans. Zhang Zhan's face turned icy as he observed the scene. This is the formula for the rage particle agent, developed by Berkheima, the top pharmacist of Eagle Nation, at level 60. Whether absorbed by humans or beasts, this agent induces extreme savagery, even causing complete loss of reason. Upon hearing this, Wu Lei clenched his fists. Eagle Nation again. The minions of the Divine Staff Guild. At that moment, the sea beasts surged forward in overwhelming numbers. The warriors, who had initially held the upper hand, quickly found themselves on the defensive. In the blink of an eye, many adventurers were struck down, wounded or dead. Withdraw to the coastline immediately. At Wu Lei's command, the more combat-savvy specialists were recalled. Gazing at the endless horde of sea beasts stretching beyond the horizon. The original level 2 beast tide had escalated to level 3. Looking again, sea beasts exceeding level 40 revealed themselves, madly closing in on the coastline. Warning! 30,000 sea beasts have gathered in the surrounding waters of the strait. 50% are between levels 10 and 20, 30% between 20 and 40, and 20% exceed level 40. Warning, tide level continues to surge, approaching level 4. The current sea beast count has reached 50,000, confirming a level 4 beast tide. They are currently converging at a single point to assault the Huaxia coastline. The projected coverage area is expected to not exceed 1,000 kilometers. Level 4. When the intelligence from the Huaxia Prediction Corps reached the assembly, the entire venue erupted in shock. Who could have imagined the beast tide had already reached level 4? Once, a nation on Blue Star endured a level 4 beast tide, where even 80th tier powerhouses were annihilated overnight. A level 4 beast tide, no nation could withstand it. This news reached the office of the capital's chief administrator. Zhou Zhenghua, who had assumed the tide wouldn't escalate beyond level 3, was so stunned by the sudden report that he nearly fell off his chair. The other leaders all drew sharp breaths. Sun Dai, standing nearby, relayed the details of the beast tide before falling silent for a long while. A level 4 beast tide, no nation could withstand it. Not even China. Comrades, should we consider abandoning the coastline and evacuating the populace to the western highlands? The sea beasts won't penetrate too far inland. We still have a chance to survive. Zhou Zhenghua sighed softly. Losing the eastern regions means China has surrendered a vast portion of its territory. Isn't this precisely what the Eagle Nation and their allies want to see? Our nation will suffer severe setbacks, and our development will fall far behind. At that moment, Sun Dai relayed the latest intelligence report. Reconnaissance confirms the sudden beast surge was triggered by military aircraft from the Eagle Nation deploying rage particle agents. Hearing this, Zhou Zhenghua slammed both hands on the table in fury. The Eagle Nation again. The Divine Workers Union must be behind this. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. But then, his gaze shifted to the Eye of Heaven floating within the live feed. Our only hope now rests with the Eye of Heaven carrying the destruction serum. May it succeed. Chapter 31, The Destruction Agent Strikes, clearing the level 4 beast tide. The Eye of Heaven now radiated an intense, blazing light, scanning the battlefield like a radar. Frontline warriors retreated relentlessly. The sea beasts swamped the sky, their thunderous roars reverberating through the air. Activate 1 vial of the destruction potion. May the destruction potion halt the sea beast's onslaught. As a blacksmith with years of experience, Shaolin had never witnessed a beast tide of such magnitude before. Shaolin hummed in acknowledgement. At his mental command, the heavenly eye suspended in the sky flickered rapidly. In the next instant, it arrived at the heart of the sea beast gathering. Its wings spread wide, piercing through the dark clouds as a reverberating shockwave spread out, as if the way of heaven itself had descended. As the sound waves dispersed, the sea beasts lifted their heads to gaze at the circular bomb that had pierced the clouds and now hovered in the sky. Roar! A thick tail instantly dragged the Eye of Heaven down, swallowed whole by a level 55 sea beast. Despite being devoured, the sonic waves continued to radiate, drawing ever more sea beasts to gather. Explode! Shaolin took a deep breath and issued the detonation command. The sea beast that had swallowed the heavenly path eye suddenly widened its eyes. Its already massive body, as imposing as a small mountain, began to swell. The expansion was rapid, quadrupling in size within the blink of an eye. Boom! A wave of grayish-black energy surged outward from the heavenly eye device. Consecutively, the surrounding space seemed to warp. The energy of the potion dissipated, ripping open the originally cloud-filled sky and rapidly covering it. A starfall beast reared its head, eyes blazing with ferocity, its colossal form dominating a vast swath of the sky. Behind it stood a group of sea beasts, each with a burly build and a powerful aura. As if summoned, they roared collectively toward the heavens. Spirits of medicinal herbs materialized, their powerful illusions warping the surrounding space. The guard soldiers who witnessed this scene froze in place. At that moment, they had completely forgotten about life and death, their eyes fixed intently on the celestial illusion unfolding before them. This was something they had never witnessed before, nor could they have imagined. Could this have erupted from a single bomb? However, an unbearably pungent medicinal scent filled the air. Was this the superweapon they had tested before? Has a super-powered version arrived this time? In an instant, the grayish-black energy spread out. 1 fold, 2 folds, 3 folds. In an instant, 12 times the potency erupted. At the moment of detonation, the very fabric of space and time seemed to be ripped apart. Boom! A charcoal gray void was torn open, as if ripped outward by a colossal hand, instantly engulfing 12 times the original area. Roar, roar, roar. The sea beasts, previously dazed by the potion's scent, vanished without a trace, leaving only piles of white bones behind. A gust of wind swept them away, leaving not even bone fragments behind. Even a level 40 sea beast could only struggle for a few seconds under the explosive force of the destruction potion. Soon, every sea beast within the affected area vanished without a trace. The sea breeze carried the lingering scent of the potion through the air. The sea beasts just vanished like that? This was a level 4 beast tide. No, what the hell is this medicinal scent? Did the sea beasts turn into energy? As the warriors stood stunned, a potent energy spread through the air, mingled with the scent of medicinal herbs. Crackle! 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 The sounds of breakthroughs slowly erupted from their bodies. Leveled up! Leveled up! I actually jumped 3 levels at once. Me too. I unlocked new class skills, holy crap. Easy win, this is seriously an easy win. Shocked exclamations poured from their mouths. Standing on the shoreline, Wu Lei took a deep breath. His long dormant level began to shift. Holy crap. I leveled up too? I've actually unlocked a new dragon riding talent. He slowly immersed himself in the new ability, studying it carefully. An expression of pure delight immediately spread across his face. Dragon riding technique Void Rift, cast this skill to tear open the void, teleporting yourself to any desired location. Range determined by power level. I can teleport long distances now. Ha ha ha. As he displayed the information panel above his head, Zhang Zhan, witnessing this scene, also wore a look of satisfaction. Congratulations! Congratulations! No sooner had Zhang Zhan spoken than he felt his chi and blood begin to boil throughout his entire body. Boom! A cracking sound erupted from within his body. Could it be? I'm about to level up too? A hint of unmistakable delight flashed across Zhang Zhan's face. In an instant, a level 71 badge appeared above Zhang Zhan's head. Simultaneously, a hidden minor skill appeared before his eyes. Blood Shadow Technique unconditionally stacks 5% additional vitality, 5% increased berserk aura, and 5% enhanced stealth. No conditions? Does that mean I can stack it anytime? I can keep stacking it endlessly without issue? Unbelievable. Zhang Zhan drew a deep breath. What incredible luck. This wave of beasts has been held back for now. After tens of thousands of sea beasts were blasted to pieces on the surface, the once raging tide began to recede. The once visible forms of the beasts vanished completely after being destroyed, leaving not a single trace of their corpses behind. We've won. We held back a level 4 beast tide. Meanwhile, news of the successful defense against the level 4 sea beast spread across the globe. At the military base in Kyoto, the commanders watching the scene couldn't help but laugh aloud, slapping the table in excitement. We actually held back a level 4 beast tide. No other nation in the world could have done this, and we did it. Lin Feng's destruction potion actually worked. It's terrifying. Amidst the discussion, Tang Chang observed another detail. Did you notice that after the sea beasts were annihilated and vanished, they seemed to transform into energy? Yes. We missed our chance. If only we could have upgraded on site. They also noticed that many warriors had gained levels as a result. It was clear just how incredibly powerful this potion was. This time, we really owe Lin Feng a huge debt of gratitude. According to Zhang Zhan's report, Lin Feng prepared 3 vials of the potion this time. Using just 1 vial produced such devastating power. This formula might rival divine tier recipes. Seal away the remaining 2 vials and treat them as national treasures. Zhou Jinggua's face flushed with excitement before he quickly regained his composure and began explaining. Sun Dai, standing nearby, also composed herself and began taking notes. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Lin Feng, watching the live stream on his phone, was also swept up by the atmosphere unfolding before him. This vial of potion was indeed potent. If all 3 vials were used together, it could wipe out the entire tide of beasts in one fell swoop. Internationally, China's successful containment of this level 4 beast tide had drawn widespread attention. Numerous experts were now studying the nature of the super weapon China had deployed. Current observations revealed an unimaginably potent medicinal fragrance wafting through the air. In fact, many present adventurers directly broke through to higher levels due to the potion's scent. This development has caused the Eagle Nation, which had been plotting to strike China while it lay dormant, to hesitate. Their plans had completely fallen through. But once the crisis was averted, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the Destruction Death God Potion's explosion. You've gained a massive amount of experience points. Would you like to begin leveling up? Here we go. Just as Lin Feng was about to check the system panel to see how many EXP points this explosion had earned him, the system prompt arrived. System, open the panel. Chapter 32, Level Surge of 14 levels, unlocking the second formula. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 904,500 EXP Novice Second Super Formula unlocked at level 10. HP, 900. Mana bar, 900. Speed, 789. Strength, 765. Defense, 799. Mental power, 1029. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God SSS+. Skills, Split Mind Ring, Divine Power Burst. Unseal Formulas, 1, Death Destroyer Annihilation Potion. Experience points, 54,000. Holy crap, over 50,000? Lin Feng was genuinely shocked when he saw the panel information. The combination of low-level energy replenishment pills and the explosive effect of a single tube of destruction potion had instantly yielded this massive amount of experience points. Without hesitation, Lin Feng activated the upgrade. System, use all my experience points for leveling up. As Lin Feng's command echoed, the system began to emit a series of beeps. Ding! Congratulations, host, your profession level has been upgraded to level 10. Ding! Congratulations, host, your profession level has increased to 11. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your profession level has increased to 12. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your profession level has increased to 13. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your profession level has risen to level 14. As the level 14 advancement concluded, Lin Feng felt his chi and blood surge through his entire body. His spiritual energy received an unprecedented surge. His perception of the world around him expanded 5 or 6-fold. His defense stats began to surge upward. Phew! That feels amazing, absolutely incredible. After the enhancement, Lin Feng felt as though he possessed inexhaustible strength within his body. Next time, he likely wouldn't need to use too many mental replenishment potions to complete certain potion recipes. I've already reached level 10, so why haven't new formulas unlocked? Just as Lin Feng was puzzled, the system alerted him again. Ding! Congratulations, host, on unlocking a new profession rank badge, Junior. Ding! Congratulations, host, on unlocking the second super potion formula entry, Enhanced Divine Power. Enhanced Divine Power eliminates weak human gene cells, strengthens overall genetic quality, increases the number and level of innate talent awakenings across the population, suppresses the growth of harmful cells like cancer, and enhances physical strength and fitness for all. Herbal ingredients. 1. 10 super ferocious beast gene bloodlines exceeding level 70-010. 2. 10,000-year-old plant spirit. 3. Enhanced gene enhancing herbs gold silver grass divine serpent flower. Finally reached the initial designation. But when Lin Feng noticed the super potion unlocked afterward, his heart skipped a beat. This sacred power enhancement? Isn't this exactly what human gene enhancement serum is? Isn't this the stuff only seen in sci-fi blockbusters? And now it's been unlocked and landed on his head? Lin Feng's heart surged with excitement. Because right now, whether it's China, the Eagle Nation, or other countries, the overarching problem facing humanity is that our physical strength and combat capabilities are inferior to those of the ferocious beasts. However, the advent of professionalization has propelled human capabilities to new heights. This has granted them defensive capabilities, speed, and aggressiveness beyond those of ordinary humans. Yet humanity's foundational constitution remained fundamentally weak. With these extraordinary enhancement potions, however, fundamental genetic improvements will bring a massive leap in human capabilities. Their overall combat capabilities will undergo a monumental transformation. This is tremendous news for China, and indeed for the entire Blue Star. If this news were shared with the commanders, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. But Lin Feng's thoughts returned to the spy within China's high command. Currently, he remained at a relatively low rank and was still relatively weak. It was best to keep a low profile and exercise caution. He would report to the state when a suitable opportunity arose. Therefore, the initial investigative tasks should be entrusted to the reliable General Zhang. Having settled on this course of action, Lin Feng exhaled a deep breath. System, display the interface. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 1409,500 EXP novice unlocks third super formula at level 15. HP, 1,400-1400. Mana bar, 1,400-1400. Speed, 1,289. Strength, 1,265. Defense, 1,299. Mental power, 1539. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God SSS+. Skills, Split Mind Ring, Divine Power Burst. Unseal formulas, 1. Death Destroyer Super Destruction Potion 2. Enhanced Divine Power Human Super Enhancement Potion. Experience points, 300. Has my blue bar thickness reached 1400? Then I can start upgrading my potion crafting. Once I gather another 9,500 enhancement points, I can raise my strength to level 15 and unlock the third super formula. Lin Feng hadn't anticipated that using this super formula would grant him so many experience points. It instantly catapulted him to level 14. He was now just one step away from unlocking the third super formula. Using the second super formula will definitely catapult me to unlock the third one and approach the fourth. The pace of leveling up would only accelerate. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Lin Feng turned and left the potions building, heading toward class. After all, once the beast tide subsided, large numbers of military and civilian personnel would soon be transported back to the coast. Just as Lin Feng entered the classroom, a figure appeared behind him. Xu Jiao, clad in a black stocking mini-skirt, wore a look of contempt and anger on her face. But in an instant, that anger was extinguished by reality. Students in the classroom were all facing graduation and job placement, with many transmuters already securing employment. Xu Jiao, however, looked utterly lost. As an alchemist, her awakened talent was only B grade. If she were to work in a pharmaceutical factory, she would likely spend her entire career as an ordinary chemist. But if she could leverage her looks to win over Luo Chen, the young master of Tianqian Pharmaceutical Group, she could absolutely rise to the top overnight, never having to spend her entire life in a pharmaceutical factory. Therefore, she secretly resolved to endure the temporary humiliation and complete the task young master Luo Chen had assigned her. First, she proactively unblocked Lin Feng and added him on WeChat. Suddenly, Lin Feng's phone buzzed. Picking up his phone, Lin Feng noticed a friend request notification. Little brother Feng, please accept my WeChat friend request. I have something important to tell you. So sweet? In Lin Feng's memory, he had never heard or seen the school beauty Xu Jiao display such a coquettish side. He had already rejected her outright last time, yet here she was, coming to him again. Something was definitely fishy here. I'll see what she's really up to. As soon as the chat connected, an ambiguous message popped up. No cilantro, brother Feng, are you free after class? I'm bored and want to grab coffee with you. Chapter 33, Shock. The formula is, Human Gene Enhancement Serum. Lin Feng. Wind blows, sorry, I don't have time. After sending the message, Lin Feng immediately blocked her. No cilantro, brother Feng, I'm wearing this super cute black stocking outfit. Doesn't that make you want to come? 5 minutes later. No coriander, brother Feng, I've got bunny girl, loli, and sailor outfits in my dorm, you can wear whichever you want. Ding dong. As the class bell rang, Lin Feng hadn't glanced at his phone once. He packed his backpack and left the classroom. But just then, the school beauty Xu Jiao followed behind him. Lin Feng, what would it take for you to have a cup of coffee with me? I've invited you so many times, and you're still not giving me the time of day? This is absolutely infuriating. Xu Jiao stood there and shouted angrily. The onlookers nearby seemed to have stumbled upon something truly extraordinary. The campus beauty chasing after the underachiever? Witnessing this shocking reversal of roles, every student was stunned. Just then, Lin Feng stopped in his tracks and replied slowly, "Sorry, I'm not interested in you, and I don't have time." Without another word, he turned and walked away. Xu Jiao was left standing there, frozen in place. His words naturally caught the attention of passing classmates. A low-performing student actually rejected the campus beauty? Where did he get the nerve? After Lin Feng departed, a ghostly figure slowly followed in his wake. But at the same time, an even stronger aura locked onto this figure. A thunderous intent to kill swept through, instantly terrifying the approaching figure to the point of near soul-shattering terror. It instantly turned to dust and vanished from the spot. Once Lin Feng entered the pharmaceutical building, he slowly turned his head, halting his steps. General Zhang. A dark figure slowly materialized before Lin Feng. Zhang Zhan's face twisted into utter astonishment. You actually detected me? Has your power level increased again? Upon awakening, every class changer receives a personal interface panel. This interface, along with the rank insignia, automatically displays based on the transferee's thoughts. Lin Feng felt no need to conceal anything from Zhang Zhan. He smiled and displayed his rank badge directly above his head. Level 14 Alchemist. Zhang Zhan froze upon seeing the badge above Lin Feng's head. Level 14 already? His eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of miraculous growth rate is that? I thought you hadn't even entered the secret realm to gain experience. If you're just relying on potions, that's still an astonishing rate of improvement. Most class changers need to enter secret realms for training. Some life or support type classes might rarely go, relying on potions or other methods for advancement. That's why support classes tend to level up slowly. As for the specifics of his advancement, Lin Feng wouldn't disclose them. But as an alchemist, crafting a few potions for personal advancement was hardly out of the question, right? Yes, I've been brewing some potions for myself lately. Took a few sips and just kept leveling up. Though somewhat flimsy, the excuse was passable. Zhang Zhan gave a wry smile, suppressing his inner shock, and changed the subject. By the way, Lin Feng, you should still be careful around Xu Jiao lately. Her intentions toward you aren't pure. She might be trying to get something from you. Earlier, I noticed an assassin targeting you. While they didn't intend to harm you, they were definitely after something you possess. Lin Feng frowned. An assassin? In truth, Lin Feng had already sensed a presence approaching him earlier. But his level was too low he could sense it, but likely lacked the power to fight back. Had Zhang Zhan not intervened, he would have been abducted. Xu Yao has been frequenting the residence of Luo Chen, the young master of Tianqian Group. There's probably something fishy going on between them. Perhaps his approach has ulterior motives. At this point, Lin Feng had also reached his own conclusions. Given Xu Yao's character climbing the social ladder by attaching herself to the wealthy and powerful, she might indeed be the type to latch onto wealthy patrons. Still, he was eager to see what this so-called young master of Tianqian Pharmaceutical Group was really after. Over the years, Tianqian Pharmaceutical Group had virtually monopolized the market in China. Behind the scenes, they'd likely done plenty to harm the country. As for why a young master of such stature would be attending a junior college? That was highly questionable. By the way, General Zhang Zhan, I may still require the state's assistance with procuring medicinal ingredients for another formula. This time, I'll ask General Zhang to help locate them first. Lin Feng didn't beat around the bush. With comrades like Zhang Zhan who'd already cooperated once, he felt it was best to be straightforward. Oh? Could it be you've unlocked another super formula? Zhang Zhan's heart began to race uncontrollably, a palpable sense of anticipation building within him. Lin Feng smiled faintly and nodded slowly. As you've likely noticed, General Zhang, my rank has been elevated. Today, I've unlocked another super formula. This blueprint is undoubtedly a super formula that the nation desperately needs right now, one that can completely widen the gap between China's job changers and those of other countries. Lin Feng delivered each word deliberately. His words were grounded in stark reality. Human Gene Enhancement Serum, this super formula capable of boosting fundamental qualities. In any nation, such a national treasure would be beyond belief. Global research indicates that for human class changes and talent awakenings, half the conditions depend on individual circumstances. If one can cultivate 50% of their inherent potential, and add 50% luck, wouldn't that significantly elevate one's prospects? Consider this, a frail commoner, originally unqualified for class change. After receiving genetic enhancement, they successfully undergo class change. A person who successfully changes jobs but lacks the qualifications for awakening talents. With the aid of Gene Enhancement Serum, they successfully unlock their talents. A candidate who could only awaken weaker talents suddenly awakens higher tier talents. How utterly defies the heavens. Originally, leveling up was painfully slow, but under the enhancement of the gene serum, the pace skyrocketed. Imagine the awe-inspiring sight when a group of naked humans engage in hand-to-hand combat against ferocious beasts dozens or even hundreds of times their size. Then, the notion that humans are at a disadvantage in an era densely populated by ferocious beasts will gradually fade away. Would other nations still dare to bully China then? No way. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhan's face betrayed a hint of shock, yet it was tinged with excitement. Human gene enhancement serum? Lin Feng nodded. Zhang Zhan's body trembled slightly as he said, the nation has restarted this project 3 times, but each attempt ended in failure. It's not just China, countries worldwide have pursued this serum's development, yet even now, all attempts have ended in failure. If such a serum capable of enhancing the entire population truly emerged, China's golden age of job changers would surely dawn. At this thought, Zhang Zhan grew visibly excited. Lin Feng, tell me the herbs you need. Even if I have to enter the ruins myself, I will find them for you. Chapter 34, Luo Chen's Restlessness, the Search for Medicinal Herbs Vote Request. Lin Feng nodded. Agreed. This matter concerns the future of China's job changers. I entrust the search for these herbs to General Zhang Zhan. Lin Feng then listed the required herbs for Zhang Zhan. But when Zhang Zhan saw the list, his brows furrowed deeply. The essence blood of 10 super ferocious beasts above level 70. 10,000-year-old plant spirits. Genetic enhancement improvement herbs. The first requirement alone was extremely difficult, almost impossible to fulfill under current circumstances. The second requirement was even more daunting. A 1,000-year-old spirit of plants is guarded by a beast surpassing level 70. A 10,000-year-old spirit would be guarded by a beast at least level 80. Or even a super ferocious beast nearing level 100. Currently, there are only a handful of various transfigured beings worldwide who can reach level 70. Ever since the rift suddenly appeared on Blue Star, humanity entered the era of class advancement. Compared to the beasts within the rifts, humanity is utterly insignificant. In the depths of the rifts and unexplored realms, there are even reports of sealed super beasts exceeding level 100. Should these beasts ever break free, it would spell unimaginable catastrophe for humanity. As for the third one, it wasn't particularly difficult to locate. General Zhang Zhan, if you feel it's too difficult, don't push yourself. I know how difficult it is to find the formula inside. Even if all the specialists in China searched with all their might, it would still be extremely challenging. Zhang Zhan took a deep breath, his gaze fixed firmly on Lin Feng. Leave it to me. I will give it my all. To my knowledge, the Chinese medicine repository holds 3 sealed samples of essence blood from beasts surpassing level 70. Originally intended for research, now is the perfect time to utilize them. As for the remaining 7 ingredients, there are over a dozen ancient ruins scattered across China, more than enough locations to find them. As for the 10,000-year-old plant spirit, 20 years ago, a Chinese expedition team discovered a super plant spirit guarded by an 80-level spacetime rift beast deep within the Huaxia No. 1 ruins. After so many years of growth, it must have reached 10,000 years by now. It's time to focus our efforts on extracting it. Simultaneously, I will issue a global call for medicinal herbs. All ingredients will be sourced worldwide in unison to expedite the process. With General Zhang Zhan now having a clear direction, Lin Feng saw no need for further explanation that might hinder progress. After all, this was an exceptional opportunity to elevate the overall strength of China to a new level. Zhang Zhan understood clearly that success would pave a smooth path for China's future endeavors. You must remain vigilant against Luo Chen and the forces behind him. They may soon pose a threat to you. Remember this. Remember this. General Zhang's tone was grave as he addressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Don't worry. That Luo Chen wouldn't dare do anything to me. Even if he tries something, I'll be on high alert. By the way, I have an idea. If General Zhang Zhan plans to venture into that dangerous secret realm, I can prepare some small-scale destruction potions for you to carry. Guaranteed to work. Small-scale destruction potions? After Lin Feng shared his plan, Zhang Zhan saluted Lin Feng with visible excitement before vanishing into a shadow. Lin Feng turned away, moving on to handle other matters. The very instant Zhang Zhan vanished, within the villa adjacent to Jinshan Vocational University, a dark figure slowly materialized, revealing the form of an elderly man. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood gushed from the figure's mouth. Young master, I'm sorry. I failed. No sooner had he spoken than Chen Zhao collapsed to his knees, convulsing as if struck by a hidden wound. Luo Chen stared at him with an icy expression. Miss Chu Yao, who originally accepted your mission, intended to lure him out so I could seize the opportunity to act. But she's incredibly sharp. She flat out refused Miss Chu Yao's request. Just as I found my chance to strike, another terrifying shadow assassin intervened. I couldn't block the killing intent coming from them. Just one glance from them was enough to severely weaken my abilities. As he spoke, Chen Zhao spat out another mouthful of blood. A shadow assassin? It must be him, the shadow assassin who's already reached level 70, Zhang Zhan. At the mention of Zhang Zhan's name, Luo Chen's brows furrowed deeply. Chen Jiao, looking utterly drained, took a deep breath. It seems Zhang Zhan didn't intend to kill you. Otherwise, with your current level and strength, you'd have been slain long ago, perhaps already a corpse. Chen Jiao swallowed repeatedly, his relief at surviving the ordeal palpable. However, after a moment of deep thought, Luo Chen slowly rose to his feet and said, but the fact that he's being targeted so heavily proves one thing. Lin Feng's status is truly extraordinary. Things aren't what they used to be. Chen Jiao fell silent. Just then, a notification slid across his phone screen. It was a hidden black email. Upon reading the contents, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The Eagle Nation's High Command has secretly issued orders to thoroughly investigate that SSS plus ranked alchemist and the super alchemist who halted the beast tide. If they can be located and successfully recruited to serve the Divine Workers Guild, they will receive special subsidies from the Eagle Nation and be granted lifelong protection by the guild. Upon reading these terms, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Securing that special certification and backing would essentially mean Tianjin Pharmaceutical Group could declare its dominance worldwide. Becoming the world's top pharmaceutical company would merely be a matter of time. But the most crucial aspect was the Divine Workers Guild's lifetime protection. As the world's largest Divine Workers Union, its reach extended far beyond Eagle Nation. It also included the Land of Cherry Blossoms, the Divine Cult Alliance, and others. These nations are all under the Divine Workers Union's jurisdiction. Once granted the special protection of the Divine Workers Union, it would mean having the power to walk tall anywhere in the world. Such terms truly make this offer irresistible. To pass up an opportunity like this would be sheer stupidity. His gaze turned cold as he resolved, if you, Lin Feng, are indeed the person the Divine Workers Union seeks, then I'll have to invest heavily in you. Meanwhile, as the matter concerning the medicinal herbs rapidly escalated. At the military base in the capital, Zhou Zhanghua, who was in the middle of his work, suddenly received a yellow-covered document handed to him. The document bore a clearly pre-written title and a note marked urgent. His eyes widened in shock upon reading the title. Global Procurement Plan, and it's the at all costs kind? Chapter 35, Global Procurement Plan, Summoning High-Level Transferees. Zhou Zhanghua looked utterly bewildered. When he saw the name of the drafter, his massive frame trembled. Zhang Zhan? He's initiating a global procurement plan? This. Zhou Zhanghua flipped through the list of medicinal ingredients and confirmed they were indeed unavailable in China's national treasury. Such herbs must be sourced globally, perhaps there was still a chance. But the contents of this list. The essence blood of beasts of level 70 and above? His mind went blank upon reading this. The essence blood of level 70 ferocious beasts was an extremely precious resource for any nation. It could even be considered a national treasure. Each drop could be dissolved into numerous valuable medicines. Even the bones of these beasts were exceptionally rare medicinal materials. What is Zhang Zhan up to now? Could he be teaming up with Lin Feng behind my back to pull off some grand scheme? Or is some new super potion about to be unveiled? He rubbed his head, feeling baffled. But it was clear these two were deliberately keeping him in the dark. Still, considering the current situation and the matter of the destruction serum, he didn't want to pry further. After all, Zhou Zhanghua trusted them implicitly, and deep down, he began to feel a sense of anticipation. He promptly signed his name and urgently summoned Sun Dai to forward the document. Just as Sun Dai entered to collect the documents, her steps halted upon seeing Zhang Zhan's name. Commander, there's something I need to discuss with you. Zhou Zhanghua, busy reviewing documents, casually replied, go ahead. Sun Dai hesitated briefly before speaking slowly. Just moments ago, General Zhang Zhan, acting within the authority you granted him, accessed the national treasury. He has initiated procedures to withdraw the essence blood of the last 3 beasts exceeding level 70 stored within. Furthermore, he has issued a super recruitment order summoning all warriors, mages, support specialists, and archers nationwide above level 60 to the ancient ruins and secret realms long sealed away in Huaxia. Zhou Zhanghua, who had been writing, abruptly stopped his pen and froze in place. What? That guy is draining the essence of 3 level 70 beasts? And he's taking class transitioned adventurers above level 60 to ancient ruins and secret realms? What is he trying to do? Is he planning to drain China's very foundations dry? Just as Zhou Zhanghua was reeling in shock, his phone suddenly rang. A message from Zhang Zhan appeared on his screen. Commander Zhou, please allow Lin Feng and me to keep a monumental plan from you. We ask for your full support. Once this plan is accomplished, you will witness an unprecedented China. Reading the message, Zhou Zhanghua steadied his nerves. A super major plan? An unprecedented China? His mind instantly conjured images of China's job-changing heroes, utterly badass, pounding relentlessly upon the bodies of sea beasts. Even a tidal wave of beasts could be easily handled. Even the Eagle Nation's class changers would have to admit defeat before them. Could this be what he was meant to do? But this fantastical notion was far from achievable at present. If another super weapon like the destruction potion were to appear again, that would indeed be what he desired. Ah well, I'm getting old. It's time to pass the torch to the younger generation for those daring dreams and bold actions. After deep contemplation, he slowly nodded. It's fine. I've already delegated authority to Zhang Zhan. I trust that what they are doing will only benefit our nation. I'm just waiting to see what kind of report card they'll hand me this time. With his tacit approval, Sun Dai also feigned utter astonishment. In his memory, Commander Zhou had always been meticulous and cautious in his actions. Yet now, this repeated delegation of authority was an extremely rare occurrence. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who had already learned of Zhang Zhan's plan, arrived at the pharmaceutical lab. After 2 days of rest, he showed no signs of slackening. He not only concocted large quantities of low and mid-grade potions but also transported them to the front lines. Though the beast tide had receded, the hidden threat remained unresolved. No one knew if the sea beasts within the undersea fissure would reappear. The potions produced by the factory were completely insufficient to meet the needs of the frontline warriors. More soldiers were calling for potions like Lin Feng's potions that were easy to carry and possessed miraculous restorative properties. Consequently, Huaxia, which had been procuring globally, has reduced imports of low-grade energy recovery potions. Super-sized multinational corporations like Tianqian Pharmaceutical Group are facing unprecedented shocks. Oomph. Too bad my divine power burst won't recover for another 4 days. Otherwise, I could start production immediately. According to his intelligence, Zhang Zhan's team was expected to depart within the next 2 days to search for level 70 beasts within ancient ruins and secret realms. More crucially, they would explore the depths of the Huaxia No. 1 ruins to seek the 10,000-year-old plant spirit. And to source medicinal herbs requiring global procurement. Without the divine power burst, I've scaled down the formula. I've controlled the explosion range and destructive energy of the annihilation potion. This should severely wound the level 70 beasts without completely obliterating them. This way, we can obtain usable beast carcasses and essence blood. With this thought, Lin Feng wasted no time and immediately began concocting the potion. After allocating the remaining herbs and commencing preparation, Lin Feng activated his innate talent and the split spirit ring skill. As his talents and skills activated, a halo began to surround him. A subtle medicinal fragrance began to waft through the campus. Zhang Zhan and Zhou Yao, who had already received Lin Feng's message, were waiting at the entrance. Zhou Yao stared in astonishment as Lin Feng, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, continuously consumed energy to replenish the potion. General Zhang, do you think Lin Feng will be okay this time? I can tell he's struggling this time. Zhang Zhan stood at the entrance, watching intently. We'll just have to wait and see. These past days, Lin Feng has truly drained his blue bar far too much. He's sacrificed so much for the nation. Zhou Yao's expression softened slightly, feeling a pang of sympathy for the student before her. Though Lin Feng had suddenly awakened an SSS plus talent, embarking on an extraordinary journey, she still treated him as an ordinary college student. To say she wasn't concerned would be impossible. Suddenly, Zhang Zhan turned to Zhou Yao. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. Lin Feng possesses transcendent talent. He is destined to rise to greatness. Although Commander Zhou is constantly busy with state affairs, he has never even met Lin Feng in person to protect him from exposure. But he holds him in the highest regard. I believe when you meet a good man, you should seize the opportunity. What do you think of Lin Feng? At these words, the air abruptly thickened. Chapter 36, Crafting a Miniature Destruction Potion with 18x Potency. It took Zhou Yao a long while to process the realization. So he'd been waiting here for her all along? General Zhang Zhan, are you advising me like this because the old man deliberately told you to? He meddles in everything I do now. He wants to interfere with my romantic freedom too? Zhou Yao's face darkened with fury, her hair whipping back from her forehead. That old fool doesn't know how to cherish such a wonderful daughter. He spends all day trying to push her away. And that past incident? It's still far from over. She'll never forgive him. Zhang Zhan sensed the edge in Zhou Yao's tone, but once the topic was out there was no taking it back. Of course not. I just think there aren't many outstanding guys out there. Right now, only we know about Lin Feng's extraordinary situation. You're the one with the advantage. If I were a woman, I'd have made my move long ago. I doubt Lin Feng is interested in men. Zhou Yao shot him a glare and snapped, how do you know? That's not necessarily true. What if he's? Besides, even if he's not straight, he can always be bent, right? Zhang Zhan stared at her, momentarily flustered. He hadn't really paid attention to Lin Feng's sexual orientation before, but based on his previous behavior, it didn't seem likely. After all, this was college, a world apart from the military environment he was used to. It was open-minded enough. Still, Zhang Zhan now regretted rushing things. His words could easily be misinterpreted. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a faint medicinal scent drifted out from the lab. Lin Feng was now surrounded by stacks of medicine vials. In the brief time it took to prepare the potions, Lin Feng had already drained every single one of the hundreds of energy-restoring vials laid out on the table. Even the ones bottled were downed in one gulp. Though the true grade of these destructive potions remained unknown, the sheer mental strain required to consume them made their extraordinary nature undeniable. As the medicinal scent spread, Zhou Yao and Zhang Zhan both flashed a hint of excitement across their faces. Once again, the entire campus erupted into a cacophony of noise. Where's that medicinal scent coming from? Is someone brewing potions in the alchemy building again? I bet only Professor Lin from our school could create a potion this fragrant. Just the other day, I saw military vehicles escorting medicinal herbs here. You know what? That alchemist who created the super destructive potion must be Professor Lin. That's highly likely. As the discussion grew more intense, a cough sounded from behind them. Lin, his head of jet black hair, slowly passed by them. Beside him stood the fiery red-haired Xue Hong, radiating vibrant energy. The students fell silent the moment Xue Hong glanced their way. Lin gazed at the campus filled with the scent of herbs, then turned his attention toward the pharmaceutical building. Could it be that Lin Feng is brewing that terrifying destruction potion again? Xue Hong replied slowly, it's quite possible. After all, I just received classified documents from higher-ups myself. The national leadership has now specially approved classifying Lin Feng's destruction potion as top-tier national strategic reserve material. With more of this vital national asset in stock, even a level 4 beasttide would be easily handled. I'm sure even the Divine Court Guild will think twice before trying to give us trouble in the future. After hearing this, Lin couldn't help but nod in agreement. Nuclear weapons were once the ultimate national treasures, something no country dared to challenge. But in this era of universal class change, the rise of class-changed individuals has changed everything. Nuclear weapons no longer held absolute power against the beasts. The emergence of the destruction potion perfectly addressed this shortcoming. Whoever gained the initiative first would mean they were ahead of the curve on this path. Blood red sighed again, I just hope Lin Feng handles the destruction serum with care. If it explodes, our entire university is finished. Lin chuckled, I trust Lin Feng's SSS plus talent. It's 100% success rate. We must urgently devise a plan to eliminate the anomalies occurring on campus. If they attract outside attention, we'll be in serious trouble. With Lin and Xue Hong reaching consensus, they sprang into action. Meanwhile, in the alchemy lab, Lin Feng finished consuming every energy-restoring potion he'd brewed. With a sigh of relief, 20 small super potions now stood before him. Each vial contained only 20 milliliters. He stored them in the compact vial containers provided by Master Shaolin. These miniature vials possessed cutting-edge technology and were fully intelligent. Following his and Zhang Zhan's instructions, Master Shaolin was working overtime to craft miniature Heavenly Path Eye devices. Once the potions were sealed within the Heavenly Eye devices and carried into secret realms or ancient ruins. At that point, even if encountering a level 70 ferocious beast too formidable to withstand, the estimated potency should be sufficient to inflict severe injury. Before you take it out, let me take another look at the status of this serum. Product name, Death Reaper. Grade? Spirituality, triggers violent celestial and terrestrial phenomena. Effect, its potency is its destructive force. Upon severe impact, this agent converts all its potency into destructive energy. Upon release, it transforms the destroyed lifeforms into feedback potency, with an explosion capable of engulfing a 100-meter radius, amplifying its potency by 18 times. I'm outta here. 18 times? Lin Feng had originally intended to merely increase the multiplier slightly. But this time, he'd gone straight for 18 times. Based on his original formula ratios, even a 15x multiplier would have been manageable. Now the potency had surged to 18 times. But it doesn't matter. Master Zhao's Heavenly Eye possesses the ability to reduce destructive power, so it should be manageable. Even if it does explode, it shouldn't obliterate every last bone of the beast. As Lin Feng slowly packed the 2 potion containers and carried them out, Zhang Zhan's expression grew solemn. Zhou Yao gazed at the finished product inside the boxes with palpable excitement. General Zhang, mission accomplished. Please have Master Xiao seal it within the Heavenly Eye device. I've reduced the dosage of this batch. Based on your description, it should severely wound beasts of level 70 and above. I've prepared a larger quantity this time. If encountering higher tier beasts makes a clean retreat difficult, you can stack the potions for use. The damage radius of these mini annihilation potions won't expand, but their potency will double. This was precisely why Lin Feng had crafted the mini potions. Based on his knowledge, terrifying beasts surpassing level 80 existed within the Huaxia ruins and secret realms. When they attack secret realm and relic instances, they don't need to take down the boss directly. They only needed to secure their desired items and withdraw immediately, minimizing losses and threats. At that moment, Zhang Zhan saluted Lin Feng and declared, "Thank you. I'm heading to the military base in the capital immediately to distribute these lethal weapons. Just wait for my good news. We will not fail in our mission." His words were unwavering as he turned and strode purposefully toward the military headquarters. Chapter 37, Gathering High-Level Transcended Warriors to Conquer Secret Realms and Ruins. After General Zhang Zhan departed, Zhou Yao regarded Lin Feng with a peculiar look. "Lin Feng, have you finished the cow and sheep milk I bought for you last time? Do you need any more lately?" At the mention of this, Lin Feng gave an awkward chuckle. He had only asked the counselor to help find it out of necessity, just to complete the task. I don't need any for now. I've switched to dry milk lately. This stuff tastes kinda fishy. Zhou Yao hummed in acknowledgement, her gaze turning slightly strange. Makes sense. You've been brewing quite a few potions lately, consumption must be high. If you need anything later, just let me know. All your expenses will be fully reimbursed until you graduate and head to China's capital university. If there's nothing else, I'll head out now. I still need to prepare my graduation materials. Just as Zhou Yao turned to leave, she paused and called back, oh, right. Your alchemist certification exam is in 2 weeks. Lin Feng nodded, staring blankly at Zhou Yao's retreating figure. Only 2 weeks left before graduation, then off to China's capital university? The thought filled him with immense anticipation and excitement. Once there, perhaps his classmates and teachers would all be top-tier class changers. In such an environment, his own growth would accelerate. He yearned to join other job changers in exploring secret realms and ancient ruins. Who says a life support alchemist can't step onto the battlefield? Then he'd show them what a versatile alchemist was capable of. Lin Feng yawned, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. He turned and headed back to the dormitory to sleep. Meanwhile, at the Huaxia capital military base, military aircraft touched down one after another. From within emerged one after another, each bearing high-level insignia on their heads. Among them were warriors, mages, and support specialists. Old Wu, long time no see. Never thought you'd still be so loaded. You old bastard. You've been grinding dungeons abroad every day, bet you're rolling in cash now. You support classes have all gotten so rich? A cacophony of voices erupted within the military base. A pot-bellied man stood rooted to the spot, a cigarette with a metal tipped, smoking end dangling from his lips. Behind him hung an assortment of weapons. A level 70 badge suddenly appeared above his head. Wuquan, you're really pushing it. You're already level 70. Look at yourself, is this even human? What have you done to all your weapons? Admitted, did you beg Master Shao to forge these for you? Seeing the level 70 badge appear above the pot-bellied man's head, an elderly man with a cold aura and a putrid stench couldn't help but curse. Wang Badian, you're one to talk. Last time I saw you, you were only level 67. Now you're already level 69. You're leveling faster than me. Quick, let me see how many super undead you've cultivated in your undead army. The two began bickering the moment they met. As the crowd grew larger, over a dozen super-class adventurers above level 60 gathered together. By the way, what's the real reason the nation urgently summoned us here? Could it be the nation's planning another major move? That beast tide a few days ago was truly exhilarating. Those potion bombs really taught the world a lesson. As Wu Kuang pondered, the memory of the beast tide stirred a fresh wave of excitement within him. Mentioning this topic sent the crowd into a frenzy of discussion. But just then, a military transport aircraft touched down swiftly. A figure clad in military uniform, with 5 stars on his shoulders, slowly descended from the aircraft. A powerful aura of blood energy erupted from Zhang Zhan, pressing down on the crowd. Under his oppressive presence, some job changers who had concealed their rank badges were forced to reveal them. Excellent. It's been a while since I last summoned you all back, and your ranks have risen considerably. As Zhang Zhan's words fell, they all asked excitedly, General Zhang's strength has increased again. He's actually reached level 72. As Zhang Zhan's level badge illuminated above his head. Class, Shadow Assassin. Level, 72. They all froze in place. No wonder he's the youngest 5-star general in China and the top graduate of the Talent Cultivation Academy. His ascent is as ferocious as a beast. Wang Badian exclaimed excitedly. After grasping the general situation, Zhang Zhan wasted no time and got straight to the point. One person is still missing. Wu Lei. After all, Wu Lei was the commander of the frontline garrison. Originally, they hadn't intended to call him, but upon hearing the news, Wu Zhan insisted on contributing his strength. Most importantly, this operation was organized by the state. Following the state's lead would surely bring benefits. Besides, all the sea beasts had already retreated from the front lines. While there was still a chance they might erupt in return, 2 super-potent chemical bombs remained in place. These sea beasts weren't stupid, they wouldn't attack anytime soon. At that very moment, a colossal fire dragon, its body vast enough to obscure the sky, slowly materialized above the military base. The next second, it landed on the airport runway. Sorry, I'm late. After leaping off the dragon, Wu Lei sprinted toward them. Some of his old acquaintances, sensing the aura emanating from him, were momentarily stunned. Wu Lei, you upgraded too. Holy crap. Seriously, did you get that super serum feedback boost on the front lines? Tell me when the next super serum releases, I'm going to piggyback on that too. Wu Kuang beside him exclaimed excitedly. Wu Lei snorted. Bunch of freeloaders always leeching experience. This time, I'll see what you're really made of. The crowd erupted in noise once more. Seeing everyone had gathered, Zhang Zhan cut through the chatter. Alright, since everyone's here, I won't beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point. As Zhang Zhan's expression turned composed, the crowd quickly quieted down. They had been eagerly anticipating what this national mission would entail. I'm sure you've all witnessed this wave of beasts, some of you may have even been caught up in it. To be frank, the super alchemist who created the destruction potion has now developed another super potion. This super potion concerns every single one of us. If we succeed in developing it, we will all reap the benefits. Let me tell you in confidence, the rewards this time are no small matter. They concern the very prosperity of our nation. Zhang Zhan's words sent ripples of excitement through the crowd. Concerns everyone? And the rewards are substantial? Why not get in on the action? General Zhang, cut the nonsense. Just tell us what the mission is. Even if we're mortally wounded, we'll complete the mission flawlessly. Seeing everyone's high spirits, Zhang Zhan hesitated no longer and directly transmitted the information into their minds. When they saw the message was empty, they all froze in shock. The essence blood of a level 70 ferocious beast. 10,000-year-old plant essence. And various rare medicinal herbs. Even if you gathered all the high-level class changers worldwide, they couldn't accomplish this level of difficulty. Chapter 38, The Oppression from Tianqian Pharmaceuticals and the Divine Workers Guild. General Zhang, it's not that we don't want to complete this mission, it's that the difficulty is simply too great. We can handle some minor beasts, but the secret realm harbors many high-level beasts. That's beyond our capabilities. They all sighed in unison. Zhang Zhan had anticipated this reaction from the start. He promptly produced the heavenly eye crafted by Shaolin. There were 20 of them. These are Master Shaolin's newly forged intelligent weapons, Heaven's Eye. They're already loaded with annihilation agents to block the beast tide. If you encounter an unmanageable super ferocious beast target, simply activate it. It can severely wound any creature within 100 meters. One more thing, any sea beast destroyed by the agent will transform into energy that feeds back to you. Wouldn't you like to give it a try? Hearing Zhang Zhan's news, everyone perked up. When they saw the Eye of Heaven, they also caught a whiff of medicinal fragrance. Really? Alright. With the destruction potion from the Eye of Heaven's way to aid us, we'll complete the mission. We're leaving now. Damn it, we'll wipe the floor with those secret realm beasts. Morale soared. Before long, following their detailed plan, they formed teams and entered the Huaxia secret realm and its ruins. Zhang Zhan, meanwhile, took the remaining 4 small heavenly eye devices and headed straight for the Huaxia No. 1 ancient ruins. According to prior reconnaissance, the ancient ruins contained a 10,000-year-old spirit of flora and fauna. Wu Lei, Wu Quan, Wang Badian. The 4 set off into the ruins. A flash of light flickered, and they vanished at the ruins' entrance. At the same time, China's state media released a global procurement notice. It sent shockwaves through the global procurement market. Especially when the list of required medicinal herbs and the blood essences of 10 level 80 ferocious beasts was revealed. The global market exploded. This marked the first time in years that the Chinese government had issued such a high-stakes tender for medicinal herbs. These herbs are extremely scarce. Some were known to many nations but never found. And even if they existed, they were all kept under lock and key. They were essentially priceless, unavailable on the market. Yet now, the Huaxia Procurement Center has unveiled terms that have sent shockwaves across the globe. Any medicinal agents meeting the requirements could be negotiated for price. Price is not an issue as long as the requirements are met. When this offer emerged, professional guilds worldwide were shaken to their core. Those with access to medicinal resources were even willing to take risks. After all, with China's massive scale, if they were willing to pay the price, it was bound to be a lucrative deal. This held great promise for certain syndicates. But when this news reached the military base in Eagle Nation, a group of old men from the clerical church began frantically speculating. China hadn't been this aggressive in years. This search is for medicinal herbs. This must signal major developments in the pharmaceutical industry. Their leadership had already begun showing signs of aging and decline. But thanks to the use of a divine elixir, one that no other nation could successfully refine, China's leadership underwent a complete transformation. The original plan for this initiative had failed. With favorable timing and location, China, bordering the Pacific Ocean, was also poised to face a major beast tide. It even reached a level 4 beast tide. Yet the emergence of the super destruction potion caused their years-long preparations to collapse. This global procurement initiative led to the urgent recall of numerous level 60+ class change users from China. According to intelligence relayed by spies, they were concentrating their efforts on secret realms and ancient ruins within China's borders. This series of major moves by China left the Eagle Nation's high command utterly baffled. Investigate. Conduct a thorough investigation. I need to see exactly what China is up to this time. That SSS plus alchemist from China still hasn't been found? Miss Li slammed her hand on the table, her aura erupting. The large-faced foreigner standing beside her looked tense. General Miss, China has implemented super strict protective measures for this super-level alchemist. The level of secrecy is top tier. They're also purging spies internally. Our operatives dare not act recklessly. Any misstep could mean total loss. Miss Li's anger flared further. Things have already escalated to this point. If we wait any longer, we might end up trampled under China's feet. I'm giving you 10 more days. If you can't locate this chemist, you can leave the Divine Workers Union. The intelligence division can be completely disbanded. A powerful wave of anger rippled through the office. The large-faced foreigner standing nearby swallowed hard and spoke up, "General Miss, please calm your anger. Although the high-level intelligence department has no leads, we received word from young Master Luo Chun of Tianjin Pharmaceutical Group. He claims to have some information. But they have a request." Tianjin Pharmaceutical Group? At the mention of that name, Miss Li visibly faltered. "You mean that Tianjin Pharmaceutical Group that once sought to completely sever ties with China, directly merge into our Eagle Nation, and join the Divine Workers Union?" The broad-faced foreigner nodded. "That's the one. What is their request? Are you joining the Divine Workers Union?" Miss Li said indifferently. The big-faced foreigner replied, "Yes, they want the protection of the Divine Workers Union. And they want global asylum to open channels for their pharmaceutical business." Miss Li gave a cold laugh. "Interesting. If he can present terms that truly impress me, or if he can definitively locate that super pharmacist and recruit them to the Divine Workers Union, I might consider requesting the union's higher-ups to give it some thought. A mere pharmaceutical conglomerate is insignificant to us. We have the resources to replace them entirely and create countless new pharmaceutical conglomerates. Tell them, if they can secure that super chemist within 10 days, I'll consider it." With his instructions issued. Shortly after, a message arrived on Miss Lo's phone as she sat on the sofa. "Humph. Ha! Those old bastards in the clerical church, I knew this wouldn't be so simple. It would be extremely difficult to take down Lin Feng with just our strength alone. But, it's not without opportunity." A sly gleam flashed across Luo Chen's face. "Shuyao, this time, I'm afraid we'll have to sacrifice you completely. But for the future of Luo Chen Group, I have no choice but to take this gamble." Chapter 39, Luo Chen's Invitation? Or a plot? Meanwhile, within the potion tower, Lin Feng awoke from his slumber and slowly stretched. After relaxing his body, he immediately tuned into the international news. News of the level 4 beast tide being shattered by an unknown potion bomb had spread worldwide in recent days. Countries worldwide were scrambling for the latest information on this potion. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle upon seeing this. Even if the formula for the Annihilation Serum were to leak out and fall into the hands of any alchemist worldwide, attempts to replicate it would almost certainly end in failure. Not only are the ingredients extremely rare and nearly impossible to find, but if the formula fails, the resulting explosion would level everything within kilometers, perhaps even hundreds of kilometers of the blast site. Moreover, he noted that the Chinese military had abruptly halted procurement of certain potion supplies. They now demanded domestic supply only. Lin Feng, upon seeing this news, understood immediately. A significant part of the reason was that he had begun mass-producing potions. With his exceptionally formidable talent and skills, if domestic pharmaceutical factories lack state support, they would likely be driven out of business entirely in no time. But he was ultimately just one person. Mass-producing these low-grade potions indefinitely was indeed unrealistic. The primary reliance must still be on the nation's own alchemists. Once he completes the nationwide genetic enhancement program, the domestic pharmaceutical industry will undoubtedly flourish. What place would there be for traitorous corporations like Tianjin Pharmaceuticals? However, Lin Feng had also taken note of Tianjin Pharmaceutical Group's recent financial statements. Even with top-tier financial analysts at the helm, they couldn't escape the impact. Just as he rose to begin refining the potion, his phone buzzed again with a message. It was a contact request. When he saw the name in the notes, a faint smile touched Lin Feng's lips. "Finally unable to contain your excitement? Even without General Zhang here, with my current rank and the potions I've crafted, I doubt he'd dare make a move." He was a master of concocting the destruction potion, and he undoubtedly carried a vial of it on his person. Who would dare attempt an assassination against him? Has this Tianjin Pharmaceutical Group playboy lost his mind? Lin Feng promptly clicked to approve the verification. The moment he was approved, a message popped up. "Hello Lin Feng, this is Luo Chen, your classmate. I need to discuss something with you. Would you be free to grab a coffee at the school cafe? On campus? This kid's pretty sharp. Knowing General Zhang Zhan is stationed by my side, he wouldn't dare make a move." "Sure. See you at the coffee shop later." Lin Feng wanted to see if he could take this opportunity to help the country eliminate this cancer. Sitting on the sofa, Luo Chen froze upon receiving Lin Feng's message. He agreed so easily? He promptly replied with a message. Not long after, Lin Feng arrived at the coffee shop wearing a windbreaker. As he left the pharmaceutical building, he distinctly sensed a figure following him. He knew that, given General Zhang Zhan's meticulous nature, even if he had gone to the secret realm, he would have left behind forces to protect him. Thus, Lin Feng had no cause for concern. As he entered the cafe, Luo Chen, who had been seated waiting, waved him over. "Lin Feng, over here." Upon seeing Luo Chen, Lin Feng naturally noticed Chu Zhao beside him, dressed in a sailor uniform. Chu Zhao's expression turned slightly awkward upon seeing Lin Feng. Her proud nature had been deeply wounded by Lin Feng's 2 consecutive rejections of her invitations. After all, even Luo Chen, the scion of the Tianqian group, hadn't been this difficult to deal with. Where did this penniless, underachieving student who'd likely end up as an assembly line worker at some pharmaceutical factory after graduation get the nerve to turn him down? Who knew what interest young Master Luo had taken in giving him this task, asking Chu Jiao to arrange a meeting with Lin Feng? Young Master Luo, I'm here. If you have something to say, just get to the point. Young Master Luo Chen smiled. Is Mr. Lin Feng's time so precious? Let's have a cup of coffee and chat leisurely. With the campus beauty here to keep you company, you shouldn't feel so lonely, right? Lin Feng sneered inwardly. He hadn't even glanced at Chu Jiao once. The so-called campus beauty was nothing but just a coconut latte, please. Lin Feng spoke up as soon as the waiter approached. Shortly after, 3 cups of coffee were brought over. After taking a small sip of his coffee, Lin Feng said, Luo Chen, if you have something to say, just say it. Since I'm here, there's no point in beating around the bush. Luo Chen smiled faintly. Seems like many things can't escape your notice. Perhaps you already know my identity, Mr. Lin. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Luo Chen, the young master and sole heir of Tianqian Pharmaceutical Group. I'm sure you're familiar with Tianqian Pharmaceutical Group, Lin Feng? It's a global megacorporation. We recruit only the finest pharmaceutical specialists from top-tier universities. But today, I extend a sincere invitation to you, Lin Feng, join Tianqian Pharmaceutical Group. Name your terms. The moment this invitation was spoken, Chu Jiao, the campus beauty sitting beside them, lost her composure. What the hell? Inviting a guy who hasn't even awakened his pharmacist talent to join Tianqian Pharmaceutical Group? Has he lost his mind? Young Master Luo Chen, inviting Lin Feng to join Tianqian Pharmaceutical Group, isn't this a bit? Before Chu Jiao could finish her sentence, a murderous intent flared in Luo Chen's eyes. The moment their gazes met, he distinctly felt a sensation bordering on death. It was a psychic assault. Lin Feng, seated across from them, naturally sensed it too. Startled, he realized that Luo Chen was not a pharmacist after all. But at that moment, a vague thought flashed through his mind. If he truly wasn't an alchemist, his profession might be an extremely rare one. A role player. According to Lin Feng's understanding, an impersonator can take on any profession. It is also a specialized profession highly sought after by spies. It's highly likely that such impersonators exist within the highest echelons of the state. When an impersonator takes on another profession, there is a condition. If they are a level 10 impersonator, they may only impersonate individuals of other professions who are level 10 or below. Exceeding this limit could cause overload and result in damage. But judging by the killing intent just now, Luo Chen's mental strength is no weakling. I'm sorry, young Master Luo Chen, I shouldn't have spoken out of turn. Chu Jiao was so frightened tears nearly welled in her eyes as she trembled and apologized. Lin Feng, observing the scene, remained unmoved. He took a leisurely sip of coffee and remarked, young Master Luo Chen certainly hides his true nature well. If I'm not mistaken, your profession is that of an impersonator, correct? Chapter 40, Humiliation? I, Lin Feng, excel at it. Luo Chen was slightly taken aback by this remark. I didn't expect my identity to be uncovered so quickly by Lin Feng. Correct. I am a level 13 impersonator. Allow me to guess your identity, Lin Feng. You're a super alchemist who awakened an SSS plus talent, right? This news struck Chu Jiao, who hadn't yet recovered from the shock, like a bolt of lightning. What? Wasn't Lin Feng supposed to lack any alchemist talent? How could he now be an SSS plus talent super alchemist? Just moments ago, she learned that young Master Luo Chen was actually an imposter. But now he suddenly learned that Lin Feng had already unlocked SSS plus talent. And as for herself, she instantly felt like a complete fool. Impossible. This absolutely can't be true. Looking at Lin Feng like this, he doesn't seem like someone who could awaken an SSS plus alchemist talent. She suddenly recalled that one time she had accidentally glimpsed Lin Feng's figure in the alchemy tower. Though she later used this as a condition for marrying into a wealthy family, she still believed it was just a fluke. Missed. Truly missed. She understood what an SSS plus alchemist talent signified. It meant the nation would place immense importance on him, and his future prospects would rival even the supercorporation Tianqian Pharmaceutical Group. Perhaps even surpass it. Only now did she grasp why young Master Luo Chen had persistently urged her to approach Lin Feng. But was it already too late at this point? Her gaze toward Lin Feng shifted slightly. Since we all know the truth, I won't say more. As for your request to join the Luo Chen group, I appreciate it, but I'm afraid I can't help you. Having said this much, Lin Feng saw no need to continue. Luo Chen hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so bluntly honest. He chuckled and pressed on, I wonder what conditions would satisfy you to join our Luo Chen group. Money? Women? That's no problem. Whatever you desire, I can provide. Chu Jiao, the campus beauty, the one you once pursued. Don't you fancy her? 100 billion yuan annual salary, limitless resources for advancement, protection from the Divine Workers Union? Wealth and prestige beyond your parents' wildest dreams? Faced with this barrage of monetary offers, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Beside him, Chu Jiao softened at Luo Chen's words, moving closer to Lin Feng in unison. Get lost. Lin Feng snapped. Chu Jiao, who had been about to draw nearer, was startled into stillness. Women. Money. What did these things matter to Lin Feng now? If he wanted them, women and money were everywhere. Lin Feng. Chu Jiao suppressed her shock, attempting to probe further. Lin Feng replied coldly, if that's what you're implying, then young Master Luo Chen should abandon that notion. I know what you're scheming, young Master Luo Chen. You want to use me as leverage to protect your Tianqian pharmaceuticals, right? Using me as a pawn? You're not worthy. After speaking, Lin Feng immediately stood up and turned to leave. But at that moment, the rage Luo Chen had been suppressing surged once more. Lin Feng, think carefully. I have the Divine Workers Union backing me. Refuse, and you'll face relentless pursuit. Lin Feng merely chuckled lightly. Bring it on. With that, he was already gone. Left standing in shock, Luo Chen clenched his fists, his rage surging even higher. Young Master Luo Chen, please calm down. Chu Jiao stepped forward to console him, only to be struck by Luo Chen's palm, sending her flying back onto a chair. Get lost. You filthy. Just as he was about to leave, a figure attempted to follow. But another figure swiftly closed in. Terrified, the figure retreated and vanished. Lin Feng hummed a tune as he returned to the potions building. His entire focus was now on developing the super potion. He was preparing, waiting for the ingredients for this potion to be gathered. Meanwhile, within the Huaxia No. 1 ancient ruins, Zhang Zhan, having already slain numerous low-level ferocious beasts, glanced at his experience points. General Zhang, the beasts around us are truly growing more numerous by the minute. Where on earth is the 10,000-year-old spirit of plants and trees? At that moment, Zhang Zhan opened the dungeon map he had already completed. He studied it repeatedly. That's right. According to the map, this is the spot. How come I still can't see it even after reaching this spot? Just as he voiced his confusion, a thunderous roar erupted. A pair of blue eyes emerged from the Earth's surface, stretching over 1,000 meters. The moment its massive jaws opened, the ground began to collapse. A multicolored fruit radiating spiritual energy appeared before everyone's eyes. It's the seven-colored spirit fruit tree. It truly possesses the essence of 10,000 years of plant life. Bringing back the 10,000-year spirit of plants and trees will complete the mission. At this thought, he felt a surge of excitement. He had originally thought the 10,000-year spirit of plants and trees would be extremely difficult to find. But unexpectedly, he had actually found it. Just as he was about to activate the storage box given by the Grandmaster, a pair of blue eyes turned crimson, staring intently at them. The air seemed to thicken. They were instantly frozen in place. Level 80. An 80-level boss. The Space Rift Beast. The dungeon information provided wasn't entirely clear, but the moment Zhang Zhan laid eyes on this terrifying beast before him, he knew. Immediately, he roared in fury, activating his innate skill. The dormant blood energy surged violently. The sealed space began to show slight cracks. But their health bars plummeted rapidly. In the blink of an eye, their health bars were reduced to critical levels. It's an 80-tier spatial rift beast. Quickly take the healing potions I gave you, grab the 10,000-year plant spirit, and get out of here. Watching their health bars plummet at an alarming rate, the remaining 3 soldiers immediately opened their vials and downed the contents. General Zhang, are these little vials of potions you gave us really effective? I've never encountered an 80-level beast before. Even when facing foes slightly above my level, I've always relied on high-grade, even top-tier restorative potions. This stuff. Before Wu Kuang could finish his sentence, he felt a warm current surging through his body. The next second, his health bar was fully restored. Steam billowed from the crown of his head and even his 7 orifices. The energy surge made him squint, his speech slurred. Holy! General Zhang, what kind of potion is this? Is this an ordinary potion? How come it's stronger than the super premium potion I drank? I feel like I'm bursting with power. I could take on 8 of them. After downing his dose, Wang Badian nearly passed out from the rush. When he finally came to, he immediately complained, General Zhang, if I'd known about this stuff sooner, I could have been a 7-time champion every night. No, more like 49 times a night. Chapter 41, Level 80 Boss? Instant kill with the destruction potion. Cut the crap and run. Zhang Zhan roared, instantly activating the tech storage pod. The next second, the 10,000-year plant spirit was forcibly absorbed into it. But the Space Rift Beast, bereft of its treasure, roared in fury, causing the surrounding space to freeze. Damn it! The Space Rift Beast activated its super talent spatial lockdown. Legend says that once locked within a spatial lockdown, no creature can escape. Unless they're a class-changed adventurer who already possesses spatial talents, then there might be a sliver of hope. Wu Lei also let out a gasp of astonishment. By now, their entire energy reserves had been depleted from breaking through the spatial constraints. But just then, Zhang Zhan tossed several more vials of potions. Drink! Drink freely, there's enough for everyone. The three of them looked utterly stunned. Were these incredibly potent potions actually unlimited? If that's the case, doesn't that mean they could just keep drinking and burning through their strength? Even the strongest blockade would eventually weaken. As soon as they opened the potion container, they poured the entire contents into their mouths. The potent effects raged violently within their mouths. The boy, who had been on the verge of collapse, suddenly transformed into a steel-hard beast. Thick potions seeped from every orifice. Damn! That was absolutely incredible. Getting to drink such a potent mid-grade restorative potion in my lifetime? I'm satisfied with my life now. Speed out of here 100 meters. I'm releasing the destruction potion. At that moment, Zhang Zhan had activated the heavenly eye. A deep mechanical eye slowly opened, its overwhelming power enveloping several kilometers around. A pair of wings unfolded like a descending super god, striking terror into all living beings. Holy! Is this the blueprint Shao Master unlocked at level 60, the Eye of Heaven? This thing charged right into the heart of the beast horde with a nuke, delivering a finishing blow to their beast king. Never thought I'd witness such a formidable device here. Just as Wang Badian was pondering, a realization suddenly crystallized in his mind. Could it be that General Zhang Zhan was about to unleash the Eye of Heaven to obliterate this place? If so, what chance of survival would they have? Withdraw at least 500 meters immediately. That's the only way to ensure safety. I'm releasing the Annihilation Agent from the Eye of Heaven. The thought of the super destructive agent capable of halting a level 4 beast tide caused all three of their expressions to darken. Especially Wu Lei, who unleashed every ability he possessed to break through the spatial blockade and escape separately. He had witnessed the potency of the destruction serum firsthand. One misstep, and he might truly be transformed into nutrients by the agent. Eye of Heaven, go! In the blink of an eye, everyone had fled to a position over 1,000 meters away from the spatial beast's claws. After calculating the distance, Zhang Zhan activated the Heaven's Eye device. The heavenly eye floating on either side of him slowly emitted a scorching glow. A pair of enormous beams of light gradually blossomed across the heavens and earth. Damn it! The spatial rift beast is enraged and unleashed its super talent again. What kind of terrifying ability is this? My health bar is locked and I can barely breathe. One by one, brown scythe insects landed beside Wang Badian, frantically gnawing at the surrounding spatial confinement forces. The weapon-laden martial maniac pressed a button on his chest. A phantom device landed, its ethereal metallic shell resembling a humanoid super protective weapon. A laser beam shot forth, slicing a crack in the sealed space and escaping through it. Wu Lei roared in fury, hurling the fire dragon from its storage egg to brace against the spatial confinement with its sheer bulk. Don't panic! The heavenly eye containing the destruction potion, even an 80th tier space rift beast can't stop it. As the device on the Eye of Heaven activated, it began to flicker rapidly. Behind him, a pair of ethereal heavenly spirit hands materialized, tearing at the void before them. A crack appeared in the seemingly impenetrable spatial fissure, and the Eye of Heaven swiftly closed in. Holy crap! That's so badass! Master Quan truly lives up to his reputation as China's most legendary forger. With a super device like this in action, the super destruction potion is bound to detonate successfully. As the two heavenly eyes swiftly closed in on the spatial rift beast, the spatial rift beast let out a frenzied roar. But it was too late. A crimson light flashed repeatedly, its beeping moan stretching out. Boom! A towering surge of energy erupted from the device. The once colorful world within 100 meters of the space rift beast turned completely black and gray. The powerful spatial rift beast's eyes widened in terror, seemingly sensing this terrifyingly immense energy. The super destructive energy instantly engulfed its body. Even the super sealed spatial energy shattered the spatial lock at that very moment. Roar! A mighty roar echoed through the air. The level 80 space rift beast was gravely wounded, teetering on the brink of death. Its massive body crashed to the ground above, sending out a thunderous boom. The level 80 super ferocious beast of ruined Site 1 had been knocked down like that? The four present were utterly astonished. After the gray-black destructive energy dissipated, a lingering medicinal fragrance filled the air. The minor monsters that had been pursuing them vanished completely under the destructive force. We actually killed an 80-level beast? Holy crap! Is this the craziest thing I've ever done in my life? Wang Badian and Wu Quan roared wildly. They roared like wild apes, bearing no resemblance to super-tier professionals. Wait, why is there such a pleasant scent in the air? No, it's the scent of medicine. They frantically inhaled it. Boom! The sound of level ups erupted from his body. They stood rooted to the spot as their level indicators appeared overhead. Level 64. Did I level up? Ha! The beast I just killed shouldn't have been enough to level me up, right? Could it be that this medicinal scent, just as they say, the fragrance released after the destruction potion is activated, actually helps people level up? Immediately after, Wang Badian and Wu Lei also suddenly advanced in rank. Level 63 and level 66. I actually leveled up too. This is awesome. If there's ever another group like this, you guys absolutely have to bring me along. Wang Badian was practically beaming with joy. They'd risked their lives opening the secret realm in ruins. They'd feared each venture might be their last. An old monster at level 80 was simply unimaginable. This time, they truly experienced what it meant to be carried to victory. Alright, no time to waste. Let's get back to the real world quickly. After collecting the corpse of the spatial rift beast, they swiftly exited the secret realm. When the four of them reappeared, their comrades who had ventured into other secret realms showed no signs of movement. Could they have encountered some danger? Just as Zhang Zhan was pondering this, flashes of light flickered past. Familiar figures materialized, their faces aglow with excitement, and a strong medicinal scent wafted from their bodies. Chapter 42, New Mission, Double Reward Seeking Gold Votes. General Zhang, we fulfilled our mission. We haven't let you down. This time, we were truly stunned by the eye of heaven. Especially that super destructive potion inside it blasted that old monster to a pulp like a watermelon rind. Countless minor monsters were obliterated by the potion, and the feedback from its medicinal fragrance boosted our long dormant levels. Waves of joyful voices poured from their mouths. Zhang Zhan was not surprised. He had already encountered it during his time on the front lines. But even now, he found it hard to believe that such an extraordinary potion was created by a college student. Alright, let's quickly tally up the items we've acquired. Thanks for everything on this mission. They all retrieved the boss carcasses and medicinal herbs from their storage devices. Zhang Zhan quickly began his own inventory. With this level 80 spatial rift beast carcass, we've got everything we need. But we're still short on medicinal herbs. I wonder how far along the global procurement plan is now. Just then, a series of notifications sounded from his phone. General Zhang, the procurement plan is underway. Currently, 96% of the medicinal supplies have been secured. Lin Feng, in his dorm room, received the message from Zhang Zhan. Is it almost done? But we're still missing one medicinal ingredient? This ingredient isn't available on the global market, and even many guilds have struggled to find it in the ruins? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. In crafting this super gene-enhancing potion, not a single ingredient could be omitted. If any were missing, the potion's success was uncertain, and its potency would definitely be reduced. Could we substitute it with other herbs? If it's a lower-grade herb, it might truly fail to meet the requirements. As Lin Feng sank into deep thought, a system notification chimed. Ding! New task released. The sun is shining brightly outside. Soaking up sunlight helps replenish calcium and ward off germs. Be a sunny young man. Task, sunbathes for 10 hours without any cover. Reward, 1 professional skill lottery chance. As the host completed the reward quickly, a small gift is awarded. Bonus reward, 1 professional equipment lottery draw. Professional equipment contents, potency dagger blueprint, toxin sniper rifle blueprint, all-weather storage potion blueprint. Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Feng visibly flinched. Another lottery? Perhaps this draw alone could resolve his current predicament. What delighted him even more was the addition of a professional equipment bundle. Lin Feng quickly scanned the contents, weapons, support tools, defensive gear, and more. Awesome! What are you waiting for? Quickly show it off. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, and he was just about to get moving. But then he suddenly realized something. What exactly did unobstructed mean? Could it mean drying things completely naked? Many moms do this, laying their babies naked in the sun for a while. But as a grown man, wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate to sunbathe completely naked? Lin Feng stepped onto the balcony, watching the sunlight spill across the floor, and immediately decided against it. No one's watching anyway. I'll just put on some boxers and see how it goes. He promptly stripped down completely, leaving only his underwear. Then he placed a table on the balcony and lay down on it. But after sunbathing for a while, the system remained completely silent. He promptly pulled down his underwear, standing completely naked with his back to the sun. Ding! Congratulations, host, for sunbathing unobstructed for 5 minutes. Ding! Congratulations, host, on sunbathing unobstructed for 10 minutes. As time ticked by, Lin Feng felt his entire body burning hot from the sun. Meanwhile, inside the potions building, Lin and Blood Red were on patrol. The moment they rounded the corner, their gaze instinctively fell upon Lin Feng's dormitory. After all, he was now a key focus of attention. No one could afford to have anything happen to him. Their dormitory was directly across from his. Blood Red and Lin stared wide-eyed at the man sunbathing completely naked on the balcony. Old Li, is that kid Lin Feng? Who knew he was in such great shape? Holy crap! He really does look like him, and he's so pale. What's he doing? Sunbathing to boost his calcium levels? Or treating himself? As soon as Shuai finished speaking, Lin spotted him and hurriedly said, "Stop peeking at him. We don't want him thinking we're perverts." But just as they were about to leave, a voice called out to them. "Principal, Mr. Li, you're both here?" Shuai and Lin turned to see Zhou Yao approaching. "Ah! Counselor Zhou is here too. What brings you here?" Lin and Shuai both hurriedly responded. Zhou Yao immediately explained, I'm Lin Feng's counselor, right? I haven't been here for a few days, so I came to check on Lin Feng's living situation and see if there's anything he needs. Hearing this, the two exchanged a glance. After all, everyone has their own little hobbies and privacy. If she went in and interrupted Lin Feng mid-spell, wouldn't that be terribly awkward? We already visited Lin Feng's dorm earlier. Everything's fine right now, so there's no need for you to worry. Then they grabbed Zhou Yao's arms and dragged her away. A bewildered expression spread across Zhou Yao's face. On the dorm balcony, Lin Feng kept shifting positions based on where the sunlight fell. After sunning one side, he switched to the other and continued. If you're going to sunbathe, you might as well do it evenly. Otherwise, having patches of dark and light skin would look extremely unattractive. It was morning, and summer sunlight lasted nearly 10 hours a day. Time ticked by second. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving 9 hours and 59 minutes of unobstructed sun exposure. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving 10 hours of unobstructed sun exposure. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Ding! Congratulations, host, on earning 1 professional skill lottery chance. Ding! Congratulations, host, on earning 1 professional tool lottery chance. Ding! Would the host like to begin the lottery? 2 lottery options appearing at once left Lin Feng momentarily flustered. Awesome! But would the skill he drew actually be useful? What kind of tools could he possibly draw from the professional equipment pool? With that thought, Lin Feng immediately issued the command, begin drawing the profession skill reward. Another lottery slowly spun within Lin Feng's mind. Stop! With Lin Feng's command issued once more, the machine halted. Chapter 43, Master of Suture Skill, Revolver God of Death. Ding! Congratulations, host, on drawing the profession skill entry, Suturing Master. Suture Master. If required medicinal ingredients cannot be located, this skill dissects existing herbs to analyze their components. It then synthesizes and refines these components into the originally needed ingredients. Note, this skill consumes significant mental energy. Prepare yourself mentally before use. Suture Master? Hearing this name, Lin Feng immediately envisioned the image of a professional physician. But he never imagined such a similar skill name would exist in alchemy. But wasn't this precisely the super skill he needed? Currently, he lacked a specific medicinal ingredient that he couldn't locate. If he could dissect and suture like he was dissecting a corpse, fusing other herbs together, wouldn't that perfectly solve the problem? The system's pretty awesome. Love you to bits. After calming his excitement, Lin Feng turned his attention to another reward. System, draw the profession equipment reward. At Lin Feng's command, the other lottery machine, which had been idle, began to spin. As the spinning speed increased, Lin Feng took a deep breath and commanded, stop. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the blueprint for the professional equipment, Revolver Godslayer. Revolver Godslayer. 1. A weapon exclusive to alchemists, though it may be gifted to other professions. 2. Stores potions internally for release when needed. 3. Can be imbued with the host's class talents, skill attributes, and class-specific artifact skill attributes. Opening Artifact Blueprint, Revolver Godslayer, Panel. Tool, Revolver Slaughter Gun. Type, Offense. Speed damage, 0. Defense damage, 0. Mental damage, 0. HP damage, 0. Mana bar damage, 0. Remaining potion capacity, 0.6. Attached entries, none. Note, host, hurry and find a suitable blacksmith to forge this. Once forged, it can be used. Holy! Seeing the system's message, Lin Feng couldn't help but blurt out a national treasure. A weapon exclusive to alchemists? Best of all, this gun can even be gifted to other classes. That's seriously awesome. Seeing the ancient revolver design on the blueprint, Lin Feng grew even more excited. Cool. Classy. Once forged, it would be a super shooting weapon. Not only can it attack, but it also carries medicinal power. Who would dare threaten him now? Best of all, it could stack talents and skills. And even additional skills for professional tools, something Lin Feng had never obtained before. Essentially, by completing quests later, he could unlock additional skill slots for his profession-specific tools. Stacking those on top? The damage would be off the charts. After taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Lin Feng closed the interface. If it required forging, he'd see if any skilled craftsman online could create it. He promptly uploaded the simplified blueprint to a blacksmithing job board and settled in to wait for orders. Next step, use skills to decompose the missing herbs. Let's begin. Lin Feng promptly entered the name of the missing herb into the system. Ding! Master Suturer is analyzing. Ding! Analysis complete. Raw material, Golden World Plant. Deconstructed Formula 1, Heavenly Nature Grass, Stardust Flower, Earth Rock. Deconstructed Formula 2. In the blink of an eye, several formula proposals appeared. Glancing at the displayed formula options, Lin Feng immediately pulled out his phone to contact Zhang Zhan. At that moment, at the military base in the capital. Zhou Zhenghua stared intently at the towering piles of high-grade ferocious beast bones outside. Multiple dissectors were performing autopsies on the captured high-level ferocious beast carcasses. Through special processing methods, they extracted all the essence blood from the beasts' bodies. Excellent! Who would have thought that the secret realm that troubled us for so long could be completely wiped out by Lin Feng's potion? The remains of over a dozen beasts exceeding level 60 will significantly bolster the reserves of our nation's treasury. At that moment, Zhang Zhan, standing beside him, nodded before shaking his head. Commander Zhou, there's still one herb missing from this global procurement plan. When the global procurement plan was mentioned, Zhou Zhenghua looked up and asked, Zhang, tell me honestly, what exactly are you developing with these potions? Facing Zhou Zhenghua's curiosity, Zhang Zhan smiled and said, originally, Lin Feng and I had an agreement, but since the chief asks, I won't keep it hidden. Lin Feng recently leveled up and unlocked another super potion. At the mention of super potions, Zhou Zhenghua's breathing visibly quickened. Perhaps this potion is the very super potion that all commanders, indeed the entire world, are striving to develop. Once realized, it might comprehensively enhance the genetic strength of the entire Chinese population. At this point, Zhou Zhenghua's breathing grew even more rapid. A potion to enhance the genetic strength of all Chinese people. This was indeed the super serum sought by China, indeed by all nations abroad, including the Divine Workers' Union. Even now, after countless trials, no one has succeeded in creating the serum. Very well. I won't interfere with this matter, nor will I inform other commanders. Should this serum ever be successfully synthesized, inform me immediately. I designate it as essential strategic reserve material for China. If this truly becomes possible, then China's rise to prominence will be just around the corner. At this thought, Zhou Zhenghua couldn't help but tremble with excitement. But suddenly, Zhang Zhan grew solemn, furrowing his brow as he said, we're missing just one ingredient. Without it, we might not be able to complete this potion. After composing himself, Zhou Zhenghua sighed softly. Rest assured, now that I know about this matter, I'll order every guild worldwide to help search for this herb, no expense spared. Just as Zhang Zhan concluded this was the only option, a phone notification chimed. He slowly picked up his phone, a look of surprise flashing across his face. Zhou Zhenghua, standing nearby, noticed the change and urgently asked, Zhang Zhan, what's wrong? Zhang Zhan looked up, a flicker of delight crossing his eyes. Lin Feng has found alternative herbs that can substitute for this one. He's provided several options and urged us to gather them quickly. I believe we can definitely source these ingredients through global procurement. After all, the herbs Lin Feng had shown were all available on the global market. Immediately after replying with an acknowledgement, Zhang Zhan sprang into action. Chapter 44, Enhanced Potion Success. Zhang Zhan levels up multiple times. The next day, Lin Feng slowly awoke from his slumber. Just as he picked up his phone, he suddenly noticed a new order notification. Someone actually agreed to craft this revolver for me? If I can get my hands on this gun, my combat power might see a significant boost. With a surge of excitement, Lin Feng dressed and received word that Zhang Zhan had gathered all the substitute herbs. Zhang Zhan had already arrived at the entrance of the alchemy lab in the potions building with the ingredients in hand. Lin Feng quickly smoothed his clothes and hurried out of the dormitory straight to the alchemy lab. General Zhang, thank you for your hard work. Zhang Zhan, who had been waiting patiently for quite some time, replied, no problem. It's my duty and my job. Without further ado, Lin Feng took the herbs and entered the alchemy lab. His immediate priority was to obtain the missing golden world plant. As the skill activated, a clear interface panel appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Target raw material, golden world plant. Deconstructed Formula 1, heavenly nature grass, stardust flower, earth rock. Matching complete. Proceeding to craft equivalent medicine. Outside, observing Lin Feng and Zhang Zhan, he suddenly saw an invisible mental hand slowly reaching toward the potion on the table. Immediately after, a frenzied potion brewing session commenced. Barely 10 seconds passed before Lin Feng felt his mana bar deplete. As expected, this class skill drains mana far too quickly. He hadn't initially realized it would drain so rapidly. But now, it had drained him dry in the blink of an eye. Good thing I came prepared. I refuse to believe 500 vials of mental replenishment potions won't cover the energy demands of fusing this potion. As one vial after another was consumed. Within mere seconds, his mana bar was drained once more. Lin Feng grabbed another vial and downed it. The cycle repeated. As a small pool of liquid formed, Lin Feng stared in astonishment at the brown solid substance before him. Finally complete. Now that I've gathered all the ingredients for the potion, it's time to experiment with creating a human gene enhancement potion. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng addressed Zhang Zhan outside the room. General Zhang, I may need your assistance. Please help sort the medicinal ingredients. I'm about to begin crafting the human gene enhancement potion. At the mention of human gene enhancement potions, Zhang Zhan visibly perked up. Before long, the potions were arranged according to the instructions. Lin Feng took another deep breath and activated his professional talent. As the talent activated, the previously dormant potion chest began to boil. The ingredients used in this concoction were exceptionally rare. Particularly the blood essence of a beast exceeding level 70. The energy it contained was beyond what ordinary people could withstand. The moment a single drop of the beast's essence blood was added, a surge of vital energy pulsed through the entire alchemy chamber. Begin! With Lin Feng silently giving the command, the tedious alchemical process commenced. The room became saturated with the vital energy of various ferocious beasts. Such potent vital energy could easily overwhelm a pharmacist's mind. Should one lose control of their mind, it would inevitably cause great harm to the alchemist. Within the first 10 seconds, Lin Feng felt his health bar depleting. He immediately swallowed the energy-restoring potion he had prepared beforehand. One tube after another. In the blink of an eye, the floor was littered with empty vials. Phew! The mana drain required to craft potions like these is truly terrifying. My divine power burst isn't fully unlocked yet. If I could use that skill, I might be able to easily craft trial versions of these potions. As the pace of consuming energy replenishment potions quickened, Lin Feng's forehead became drenched in sweat. The faster the potions were crafted, the faster they were consumed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had exhausted all the pre-prepared potions. At the very last moment, a crimson aura suddenly erupted. The volatile essence blood gradually settled in Lin Feng's hands, and the potion's color became more translucent. Lin Feng merely glanced at the potion and sensed the energy it contained. It worked! This might be the first truly meaningful gene-enhancing potion in human history. If humanity can utilize this, we'll finally have a fighting chance against the ferocious beasts. Lin Feng's face was pale, but his heart was filled with immense joy. At that moment, Zhang Zhan, who had been anxiously waiting at the door, saw Lin Feng open it and immediately stepped forward. Lin Feng raised his hand and handed the blood-red vial of serum to General Zhang Zhan. General Zhang, I've fulfilled my mission. I have completed the trial batch of the human gene enhancement serum. Please record the process while I conduct the trial. Just as Lin Feng was about to take the vial and drink it down, Zhang Zhan raised his hand to stop him. Lin Feng, I'll conduct this trial. Your status is too critical, it concerns the very survival of China. Zhang Zhan snatched the vial from Lin Feng's hand and downed it in one gulp. It happened too quickly for Lin Feng to react. After Zhang Zhan swallowed it, a crimson aura began to radiate from his body. His meridians began to twist and contort. Within his body, some cells were dividing. Others accelerated their decay. Others, as if having undergone a metamorphosis, became abnormally active. DNA underwent rapid mutation. Lin Feng stared intently at General Zhang Zhan before him. The piercing pain made the veins on his forehead bulge, as if his entire skeleton was being reshaped. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was gasping for breath. Several minutes later, he slowly opened his eyes. An overwhelming killing intent erupted from his body. Ah! As Lin Feng stared in astonishment, the crimson markings on Zhang Zhan's body began to fade. The sound of leveling up echoed continuously. 74, 75, 76. All the way up to level 77. Zhang Zhan's leveling finally came to a halt. The potion's power actually caused General Zhang Zhan to surge 4 levels at once. It truly is the essence of 10 ferocious beasts, combined with the spirits of countless precious 10,000-year-old plants and other rare medicinal ingredients. With his genes fully unlocked, General Zhang Zhan's recovery speed will likely accelerate even further. Lin Feng murmured inwardly. Just then, Zhang Zhan slowly raised his head and said, Lin Feng, I feel as if my body has been completely unblocked. My meridians feel incredibly clear, and I have boundless energy. My brain, thinking, and everything else have expanded tremendously. Awesome! This feeling is absolutely incredible. He struggled to contain his excitement. Lin Feng, standing before him, clearly saw the transformation in General Zhang Zhan. Especially in terms of his aura and demeanor, it was a complete and utter transformation. Excellent! Since you're well, I'll begin production of the first batch of super potions immediately. If we aim for nationwide distribution, the required quantities will be substantial, and the amount of medicinal ingredients needed will be staggering. Chapter 45, Full Throttle Production. Celestial Phenomena Triggered by Pharmaceutical Manufacturing? Zhang Zhan replied calmly, We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. By the way, how many potions can you produce in the first batch? Lin Feng couldn't make any guarantees at this point, but based on the system's prompts, he could make a rough estimate. Approximately 5,000 vials. When Zhang Zhan heard the number 5,000, he was visibly shaken. He had assumed Lin Feng could manage at most a few dozen. Or at most 100. But now, the first batch could yield around 5,000 vials. Excellent. Since you're confident, I'll report this to the commander once you've finished production. This first batch of potions can be used by our top-tier transfigures. It might help alleviate the pressure our nation is currently facing. Zhang Zhan sighed softly. Having been by Zhou Jingguo's side all this time, he had witnessed some of the detailed circumstances. It wasn't just the threat of the beast tide. The primary pressure stemmed from the Divine Workers' Union. China was essentially isolated and unsupported on the international stage. Yet even so, China could still take on numerous nations alone. Now, with the support of human gene enhancement agents, the strength of the transferees is bound to reach new heights. Overtaking rivals across all fields is merely a matter of time. Lin Feng glanced at Zhang Zhan before turning and heading back to the pharmaceutical lab. Enough talk. Let's get to work. With a deep breath. Full throttle. Talent, dual skills activated. The moment the divine power infused skill activated, rings of light began to swirl around Lin Feng's body. The previously subdued Lin Feng suddenly felt an unprecedented thickness in his blue bar, his psychic power exerting immense influence. With a mere glance, he could perceive every detail within 100 kilometers. Outside, Zhang Zhan suddenly sensed a powerful mental fluctuation emanating from the pharmaceutical lab. It felt as though he'd been swept from head to toe, stripped bare within it. When the mental energy dissipated, he drew a deep breath and gasped, terrifying. Is this mental energy erupting from Lin Feng's body? How could someone at his current level possess such overwhelming psychic power? As he pondered this, Lin Feng had already begun crafting the potion. As the refining process accelerated, the once quiet herbs began emitting a terrifying blood-like aura. Ever since Lin Feng last concocted the destruction potion, the potent medicinal fragrance it emitted had drawn the attention of students and faculty across campus. Before Lin Feng departed Jinshan Vocational University for the talent development program in the capital, Blood Red and Zhang Zhan naturally bore the responsibility of safeguarding everything related to him. Therefore, they enlisted an array master from the military to construct a transcendent, aura-concealing formation. They also had rune engravers inscribe intricate patterns upon it. They spared no effort to prevent any energy from escaping. But when Zhang Zhan sensed the terrifying blood energy emanating from the pharmaceutical lab, an ominous foreboding immediately gripped his heart. Sure enough. As Lin Feng strained to sustain the blue bar's depletion, the hundredfold surge of spiritual energy instantly caused the potion in the cauldron to boil violently. The essence blood of beasts above level 70 boiled violently. Massive silhouettes coalesced into crimson forms. Boom! The formation, originally condensed by multiple array masters, cracked open in multiple places under the impact of the beastly phantoms. Blood essence seeped slowly through the fissures. Meanwhile, in the counselor's office, Zhou Yao was writing a graduation report. Suddenly, the counselors in the office gazed up at the crimson energy seeping from the sky and exclaimed in terror, "Look! What is that blood-red energy appearing in the sky? This energy feels terrifying, like a super beast is about to emerge. Wait, isn't that crimson energy seeping out from the direction of the potions building?" Zhou Yao turned his head to look out the window, but suddenly his body trembled, and he dashed out. Principal's office. Shui Hong and Li Yinian, who were discussing matters, suddenly noticed the crimson aura in the sky. And the array, now cracked and fractured. Blood Red exclaimed in alarm, quickly reinforce the array. We can't let this blood red energy seep out. Shui Hong immediately began contacting the array masters and rune masters. Just days prior, General Zhang Zhan had made his instructions crystal clear. Lin Feng might soon need to concoct another super potion. His previous potion creation had caused quite a stir. To minimize the impact, several exceptionally powerful array masters and rune masters had been summoned. Their purpose was to inscribe formations powerful enough to block the celestial anomalies that would manifest during the super potion's creation. Originally, everything seemed solid and absolutely problem-free. Yet now, under the onslaught of crimson energy, it proved utterly fragile. How is this possible? What kind of energy is this, capable of causing such a terrifying situation? Soon, several array masters gathered within the alchemy tower to reinforce the seals. The cracks that had appeared were slowly healing. Yet within the alchemy chamber, Lin Feng seemed to be corroded by this crimson aura, his eyes turning blood red. Yet, bolstered by his mental fortitude, he regained his composure. The essence blood of a beast over level 70 is truly extraordinary. If we add the essence of 10,000-year-old plants and trees to this, the explosive power could trigger unimaginable cosmic phenomena. However, as his spiritual energy swept through the surroundings, he immediately noticed the situation outside. Particularly the array masters and rune masters frantically repairing the formations. For now, they were managing to contain the blood energy. My divine power burst is time-bound. I can't wait any longer. I hope you elders can hold it off. Lin Feng took a deep breath, swept his spiritual energy, and integrated the 10,000-year-old spirit of plants and trees into it. The fused essence of 10,000-year-old flora swiftly condensed into a liquid. It merged with the essence blood of 10 ferocious beasts above level 70. Suddenly, a crimson aura spread, like the reaping hand of death. The suppressed crimson beast's phantom form coalesced once more. What had been a mere shadow dozens of meters tall now expanded to over 100 meters. Its aura surged rapidly, accelerating at an alarming rate. The array masters and rune masters, who had been pouring their full efforts into the formation, were momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events. This is bad. The formation might not hold. This is a top-tier formation array, yet it can't even withstand a celestial anomaly. What kind of terrifying potions are being brewed in this alchemy tower? They roared madly as the seals strengthened. But as the spiritual energy continued to surge, the blood essence multiplied several times over. Boom! The sound of an array collapsing and shattering echoed. The moment the formation shattered, the formation master and rune master coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Terrifying specters of ferocious beasts materialized across the land. 10 of them, to be exact. They covered an area hundreds of miles in every direction. Blood-red and Leonian, standing below, felt the overwhelming pressure of the beasts. It's over. Even this top-tier formation and 560th level formation masters and rune masters couldn't suppress the celestial anomaly triggered by Lin Feng's pharmaceuticals? Chapter 46, Mass-produced gene-enhancing potions, forging a revolver. The entire school's faculty and students were frozen in place by the oppressive presence of the 10 monstrous beasts' illusory forms, their eyes filled with terror as they stared skyward. Inside the villa, Luo Chen, who had been about to make a move, suddenly glanced sideways toward the window. A spatial rift beast? Isn't it supposed to exist within the China One ruins? How did it become a phantom celestial phenomenon? Looks like someone's brewing potions. Could it be Lin Feng? If he really made that devastating potion during the beast tide, what terrifying concoction is he brewing now? Luo Chen recalled the nation's recent frenzied procurement of medicinal herbs. And at any cost. Add to that the recent secret shipment of herbs to Jinshan Vocational College. It all felt deeply abnormal. At this point, Luo Chen found it incredibly hard to believe that Lin Feng could truly be the legendary super alchemist sought by the Divine Staff Guild. Damn it! If that's how you want it, Lin Feng, don't blame me. But perhaps you don't know my role-playing talent is actually S-rank true impersonation. Even if you truly hold an SSS plus alchemist status, once my talent locks onto you and completes its devouring replication, every secret you possess will become mine. You yourself will become nothing more than one of my puppets. With a mocking chuckle, he tossed the school beauty Chu Jiao, now as lifeless as a puppet, aside. Chu Jiao, her eyes vacant, slowly rose to her feet, moving like a devoted servant. Jinshan Vocational College, Pharmaceutical Lab. Lin Feng took a deep breath, his focus intense. A crimson-colored medicinal liquid gradually took shape, and he immediately halted his movements. This attempt at crafting the human gene enhancement serum nearly drained him completely. Even with the support of a 100-fold surge in divine power, crafting 5,000 vials of the serum had pushed him to his limits. Gazing at the finished product, he let out a faint smile. Phew! Finally done. I wonder how many experience points this batch will grant me. System, scan. Product name, Enhancement Master Human Gene Enhancement Serum. Grade? Spirituality, evokes terrifying beastly transformations under the blessing of 10,000-year-old plant spirits. Effects, temper the body, eliminate obsolete harmful genes, enhance healthy genetic programs, and unlock humanity's latent genetic potential. This serum possesses 20x potency. 20 times? Seeing the explicit multiplier displayed, Lin Feng was stunned. Ordinary gene-enhancing agents were already potent enough to drastically alter human genetics. But a 20x potency? Wouldn't that unlock the very limits of human genetics? Imagine an elderly woman, too frail to lift a chicken, using this agent and then punching a tiger. A newborn child could lift 100 pounds. A venerable Taoist master, once dismissed as merely a believer in technology, suddenly soaring into the sky atop a flying sword. Scenes once confined to fantasy might become reality. After calming his emotions, Lin Feng finished distributing the potions and sealed them away. By afternoon, all the potions were stored in the potion case. General Zhang, it's done. 6,000 vials in total. Please take them back to the capital. After completing this batch, I'll need a week's rest before I can begin production on the second batch of super potions. A palpable weariness permeated Lin Feng's tone. Zhang Zhan, standing at the doorway, stared at the medicine box Lin Feng handed him. Perhaps stirred by the potent vitality of the gene-enhancing serum, his heartbeat quickened sharply. The gene-enhancing serum that China had failed to produce 3 times before was finally complete? A full 6,000 vials, more than enough to equip a small military unit. However, such rare super serums must naturally be reserved for those in the utmost need. Alright. I'll prepare to depart for the capital immediately. I'll thoroughly explain this matter to the commander. After stowing the medicine box into the tech storage unit, he paused briefly before turning to him. Lin Feng, you'll be graduating in less than 10 days. Per tradition, you'll report for centralized enrollment at the Talent Academy the day after graduation. At that time, I will request a military aircraft to accompany you to the capital. Lin Feng exhaled softly, a flicker of excitement stirring within him. Entering Huaxia's Kyoto University meant interacting with the nation's elite. In such an environment, his growth might accelerate. Alright. Before I leave, I'll finish processing all the remaining medicinal herbs. Consider it my satisfactory final exam before graduating from college. 7 days would be sufficient to fully restore the skill that unleashed divine power. According to his plan, completing the second batch of human gene enhancement potions before departure would be no problem. Good. Zhang Zhan nodded upon hearing this, then vanished into a dark shadow. Lin Feng took a deep breath and turned to leave as well. The first batch of serums is taken care of. I wonder how far along my revolver is now. I'll send a message to check. He pulled out his phone, typed a message, and swiftly sent it off. Inside the Kyoto Technology R&D Center, a young man in a blue work uniform stared intently at the firearm blueprints he'd downloaded from an online order. Revolver God of Death? I got too drunk with the master yesterday. Never thought I'd actually take this order. But, based on my current skills, this gun seems impossible to build. This youth was Xiao Lin's assistant, Quan Zilong. Just then, a figure slowly appeared behind him. Xiao Quan, what are you doing? Come help me out. I need to finish organizing the internal components of the Heavenly Path Eye device. Quan Zilong, engrossed in the blueprints, continued staring blankly at them. Seeing no movement from him, Xiao Lin walked straight over. But just then, he suddenly noticed the blueprint Quan Zilong was examining. I called you just now. Revolver God of Death? Where did you get these blueprints? Only then did Quan Zilong snap out of it, apologizing sheepishly, Master, my apologies. To be honest, Master, I accidentally accepted this order on a freelance website after drinking too much with you yesterday. At first glance, I thought it was just a simple firearm blueprint, but today I realized something was off. Xiao Lin furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the blueprint intently. Suddenly, an indescribable thrill washed over his face. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! How did I never think of this approach to firearm design? The Revolver God of Death. Crafting the revolver itself isn't difficult. The real challenge lies in finding suitable chemical bullets and the right person to wield it. For a chemical revolver to unleash its full lethal potential, the demands on the shooter are incredibly high. Lost in deep thought, Xiao Lin couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. He was well aware that, given current chemical requirements, no such weapon existed anywhere in the world capable of unleashing such devastating firepower. This was entirely uncharted territory. But he hadn't attempted anything like this before either, so why not give it a shot? Hand over the blueprint. I'll help complete the fabrication today. After all, you promised them, so you can't go back on your word. Xiao Lin, a master blacksmith with an innate fascination for crafting novel weaponry, took the blueprint and immediately immersed himself in its creation. Chapter 47, Learning of the Gene-Enhancing Potion. The commanders were stunned. In the dormitory, Lin Feng, who had just lain down to rest, suddenly heard his phone beep. He hurriedly picked it up to check. Finished today? That's beyond my expectations. This revolver-style God of Death gun looks relatively simple, but its actual crafting difficulty is bound to be high. Lin Feng slowly set his phone aside and drifted back to sleep. Inside the Kyoto military base, the commanders gathered together. Zhou Shanghua, what good news do you bring us this time? I heard that your bodyguard, Xiao Zhang, recently entered the secret realm on the Huaxia No. 1 ruins with several level 60+ transfigured warriors. Rumor has it they used destruction potions enhanced by the Eye of Heaven to take down an 80-level boss. And numerous other secret realm bosses were slain. Are you plotting some grand scheme? The mention of this topic ignited a flurry of discussion among the commanders. As the head of Huaxia's military, Zhou Shanghua undoubtedly had faster and more extensive access to frontline intelligence. The super potion that wiped out a level 4 beast tide recently had foreign divine worker guilds and other nations buzzing with discussion. China was now the focal point of intense international scrutiny. Brother Tang, when have I ever approached you without something major to discuss? The news I bring this time is absolutely explosive. After hearing this news, you might be so excited you won't sleep a wink tonight. If those folks at the Divine Workers Guild hear this, they might not sleep for the rest of their lives. Zhou Shanghua, usually the epitome of seriousness, couldn't hide the grin spreading across his face, his mouth practically reaching the sky. Oh? News that explosive? Did Eagle Nation's nuclear bomb flatten the Divine Workers Union headquarters? Or did some natural disaster strike, leaving the Divine Workers Union gravely wounded and barely hanging on? The commanders were all speculating wildly. But upon hearing their discussions and speculations, Zhou Shanghua couldn't help but burst into laughter. No, this news is far more explosive than anything you've suggested. Seeing Zhou Shanghua teasing them, the commanders complained in unison, Brother Zhou, what's gotten into you lately? You're acting so uncharacteristically mischievous. You're driving us old brothers crazy. Yeah. Just tell us already. We're all waiting to hear the good news. Seeing the atmosphere had been sufficiently built up and everyone was primed for the big reveal, Zhou Shanghua cleared his throat and said, Xiao Zhan, come in. As Zhou Zhenghua's voice faded, a straight figure walked in. Accompanied by an overwhelming aura, the numerous leaders froze in place. Tang Chang froze in place, for he sensed something profoundly unusual emanating from Zhang Zhan. No, it was an aura completely different from before. This aura emanated from within his very being, something that couldn't be altered from the outside. His physique was more robust than before, his vitality more abundant, and his frame more solid. Commanders, it's good to see you all again. Zhang Zhan placed a medicine box he was carrying onto the table and spoke softly. Tang Chang scanned Zhang Zhan, his eyes widening in surprise. Wait, has your rank increased again? You feel completely different this time, utterly transformed. The other commanders noticed this too, scrutinizing Zhang Zhan intently as their expressions grew animated. Zhang Zhan saw no need to hide anything. After all, his purpose in coming here was to inform them about the human gene enhancement serum Lin Feng had created. He was the first beneficiary. From the moment he finished using it yesterday until now, the changes within his body felt truly astonishing. All latent injuries within his body had vanished without a trace. Even any external wounds would heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was a bloodline talent possessed by some super ferocious beasts. Gentlemen, I won't keep it from you, my current level is already 77. What? Zhang Zhan's words hit like a tornado, leaving the commanders reeling. Zhang Zhan made his level badge appear above his head. The commanders gaped in astonishment, their mouths wide enough to swallow a small egg. Their eyes widened to the size of copper bells. I distinctly remember Zhang Zhan just hitting level 70 not long ago. How did he climb to level 77 in just a few days? That leveling speed is like a missile blasting off. This is unacceptable. I must have you give a lecture to all the warriors, sharing your leveling experience. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. He's not even human. Tang Chang cursed angrily while venting his frustration. The gap between people really is huge, no comparison. Zhou Zhenghua beside him chuckled quietly, barely holding back his laughter. However, when Zhang Zhan stood before him holding the medicine box and he learned Zhang Zhan had already reached level 77, he was utterly stunned. His shock mirrored that of the other commanders present. Watching their reactions now, Zhou Zhenghua could only chuckle. At that moment, Zhang Zhan spoke slowly, "Commanders, the secret to such rapid leveling lies entirely within this case?" The commanders' stunned gazes shifted to the tightly sealed, reinforced with multiple layers of small isolation arrays. Such craftsmanship immediately identified it as the work of the forger, Shaolin. But what kind of potion could possibly warrant such elaborate containment? You say the secret to your advancement lies within this potion case? Could it be some kind of super potion? It can't be, from that college student, Lin Feng, again, can it? Tang Chang ventured the guess first. The other commanders were also recalling the devastating potion Lin Feng had concocted before. Such terrifying destruction potions could wipe out even a level 4 beast-tide with a single use. And it all came from that tiny vial, no bigger than a thumb. If it was that same terrifying formula, once triggered, it could potentially level the entire capital. Commander Tang's guess is correct. The agent in this box was indeed created by Lin Feng. However, commanders need not worry. This time, the potion is not a highly aggressive annihilation formula. Rather, it is a super enhancement serum that will prove utterly irresistible to all of you. The mention of super enhancement potion made every leader's heartbeat quicken. If it truly was a super enhancement agent, then it would indeed be non-aggressive, something that would benefit everyone. This thought sent their excitement soaring even higher than when they'd learned about the destructive potion. General Zhang, stop teasing us. We old-timers can barely contain our excitement. If this keeps up, I'll open the box myself. All the commanders stared wide-eyed at the potion box. Seeing the situation unfold before him, Zhang Zhan saw no point in further concealment. He stated directly, this time, it's the super enhancement serum created by Lin Feng, a human gene enhancement serum. The ultimate enhancement serum that neither China nor any other nation has ever successfully developed. It's a success. Chapter 48, Master Shaolin tests the revolver Godslayer? Terrifying. When Zhang Zhan finished speaking, Tang Chang and the other commanders froze in place. Human gene enhancement serum? China had initiated this project many years ago. Back then, every nation had attempted numerous research efforts, but all ended in failure. And now it had succeeded. One commander's heartbeat quickened so much that his electronic watch began beeping in alarm. Is this real? I never imagined this would happen. Has our nation truly succeeded in developing it? This is an unimaginable super potent formula. The glory of our China. With such a potion, our nation stands a chance to rise again, destined to stand atop the blue planet. Tang Chang couldn't help but leap to his feet, his words bursting forth with excitement. The other commanders trembled with excitement. Zhang Zhan chuckled softly. Comrades, I have already administered this gene-enhancing serum. Its effects surpass previous research by countless times. As for the results, you will experience them yourselves in due course. At this, the commanders all drew deep breaths, seemingly unable to wait even a minute longer. General Zhang, open the serum for us to see. Tang Chang, unable to contain his excitement, walked over to the serum container. Zhou Zhenghua, too, had never actually seen the human gene enhancement serum. Caught up in the atmosphere, he too drew in a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently, unwilling to miss a single detail. Zhang Zhan slowly followed the activation procedure to open the serum container. Inside the case lay a full 150 milliliter vials of the serum. The moment the box opened, an overpowering scent of blood mingled with medicinal fragrance filled the entire conference room. All the commanders stood up. Taking a single breath, they felt every cell in their bodies vibrate. Their meridians felt unblocked, and even their breathing became remarkably smooth. One commander's wrist-mounted heart rate monitor began beeping incessantly, its display nearly smoking. Is this the legendary gene-enhancing serum? The revival of our nation is within reach. The commanders marveled in unison. Zhou Zhanghua drew in a deep breath, slowly approaching. The scent of blood made his body feel restless at every moment. An overwhelming, nearly uncontrollable urge surged within him. He wanted to pick it up and drink it all in one gulp. A warning echoed in his mind, drinking it would bring unimaginable consequences. Actually, Lin Feng unlocked the formula for the human gene enhancement serum several days ago. However, due to numerous unpredictable internal and external factors, he chose to withhold this information from you all. The first batch of serums is now complete. Lin Feng will soon conclude his studies at Jinshan Vocational College and enter the talent cultivation program at Huaxia Capital University. Therefore, the opportunity for you all to meet with Lin Feng is approaching. At this mention, the leaders grew even more excited. Indeed, since learning of Lin Feng's awakening as an SSS plus alchemist, they had yet to meet him. First, the external situation was complex. Any move they made would draw attention from multiple factions, and the consequences of losing even one member were unimaginable. Second, their high-ranking positions meant they were swamped with endless daily affairs, making it genuinely difficult to find time. But now, since acquiring the divine restoration potion crafted by Lin Feng, their work efficiency had skyrocketed several times over. Where they once worked from dawn till dusk, they now had half a day to rest and attend to other matters. If they were to consume Lin Feng's gene-enhancing potion as well, their bodily genes would be reactivated, likely boosting their combat prowess even further. Therefore, it was high time to meet this prodigious junior college student, Lin Feng. Alright. We'll wait for Lin Feng to arrive in the capital. When he does, we'll definitely raise a toast with him. Indeed. He's contributed so much to the nation, and we've certainly neglected him. Zhou Zhanghua spoke first, followed by Tang Chang and the other commanders, all responding with excitement. Zhang Zhan nodded and said, in that case, I'll pass the message on to Lin Feng. This time, the potions Lin Feng produced total 6,000 vials, designated as the first batch for use. How do you plan to distribute them? Zhang Zhan spoke slowly, as this was precisely the matter he wished to discuss with the commanders during his visit to the capital. After all, in present-day China, there were countless job changers. The initial distribution would be relatively insignificant. Facing pressure from foreign powers and the potential return of the beast tide, securing the right locations for deployment was paramount. What? You say a full 6,000 vials? Human gene enhancement serum, which looks incredibly difficult to produce. Lin Feng actually completed 6,000 doses in one go? This Lin Feng is truly a god. Tang Chang had initially assumed the first batch would only contain these 100 vials, which was already more than enough. But hearing Zhang Zhan say there were 6,000 in total, the other commanders were equally stunned, exchanging wry smiles. Tang Chang suppressed his astonishment and said, Brother Zhou, the strength of a nation hinges first and foremost on its military and talent pillars. Without solid military safeguards and talent support, the country cannot move forward. Therefore, I believe this batch should be prioritized for military and talent development. As Commander Tang conveyed his stance, the other commanders nodded in agreement. Zhou Zhanghua pondered for a moment before nodding. You all know my temperament, so I won't hesitate. This first batch of human gene enhancement agents should be used on urgently needed military personnel and some of the top elderly researchers in scientific institutions. It might bring about unimaginable changes. Perhaps, we old-timers, along with the general populace, can wait a little longer. With Lin Feng around, I'm sure there will be a second batch, a third batch of gene enhancement agents. Once consensus was reached, Zhang Zhan departed the conference room with the gene enhancement serum alongside Zhou Zhanghua. Without a moment's delay, they swiftly reached a decision. First, distribute 6,000 doses to military-affiliated research institutions and key personnel in critical positions. With this batch of gene enhancement agents, those who had been struggling to hold on, or even those in extreme danger. Shortly thereafter, across major RD units, including high-level transfigures within the military units, received a specially encrypted message. Among them was, of course, the super blacksmith Shaolin. He was just finishing the revolver god of death that Lin Feng needed, forging a gun deity in gold and silver, featuring an ancient design and a slender frame. Gazing at the flawlessly formed revolver before him, he couldn't help but marvel at the exquisite design blueprint. What appeared to be a simple blueprint proved incredibly difficult to execute. Though it specified no particular materials, the finished product possessed an extraordinary quality. When he lifted his right hand to grasp the finished revolver, a transcendent aura surged forth from the weapon. He possessed a blacksmith skill called Universal Spirit Testing. Omnipotent Spirit Testing constructs a special virtual space to compensate for missing artifacts, simulating the real-world usage environment of the artifact to achieve 100% realism. Though this blacksmith skill possessed no lethal power, it served perfectly for testing firearms. The instant he grasped the weapon, a phantom image of the revolver materialized before him. Boom! A phantom spray of chemical bullets erupted. It directly rippled the air before him, triggering a pair of massive blacksmith's hands to violently tear open the space in front of him. The thunder in the sky seemed to stir, as if the thunder god himself had descended. With a thud, Shaolin dropped his gun in shock. Is this still just an ordinary revolver? If there really is a suitable potion, it could rival a super-grade firearm. Chapter 49, Key Figures Assemble, Utilizing Gene Enhancement Potions. The moment the revolver god of death hit the ground, the terrifying illusions around them vanished completely, and the thunder and lightning stirred in the sky dispersed in an instant. Master, how are you? Why did you drop the revolver? Did it fail? A young man rushed in, and Quan Zilong hurried over to check on him. But Shaolin immediately stopped him. It's fine. Xiao Quan, tell me honestly, did you really get this blueprint from an online order? Quan Zilong's heart skipped a beat. This was indeed a job he'd taken online. Could something have gone wrong? Working at a research institute, taking private jobs outside was strictly forbidden. But whenever he had free time, he'd search online for orders. On one hand, it provided extra income, on the other, it allowed him to gauge his progress as a blacksmith. Had his master discovered something he hadn't anticipated? Could it be an order from hostile forces? Master, it's definitely legitimate. I took it from a legitimate website, and the shipping address they provided was even a college campus? The name is Chinese too. A college? A Chinese person? A junior college student managed to produce such blueprints? I wonder where he got them from. Have a detailed chat with them. This revolver blueprint is no ordinary thing. I just tested it using my professional skills. Its explosive power rivals that of top-tier firearms. If the person is also a blacksmith and can produce blueprints like this, they're truly a talent for our nation. As Shaolin's words fell, Quan Zilong froze in place. Super-grade firearms? These were extremely rare super firearms. With powerful firearm skills to back it up, its explosive power would be nothing short of extraordinary. Ah, well. Don't worry, Master. I'll do my absolute best to track it down. So about this firearm. Quan Zilong slowly turned his gaze toward the revolver, the god of death, resting on the table. If it's comparable to a super premium grade, does that mean he's shortchanging himself? Most importantly, this was forged by his master. In China, or even globally, this was no longer a matter money could resolve. Shaolin waved his hand, sat down, and squinted for a moment. A chemical revolver? Without the right lethal chemicals, it's useless to most people. Keeping it around is pointless. Besides, we already have the blueprints. If we ever need to make one in the future, we can. You've already promised the other party you absolutely cannot go back on your word. Ship it out. Following Shaolin's instructions, Quan Zilong nodded and immediately began packing it for shipment. Just as Quan Zilong departed, Shaolin, who had been about to doze off, suddenly received an internal message. The moment he saw the contents, he froze in place. Top secret. Proceed immediately to. He sprang to his feet and dashed out of the RD center without a moment's hesitation. The next second, he jumped into the military vehicle waiting at the entrance and sped straight toward the military base. Inside the Kyoto military base, a large number of transferees were already waiting. Upon seeing the words top secret, they had rushed over immediately. Among them was Shaolin, who had just stepped off the military vehicle. Staring at the assembly of high-ranking transferees, many holding key positions within the military, he froze in place. What on earth is this top-secret matter? To summon so many crucial personnel? Shaolin stood rooted to the spot, utterly stunned. After all, if these key figures were targeted and eliminated together, the entire nation might descend into chaos. Of course, among them were also many familiar old friends. Master Xiao, you're here too? Yes. Did you receive the message too? Suddenly, a figure approached. It was none other than Song Yang, the super forger from China's capital university. He and Shaolin were both among China's top-tier supersmiths. Yet they had chosen two distinct paths. One served the Huaxia military, while the other dedicated himself to nurturing Huaxia's forging talent. Simultaneously, he was a top professor at Huaxia Capital University's Talent Development Academy, having trained countless blacksmiths. Most significantly, he had once been Shaolin's teacher during his time at the Talent Development Academy. Now over 80 years old, he appeared frail and on his last legs. But after receiving an extra dose of the national supplement last time, he experienced its remarkably potent effects. He no longer appeared to be an octogenarian, looking at least 20 to 30 years younger. Master, how come you look younger than me? How is this even possible? It's truly unbelievable. Song Yang smiled and said, thanks to that vial of medicine the state provided, it actually made me look 20 years younger. Even now, it still feels unbelievable. A potion? From the state? No alchemist in present-day China could possibly create a potion that makes someone 20 years younger. It's absolutely terrifying. In an instant, he recalled the destruction potion. Could it be made by the same person who created the destruction potion? The thought immediately took root in his mind. He was filled with anticipation, even eager to meet this top-tier alchemist. Could it be Professor Zhu Guo, hailed as China's foremost alchemist? Suddenly, Song Yang sighed. I wonder what this state secret truly is? I truly hope I can contribute something to the nation before my time comes. You're only in your 50s now. Youth is truly a blessing. With a soft sigh, he seemed to drift back to his own peak years. Shaolin smiled and said, Master Song, you're my mentor. You look about my age now. To strive and fight together for our nation truly, it is one of life's greatest joys. Amidst the laughter, a figure with a head of jet black hair approached. The moment Zhu Gui appeared, he instantly captured Quan Zilong's attention. Your brother Zhu? Xiao Lin's expression turned utterly astonished. Xiao, my brother, it's been ages. Never imagined we'd meet here this time. The moment Zhu Gui saw Xiao Lin, he was overcome with emotion. How wonderful! I never imagined Brother Quan would look so youthful too. What on earth is going on? My master looks nearly 20 years younger too. Could the potion he mentioned be your creation? In his eyes, Zhu Gui was the only one who could possibly have such knowledge. As for the creation of the Heavenly Eye device, he lacked the clearance to inquire about its true purpose. This matter fell under the highest level of state secrecy. So, back then and even now he could only speculate. Only one person held the answer, Professor Zhu Gui, the pharmacist from Huaxia Capital University. Brother Xiao, to be perfectly honest, I cannot disclose the details of the formula to you. This falls under the highest level of state secrecy. Even I originally had no right to inquire about it. But, the one thing I can tell you is this, neither this potion nor the explosive destruction potion were created by us old-timers, as you might have thought. Chapter 50, after drinking the potion, the paralyzed old man climbed a tree? Neither? Xiao Lin was stunned. Then who could it be? Just as he was pondering this, a figure dressed in military uniform, with 5 stars on his shoulders, slowly stepped forward. General Zhang Zhan. Suddenly, many eyes turned toward the emerging figure. After Zhang Zhan halted his steps, soldiers behind him lifted 10 oversized medicine boxes from the military vehicle, their expressions grave and solemn. Since we're all old acquaintances, I won't beat around the bush. I'm here on orders from our commanders to gather you all. This gathering is top secret. No one is permitted to disclose any information. Not a single word about what follows may be shared. I trust you all understand the consequences of violating top secret protocols. As soon as Zhang Zhan finished speaking, the group of transferees before him nodded in unison. As you can see, the medicine boxes before you contain a full 6,000 vials. These are known as human gene enhancement serums, capable of amplifying our latent genetic programs and maximizing our human potential. As China's most crucial and significant contributors, you are the first to receive this benefit. Are you ready? As soon as Zhang Zhan finished speaking, the transferees below him began to stir with excitement. Human gene enhancement drugs? Hasn't the entire world failed to develop this? Does our nation possess it now? A wave of fervor swept through the crowd. Xiao Lin, who had been standing still, listening intently, instantly became so overcome with excitement upon hearing the words human gene enhancement serum that his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. His breathing grew increasingly ragged. Human gene enhancement serum? Doesn't that mean my level-up speed will be faster in the future? Will my innate abilities become even stronger? At this thought, Xiao Lin nearly burst into tears from sheer excitement. His mentor, Song Yang, stood frozen in place, unable to recover for a long while. This was human gene enhancement serum. This was a super serum that could benefit all of humanity. Xu Gui, one of China's top pharmacists, was also overcome with emotion. As a key participant and leader in numerous top-tier research projects in China, he was well aware. Ever since learning that the Divine Restoration Potion had been successfully synthesized by a mere third-year college student, no less. He suspected that the subsequent Destruction Potion. He suspected it too was created by that same third-year junior college student who had awakened SSS plus super talent. Now, an even more astonishing super potion had emerged. If it was indeed created by that same student, he would have wanted to fly over immediately and formally apprentice under him. This was a problem that had remained unsolved since ancient times. Those whose names are called, please step forward to activate and administer the Human Enhancement Gene Serum on the spot. As the serum case opened, those called by name stepped forward one by one. Soon, it was Xiao Lin's turn. His heart pounding with excitement, he stepped forward to the very front. He stared at the blood-red gene-enhancing serum, rich with vitality, as it was drawn from the serum case. His hands trembled as he swallowed it. The gene potion slid down his throat into his stomach. Boom! 20-fold potency unleashed. A surge of vitality erupted within his body. The genetic programs within his body rapidly reorganized and rearranged. His blood surged with unbridled energy. Meridians swelled. Sight, hearing, smell, like being injected with hormones, rapidly expanding. His vision, which had required glasses, instantly restored to 20/20. His hearing expanded, as if he could hear a pin drop 100 meters away. His sense of smell became so acute it could put dogs out of work. Awesome! This is absolutely incredible. I feel like my entire being has become crystal clear. I feel like the whole world is under my control. I feel like I'm back in my 20s peeing like a waterfall, punching a dozen guys at once. Words as fierce as tigers and wolves poured from his mouth. Boom! The level up notification flashed. In the blink of an eye, a level 65 badge appeared above Shaolin's head. He nearly choked on his breath and collapsed to the ground. He wasn't alone. Everyone who had already consumed the human gene enhancement serum began to rapidly level up. Chronic illnesses that had plagued their bodies for years vanished instantly. After Song Yang took his dose, he tossed the crutch he'd been keeping just in case straight into the nearby trash can. I feel like I've returned to my prime. I suddenly feel like I could run 3 kilometers in 10 minutes. After Zhu Gui drank it, his limbs went numb. Then there was an elderly man who had been limping. After drinking, he tossed aside his cane. The next second, he began practicing Tai Chi right where he stood. He looked as light as a sparrow. But that wasn't all. Among them was a grandfather over 90 years old who instantly sat up from his wheelchair. In the blink of an eye, he leapt up and climbed a tree, laughing heartily. This scene instantly startled the soldiers stationed there. Zhang Zhan, frozen in place, witnessed this legendary scene and was utterly stunned. Oh. He had already anticipated the scene might be a bit outlandish. After all, the effects of the gene-enhancing serum, coming from Lin Feng's hands, were likely amplified. Combined with such intense vitality, it was easy to understand why someone might suddenly feel an overwhelming urge to release pent-up energy. But he never imagined it would drive a 90-something-year-old grandfather straight up a tree. Moreover, upon closer inspection, Zhang Zhan recognized the old man as a summoner who had been paralyzed for years. He was also a teacher who had once instructed him at the Talent Cultivation Academy. In his memory, the old man had been steady and conscientious. A renowned traditionalist. Seeing him now, clinging to the tree like a monkey, presented a stark contrast to the image he held of him. After the 6,000 vials of the drug were completely used up, the entire military base descended into chaos. Fortunately, he had gathered everyone here for the administration of the human gene enhancement serum. Had they been distributed individually that afternoon, it would have undoubtedly triggered widespread panic. Zhang Zhan stared at the scene before him, utterly dumbfounded. What expressions would the commanders and Lin Feng wear if he relayed this news to them? Meanwhile, at Jinshan Vocational College, Lin Feng, who had just finished preparing the potion and was returning to his dorm with the package, slowly tore open the packaging. His eyes lit up. A sleek silver-gold revolver, adorned with intricate silver patterns, revealed itself before him. Retro. Stylish. Exactly as depicted in the blueprint. This gun. I spent $500 to make it? Judging by this, the materials alone probably cost more than that. At that thought, he immediately grabbed the revolver with excitement. A familiar system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully crafted the Revolver Godslayer. Ding. Loading basic information for the Revolver Godslayer. Weapon, Revolver Godslayer. Type, offensive weapon. Grade, super premium. Speed damage, 0. Defense damage, 0. Mental damage, 0. HP damage, 0. Mana bar damage, 0. Capacity for lethal potion, 06. Attached entries, none. Ding. Notice, host, please add lethal potion bullets to complete the artifact's functionality. Chapter 51, Mission accomplished, device attached skill, no damage backlash. Ultra premium grade? Lin Feng was startled by the condition of the Revolver God of Death. He had merely posted it online casually, hoping to find someone destined to own it. But he never imagined he'd snag a top-tier weapon for such a bargain price. He had truly struck gold. This revolver can be loaded with different types of chemical bullets, or even 6 rounds of the same lethal chemical ammunition. What kind of explosive force would it unleash if I injected the destruction agent into them individually? Gazing at the already crafted bullet casings, all that remained was to process them himself, add the potion, seal them, and they'd be ready for use. Lin Feng couldn't quite bring himself to imagine it. Even a single drop might unleash a force he couldn't control. If he didn't fire it, he'd be blown to bits himself. But just then. Ding. New mission released. Daily arm exercises can effectively enhance physical fitness and prevent consequences from prolonged lying down. Task, swing both arms 100 times. Reward, 1 draw for an offensive class equipment skill. Lin Feng froze upon hearing the system's voice. Here it comes. He hadn't expected the system to arrive so promptly. He had originally planned to avoid using the destruction potion, but if he could draw a skill guaranteeing immunity to its backlash, wouldn't that be the perfect solution? He could then fully utilize such agents to protect himself. If the nation needed it, he could even hand it over to the state. It would represent a novel new application for the destruction potion. No time to waste, let's get started. With a deep breath, Lin Feng immediately began swinging his arms vigorously in the dormitory. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing 5 arm swings. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing 10 arm swings. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing 15 arm swings. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing 100 arm swings. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Ding. Congratulations, host, on earning one chance to draw an offensive class equipment skill. Shall we proceed with the draw now? After stopping the arm swinging motion, Lin Feng felt not the slightest bit of exertion. Too easy. Spin. At Lin Feng's command, a large lottery machine began to spin. Stop. At Lin Feng's next command, the lottery machine, which had been rapidly spinning its internal strip-shaped tokens, came to an abrupt halt. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the offensive equipment skill, No Damage Backlash. No Damage Backlash. When the host uses offensive potion tools, the power imbued upon them grants immunity to any backlash effects. Awesome. System, I absolutely adore you. Whatever I lacked, the system delivered. This system truly is a godsend. Without hesitation, Lin Feng retrieved a small vial of destruction potion barely 50 milliliters in volume. He then divided it into 6 small portions. These 6 portions looked like mere specks. Placed inside the bullet casings, they seemed utterly useless. But in Lin Feng's eyes, this tiny amount held explosive destructive power. It could obliterate the entire Jinshan Vocational University. If the trigger were pulled, releasing even a single round, the horror would be unimaginable. Before long, Lin Feng poured the excess destruction serum he had set aside into the bullet casings. He then proceeded to seal the rear casing. Once everything was complete, he loaded the transparent chemical bullets into the revolver. Huff! With a deep breath, Lin Feng slowly lifted the revolver. Ding! Congratulations, host, on loading the revolver god of death bullets. Your current professional equipment set is now complete. Is it complete? Then I'll try adding the No Damage Backlash additional skill to the revolver. Lin Feng issued the command once more. System, add the No Damage Backlash talent to the Revolver Godslayer. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successful addition. System, open the interface. Lin Feng spoke again. Equipment, Revolver Godslayer. Type, offensive. Grade, Super Premium. Speed damage, 0. Defense damage, 0. Mental damage, 0. HP damage, 8 million. Mana bar damage, 0. Capacity for lethal potion, 6/6. Additional trait, No Damage Backlash passive. Speed, defense, and psychic power damage are all 0? Yet the health bar damage is at 8 million? Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself. Typically, a level 100 ferocious beast would max out at 10 million HP. An 80 level beast would barely reach 8 million HP. But now, a single bullet could take down an 80 level beast? He clearly remembered that this destruction potion didn't possess such terrifying power. Yet, amplified by firearms and channeling its power into a concentrated burst, it could unleash such terrifying might. Powerful. If I were to create a high multiplier stack destruction potion again, wouldn't the explosive power be even more formidable? Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng forced himself to calm down. He then holstered the revolver god of death at his waist. The next second, he opened the system interface. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 14,09500. Novice unlocks third super formula at level 15. HP, 1,400-1400. Mana bar, 1,400-1400. Speed, 1,289. Strength, 1,265. Defense, 1,299. Mental power, 1,539. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God SSS+. Skills, Split Mind Ring, Divine Power Burst. Unsealed formulas, 1, Death God Destroyer 2. Human Gene Enhancement Serum. Unlocked Professional Pharmacist Equipment Blueprint, 1, Revolver God of Death Offensive. Class Equipment, 1, Revolver God of Death 6/6. Equipment Bonus Skill, 1, Unharmed Backlash Offensive, already applied. Enhancement Points, 104,000. The interface has changed. But those final experience points have already surpassed 100,000? Holy crap! Lin Feng was stunned at that moment. Had his homemade human gene enhancement potion finally kicked in? I should focus on crafting more potions from super recipes in the future. That way, I'll gain more experience points. Next up, it's time to unlock the third super formula. Lin Feng felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. System, allocate all experience points toward leveling up. As Lin Feng issued the command once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, your profession level has been upgraded to level 15. Ding! Congratulations, host, your profession level has increased to 16. Ding! Congratulations, host, your profession level has increased to 17. Chapter 52, Unlocking the Third Formula, Entry, The Milk Goddess Descends. Ding! Congratulations, host, on unlocking the new rank title, Intermediate. Ding! Congratulations, host, on breaking through level 15. You have earned one super formula entry lottery chance. Would you like to draw now? Phew! With the level increase, Lin Feng felt his entire body brimming with power. His combat power had multiplied several times over. Drawl. After issuing the command again, the lottery machine began spinning rapidly. Stop. Ding. Congratulations, host, on drawing the super potion formula, Goddess of Healing descends. Divine Healing, also known as the Super Supply Formula. This formula is applicable to all professions. Upon use, it instantly restores all depleted stats to peak condition at 100%. All numerical values may additionally receive a multiplier boost based on circumstances. Ingredients: calming herb, primordial spirit flower. Divine Healing descends? Such an incredibly powerful super supply formula? Lin Feng drew a deep breath. Ordinary recovery potions couldn't possibly achieve full restoration, restoring all depleted stats to full health. And it would happen in an instant. It was as if no time had been lost at all. With such a super replenishment formula, frontline troops can now defend themselves even against a beast tide. It serves as a trump card when facing absolute peril. He briefly scanned the list of required medicinal ingredients. There were a full 100 herbs listed, each one extremely difficult to find. Even if he could track down each herb individually, gathering them all in a short time frame would be nearly impossible. Therefore, surrendering himself to the state was the wisest choice. Now that I've unlocked the third formula, once the second batch of human gene enhancement agents is delivered, I'll begin full-scale production of the third formula. But just then, a call came in from his advisor. Can I retake my pharmacist certification exam now? Today or tomorrow? No time to waste, let's do it this afternoon. Lin Feng then sent a message directly to his advisor. Jinshan Vocational University, testing room. Several candidates who had failed the initial test were already present for retakes. At that moment, Lin Feng walked in. Upon seeing him, Zhou Yao hurried over and reminded him, "You've already taken this written exam before. I can request you be exempt from retaking it." Lin Feng shook his head. "It's fine, counselor. Since it's a retest, I'll follow the retest standards completely. Please help me carry my bag. There's something extremely valuable inside." Lin Feng handed his backpack to Zhou Yao. His words left Zhou Yao momentarily bewildered. She nodded and cradled the backpack in her arms. Yet as she held it, an uneasy feeling crept over her, a sense of apprehension stirring within. Her right eyelid began twitching wildly at that moment. She rubbed it immediately. Watching Lin Feng walk into the written exam classroom, she murmured to herself, "What's going on today? Why is my right eyelid twitching non-stop? And this uneasy feeling in my heart?" Her powerful elemental perception compelled her to glance at the backpack. She wanted to investigate, but hesitated, knowing it belonged to someone else. Time ticked by second. Half an hour passed. Lin Feng had already finished his exam and left. The moment he stepped out the door, Zhou Yao frantically thrust her backpack toward him. "Lin Feng, can I ask one more thing? What exactly is that important thing in your backpack?" "Because of my professional talent, I have heightened sensitivity to certain dangerous things. Ever since I took the backpack you gave me, my right eyelid hasn't stopped twitching. I felt extremely uneasy. Just now, I boldly used my professional skill to probe it and discovered, how could there be a gun in your backpack? And this gun gives me the feeling of facing a bomb, no, a nuclear bomb. Did you develop another super serum? Or did someone get you into firearms research, turned you into a gunsmith?" Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh upon hearing this. Once you commit to a profession, you can't become another. Lin Feng had been a bit careless in his earlier considerations, forgetting that the counselor was an elemental mage. With her super talents enhancement, her perception of light and other elements was exceptionally keen. Thus, with a simple activation of her talent and a quick scan, she could roughly discern the shapes of the items inside the backpack. The shape of the firearm was immediately apparent to her. Combined with the destructive aura of the destruction potion bullets, it was even more distinct. Although the forged bullet casings were made of special materials that effectively blocked the potion's vapor release, it only blocked a portion, allowing the remainder to escape. Combined with Zhou Yao's supersensory perception as an elemental mage, she instantly detected the dangerous aura. "Ha! Since you've noticed, I won't hide it anymore. I've been working on a new professional equipment blueprint these past few days. I've crafted a revolver capable of firing potion bullets. That destructive aura you sensed earlier, counselor? That's me injecting a tiny bit of destruction potion into the bullet casing to make potion bullets," Lin Feng declared with unabashed candor. Zhou Yao froze upon hearing this. A potion revolver? The key point is, he turned destruction potion into potion bullets. Loaded into a revolver? This was a super destructive agent on par with nuclear bombs. He'd witnessed its power firsthand, how it had utterly crushed a level 4 beast tide. Even though each bullet only holds a minuscule amount of the agent, it's still the destruction agent. Even a tiny amount, if it detonated, wouldn't it be enough to flatten the entire school? Zhou Yao was utterly horrified. But moments later, she forced herself to suppress her astonishment. "Lin Feng, are you certain these chemical bullets won't detonate spontaneously?" Lin Feng gave a wry smile. "It's fine. Under normal circumstances, the destruction agent requires an extremely powerful impact to fully activate and unleash its full potency. So, please don't worry too much, counselor. The written exam is over. Let's proceed with the aptitude and practical tests. Lin Feng said casually. Zhou Yao, who had been extremely nervous, felt some of her worries and concerns ease upon hearing Lin Feng's words. But Lin Feng had only mentioned that it would be fine as long as there wasn't an extremely powerful impact. What if? She shook her head and took a deep breath. Pray that nothing goes wrong. Then, she led Lin Feng straight to the testing room. Li Yinian and Shui Hong, who had been waiting there all along, paced nervously in place. Many students taking the makeup exam, still clinging to a sliver of hope, were startled out of their wits. The principal and the dean of the School of Pharmacy personally supervising? This was truly the worst luck imaginable. Especially when they recalled the 3 students who had been sentenced to 50 years for cheating. They never imagined cheating on an exam could carry such severe consequences. But none of the retake students understood who exactly were the president and dean waiting for. Just then, a figure slowly emerged from the hallway. Following behind was a slender young woman. The most beautiful counselor, Zhou Yao. Blood Red and Li Yinian immediately stepped forward to greet her. All the students stared wide-eyed. Was such a grand reception really warranted for a makeup exam student? Chapter 53, Tianqian Pharmaceutical Group makes its move. Lin Feng, we've been waiting for you. Shui Hong instinctively reached out both hands to greet him. Li Yinian also looked at Lin Feng with an expectant expression. All the makeup exam students watching were utterly shocked. What kind of person was this Lin Feng, that the principal and the dean of the pharmacy college treated him with such deference? Their eyes widened as if witnessing a scene they might never see again in their lifetimes. Could this be a real-life echo of a scene from the movies? Lin Feng naturally noticed the reactions of the other makeup exam students and promptly cleared his throat. Shui Hong and Li Yinian finally snapped out of their shock and cleared their throats as well. Lin Feng, we need to step aside and talk. Shui Hong immediately regained his composure and cleared his throat. Li Yinian coughed repeatedly to cover up his earlier uncharacteristic behavior. Everyone, hurry into the exam hall. The test is about to begin. If you fail this time, you'd better prepare to become assembly line workers. Under Li Yinian's urging, they abruptly ceased their discussion and rushed into the makeup exam classroom. Lin Feng, however, was led to another location. This was an examination room prepared exclusively for him. Principal Blood Red and Dean Li Yinian personally supervised the exam. A counselor monitored the entire process. Just as he was being led away, he unexpectedly caught sight of a familiar figure. Xu Jiao. Lin Feng merely glanced at her, yet sensed something amiss. Xu Jiao's behavior and demeanor were peculiar at that moment, her expression cold and distant. An aura that wasn't hers erupted from her body. This isn't like Xu Jiao. What happened to her? Lin Feng, now at a higher level, possessed significantly enhanced perception. He easily noticed that Xu Jiao now resembled a walking corpse. However, his immediate focus was on the exam. Let's begin. Lin Feng wasted no time, immediately launching into the practical test. Meanwhile, within the villa complex, 3 men clad in black gathered within a room. All 3 were shadow assassins around level 50. Each held a razor-sharp blade. To the far left sat a woman in a blue dress, barely 20 years old. As a level 50 frost mage, her gaze was icy as she fiddled with a frozen orb in her hand. Then there was a young girl in athletic wear, her cheeks slightly flushed. As her eyes flickered, every man who met her gaze would fall into a strange illusion. This was a level 45 super illusionist. Are you ready? General Zhang Zhan, China's top shadow assassin, hasn't returned yet. We must seize this opportunity and strike before midnight tonight. As per our agreement, I don't need you to kill Lin Feng. Just neutralize him, render him incapable of fighting. Then, I have my own methods to make him submit to us. Once this deal is done, Tianqian Pharmaceutical Group will join the Divine Workers Guild and sever all ties with China. You will all become members of the Divine Workers Guild, protected under its authority. Suddenly, Luo Chen, swirling his wineglass, spoke slowly. The 3 shadow assassins standing nearby raised their wineglasses in unison. Since Tianqian Pharmaceutical Group hired us and has consistently supported us, we will give this mission our utmost effort. They were known by their codenames, Luo 1, Luo 2, and Luo 3. As for the ice mage in the blue dress, named Lan Bing, she stated calmly, after completing this job, I will request to leave Tianqian Pharmaceutical Group. I have repaid all the favors Tianqian Pharmaceutical Group has bestowed upon me. I simply wish to live the life I desire. Luo Chen sneered inwardly, but outwardly remained composed as he raised his red wineglass and swirled it. As you wish. The girl standing on the other side crossed her arms and snorted coldly, just a little punk. What's so difficult about that? A mere junior college graduate? I could crush him with one hand. Hearing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but shake his head and sneer coldly, sweetheart, don't get too complacent about this person. Let me be frank, though General Zhang Zhan isn't currently protecting him, he's bound to have left some high-level bodyguards behind. According to intelligence, there are currently 2 level 46 shadow assassins present. They may not match your caliber, but my demand is that you give it your all, hold nothing back. After Luo Chen finished speaking, Sweetheart snorted but nodded in agreement. Cheers. The three drank together. Meanwhile, at Jinshan Vocational University, Lin Feng, having finished his exam, stretched lazily as he stepped out of the testing room. Congratulations, Lin Feng. You have passed the Pharmacist vocational test. Your graduation certificate will be issued to you on schedule. Shui Hong and Li Yinian already knew the outcome, but they still solemnly reminded Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but clear his throat. Thank you, Principal Shui and Dean Li. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading back now. I still have some potions to brew. At the mention of potions needing preparation, they dared not delay for a moment and immediately stepped aside. This scene left the nearby counselor, Zhou Yao, utterly dumbfounded. For the esteemed president and dean of a university to show such deference to a student was nothing short of legendary. The behavior of Principal Shui Hong and Dean Li Yinian made Lin Feng feel quite uncomfortable. He gladly seized this excuse to hastily depart. Walking down the path, he took a deep breath. The matter of the makeup exams before graduation was finally settled. Other classmates were also gradually securing internships and jobs. As for himself, he didn't need to intern. Even if he did, it would be at the Talent Development Institute of Huaxia Capital University. Phew! After finishing his meal in the cafeteria, Lin Feng slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed toward the pharmaceutical building. But at that moment, his powerful psychic senses instantly detected a figure slowly trailing behind him. As he approached an alley near the pharmaceutical building, he abruptly spun around. A familiar female figure appeared behind him. Xu Jiao? What exactly are you trying to do? Xu Jiao spoke calmly, her expression unreadable. Lin Feng, I'll be waiting for you at Ziyuan Villa. If you hadn't come, she might not have survived in this world. Lin Feng snorted derisively. You're out of your mind. He had sensed something off about Xu Jiao earlier. Using his psychic powers, he detected a familiar aura emanating from her body. It was Luo Chen. He just didn't know how she'd managed to take control of Xu Jiao's body. Just as Lin Feng turned to leave, Xu Jiao raised her hand and pulled out her phone. Lin Feng, perhaps you've already guessed who's speaking to you. I've already told you if you refuse to cooperate with me, the consequences will be more than you can bear. Take a good look at the woman on the screen. I don't believe she won't stir something within you. Lin Feng glanced at it lightly. The instant he recognized her face, he froze in place. The counselor? Chapter 54, The Enormous Crisis Facing Lin Feng. The phone screen displayed a video call. The person in the frame was none other than Zhou Yao, collapsed on the ground. People like Xu Jiao who crave attention only bring trouble upon themselves. But Counselor Zhou Yao was different. After all, she had helped him with certain matters. Most importantly, when he helped produce a batch of low-grade energy supplement pills last time, he vaguely suspected the counselor might have connections to China's high-ranking officials. Zhou. Could he possibly be connected to Commander Zhou? This was a juicy scoop Lin Feng was determined to uncover. Luo Chen, if you're targeting me, why drag others into this? You know about her connections to the higher-ups? Yet you still do something like this. Even if uncertain, it was worth testing the waters. Who knows? Luo Chen snorted lightly, dismissively replying, of course I know. So what if she's Zhou Zhengguo's daughter? I came to Jinshan Vocational University for her, but now you've appeared, making her seem particularly unworthy. But she can serve as a pawn to leverage you, why wouldn't I use her? Lin Feng felt a flicker of shock deep inside. Still, he now had confirmation. Zhou Yao was indeed the daughter of Chief Shou. If Commander Zhou found out, wouldn't he tear Tianjin Pharmaceutical Group to shreds? But judging by the situation, Tianjin Group was already on the brink of total collapse. As you wish. I'll go now. Originally, Lin Feng didn't want to reveal his true strength. He certainly didn't want to reveal he possessed the revolver god of death. But he couldn't abandon his counselor in trouble. This was the perfect chance to test the gun. He turned and walked straight out of the school gates. At the gate, he spotted a Maserati waiting with its doors open. He got in, and they sped straight toward the Ziyuan Villa. The moment Lin Feng departed, two figures slowly emerged from the shadows. Watching the receding taxi, they frowned deeply. Damn! Where is he headed? Could it be the Purple Garden Villa district General Zhang Zhan warned us to be extremely cautious about? Follow him immediately and stop him. Just as they began pursuit, three more figures burst out. The next second, their expressions turned utterly astonished. Ha ha! No need to rush, gentlemen. Why not join us for a little fun? In the blink of an eye, the black shadows of the fighters clashed together. Damn it! They're premeditated. Hurry and report to General Zhang. Meanwhile, the taxi had already pulled up at the Ziyuan Villa district. Nestled against the mountains and beside the water. Soon, Lin Feng stepped inside. When he stopped, he was greeted by dazzling lights and expensive furnishings. Lin Feng, you're finally here. Ha! Seems you really couldn't be persuaded to come unless certain people were moved. Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings, his gaze cold as he fixed it on him. No need to look. The two shadow assassins protecting you were intercepted en route. I must admit, I admire your nerve for coming here. But from today onward, no one in the world will ever know that a college student named Lin Feng unlocked the SSS plus alchemist talent. The world will only remember one name, Luo Chen, the super alchemist. Lin Feng gazed at Luo Chen, whose face twisted with envy, jealousy, and hatred pushed to the extreme, a faint smile curling his lips. If you called me here just to say all this, then sorry, I'm busy. If you're here to target me, then please release Zhou Yao. You know the consequences, don't drag her into this. At this point, Luo Chen couldn't help but clap his hands. Good. Well said. Since you refuse to waste words, I'll get straight to the point, release my counselor. A woman in a blue dress emerged from the inner door. She was holding the hand of a woman in uniform, none other than Zhou Yao. The moment Lin Feng locked eyes with her, his psychic energy instantly retracted, frozen solid. Though she hadn't displayed her rank badge, the aura she exuded gave Lin Feng the distinct impression she was around level 40. A magic-free skill? Most likely an ice mage. At that moment, Zhou Yao's mouth was blocked. Spotting Lin Feng, she shook her head frantically, trying to make a sound. As she was pushed toward Lin Feng, the cloth gag was removed from her mouth. Zhou Yao tugged at Lin Feng, her panic barely contained. Lin Feng, why are you here? It's all my fault. Lin Feng glanced at Zhou Yao. No need for words. We'll talk about it when we get back. Let her go back first. I'll stay behind. Lin Feng spoke slowly. Luo Chen, standing opposite him, sneered coldly, Counselor, you wouldn't want your students to be in danger, would you? So, I only said you could come, I never said you all could stay. Move. As he swung his right hand, the previously open gate instantly sealed shut. An elder clad in a long robe, his entire body shrouded in starlight, grinned widely as he raised his finger to form a seal. Before long, a towering black formation slowly took shape. The aura was instantly isolated, sealing off everything around it. A 50th level array master? Zhou Yao, sensing the situation, spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately sneered coldly, so many high-level class changers were dispatched for me? Luo Chen, you really do think highly of me. Luo Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. A world-rare SSS plus alchemist talent capable of brewing the terrifying super destruction potion, of course we must be cautious. At the mention of the destruction potion, everyone present froze. Shock spread across their faces. That was the super destruction potion, a concoction comparable to a nuclear bomb, capable of directly halting a level 4 beast tide. They knew full well that the world's largest divine worker guild was searching for it with all its might. They had offered super generous terms, conditions so tempting it was hard to refuse. Who would have thought that the master alchemist behind the super destruction potion was this kid standing before them? Their faces betrayed utter disbelief. Lin Feng sneered coldly. Luo Chen, since you know I possess SSS plus alchemist talent and can create a destruction potion powerful enough to annihilate a beast tide, you're not afraid I'll detonate the super serum and we'll both go down together? Luo Chen sneered coldly. Lin Feng, I don't believe you'd take us all down with you. Think about it, would those old fools back in China dare to do the same? Even if you brought the annihilation serum, could you actually activate it? Sweetheart, don't wait. Move. At the command, a girl in a pink dress stepped forward. Bubbling at the mouth, she looked at Lin Feng and said, who would have thought the super serum creator behind the destruction beast tide is just a junior college student? Since you're a super alchemist, I'm eager to see what you're made of. Her eyes flashed, revealing a heart-shaped pattern flickering within. Talent, Illusionary Heart Space. Chapter 55, Skill Recovery, 100x Mental Power Burst. Instantly, everyone present was pulled into a fantastical space. Within this space, everything was bathed in a soft pink hue. Oh no! Lin Feng, this is an S-rank talent, Illusionary Heart Space. It can implant illusions into the minds and hearts of anyone within its control, utterly impossible to remove. It can also materialize illusions directly. Within her illusions, she reigns supreme. This girl is actually Sweetheart, who appeared years ago only to vanish suddenly. The nation tried to recruit her back then, but unexpectedly, she ended up joining the Tianqian pharmaceutical group. Now she's likely aligned with hostile foreign forces. After Zhou Yao explained the situation, Lin Feng gazed at the ever-shifting surroundings. Suddenly, a woman in a blue dress appeared within the pink space, raising her frost-covered staff. Frostbite. As the professional skill was unleashed, the previously still environment was suddenly filled with ice and snow. As snowflakes settled upon the ground, everything around Lin Feng became encased in ice. Damn! An ice mage. Judging by her power, she's already level 40. Another level 40. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer, you guys really go out of your way for me, don't you? You're so eager to uncover my secrets and keep me here, your true purpose is likely to secure a way out for Tianqian Pharmaceutical Group and for yourselves. But since you've committed acts against China, you must face the consequences. As Lin Feng was about to be frozen solid, Sweetheart's eyes suddenly flashed, and a heart-shaped light shot straight into Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng felt a sharp sting. But in that instant, the world before his eyes was instantly suppressed. Zhou Yao was about to cast a skill to counter. But the next second, she let out a muffled grunt as her spell was interrupted. Don't waste your energy. While you were unconscious, I already cast a binding array on you. Without an array master above level 50 to release it, you won't be able to cast any skills. Zhou Yao clenched her teeth and snarled, you'll face divine retribution for this. Luo Chen burst into laughter. If you're so eager to speak, wait until I've fully absorbed and transferred all of Lin Feng's talents before you speak again. The next instant, Luo Chen, who had been motionless, split into another version of himself. The phantom form was faceless, discernible only as a human silhouette. A level 20 impersonator? Zhou Yao's eyes widened. Luo Chen was her student, and she had always believed him to be an alchemist. His true profession was actually an impersonator, disguised as an alchemist. He had managed to conceal it from her very eyes. As for who her true target was? Before Lin Feng arrived, could it have been herself? As the shadowy figure charged toward Lin Feng, Zhou Yao could do nothing to intervene. But at that very moment, a system notification suddenly echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! Professional skill, divine power burst, fully restored. Bound and restrained, Lin Feng let out a cold laugh. Perfect timing. You think showing a little face makes you invincible? Release. As the command was issued, the blue bar expanded 100-fold, and his spirit stretched to its absolute limit, erupting directly from Lin Feng's body. The previously concealed level 18 badge was unlocked. It was displayed directly before everyone's eyes. The dreamscape they'd been trapped in was instantly pierced by a torrent of overwhelming psychic force. Is that all? A mental force as fierce as lightning swept through, instantly piercing the sweetheart before her. She abruptly halted her movements and stumbled back several steps. Level 18? Luo Chen, didn't you say his level wouldn't be that high? A college student already has over 10 levels? And that's psychic power, it's stronger than a typical level 50 professional. Luo Chen was also stunned by the scene before him. But his expression instantly turned icy as he continued driving his clone forward. The next second, Lin Feng concentrated his psychic power and swept it out with a thunderous roar. The concentrated, formidable psychic energy, focused into a single point, was as lethal as a weapon, instantly scattering the illusory shadow. Put. Impossible. Lin Feng, how can your psychic power be this strong? His body trembled, clearly sensing this psychic force surpassed even that of a typical level 60 professional. With me, there's nothing you can't imagine that I can't accomplish. Do you have any more trump cards? If not, then I'll have to lay my cards on the table. Lin Feng's gaze was icy, his tone utterly devoid of panic. With the revolver god of death in hand, who dares stand in my way? At that very moment, a cold snort echoed. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, tore through the illusion and stepped into the room. His face was weathered, his nose straight and prominent. He wore a tailcoat, his white hair gleaming with oil. Dad! When Luo Chen uttered that cry, everyone except Lin Feng was stunned. Dad? Could it be that the old man before them was truly Luo Tianchen, the owner of Tianchen Pharmaceutical Group? Zhou Yao hadn't anticipated this either. She had initially thought this was merely a scheme orchestrated by Luo Chen, the young master of Tianchen Group. But it turned out the boss himself was behind it. This is insane, absolutely insane. The next moment, Luo Tianchen reached out and pulled Luo Chen toward him, projecting a duplicate onto his body. Dad, you. Luo Chen, who had retained his own consciousness, wore an expression of utter disbelief before instantly becoming a mere puppet. Son, don't blame your father. Our family has always upheld this tradition. Your talent ultimately belongs to me. After dealing with Luo Chen in front of everyone, he slowly turned his gaze toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng, well done. I've been observing you for quite some time. However, I've never revealed myself before. But this time, I'll play my trump card. If the child can't handle it, then I'll make it clear your SSS plus alchemist talent should be mine. His level badge displayed above his head. Level 65. Zhou Yao felt despair wash over him upon seeing it. This was a level 65 superclassed adventurer. When he split off a duplicate identical to Luo Chen, the entire crowd erupted in shock. But in Lin Feng's eyes, it only sparked a flicker of excitement. Wipe out all below level 80. Bring on all the scum of China. We'll take you all in. Whoosh! A dark figure swiftly charged toward Lin Feng. Meanwhile, on the road from the capital to Jinshan Vocational College, a state-of-the-art fighter jet streaked through the sky at supersonic speed. Zhang Zhan, gripping the controls, clenched his fists. His eyes blazed with murderous intent as he declared, Lin Feng, you must hold on. I'm on my way. This time, he was truly enraged. If not for the leader's consideration of the founder of Tianchen Pharmaceutical Group's past contributions to China, he wouldn't have been spared until now. But now, both his current boss and the boss's heir had already struck at Lin Feng. Then there was no need to hold back. He had received a top-secret mission. Eliminate the Luo family father and son, and completely transform Tianqian Pharmaceutical Group. Not just this fighter jet. Over several major military airfields near Jinshan, fighter jets kept streaking overhead. All helicopters have also taken to the skies. All surrounding transcended above level 60 are rushing toward Lin Feng's location at top speed. Chapter 56, The Revolver God of Death fires the first shot, terrifying beyond measure. The two shadow assassins Zhang Zhan had deliberately left behind had already tracked down the location using the locator device installed on Lin Feng. Their final confirmation pinpointed the location at the Ziyuan Villa, nestled against the mountains and beside the water. At that moment, fighter jets streaked across the skies above Jinshan City, their thunderous roar echoing far and wide. Countless people looked up at the sky. Is war breaking out? Why are there so many fighter jets and armed helicopters? Shuihong of Jinshan Vocational University was training through the night. But just then, he suddenly received a message. What? They're trying to snatch people right from under my nose? They clearly don't take me, Shuihong, seriously. Do they really think I've come to the university to recuperate and have no combat power? He sprang to his feet, his aura swelling explosively. A single punch shattered the wall as he leaped off the rooftop. Once the Berserker's Fury mode activated, he became a beast, unrelenting until victory was secured. Some students just leaving evening study were utterly stunned to see the principal leap off the rooftop. Is that the principal? Has he lost his mind? Is the principal going to kill someone? Some female students were so terrified they fell to the ground. At that moment, Li Enian had just returned from a stroll when he saw Shuihong charging out of the campus. His old legs trembled in fright, and he immediately shouted, "Shuihong, what's going on?" But at that moment, Shuihong had only one goal in her eyes: to save Lin Feng at any cost. He completely tuned out every sound around him. His mind held only one purpose: charge towards the Yuan Villa and take down the Luo family father and son. If Lin Feng had truly met with misfortune within Jinshan Vocational University, he could never bear the responsibility. Not even death could atone for it. He roared in fury, the level indicator above his head flashing. Level 68. He leapt forward, soaring over 10 meters in an instant, leaving a crimson streak in his wake as he charged at 50 meters per second. At that moment, Zhang Zhan, already accelerating his fighter jet to maximum speed, dove straight toward the lake in front of the Purple Garden Villa. In the instant of impact, he unleashed a punch, erupting with the fury of a level 78 berserker. He leapt violently from the fighter jet, charging straight toward the targeted villa. Blood Red, sprinting at full speed, had also arrived. The fighter jet in the sky rapidly closed in, and numerous high-level class changers had already arrived. Inside the villa, trapped within the reinforced formation, Lin Feng watched the approaching Fenchen without a trace of panic. Zhou Yao stood directly in front of Lin Feng. Her heightened perception had already detected numerous transfigures closing in. As long as they held out a little longer, Lin Feng would definitely be safe. For the sake of the nation, even if she perished, Lin Feng absolutely could not die. But at that very moment, Lin Feng pulled Zhou Yao toward him and said slowly, "Counselor, have you forgotten I have a super trump card up my sleeve? Watch this shot closely, it's going to be epic." Lin Feng swiftly drew the silver-gold revolver, the Godslayer, from his backpack. The muzzle was raised, directly aimed at several figures across from them. "You've all underestimated my capabilities. Now you'll get a taste of my latest research, the Revolver Godslayer. A single shot from this weapon is enough to annihilate any living being with a health bar exceeding 8 million. I hope your health bars are that long." The instant Lin Feng raised his handgun, a wave of annihilating energy engulfed everyone across from him. Luo Chen instantly sensed a destructive force brewing, one powerful enough to annihilate all living beings. Luo Tianqian froze in place, his voice trembling with terror. "What is this gun?" "Your father." The next second, Lin Feng pulled the trigger without hesitation. Clang! The bullet struck the primer. The explosive force detonated the destructive agent within. Immediately afterward, within the previously silent barrel, an unimaginable super energy rapidly expanded. At this moment, the hidden power of the top-tier Revolver God of Death was unleashed. A pair of gray-black wings slowly unfolded from either side of the firearm. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was stirred, as if torn apart by a pair of giant hands. In the direction the muzzle pointed, everything including space itself froze solid. Everyone standing in place felt as if they were sealed to the spot. Their eyes widened in shock, yet they could not move. The clone closest to Lin Feng also froze rigid in place. Boom! A torrent of grayish-black destructive energy erupted instantly. The unharmed counterattack device's additional skill activated. A pair of golden imprinted palms materialized around Lin Feng and Zhou Yao, shielding them within. All illusions before Lin Feng's eyes shattered instantly. The interior of the villa was exposed, only to be obliterated in the blink of an eye. But that was far from all. The mountain behind the villa was also instantly struck by a wave of destruction. And it didn't stop there. The blast's coverage radiated outward from the muzzle. Its destructive power diminished rapidly as it spread outward, increasing exponentially with distance. Hundreds of kilometers of sky were engulfed, the destructive force scattering the dark clouds overhead. The starry sky seemed torn apart by a divine hand, turning completely gray-black. Outside, the group of transfigured warriors who were just about to charge in. Especially Zhang Zhan and Blood Red. But at that very moment, they halted themselves with all their might. For they sensed a terrifyingly familiar force of utter destruction. A clear realization dawned upon them, the super-destructive potion that had appeared on the Hua coastline and annihilated the beast tide. Now it was making its reappearance. Several latecomers to the job change also halted in their tracks, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. The terrifying energy, unleashed in an instant, flattened the 5 connected mountains before them. As it spread into the sky, it tore open a gaping wound in the heavens. Armed helicopters and fighter jets circling overhead were shaken into a frantic retreat. Everyone felt fortunate they hadn't charged into the range of that destructive force. At the very source of this annihilating energy stood a young man, gripping a silver-gold revolver. His left arm held a woman close. Everything around them had been obliterated by the energy blast. The only 2 survivors in the entire scene were the 2 of them. The barrel of the revolver still slowly emitted the fragrant smoke of gunpowder. The next moment, a potent medicinal scent wafted through the air. Boom! Many of the present transferees, upon catching this scent, immediately began their enhancement. In truth, after Lin Feng unleashed his devastating assault, as the destructive force surged forward, he had already detected traces of low-level ferocious beasts stirring within the 5 mountains behind him. But this single shot wiped out the rest of the beasts that had been stirring. Chapter 57, Handling the Aftermath. After a few seconds of pause, Lin Feng slowly turned his gaze to the revolver in his hand. The barrel was damaged, revealing a large crack. The barrel showed signs of fracturing. Fortunately, the skill enhancement ensured the firearm wouldn't explode. However, using it again would likely risk it exploding. He promptly holstered the revolver. All the transferees stared in horror at the devastation before them. Could that sheer power have erupted from that single revolver? This power was simply too terrifying. Zhang Zhan, regaining his composure instantly, rushed toward Lin Feng at full speed. Moments later, he came to a halt before Lin Feng. "Are you both okay?" Lin Feng slowly released his grip on the counselor's arm and nodded faintly. "I'm fine." Meanwhile, Zhou Yao was still reeling from the sheer force of Lin Feng's single shot. She had believed escape was impossible for both her and Lin Feng. But at the moment of crisis, Lin Feng drew a revolver. He pulled the trigger, unleashing a powerful energy unlike anything she had ever experienced in her life. That moment would likely remain an indelible memory for the rest of her life. "Counselor, are you okay?" Seeing Zhou Yao staring blankly ahead toward the devastated area, Lin Feng couldn't help but speak up. Zhou Yao shuddered, stiffly turning her head to face Lin Feng. "I'm fine. General Zhang Zhan, why are you here? Was that shot you fired just now, Lin Feng?" Faced with the facts, Lin Feng couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. He had no choice but to speak up. "That's right. It came from this revolver of mine. I knew this shot would pack a punch, but I never imagined it would be this powerful. Still, there was no other choice just now. If I hadn't fired that shot, we might have truly been in mortal danger." Lin Feng had anticipated the situation earlier. Had he not unleashed his formidable divine power to surge his mental strength and by a moment's delay, they might have been killed by the suddenly appearing Luo Tianqian. But now, the Luo family father and son, along with their henchmen, had vanished completely. Zhou Yao paused briefly before nodding. Yet when Lin Feng turned to look at Zhang Zhan, the expression in his eyes was clearly off. Lin Feng inwardly sighed with a bitter smile. He understood exactly what General Zhang Zhan wanted to ask. Before Zhang Zhan could speak, Lin Feng addressed him directly. "General Zhang, I know you want to ask about the revolver. However, I'd appreciate it if you could handle the cleanup here first. Once we return to Jinshan Vocational University, I'll explain everything in detail." Having effectively shut Zhang Zhan up, the latter immediately nodded in agreement. Then, under everyone's gaze, Lin Feng climbed into the military vehicle and vanished into the night. Zhang Zhan surveyed the utter chaos before him and immediately ordered a cleanup. Numerous soldiers carried away every piece of debris they could gather. But after searching, they found not a single usable clue. They all shook their heads in unison. The destructive power of that single shot was truly overwhelming. Zhang Zhan stood rooted to the spot, watching alongside Shui Hong as the 5 conjoined mountains before them were obliterated, vanishing into thin air. "Principal Shui, do you have a cigarette?" Shui Hong paused, fumbling slowly in his pocket. He distinctly remembered Zhang Zhan never smoking. Then, from the depths of his pocket, he fished out 2 cigarettes. "Ever since I got pushed to the rear to recover, my wife's been cracking down. These are the last 2 I have left." Zhang Zhan nodded and accepted them without a hint of reluctance. He flicked his fingers lightly, igniting the cigarettes with a burst of fiery energy. Both men lit up. "Damn! That shot from Lin Feng has me stumped. How am I supposed to explain this to the people tomorrow? If it were just 1 mountain, fine. But 5 mountains? Are we supposed to say the ground collapsed and swallowed all 5? Zhang Zhan took a deep drag on his cigarette. Blood Red took a drag too, his bitter smile unmistakable. That kid Lin Feng's talent is just too damn godlike. He's graduating in a week. We'd better hurry and send him to the Talent Development Academy at Huaxia Capital University. If he stays here much longer, I fear he'll bring the entire school down. Genius is genius. Maybe it's beyond our comprehension. Oh well. Zhang Zhan took 2 puffs before finishing the cigarette in one drag. He then pulled out his phone to report his safety to Zhou Zhenghua. He reported Zhou Yao's abduction in full detail. After all, it was high time to take action against traitors like Tianqian Pharmaceutical Group. After handling the matter, the two hurried toward Jinshan Vocational University. Cleanup operations would naturally be handled by others. But what they were most interested in, what they most wanted to understand, was that revolver. Shortly thereafter, in the conference room of the pharmaceutical building, Li Yinian, Shui Hong, Zhou Yao, and Zhang Zhan had already gathered. Surrounded in the center was Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I've already reported the earlier incident to Chief Zhou at the national level. First, Director Zhou expressed gratitude for your rescue of your advisor and promised to arrange a welcome banquet for you upon your arrival in the capital. Secondly, Director Zhou is very interested in that revolver you possess, the one capable of unleashing devastating power. We are also quite curious as to why you possess such a lethal weapon without having reported it to the state. Zhang Zhan looked at Lin Feng and asked slowly. At that moment, Lin Feng could only let out a bitter laugh inside. Even before testing this revolver loaded with the destructive agent, he had already understood the consequences. Such overwhelming destructive power would cause a sensation no matter where the test was conducted. Ultimately, the state would find out. But this revolver was something only he could wield. Therefore, even if the state discovered it and confiscated it, they would be unable to use it. Since you're all interested, I won't hold back any longer. The moment Lin Feng spoke, all eyes were fixed on him. As you can see, this revolver is officially known as the Revolver God of Death. Lin Feng slowly drew a silver-gold revolver from his backpack. Its sleek, clean lines and antique design radiated a strong metallic feel. Yet after just one use, cracks had appeared on its surface, revealing significant wear and tear. The God-slaying revolver. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the revolver on the table. This small handgun? Capable of unleashing power to obliterate 5 mountains? And obliterate Luo Tianqian, a level 60+ player, along with several level 40+ class changers? All 4 of them wore expressions of utter disbelief. Yet the results of the experiment had been laid before them just an hour earlier. The most stunned among them was Shui Hong, who had just returned from the front lines. The very muzzle of that revolver had been aimed directly at Shui Hong. Blood Red now faced mortal danger, every hair on his body standing on end. Lin Feng, maybe you shouldn't point that gun at me? Just looking at that barrel makes me feel like I can't breathe. Watching Principal Blood Red gasping for breath, Lin Feng shifted the barrel of the gun, aiming it out the window. Zhang Zhan, seated beside him, stared at the revolver, his brow furrowed. He could indeed sense the terrifying aura concealed within it. Most significantly, the gun constantly emitted that medicinal scent. He surmised this might stem from the firearm's manufacturing process or a lower than usual chemical dosage. The medicinal scent was only noticeable at close range. But what puzzled him most was this. Lin Feng was merely an alchemist. He couldn't possibly have crafted a firearm, could he? This gun looked utterly ordinary, yet it could withstand the explosive force of the destruction potion that was highly suspicious. Chapter 58, Destruction Potion Bullets? The God-slaying revolver. Zhang Zhan stared at the God-slaying revolver, pondering for a moment before asking, Lin Feng, I have a few questions I'd like to ask if it's convenient. The fact that you possess such a super weapon, if this were reported to the national leaders, it would absolutely cause a huge uproar. If details of this gun leaked to the nations, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves across the globe. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. First, the top-tier soul-restoring elixir. Second, the destruction potion. Third, a revolver imbued with annihilating power. Fourth, the super potion known only to Zhang Zhan, who deliberately concealed its existence besides Lin Feng. By this reckoning, Lin Feng's value was comparable to the gold reserves of a nation. Noticing the stunned and puzzled expressions, Lin Feng smiled and said, General Zhang, ask whatever you want. Without the backing of a nation, even with SSS plus talent and a super potion, I couldn't unleash my full potential. With Lin Feng's admission, Zhang Zhan didn't hesitate to ask directly, Lin Feng, who crafted that Godslayer revolver for you? I sense its grade is no less than top tier. How many rounds does your Godslayer hold? At the scene, you and your instructor emerged unscathed. Could this firearm possess unimaginable abilities? After Zhang Zhan fired off these questions, Lin Feng nodded. All 3 questions were exactly what he had anticipated. To be honest, after unlocking the blueprint for my Godslayer revolver, I just found a random gunsmith online to craft it. But I never imagined this person's craftsmanship would surpass my expectations. This gun is a top-tier weapon. Lin Feng answered the first question with a smile. Everyone who heard this answer was stunned. Zhang Zhan, in particular, froze in place. Made by someone randomly found online? And they could craft a super premium weapon? This was a top-tier weapon, after all? For a shadow assassin like him, crafting even a top-tier dagger was a rare feat. In China, those capable of crafting super premium weapons were few and far between. Xiao Lin is among the most elite craftsmen in this field. But as far as he knew, due to Lin Feng's secretive nature, Xiao Lin had no knowledge of Lin Feng, and Lin Feng had no way to contact Xiao Lin. Could it really be that he stumbled upon a coincidence? But Zhang Zhan didn't want to dwell on the matter. He only wanted to ensure Lin Feng's safety. Everyone had their own privacy. Lin Feng took a sip of tea from the table and continued, as for this revolver, the god of death, it can hold a total of 6 bullets. An hour ago, I already used one of them. Everyone watched as Lin Feng opened the revolver, revealing a silver-gold bullet casing. Though Zhang Zhan knew little about firearms, the bullet casing alone, its construction was clearly no ordinary material. The faint scent of potent chemicals wafting from the bullet instantly confirmed to him that it contained the super-destructive agent used against the beast tide. For vials of the agent had been produced at the time, this was likely the remaining solution. Lin Feng observed the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces and confessed with a wry smile, this liquid is leftover from the last time I made the destruction agent. As for why the instructor and I are unharmed, it's because I've enhanced the revolver god of death with a newly unlocked offensive equipment skill, unscathed backlash. The group fell silent, stunned. An offensive class skill? They had never heard of an alchemist awakening such a talent. And this firearm artifact was unprecedented as well. What exactly does this class artifact skill do? Zhang Zhan asked, his voice tinged with excitement. Lin Feng continued without reservation, as the name implies, when I activate the firearms equipped with my offensive profession-specific skill, I can ensure I suffer no damage whatsoever. Even if an offensive weapon explodes, I won't be harmed. The revelation left everyone utterly astonished. Especially Lin, who had lived most of his life, nearly wanted to bang his head against the wall upon witnessing such an outrageously gifted player. Lin Feng, I have a question I'd like to ask you. Would you mind answering it? As a fellow alchemist, Lin felt his mind was about to explode from everything Lin Feng had just revealed. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. News of such a prodigy would undoubtedly spark fierce competition. Lin Feng nodded. Go ahead, elderly. Lin spoke slowly, I want to know if the bullets for this firearm can be loaded with any type of offensive potion, any kind at all? If I were also a pharmacist, could I use this revolver, the god of death? Can I continuously load agents into this gun without damaging it? The moment the words left his mouth, the entire room fell silent. Zhang Zhan remained silent, his eyes flashing with sharp intelligence. These were precisely the questions he had wanted to ask. Lin Feng gave a wry smile. In theory, yes. But to unleash truly devastating power, ordinary offensive potions likely won't suffice. If Oldly were to use this revolver, it would still be manageable. It incorporates my specialized offensive equipment skill. At the very least, the user won't suffer backlash from its terrifying power. However, this gun isn't complete yet. I believe I can layer additional offensive equipment skills later, greatly enhancing both its power and safety. I've already fired one shot from this gun and sensed it severely damaged. Firing a second shot might completely destroy it. Lin Feng delivered this string of revelations in rapid succession. The crowd listened in utter astonishment. This gun was far too formidable, a rarity even in the world. All weapons have a lifespan and suffer damage, so this outcome was within their expectations. But the fact that its additional skills could be permanently imbued onto the firearm itself rather than being tied to the user was astonishing. This was something they had never heard of before. The implication was that if this gun fell into anyone's hands, even a first-tier support class job changer, they could wield it and suffer no harm whatsoever. Armed with this gun, they entered the secret realm to farm monsters. A level 1 support class taking down a level 50-60 boss with a single shot? At this thought, the 4 others besides Lin Feng were so stunned they couldn't utter a word. The only downside was that the gun would be rendered useless after a single use, truly a pity. Zhang Zhan let out a bitter laugh. Clearly, they'd asked everything they needed to know. Yet in this world where everyone undergoes class changes, strange and unimaginable events unfold daily. Yet the unimaginable events surrounding Lin Feng seemed to multiply. Who knew what else might come next? Regardless, he must report this incident to the state immediately to ensure Commander Zhou is informed. Chapter 59, New Mission, Equipment Skill Entry, Where Resistance. Lin Feng, since this gun is so powerful and anyone can use it once they get their hands on it, then we must remain cautious from now on. This is a spatial storage ring I had Master Shaolin forge for me. Bind it and start using it right away. It'll make carrying things easier for you later. At that moment, Zhang Zhan placed a dark silver ring on the table before Lin Feng. A spatial storage ring. It appeared to be of considerable quality. But knowing it was crafted by Master Shaolin made it all the more precious. Its quality was undoubtedly exceptional. And it was precisely what he needed right now. Lin Feng accepted it without hesitation. Thank you very much. After taking it, an information panel automatically appeared before his eyes. Item, storage space ring. Grade, ultra premium. Storage capacity, 5,000 square meters. Wear level, 0.000001%. Zhang Zhan nodded and said, since everything's fine, everyone can disperse. I need to report this immediately to the commander. He must be extremely anxious. Oh, Lin Feng, since you might upgrade this gun with additional skills later, keep it with you for now. But, remember, this gun absolutely must not fall into the hands of criminals. You know the consequences if it does. If anything feels off, report it to me immediately. I'll track it down and resolve it promptly. Zhang Zhan's tone was grave. Lin Feng nodded immediately upon hearing this. Understood. After the meeting concluded, Lin Feng descended the stairs. But just as he was leaving, a voice called out to him. Turning around, Lin Feng saw the counselor. Zhou Yao spoke slowly, Lin Feng, thank you. It was indeed my mistake today, so... It was the first time Lin Feng had ever seen the counselor speak so awkwardly. It's nothing, counselor. You're my counselor. Taking such good care of me means you've done me a favor. Besides, Commander Zhou has also been kind to me. If I didn't save you, wouldn't that make me ungrateful? At the mention of Commander Zhou, Zhou Yao visibly stiffened, though she said nothing more. You already know? Lin Feng nodded. Yes. Zhou Yao smiled faintly. Since you already know, I won't hide anything further. But I wonder why the counselor would come to our Jinshan Vocational University? I believe your profession is elemental mage. Such a formidable mage class is far more suited for combat. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before voicing the question he'd been holding back. Zhou Yao smiled faintly. Because I'm also a recent graduate. This is also for my own training. But once you all graduate, I'll embark on my next journey. At this point, Zhou Yao felt a pang of reluctance. After all, she had spent 3 years here. The most astonishing discovery she'd made during those 3 years was uncovering Lin Feng, this super professional player. As for the new chapter the counselor was about to embark on, Lin Feng felt it wasn't his place to pry. After chatting for a while, they bid farewell. Upon returning to his dorm, Lin Feng collapsed onto his bed. This crisis had triggered his professional skill divine power burst originally reserved for preparing the second batch of human gene enhancement potions. It would take 7 days before he could use it again. Which happened to be the day of his graduation. Since it coincides with graduation, I'll just treat this as a parting gift to my alma mater. I wonder how many experience points this use of the revolver Godslayer will grant me. As Lin Feng focused his intent, the system panel automatically appeared. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 17,058,000 intermediate unlock third super formula at level 20. HP, 1,700-1,700. Speed, 1,689. Strength, 1,665. Defense, 1,699. Mental power, 2039. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God SSS+. Skills, Ring of Split Consciousness, Divine Power Burst, Master of Sutures. Unsealed Formulas, 1. Death Reaper Annihilation Potion 2. Human Gene Enhancement Potion Super Enhancement Potion 3. Milk God's Descent Super Replenishment Potion. Unsealed Professional Equipment Blueprints, 1. Godslayer Revolver Offensive. Professional Equipment, 1. Revolver Godslayer 5.6 Note, 18% worn. Equipment Additional Skill, 1. Unharmed Backlash already applied. Experience points, 54,000. Holy crap, it takes 58,000 EXP to level up to 18? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel astonished inside. Therefore, advancing to the next level was an extremely difficult task for any professional. But no need to panic, he had the system's support after all. With more explosions and more grandmas, the leveling pace would eventually pick up. But if his revolver, the Godslayer, could avoid wear and tear or at least reduce it, then the combat power this gun could unleash later would be truly formidable. At that very moment. Ding! New mission issued. You're now a thriving little baby, but some doubt your strength. Show them what you're made of with a powerful stream. Mission, urinate 1 meter away continuously for 1 minute. Reward, 1 draw for an offensive equipment skill slot. Here we go. Here I go. Lin Feng's heart leapt with joy. He wondered if this time he could finally draw the gun durability skill he needed. Just looking at this mission's content. Ahem. This should be a piece of cake, right? Lin Feng turned and walked straight to the table, downing a large bucket of mineral water in 1 gulp. 10 minutes later, his previously tight stomach was bloated like a small round ball. Begin. Seeing the moment had come, he turned and headed straight for the restroom. Output. Ding. Congratulations, host, for being 1 meter away for 10 seconds. Ding. Congratulations, host, for being 1 meter away for 20 seconds. Ding. Congratulations, host, for being 1 meter away for 30 seconds. As time ticked by, Lin Feng's face turned almost purple from holding it in. His reserves were running low. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have earned 1 chance to draw an offensive occupational equipment entry. Would you like to start the draw now? With the task complete, Lin Feng pulled up his pants and headed back to the dorm. This bird had completely drained him. Though the brand new baby water pump was indeed fresh off the assembly line, his old pump was still unused. Drawl. The moment he entered the dorm, Lin Feng issued the command. With the command, the previously dormant lottery machine began to spin. Stop. The moment Lin Feng spoke, the lottery machine halted its rotation. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've drawn the attack tool's additional skill, wear resistance. Wear resistance, when attached to any offensive device, reduces wear caused by its use by 99%. 99% reduction? Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. What's the difference between that and no wear at all? The next second, Lin Feng pulled out a firearm that had already been fired once, its surface covered in cracks. Chapter 60, Commanders stunned by revolver news. Phew. With this skill enhancement, the number of times the revolver god of death can be used might increase significantly. System, add the attribute wear resistance. Lin Feng fixed his gaze on the revolver god of death and spoke directly. Ding. Congratulations, host. The offensive equipment attribute wear resistance has been added to the revolver god of death. A golden gray energy swirled around the revolver god of death before instantly vanishing into the gun. The previously worn-out gun body underwent absolute reinforcement within. System, open the revolver god of death interface. Weapon, revolver godslayer. Type, offensive. Grade, super premium. Speed damage, 0. Defense damage, 0. Mental damage, 0. HP damage, 8 million. Capacity for lethal potion, 5-6. Additional traits, no damage backlash passive, or resistance passive. Phew. At least the wear issue is sorted. The remaining 5 bullets, let's see which lucky soul gets to receive them. Get some rest. We'll brew some standard potions first thing tomorrow morning. Lin Feng rubbed his eyes. Yesterday, he had scrolled through his phone and caught news about the front lines in Huaxia. He also received reliable intelligence from Zhang Zhan's military insider contacts. First, the beast tide at the front lines had begun stirring once more. The 100,000 soldiers originally stationed there had returned to the interior of Huaxia for rest and recuperation. However, facing the potential threat of a sudden beast tide, 50,000 soldiers had already rushed back to the coastline. Bolstered by the effects of the destruction agent, morale was soaring. Even if a level 4 beast tide were to return, the super destruction potion could hold them back. Second, following the beast tide, several mysterious realms have been unlocked. Currently, many nations have set their sights on the Pacific region. Especially the Divine Workers Union, led by the Eagle Nation. They dominate the world through monopolistic control. They possess not only formidable weaponry but also specially enhanced and modified operatives. Spider humans, cheetah humans, dog humans, and others. They fuse the genes of ferocious beasts with human DNA. This not only enhances the power of warriors, mages, and other class transitioners, but also amplifies innate human abilities. They also gain the formidable physical prowess of ferocious beasts. It seems we must accelerate the development of human gene enhancement serums. Given the Divine Workers Guild's nature, if the beast tide erupts again, they'll surely exaggerate the situation. If the beast tide's level surges, coupled with their covert interference, the pressure on the Huaxia front lines will be immense. Not only will self-preservation be difficult, but profiting from the situation will be even harder. This was the concern Zhang Zhan had voiced when he was present. The second batch of human gene enhancement serum must be prioritized for the military. Boosting the combat effectiveness of frontline soldiers would grant them the strength to withstand any threat. Second, the super supply formula Milk Goddess Descent must be produced. This would serve as a high-level trump card. Heal them to the fullest. Let them know that not only can support skills heal, his potions can heal so effectively it will terrify the enemy. At that moment, inside the Kyoto military base, lights blazed brightly. The commanders gathered in the conference room were still awaiting news from Zhang Zhan. Suddenly, Zhou Zhengguo's phone rang. He immediately picked it up and glanced at it. His previously tense expression relaxed, and he exhaled a breath of relief. It's okay, it's okay. Tang Chang, seated beside him, heard the words "it's okay" and felt his own hearty slightly. Then he asked, "What about Yao? Is she okay too?" At the mention of Zhou Yao, Zhou Zhengguo's tone softened slightly. "She's fine too. Not a scratch on her." "Good. That's good." At that moment, Tang Chang finally let out a deep sigh of relief. The anxious expressions on the other commanders' faces finally faded away. As long as Lin Feng is safe, one of our great generals still stands. Yes. That really scared the hell out of us old folks. If Lin Feng had been lost, we truly would have lost a beacon of hope. Their words carried genuine emotion. But just then, his phone buzzed again, displaying a text message on the screen. The instant Zhou Zhenghua saw the text message, he sprang to his feet. Revolver God of Death? A single shot could actually level 5 mountains? After reading the message, Zhou Zhenghua froze in place. Tang Chang, sitting beside him, urgently asked, "What's wrong, brother Zhou? Has something else happened?" But the next second, A short-haired figure in military uniform walked in. Sun Dai, holding a laptop, walked over and connected it to the projector. Commanders, General Zhang Zhan has just transmitted some encrypted images, videos, and files to me, instructing me to present them to you immediately. And I've been instructed to emphasize that you must pay special attention to this. It may impact the future development plans for China's offensive weapons. Offensive weapons? Isn't that the forger's job? Could it be that Lin Feng is branching out into new fields? Zhou Zhenghua took a deep breath upon hearing this, his suppressed eagerness flaring up once more. Xiao Dai, just show it to us. After sitting down, Zhou Zhenghua composed himself and addressed the group. Guys, the message I just received transmitted by Zhang Zhan concerns a syringe gun developed by Lin Feng? The other commanders frowned upon hearing this, especially Tang Chang, who anxiously inquired, a syringe gun? I thought that was just a common medical supply device? Could it be that Lin Feng has incorporated some astonishing serum into the syringe? This might be a promising development direction. Zhou Zhenghua gave a wry smile. If it were just a standard medical syringe, that would be simple. But let's watch the VCR first. You might want to brace yourselves. After watching this, try not to scream too loudly. Facing this well-intentioned warning, Tang Chang flashed an extremely confident expression. Having seen so much in their careers, could they really be easily startled or shocked again? The other commanders were no different, patting their chests with extreme confidence. You old codger, you think we're joking? I'll be damned if I don't see just how special this so-called serum gun is. Yeah. If it's about crafting potions, I'd actually admire that kid Lin Feng. But when it comes to firearms, that's for blacksmiths. Lin Feng isn't exactly a pro in that field. Not long after, Sun Dai connected the computer to the projector. Clear images and videos began displaying before everyone. The commanders, who had been sitting on stools with eager anticipation, all sat up straight. Heavy breaths escaped through their nostrils. The hidden cameras on their persons captured the scene as it slowly unfolded. What they saw was, the surroundings lay in utter ruin. A young man held a woman in his left arm. In his right hand, he held a gold and silver revolver, its barrel still smoking. Evidently, he had just fired a shot. The entire scene fell silent. It was not difficult for them to recognize the young man as Lin Feng. And the girl beside him was. Their glances all fell into Zhou Zhenghua's eyes, tinged with a hint of envy. They couldn't help but mutter to themselves, Brother Zhou sure moves fast. Zhou Zhenghua naturally sensed the uneasy atmosphere in the conference room. Clearing his throat lightly, he prompted, Gentlemen, pay close attention. The exciting part is about to begin. The scene shifted forward. What they witnessed next was a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Before the replay, the villa stood intact, flanked by 5 connected mountains under the starlit night. But, accompanied by a powerful energy explosion, the villa and the 5 mountains seemed to be torn apart, dissolving into the vastness of heaven and earth. A distinct fissure tore through the sky, obscuring the starry nebula. Did Lin Feng do this with that single shot? Holy! What kind of gun is this? It can destroy 5 mountains with a single shot? When did such a weapon ever exist in the world? This is too sci-fi. Except for Zhou Zhenghua, all the other commanders stood up in shock, breathing heavily. Tang Chang had some mental preparation, but, seeing this scene, he couldn't stay seated. A small revolver took out 5 mountains? A shotgun turned into a cannon? This was beyond absurd. It was absurdity itself. Even Trump wouldn't pull something this outrageous. Slowly suppressing his shock, Tang Chang turned to Zhou Zhenghua and asked, Brother Zhou, could this be the agent gun Lin Feng developed that you mentioned? Zhou Zhenghua gave a wry smile and nodded. Yes. What do you think? Guys, aren't you all feeling pretty shocked? If China possessed such weapons where a mere revolver could take down high-level professionals and a small pistol wielded devastating power, what nation would dare bully us? A low-level professional entering a secret realm meant for level 50s, taking down the boss with a single shot, wouldn't that be mind-blowingly awesome? Chapter 61, Mass-producing the terrifying revolver god slayer? As he spoke, Zhou Zhenghua grew increasingly fervent. Tang Chang exclaimed excitedly, that kid Lin Feng has given us so many scares, no surprises. I wonder what state that gun is in now. Could we see it? Could it be mass-produced and deployed to the troops? Tang Chang, who had initially kept his emotions in check, grew visibly agitated as he spoke. The sheer impact of that single shot was overwhelming. It must be understood that China's advanced weaponry currently relies almost entirely on a handful of top-tier armorers. Xiao Lin was indeed one of China's foremost armorers. Yet the strength of a few individuals was insufficient to sustain China's vast blacksmithing industry. Moreover, even the most advanced blacksmiths, or specialized designers, none could match the sheer brilliance of Lin Feng, an alchemist, in crafting this revolver wielding the power of destruction. If the top blacksmiths in China or abroad found out, they'd be green with envy. An alchemist neglecting potion research to dabble in weaponry? Brother Tang, please try not to get too anxious. Zhang just informed me that Lin Feng currently has only one of these revolvers. Given its unique properties, mass production seems unlikely for now. Lin Feng himself mentioned that the gun is still in the adjustment phase. After firing one bullet, the revolver suffered severe wear and tear. It can barely handle one more shot before becoming scrap. Therefore, as long as Lin Feng continues to level up, he may unlock new occupational equipment enhancement skills to fully refine the revolver. By then, mass production should be no problem. After hearing this, Tang Chang was even more stunned. What did you say? It can still fire one more shot? With that kind of power, it didn't even break down after one shot? And you mentioned Lin Feng unlocking additional skills for his equipment? Is such a professional ability even possible? The other commanders were equally stunned upon hearing this. Zhou Zhenggui gave a bitter smile and slowly said, when I first heard this news, I was also deeply shocked. But since General Zhang Zhan said it himself, it's probably true. The revolver shown in the photo is already damaged. As for Lin Feng and my daughter Zhou Yao not suffering any backlash damage when firing that shot, it's because Lin Feng activated an additional professional equipment skill called immunity to backlash a few days ago. He applied this equipment skill to the revolver God of Death, eliminating all recoil damage. Thus, even if the gun exploded amidst the rampaging destructive force, it wouldn't affect them. At this revelation, the entire venue fell into an even deeper silence. No backlash, absolutely zero backlash. That's just too god tier. Some gunsmiths also activate talents or skills that reduce damage. But none have ever achieved 100% evasion. Doesn't this mean absolutely zero damage? Oh, and guys, there's another mind-blowing thing about the skills Lin Feng added to his professional equipment. As Zhou Zhenggui said this, all eyes were fixed on him. The skills attached to the professional equipment can move with it. Once attached, whoever uses this revolver can achieve damage-free counterattack. The room fell silent once more. Tang Chang remained silent for a long while. The other commanders also remained silent for a long time. The implication was clear: anyone wielding this gun could unleash such devastating power. Brother Zhou, this matter with the chemical revolver is simply too terrifying. Since Lin Feng is still in the process of mastering this weapon, let's pretend we never heard about it. After all, Lin Feng has helped us out several times. We should at least give him some personal gear. Once the chemical revolver is fully tested and ready for mass production, we can start using it without issue. After Tang Chang voiced his proposal, the other commanders nodded in agreement. Zhou Zhenggui took a deep breath and replied, I was thinking the same thing. This weapon's power is too staggering. We absolutely must warn Lin Feng that it must never fall into enemy hands, or it will inevitably trigger panic and crisis. We'll also inform Lin Feng of our need for mass production. If we can achieve this, our military strength will receive another formidable boost. The other commanders nodded in agreement. Tang Chang lifted his head slightly and gazed at Xing Yi. Ah! I wonder when the second batch of human gene enhancement agents will be ready. Truth be told, we old-timers are all waiting for it. Exactly. Seeing how refreshed and invigorated those old fellows looked after taking it, they're practically dying to try it again. I even heard about a nonagenarian veteran who was paralyzed and confined to a wheelchair after taking it. He instantly got up and performed a full set of Tai Chi. Listening to the commander's stories, Sun Dai, standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. Is this gene-enhancing serum really that powerful? It's practically capable of bringing the dead back to life. Jinshan Vocational College. Early the next morning. After resting, Lin Feng slowly stood up and stretched. Just then, his phone began to chime insistently. News headlines flashed before his eyes. Shocking. 5 connected mountains in Jianghe City vanished overnight. Let's follow the camera to see. Bizarre. Last night, witnesses reported a gap in the clouds above the mountains. Numerous citizens even captured footage of the 5 peaks vanishing instantly with a man wielding a firearm. Media and citizens speculate whether the nation is testing a new high-precision weapon. Shocking. Last night, a massive fleet of fighter jets, helicopters, and military vehicles converged on the 5 connected mountains in Jianghe City. Footage even captured the president of Jinshan Vocational College, his berserker blood red skill activated at peak power, charging toward the mountains. Along with numerous high-level class changers heading there. What secret lies hidden behind this? Scrolling through the news, Lin Feng saw the rumors spreading across the internet. But suddenly, an official announcement was released, instantly clearing all related news coverage. Looks like I'll have to be more careful from now on. Gazing at the now calm news platform, Lin Feng gave a wry smile. After a quick breakfast, he headed straight for the pharmaceutical lab. Upon entering the lab, he arranged the prepared medicinal ingredients. His innate talent and skills activated. 2 halos circled around him, as if soul rings had been bestowed. As the potion rapidly expanded, he retrieved another high-grade formula he'd obtained from Zhang Zhan. Advanced Replenishment Potion, Soul Restoring Elixir. Upon consumption, rapidly restores mental energy within a short time frame. Required ingredients, cruiser flower. In 6 days, I'll begin crafting the super potion. The low-grade spirit restorative potions I made earlier provide too little recovery and are somewhat slow. Producing more of these high-grade mental energy restoratives this time might prove immensely beneficial for my second batch of human gene enhancement potions. Taking a deep breath, he began rapid production, bolstered by his innate talents and skills. While Lin Feng worked, a shadowy figure slowly materialized outside the alchemy chamber. Chapter 62, Searching for the third super formula ingredient. Votes needed. Lin Feng continued his work while furiously downing low-grade and mid-grade restorative potions. Not even half an hour passed. Lin Feng halted his movements. The room was filled with the potent aroma of medicinal herbs. The sky gathered once more, revealing the ethereal form of a colossal plant. Immediately after, several more plant-like figures flickered into existence, their forms spreading wildly. The moment the heavens and earth were stirred once more, a hidden formation instantly blocked the celestial anomaly. Seems a high-ranking array master and rune master are stationed here. Before leaving campus, I initiated the second batch of gene-enhancing potion production. That should mitigate much of the impact. Having finished crafting the soul-restoring potion, Lin Feng did not divide the potion into small bottles. This time, he opted for large 100 milliliter bottles for filling. When it came time to produce the second batch of human gene enhancement potions, opening and using individual small bottles would be far too cumbersome. Grabbing a large bottle and chugging it down was the optimal approach. If it weren't for the potency dissipating, he would have stored the potion in a large barrel, scooping it out with water when needed. Just as he finished processing everything and stowed all the potions into his storage ring, he stepped outside to find Zhang Zhan waiting. "Good morning, General Zhang." Lin Feng stepped forward and greeted him first. Zhang Zhan nodded. "You're quite the diligent one, Lin Feng." Lin Feng offered a faint smile. Zhang Zhan continued, "Lin Feng, I received orders from the commanders today. The revolver Godslayer may remain in your possession, but should it ever be lost, you must report it to the state immediately. After all, this weapon's power is simply too formidable. If it falls into the hands of someone with ill intent, the consequences would be unimaginably dire." Lin Feng nodded. "Understood. I'll be vigilant. Also, the commander said that if a day comes when such a powerful chemical firing rifle can be mass-produced, remember to report it to the state immediately." Zhang Zhan's tone grew noticeably solemn as he conveyed this request. Lin Feng understood the implication perfectly. If mass production became possible and these were issued to the troops, it would essentially mean that most beasts below level 80 would pose no threat. Hostile forces would be nothing more than souls claimed by a single shot. "Understood." Lin Feng nodded again. Zhang Zhan hummed in acknowledgement before sighing softly. The state has already intervened to resolve yesterday's incident. As for Tianqian Pharmaceutical Group, it has been sealed off. They are suspected of transferring state assets and harming national interests. Per state directives, it has now been nationalized. The Luo family will no longer be involved in its operations. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt relieved. Resolving a potential threat was indeed a positive outcome. Originally, Lin Feng hadn't intended to eliminate them all with a single shot. But who knew the elders would show up? Well, that left him no choice. He had to take them all out. Additionally, the front lines are strained once more. Commanders are paying close attention to your second batch of human gene enhancement agents. As you approach graduation, they've asked me to inquire whether you wish to relocate the second batch of gene enhancement agents? The talent cultivation campus at Huaxia Capital University spans over 1,000 kilometers. We've reserved an entire mountain for you, with surveillance covering 100 kilometers in every direction. An entire mountain over 100 kilometers? Lin Feng was somewhat stunned upon hearing this news. The commanders truly valued him. Please convey my gratitude for their kindness, but I only require a standard laboratory to refine the agents. If I were unsure about my potions, I would request a secluded location. But I'm confident in every potion I've crafted so far. Zhang Zhan couldn't help but let out a wry smile upon hearing this. This was the absolute confidence of one possessing SSS plus alchemist talent. Had Lin Feng's words reached any alchemist worldwide, they would have caused an absolute uproar. For alchemists, potion failures were an everyday occurrence. But for the extraordinary Lin Feng, success was the ordinary occurrence. No, it was more accurate to say he never failed. In that case, I'll relay your request to the commanders. Zhang Zhan turned to leave. But at that moment, Lin Feng suddenly spoke up. "General Zhang, please wait a moment." Zhang Zhan slowed his pace and turned to face Lin Feng. "Is there something else?" Lin Feng replied directly, "Yes, there are two rather important matters." The word important immediately captured Zhang Zhan's full attention. "First, please convey to the commanders that I will commence production of the second batch of human gene enhancement agents at Jinshan Vocational College. The quantity for this batch will be approximately 10 times that of the first." 10 times? Zhang Zhan couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock. Last time they had produced a full 6,000 vials. That meant this time there would be 60,000. Whoa! Lin Feng, while the front lines are indeed turbulent now, potion production can't be rushed. Your health comes first. Zhang Zhan knew full well that potion making was an excruciatingly painful and tedious process. Overusing mental energy for potion making could inflict unimaginable damage on the body. That was precisely why the commanders had instructed them to do only what was feasible. Lin Feng shook his head. It's fine. If these 60,000 vials reach the front lines, they'll ease the pressure there. As General Zhang has seen, I have completed the advanced mental enhancement formula and herbal preparations you requested. I am ready to begin production of the second batch before leaving the academy. At that time, I asked General Zhang to maintain vigilance over the surrounding area. I fear the quantity of 60,000 human gene enhancement agents may trigger even greater celestial anomalies. Zhang Zhan nodded upon hearing Lin Feng's words. Before arriving, he had already anticipated that Lin Feng would prepare the second batch of potions here. He had already requested the deployment of high-level array masters and rune masters to seal off the area, aiming to minimize the celestial anomalies. Understood. I'll handle this immediately. And what is the second matter? After hearing the first request, Zhang Zhan felt a twinge of unease. Could the second request possibly be to help him find medicinal ingredients? Lin Feng slowly pulled a sheet of white paper from his pocket. Clearly written on it were the names of the required medicinal herbs. General Zhang, please do your best to gather all the herbs on this list. I have the utmost trust in you, after all, we're both serving the nation. To be honest, I recently unlocked another blueprint for a super potion. If this batch can be successfully produced, I believe the combat effectiveness of our frontline troops will reach a whole new level. Then, even the orc fusion technology of the Divine Guild rumored online would lose its edge under the effects of these gene-enhancing potions. Combined with that, the potion's advantages would be virtually wiped out. At this point, General Zhang Zhan's face betrayed a look of shock. He understood perfectly why the commanders urgently needed human gene enhancement potions. The Divine Workers Guild had deployed large numbers of beast-human hybrid transfigures to the front lines. Under the influence of beast genes, humans lagged far behind in both physique and combat prowess. But with the enhancement of gene-boosting serum, their strength would undoubtedly surge dramatically. As for the super serum mentioned by Lin Feng, it instantly piqued Zhang Zhan's intense curiosity. Chapter 63, Divine Workers Guild? Surrender or eliminate? Lin Feng, could you share the specifics of this serum with me? Zhang Zhan couldn't contain his eagerness and immediately asked. Lin Feng felt no surprise whatsoever. Indeed, only by understanding the potion's properties could General Zhang more effectively accelerate the search for medicinal ingredients. To be perfectly honest, the code name for my newly developed formula is Divine Healer's Descent. In essence, it's a super potent restorative that enables instant recovery, restoring all aspects of a class changer's depleted resources to peak condition. Moreover, it can stack various stat boost multipliers based on actual circumstances. Zhang Zhan, who had already braced himself mentally, drew in a deep breath. Restore everything to peak condition? That means mental power, defense, speed. Even a minor injury could be instantly healed. Such an outrageously powerful restorative potion could easily serve as a super trump card. Even the most advanced recovery potions currently used by some class changers couldn't integrate all these aspects into a single restoration. Alright. I'll start gathering the ingredients right away, but... When he took the note Lin Feng handed him and read its contents, his brows furrowed deeply. For there were 100 herbs listed. Half of them were ingredients he'd never even heard of. I'll do my utmost to find them. If I can't locate them, I'll have to seek substitutes. Zhang Zhan exhaled deeply and spoke frankly to Lin Feng. Currently, the number of secret realms and ancient ruins opened in China was limited, and most had already been explored. Abroad, they had also launched a global procurement initiative, but the number of secret realms worldwide was rapidly dwindling. Consequently, this has caused the advancement pace of many class changers to slow down significantly. Alright, then. We'll leave it to you, General Zhang. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhang Zhan nodded and turned, vanishing into a dark shadow. Meanwhile, in Eagle Nation, Miss Li, dressed in military uniform, stared at the documents presented before her and slammed them down on the table. Damn it! The Lo family father and son are utterly foolish. They had a golden opportunity right in their hands, yet they managed to throw it away. Such useless fools, and they still want to join the Divine Workers Union. The large-faced foreigner standing beside her continued to pass over another document. General Miss Li, please review this document. Miss Li picked up the additional document. As she read, her expression grew increasingly complex. This. Are you certain this intelligence is accurate? Does such a terrifying weapon of mass destruction truly exist in the world? The big-faced foreigner nodded. This information was risked with life and limb by our frontline operatives, nearly wiped out by the very force it describes. Besides this, there are also videos and images. This intelligence is absolutely reliable. Miss Li's eyes widened as she sat in her chair, thoroughly reviewing the intelligence. When he saw a young man holding a woman in his left arm while wielding a revolver in his right, firing a shot that obliterated 5 mountains in a single boom, he immediately jumped to his feet. The destructive power of that single shot rivaled a small nuclear bomb. If this weapon were truly deployed by the Chinese military, wouldn't they be in extreme danger? A single shot could wipe out an entire army. Even hundreds of armored vehicles could be wiped out in a single shot. At this moment, the broad-faced foreigner continued, General Miss Li, intelligence relayed by our field operative suggests this individual may be closely linked to the recent unusual incidents in Jianghe City and the unexplained deaths of the Luo family. According to the intelligence, the woman beside this youth is a counselor at Jinshan Vocational College and also the only daughter of Zhou Zhenghua, the Chinese national chess champion. Upon hearing this, General Miss Li was utterly shocked. A surge of uncontrollable fury welled up within her. The Luo family truly deserved their fate. To dare touch the family of China's top strategist, isn't that courting death? Amidst her fury, the large-faced foreigner continued, however, without the Luo family incident, we might never have confirmed that this youth possesses the SSS plus level alchemist talent we've been seeking. According to intelligence relayed by our spies within the capital, a new type of super potion has emerged within Huaxia. While there are no concrete details, our spies speculated might be a type of enhancement potion. This enhancement serum has miraculously restored a 90-year-old veteran adventurer who was confined to a wheelchair and near death to the vitality of a middle-aged man. His paralysis vanished, and he can now run and practice Tai Chi. Upon hearing this news, Miss Li was so stunned she couldn't speak. After a long moment, she forced herself to steady her composure. Miss Li, who had also considered this point, nodded and said, "This person is far too extraordinary." According to the intelligence reports sent back by our spies, this young man is named Lin Feng, a third-year student at Jinshan Vocational College. Moreover, intelligence seized from the Luo family suggests Lin Feng may be recruited by the state after graduation. Therefore, we must seize this opportunity now. Once he's taken to the capital, our options will be severely limited. At this, the broad-faced foreigner nodded in agreement. Mobilize all resources to locate this man. Bring him back at all costs. If he truly cannot be utilized, he must not become an enemy of our Divine Workers Guild. Eliminate him. As this directive spread, a confidential document was transmitted throughout the guild. In the blink of an eye, numerous assassins received the message. A significant portion of them were already hidden within China. Originally a worker producing potions at a pharmaceutical factory, he submitted his resignation that very evening. Immediately afterward, he headed toward Jinshan Vocational College in Jianghe City according to the transmitted information. Not only that, but numerous seemingly ordinary civilians shed their civilian facades, donned black combat gear, and began converging on Jinshan Vocational University. Among them was an assassin whose terrifying aura revealed a staggering level 67 rank. Upon seeing the message, he murmured slowly, "A super weapon capable of obliterating 5 mountains, a revolver? Interesting. But that gun can only withstand one burst of destructive force. It absolutely cannot fire a second shot, otherwise it will explode for sure." This intelligence had been provided by the Divine Workers Guild. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhan, en route to the capital, was deep in thought when his phone suddenly received a message. His expression darkened instantly upon reading it, and he immediately turned the aircraft around, heading back to Jianghe City. He promptly pulled out his phone and dialed a hidden number. "Hello? This is Zhang Zhan. Following the commander's orders, activate Plan 1 immediately and proceed to Jinshan Vocational College. Even if it means all of you sacrificing yourselves, ensure Lin Feng's safety. Otherwise, you know the consequences." After the call ended, within a base, numerous figures transformed into shadowy forms and began moving. Zhang Zhan, having just finished the call, dialed Lin Feng's number again. At that moment, Lin Feng was lying in his dorm room resting. Suddenly, Zhang Zhan's call interrupted his thoughts. He knew that Zhang Zhan wouldn't call him unless it was an urgent matter. Without hesitation, he answered the call. Chapter 64, Using Gene Enhancement Agents to Level Up to 18. The moment he answered, Zhang Zhan's voice came through, urgent yet methodically organized. As he listened, Lin Feng froze in place. After hanging up, Lin Feng immediately projected his entire psychic energy outward to scan the surroundings. Fortunately, there was no sign of movement yet. But he couldn't rule out the possibility that stronger assassins had already arrived and were tracking him. Inside the potions building, Blood Red, who had received the message, was already fully prepared and ready to act. A blood-stained blade gripped his hand. Though he hadn't directly activated his killing skill, his innate talent remained perpetually active. He also sent a message to Lin Feng, warning him not to leave the building under any circumstances. At that moment, inside his room, Lin Feng never imagined that single shot would expose his true identity. It seemed Luo Chen had used his secret as a bargaining chip. The plan had been meticulously crafted, yet they hadn't anticipated Lin Feng shattering their future with a single shot from the revolver god of death at the last moment. The most pressing issue remained the numerous spies and assassins lurking within Huaxia, a threat that demanded urgent elimination. This thought sparked an idea in Lin Feng's mind. Though it was risky, how else could he wipe them out completely without getting personally involved? After all, with the revolver god of death in hand, a single shot would suffice to eliminate each hidden assassin. If one shot isn't enough, then 2 shots. With 5 bullets left, I'll make sure they never return. With his resolve set, Lin Feng found himself in need of experience points. This wave should propel him straight to level 18. Boosting his strength might give him an edge when crafting the second batch of gene-enhancing potions. It's been so long since I last used a gene-enhancing serum. This time, I'll test its true power. The next second, Lin Feng retrieved the human gene enhancement serum he had carefully stored away. Blood energy filled the room as Lin Feng uncorked the vial and downed it in one gulp. A surging wave of energy rapidly spread throughout his body. Every inch of his body itched as if ants were biting him. Immediately after, his previously steady breathing became extremely rapid. Boom! The potency of the drug exploded at 20 times its normal strength. The powerful surge of blood energy instantly sent every object in the room flying. Blood surged from all 7 orifices. Powerful psychic energy seeped into his body, allowing him to clearly feel every cell rapidly regenerating. Some aged cells rapidly shrank and died outright. This rapid cellular transformation signaled genetic restructuring. His previously lean physique began to transform into a lean, muscular build. The white hair, once thought to be a result of overusing psychic energy, instantly turned black. The depleted vital energy and spiritual power were instantly replenished. His pupils rapidly constricted, then suddenly dilated. His visual acuity surged dramatically in an instant. His hearing, sense of smell, and other senses rapidly expanded as well. Awesome! Is this the 20x potency gene-enhancing serum? My entire body feels transparent. I feel like I have endless strength and stamina, and my speed and defense are increasing too. Even if a giant ferocious beast stood before me, I'd dare to take it on in hand-to-hand combat. Though he'd crafted the serum himself and witnessed Zhang Zhan consume it, he'd only grasped a basic understanding. But now that he'd taken it himself, the surge of potency instantly surpassed anything he'd imagined. Suddenly, Lin Feng opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Ding! Congratulations, host, on using the super formula potion. Your level has increased to 18. Whoa! Level 18 already? Open the system panel. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level 18,088,000 intermediate unlock 4th super formula at level 20. HP 1,800-1800. Speed 2019. Strength 2068. Defense 2099. Mental power 2339. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God SSS+. Skills, Split Mind Ring, Divine Power Burst, Master of Sutures. Unsealed formulas, 1. Death Reaper Annihilation Potion 2. Human Gene Enhancement Potion Super Enhancement Potion 3. Milk God's Descent Super Supply Potion. Unsealed Profession Alchemist Equipment Blueprints, 1. Revolver Godslayer Offensive. Professional Tools, 1. Godslayer Revolver 5.6 Note, 18% worn. Equipment Additional Skill, 1. Unharmed Backlash already applied. Experience points, 34,000. Defense, speed, and psychic power have all skyrocketed. Now, let's see just how strong the incoming assassin really is. After the incident with Luo Chen, Lin Feng decided to carry more lethal potions. For instance, a low-grade fiery toxin potion with 20x potency. A low-grade freezing toxin potion with 20 times the potency. A low-grade paralysis toxin potion with 20 times the potency. Though these were all relatively low-grade potions, their 20x potency could unleash power comparable to high-grade or even top-tier toxin potions. If the incoming assassin was high-level, that made things even easier. Just throw more potions at them. If one vial isn't enough, use 2. As long as the quantity is sufficient, it's just a matter of whether they can withstand it. Here they come. Lin Feng's psychic senses stirred, instantly detecting something amiss. Several figures were engaged in combat in the distance. Assassin battles often reveal their true nature in an instant. Nearly always one-hit kills, so significant commotion wouldn't last long. As more and more auras drew near, Lin Feng slowly rose to his feet and stepped outside. The moment he opened the door, a figure wielding a blood-red battle blade was engaged in a frenzied fight below. Thanks to the rune-enhanced formations effects, not a single sound from within could escape. Headmaster Bloodred. Lin Feng saw Bloodred standing below, facing numerous assassins alone. However, upon closer observation, these assassins were all around level 60. Principal Bloodred, however, was only in his 50s, far too low a level to stand against them. Now, covered in blood, he knelt half-bent on the ground. Bloodred, considering you a soldier loyal to the nation, withdraw now and we'll spare your life. The man in black battle armor at the front spoke slowly. His hoarse voice was as cold as a machine. Bloodred wiped the blood from his lips and said, "You puppets of the clerical church daring to run rampant in China. Do you truly believe the clerical guild is beyond reproach?" The black-clad man's icy gaze swept over him as he rasped, "If that is your stance, then die for obstructing us." His figure gradually darkened as he raised a silver dagger in his right hand, poised to strike at Bloodred. But the next second, a cold snort echoed through the air. "I knew you'd come looking for me. But after killing our Chinese people, do you really think I'd just follow you? Or that I'd let you off?" Lin Feng's voice, propelled by psychic energy, reached every ear present. Over a dozen assassins lifted their heads, staring at the young face that appeared before them. "Lin Feng, Chapter 65, The Assassins Arrive? Fire the revolver again. The leader of the black-clad men sneered coldly, "You are Lin Feng?" The very same Lin Feng to whom Miss Li of the Divine Workers Union issued classified documents, demanding we risk exposing our identities to retrieve the SSS plus talent Alchemist back to Eagle Nation? Lin Feng made no attempt to hide his identity, sneering, "That's me." Lin Feng, since you've chosen to reveal yourself, I'll give you two options. 1. You watch him die. 2. You come with us. Lin Feng looked at them and said, "Oh? If you want me to come with you, then show your sincerity. Bring him over first." The leader of the black-clad men snorted coldly, gesturing slowly. "If that is your wish, I hope you won't go back on your word." Shui Hong was then propelled by a surge of black energy toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng gently helped Shui Hong to his feet and asked, "Principal, are you all right?" Shui Hong coughed once. "I'm fine, Lin Feng. You shouldn't have come down here. Leave immediately. My death matters little. You must hold out until General Zhang Zhan and the reinforcements arrive. Then we'll be safe." At the mention of other reinforcements, a sneer curled the corner of the black-clad man's mouth. "Don't hold your breath for reinforcements. We've already set an ambush. They won't be here anytime soon. Lin Feng, I've already sent the man over. Can you come with me now?" The leader of the black-clad men spoke in a hoarse voice. Lin Feng suddenly sneered coldly, "You gave me the person, but I choose the third option." The leader's eyes turned icy. The next second, a hidden killing intent erupted. "You dare go back on your word? What third path do you propose?" Lin Feng replied without a flicker of fear, "You can't take me away. Instead, all of you will stay behind." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a dozen figures present fixed him with bloodshot eyes. At that moment, the lethal intent of elite assassins was laid bare. "Lin Feng, are you aware of my orders? Should you resist, we have the authority to eliminate you on the spot. I'll give you 30 more seconds to think it over. With your SSS plus talent, are you willing to die?" Lin Feng, the target of their lethal intent, slowly smiled. "I've already made up my mind. Today, I'll see what you're truly made of." The assassin's killing intent flared. The leader frowned, double-checking, "Are you absolutely certain?" Before they could act, Lin Feng flung a dozen purple vials into the air. The moment the vials exploded on the ground, a foul stench filled the air. Immediately after, Lin Feng tossed another dozen blue vials. The moment the blue vials hit the ground, the surface froze solid. These assassins had certainly witnessed the alchemist's abilities before. But when they saw the low-grade poison bottles being tossed onto the ground, some of them nearly laughed out loud. "Lin Feng, are you really going to try to stop us with this trash?" They sneered. The next moment, the original toxin potion instantly surged to 20 times its potency. The freezing potion's power also surged 20-fold. In an instant, the area covered by the agents transformed into a frozen wasteland. How could ordinary agents possess such potent toxicity and freezing power? Everyone, be extremely careful. Don't inhale the toxins, they'll paralyze us and slow down our movements. Against such assassins, the paralysis agent Lin Feng had crafted proved its worth at this moment. But Lin Feng sneered coldly, "Too late. What good are your high levels? I don't believe you can escape dozens, even hundreds, of vials of freezing and paralysis agents." Immediately, Lin Feng retrieved a large number of vial containers from his storage ring. Without hesitation, he hurled them forward. Low-grade potions, yet so devastating. As the vials shattered, waves of paralyzing energy and freezing power erupted. The 20x potency instantly immobilized them, leaving them utterly helpless. Blood Red was stunned by the scene before him. So potions could be used like this. But what shocked him even more was that seemingly ordinary potions, when dropped on the ground, unleashed terrifying potency. Some potions could even rival the finest elixirs. "Oomph. Lin Feng, do you really think this can stop us? What a waste of your talents. If you'd served the Divine Workers Guild, you could have had women, money, power, anything you desired." Divine Shadow Technique. A level 67 badge appeared above his head. His entire body began transforming into another shadow. When he reappeared, he had broken free from his bonds. Even the paralysis toxin that had entered his body was expelled. The other assassins underwent the same transformation, shedding their physical forms like molting insects to become shadows. Watching this, Blood Red exclaimed in astonishment, "This is the shape-shifting formation. It's the humanoid formation inscribed by that level 80 formation master from the Divine Artisans Guild. This type of array can transform assassin class changers, granting them immunity to death once. Each assassin can only activate this array once. I never imagined it would appear here." After all the assassins had transferred away, Blood Red sensed an unprecedented sense of danger. "Lin Feng, hurry. Head to the rear and activate the hidden mechanism to break the formation." Blood Red urgently warned, but Lin Feng stood his ground, utterly unflustered. Then, raising his left hand, he grasped Blood Red's arm. "Principal, aren't you curious about the true power of that single shot I unleashed back then? What you've seen is third-person perspective. Now, I'll let you experience first-person." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, he reached into his spatial storage ring and pulled out a revolver covered in cracks. Its gold and silver frame gleamed, the muzzle terrifying as if poised to devour everything. The muzzle was now pointed directly at the leader of the black-clad men. His gaze fixed coldly on the pitch-black muzzle, a sudden wave of apprehension washing over him. Though no bullet had been fired, the overwhelming pressure emanating from it swept over them. The assassins, who had been poised to move, found their legs trembling uncontrollably. They didn't even know why their legs had started trembling. And they felt no urge whatsoever to retreat. This gun, is it the revolver passed down from the higher-ups, the one powerful enough to level 5 mountains? Judging by its explosive power, it's a miracle it didn't blow apart on the first firing. This shot will absolutely blow the barrel apart. The leader of the black-clad men's gaze was icy. Their mission was to either capture or eliminate Lin Feng. Sacrificing themselves was clearly an option. Now, simply eliminating Lin Feng would count as mission accomplished. Blood Red stared at the revolver in Lin Feng's hand, his tension palpable. After all, the bullets were loaded with demolition agent. If it detonated, they would all perish here. But at that moment, Lin Feng looked at Xiehong with confidence. Principal, actually, after our meeting last night, I activated an additional skill for an offensive profession artifact. It reduces wear and tear by 99%. Even if I fire 5 shots in succession and empty the entire magazine, this gun will remain perfectly functional. Now, please witness the exquisite fusion of chemical agents and firearms. The first vision's super destruction power. Lin Feng spoke slowly, then pulled the trigger the very next second. Chapter 66, Too many enemy assassins? Take them down with one shot. Ding! The trigger struck the primer. A torrent of overwhelming destructive force poured from the pitch-black muzzle. The once silent muzzle now roared with destructive force like a beast unleashed. The silhouette of an 80th level spatial rift beast appeared in the sky. Wherever the muzzle pointed, it brought ruin like a natural disaster. The assassin, locked in the gun's direct line of fire, trembled violently, letting out a terrified scream. Yet beneath the force of destruction, the space they occupied had already been sealed off. Boom! 15 times the potency erupted. The already formidable destructive force instantly amplified, surging forward with blinding speed. The surrounding area was caught in the blast, the ground torn open several meters deep. All flora and trees within were obliterated. Just as the destructive energy reached Lin Feng and Blood Red, a pair of silver hands suddenly appeared. The hands spread wide, shielding both figures within their embrace. The overwhelming destructive force engulfed all the assassins, flattening them in an instant. The force of destruction surged forward, shattering the protective array like withering twigs. Boom! The destructive force shot skyward. The once glittering starlit night was torn apart by another force. The starry sky dissipated, leaving a cloudless expanse stretching for 100 miles. Originally, this potion was crafted for Zhang Zhan and his companions to enter the secret realm. But now, applied to the revolver Godslayer, its scope transformed entirely. This single shot was enough to shake the heavens and earth. After firing, Lin Feng surveyed the hollowed-out ground around him, the earth caved in beneath the surface. At the very instant the destruction potion was fired, he deliberately raised the barrel by 30 degrees. That 30 degrees prevented the destruction of numerous distant buildings. Yet the residual shockwaves of the annihilating force still leveled the cafeteria and gymnasium within the gun's line of fire. Gazing at the flattened ruins where nothing remained, Lin Feng slowly lowered the barrel. Blood Red froze in place, his throat dry as he swallowed repeatedly. He distinctly sensed a power so terrifying it defied description. This destructive force was unlike anything he had ever witnessed in his life, let alone experienced up close. Even the toughest level 70 warrior would be reduced to ashes in a single shot here. Principal Bloodred, can you let go of my hand now? Lin Feng surveyed the devastated surroundings, certain the threat had passed. Yet he still felt a grip on his arm. When he looked down and saw it was Blood Red, a wry smile immediately appeared on his face. That shot had been devastatingly powerful, anyone else would have been utterly terrified. The name-changing engraving formation had it suddenly become useless? Blood Red's eyes widened like glass marbles, utterly dumbfounded. Is this the might of a single shot from a revolver? Lin Feng surveyed the devastation around him, then glanced at the building housing the pharmaceutical lab. The shattered array runes still flickered faintly. Seeing this, Lin Feng's tense mood finally relaxed. As long as the pharmaceutical lab remained operational, his production of the second batch of human gene enhancement serums would proceed unimpeded. Just then, figures burst into the room. The shadow assassins halted in their tracks, staring at Lin Feng, who stood holding a revolver, frozen in place. This was caused by a single shot from you? The shadow assassin at the front exclaimed in astonishment. The evidence was right before their eyes, and Lin Feng saw no reason to hide anything. Yes. Whoa! The shadow assassins froze in place upon hearing this. What about the foreign assassins? One of the shadow assassins frantically scanned the room and asked. Blood Red gave a bitter smile and spoke first. They've already been reduced to ashes with a single shot. After all the assassins vanished, an inexplicable medicinal fragrance began to permeate the air. Everyone present felt a wave of physical ease wash over them. Some even found their levels had risen. Ha! My level, which had been stagnant for years, actually increased. How could that shot? Could it be the same feedback energy potion we saw on the front lines? They had indeed detected a medicinal scent. But they never imagined this shot could also contain feedback energy. Hurry and relay this to General Zhang Zhan. Report the situation on the ground. Just as they were about to send the message, a dark figure appeared, its icy gaze sweeping across the entire scene. No need. I'm already here. As a figure slowly materialized, every shadow assassin present saluted with respect, General Zhang Zhan. The moment all the shadow assassins saw Zhang Zhan, their eyes burned with fervor. This was the 5-star general who had trained them. China's foremost shadow assassin. Search the entire perimeter. Leave no hostile assassin unchecked. Also, relay the message to the surrounding garrisons. Handle the aftermath overnight. This shot is bound to cause another uproar, but as long as Lin Feng is safe, that's all that matters. At this point, Zhang Zhan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Before long, everyone sprang into action. Lin Feng and Shui Hong were transferred to a secure location. Just then, a delicate voice hurriedly entered the room. Is Lin Feng okay? Zhou Yao panted heavily, her face etched with urgency. Originally dining out with other counselors to bid farewell to her 3-year counseling career, she suddenly heard a massive explosion. So she rushed back immediately. The counselor is fine. This shot might have caused a bit more damage than the last time. Lin Feng sat resting in his chair, letting out a wry smile. Facing so many high-level assassins just now, it would be impossible to say he wasn't the least bit alarmed. However, with the added pressure of powerful psychic suppression, he had managed to handle the situation. Lin Feng, according to our intelligence reports, this order came directly from General Miss Li of Eagle Nation. She specifically named you to serve the Divine Workers Guild or face death. The Divine Workers Guild, which had been itching for action, can no longer hold back. The head of state advises we relocate to the capital as soon as possible. There, you'll receive the highest level of protection. Zhang Zhan said earnestly. But with only 5 days left until graduation, this sudden attack also presented one of the few opportunities for Lin Feng to gain valuable experience. General Zhang, since I promised to go to the capital after graduation, I'll stick to that plan. I'm already preparing to complete the second batch of potions here. Besides, as the saying goes, how can a flower grown in a greenhouse ever endure wind and rain? What doesn't kill me only makes me stronger. Even if the enemy dares to attack again to kill me, I refuse to believe these 4 bullets I have left can't send them to the afterlife. Lin Feng slowly placed the revolver, the Godslayer, on the table. Zhang Zhan's brow visibly furrowed at the sight of the revolver. Based on what was said last time and his own deductions, this revolver should be practically useless after firing again. Yet here it was before him, just as it had been last time. Despite the damage, it was virtually identical to the last one. This fact immediately piqued his curiosity. Chapter 67, Crisis Escalates. The Divine Staff Union's Special Directive. Lin Feng, this gun, isn't it supposed to only fire a second bullet? Why doesn't it seem to keep wearing down now? Before he could finish, Lin Feng cut in. To be honest, I've activated a second offensive equipment skill codenamed Wear Resistance. This skill guarantees that the wear rate of any offensive class equipment I attach will be reduced by 99% during use. 99%? Doesn't that mean it's practically useless? Everyone present was stunned. The last time they had gathered for a meeting. Back then, Lin Feng had said this revolver might be shot out of commission after firing just one more bullet. But now, with this new skill enhancing it one that reduces wear by 99%. Doesn't that mean it can fire freely? Even firing 100 rounds probably wouldn't damage it. Unbelievable. Lin Feng, how did you unlock such an insane class skill? Lin Feng could only chuckle bitterly to himself. Meanwhile, Blood Red, who had been present during the battle, already knew about this development. So he didn't appear overly shocked now. Yet, deep inside, turmoil was brewing once more. A hint of self-mockery surfaced. Now even alchemists could cross over into other professions. If this profession's equipment enhancement skill were applied, wouldn't it mean the service life of this revolver god of death could be extended? Zhang Zhan's gaze sharpened as he looked at the cracked revolver on the table. At first glance, the weapon clearly bore the scars of countless battles, looking as if it might give out at any moment. Yet the destructive energy it contained made Zhang Zhan feel uneasy throughout his body with just a single glance. The scent of medicine made him want to snatch the gun and inhale the gunpowder. No, the potion's aroma deeply. Correct. But this weapon's class-specific equipment skills aren't limited to that. There might be unexpected surprises later on. Lin Feng paused briefly before speaking directly. The group fell silent. After all, some gunsmiths couldn't even stack 2 skills on a single firearm. And they couldn't be separated from their owner. Lin Feng, however, had it all figured out. Not only could his gun be detached, but anyone could use it. Moreover, it already possessed 2 class-specific weapon skills, with potential for further stacking. If any gunsmiths were present, their confidence would likely be shattered. Alright, since everything's settled, I'll urgently report this matter to the state. Additionally, Lin Feng, you will be under multi-layered military protection until graduation, so there will be some restrictions on your freedom. Lin Feng nodded upon hearing this. A brief loss of freedom didn't matter to him. If he ever needed to regain his freedom for some urgent matter, the state would surely not stand in his way. However, what he needed most right now was to refine more potions to replenish his spiritual energy. This second batch of gene-enhancing potions was indeed a major undertaking. At daybreak, Eagle Nation, within the Divine Workers Union headquarters, a large gathering of union executives had already assembled. They wore uniform black robes bearing the emblem of a soaring eagle on their chests. Miss Li sat in her seat, her tone icy. After all these years of training assassins, only one remains. Wasn't it said that this revolver, imbued with the power of destruction, could never be used again? Is your intelligence department just sitting around doing nothing all day? A thunderous roar of fury reverberated through the chamber. The attendees seated around the table fell silent. Before the meeting, they had all reviewed the intelligence files transmitted back. These included brief text descriptions, images, and grainy video footage. Evidently, this assassin had traveled long distances to arrive and, due to special arrangements, was concealed elsewhere within the school. The footage showed his frantic recordings, mostly of him fleeing. Facing the elusive shadow assassin of Huaxia, he was terrified out of his wits, nearly losing control. In the end, sheer luck saved him. Plunging into the river spared his life. As you've witnessed, China has produced an SSS plus tier alchemist. This individual is currently a college student nearing graduation at Jinshan Vocational College. Recent developments have fully revealed his professional talents. This individual has enhanced the vitality and extended the lifespans of China's top leaders, created a destruction potion capable of withstanding a level 4 beast tide, and even developed the revolver wielding the destructive power shown in the current footage. These developments have far exceeded the Divine Workers Guild's projections. If this continues unchecked, it will undermine our guild's global standing. As the Eagle Nation's chief commander of the Divine Workers Guild, I hereby activate a special directive. Recruit Lin Feng at all costs. Should he refuse allegiance to our guild, utilize any means necessary to seize his talents and secrets. If all else fails, eliminate him. This operation shall proceed under strict secrecy. We fight to the death. Please raise your hands to vote. As Miss Li's words fell, the entire chamber plunged into silence once more. Immediately, all attendees began raising their hands to vote. Approved. For the sake of the clergy's interests, our Chamber of Commerce Alliance agrees. We concur. The Steel Association will provide full support. Miss Li observed the scene before her and nodded. This meeting brought together all associations and affiliated guilds of the clerical guild within Eagle Nation. Previously, China had indeed produced gifted class changers who had made him feel a hint of threat, but in the end, not a single one had managed to evade the assassin strikes. These assassins were originally deployed to counter China's sudden emergence of gifted transmuters and key personnel in positions of power. Only by eliminating them all could China's future be utterly destroyed, ensuring the Divine Workers Union remained unshakable. Shortly after this directive was issued by Eagle Nation, Lin Feng emerged from the pharmaceutical lab where he had just completed a batch of psychotropic agents. Zhang Zhan stood at the doorway, his expression grave as he addressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng, there's urgent news concerning you. Lin Feng froze for a moment before asking, what is it? Zhang Zhan's voice was grave. According to our informant, the Divine Workers Union in Eagle Nation has issued an order. All domestic associations and affiliated unions have been commanded to launch a full-scale manhunt for you. If you don't surrender, your life will be in danger. You're definitely in a pretty dangerous situation right now. Hearing this, Lin Feng chuckled. Who'd have thought the Eagle Nation's Divine Workers Union would care so much about a junior college student like me? Looks like that one shot exposed their true colors and hit them hard. Zhang Zhan had told me that this single shot at Jinshan Vocational College had nearly wiped out all the high-level assassins trained by the Eagle Nation within China. In other words, this single shot had neutralized the majority of the covert threat posed by the Eagle Nation. Chapter 68, The Secret of the Revolver God of Death. Hearing this news, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. If he'd known, he would have gathered all the assassins within China and fired a few more shots to finish them off. The Eagle Nation's Divine Staff Guild issued an order. Could they be sending people to China to find me again? A question formed in Lin Feng's mind, prompting him to ask aloud. Zhang Zhan replied, it's hard to say. The Eagle Nation's Divine Workers Union holds global leadership. Once this order is issued, it will trigger numerous bounties. Where there's great reward, there will be brave souls. Though this directive operates covertly, it will spread globally. Most nations worldwide are under the Divine Workers Union's influence. It's only a matter of time before they learn of it. The national leaders originally intended to conceal you, as your growth still requires time. But this has suddenly thrust you into an extremely dangerous situation. Given the nature of the Divine Workers Guild, the emergence of such a super-talented transferee has already put pressure on them in certain areas. They will intensify their suppression of China. Therefore, not only you but all of China will be caught in the fierce clash. Hearing Zhang Zhan's words, Lin Feng felt not the slightest fear, but rather grew even more fired up. Let's do this. Resources are meant to be seized. A nation's development inevitably faces countless obstacles. Even the Divine Workers Guild, led by the Eagle Nation, is no exception. Lin Feng recognized Zhang Zhan's concern, but he turned directly to him and asked, General Zhang, do you think I'm afraid? Stunned by the question, Zhang Zhan replied sternly, no. Lin Feng nodded resolutely. The Divine Workers Union is nothing. Let me be frank, General Zhang, what follows depends entirely on how I handle them. Hearing his slightly joking tone, Zhang Zhan froze in place before bursting into laughter. Just as I suspected. The national leaders were concerned and wanted me to gauge your reaction, but I never expected you to align so perfectly with their assessments. The leaders instructed me to tell you, proceed with confidence and boldness. Should anything happen, the state will provide a safety net. The nation's backing that was the true source of confidence. Hearing Zhang Zhan's message, Lin Feng nodded firmly. With his current level advancement, the resources required going forward would be even greater. And he would become even more closely bound to the nation. After the conversation concluded, Lin Feng returned to his dormitory. As soon as he opened the news app, he saw a trending topic, the mysterious disappearance of Jinshan Vocational College's cafeteria and gymnasium. This trending topic had captured widespread attention. Some even suggested extraterrestrial beings had arrived. Others claimed a giant of light had descended. Others hinted it was the government testing new weapons. Shortly after, the official government website provided an explanation and blocked the topic. But this did little to stop the gossip-loving public from discussing it privately. Combined with the previous bizarre incident at Jinshan University where 5 mountains vanished into thin air, the topic grew increasingly heated. Meanwhile, inside the Kyoto research base, a young man in blue overalls rubbed his eyes and pulled out his phone to relax. The moment he opened the news, his spirit trembled and he froze in place. When did China develop such an incredible weapon? How come I haven't heard about any new offensive weapons being developed at our research institute? Based on the specific details, Quan Zilong quickly confirmed that the 5 mountains and the vanished cafeteria and gymnasium at Jinshan Vocational University had been destroyed by the weapon. According to some unofficial reports, someone had been nearby at the time and miraculously survived. The attack unleashed a devastating destructive force. After the explosion, a medicinal scent lingered in the air. The survivor, who had been suffering from consumption and had intended to climb the mountain to end his life. But after inhaling the medicinal scent, his tuberculosis vanished. He even unlocked a class change, successfully turning his life around. While the internet is rife with fabricated rumors, this comment struck Quan Zilong like an explosive revelation. First, the address was Jinshan Vocational College. The location Master Shaolin had instructed him to track, and also where he had shipped the revolver he had crafted. He later tracked down the recipient, but after receiving payment, the person vanished without a trace. Even the name and phone number left behind were fake. At the time, Quan Zilong felt he'd been tricked, but since the buyer had actually paid, it didn't technically constitute fraud. But if he couldn't get in touch, didn't that mean the trail had gone cold? This location matched up. Second, this revolver was indeed a type of chemical gun, but it required the addition of a potent, aggressive chemical agent to complete the weapon. Based on that person's seemingly absurd comment, he knew it had to do with the serum. Plus, he picked up some vague intelligence suggesting high-level transmuters were indeed active in Jianghe City. Could it be that the situation was actually caused by that buyer using the weapon we manufactured? Already somewhat anxious, he now felt a surge of tension. Even if he and Master Shao speculated, there was simply no one in the world capable of infusing the appropriate potion into it. Much less create a potion with such overwhelming destructive power. Yet the evidence was staring them in the face. What struck him as odd, though, was that the state itself had stepped in to resolve this incident. If this were criminal activity, an announcement would likely emerge swiftly, bringing the suspects to justice. Yet 2 consecutive announcements had been issued to quell the matter. Clearly, something was being deliberately concealed. This is really fishy. Better play it safe and inform the master right away. He immediately turned and headed straight for Xiao Lin's office. Xiao Lin was studying mechanical blueprints when the knock sounded. Glancing up, he hurriedly asked, Xiao Quan, what's the matter? Why the rush? Quan Zilong closed the door and hurried to Xiao Lin's side. Master, I've discovered something absolutely huge. Xiao Lin looked up at him. Xiao Quan, take your time explaining. The sky hasn't fallen yet, has it? I personally recommended you to my own master. The state has already approved your inclusion in the Talent Development Program Academy. Your impulsive nature really needs to change. After being reprimanded, Quan Zilong took a deep breath to steady himself. Master, I know I was wrong. Take a sip of water first. Xiao Lin poured a glass of water and handed it to Quan Zilong. Quan Zilong gulped it down in one go, his emotions settling. Xiao Lin inquired, now you can speak. The thought of it stirred Quan Zilong's emotions again, and he blurted out, Master, I've discovered something earth-shattering. It's about that revolver you had me make earlier, the one that fires chemical projectiles. Xiao Lin's expression darkened instantly, his composure shattered by the news. Chapter 69, Master Xiao Lin's Pursuit of the Revolver's Owner. Ever since completing that revolver, Xiao Lin would often fall into deep thought during his free moments. He hadn't given it much thought during the actual crafting process. But when he picked up the blueprints again for a closer look a few nights ago, he instantly uncovered a shocking secret. The gun's design was exceptionally intricate, its conception remarkably ingenious. While the materials required for this revolver weren't particularly demanding, but, based on the current skill level of all blacksmiths, it would be impossible to design. He couldn't fathom how anyone, student or faculty at a technical college, could have conceived such a revolver. Xiao Quan, tell me everything you've discovered. After Xiao Lin spoke, Quan Zilong relayed the information he had gathered and his deductions. After hearing all this, Xiao Lin's previously calm heart began to tremble. If this speculation holds true, could it mean a super blacksmith is hiding within Jinshan Vocational University? The emergence of a super smith would indeed attract national attention. I just didn't expect this gun's power to be so immense. But this destructive force feels strangely familiar. Could it be the destruction agent used along the Huaxia coastline? Could it be that the nation has fused the destruction agent with the revolver I crafted? That's why it possesses such explosive power? The thought sent a surge of excitement through him. Yet he knew full well that even if his completed revolver reached the highest grade, it could withstand such explosive force for only 1 or 2 shots at most. If his hypothesis held true, 2 bursts of destructive force meant 2 shots had been fired. After those 2 shots, the revolver would be completely destroyed. Phew! I must consult the commanders about this. If a super forger truly has emerged, it would be the pride of our nation. Overwhelmed with emotion, he immediately began contacting Zhou Zhanghua. At that moment, Zhou Zhanghua, seated in his office handling paperwork, took a sip of strong tea. Then, a knock sounded at the door. Come in. Sun Dai, dressed in military uniform, entered and handed the documents to Zhou Zhanghua. Commander Zhou, based on the intelligence relayed by General Zhang and our intelligence department's assessment, there were 17 assassins involved in the attempt to eliminate Lin Feng. All these assassins were above level 60. Only one managed to escape by sheer luck, the rest were all blown to bits by Lin Feng with a single shot. Upon hearing the contents of the report, Zhou Zhanghua slammed his palm on the table and stood up, his voice trembling with excitement. Excellent! Excellent! Lin Feng has truly performed a great service for our nation this time. When General Zhang Zhan reported to me that the hidden shadow assassin squad had been forced into action, I feared the worst for Lin Feng. We were worried the secret of the revolver might fall into enemy hands. Who would have thought he'd fire it again? Though it caused quite a stir, it did eliminate all those assassins China had hidden for years without ever finding. This has greatly reduced internal threats to our nation. Looks like the Divine Workers Union is going to be furious this time. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, as if a heavy burden had finally lifted from his chest. But just then, Sun Dai handed over another document. Chief Zhou, there's more bad news about Lin Feng. Please take a look. Zhou Zhanghua scanned the document and immediately furrowed his brow. Are the Eagles no longer bothering with subtlety? Have they begun a full-scale crackdown against us? The document revealed that a large amount of technological equipment had been deployed not far from the coastline of the strait. This includes laser weapons and the orc hybrid technology that has now caused a major uproar. This technology has significantly enhanced the combat capabilities of Divine Staff Guild members. Hundreds of transferees have already been transported to the Pacific region. Zhou Zhanghua understood their purpose clearly: first, to intimidate China. Second, due to the effects of the destruction potion, several new secret realms have been opened. New secret realms meant fresh opportunities, chances to level up. What good is orc technology? We in China possess human gene enhancement serums. Once these serums become widespread, your so-called unorthodox methods in the Eagle Nation will inevitably come to an end. Zhou Zhanghua grew intensely excited at the mere thought of the human gene enhancement serum. He had thoroughly researched it. After the first batch of gene enhancement serums was administered, a cancer patient recovered instantly, returned to his original job full of vitality, and became a pillar of the company. Paralyzed elderly in wheelchairs could rise to practice Tai Chi. The potency of these human gene enhancement serums was undeniable. I just wonder how things are going with Lin Feng. Recalling yesterday's tense situation, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. He'd already received word that the Eagle Nation was preparing to issue orders targeting Lin Feng, meaning more danger was likely approaching. If Lin Feng couldn't hold out, the nation would have to swiftly activate other contingency plans to conceal him. That would be preferable to being exposed. But just then, Zhou Zhenghua's phone rang. Seeing the message from Zhang Zhan, a smile involuntarily spread across his lips. Excellent. That kid has truly surpassed my expectations. The nation needs geniuses like him. In the message, Zhang Zhan had already relayed Lin Feng's stance. Passionate, driven young people are the hope of China. What he urgently needed now were the gene-enhancing serums for the 50,000 frontline transmuters. Once this shipment arrived, the so-called human-beast hybrid technology would be utterly eradicated. China would then embark on its rise to prominence. But at that very moment, another message appeared on his phone. Shaolin, is something urgent? But when he saw the message's content, his previously calm state suddenly stirred with a flicker of agitation. Shaolin was actually asking if secret research on superweapons was being conducted in Jianghe City? Zhou Zhangguo pondered for a moment before replying calmly, Brother Xiao, some matters involve state secrets. Please forgive me for not being able to disclose them to you at this time. You'll know the truth soon enough. After sending the message, Zhou Zhangguo turned his attention to other matters. Meanwhile, inside the pharmacy building at Jinshan Vocational University, the building had returned to normal. That very night, multiple military units arrived and restored all buildings to normal before dawn. Among them were many more city-transforming ash masters and wall builders. It was largely thanks to the efforts of these life-oriented professionals. Seeing everything restored to its original state, a pressing thought arose in Lin Feng's mind. Due to the beast's onslaught, many structures across Huaxia lay damaged, and large-scale infrastructure projects had halted. In contrast, many foreign nations reliant on divine worker guilds boasted skyscrapers everywhere. With human gene serums becoming widespread, wouldn't ordinary life-oriented professionals experience an explosive surge? Where a mason might previously build only one wall per day, gene serum enhancement could allow them to construct two. Masons could mix several times more mortar. From this perspective, the pace of societal genetic enhancement would also accelerate. Most importantly, this gene-enhancing serum won't just impact one or two industries. Construction, medicine, transportation. These familiar industries will all undergo significant transformations. Simultaneously, with the first batch of agents deployed, Lin Feng learned that the users were all top veterans in various steel industries who urgently needed the agents. They absolutely had to avoid any situation where death could lead to a generational gap in their fields. Therefore, after they took the drug, the pronounced effects exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. Chapter 70, The Master Surgeon's Skills Take Effect, Gathering the Medicinal Ingredients. At my current production level, I can only proceed in batches. Let's tackle the primary issues first. Lin Feng murmured softly before pulling out a potato chip and popping it into his mouth. But just then, a phone call came in. Hello? Lin Feng paused his actions as he answered the call. It was Zhang Zhan calling. After hanging up, Lin Feng looked at the message that had come through. 5 herbs missing? Water grass wolf poison, earth-eyed bear heart, fleshy flower, water spirit grass, and 1,000-year water willow. Lin Feng naturally had targeted solutions for these 5 ingredients and immediately activated the system. He promptly entered the names of the required herbs into the system. Ding! The Master of Sutures is analyzing. Ding! Analysis complete. Raw material, water grass wolf poison. Deconstructed Formula 1, water spirit grass, blood red barnacle, wolverine essence blood. Deconstructed Formula 2. After the first formula was analyzed, Lin Feng continued inputting the name of the second herb. Ding! The Master of Sutures is analyzing. Ding! Analysis complete. Raw material, earth-eyed bear heart. Deconstructed Formula 1, ferocious bear heart, earth gold or red-eyed bear essence blood. Deconstructed Formula 2. Seeing 2 formulas already decoded, Lin Feng continued inputting the remaining herbs. As the ingredients were input, the information extracted from all 5 herbs appeared. Looks like these decomposed herbal formulas should be traceable. Lin Feng took a deep breath and sent the deconstructed formula to General Zhang Zhan. Rise. It's time to head to the alchemy lab and await the herb's arrival. After standing up, he quickly tidied himself and headed straight for the alchemy lab. Imperial Treasury of the capital. Zhang Zhan suddenly received a message from Lin Feng. His previously pensive, wry smile instantly relaxed. Good. These medicinal ingredients should all be obtainable. The requirements for crafting this super potency restorative elixir are truly becoming more demanding each time. After Lin Feng listed the herbs needed for the super replenishing potion, he immediately began searching the treasury. When the national treasury proved insufficient, he promptly issued a global gathering order. Under the Chinese collection order, most of the ingredients were gathered through various channels. Yet, hindered by the Divine Workers Guild led by Eagle Nation, 5 rare herbs remained elusive. Without the Divine Workers Guild's interference, perhaps the missing herbs could have been reduced to just 2 or 3. This thought filled him with fury. The Divine Workers Guild had essentially thrown caution to the wind, no longer bothering to conceal their obstruction of China. But since Lin Feng now had a method to substitute other herbs, it wasn't a complete setback. He immediately issued a search notice. Within an hour, the missing herbs had all been located. Surveying the mountain of herbs piled before him, he selected a small portion. He promptly ordered the military secretary to have the discovered herbs swiftly delivered to Jinshan Vocational College. Not long after, Zhang Zhan had already arrived at Jinshan Vocational College. Lin Feng, who had been waiting in the pharmaceutical lab, saw Zhang Zhan approaching. "General Zhang, you brought the medicinal ingredients, right?" Zhang Zhan raised his hand and retrieved all the medicinal herbs stored within his storage ring. Surveying the neatly sorted bundles of herbs, Lin Feng wasted no time in organizing them by category. "General Zhang, please wait outside for a moment. I need to begin blending the herbs." Zhang Zhan nodded and turned to leave, standing outside the glass window to look in. This time, Lin Feng hadn't insisted on bringing all the herbs. Instead, he chose to seal them away in the specially prepared pharmaceutical building at Huaxia Capital University. This pharmaceutical building stood alone, specially reserved for Lin Feng's exclusive use. Nestled against mountains and beside water, it offered seclusion from disturbances. Originally intended for top-tier pharmacists, Zhu Gui had strongly insisted it be reserved for Lin Feng. With a series of operations, the aura of talent and the aura of skill erupted. The once quiet pharmaceutical lab filled with flickering flames. The master suturer skill activated, and all the herbs before Lin Feng began to fuse. A single drop of liquid took shape. Flames erupted, refining the original herbs. With a sharp crack, the first required ingredient was complete. "It's done." After a deep breath, Lin Feng realized his spiritual energy was completely drained. He immediately opened the pre-prepared spiritual energy replenishment potion and poured it into his mouth. Boom! The potion's 20x potency exploded within his body. The depleted spiritual energy was instantly replenished, surging directly to its peak state. "Feels amazing." Now for the second one. When he began preparing the herbs, he had already made up his mind he would complete all the necessary preparations in one go. Lin Feng gathered the ingredients for the second potion and activated his skill to begin the process. As time ticked by, the room once again filled with the potent aroma of medicinal herbs. The earth bear heart was complete. Grabbing the jar of spirit-restoring potion, Lin Feng downed it in one gulp. Instantly, his mental energy surged back to peak condition. He then proceeded to begin crafting the third potion. Outside, Zhang Zhan, witnessing this scene, stared in utter shock. He was no stranger to the world and had witnessed alchemists crafting potions before, but he had never seen anything quite this frenzied. After depleting his mental energy, he replenished it immediately. If it were merely a temporary need for replenishment, Lin Feng was treating it as nothing more than a tool to be exploited. "I never imagined this kid could be so terrifying." Zhang Zhan stood rooted to the spot, uttering a gasp of astonishment as he continued watching. As time passed, night had completely fallen. Lin Feng's alchemical work showed no signs of stopping. It wasn't until past 11 p.m. that Lin Feng finally paused his work. By his side, over a dozen potion bottles were now neatly arranged. Most of these bottles contained 500 milliliters energy-restoring potions. After pulling out another bottle and downing it in one gulp, Lin Feng stood in place, surveying the 5 completed potions. "Now I can begin crafting the super strength potion. May the goddess of healing descend. I'll see just how potent this healing power truly is." In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng retrieved the remaining herbs Zhang Zhan had brought and began the fusion process. Zhang Zhan, who had been waiting outside for quite some time, was startled by the scene. "Lin Feng, you've been refining for nearly a day. You should take a break before continuing." But Lin Feng, hearing the voice from inside the alchemy chamber, replied, "General Zhang, there's no need to worry about me. I'm feeling inspired, let's finish this in one go." Chapter 71, Triggering a New Quest, Another Double Reward. Zhang Zhan gazed at Lin Feng inside the alchemy chamber with deep concern, letting out a soft sigh. The aura bestowed by Lin Feng's innate skill continued to bolster him, as if a pair of divine hands were supporting him. As the potion's production speed accelerated, his mental energy depleted at an alarming rate within mere seconds. Lin Feng watched this unfold with astonishment. His level had skyrocketed to 18. His spiritual energy reserves weren't exactly low either. Under normal circumstances, he should be able to successfully refine intermediate potions. But now, brewing a super recovery potion only lasted him less than 3 seconds. Gone in the blink of an eye? Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng retrieved the prepared potion bottle. The emerald green mental energy replenishment potion appeared before him. He opened his mouth and gulped it down. Gulp, gulp. He drained the entire 500 milliliters in one go. The void of energy within his body was instantly filled to the brim. "Ah, refreshing. Little potion, just you wait." Lin Feng snorted coldly and immediately resumed his work. Amidst a burst of flames, the molten potion inside the alchemy furnace emitted a strong, acrid smell. Under the blessing of his innate talent, the lingering acrid smell vanished instantly. Cracks rapidly appeared in the once sturdy alchemy furnace. Yet, under the protection of Lin Feng's innate aura, even with these cracks, the furnace remained intact. Seems the potency of this batch's ingredients is too fierce for an ordinary alchemy furnace to handle. If I continue brewing potions, I'll need to craft a brand new, specialized vessel. The moment Lin Feng's thoughts formed, a system notification sounded. Ding! New quest released. To build a strong physique, exercise is non-negotiable. For thicker thighs, you must pedal relentlessly. Task: perform 100 leg presses. Reward: 1 chance to draw an auxiliary profession artifact. Due to the host's recent high exercise frequency, an additional reward will be granted if the task is completed within the specified time. Bonus reward: 1 additional draw for auxiliary profession equipment attributes. Time remaining: 30 minutes. Damn it, a system task just triggered? I'm still making potions, what the hell is this? Lin Feng glanced at the system task details and found it utterly straightforward. As for the reward? It might just be the alchemy furnace he needed? But the additional task reward caught Lin Feng's attention. While system quests aren't too hard to complete, triggering them requires timing. Half an hour to finish? Lin Feng fell into deep thought, as his potion would take at least half an hour to complete. This meant he'd have to speed things up. 2 mission rewards? Why pass them up? Let's give it a shot. Lin Feng waved his hand, retrieving over a dozen bottles of mental replenishment potions from his storage ring. He opened each one in turn and placed them before him. Zhang Zhan watched the scene with a grave expression, a sense of foreboding settling over him. Suddenly, Lin Feng unleashed all his mental energy, his talent and skill auras swirling around him. In less than 10 seconds, his mental energy was completely depleted. Ha! Lin Feng was now operating at full throttle, utterly disregarding the toll on his spiritual energy as he continued to pour it in frantically. Bottle after bottle was poured into his mouth. Time ticked away, second by second. In the blink of an eye, 20 minutes had passed. The alchemy furnace was covered in cracks from the impact of the potent potion, and the medicinal power inside was rapidly dissipating. Seeing this, Lin Feng felt a pang of regret. Forget it this time. Charge it up. Lin Feng summoned his full strength once more, channeling all his spiritual energy into the furnace. Outside the alchemy room, Zhang Zhan watched with growing tension, occasionally drawing deep breaths. He too witnessed the alchemy furnace in Lin Feng's hands begin to shatter, nearly covered in cracks, as if it would completely break apart at any moment. His heart was in his throat. But recalling Lin Feng's SSS plus talent, he managed to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Time flew by, and after another 5 minutes, Lin Feng watched as the medicine before him gradually took shape. Suddenly, he grabbed a bottle of energy potion and downed it in one gulp. Under the power of his formidable mental energy, he lifted the solidified medicine before him and shaped it into several finger-sized round pills. It's done! He gazed at the completed divine milk descent before him. Simply standing there and inhaling its scent made Lin Feng feel an immediate wave of comfort wash over his entire body. Crack! At that very moment, the alchemy furnace beside him shattered. It shattered into countless fragments along the cracks. This was the finest alchemy furnace within Jinshan Vocational University. It had once borne witness to the creation of many top-tier solid pills. Yet under the influence of this special super-replenishing potion, without innate talent, it likely wouldn't last even a minute. As the medicinal fragrance wafted out, 3 figures appeared outside the alchemy room. They were Blood Red, Li Yinian, and Zhou Yao. Li Yinian's heart ached as he gazed at the shattered alchemy furnace on the ground. This alchemy furnace was a super premium grade furnace he had painstakingly begged Shaolin to forge for him. Normally, crafting top-tier solid potions was a breeze. He never imagined it would shatter under Lin Feng's hands. Still, as long as he was unharmed, he could instantly refine the potion. What puzzled them, though, was what kind of potion Lin Feng had been trying to make. That it could shatter a super premium alchemy furnace. At that moment, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the solid potion, and an interface panel materialized before his eyes. Name: Milk Goddess Descent Super Replenishment Potion. Grade: Spirituality, induces a dazed state of mind and physical weakness, causing a phenomenon where cosmic energy floods the entire body. Effect: upon use, instantly restores 100% of all depleted resources to peak condition. Defenses and other attributes may receive additional stacking effects based on circumstances. Stacks up to 22 times the base potency. Healing until dazed and physically weak? Oh my! When Lin Feng saw this, his mind instantly conjured that peculiar image. Feeling too good can indeed make your body go limp. But being soothed by a potion until your entire body goes limp is rather uncommon. Ding! Friendly system reminder, only 3 minutes remain until mission completion. Host must finish promptly, or the additional descent effect will vanish. As the system's voice rang out, Lin Feng didn't hesitate. He placed the potion back in its case, then flopped onto the ground and started kicking his legs. Zhang Zhan, witnessing this scene from outside, was utterly dumbfounded. Shui Hong and Li Yinian stared wide-eyed. Zhou Yao, in particular, rubbed her eyes, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Was he having a seizure? Zhou Yao had seen all of Lin Feng's physical exam reports from when he entered the academy. His body showed absolutely no issues. So was this a physical convulsion caused by overusing his mental energy, or was he just in a trance? Ding! Congratulations, host, for kicking once. Ding! Congratulations, host, for kicking twice. Ding! Congratulations, host, for kicking your legs 100 times. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have earned 1 chance to draw a blueprint for an auxiliary profession tool. Ding! As the host completed the task within the fixed time limit, an additional reward of 1 lottery chance for auxiliary profession equipment skill slots has been granted. Chapter 72, Consuming Super Potion, Health Bar as Thick as an Ox. Start the lottery. Lin Feng issued the command without hesitation. Both lottery machines began spinning simultaneously. Stop. With the pause command issued, the spinning machines abruptly halted. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the blueprint for an auxiliary profession tool, the Alchemist's Cauldron. Divine Medicine Cauldron can be used in various production processes to ensure medicinal efficacy remains intact, enhancing drug properties and potency. Hosts can craft potions anywhere. Using the Medicine God's Cauldron to craft potions reduces the probability of mental energy loss and increases the quantity of potions produced. Divine Medicine Cauldron? What a formidable name. This essentially means I now have a reliable way to craft potions myself. Previously, potions were simply brewed without significant enhancement, and the process often led to efficacy loss. The process of refining with fire demands extreme skill from alchemists. Now, with the Alchemist's Forge, we can enhance the potency of our medicines. Most importantly, it reduces the mental energy required. This means they can now produce a greater quantity of potions. For the urgently needed, large-scale production of human gene enhancement potions, this development couldn't have come at a better time. Most importantly, and what excited Lin Feng the most, this Alchemist's Forge essentially functions as a mobile pharmaceutical laboratory. It enables mobile pharmaceutical production. Meaning, if he ever ran out of potions while exploring a secret realm, he could just whip out the Medicine God's furnace and brew some on the spot. Holy crap, this is awesome. Just then, a system notification sounded again. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the auxiliary profession equipment skill, Divine Hand Manipulation. Divine Hand Manipulation manifests an illusory giant hand through psychic power to perform potion operations within profession tools, reducing damage by 99%. Divine Hand Manipulation? So that means attaching it to the Alchemist's Cauldron would let him freely manipulate the crafting process? Lin Feng grew even more excited upon reading this. Great! With this auxiliary profession tool blueprint, crafting super potency potions might just be a piece of cake. The thought sent a surge of excitement through Lin Feng. But at that moment, the door burst open. Pairs of astonished and puzzled eyes fixed on him. Lin Feng, are you okay? Is it a mental energy depletion, or did crafting that potion just now damage your tendons and bones? Should we take you for a checkup? Zhou Yaoxian hurriedly asked. Just moments ago, Lin Feng had lain down on the ground without a word and started kicking his legs. This bizarre action looked eerily like an epileptic seizure. Just as they finished speaking, Lin Feng awkwardly stood up, forcing a wry smile. It's nothing. My thigh just cramped up, so I used this method to relieve it. I'm fine now. Hearing his explanation, the others still looked puzzled. Lin Feng, I see the alchemy furnace is damaged. I'll request Master Shaolin to craft a new one. Lienian looked at the shards on the ground with a pang of regret. He had originally thought Lin Feng might need it, but never imagined the potions Lin Feng kept crafting would become increasingly potent. No need. If I were to make it, I might already have the alchemy furnace I need. After speaking, Lienian hesitated for a moment. Oh, right, I've finished preparing the potion. Who'd like to try it first? Lin Feng opened his palm, revealing a pill the size of a thumbnail. His gaze fixed on it, and the scanned information appeared. Product name, Milk Goddess Descent Super Replenishment Potion. Grade? Spirituality, causes dazed consciousness and physical weakness, triggering an anomaly where cosmic energy floods the entire body. Effect, instantly restores all depleted stats to peak condition. Health, defense, and spirit can each be additionally amplified by up to 23 times, lasting 1 minute. 23 times? That essentially means HP can stack up to 23 times. Doesn't that mean a lowly minion could potentially have more HP than a boss? And that's just the HP boost. What about defense and stamina? Wouldn't those skyrocket to insane levels? When everyone saw this pitch-black potion, they froze in place. A potent medicinal aroma wafted from it. This potion looks kinda gross, but it smells amazing. Yeah. This potion probably won't be like that previous Doom potion, but once you take it, it'll likely. At that thought, Lienian couldn't help but shudder. Blood Red glanced at it with a hint of apprehension. Witnessing this, Lin Feng gave a wry smile and said, to be honest, this pill is incredibly potent. Its codename is Milk Goddess Descent. After you take it, unimaginable things will happen. At this, everyone fell deep in thought. Since Lin Feng mentioned unexpected things, it couldn't be anything but extraordinary. Suddenly, Zhou Yao stepped forward. Lin Feng, let me try this time. With Zhou Yao taking the initiative, the others didn't compete for it. They all nodded, their eyes filled with anticipation. She slowly reached out, took a pitch-black pill from Lin Feng's palm, and placed it in her mouth. The moment the black pill touched her tongue, it dissolved instantly. A potent surge of medicinal energy coursed through Zhou Yao's body, causing her to draw in deep breaths repeatedly. A vortex of spiritual energy appeared above her head, drawn in as if by a magnet, surging into her body. Zhou Yao's eyes widened as she gasped for breath. This potency, it's so potent, truly so potent. Her breathing grew increasingly ragged, and her body began to go limp. Lin Feng, who had anticipated this, reached out and caught her, asking kindly, "Counselor, how do you feel? Does it feel like you have boundless energy coursing through your body? Does it feel like your body's gone limp from being so energized?" No sooner had Lin Feng finished speaking than Zhou Yao sprang to her feet, her entire being radiating energy. The energy was indeed overwhelming. Everyone stared at her in astonishment. Zhou Yao's eyes widened as she repeated, "Seriously, I feel like I have endless energy coursing through my body. My health bar and defense seem to have skyrocketed so much it's making me numb." Unable to contain herself, she displayed her information panel. Character, Zhou Yao. Class, Elemental Mage. Level, 39. HP, 2300 plus 52,900. Mana bar, 4666 plus 107,318. Speed, 3019 plus 69,437. Strength, 3062 plus 70,426. Defense, 2059 plus 47,357. Mental power, 3,339 plus 76,797. Talent, Elemental Perception S. Skills, Light Sensing Impact, Water Fire Overkill, Death's Dark Extinction. Experience points, 31. Holy. This. When everyone saw those strings of numbers, their eyes bulged like marbles. Zhou Yao's base stats were normal, but the plus signs behind them were staggering. Zhang Zhan saw Zhou Yao's health bar, mana bar, defense, spirit, and every other visible stat skyrocket. Especially the mana bar. As a mage, mana was the most crucial resource. Only with mana could one channel spells and unleash abilities. But seeing his mana pool soar past 10,000, this was likely more terrifying than an 80-level player. Chapter 73, Lin Feng drops a major bomb. Blood Red clutched his head in shock, utterly bewildered. Outrageous is one thing, but this is beyond outrageous. If this potion hit the black market overseas, it would be an unprecedented, unparalleled sensation. Lin Feng noticed it too, drawing in a deep breath. A 23-fold potency boost was indeed staggering. Fortunately, this super boosting serum had a time limit. 1 minute. Typically, such super potent enhancement serums last no longer than 10 seconds. They're usually reserved for emergency use. This minute felt like a miracle. As the seconds ticked away, the minute ended precisely. The data on Zhou Yao's panel immediately returned to normal. She stood rooted to the spot, deflated like a punctured balloon, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. That minute had indeed allowed her to experience an extraordinary level of power. This is truly something I've never experienced in my entire life. Zhang Zhan observed the scene and nodded with satisfaction. The potion's effects had still dissipated some energy. With a brand new alchemy furnace, wouldn't that be like taking off? I made 6 pills this time. The counselor used 1, so there are 5 left. Let's split them. Lin Feng displayed the 5 remaining pitch-black pills, sending excitement rippling through the group. Especially Xue Hong. His retreat to the rear lines had been largely due to being overwhelmed by enemies. Had he possessed this super potency restorative back then, he could have single-handedly taken down all his enemies in under a minute. Zhang Zhan glanced at them before reaching out to take one. Zhou Yao stood frozen in place. Logically, she should have already used one earlier. But when Lin Feng held the pill out to her, he froze in place. For me? Lin Feng nodded. Exactly. The one earlier was just to test its effects. Now, each of you gets one for later use. At this, their faces lit up with delight. It truly was a case of being in the right place at the right time. Thank you. Zhou Yao took a deep breath, as if she had just acquired a priceless treasure. After everything was settled, Lin Feng slowly turned to Zhang Zhan and said, "By the way, General Zhang, there's one more thing I need your help with." Zhang Zhan immediately responded, "No trouble at all. Lin Feng, if you need anything, just say the word." Noting the focused gazes on him, Lin Feng made no attempt to hide his request. "Before I leave campus, I need to produce a second batch of human gene enhancement serums. This will likely require completing a pharmaceutical furnace. I just unlocked the blueprint for a pharmaceutical furnace. Could General Zhang Zhan help me find Master Shaolin to construct it? A blueprint for a pharmaceutical furnace?" When everyone heard this news, they all froze in place. After all, Lin Feng had previously unlocked the blueprint for a revolver. The blueprint for a pharmaceutical furnace has been unlocked once more. Does this mean the potion furnace's power is even more extraordinary? The mere thought of that revolver, capable of terrifying destruction, filled everyone present with apprehension. "All right. I'll take it. Leave this to me. But could you share some details about this alchemy furnace?" At this moment, Zhang Zhan also grew a bit curious. Upon hearing the term pharmaceutical furnace, Li Yinian, standing nearby, felt a surge of fervor. "Since you're all so curious, I can share a bit of information with you. First, Director Li's alchemy furnace can't handle the production of my subsequent super potions. Second, with my profession-specific enhancement skill applied, this furnace can stabilize 99% of the potion's efficacy, preventing it from dissipating. Producing the second batch of human gene enhancement potions in this furnace would undoubtedly make the process twice as efficient with half the effort. The subsequent super energy replenishment potions absolutely require a high-intensity alchemy furnace. Moreover, this furnace can be removed at any time for potion production. At this point, Zhang Zhan immediately nodded in agreement. Lin Yan's expression turned fervent upon hearing this. Preserving 99% of potency without evaporation? Doubling efficiency? Most alchemists possess their own alchemy furnace. Not only can it be used to make solid and liquid potions, but most importantly, it's portable. Yet this second batch of human gene-enhancing potions left him speechless. This name was deeply familiar to him, and he had even participated in its development years ago. China had initiated 3 attempts to develop such a drug, but due to technological limitations and other constraints, none had succeeded to date. Numerous similar agents have been attempted abroad, all ending in failure. So the serums Lin Feng had been making all along were human gene enhancement serums? Suddenly, memories surfaced of old comrades sharing stories with him. An elderly veteran confined to a wheelchair had downed a vial of the serum and instantly stood up to perform a full set of Tai Chi. He had initially dismissed it as a hoax or prank. But now, considering this human gene enhancement serum, could it be real? Zhou Yao and Xue Hong also noticed the point Lin Feng had made, their breathing becoming rapid. They had missed it, they had completely missed crucial information. Lin Feng, this human gene enhancement serum, isn't it the one our nation researched before? Lin Yan's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. At this point, there was no need to hide anything. Lin Feng stated directly, that's correct. Just a few days ago, I completed the first batch of gene enhancement serums. Before graduation, I'll begin production on the second batch. Consider it my final gift to the school. You'll all get to experience it then. Hearing Lin Feng's words, their minds exploded. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Gene-enhancing serums. If truly developed, this would be a national treasure. If mass production for the entire populace were possible, wouldn't all of China take off? At this thought, Lin Yan, blood red, and Zhou Yao all felt a surge of excitement. But I ask you all to keep this confidential. This concerns the future of China. Lin Feng reiterated after speaking. According to the intelligence he had obtained, the Divine Workers Union had already caught wind of the situation. It would still take some time before the gene-enhancing serum could be made available to the entire population. The second batch, the third batch, even the fourth batch, there were many, many more to come. After all, China's population was vast, and his own strength was ultimately limited. Since Lin Feng trusts you all enough to share this secret, please keep it confidential. He is currently in extreme danger. Lin Yan, blood red, and Zhou Yao all nodded in agreement. Lin Feng trusted them implicitly. After receiving the blueprints Lin Feng downloaded and transmitted from the system, Zhang Zhan glanced at them and felt a shiver run through his entire body. For square legs, like a tripod, majestic and extraordinary. In 3 days, my skill will unlock, allowing me to begin production of the second batch of human gene enhancement agents. Please complete the forge of the medicine god as soon as possible. If feasible, the quantity of this second batch of human gene enhancement serums will be doubled. Lin Feng's words detonated like a bombshell, sending shockwaves through the entire assembly. In that case, I shall proceed to discuss the alchemy furnace's construction with Master Shaolin. Zhang Zhan suppressed his inner tension and swiftly departed. Chapter 74, Accelerating the Forge of the Medicine God. Unexpected material shortage. After everyone had departed, Lin Feng returned to his dormitory to rest. By then, the sky had grown slightly dim. Sitting in his dorm, he scrolled through videos, keeping up with recent international developments. Ever since the Divine Workers Union had made his information public. Immediately afterward, the Divine Workers Union's high-ranking officials had posted a bounty. The bounty for delivering him or his body to the Divine Workers Union in Eagle Nation stood at 100 billion. Lin Feng felt no surprise at this. Any practitioner with SSS plus talent was a rarity beyond compare. Even a wall builder class, if awakened to SSS plus, could be worth hundreds of billions. For someone like Lin Feng, a god-tier alchemist, an SSS plus at that $1 trillion credit bounty was hardly excessive. Consider this, the mere existence of that terrifyingly destructive potion was worth 1 trillion credits. For any nation to obtain its formula and secrets would be like possessing a life-saving national treasure. Suddenly, footsteps echoed through the air. Since his level had risen, his spiritual perception had skyrocketed accordingly. As expected, where there's great wealth, there will be those willing to take risks. Yet as the footsteps echoed, Lin Feng's senses detected several even more agile figures darting through the campus. The next second, the figure that had been approaching vanished. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. It was clear these were assassins. Yet the number of Chinese assassins deployed around Lin Feng was too numerous to count on one hand. System, open the interface. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 18088,000 intermediate unlock 4th super formula at level 20. HP, 1800. Speed, 2019. Strength, 2068. Defense, 2099. Mental power, 2339. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God SSS+. Skills, Split Mind Ring, Divine Power Burst, Master of Sutures. Unseal Formulas, 1. Death Reaper Annihilation Potion 2. Human Gene Enhancement Potion Super Enhancement Potion 3. Milk God's Descent Super Supply Potion. Unsealed Profession Alchemist Equipment Blueprints, 1. Revolver Godslayer Offensive. Professional Tools, 1. Godslayer Revolver 4.6 Note 18.18% worn. 2. Alchemist's Crucible Uncrafted. Class Tool Additional Skills, 1. Unharmed Backlash Offensive applied 2. Masterful Handling Supportive, not applied. Experience points, 67,000. 67,000 EXP points, but the leveling pace is still slow, not enough to reach level 19 yet. Now I just have to wait for the Alchemist's Cauldron to be crafted. With it, I can produce more gene-enhancing potions and make a big leap forward. Lin Feng glanced at the Divine Power Burst skill again. It still had 3 days left on its cooldown. Meanwhile, at the Kyoto RD Center, Shaolin, who had used human gene enhancement potions, unlocked an entirely new skill. Forging Power increases forging speed by 30% and enhances forging quality by 20%. It was this skill that kept him so excited he couldn't sleep all night. The boost in forging speed and quality meant his future forging efficiency would skyrocket. Even harder to work materials could now yield superior tools. Awesome! Ever since using human gene enhancement serum, my progress has accelerated. My thinking, physical speed, and other aspects have all changed significantly. I feel like I'm getting younger with age. He had previously suffered from chronic illnesses stemming from years of overwork. But yesterday, a specialist came for a home checkup and unexpectedly found all his ailments vanished. Even minor injuries healed at a visible pace. Just then, his phone rang. He slowly picked it up and saw an electronic blueprint had been sent. General Zhang Zhan? He's requesting me to forge something? But then, General Zhang Zhan's specific requirements and deadline were relayed to him. Within 3 days? Urgent processing. Shaolin's heart surged upon seeing the message. It had been a very, very long time since General Zhang Zhan had sought him out for forging. The last time had been for an ultra-premium dagger. And this time, forging a medicinal furnace? Shaolin hurriedly opened the blueprint. Upon clearly seeing the design for the medicinal furnace, his eyes widened. This alchemy furnace is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. His breathing grew increasingly rapid as he scrutinized every detail on the blueprint. The Alchemist's God Furnace, the name alone sounds extraordinary. But isn't General Zhang Zhan a shadow assassin? If he's asking me to build this alchemy furnace, it must be for that super alchemist. The thought of the devastating potion unleashed along the frontline coast of Huaxia filled him with intense excitement. To this day, he still didn't know who this so-called alchemist truly was. Yet as he studied this alchemy furnace, his mind couldn't help but drift back to the revolver he'd crafted earlier, the Godslayer. He bent down to examine it closely once more, discovering an eerily familiar feeling emanating from both blueprints. Could it be that both the revolver and the alchemy furnace were crafted by the same person? But time was pressing now. He'd investigate further after completing the forge. The most urgent task was to get this alchemy furnace up and running. He dialed Quan Zilong's number. Before long, Quan Zilong burst into the room. "Master, what's wrong?" Without a word, Shaolin handed him the alchemy furnace blueprints. "Help me find some suitable materials." Quan Zilong glanced at the blueprint and his mind was instantly struck by a thunderclap. The Alchemist's Cauldron? This alchemy furnace, it feels strangely similar to that revolver-style killing machine from before? He muttered to himself, then, seeing Shaolin busy at work, didn't want to disturb him. He turned and left to search for the matching materials. An hour later, he returned, wiping sweat from his brow. "Master, the forging materials are ready. But we're still short on the golden horned beast's horn. Can we substitute it with something else?" Shaolin, engrossed in studying the blueprint, slowly looked up. "No. I've examined this design. While it doesn't explicitly specify most forging materials, but superior materials will significantly impact the final product. Without the beast gold, this alchemy furnace won't be able to freely expand and contract. Substituting the golden horned beast's beast gold will likely cause major issues, inevitably lowering the artifact's grade. Then what should we do?" Quan Zilong found himself in a dilemma. Shaolin abruptly lifted his head, grabbed his phone, and dialed Zhang Zhan's number. General Zhang Zhan explicitly ordered that this must be crafted to the highest specifications. This time, we're fighting for the nation. The Golden Unicorn's beast gold material can be found in the newly discovered secret realm in the Pingyang region. Now, we can only rely on General Zhang Zhan to figure out a way to retrieve it. Chapter 75, Short on Materials? Grab the Revolver Godslayer and raid the secret realm. The mention of the newly emerged secret realm in the Pingyang region left Quan Zilong dumbfounded. Wasn't this the secret realm blasted open by that legendary, super powerful destruction potion after the beast tide emerged? Ever since its emergence, the Divine Workers Guild, led by Eagle Nation, had set its sights on it. Now they've even dispatched transmuters enhanced with the latest Beastman technology to guard it. Our Huaxia faction had also sent forces, but ultimately couldn't match their combined beast-human combat prowess. Word has it several super-class transferees from the Divine Workers Guild beyond level 80 now guard the site, specifically waiting for China's forces to arrive. Going there now would be suicide. Shaolin, who had long anticipated this outcome, still relayed the intelligence to Zhang Zhan. General Zhang, this material is indeed indispensable. Without it, the quality of the finished product will likely drop significantly. We'll probably only be able to craft a mid-grade alchemy furnace. Whether to use it or not is entirely up to you. Meanwhile, as Shaolin sent the message to Zhang Zhan, the latter standing by the window sipping coffee and gazing at the sky drew a deep breath. A golden horned beast's beast gold material at level 70? My level has skyrocketed to 77 now. With a full power strike, I could solo the secret realm and take down the golden horned beast, but... His brow furrowed as he contemplated the current tensions in the Pingyang region. Most crucially, reliable intelligence confirmed that several level 80+ transfigures were stationed there. These transmuters all possessed the new Beastman technology developed by the Divine Artisans Guild. Combined with their inherent strength, attempting to infiltrate alone would be extremely dangerous. But if he didn't go, the alchemy furnace couldn't be completed. Even if it were finished, a low-grade furnace would likely yield extremely poor results. After deep contemplation, he transformed into a shadowy figure and approached Lin Feng's dormitory door, knocking gently. Lin Feng, are you asleep? I need to discuss something with you. Upon hearing Zhang Zhan's voice, Lin Feng immediately opened the door. General Zhang, is it urgent? Zhang Zhan didn't beat around the bush. Would it be convenient for us to talk inside? Lin Feng nodded. Once Zhang Zhan stepped inside, he promptly closed the door. General Zhang, what's on your mind? Zhang Zhan's tone turned serious. Lin Feng, I've already given the blueprint for your medicine god furnace to Master Shaolin. However, we received word that one forging material is missing, a beast gold material only found on level 70 golden horned beasts. However, this material can only be found in the newly bombed out secret realm in the Pingyang region. It's guarded by several level 80 transcended forgers from the Divine Forge Guild, so I'd like to borrow your revolver Godslayer. At this point, Zhang Zhan's tone softened. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, naturally understood the implication. It's just a revolver. Of course. Zhang Zhan hadn't expected Lin Feng to agree so readily. As the gold and silver revolver was drawn, Lin Feng suddenly added, but General Zhang, I have one request. Zhang Zhan froze in place, his heart racing. This request came out of nowhere. Go ahead. Lin Feng offered a faint smile as he slowly retrieved a stack of green glowing energy replenishment potions from his storage ring. I humbly request that General Zhang take these energy replenishment potions with you. Should a crisis arise, they may prove beneficial. Zhang Zhan's pent-up tension suddenly released. He looked at Lin Feng before him and exhaled the breath he'd been holding. He had initially thought Lin Feng would ask him to take him along. Such a responsibility was far beyond his capacity to bear, and he dared not even consider it. His sole purpose here was to ensure Lin Feng's safety. Given Lin Feng's importance, it was better for him to stay safe and develop his abilities. If anything were to happen, it would be trouble. All right. I'll ensure this mission is completed safely. Taking the revolver Godslayer and the black super potency pills from Lin Feng's hands, an interface panel instantly materialized before him. Equipment, Revolver Godslayer. Type, Offensive. Grade, Ultra Premium. Speed damage, 0. Defense damage, 0. Mental damage, 0. HP damage, 8 million. Capacity for lethal potion, 4/6. Panel? For bullets left, but this, a whopping 8 million hit points? The moment he saw the stats panel for the Revolver God of Death, he froze. His entire being felt as if struck by a heavy blow. A single potion bullet capable of dealing 8 million HP damage? For a beast, that's equivalent to an 80-level monster. But for ordinary humans, even those who had undergone orc-derived transformations, no matter how formidable, an 8 million HP bar was equivalent to nearly level 90. Few nations possessed true 90-level powerhouses, and most remained hidden as pillars safeguarding their nations. Thank you. With this revolver's aid, I'll be back in no time. With that, his figure vanished from the spot. Lin Feng watched the vanishing figure and thought to himself, an 80-level or class changer? Let's see how many shots General Zhang Zhan can fire and how many foes each shot can take down. Then I'll gain even more experience points. The thought filled Lin Feng with a flicker of anticipation. Not long after, a military transport aircraft streaked toward the coastline of China. As the military aircraft descended, Zhang Zhan sensed a palpable tension in the air. A straight-backed figure appeared beside Zhang Zhan and saluted. General Zhang, we've been waiting for you. Wu Lei said solemnly. As Zhang Zhan sensed Wu Lei's aura, he froze in surprise. Wu Lei, you've leveled up again. At this, Wu Lei couldn't help but chuckle. That's right. Been fighting on the front lines lately and soloed a few secret realms. But it's a real shame those bastards from Eagle Nation are just too damn bullying. They stationed level 80 class change warriors at the dungeon entrance and even used OR technology. We couldn't get in at all. Zhang Zhan raised his hand and patted Wu Lei's shoulder. You know where the golden horned beast boss's secret realm is, right? At the mention of the golden horned beast, Wu Lei froze in place. Of course I know. That dungeon has at least 2 level 80 OR class change players guarding it. Plus plenty of level 60 and 70 class changers guarding it too. A faint smile touched Zhang Zhan's lips. With the revolver god of death in hand, couldn't he take them down with a single shot? Lin Feng had made it clear as he left, if one shot didn't finish them, then 2 would. Once he'd used up all 4 potion bullets, he'd simply keep crafting more. This thought filled Zhang Zhan with confidence. Alright, take me to the Golden Unicorn secret realm now. I'm going solo. Zhang Zhan declared without hesitation. Chapter 76, 8 million HP kill stuns Wu Lei. Solo? Upon hearing those 2 words, Wu Lei froze in place. General Zhang, even if you're as stealthy as possible, facing a transcendent of higher level is extremely dangerous. You have absolutely no chance of winning. I absolutely forbid you from going through me, it's suicide. Wu Lei feared Zhang Zhan had lost his mind and urgently warned him. A level 70 plus transferee facing a level 80 plus transferee had no chance of winning. Moreover, they possessed beastman techniques. This technology could imbue human bodies with the formidable abilities of ferocious beasts. Wouldn't that make them even stronger? Commander Wu, have you seen the news about the 5 pillars of Jinshan Vocational University vanishing overnight? Zhang Zhan knew that unless he presented compelling evidence, he would never be allowed to proceed. But now, the medicinal ingredients for Lin Feng's alchemy furnace were right before his eyes. Of course I've seen it. What brings General Zhang to bring this up now? When Wu Lei first saw that news, he was genuinely startled. Though it vanished from the headlines shortly after going viral. He still remembered the whispers in the comments section all too well. It was caused by a single revolver. A single gun taking down 5 connected mountains? That's just insane. The government stepped in to handle the aftermath, and he wondered if they might be testing some kind of superweapon. But testing it near Jinshan Vocational University in Junha City? That just doesn't add up. And what about that major explosion that supposedly happened inside Jinshan Vocational University afterward? At this point, I won't hide it from you, those 5 mountains were destroyed by a single revolver loaded with chemical rounds. And the secret behind this gun? You'll understand once you see it for yourself. With this gun, do you think I can make it through? Zhang Zhan was being modest. He still had a stash of energy boosting potions Lin Feng had given him. And those super awesome energy boosting potions. These were all super awesome trump cards. When a battered, silver and gold revolver with cracks appeared before Wu Lei, he wasn't particularly impressed. But the moment his right hand touched the gun and the interface automatically activated, his jaw dropped in utter shock. Item, Revolver God of Death. Type, Offensive. Grade, Ultra Premium. Speed damage, 0. Defense damage, 0. Mental damage, 0. HP damage, 8 million. Capacity for lethal potion, 4-6. This, one shot can wipe out 8 million HP? What kind of monstrous gun is this? If I got hit by that, I wouldn't even leave a trace of ash behind. Taking a deep breath, Wu Lei swiftly returned the revolver Godslayer. After stowing the revolver in his spatial storage ring, Zhang Zhan smiled and asked, Commander Wu, do you think I could take down a level 80 Divine Worker Guild class change user single-handedly in the secret realm? Wu Lei's face twisted into a bitter smile. Not only could he, but a single shot could wipe out both them and the boss. Most importantly, he discovered 4 more potion bullets remaining in the revolver. He could only conclude that the other 2 rounds had indeed been fired at Jinshan Vocational University. Otherwise, the barrel wouldn't be so severely worn and cracked. How this gun unleashed such devastating power is truly baffling. Zhang Zhan didn't feel the need to hide anything about this. He stated directly, Wu Lei, have you noticed this gun emitting a familiar scent? At this mention, Wu Lei fell deep in thought. He recalled the medicinal scent he'd caught when handling the gun earlier. But when he had taken hold of the revolver God of Death, a powerful sense of apprehension had gripped his heart. The bullets in this gun seemed to harbor some terrifying energy. Could it be? Suddenly, an answer formed in his mind. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't connect the revolver to the destructive serum. Zhang Zhan chuckled. You're absolutely right. This gun uses chemical rounds, the same annihilation agent we used to crush that level 4 beast tied a while back. Hearing this news, Zhang Zhan was utterly stunned. Destruction agent bullets. No wonder it could shatter 5 connected mountains with a single shot. Taking a deep breath, Wu Lei calmed himself. But this gun doesn't look like it could withstand the wear and tear of firing twice. And with such intense recoil, wouldn't it just blow the shooter to bits? Hearing these doubts, Zhang Zhan deliberately teased General Wu, "There are many secrets about this gun. Due to time constraints, I won't go into detail. Please escort me to the entrance of the secret realm. I must bring back the beast gold material from the golden horned beast." At this, Wu Lei no longer tried to stop him. After all, with this gun, those level 80 class changers were nothing but greenhorns. A single shot could crush them. Moreover, reducing the number of high-level transfigures here would greatly benefit their frontline forces in Huaxia. With that thought, Wu Lei whistled sharply. A massive fire dragon, constantly spewing flames from its mouth, descended before him. "There are many monitoring points around the secret realm. Ride my fire dragon with me. It'll be faster and safer." Over the past few days, Wu Lei had noticed the fire dragon's level skyrocketing due to the energy feedback from the destruction potion. It had now advanced 3 levels in succession. It had reached level 61. Its speed had also increased dramatically. "Alright, let's go." After mounting the fire dragon, Zhang Zhan let out a fierce roar at Wu Lei's urging and soared into the sky. With its claws clasped together, the fire dragon surged past the speed of sound. The next second, it streaked through the air like a 5 Mach missile. In less than 5 minutes, they reached the entrance to the secret realm. The surrounding sea surface had regained its calm, and all the seaweed and trees began to regrow. Suddenly, 2 tattooed foreigners clad in black cloaks standing at the entrance opened their eyes. Their keen senses instantly detected the fire dragon's presence. "Damn those Chinese! They really have no fear of death. Do they actually covet this secret realm that already belongs to our Divine Workers Guild? Get lost. Or else I'll slaughter every last one of you right here." But at that very moment, a dark figure descended from above. The silhouette stretched out as Zhang Zhan challenged, "You really think you have the ability to kill me?" The 2 class changers chuckled, then displayed their level badges. One was an 80th level Blood Shadow Warrior, the other an 81st level Boxer. "You weaklings from China! With your measly level, you dare act so brazenly before me? Die!" The Blood Shadow Warrior struck first, transforming his entire body into a torrent of blood energy that crashed down upon him. But in the next instant, before their eyes, Zhang Zhan drew the revolver God of Death. Chapter 77, One shot kills 2 level 80 transferees. "I hope your health bars are at least 8 million. They stared at the barrel pointed at them, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The figures advancing toward Zhang Zhan abruptly halted, their expressions turning grim. In an instant, their expressions turned to sheer terror. "A revolver? What kind of intimidating force is this? Why am I shaking uncontrollably?" The 2 couldn't help but exclaim. But the next second, clink! The sound of a primer being struck echoed. Zhang Zhan, gripping the revolver, watched as 2 massive hands materialized on either side of the revolver, fiercely shielding it within their grasp. Within the barrel, a terrifying destructive force beyond his comprehension and acceptance was gathering. Moments later, this destructive force erupted. The 2 individuals, frozen in place by the muzzle's terrifying lock-on, let out horrified screams. Beast form! They each retrieved a purple vial from their storage rings. With blinding speed, they plunged them into their own shoulders. The figures standing still began to tear apart, their clothes ripped to shreds. Non-human tendons and bones protruded, their bodies swelling to over 10 times their original size. Now, they had transformed into 2 blood-eyed werewolves. Cold steel claws protruded from the gaps between their fingers. "Chinese humans, I refuse to believe your strength can breach our beastman's defenses." At that moment, the destructive force erupted completely, surging forth in an instant. The ground was torn open, revealing a fissure several meters deep. 2 werewolf figures, each as massive as a small mountain, were swept away by the destructive force, reduced to flying ash. Their agonized screams lingered in the air. The destructive force showed no sign of stopping. In an instant, it uprooted more than half of the island that had been clearly visible moments before. Where the barrel pointed, it tore open a gash in the sea stretching thousands of meters long. The white clouds in the sky seemed torn apart by a giant hand, leaving a long, gaping fissure. Sitting atop the fire dragon, Wu Lei observed the surroundings while waiting for Zhang Zhan. Hearing the commotion, he looked down. The moment he sensed an overwhelming surge of destructive energy erupting around him, he froze, frantically urging the fire dragon to flee. This terrifying destructive energy, it's... Under his command, the fire dragon plunged downward. But the moment he caught sight of the secret realm's entrance, he froze in utter shock. The island, originally tens of kilometers wide, appeared as if half of it had been sliced away. From the spot where Zhang Zhan stood, a fan-shaped expanse stretched forward, tearing open the very sky itself. Wu Lei blurted out, "An 80th level class change user just vanished like that. That shot was terrifying." At that moment, Zhang Zhan, having fired his shot, stood frozen in place. He had already sensed its immense power. The moment he pulled the trigger, he could feel the destructive force raging within. Yet he was shielded by a pair of massive, dark gray hands, as if they had fused with the very force of annihilation. Even now, staring at the muzzle still billowing with powder smoke, the shock within him refused to subside. He exhaled softly, then stowed the revolver, the Godslayer, into his storage ring. His gaze then fell upon the island, now utterly devastated beyond recognition. Let's see if that level 70 golden horned beast boss can withstand my killing blow. After all, the sheer power of that shot was bound to draw the attention of many class transition adventurers. He needed to act fast now. He charged inward swiftly, vanishing into the entrance of the secret realm, already devastated beyond recognition. Ding! Congratulations on entering the unknown secret realm. Loading internal conditions. Please exercise caution, dangers lurk everywhere. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who was studying the system in his dorm room, opened the interface. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 18088,000 intermediate unlock 4th super formula at level 20. HP, 1800. Speed, 2019. Strength, 2068. Defense, 2099. Mental power, 2339. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God SSS+. Skills, Split Spirit Ring, Divine Power Burst, Master of Sutures. Unsealed Formulas, 1. Death Reaper Annihilation Potion 2. Human Gene Enhancement Potion Super Enhancement Potion 3. Healer's Descent Super Supply Potion. Unsealed Profession Alchemist Equipment Blueprints, 1. Revolver Godslayer Offensive. Class Tools, 1. Godslayer Revolver 36 Note, 18.36% worn. 2. Alchemist's Crucible Uncrafted. Class Tool Additional Skills, 1. Unharmed Backlash Offensive applied 2. Divine Hand Supportive not applied. Experience points, 100001. Upon seeing the updated panel information, Lin Feng paused slightly. The wear level of the Revolver God of Death had increased. 1 less potion bullet. This meant General Zhang Zhan had already fired 1 round. When he checked his experience points, they had skyrocketed to 100,000. Phew! Looks like General Zhang Zhan's shot really came at the perfect moment. Combined with the potion he had crafted earlier, which had boosted his experience points upon use. Combined with this shot, it was now sufficient. System, allocate all experience points toward leveling up. Without hesitation, he pushed straight to level 19. Ding! Congratulations, host, your class level has been upgraded to 19. A surge of energy coursed through his entire body. As it erupted throughout his body, Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a sigh of pure bliss. Is this what leveling up feels like? I'm really starting to enjoy this more and more. System, open the interface. Let me take a look. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 190,108,000 intermediate unlock 4th super formula at level 20. HP, 1900. Speed, 2319. Strength, 2368. Defense, 2399. Mental power, 2739. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God SSS+. Skills, Split Mind Ring, Divine Power Burst, Master of Sutures. Unsealed Formulas, 1. Death Reaper Annihilation Potion 2. Human Gene Enhancement Potion Super Enhancement Potion 3. Milk God's Descent Super Supply Potion. Unsealed Profession Alchemist Equipment Blueprints, 1. Godslayer Revolver Offensive. Professional Tools, 1. Godslayer Revolver 36 Note, 18.36% worn. 2. Alchemist's Crucible Uncrafted. Class Tool Additional Skills, 1. Unharmed Backlash Offensive applied 2. Masterful Handling Supportive not applied. Experience points, 12001. Awesome! Just 1 level left. Once the second batch of human gene enhancement potions is used, the experience points generated will be enough to unlock the 4th super formula. Wonder what the 4th super formula will be? Lin Feng's curiosity and excitement surged upon seeing the brand new interface. But at that very moment, ding! Due to the host's rapid leveling speed, a system quest has been triggered. Ding! New task released. Baby hungry again? With your rapid growth, breast milk is essential. Your appetite has definitely increased. Go ahead and drink more. Task, consume 1000 milliliters of breast milk. Reward, 1 chance to draw a professional skill slot. Additional reward, 1 lottery chance for offensive class equipment skill slots. Lin Feng froze, ? Chapter 78, Absolute Crisis? Using the Milk Goddess Descent Potion. This triggered a system quest? Lin Feng hadn't expected it. 2 lottery chances, no less. The first reward, a class skill slot, was within his expectations. The second reward, an additional skill slot for offensive profession equipment, caught him off guard. He couldn't guess what the additional skill might be this time. Never mind. Since the quest is here, I'll just complete it first. Though, this breast milk should probably just be cow or goat milk, but I'll probably have to bother the counselor again. The thought made him feel a bit embarrassed. But for the sake of completing the quest and leveling up, he couldn't afford to be so concerned about saving face. He pulled out his phone and found Zhou Yao's contact information. The next second, he drafted a message and sent it off, adding an urgent note. In the counselor's office, Zhou Yao suddenly heard her phone ring. She picked up the phone and glanced at the text message. Breast milk from cows and sheep? Just a few days ago I asked him if he wanted it and he said no. Now he wants it. What a fickle man. And he even added urgent as a note, this. One vague message after another flashed through her mind. Lost in thought, she shook her head and immediately set out to buy more for Lin Feng. In the brand new secret realm, Zhang Zhan moved swiftly like a ghostly assassin. Every beast he spotted was slashed by his dagger, struck dead instantly. My energy reserves are depleted. Time for a vial of potion. Zhang Zhan took a deep breath, his health bar now below 10%. He took the small tube of energy-restoring potion Lin Feng had given him, opened it, and downed the entire contents in one gulp. Boom! A surge of potent blood energy instantly replenished the depleted reserves within his body. That felt amazing. Lin Feng's potions really are top-notch. After finishing it, he wiped his mouth and transformed into a blur once more, charging toward the golden-horned beast boss. But the moment he broke through to the next stage, he halted abruptly. He saw a figure standing with its back to him. The figure wore a white boxing outfit, a pair of boxing gloves strapped to their back, and was enveloped in purple flames. A Chinese? Interesting. I have no idea how those two idiots at the gate managed to let you in. This brand new secret realm isn't just for anyone to barge into. Suddenly, a level indicator appeared above his head. Level 83. Fist Warrior. This guy looks familiar. He's Justin Bilo, one of the top 10 fist warriors in the Divine Workers Guild. The man also recognized Zhang Zhan's appearance. After a moment of shock, he exclaimed, Zhang Zhan? Once he confirmed Zhang Zhan's identity, he burst into loud laughter. China's top shadow assassin. What a coincidence you're here. Falling right into our trap, huh? Shadow fist bind. He charged forward, arms raised, eyes blazing with fury. Violet flames shot skyward as his feet stomped the ground, causing the earth to tremble. An 82nd level fist warrior. Get out of my way. Don't block my path. Zhang Zhan showed a hint of surprise, but his speed didn't waver as he charged toward the boss stage. But the level suppression from an 82 level fist warrior is simply too overwhelming. An inexplicable slowing energy enveloped his forward momentum, instantly dragging him down. Whoosh! His health bar rapidly depleted. With a sudden movement, he forcefully downed the energy potion Lin Feng had given him. His health bar, which had been at a mere 10%, shot straight back up to 100%. A level 70 badge appeared. A black phantom burst forth from his body, violently yanking him out of the confined space. His health bar recovered that fast? What kind of potion was that? How could it be so quick? Still, Shadow Assassin's special skills are too weak against high-level opponents. Justin Bilo exclaimed in surprise. What caught his attention most was the level indicator above the man's head. I thought this guy was only level 69. Now he's skyrocketed to 77? What the hell kind of speed is that? He roared furiously, his fist armor shattering as a purple fist slammed out. The previously confined area expanded once more, trapping Zhang Zhan again as he frantically darted inward like a dark shadow. Purple flames struck Zhang Zhan, drastically reducing his speed. Speed 2. Speed 2. Speed 2. That bunch of jerks from the Divine Workers Guild are such a pain. Zhang Zhan gulped down another potion. His health bar remained at peak condition while his speed began to recover. Speed plus 5. Speed plus 5. Speed plus 5. Get out of my way. Zhang Zhan's sole objective now was the golden horned beast's beast gold material, and time was running out. Don't think being a 5-star general of China gives you the right to act so brazenly. You won't escape this trap. Wasp, attack. A yellow figure flashed into view, two antennae atop its head, eyes a pale yellow, limbs slender and elongated. Upon her arrival, a rare golden energy erupted. Golden seal. As she chanted the golden incantation, the ground began to crack. Golden energy beams crisscrossed to form a sealed space. Zhang Zhan found himself trapped right at the center of the seal. Level 80. The Wasp. By the time Zhang Zhan caught sight of this wasp, his body was already completely immobilized. Ha! China's youngest 5-star general, huh? I recall his level was only 69, yet now it's skyrocketed to 70. That's some serious power leveling, isn't it? The wasp was utterly shocked. Then, she sneered coldly, so what if he's level 77? Once he's in our hands, he dies today. Under the seal, Zhang Zhan was swiftly immobilized. No matter what skills he attempted, he couldn't move an inch. His health bar shrank visibly, plummeting to just 9% in the blink of an eye. Stop struggling. I'll make sure you die painlessly. Justin Bilo cackled as he charged toward Zhang Zhan. At that moment, Zhang Zhan sighed softly. I was hoping to avoid using the super replenishment potion Lin Feng gave me this time, but you forced my hand. Zhang Zhan's storage ring flickered, revealing a dark, unassuming pill. Under their watchful eyes, he swallowed it whole. It won't work. No potion can save you now. Die. Justin Bilo and the Wasp both frowned, unleashing their skills as they charged toward Zhang Zhan. Boom! Suddenly, a towering surge of energy erupted from Zhang Zhan's body. He snapped his head up, feeling a searing heat throughout his body. Every cell in his body seemed to ignite as blood surged from his nostrils. His mental power felt as though it had been forcibly torn open, expanding more than tenfold. His eyes flashed with a dark light, as if a cripple had suddenly opened the run and do meridians. As if possessed by a mighty force, he raised his hand and gave a light pat, causing powerful blood energy to surge from his body. Vortexes of medicinal energy stirred spatial shifts within the secret realm, pouring into Zhang Zhan's body. With a whoosh, Zhang Zhan's figure shot out like a supersonic missile, his hands clamped around the necks of the two men. They flew away like kites, slammed against the barrier of the checkpoint, and instantly pierced through it. Chapter 79, Using the Super Supplement Potion, Explosion. Get in my way, die. Zhang Zhan's entire body was drenched in blood. Two warriors and mages over level 80 were knocked down by a single punch. This surge of energy coursed through his meridians. Zhang Zhan felt his chi and blood swelling throughout his body. With the slightest movement, he could now take down ferocious beasts over 10 levels higher than himself. You're far too weak. Boom. Both were sent flying once more. Their health bars, defense, speed, and other stats plummeted rapidly. An information panel appeared before Zhang Zhan's eyes. Character, Zhang Zhan. Class, Shadow Assassin. Level, 77. HP, 22,620 22,620 plus 497,640. Speed, 36,012 plus 792,264. Strength, 12,062 plus 265,364. Defense, 8,059 plus 171,298. Mental power, 3,339 plus 73,458. Talent, Shadow Soul SS. Skills, Precision Assassination, Shadow Stealth, Virtual Dagger. Experience points, 3133. When Zhang Zhan saw his attribute panel, he drew a deep breath inwardly. His health bar had surged by nearly 500,000? What did that even mean? He was now stronger than an 80-level tank warrior. Though Lin Feng had mentioned that this could add bonuses to various stats. But he hadn't mentioned it would be multiplied by 12. Fortunately, he had witnessed Zhou Yao take one of those experimental enhancement pills before. But experiencing it firsthand was truly hard to process. Zhang Zhan quickly regained his composure. The potion's stat boosts were time-limited. Last time, Zhou Yao had 1 minute. He expected the same for himself. Zhang Zhan took a step forward. With a whoosh, he appeared hundreds of meters away. Justin Bieber and the Wasp smashed against the wall, spat blood, and lay nearly lifeless, staring in terror at the figure charging toward them. What the hell? He just swallowed a black pill? How could he have such overwhelming combat power? Run! He must have taken some kind of special pill, sacrificing his lifespan for power. We just need to stall for time, and he'll be finished. The two scrambled to their feet, intending to dash toward the boss level. But at that very moment, a pair of blue eyes appeared from behind him. A chill ran down both their spines. The next second, a clean, sharp blade mark appeared on their necks. The dagger sliced clean through his head, severing the body from the head. Zhang Zhan waved his hand, snatching their storage rings before advancing to the final boss stage. The severed heads lay on the ground, eyes wide open, frozen in an expression of utter disbelief. Entering the boss stage, Zhang Zhan gazed upon a virtual expanse. A colossal beast with a horned head and golden runes swirling around its body materialized before him. Golden wings spread wide, and golden energy enveloped the entire mountain. Suddenly, it opened its eyes and fixed its gaze on the intruder. A palpable aura of danger emanated from the tiny figure before it. Perched atop the mountain, it opened its maw and roared defiantly toward the heavens. Powerful metallic energy surged, crushing toward Zhang Zhan like a bulldozer. Ever since consuming the super-potent energy supplement, Zhang Zhan had been counting down the seconds. 20 seconds had already passed since he killed the two. He had to eliminate the golden horned beast within the remaining 40 seconds and escape the secret realm. Kill! Zhang Zhan let out a low growl, and his figure vanished from its original spot. Virtual Dagger. Precision Assassination. Both skills unleashed simultaneously, unleashing terrifying destructive power. The golden horned beast, reputed as the king of defense, standing before him, rapidly began losing health. 50,000. 50,000. 50,000. A precise strike, hitting the golden horned beast's heart directly. 1 million. Tenfold assassination power erupted, rapidly escalating the lethal force. A flash of crimson light. The precision assassination skill executed successfully. The fallen boss golden horned beast crashed to the ground, scattering materials everywhere. Golden horned beast gold 100, golden horned beast flesh 10, golden horned beast golden horn 1. Zhang Zhan surveyed the glittering materials scattered across the ground, immediately storing them all into his storage ring before dashing toward the exit. But at that very moment, the potion's effects completely faded. Exactly 1 minute. A wave of exhaustion washed over him as Zhang Zhan stepped out of the secret realm. At the same time, at the entrance to the secret realm, Wu Lei had been waiting there all along, commanding the fire dragon to spew flames at the transfigured beings below. Several distinct scars already marred the fire dragon's body. Why isn't General Zhang coming out yet? I can't hold out much longer. The fire dragon was struck by another spear, letting out a pitiful cry. A figure slowly emerged from the shattered secret realm. Zhang Zhan, utterly exhausted, surveyed the hundreds of advancing transferees before him. With just a glance, Zhang Zhan could tell their strength was no small matter. But the highest level among them was only around level 50. He knew full well that it was the earlier shot that had drawn them here. General Zhang Zhan, mount the fire dragon immediately. Wu Lei piloted the fire dragon downward, but at that very moment, an array formation materialized instantly. A black-robed formation master emitted a chilling cackle. You dare to intrude here? Don't even think about leaving. The undead army descends. At the array master's command, several necromancers behind him waved their hands. Wave after wave of undead troops surged from beneath the earth, their putrid stench assaulting the senses. Their eyes glowed with an eerie light as they surrounded Zhang Zhan. Wu Lei, who had been unable to break through the formation for ages, was growing increasingly impatient outside. Standing at the exit of the secret realm, Zhang Zhan sighed softly and retrieved the revolver Godslayer from his storage ring. I was willing to let you go, but since you insist on being annihilated, I have no choice. The next second, he pulled the trigger. Boom! A destructive force erupted from the barrel. The necromancer, who had been cackling wildly moments before, now looked as though he'd seen his long-dead grandmother. All the surrounding transmuters vanished within seconds of the gunshot. The seemingly impenetrable formation shattered under that single shot. Phew! Just one shot. Zhang Zhan didn't want to waste any time. Since this shot had Lin Feng's tacit approval, there was no need to hold back. After all, it was all for eliminating the opposition. Meanwhile, Wu Lei, gazing at the gap torn open in the sky by the destructive force, shuddered in fright. The fire dragon charged toward Zhang Zhan at breakneck speed, but the next instant, he caught a whiff of medicinal fragrance. Boom! The fire dragon and Wu Lei's levels skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, both had gained 2 levels consecutively. Holy crap! Is this the power of the destruction potion? I've been soloing the secret realm for ages without leveling up, yet this guy made me gain 2 levels with a single shot. Suppressing his shock, Wu Lei swiftly picked up Zhang Zhan and flew toward the coastline of China. Zhang Zhan sat atop the fire dragon's back, swiftly consuming potions to recover. Within seconds, fully restored to peak condition, Zhang Zhan gazed at the increasingly clear Chinese coastline and spoke slowly. Wu Lei, I know your fire dragon can teleport. Time is critical, get me to Master Zhao's D-Center as fast as you can. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Wu Lei activated his skill, and the fire dragon swiftly vanished into the void. Chapter 80, The Alchemist's Forge is complete. Meanwhile, at Jinshan Vocational University. In the laboratory, Lin Feng, having finished preparing the milk god elixir, took a deep breath. I've prepared well enough. Now all that's left is to await the medicine god's furnace. With the medicine god's furnace's assistance, my alchemy speed and quality will skyrocket. Out of boredom, he slowly opened the system panel. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a particular panel. Only 2 potion bullets remained. This meant General Zhang Zhan had already used 2. Moreover, he discovered his experience points had skyrocketed to 65,000. That meant the second shot had earned him over 40,000 experience points. Almost there, I'll unlock the 4th super formula soon. I wonder how General Zhang Zhan is doing now. He immediately pulled out his phone and sent Zhang Zhan a message. At that moment, Kyoto RD Center. Quan Zilong, who had been waiting at the entrance, watched the fiery dragon tearing through the sky. He flinched slightly in fright before immediately regaining his composure. General Zhang, Commander Wu, and Master Shaolin are already waiting. Quan Zilong watched as the colossal fire dragon descended before him. Instantly, the surrounding guard units became alert. The 2 figures emerging from the dragon were both top-tier talents of China. You must be Master Zhao's assistant, Quan Zilong? Zhang Zhan looked at the young man before him, who wore black-rimmed glasses and held a stack of documents, and spoke. Quan Zilong replied, That's right, I am Quan Zilong. Zhang Zhan merely gave him a brief glance, yet the pressure he projected was palpable. Very well. Once you enter the Talent Development Academy at Huaxia Capital University, you might encounter a more gifted individual. With that, Zhang Zhan turned and strode straight toward the RD Center, leaving Quan Zilong utterly dumbfounded. A more gifted talent? With that question lingering, the 3 of them quickly entered the RD Center. Guided by Quan Zilong, Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei soon arrived at Shaolin's RD office. At that moment, Shaolin stood fully geared up, visible exhaustion etched across his face. Before him stood a massive alchemical furnace. The cauldron's interior housed various intricate devices capable of effortlessly performing multiple pharmaceutical processes. The only drawback was the absence of the golden-horned beast's beast metal material. With the beast gold material, it would be possible to activate the metal's reactivity. With such potent beast gold active material, the furnace before them could withstand immense production pressure. Most crucially, the golden horned beast belonged to the royal lineage of metallic beasts. Its material can withstand intense forging pressures, and once formed, it can be manipulated to change size according to the user's intent. This capability is beyond the scope of most equipment. This is precisely why the Eagle Nation spared no effort to seize it first and covet this material. Master Xiao, I've fulfilled my mission. The beast gold material is in hand. You may begin forging. Zhang Zhan, who had just entered the room, immediately retrieved the beast gold material from the golden horned beast from his storage ring and tossed it onto the ground. Shaolin, who had been deep in thought, was overcome with excitement the moment he saw the beast gold. The most urgently needed forging material for a smith. General Zhang Zhan, I never imagined you'd actually bring it. This alchemy furnace is finally going to take shape. At this thought, his hands trembled. Without another word to Zhang Zhan, he snatched the beast gold material into his grasp. A soul hammer materialized from his hand, striking the golden horned beast's metal with force. The seemingly hard beast gold material yielded like soft clay under his hands, malleable as he molded it. Talent and skill auras descended in waves, filling the forge with sparks. As the forging progressed deeper, 2 hours later, Shaolin burst into laughter. Excellent! Truly the most resilient beast metal material, perfect for crafting flexible devices. Upon completing the forging, he immediately activated his latest skill to begin the final construction of the medicine god's furnace. Outside, Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei stood on edge with nervous anticipation. As time passed, the deep night gave way to dawn, then day turned to night. After forging for a full 2 days and 1 night, Shaolin let out a hearty laugh. It's done! It's done! This must be my most challenging creation yet, surpassed only by the heavenly eye and the revolver. He drew a deep breath and immediately activated the omnipotent spirit testing skill. The medicine god's furnace before him was drawn into a void, abruptly expanding on its own until it resembled a small mountain. The next second, lakes and flames materialized around him, along with numerous suppressed ferocious beasts. Suddenly, the suction within the medicine god's furnace erupted, like a ravenous beast opening its maw to devour everything. The surrounding void seemed to be sucked into it. The terrifying suction made him tremble uncontrollably. The moment the flames within burned, even beasts surpassing level 80 could only emit pitiful roars inside. In an instant, the ferocious beasts were completely refined. What appeared next were red pills. The moment he saw the crimson pills, he was instantly stunned. Placing one in his mouth sent shockwaves through his entire body, as if mountains collapsed and earth split apart. The medicine god's furnace before his eyes shrank at a visible speed, landing in his hand like the divine furnace of ancient Chinese mythology. This creation is truly the most satisfying work I have ever crafted. Let me see this furnace's grade. He excitedly examined the medicine god's cauldron, his gaze fixed on 2 words. Supreme grade. Is this the first noble grade artifact I've ever crafted? Heavens! Did I really make this? Xiao couldn't help but laugh until tears streamed down his face, then carried the medicine god furnace out of the forging room. Zhang Zhan, who had been anxiously waiting outside, immediately rushed forward upon seeing Shaolin emerge. Wu Lei also hurriedly looked at the forge in Shaolin's hands. General Zhang Zhan, I've fulfilled my mission. It's complete. This alchemy furnace is one of the few creations in my life that I'm truly satisfied with. Zhang Zhan took the medicine god's furnace, examined it, and was deeply impressed. Though not an alchemist himself and not deeply knowledgeable about alchemy furnaces, even at first glance, it was clearly top-notch. I truly owe you my deepest gratitude, Master Shaolin. With this alchemy furnace, the pharmaceutical industry of China will achieve a new breakthrough. Hearing this, Shaolin couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, his hearty laughter echoing through the air. No need for thanks. Everything I have comes from the nation. Whenever the nation needs me, I will be the first to step forward. His words carried a passionate fervor, but suddenly, he asked with genuine puzzlement, however, General Zhang, I have a question that might be a bit presumptuous. Would you mind answering it for me? Zhang Zhan looked at him and smiled. Master Xiao, please ask freely. Shaolin didn't hold back, stating directly, this medicine god furnace bears a striking resemblance to the blueprint for a device I previously created called the potion revolver. Both are tools for alchemists, and both are works I'm quite satisfied with. I wonder if General Zhang Zhan is familiar with the story of the potion revolver. And for which alchemist is this alchemy god's furnace being crafted? At this mention, Zhang Zhan froze in place. Chapter 81, a high-grade medicine god furnace? Commencing alchemy. The potion revolver? Master Shaolin, are you referring to this gun? Zhang Zhan summoned a battered, silver-gold revolver from his storage ring with a flick of his thoughts. Upon seeing the revolver, both Shaolin and Quan Zilong took sharp, deep breaths. Their faces betrayed utter disbelief. This very gun. It's actually in your possession, General Zhang. Shaolin forced himself to steady his inner shock, his voice still unsteady. Recalling Shaolin's earlier words, Zhang Zhan asked slowly, Master Xiao, you said you made this gun? I was told this gun was made to order online. At this point, Quan Zilong, standing nearby, gave a wry smile and immediately explained the whole story. Upon learning the truth, Zhang Zhan also let out a wry smile. I see. That kid really did have some luck. Judging by the craftsmanship, only a few masters like you could have made this. But thanks to this revolver, I found the beast gold material from the golden horned beast. Otherwise, I'd be powerless. Zhang Zhan sighed softly as he spoke. Indeed, his tone made it clear that the development pace of Huaxia's class change practitioners couldn't match that of the Divine Craftsman Guild led by the Eagle Nation. But with Lin Feng around, with super potions and other incredibly powerful tools, China's revival was indeed within reach. Meanwhile, Shaolin and Quan Zilong stood by, growing increasingly puzzled. General Zhang Zhan, if I may ask, is this alchemist the SSS plus alchemist secretly wanted by the Eagle Nation? Shaolin also secretly obtained some intelligence from within the nation. This intelligence helped him anticipate needs and forge tools promptly according to the nation's requirements. However, an SSS plus alchemist truly was a 1-in-a-million find. His appearance in Huaxia now would undoubtedly catapult the nation to new heights. Therefore, he was extremely curious and eager to know whether this person existed and what their circumstances were. Zhang Zhan chuckled and said, Master Xiao Quan, the identity of this alchemist is still confidential. You'll meet him in the capital soon enough. I must urgently transfer the alchemy furnace now. I'll be leaving first. With that, he hurriedly departed aboard Wu Lei's fire dragon shuttle. Shaolin and Quan Zilong stood rooted to the spot, replaying Zhang Zhan's words in their minds. Would they meet soon? The thought sent a flutter of excitement through their bodies. Not long after, Lin Feng, who had received advance notice, was already waiting in the alchemy chamber. He had arranged the prepared herbs in advance, ready to be loaded into the medicine god furnace for processing. Just then, as he timed it perfectly, a ding sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! The professional skilled divine power burst has been unlocked and is now available for use. Finally. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, his gaze fixed calmly on the distance. Thump, thump, thump. Footsteps echoed as Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei slowly came into view. Wu Lei, you're the commander of the entire China Coast Defense Force, why are you so nervous? Wu Lei cleared his throat, trying to steady his trembling body. I admit I am nervous this time about finally seeing the face of this so-called super alchemist. As Zhang Zhan's footsteps halted outside the pharmaceutical lab door, Lin Feng emerged to meet him. Before Wu Lei stood a young man clad in a white lab coat, lean in build, yet muscular in the arms. Handsome, rugged, and commanding. Wu Lei, this is Lin Feng, the creator of the Annihilation Potion. I intended to keep this confidential, but since you've signed the top secret agreement, I have no concerns. In the future, if Lin Feng ever needs anything, you must assist him without hesitation. The moment he saw Lin Feng's face, he froze in place. The creator of the super serum is actually a junior college student? And at such a young age? Lin Feng extended his hand with remarkable ease. Commander Wu, it's a pleasure. I look forward to working with you. Wu Lei, equally moved, extended his hand and shook Lin Feng's firmly. Truly a prodigy. I never would have imagined it, never. In the future, if you ever need anything, just let me know. I'll do everything in my power to help. Wu Lei shook hands with Lin Feng, his inner astonishment growing ever more palpable. Lin Feng glanced around, unwilling to waste any more time. All right. Oh, General Zhang, about my alchemy furnace. Before Lin Feng could finish, Zhang Zhan produced a fist-sized alchemy furnace and handed it to him. This is the medicine god furnace crafted for you by Master Shaolin. Lin Feng gazed at the compact medicine god furnace before him. As his consciousness entered it, a clear interface appeared. Item, medicine god furnace. Type, support. Grade, revered grade. Available processes, ingredient preparation, sifting, mixing, granulation, drying, pilling. Flame capacity, none. Maximum capacity, 500 square meters. Scalable ratio, 1:500,000. Additional terms, none. Medicine production, none. Crafting progress, none, not yet started. Honored. Honored grade? When Lin Feng saw the interface of the alchemist's forge, he was startled. Unbelievably powerful. With super materials fused and crafted by Master Shaolin's hands, it actually reached the Zun grade. First, add the skill. Lin Feng commanded the system directly, attach the auxiliary profession tool skill Divine Hand Manipulation to the God of Medicine Furnace. Command executed. Ding. Congratulations, host. The auxiliary profession tool skill Divine Hand Manipulation has been successfully added. Ding. Attachment successful. Gazing at the successfully attached panel, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. No time to waste, let's get started right now. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng strode directly into the alchemy chamber. At the same time, Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei instinctively closed the door behind them and began observing from outside. Zhang Zhan, who had been relatively calm, took deep breaths and began to feel the tension. Lin Feng laid out a large quantity of spirit-restoring potions on the workbench before commencing the operation of the God of Medicine cauldron. The medicine god furnace in Lin Feng's hands seemed to return to its master's embrace. The fist-sized cauldron of the medicine god suddenly began to expand. In the blink of an eye, a four-legged cauldron landed on the ground. It measured approximately 1 meter in width and 2 meters in height. This alchemy chamber was quite spacious, with several upper levels already hollowed out. Lin Feng knew this had once been Director Li Yan's alchemy chamber, used for crafting particularly dangerous potions. Therefore, special materials had been used to reinforce the structure here. This was to prevent any unforeseen accidents. At that moment, Zhang Zhan began patrolling outside. The formations and runes above the potion tower had been reinforced with multiple layers of protection. Even if an ultra-rare potion were to emerge, it couldn't break through. Most crucially, for top-tier array masters and rune masters had been stationed here for the past few days. Chapter 82, New Skill Acquisition, Second Batch of Enhanced Potion Production. At this moment, Lin Feng peered into the alchemy furnace. The scene he witnessed left him frozen in place. His gaze swept across the boundless space. The interior of the alchemy furnace resembled a spatial storage ring, boasting a full 500 square meters of space. He promptly began loading medicinal ingredients into the god of medicine cauldron. His pace quickened as a small crimson flame appeared in his right hand. This medicinal flame had been prepared by Lin Feng several days prior. Placing the flame within the medicine god furnace, it swiftly ignited and filled the space. All the herbs began melting at a visible pace, transforming into a mass of medicinal substance. Now, let's test out that newly acquired professional skill. Lin Feng took a deep breath and instantly activated all his profession skills. After the talent aura stacked, 2 additional layers of aura appeared around him. Feeling his spiritual power surge at an unimaginable speed, Lin Feng felt a bit dizzy and had to suppress his inner turmoil. The potion surged wildly within the alchemy furnace, as if forming its own miniature world. Upon activating the divine hand skill, the scene before Lin Feng's eyes shifted completely. He felt pulled into the world of the alchemist's cauldron, his hands becoming virtual extensions like the arms of the heavenly Tao stirring the masses. Awesome! Is this what it feels like to fully control the alchemy process? At that moment, Lin Feng experienced an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. With the alchemy furnace and the divine hand skill, he could now oversee every aspect of the alchemy process. Moreover, the mental energy he expended was rapidly decreasing. This time, Lin Feng integrated all the ingredients into the process, initiating the production of the second batch of human gene enhancement potions. Open the Alchemist's Forge interface. As Lin Feng issued his command, the interface slowly appeared before his eyes. Artifact, Alchemist's Cauldron. Type, Support. Grade, Supreme Quality. Available production processes, ingredient preparation, sifting, mixing, granulation, drying, tableting. Accommodates flames, Crimson Lotus Blaze Advanced. Maximum capacity, 500 square meters. Scalable ratio, 1 to 500,000. Additional trait, Divine Hand Manipulation Supportive, Active. Craftable potion, Enhanced Divine Hand Human Genetic Enhancement Potion. Pharmaceutical progress, 15%. Already at 15%? The moment Lin Feng saw the panel, his heart couldn't help but flutter. But suddenly, he felt his mental energy rapidly depleting. It seems this large-scale production of human gene enhancement agents will still consume a greater amount of mental energy. With a wave of his hand, bottles of 500 milliliter potions materialized on the workbench beside him. The emerald green vials emitted an enticing fragrance. Outside the door, Zhang Zhan's gaze flickered slightly before immediately settling back into calm. As if witnessing such events had become commonplace. But Wu Lei, standing beside him, stared wide-eyed as if he'd seen a ghost. What followed next nearly made Wu Lei cover his head in disbelief. Lin Feng smashed open every single vial, grabbed one, and downed its contents in one gulp. After finishing one bottle, Wu Lei watched Lin Feng grab another and down it as well. Even the most airtight pharmaceutical lab couldn't contain the potent aroma of the concoctions as they dispersed. Crackling sounds erupted continuously within Lin Feng's body. Spirits of medicinal herbs rapidly materialized above Lin Feng's head. In the blink of an eye, they soared into the air before Wu Lei's eyes, colliding with the array that had been covering the area. In a concealed location within the alchemy tower, a middle-aged man clad in blue mage robes stroked his bushy beard and mused deeply. I wonder what General Zhang Zhan was so urgently summoning us here for. Beside him, another array master, a white-bearded elder, stroked his own beard and mused, I'm equally baffled. Even if there is a reason, why deploy such a high-level formation within a university campus? Could it be that some terrifyingly potent drug is being formulated inside this pharmaceutical building? Both men were the dean and vice dean of the Array Master Academy at Huaxia Capital University. Both were at the 70th rank. They had rushed here on a secret order. Yet since their arrival, they'd been stationed here in constant vigil. It was utterly baffling to them. But just then, an inexplicable medicinal scent filled their nostrils. The moment the scent touched their nostrils, it felt like a thunderclap in their minds, instantly sharpening their senses. This medicinal scent, its potency. Could someone truly be brewing potions inside the alchemy tower? Zhang Han, have you noticed how potent this scent is? It rivals the finest quality. The white-bearded elder beside him looked toward the source of the scent. Indeed. The source of this scent is precisely the location General Zhang Zhan specifically instructed us to guard. Wang Feng, do you think a high-level alchemist is brewing some terrifying potion, which is why we were stationed here? The middle-aged man in the blue mage robe pondered for a moment, half convinced. But, suddenly, a mysterious vortex emerged atop the previously quiet alchemy tower. From the vortex, ferocious beasts began crawling out, their earth-shattering roars piercing the sky. Shadowy forms of these beasts surged toward the heavens. The two figures, who had been hesitating, were suddenly stunned. So many medicinal spirit essences? What kind of terrifying potion is this alchemist brewing? Wang Feng, what are they doing? Hurry and call for reinforcements, we need to step up our defenses. Zhang Han urgently relayed the message to the array masters and rune masters below, instructing them to reinforce the seals. Though the two could withstand several minutes of assault, the relentless onslaught of beastly phantoms left them drenched in cold sweat. What kind of terrifying potion is this alchemist brewing? Why won't it end? Zhang Han drew a deep breath, activated his skill once more, and flung the refined formation flag into the air. The next second, the previously sealed formation suffered minor damage from another attack. My ninefold seal formation. Even dozens of level 70 class changers attacking together couldn't pierce it. I refuse to believe some mere alchemist's celestial anomaly could breach it, leaking even the slightest crack. Wang Feng, sitting beside him, was drenched in sweat as he frantically waved runes to reinforce the seal. But, the freshly reinforced seal was once again assaulted by the relentlessly surging celestial illusions, developing new cracks. The assault showed no sign of slowing, instead, its intensity rapidly escalated. Above the alchemy tower, spiritual energy began swirling wildly, as if caught in an abnormal magnetic field. It enveloped the entire array's perimeter, slicing through it like a razor-sharp blade. Witnessing this scene, both men swallowed hard, a sense of foreboding taking root. Chapter 83, the second batch of gene potions completed, triggering anomalies. Meanwhile, in the pharmaceutical lab, Lin Feng was immersed in the alchemist's cauldron, frantically working. Flames spread as vial after vial of potion poured into his mouth, consumed as easily as drinking plain water. The skill and talent auras beside him flickered on and off incessantly. Outside, Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei understood clearly, a dimmed alchemist's aura signaled depleted spiritual energy. For a mage, it would mean insufficient mana. Zhang Zhan had long grown accustomed to Lin Feng's method of chugging potions. Standing nearby, Wu Lei gaped wide-eyed, swallowing repeatedly as if he'd seen a ghost. Judging by the potion's aroma, the grade of the concoction Lin Feng was using was undoubtedly high, and it contained unimaginable potency. This barbaric method of consumption was indeed shocking beyond belief. Time ticked by, second by second. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen. Every single potion in front of Lin Feng had been drained dry. Wu Lei watched in person as Lin Feng retrieved over 100 more bottles from his storage ring and placed them on the table. Then, just as before, he began consuming them at a frenzied pace. What he had witnessed earlier had already left Wu Lei utterly stunned, but seeing this, he instantly realized he had only scratched the surface. Simultaneously, his mind was filled with even greater confusion. What kind of terrifying potion was Lin Feng concocting that could be consumed at such an astonishing rate? General Zhang, does Lin Feng drink his potions like this during normal preparation too? Wu Lei looked up at Zhang Zhan with a stunned expression. Zhang Zhan gave a bitter smile and murmured softly, to be honest, it hasn't been this extreme before. It must be because the potion he's making this time consumes an enormous amount. This remark piqued Wu Lei's interest. Excessive consumption? General Zhang, could you elaborate? What kind of terrifying potion is Lin Feng brewing? Could it be something even more terrifying than the Annihilation potion? Zhang Zhan shook his head and continued, it's not a destructive serum. This serum will benefit every single person in China, it's an unimaginably powerful enhancement serum. At the mention of enhancement potions, Wu Lei fell deep in thought. The only truly formidable enhancement agent he could think of was the one China had attempted to develop 3 times years ago, failing each time. Other nations had followed suit, yet even now, no effective human gene enhancement serum had been produced. Could it be? Wu Lei's heart began pounding wildly. But just as they were discussing this, a crackling sound erupted from the pharmaceutical lab. Lin Feng, who had been rapidly using his psychic energy to replenish the potion, suddenly stopped his actions. It's finally complete. System, open the Medicine God's Furnace Profession Equipment panel. As soon as Lin Feng issued the command, a clear panel information appeared in his field of vision. Item, Alchemist's Cauldron. Type, Support. Grade, Revered Grade. Available production processes, ingredient preparation, sifting, mixing, granulation, drying, tableting. Accommodates flames, Crimson Lotus Blaze Advanced. Maximum capacity, 500 square meters. Scalable ratio, 1 to 500,000. Additional trait, Divine Hand Manipulation Supportive, active. Craftable potion, enhanced divine hand human gene enhancement potion. Crafting progress 99.999%. As soon as Lin Feng glanced at the interface, the alchemist's forge began to extinguish. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the potion using the alchemist's forge. Friendly reminder, host has unfinished tasks. Please complete them promptly. As long as it's done. As for the quests, Lin Feng wasn't worried. Whether there was a time limit or not, such a golden opportunity was bound to come sooner or later. Open. The instant Lin Feng activated it, an unimaginable torrent of medicine boxes surged toward him. Suddenly, a crack tore open in the previously tranquil sky above the potion tower. Lin Feng was startled by this unexpected development. Outside the alchemy room, Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei stood utterly bewildered. Inside the array-protected building, the 4 array masters and rune masters caught the scent. Those who had been struggling to hold on were suddenly flooded with a powerful energy, causing their entire bodies to tremble violently. What kind of potion is this? Just one whiff makes me feel like I have strength in every limb. Zheng Han's eyes gleamed with excitement. Wang Feng also drew in a deep breath, greedily sucking in the energy in the air. But at that very moment, an extraordinary celestial phenomenon rapidly coalesced above the alchemy tower. The original vortex began spinning wildly, and one by one, thick, plant-like bodies began to emerge. A wolf-like beast, covered in sharp spikes and radiating fiery light, charged toward the formation. Zheng Han watched the scene unfold, his expression trembling with shock. This is the royal flame wolf, the emperor of wolves. Using such precious herbs to brew a potion, what kind of terrifying concoction is this? Wang Feng was jolted into a muffled gasp. After the blazing flame wolf's charge, numerous illusory beasts materialized once more, towering over 100 meters tall as they surged toward the formation. The formation, already under relentless assault, began to crack once more. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed through the air. The colossal figure of the space rift beast materialized, charging forward like a mad beast. The 2 array masters and rune masters below were jolted so violently they spat out mouthfuls of blood. They stared at the spirit of medicinal herbs coalescing in the sky, their bodies trembling violently. This is the spatial rift beast from the Huaxia No. 1 ruins, Each spectral form measured at least 100 meters in size. Under the sustained output of medicinal power, the entire formation was nearly crushed to pieces. Boom! A more powerful surge of medicinal energy caused the original phantom to swell dozens of times larger. The 4 who had sealed the formation were utterly stunned. What seemed like an incredibly formidable existence, one that even numerous level 70 class changers had managed to seal, was now being torn apart by the sudden celestial phenomenon. All 4 simultaneously spat out mouthfuls of blood, the backlash's force instantly draining them of strength. Countless medicinal spirits burst out of the formation, racing toward the sky. A potent herbal fragrance filled the air, spreading throughout the entire Jinshan Vocational College in the blink of an eye. Late at night, the sleeping faculty and students were jolted awake by the overwhelming scent of medicinal herbs. The terrifying beast cries echoing through the sky left them trembling in fear within their dormitories. Blood Red, preparing for the graduation ceremony in the principal's office, was startled by the sudden appearance of the medicinal spirits. Her face twisted in disbelief as she exclaimed, "How is this possible? A top-tier sealing formation couldn't even block the celestial phenomenon triggered by alchemy?" At that moment, Li Yinian, in the dormitory, witnessed the scene and rushed madly toward the pharmaceutical building. Meanwhile, Zhou Yao, who had just entered the gates of Jinshan Vocational University carrying fresh cow and sheep milk, witnessed the array shatter like thin paper. Oh no! Lin Feng's caused an even bigger commotion this time. This is bound to spark public panic again. No sooner had the words left her lips than she dashed toward the pharmaceutical building. Chapter 84, 30x potency, prepare for reinforced takeoff. Standing directly opposite the medicine god's furnace, Lin Feng shuddered slightly as the sudden surge of medicinal power blew against him. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the urge to consume it, lifting a vial of crimson liquid before his eyes. Product name, Human Gene Enhancement Elixir. Grade? Spirituality, infused with the essence of 10,000-year-old flora, it may induce beastly transformations. Effects, temper the body, eliminate obsolete harmful genes, enhance healthy genetic programs, and unlock humanity's latent genetic potential. This serum possesses 25 times the standard potency. 30 times potency? Lin Feng let out a wry smile upon seeing the panel information. Though he wasn't as shocked as when he first witnessed the potency multiplier, the thought of 30 times the effect. If this were in any other potion, the resulting power could easily kill someone from overdose. Regardless of whether 30x potency could completely overhaul every gene in a person's body, the strength alone could level them up multiple times over. Let's see how many vials of potion there are. Lin Feng placed the vials into the medicine god's furnace and activated the divine hand. In less than half an hour, bottle after bottle of human gene enhancement potions were sealed and placed into the potion case. Lin Feng sealed them box by box, then stacked them together. The 2 men standing outside couldn't help but marvel at the sheer volume of potions. Soon after, Lin Feng took a deep breath and stepped out of the lab. General Zhang, please take these human gene enhancement serums away. I've estimated there are a full 120,000 vials. That should be more than enough for the personnel in urgent need and the frontline soldiers. The potency of this batch of gene enhancement serums is several times stronger than previous versions. Use them with caution. Zhang Zhan, upon hearing this news, suppressed his inner shock and slowly walked inside. Several times more potent than last time? Doesn't that mean the potency is even stronger? 12,000 vials? Is this guy a milk cow? How can he produce so much? They said there were only 60,000 before, and now it's doubled. Zhang Zhan hurried inside and stowed the serum boxes into his storage ring. Wu Lei, standing outside, was a bit dazed by what he'd heard. Yet, merely inhaling the potion's scent made his blood boil. This was a sensation he'd never experienced before. A gene-enhancing serum? Could it really be the gene-enhancing serum that China failed to complete even after 3 attempts? Wu Lei's eyes widened in shock. The successive shocks were simply too overwhelming. Lin Feng, you've worked hard. Get some rest. The graduation ceremony is the day after tomorrow. After that, I'll take you to the capital. I forgot to mention one thing: your parents are also within the military district. The commanders have prepared a welcome banquet for you. Zhang Zhan stepped out of the pharmaceutical lab and spoke. By this point, even he felt a surge of emotion. Lin Feng let out a soft gasp. He had been quite busy lately. Ever since the beast tied, when he entrusted his parents' safety to Zhang Zhan, he checked in occasionally to confirm they were fine without prying further. He hadn't expected them to still be in the capital. This trip would finally give him a chance to see them properly. Most importantly, there was the welcome banquet hosted by the senior officers. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt even more excited. These were some of the most powerful figures in the nation, deciding the fate of countless career changers. Lin Feng had only ever seen them on television or in the news. He had never actually met any of them in person. The mere thought of it filled Lin Feng with extraordinary excitement. As a Chinese person, it was ingrained in his very bones who wouldn't want to make a name for themselves and bring glory to their country. Alright, I'll make preparations. Let's have a proper gathering with Mom, Dad, and the commanders then. After speaking, Wu Lei and Zhang Zhan mounted the fire dragon and soared skyward once more. After they departed, Shui Hong, Li Yinian, and Zhou Yao appeared beside him. They immediately rushed to Lin Feng's side, urgently asking, "Lin Feng, are you okay?" Seeing only Lin Feng before him, Shui Hong frowned in confusion. "Just you? I thought I saw General Zhang Zhan earlier. How come he vanished once we arrived?" Lin Feng chuckled. "He just left. General Zhang Zhan has already gone to report." At the mention of reporting back, all 3 of them froze in confusion. "Lin Feng, are you saying the second batch of human gene enhancement serum is already complete?" Zhou Yao immediately grasped the situation and asked. Lin Feng didn't hide anything. "Yes, I just handed over 120,000 vials." "What? 12,000? That's an insane amount." When Lin Feng uttered that figure, the 3 of them froze in place as if petrified. A small quantity would be manageable, but this was human gene enhancement serum. To achieve such high production was astonishing. "This is just a small operation. Here, these 3 vials of gene-enhancing serum were set aside for you in advance. As I warned before, remember to use them in a secluded place. This batch is significantly more potent." After Lin Feng finished speaking, the 3 of them tremblingly accepted the gene enhancement serum he handed them. "Good. I never imagined I'd live to see such a difficult human gene enhancement serum completed with my own eyes." Li Yinian bent over, cradling the human gene enhancement serum in both hands, tears welling up in his eyes and trickling down his cheeks. Blood Red was also overcome with excitement, his hand trembling as he held the vial. As his student, Lin Feng had never received much support from him, yet he had brought him countless surprises and assistance. "Lin Feng, thank you so much. For all you've contributed to the nation and society, I've already designated you as an outstanding graduate. However, due to the sensitivity of your position, I'm withholding your recognition until the state authorizes its public announcement. When that time comes, I will ensure your achievements are displayed in every classroom. Even the restrooms won't be spared." Hearing Principal Bloodred's impassioned words, Lin Feng was taken aback. "Principal Xiehong, I prefer to keep a low profile. Please don't do that. Let's keep everything simple." Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, Principal Bloodred cut him off. "No. This honor is uniquely yours. It's settled." Lin Feng had already finished distributing the human gene enhancement serum and was preparing to leave. But at that moment, a sweet voice called out to him. "Lin Feng, don't rush off." Lin Feng turned to look at Zhou Yao. "Counselor, is there something you need?" Zhou Yao's face flushed slightly, likely from rushing over in haste. She spoke slowly. "Thank you for the serum. When I went to your dorm, you weren't there. I've left the cow and sheep milk you requested at your door." At that mention, Lin Feng immediately perked up and headed straight for the dormitory. "Time to get this task done." "Alright, thank you, Counselor. I'll be heading out now." Chapter 85, Finding the Pacifier. Complete the task? Earn double rewards. After Lin Feng left, Zhou Yao watched his retreating figure with a slightly dazed expression. Blood red cleared his throat. Professor Zhou, I heard that after this class graduates, you'll be transferred to teach at Huaxia Capital University? Congratulations! After Xiehong spoke, Li Yinian also cleared his throat and said, Congratulations! Student Lin Feng will also be heading to the Talent Development Institute at Huaxia Capital University for further training. You two can continue to keep each other company. At this mention, Zhou Yao felt a bit embarrassed. You all know already? Shui Hong nodded. I received the transfer order from higher-ups yesterday. You're being reassigned to Huaxia Capital University. But this time, it's not your dad. Someone else must have recognized your S-class talent. Zhou Yao was puzzled. She had assumed she'd be sent to the front lines. As an elemental mage, her spell damage was formidable, and she possessed S-tier talent. On the front lines, she would undoubtedly make a significant impact. Yet, unexpectedly, she was being transferred to Huaxia Capital University. I hope so. Zhou Yao glanced toward Lin Feng's dormitory. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who had already reached the dorm entrance, picked up the bottle of cow and sheep milk sitting by the door and carried it inside. Without a moment's hesitation, he tore open the bottle cap and poured the contents straight into his mouth. Gulp, gulp. After downing 50 milliliters, the system remained completely silent. Lin Feng frowned in confusion. Didn't I drink it the same way last time? Is it playing some kind of trick this time? After a moment of deep thought, Lin Feng recalled the task once more. Suck? Could it be? Lin Feng switched to a different method of absorption, mimicking an infant suckling motion. But after sucking for a while, he found there was no reaction whatsoever, so he immediately stopped. Could it be that I need to suck on a baby pacifier? The thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind again, prompting him to place an online order for a pacifier. The next morning, the express delivery arrived at the school campus. Lin Feng stepped out of the pharmaceutical building. But as he emerged from the side entrance and looked up, he saw that the shattered formation had already been restored to its original state. Under his powerful spiritual perception, he spotted 4 mages concealed in the shadows. Judging by their attire and hand movements, he recognized them as 2 array masters and 2 rune masters. Outside, students buzzed with discussion about yesterday's bizarre events. Yet upon waking this morning, the terrifying scenes of yesterday had vanished without a trace. Lin Feng walked alone through the campus, picking up his package and heading straight back. The shadow assassin lurking in the darkness watched Lin Feng with deep puzzlement. But Zhang Zhan had already instructed them not to interfere with Lin Feng's personal affairs. Only upon entering the potions building would a hidden scanner detect him. But when they saw the item inside Lin Feng's package, a pacifier-shaped object, they exchanged glances. Before long, Lin Feng returned to his dorm. The moment he closed the door, he slipped the pacifier over the bottle of cow and sheep milk, tilted his head back, and began gulping it down. Sip, sip, sip. The pleasurable sensation of sucking quickly reached Lin Feng's nerves. Ding! Congratulations, host, for consuming 50 milliliters of breast milk. Ding! Congratulations, host, for consuming 100 milliliters of breast milk. Seeing it work, Lin Feng was overjoyed and began sucking frantically. Within 10 minutes, he had emptied both large bottles of milk. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have earned 1 professional skill lottery chance. Due to the host's outstanding performance, you have been rated as the most excellent baby and are awarded 1 lottery chance for an offensive professional equipment skill slot. Would the host like to proceed with the draw now? After the system prompt sounded, Lin Feng set down the empty bottles and let out a satisfied burp. Drinking that much did leave him feeling a bit stuffed. But to complete the system task, this little milk was nothing. Besides, some system tasks were extremely challenging. What was a little extra milk compared to that? Draw them all. Without further hesitation, Lin Feng issued the lottery command. The 2 lottery machines in his mind began spinning. Stop. As Lin Feng issued the command to pause, the spinning lottery machine gradually came to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the professional skill entry, prolonged potency. Medicine longevity. Any potion, once crafted, retains its original potency while extending its potency retention time by tenfold. Holy. 10 times the potency retention period? That means potions that could only last a year before will now keep for a decade with my skills boost and still pack a serious punch. This means even the most difficult to preserve potions can be extended. This skill is a national treasure for boosting the treasury. I recall that even in foreign countries, the Divine Workers Guild claims to extend potion shelf life by 3 times using special techniques and the innate talents of super alchemists. That's precisely why potions crafted by that super alchemist from the Divine Workers Guild sell exceptionally well on the market and are the preferred choice for national stockpiles. Globally, meaning no one else can achieve tenfold preservation time except me. Doesn't that slap them right in the face? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. If he reported this news to the nation like he had when unlocking new skills before, wouldn't the leaders be thrilled? Anyway, I'm heading to the capital soon. I'll share this good news with them at the welcome banquet. Just as he accepted this professional skill, another system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the offensive type equipment skill, Silent Psi. Silent Psi, when applied to any offensive type professional tool, reduces noise detection by 99%. Holy. Lin Feng couldn't contain himself upon seeing this new attack type professional equipment skill. Noise concealment had reached this level? If he applied the Silent Psi skill to his revolver God of Death, wouldn't that mean the firing sound would be as quiet as water splashing on water? Unless someone was specifically listening, it would be virtually impossible to detect. That meant if his revolver God of Death were used by an assassin to carry out operations that don't require stealth, taking out everyone with a single shot, silently obliterating targets, these are truly exceptional skill conditions. In an instant, Lin Feng drew his revolver God of Death, which still held 2 remaining potion bullets. System, attach the Silent Psi offensive equipment skill to the revolver. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successful attachment. Lin Feng stared at the battered, silver-gold revolver with its distinct cracks before speaking again. Open the professional equipment panel. Chapter 86, Crisis resurfaces, the Commander's Hope. Weapon, Revolver Godslayer. Type, Offensive. Grade, Super Premium. Speed damage, 0. Defense damage, 0. Mental damage, 0. HP damage, 8 million. Capacity for lethal potion, 26. Wear level, 18.54%. Additional attributes, no damage backlash passive, or resistance passive, Silent Psi passive. Lin Feng gazed at the revolver God of Death. The instant the skill was applied, a hand covered it. With this gun, even after unleashing its power, it won't cause much of a stir. By the time anyone discovers it, I'll be long gone. Lin Feng stowed the revolver God of Death into his storage ring, then addressed the system again. Open the profession panel. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 190108,000 intermediate, unlock 4th super formula at level 20. HP, 1900. Speed, 2319. Strength, 2368. Defense, 2399. Mental power, 2739. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God SSS+. Skills, Split Mind Ring, Divine Power Burst, Master of Sutures. Unseal formulas, 1. Deathbringer Annihilation Potion 2. Human Gene Enhancement Potion Super Enhancement Potion 3. Milk God's Descent Super Supply Potion. Unsealed Profession Alchemist Equipment Blueprints, 1. Godslayer Revolver Offensive 2. God of Medicines Cauldron Supportive. Class Tools, 1. Revolver Godslayer 36 Note, 18.36% worn. 2. Alchemist's Cauldron Unactivated Note, 0.001% worn. Equipment Skill Affixes, 1. Unharmed Backlash Offensive, applied 2. Where Resistance Offensive, applied 3. Masterful Handling Supportive, applied 4. Silent Psi Offensive, applied. Experience points, 72,001. Ha! Already 70,000 experience points? Seeing this, Lin Feng felt a surge of anticipation. Once the second batch of human gene enhancement potions he crafted were used, breaking level 20 would be guaranteed. Naturally, he would then unlock the 4th super formula. This thought made Lin Feng even more eager. At that moment, inside the military base in the capital, Zhang Zhan, who had arrived earlier, wasted no time knocking and entering the commander's conference room. Today, due to the beast tide and the turbulent changes in the international environment, the national treasury was depleted. Much of the medicinal supplies and stored grain had been depleted, leaving the nation facing imminent crises in daily necessities. The commanders responsible for national affairs had gathered together. Especially Tang Xianshou, the head of domestic affairs, was utterly overwhelmed with worry. Zhou Zhenghua, too, was so troubled he kept scratching his head. Resources on the front lines were once again running short. Domestic production of medicinal supplies couldn't keep pace, primarily because most were made on demand. Given the current level of medicinal discovery within the country, stored supplies would lose their potency completely within a year or two at most. This was only possible thanks to Xiao Lin's assistance in developing super freezing technology to accelerate storage. But even now, it was merely a temporary fix, not a permanent solution. Commanders, I brought the second batch of human gene enhancement agents. Zhang Zhan pushed open the door and entered. Upon seeing him, the commanders immediately stood up. Wu Lei followed behind Zhang Zhan and saluted the commanders upon seeing them. Young Wu, I didn't expect you to be here too. Zhou Zhenghua exclaimed in surprise. The other commanders' expressions were agitated, like starving children searching for breast milk who were finally about to receive it. They were practically ready to suckle greedily, as if the milk were about to flow into their mouths. Excellent. Lin Feng has truly earned great merit this time. At tomorrow night's welcome banquet, I'll definitely have a proper drink with this kid. Zhou Zhenghua spoke first. Tang Chang chimed in, we older brothers need to make sure this guy has a good time. The other commanders nodded in agreement. Zhang Zhan continued, by the way, based on the estimated dosage feedback from last time, there's been a fluctuation this time. Hearing this good news, the commanders perked up with interest. Zhang, cut the suspense and just tell us straight up. We old-timers can hardly wait any longer. Tang Chang spoke up immediately, his smile never fading. Based on their previous calculations, if the second batch truly contains 60,000 doses, they could proceed with the genetic enhancement this time. Zhang Zhan could see through their thoughts and shook his head. To be perfectly honest, commanders, this batch contains a full 120,000 vials. The smiles vanished instantly from the commanders' faces at the sheer magnitude of the number. The entire conference room fell silent, so quiet you could hear breathing. Sun Dai, who had just entered carrying a pot of tea, froze at the door, utterly bewildered by the scene before her. After a long moment, the commanders began to recover. Commander Tang Chang, usually the most composed, exclaimed in astonishment, "What? 12,000 doses? This kid is as productive as a cow." Zhou Zhengguo plopped down into a chair, took a sip of hot tea, then hurriedly declared, "Zhang Zhan, I'm ordering 60,000 doses of human gene enhancement serum to be sent to the front lines immediately. Have them administered right away. Let those fools abroad see what true enhancement looks like. Relying on beast-human hybrid technology to create these inhuman, beastly monstrosities is nothing but a dead end. The remainder will be distributed according to urgency, prioritizing critical positions across Huaxia. We old-timers deserve to experience gene enhancement too. Any objections, brothers?" After Zhou Zhenghua finished speaking, the other commanders nodded in unanimous agreement. Immediately, Zhou Zhenghua stepped forward, reaching into the crate where Zhang Zhan had released the 60,000 character serum and withdrew a vial. The next second, he poured it straight into his mouth. The remaining commanders swiftly followed suit, each grabbing a vial and downing it. Within the military base, thunderous booms echoed continuously, and extraordinary phenomena erupted across the land. Upon receiving precise orders, Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei saluted and exited the commander's office. Simultaneously, they raced toward the front lines at top speed. By the time they arrived, the coastal defense units along the strait had already relayed new intelligence. The Eagle Nation's Divine Workers Union had dispatched a large number of transferees to the military bases in the Pingyang region. The pressure on the front lines intensified once more. Compounding this, surveys revealed that sea beasts had reawakened and were active on the ocean floor, seemingly poised to break through and launch an assault soon. These latent threats placed immense pressure on the over 50,000 transmuters holding the front lines. But Wu Lei, overwhelmed and exhausted, gazed at the potions within Zhang Zhan's storage ring, finding hope and expectation. Chapter 87, Widespread use of enhancement potions causes a stir. Upon arriving at the front lines, Wu Lei urgently issued orders to divide the soldiers into 3 groups. The soldiers, upon receiving the news, were utterly perplexed. Some even began ranting wildly, wondering what major operation was afoot. Upon reaching the seal chamber, Wu Lei, who had been waiting there, bellowed, "You lazy bastards! Can you move any faster? Have we not trained you enough lately? Have you all become this lazy? Form up. Each of you step forward, grab a vial of the potion, and drink it down right here." After Wu Lei finished speaking, they were all somewhat perplexed. But suppressing their inner doubts, they stepped forward one by one to take the vials. Once every soldier held a vial, Wu Lei barked the order, "Chug it all down in one go." Every soldier downed their vial in one gulp. The moment the human gene-enhancing serum flooded their bodies, their eyes widened in shock, as if experiencing an unimaginable impact. Every orifice on their bodies began oozing crimson potency. As the 30-fold potency was unleashed, swirling vortexes coalesced around each soldier. The once serene coastline of China was now stirred by the drug's energy, revealing the terrifying projection of a monstrous beast. The moment the space-time rift beast appeared, it raised its head and roared furiously. The genetic changes felt like ants gnawing at them, nearly sending them into ecstasy. Their level indicators shot skyward, with some warriors even gaining 4 or 5 levels in an instant. The first wave finished, and the second wave entered the fray. By the time the third wave of warriors finished, the entire stockpile of 60,000 human gene enhancement potions was nearly depleted. Wu Lei snatched one and poured it into his mouth. Instantly, his eyes widened as his entire body burned with heat, as if a surge of energy had erupted within him. Boom! A vortex of spiritual energy swirled around his body. His level began to skyrocket. At the same time, the resting fire dragon also sensed a surge of scorching energy erupting within its body. It spread its wings and soared toward the sky. But the potion's effects spread with astonishing speed, seemingly enhancing every part of the fire dragon. Awesome! Wu Lei stood rooted to the spot, his military uniform torn to shreds by the force. His robust muscles were exposed, and with each punch he threw, he could feel the surging vitality within his body. "General Zhang, I feel like my entire body has been cleansed. I'd even dare to take on that horde of orcs across the way single-handedly. Wonder if they'll be scared out of their wits when they hear this? I can already picture their stunned faces. Ha 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 ha." They had been explicitly warned not to disclose their use of genetic enhancement agents. But it was only a matter of time before foreign transferees discovered the truth. When that happens, they'll inevitably realize their much-touted orc technology isn't as dominant as they thought. Meanwhile, in the Pacific region, transferees from the Divine Workers Union stationed at the military base all looked up toward the Chinese coastline, where intense celestial phenomena erupted. Soon, reconnaissance aircraft were dispatched to observe the unfolding peculiar phenomenon. Before the reconnaissance aircraft could draw near, it was torn apart by the spatial rift beasts that appeared. The resulting turbulent air currents swept the aircraft into the void, vanishing without a trace. All the transferees within the Divine Workers Guild military base watched with utterly stunned expressions. An officer in military uniform standing above witnessed the scene, captured it on camera, and immediately transmitted the footage back to the higher-ups of the Divine Workers Union. Not far away, within the late-night offices of the Divine Workers Union's high command, Miss Li sat at the head of the conference table, surrounded by decorated high-ranking officials of the Divine Workers Union. Everyone has seen the footage and the intelligence reports. Any thoughts? As Miss Li's words fell, the room fell silent. According to the situation report, China has already commenced work on the second batch of human gene enhancement agents. Our Eagle Nation is still in the initial stages of related research and has yet to make any progress. Once China fully completes its genetic enhancement program, our Divine Workers Union's transmuters will be left far behind. They won't even need 10 years, 5 years, perhaps not even 1 year. The room fell completely silent. Miss Li waved her hand again, projecting additional data onto the screen. These records detail the numerous casualties we suffered in the Pacific region during this operation. Among them were 4 individuals at level 80 or above, a profound disgrace to our Divine Workers Union. Our experts have conducted on-site investigations and discovered traces of residual pharmaceutical agents, along with clear signs of combat. Survivors even reported that it was Zhang Zhan, the 5-star general and shadow assassin from China. He used a revolver to kill most of the transmuters outright. His sudden appearance and theft of the golden horned beast's beast gold materials must be linked to China's new equipment. This poses a significant threat to the future development of our Divine Workers Union. Just then, a white-haired foreign elder seated nearby rose slowly. General Miss Li, the beast gold material from the golden horned beast is extremely difficult to use for weapon crafting. Moreover, China still lacks any level 80 blacksmiths capable of forging such weapons. As for that revolver, the bullets it uses are chemical rounds, similar to the agents China employs to destroy beast swarms. The real crux lies with the creator of that chemical. Macro, the top beast researcher of the Divine Workers Guild, held the profession of researcher. The concept of human-beast hybrid technology was proposed by him and several other researchers within the Divine Workers Guild. In the current first-generation version, it's already possible to transfer some of the ferocious beast's innate abilities and power. Even now, not all transmuters can adapt well or achieve optimal conversion. However, it has significantly enhanced the fusion between transmuters and ferocious beasts. Exactly. The core threat we face now is the human gene-enhancing potion, and its creator is the root cause. Miss Li continued, according to our informant's intelligence, the person still producing the serum is that Lin Feng with SSS plus level alchemist talent. He has been directly involved in every stage of the human gene enhancement serum's research and production. It seems our plan truly cannot wait any longer. We must utilize every available resource to eliminate Lin Feng immediately. Lin Feng is about to depart for Kyoto. I will activate our hidden operatives within the military and our informants at Kyoto University to eliminate him. Any objections to this proposal? All the high-ranking officials present nodded in agreement, with no objections raised. At this point, Miss Li flashed a sinister smile. Actually, there's one more matter I must inform you all about during this meeting. Our Divine Workers Union has completed testing the second-generation human-beast hybrid technology. It will soon undergo field trials in the Pacific region. By then, even if human gene enhancement serums emerge, they won't be able to elevate human genetics to rival the superior genes of ferocious beasts. Then let's wait and see. Watch China fail once again. Chapter 88, The Fourth Super Serum, Beast Blood Boiling. Lin Feng finished packing his dorm belongings and slowly sank into a chair. Through the window, he saw banners draped across the campus, bidding farewell to the graduating class. Tomorrow was graduation day. Once he received his diploma, he could leave campus. He, too, would embark on a new journey. The third super serum can be mass-produced, and conveniently, all the ingredients are right here at Huaxia Capital University. But, is this gift alone sufficient to express my congratulations to all the leaders present? As this thought crossed Lin Feng's mind, he once again turned his attention to the system. So much time had passed, he wondered if he'd accumulated enough experience points to level up. Without further ado, Lin Feng opened the system interface. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 190108,000. Intermediate. Unlock 4th Super Formula at level 20. HP, 1900-1900. Mana bar, 1900-1900. Speed, 2319. Strength, 2368. Defense, 2399. Mental power, 2739. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God SSS+. Skills, Ring of Distraction, Divine Power Burst, Master of Sutures. Unseal Formulas, 1. Death Reaper Annihilation Potion 2. Enhanced Hands Human Gene Enhancement Potion 3. Healing Goddess Descent Super Supply Potion. Unsealed Profession Alchemist Equipment Blueprints, 1. Godslayer Revolver Offensive 2. Alchemist's Cauldron Supportive. Class Tools, 1. Godslayer Revolver 26 Note, 18.36% worn. 2. Alchemist's Cauldron Unlocked Note, 0.001% worn. Class Equipment Additional Skill Traits, 1. Unharmed Backlash Offensive applied 2. Where Resistance Offensive applied 3. Masterful Handling Supportive applied 4. Silent Psi Offensive applied. Experience points, 572,001. 570,000 EXP? Lin Feng rubbed his eyes, still finding it hard to believe. Seeing such a sudden surge in experience points filled him with delight. System, use all experience points to upgrade my class level. As the command was issued, Lin Feng suddenly felt a surge of scorching energy erupting within his body. The level indicator above his head began flashing wildly. Every stat across his body began to skyrocket. Crackle! His blood surged violently within him, erupting relentlessly. After over 10 minutes, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, savoring the exhilaration of leveling up. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have reached level 20. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have reached level 21. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have reached level 22. Ding! Congratulations, host, on shedding the intermediate class title. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the advanced class title. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned 1 Super Formula entry lottery chance. Shall we begin the draw? Feeling the energy coursing through his body, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. 3 consecutive level ups? His rank title had changed too. This was truly exhilarating. Most importantly, it unlocked the lottery for the 4th Super Formula entry. Lin Feng was extremely excited, though he had no idea what formula he'd draw this time. System, start the lottery. With a command issued once more, the lottery in his mind began spinning again. Stop. The spinning mechanism halted immediately upon receiving the stop command. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the super formula, Beast Blood Rage. Beast Blood Boil, an innate human enhancement trait. Under this formula's stimulation, it ensures the body remains in a prolonged state of heightened excitement, even reaching a blood-pumping intensity. The duration of effect corresponds to the potency of the formula's activation. Once activated, all physiological functions of the human body will be enhanced accordingly. Ingredient requirements: honeysuckle, snakegrass, blood essence of ferocious beasts level 10-20, etc. Holy! Lin Feng let out a long, drawn-out exclamation. Beast Blood Boil, doesn't that compensate for the shortcomings of the Milk God's descent? Its high potency requirements and short duration? Not only complementary, it practically blocks the opponent's path entirely. This potion could be mass-produced with ease. Its potent effects, amplified by his innate talent, were borderline insane. If I presented the 3rd and 4th formulas, along with the newly unlocked Sustained Potency Flow skill, as a welcome gift to the commanders, wouldn't they be so overjoyed they'd faint? Lin Feng could almost picture the scene. Dismissing the thought, Lin Feng reopened the interface to check. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 258,000 Advanced unlocks 5th Super Formula at level 25. HP, 2000. Mana bar, 2000. Speed, 4419. Strength, 4560. Defense, 4291. Mental power, 5732. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God SSS+. Skills, Ring of Distraction, Divine Power Burst, Master Surgeon, Eternal Potency. Unseal Formulas, 1. Death Reaper Annihilation Potion 2. Enhanced Hands Human Gene Enhancement Potion 3. Healing Goddess Descent Super Replenishment Potion 4. Beast Blood Boiling Sustained Amplification Potion. Unsealed Profession Alchemist Equipment Blueprints, 1. Godslayer Revolver Offensive 2. Alchemist's Cauldron Supportive. Class Tools, 1. Revolver Godslayer 26 Note, 18.36% worn. 2. Alchemist's Cauldron Unlocked Note, 0.001% worn. Class Equipment Additional Skill Attributes, 1. Unharmed Backlash Offensive applied 2. Where Resistance Offensive applied 3. Masterful Handling Supportive applied 4. Silent Psi Offensive applied. Experience points, 2001. This panel's stats are looking better and better. Still, crafting a batch of super potions yields a substantial amount of experience points. Next up is preparing to meet my parents and superiors. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt an indescribable emotion welling up inside him. He gathered his things and set off for graduation photos, a farewell dinner, and graduation. Meanwhile, Zhou Yao sat in the counselor's office, staring at the email that had just arrived. The contents of the email made her eyes widen. I'm going to serve as a freshman counselor at Huaxia Capital University's Talent Development College. Doesn't that mean Lin Feng will still be under my supervision? At this thought, Zhou Yao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Perhaps it was fate, she mused, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in her eyes. But the sound of the door opening shattered her reverie. Counselor Zhou, the students are waiting for you to take photos. Zhou Yao paused briefly before rising to leave. Chapter 89, Gifts for the Commanders Seeking Gold Tickets. The next day, Lin Feng already prepared bid farewell to Li Yinian and Xiehong before boarding the dedicated military aircraft. As they departed, Xuehong and Li Yinian tearfully pleaded, Lin Feng, once you're in the capital, don't ever forget us. We'll meet again later. I'll miss your potions. Before departing, Lin Feng shared a portion of the potions he had crafted with Xuehong and Li Yinian. Both had used the gene enhancement potions and now appeared younger and more energetic than before. Yet both wept openly, their tears streaming like rain, completely disregarding their positions as principal and dean. The sight tugged at Lin Feng's heartstrings. General Zhang, we are ready to depart. Just as he boarded the military aircraft and sat down, Zhang Zhan spoke slowly, hold on a moment, there's still one person who hasn't boarded yet. Lin Feng glanced back in confusion. Another person? Suddenly, a familiar figure slowly came into view. The counselor. Lin Feng was taken aback. He hadn't expected the counselor to be accompanying them to the capital. Zhou Yao stepped inside, covering her mouth with a smile. Lin Feng, are you feeling quite surprised? Lin Feng suppressed his astonishment. If he connected her to Commander Zhou Zhenghua, perhaps there would be no surprise at all. But then, Zhou Yao extended her right hand, placing it before him. We might need to reintroduce ourselves. I am Zhou Yao, the freshman counselor for the Talent Development College at Huaxia Capital University. Holy crap! Lin Feng froze upon hearing this news. So this meant the counselor who had accompanied him for 3 years had been promoted and transferred to a new school, coincidentally continuing as his counselor? That thought seemed a bit far-fetched, but upon reflection, it didn't seem entirely implausible. Advisor, are you serious? So does that mean we'll be studying together for another 4 years? Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Zhou Yao nodded firmly. Alright, stop overthinking it. My dad has already prepared a welcome banquet for you, just waiting for you to arrive. Zhou Yao cut off the conversation as the military transport aircraft took off. Lin Feng watched as Dean Li and Principal Xiehong waved goodbye from the ground below. They chased after the military transport, as if shouting, Lin Feng, how will we survive without you? The aircraft soared straight into the clouds, heading for the military base in the capital. Meanwhile, inside the Kyoto military base, gale force winds howled, the air thick with a scorched, acrid stench. On the cleared military airfield, Zhou Zhenghua, Tang Chang, and other commanders waited. As a military transport aircraft touched down, their spirits lifted. The aircraft touched down swiftly, and Lin Feng emerged alongside Zhang Zhan. Lin Feng. Zhou Zhenghua recognized the face from videos and files, immediately confirming his identity. Lin Feng stepped forward, firmly grasping Zhou Zhenghua's hand. Commander Zhou, it's good to meet you. Tang Chang approached and shook Lin Feng's other hand. Commander Tang, it's good to see you. The other commanders approached and immediately greeted Lin Feng. Before arriving, Lin Feng had already learned about each leader's background through Zhang Zhan. Good, you're here. You must be hungry. I've prepared a welcome banquet. Let's go. As soon as Zhou Zhenghua spoke, he turned to look at Zhou Yao, who was deliberately avoiding him. Yao, you're not a child anymore. Even if you want to avoid your old man, how much longer do you plan to hide? Seeing she couldn't hide any longer, Zhou Yao stepped forward, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Dad, is this how you treat your precious daughter? I'm here, and you haven't even bothered to say a word to me. You almost forgot I was here. Hearing Zhou Yao's complaint, Zhou Zhenghua couldn't help but scratch his head. When it came to his daughter, he truly had no idea how to handle her. Earlier, he'd been so overwhelmed with emotion that he'd nearly forgotten about his precious daughter. Fortunately, he'd snapped out of it in time. Otherwise, he'd have offended his precious daughter, and who knows how long it would take to appease her. Otherwise, she might have stormed off to take a counseling position at Jinshan Vocational College, just like this time. She claimed it was to hone her skills and gain work experience, but it was really just a sulk. Zhou Zhenghua knew full well that the young master of the Tianjin Pharmaceutical Group, now under his umbrella, was studying in the pharmacy department at Jinshan Vocational University all for her sake. But thankfully, nothing dangerous had happened, and he hadn't ended up discovering a super genius. Alright, my dear daughter, I've prepared your favorite noodles with sauce for you today. I had to beg Uncle Tang for ages before he agreed to help make it. Tang Chang, standing nearby, flashed an exceptionally kind smile and hurriedly added, Xiao Yao, please forgive your father. Sometimes he really has no choice. Finally, Zhou Yao snorted a few times before nodding. Fine. Just this once. Zhou Zhenghua chuckled softly. Lin Feng stood nearby, observing Zhou Yao throwing a minor tantrum in front of Commander Zhou. The contrast struck him as somewhat unexpected. But without dwelling on it, they headed straight for the commander's dining room. They conversed freely until late into the night. By the end, Zhou Zhanghua, Tang Chang, and the other commanders had voiced all their concerns. Especially when Commander Zhou Zhanghua mentioned the National Treasury's pharmaceutical stockpile issue, his anxiety became palpable. The threats from the Foreign Divine Workers Union also weighed heavily on their minds. Lin Feng, it is our honor to have geniuses like you in China. But in the future, we ask for your continued help in resolving crises for China. We will also support you wholeheartedly. When Zhou Zhanghua and the other leaders brought this up, Lin Feng didn't hold back and spoke directly. I have heard your concerns, and I appreciate the support you have offered. Today, I also have some gifts to present to you all. At these words, the leaders who had been enjoying their drinks suddenly sobered up. Gifts? More than one? Lin Feng enunciated each word, indeed. The first gift General Zhang Zhan may already be aware unlocks a third formula upon my profession level advancement. Its codename is Milk Goddess Descent. This is a super potion capable of short-term explosive power. With my talent enhancement, it's currently estimated to achieve a 30-fold increase in potency. I've had General Zhang Zhan prepare all the herbs. Once my profession skill cooldown ends, I'll begin brewing it. Lin Feng's deliberate enunciation sobered the commanders, who had been slightly tipsy moments before. As they listened, a chill crept down their spines. Is that really possible? Over 30 times the potency? Zhou Zhanghua was indeed aware of this potion. What he hadn't known was that Lin Feng's innate talent could amplify the drug's effects 30-fold or even more. If word of this reached anyone outside this room, wouldn't it send shockwaves across the entire world? Chapter 90, Meeting his parents, shocked beyond belief seeking gold tickets. The other commanders all drew sharp breaths, and the air fell silent. But Lin Feng didn't stop. He continued, comrades, there's actually a follow-up to this super potion. At the mention of follow-up, Zhang Zhan and Zhou Yao instantly focused their full attention. Lin Feng, take your time. We're listening. Zhou Zhanghua grew still, even his breathing slowing to a steady rhythm. Lin Feng spoke slowly. Yesterday, my profession level advanced once more, unlocking the fourth super formula. Its codename is Beast Blood Boil. Through my observations, I've discovered that Beast Blood Boiling and Milk God's Descent are complementary potions. Beast Blood Boil can be mass-produced at low cost, allowing the duration of its effects to be precisely determined based on the potency required. As Lin Feng spoke these words, an elusive expression flickered across everyone's faces. Zhou Zhanghua, in particular, was so astonished he nearly fell off his seat. Low-cost mass production. Most crucially, it enhances and prolongs the effects under specific conditions. They once again thought of the gene-enhancing serum, combined with this supplementary agent. Wouldn't that mean the advantage of the human-animal hybrid technology developed by the Divine Workers Guild, led by the Eagle Nation, would be completely lost? Excellent. Absolutely brilliant. Lin Feng, the gift you've brought us is truly invaluable. Zhou Zhanghua couldn't help but rise to his feet, extending his hand to grasp Lin Feng's firmly. The other commanders were equally thrilled. With the support of these two supplementary agents, China could indeed alleviate significant external pressure. But at that moment, Lin Feng smiled and continued, comrades, this is merely the first gift I brought you. I have a second gift too. The second gift? Upon hearing this, the leaders froze in place, as if cement had sealed them to the spot. There's a second one? Zhou Zhanghua exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Feng composed himself and continued, you mentioned the national treasury deficit, the Eagle Nation blockade, and the lack of long-term storable medicinal supplies for military needs. I won't hide this from you commanders either. A few days ago, I unlocked a brand new professional skill called Prolonged Potency. For any potion, once it's crafted, I can extend its potency retention time by tenfold beyond its original duration. Lin Feng delivered this statement with measured calm, yet it instantly sent ripples through the room. The expressions on the commanders' faces froze, stiffening like ice. Zhou Zhanghua abruptly rose from his seat, strode to Lin Feng, and embraced him tightly. He then vigorously patted and rubbed Lin Feng's palm. Lin Feng, thank you. Truly, thank you. The gifts you've brought us are truly invaluable. Should you ever require assistance with any mission, just let us know. We will spare no effort to fulfill your needs. The other commanders nodded frantically in agreement, giving Lin Feng a reassuring sense of security. Just as they continued their meal, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the room. Immediately after, came the sound of a door being kicked open. Auntie, you can't go in. A plain-clothed, unassuming elderly woman burst into the room. Lin Feng, drawn by the sudden noise, glanced toward the doorway. My apologies, Commander. I've disrupted your plans. I had everything arranged, but Auntie insisted on coming. The moment the old woman saw Lin Feng, she cried out. Xiao Feng. Lin Feng saw the figure who had appeared and couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow in his heart. Mom! Lin Feng rushed forward and embraced Chen Mei as she approached. My dear son, I feared you'd met with some danger. I've longed to see you. They said you'd be here soon. Tell me, Mom, where is this place? Why did you bring me here? Be honest with me, did you get into trouble and get locked up in this military camp? The barrage of questions left Lin Feng momentarily dazed. Mom, would your son ever do something like that? Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a head of dark hair, looking young and energetic, walked in behind him. Honey, don't wander around the military compound. Our son is a good boy, not the type to get into trouble. But as he stepped inside, he saw Lin Feng holding Chen Mei. Xiao Feng? There you are. Lin Feng slowly turned to face the newcomer, his father, Lin Zhang. His once gray hair had turned black again. His physique had grown more robust. Even the wrinkles on his face had diminished considerably. Lin Feng, after you last entrusted me with your request, I brought Uncle and Aunt here. They knew you were coming to the capital, so they never went back. Even now, she keeps asking to see you. The 2 spirit-restoring potions you gave last time have already been consumed. Yesterday, they also used the human gene enhancement serum and have both leveled up. Lin Feng knew that although his parents had awakened as farmers, their levels had skyrocketed with the aid of the gene enhancement serum. Even as farmers, different levels yielded vastly different crops. The quantity and quality of their harvests were vastly different. Thank you. After saying this, Lin Feng glanced at his mother and father's appearances, finally feeling somewhat reassured. Just then, Zhou Zhanghua stepped forward. Miss Chen, Mr. Lin, hello. Under the lamplight, Chen Mei looked at the speaker. Lin Hai also scrutinized the man in military uniform, radiating an aura of integrity. A thought, both certain and yet hesitant, echoed in his mind. The man before them truly resembled the figure of that high-ranking official frequently featured in television news broadcasts. Chen Mei noticed this too and turned her gaze toward Lin Feng. By now, Lin Feng had already grasped the thoughts running through his elderly parents' minds and simply nodded. Zhou Zhanghua chuckled, immediately extending both hands. That's right. No need to be surprised. I am Zhou Zhanghua, commander of the Huaxia military district. The moment the words left his mouth, the expressions on both their faces became incredibly vivid. Surprise, disbelief, and finally utter shock. Lin Jing stammered nervously, Commander Zhou, I've only ever seen you on TV. Never imagined meeting you in person for the first time. I'm truly overwhelmed. Chen Mei was equally overcome, her body trembling with emotion as she stammered, yes. Commander. Zhou, hello. If my son has done something wrong, please tell us. I'll have a serious talk with him when I get back. Zhou Zhanghua immediately shook his head. Of course not. I hold no blame whatsoever. On the contrary, I must express my deepest gratitude to Lin Feng and especially to you both. Thank us? Lin Zhang and Chen Mei were both taken aback, turning to look at Zhou Zhanghua. Chapter 91, using the Milk Goddess Descent potion to resolve the crisis. Don't look so shocked. Let's sit down and talk properly, shall we? Xiao Dai, have the kitchen prepare a few more dishes and bring out the latest Mao Tai. I want to have a proper chat with my sister and brother. As soon as Zhou Zhanghua finished speaking, Tang Chang and the other commanders immediately gave their orders. Tang Chang stepped forward, extending his hand to shake theirs. Chen Mei and Lin Zhang were even more startled when they saw the elderly man dressed in traditional Chinese attire. Your commander, Tang? As soon as Chen Mei finished speaking, Tang Chang nodded and replied. That's correct. I'm Tang Chang. How have you both been holding up lately? Are you settling in well here? Lin Zhang and Chen Mei hurriedly replied, we're fine. The other commanders behind him also reached out, shaking hands with them. They showered Lin Feng with praise. Their enthusiasm made Lin Feng feel a bit embarrassed. He had originally intended to put on a good front in front of his parents, trying to conceal things, but this incident had suddenly made his elderly father and mother aware of everything. At this point, however, Lin Feng saw no point in hiding anything further. As more dishes were placed on the table and wineglasses filled, Lin Zhang sat down and soon engaged in conversation with the commanders. Especially Tang Chang, who showed great concern for the lives of low-level job changers, particularly those from the lower classes. So, while engaging in conversation, he also asked questions. Lin Zhang and Chen Mei shared insights about the grassroots level, prompting the commanders to take notes. The meal stretched into the late hours. By the time the leaders and Lin Feng's parents left, they were all thoroughly intoxicated, escorted away by their guards. Gazing at the starry night, Lin Feng headed toward his residence. But just as he rounded a corner and set foot on the path, points of light erupted from both sides of the road, instantly pulling him in. An array! A top-tier spirit sealing array! Something's wrong. Their figures were concealed by the darkness. Before Lin Feng's eyes appeared a sturdy, middle-aged figure standing with his back to him. Dressed in Chinese military fatigues, the man possessed thick brows and large eyes, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, a blood-red tendon split open from his back and a terrifying mouth opened from the top of his head. A thick arm tore through the fabric, its fingernails elongating into steel-sharp claws that ripped at the ground, leaving deep gashes. Or technology. Lin Feng had consumed quite a bit of alcohol, but before drinking, he had deliberately taken a pre-prepared antidote. Under the 31x potency boost of his talent, the alcohol washed down as easily as water. Thus, he felt no intoxication whatsoever. His only concern was that problems might arise in this new environment, a worry Zhang Zhan shared most keenly. While the commanders were surrounded by absolute security, infiltrated spies were still a possibility. Lin Feng never imagined these Divine Staff Union spies would dare to make their move against him here. Die! Without a single word to spare, he charged fiercely toward Lin Feng, who was trapped within the formation. An assassin! No, you're an actor. From the opponent, Lin Feng once again sensed an aura reminiscent of Luo Chen and his father. In the nick of time, Lin Feng hesitated not a moment. He retrieved the black, unassuming super-replenishment pill from his spatial storage ring. He shoved it into his mouth the instant before the opponent reached him. The dagger flashing in the assailant's hand slashed viciously across Lin Feng's throat. Clang! But the next second, he stared at the dagger in his hand as if it had struck steel. What? My skill didn't kill you? Orc Bone Blade, combined with my level 45 assassination power, and it still couldn't break through your defense. The man stood rooted to the spot, stunned as if he'd seen a ghost. Meanwhile, Lin Feng stood rooted to the spot. A level 22 badge appeared above his head, and an undeniable surge of medicinal energy radiated from his entire body. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng's eyes flickered as a vortex of spiritual energy swirled above his head. His stats began multiplying exponentially. The exhilarating sensation made him gasp for breath. A lackey of the Divine Labor Union? You've been waiting for this moment for a long time, haven't you? But today, your plans will come to nothing. Lin Feng's interface automatically unfolded before his eyes. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 22,258,000 advanced unlock 5th super formula at level 25. HP, 2,000 plus 44,000. Mana bar, 2,000 plus 44,000. Speed, 4,419 plus 97,218. Strength, 4,560 plus 100,320. Defense, 4,291 plus 94,402. Mental power, 5,732 plus 126,104. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God SSS plus. Skills, Ring of Distraction, Divine Power Burst, Master Surgeon, Lingering Potency. Unsealed formulas, 1. Death Reaper Annihilation Potion 2. Enhanced Hands Human Gene Enhancement Potion 3. Goddess of Healing Descends Super Supply Potion 4. Beast Blood Boiling Sustained Amplification Potion. Unlocked Alchemist Equipment Blueprints, 1. Godslayer Revolver Offensive 2. Alchemist's Cauldron Supportive. Class Tools, 1. Revolver Godslayer 26 Note, 18.36% worn. 2. Alchemist's Cauldron Unactivated Note, 0.001% worn. Equipment Skill Affixes, 1. Unharmed Backlash Offensive, applied 2. Where Resistance Offensive, applied 3. Masterful Handling Supportive, applied 4. Silent Psi Offensive, applied. Staring at this terrifying string of enhancement numbers, Lin Feng was dumbfounded. A 22-fold potency boost? That's terrifying. But the duration was only 1 minute. Having never experienced the exhilaration of continuous enhancement, Lin Feng flexed his body. He felt the extreme changes the potion's power wrought within him, the surge in strength, defense, and especially his mental power. His health bar was so thick that even if someone hacked at his neck with a machete, it would take days to cut through it. Swish! Lin Feng's footsteps echoed as his figure vanished from his original spot, appearing instantly before his target. The assassin hadn't even fully registered the threat before Lin Feng's hand clamped around his throat. Who? Besides you, what other spies are hiding in China? The man chuckled, a trace of mockery curling his lips. Kill me, and I still won't tell. Lin Feng's right hand seized both of his arms. With a slight exertion, accompanied by a wretched scream, they bent at a 90-degree angle. With a sharp crack, Lin Feng snapped them clean off, shattering bones and tendons. You won't talk, huh? Then I'll tear you limb from limb. Lin Feng seized his legs, the protruding bones on his back now subjected to brutal wrenching. Snap! 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 The man let out a wretched scream and sneered, "Kill me. I'll never talk." Lin Feng sneered coldly. He loved stubborn types like this. Chapter 92, Retaliating Against Suitors? I have more than enough methods. Snap, 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 snap. Every bone in his body that could be snapped was systematically broken by Lin Feng within a minute. Even with beastman techniques, they were mere playthings before sheer brute force. By the time the last bone snapped, the man had already passed out. A minute passed, and Lin Feng returned to his normal state. In the final second, Lin Feng shattered the formation with a single punch and stepped out. The moment the formation shattered, Zhang Zhan, who had initially sent Lin Feng's parents through, suddenly sensed something was terribly wrong. Damn it! His expression darkened as he transformed into a shadow, dashing forward at breakneck speed. But when he reached Lin Feng, he saw the boy completely unharmed, his body even carrying a faint medicinal scent. Instead, a creature that was neither human nor beast lay sprawled on the ground. This man wore the uniform of the Chinese military. Lin Feng, are you okay? Zhang Zhan asked urgently. Lin Feng replied slowly, I'm fine. Just encountered someone with ill intentions. I used a super potency restorative just now, so I didn't kill him outright. You can try to get some information out of him later. Zhang Zhan nodded immediately and promptly summoned soldiers to take him away. Glad you're okay. I'll escort you back to rest. A dedicated vehicle will take you to Huaxia Capital University tomorrow morning. Once you're enrolled, remember to reach out to me immediately if anything comes up. On the way to the capital, Lin Feng and Zhang Zhan conversed. After all, the capital was a place of utmost importance, and its security measures were incomparable to those in other regions. While dangers might exist within its walls, the risk level was significantly reduced. At the same time, Lin Feng craved more freedom, believing it would accelerate his growth. After returning to the arranged residence, Lin Feng immediately fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, after bidding farewell to his parents and the commanders, Lin Feng immediately set off for Huaxia Capital University to register. His parents pulled him aside with many last-minute reminders. Lin Feng had hoped they could stay a few more days, but they were unsettled by the unfamiliar environment and longed for their few acres of farmland back home. Especially Lin Zhang, after spending hours conversing with the commanders yesterday, it was as if his meridians had been unblocked. Now, armed with his farmer's innate talent and enhanced skills, he was eager to dive into cultivating the land. Before long, Lin Feng's figure appeared at the entrance of Huaxia Capital University. Where's the counselor? Wasn't she supposed to come in with me? After dinner last night, Zhou Yao had left early due to urgent matters at Huaxia Capital University. When the agreed-upon time arrived, he called and sent messages, but she still hadn't shown up. Just as Lin Feng was puzzling over this, a voice called out from behind him. Xiao Feng. Lin Feng turned to see a slender figure behind him, a woman in a white floral dress, wearing light makeup, her hair flowing freely. He looked closely and recognized her as his advisor, Zhou Yao. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. This was the first time he'd seen his advisor dressed in such simple, elegant attire. Counselor, you're wearing such a lovely outfit today. Zhou Yao shot him a look and retorted, does that mean none of my previous outfits were pretty? Lin Feng stammered, Women's questions were indeed the most lethal. Beautiful. You look beautiful in anything, counselor. Everything looks good on you. Lin Feng nearly blurted out, even naked you'd look good, but thankfully caught himself in time. Zhou Yao nodded with satisfaction, smoothed her clothes, and said, alright, let's hurry and get you registered. Lin Feng hummed in agreement and followed the counselor into Huaxia Capital University. Zhou Yao had graduated from Huaxia Capital University. Lin Feng had seen her information posted on the bulletin board, so she must know her way around here very well. But just moments after stepping through the gate, a slightly chubby guy in a suit with a sexy goatee waved his hand and greeted Zhou Yao. Xiao Yao, it's Dazhuang. He hurried over, instantly blocking their path. Little Yao, what's up? Did you forget me? I almost thought I was seeing things. When did you come back? You didn't even tell me you were coming. I would have thrown you a welcome party. Did you come back to teach? Are you staying this time? I heard you quit your counselor job here and took a teaching position at that crappy junior college in Jinshan. I was really worried about you. Zhou Yao was forced to stop in her tracks. Staring at the chubby bloke spouting off like a machine gun, she replied in an icy tone, Yan Dazhuang, could you please stop bothering me from now on? With that, he pulled Lin Feng inside. But the sight that met his eyes sent his mind reeling. Who is this guy? I don't recall ever seeing him on campus at Huaxia Capital University. Is he a new freshman? But isn't it too early for new student enrollment? Find someone to dig into his background. Take care of him. He turned and gave the order to two henchmen approaching. The two henchmen nodded and followed him. After walking for about 10 minutes, Lin Feng and Zhou Yao arrived at the heavily guarded entrance of a faculty building. Barbed wire fences crisscrossed the perimeter, with armed guards stationed every few meters. The henchmen trailing behind them immediately halted upon seeing this. After exchanging a few whispered words, they turned and walked away. Zhou Yao glanced sideways and sighed. By the way, Lin Feng, if that fat guy ever gives you trouble, remember to tell me. I'll figure something out. Lin Feng had noticed this too and asked, Counselor, is he your suitor? Zhou Yao hummed in acknowledgement. He just acts like he owns the place because his family's loaded. Oh. No problem. I actually enjoy putting arrogant rich kids in their place. Lin Feng chuckled. Now that someone had crossed him, he had plenty of ways to retaliate. A few potions could make their lives a living hell. As they chatted, they reached the entrance. The guarding officer saluted and immediately stated, please present your credentials and identification to enter. Zhou Yao slowly pulled two ID cards from his pocket. The moment they opened, Lin Feng clearly saw his own information inside, all specially encrypted. However, the stamped seal appeared to be still wet, as if it had been applied just yesterday. So it was. His expression turned visibly shocked upon seeing the credentials, his eyes lingering on Lin Feng for a moment longer. Come on in. Professor Zhu Gui is waiting. Zhou Yao took the documents, handed one to Lin Feng, and said, here, this is yours. Keep it safe. To ensure you could start your studies and work without delay, I stayed up all night to get this done. Overnight? Hearing this, Lin Feng understood the purpose of the counselor's sudden arrival yesterday. What more could one ask for in an advisor? Let's go. I originally wanted to keep your arrival at Huaxia Capital University low-key today, but Commander Tang had one too many last night and let Professor Zhu Gui know about you. He's been waiting for you since early this morning. The divine restoring elixir you crafted last time, along with subsequent potions, left him utterly astonished. Not long ago, he even declared his intention to visit you at Jinshan Vocational University only to be stopped by the other leaders. Now that you're here, he was so excited this morning he said he wants to apprentice under you. Become my disciple? Lin Feng froze, blinking rapidly to confirm he hadn't misheard. Ah, is my influence really that strong in the capital's academic circles? Chapter 93, Trial Production of the Beast Blood Boiling Potion Seeking Gold Tickets. Zhou Yao covered her mouth and chuckled. People who don't know you well wouldn't be shocked. But anyone who knows you would want to get to know you better. Lin Feng felt an inexplicable pressure. But having come this far, refusal was no longer an option. As they walked on, Lin Feng found himself entering a mountainous region. Lush greenery, towering structures, and an underground research city hidden beneath. The sight of these continuous mountain ranges sent a shock through Lin Feng's heart. Because, based on what Commander Zhou had told him over dinner yesterday, this entire area was meant for his exclusive use. This was simply too vast, at least 10,000 acres. In a place like the capital, where every inch of land was precious, they had secured such a vast area for the Talent Academy just for him. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed through the air. A figure clad in a white lab coat burst out of the pharmaceutical building. Lin Feng? Is that you, Lin Feng? Seeing the middle-aged man before him with his hearty laughter, jet-black hair, and vibrant energy, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had done his research before coming. He distinctly remembered the ID photo showing Professor Zhu Gui as an elderly man with snow-white hair. Now, looking at this man, he seemed like a completely different person. Professor Zhu, hello. I'm Lin Feng. Once Zhu Gui confirmed Lin Feng's identity, he immediately rushed forward and embraced him tightly. So you're Lin Feng. Truly a fine young man, ah. I've been waiting for you for so long. Now you've finally arrived. If you hadn't come, I would have gone to find you myself. Your talent is truly remarkable. By the way, may I ask you to be my mentor? As he spoke, Zhu Gui grew visibly excited, slapping Lin Feng's hands enthusiastically. Lin Feng was a bit taken aback by this sudden, heartfelt greeting. Especially when he heard the request to become his disciple. He'd initially thought it was a joke. But by the end, his expression had turned serious, making it seem anything but a joke. Lin Feng gave a wry smile. Professor Zhu, you're too kind. I'm merely a junior colleague. If anyone were to seek a master, it would be me seeking you as my teacher. Hearing Lin Feng's polite response, Zhu Gui persisted. But inwardly, he gave Lin Feng a very high impression. I, Zhu Gui, believe in strength. Anyone with true power can be my teacher. Let's not dwell on this now, we'll discuss it later. Come on, I'll show you the medicine-making room I prepared for you, along with the medicinal herbs I had delivered long ago. At this mention, Lin Feng instantly perked up. Now that he possessed the medicine god's furnace, his requirements for the alchemy lab were minimal. Herbs were what he needed most. This batch of herbs should be precisely what Lin Feng had requested General Zhang Zhan to prepare for the Descent of the Healing Goddess formula. 2 hours later, after completing all the necessary procedures, Lin Feng began the formal alchemy process. The herbs for the 4th potion have been reported to General Zhang Zhan. They should be nearly ready by now. Then I can now combine the divine healing and beast blood boiling potions into a single brew. This time, it's bound to yield me a massive amount of experience points. The thought of 2 super potions being used simultaneously made him imagine the Divine Workers Guild members fainting in shock. Suddenly, Lin Feng's phone rang. Just as I thought. Here it comes. A military helicopter slowly descended onto the landing pad near Lin Feng. Zhang Zhan, dressed in military uniform, stepped out of the helicopter and transported the medicinal herbs to the pharmaceutical building where Lin Feng was located. Lin Feng walked out and met with Zhang Zhan. Lin Feng, I've gathered all the medicinal ingredients you requested. This time, the commanders are placing great importance on you. They urgently need the beast blood boiling super potion to replenish the potion stockpile. The commanders also mentioned they hope you can help produce more batches of the potion when you have time to replenish the stockpile. Just let us know what materials you need. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately nodded. Alright, no problem. I'd just like to trouble General Zhang to help me source some more ingredients for the Annihilation potion. I want to make more potion bullets. Upon hearing this request, he promptly agreed, alright, no problem. Lately, the global beast population has been unusually restless, and numerous secret realms have been exposed. After the brief exchange, Zhang Zhan departed, and Lin Feng brought out the medicine god's furnace. My divine power burst skill hasn't recovered yet, but with the medicine god's cauldron's assistance, brewing a batch of beast blood boiling potions shouldn't be too difficult. Immediately, Lin Feng prepared a portion of the herbs and placed them into the medicine god's furnace. talents, skills all activate. Rings of light began to surround Lin Feng. Notably, the newly unlocked persistent potency skill was also activated. System: open the profession equipment panel for the Alchemist's Forge. Tool: Alchemist's Cauldron. Type: support. Grade: supreme quality. Available crafting processes: ingredient preparation, sifting, mixing, granulation, drying, pilling. Accommodates flames: Crimson Lotus Blaze Advanced. Maximum capacity: 500 square meters. Scalable ratio: 1 to 500,000. Additional trait: Divine Hand Manipulation Supportive, active. Craftable potion: Beast Blood Boil Super Potency Potion. Crafting progress: 2%. With a whoosh, Lin Feng watched his mental energy rapidly deplete. He immediately retrieved the pre-prepared replenishment potion and downed it. The moment he finished, the depletion began anew. The depletion rate was several times faster than before. What used to last several seconds now required replenishment every 2 seconds. This speed is like firing a rocket. Even the fastest guy couldn't keep up. Forget it. I refuse to believe that without a divine power burst skill, I can't even sustain the production of this small batch of potions. Lin Feng gulped down the potion. Time ticked by, second by second. The alchemist's cauldron rumbled incessantly. Meanwhile, outside the alchemy building, Zhu Gui, carrying a large box, hummed a tune as he walked briskly toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng will definitely love all the stuff I prepared. But I wonder if he's resting. Why isn't he answering his phone? Seeing that his calls went unanswered, Zhu Gui headed straight for Lin Feng's dorm. But just as he turned the corner upstairs, he unexpectedly detected fluctuations emanating from the neighboring pharmaceutical lab. Possessing strong psychic perception, he immediately recognized someone was manufacturing drugs inside. Curiosity surged through him. The entire building was assigned solely to Lin Feng. No one else was allowed inside. His expression shifted rapidly. Could it be? Lin Feng is brewing potions? Chapter 94. Astonishing pharmaceutical techniques leave Professor Zhu Gui speechless. That kid works so hard, it puts us old folks to shame. He grabbed the box and hurried to the door of the alchemy lab, peering inside through the special glass window. Within his gaze, a familiar figure came into view. Lin Feng. It really is that kid. But why isn't he using any of the equipment inside? His gaze suddenly landed on the cauldron before Lin Feng's face. His eyes widened in astonishment. That cauldron is a pharmaceutical furnace? Holy crap! He had been suppressing his excitement, but the sight of the massive contraption before Lin Feng made him unable to hold back the expletive hidden in his heart. So this is how he's been brewing potions all along? With a potion furnace like that, brewing must be twice as efficient with half the effort. But this furnace looks like it's Xiao Lin's handiwork. Xiao Lin and he had known each other for quite some time, so they'd exchanged information on certain matters. Just days ago, Xiao Lin had boasted to him about forging a Zune-grade alchemy furnace. At the time, he'd asked who the furnace was for, but Xiao Lin had refused to say. Now, here before his eyes stood an utterly terrifying alchemy furnace. Zhu Gui felt a tremor of shock within him as he slowly peered further inside. What he saw next was unforgettable for the rest of his life. Beside Lin Feng stood a vast array of potion bottles. Some of these bottles were even the 1,000 milliliters size. Under his gaze, Lin Feng picked up a vial and gulped its contents down in one go. In the blink of an eye, the entire bottle was empty. Witnessing this, his eyes bulged like glass marbles, and his mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg. He'd seen people down potions quickly before, but this, he'd never witnessed anyone guzzle them like water. Even drinking water would fill you up eventually. Yet he drank at an incredible pace, bottle after bottle, as if he'd just finished one and immediately started the next. What the hell? Are young people making potions this aggressive nowadays? In an instant, he sighed inwardly. He was getting old. He was truly getting old. This truly was the era of the young. But just then, Lin Feng, who had been frantically chugging recovery potions, stopped abruptly. Gazing at the alchemy god's furnace before him, a flicker of excitement crossed his face. It's done. Finally, it's done. Though the quantity produced this time is small, the energy expenditure has been considerable. He slowly issued commands to the alchemy god's furnace. Open. The long-sealed alchemy god furnace slowly opened, releasing a surge of blood-red energy that filled the alchemy chamber. Seizing the moment, energy seeped through the door's crack and escaped into the outside world, where it was detected by Zhu Gui's keen sense of smell. He drew in a deep breath. Suddenly, his previously still heart felt as if it had been ignited. His calm, rhythmic heartbeat seemed to be catalyzed in that instant. His entire body felt stirred, as if being gnawed by ants, emitting a faint, buzzing sound. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. What kind of potion is Lin Feng brewing? How could it make me feel like my entire qi and blood are being stirred, as if my dormant vitality is actually increasing? Zhu Gui's breathing grew increasingly ragged, a surge of excitement coursing through him, an urge to fight. His gaze immediately returned to Lin Feng inside the alchemy chamber. Lin Feng gazed at the beast blood boiling potion with some surprise. Though he'd only made a small quantity, it was still a super potion. Logically, it should have triggered some kind of cosmic phenomenon. Yet this time, nothing extraordinary had occurred. Let me check the potion's status. He focused his gaze on one of the prepared vials and an information panel appeared. Product name, Beast Blood Boil Super Amplification Potion. Grade? Spirituality, effects vary based on the user's individual constitution. Effect, amplifies innate human instincts. Under this formula's stimulation, it ensures the body remains in a prolonged state of heightened arousal, even reaching a blood-pumping intensity. Duration corresponds to the potency of the effect. Once activated, Beast Blood Boil enhances all physiological functions. This potion's potency multiplier is 34x amplification duration, 7 days potency retention period without evaporation, 8 years. 34x potency? Effects lasting 7 days? And it retains potency for 8 years without degradation? Shocking information flooded Lin Feng's mind, causing his heart already racing from the Beast Blood Boiling Potion's initial effects to pound even harder. This was too thrilling. As he continued refining the potion, Lin Feng noticed the potency multiplier escalating wildly. It felt like accumulating experience. If he kept refining it more and more times, the potency multiplier could very well reach 100-fold. Or even 1,000-fold. Seriously, a low-grade potion unleashing the potency of a premium grade 1, wouldn't that blow anyone's mind? Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, Lin Feng carefully packed the potions into boxes. After sealing the container, he counted the quantity. Counting, Lin Feng froze in place. According to his original estimates, this batch should have yielded around 500 vials. Yet he discovered there were 4 times as many of full 2,000 vials. Oh well. Better to have more than less. Next step is to test the potency. Just as Lin Feng reached for a vial to test it, a commotion outside caught his attention. Turning, he found Zhu Gui staring at him with wide eyes. His mental energy had been entirely focused on the alchemy process, leaving none to spare. Since he's seen it all, let him give it a try. Lin Feng wasn't particularly interested in testing the potion, so he decided to let someone else experience the explosive effects of this 34x potency formula. After stowing all the medicine boxes into his spatial storage ring, Lin Feng unlocked the door and stepped outside. Professor Zhu, I didn't expect to find you outside. Zhu Guiqiang forced himself to suppress his inner shock and smiled. Yes. I have quite a few formulas, but my abilities are limited, some I simply can't replicate. Others I've mastered long ago. Anyway, you have the talent, so I thought I'd bring them for you to try. He held up the bag in his hand. Seeing it, Lin Feng's eyes lit up with excitement. Great. Fantastic. In the future, Professor Zhu, if there are any potions you need help crafting, just ask. For the sake of the nation, I, Lin Feng, would be honored to serve. Suddenly, Zhu Gui couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. With eager anticipation, he asked, Lin Feng, what potion did you just brew? I only took a single breath, and already I feel my qi and blood surging through my entire body. Lin Feng smiled faintly, immediately pulling a vial of potion from his pocket and handing it to Zhu Gui. Professor Zhu, no need for words, try this and see what it is. Chapter 95, Terrifying Potency, Soaring to New Heights. You want me to try it? Zhu Gui examined the small vial Lin Feng handed him, scrutinizing it closely for a moment. What kind of potion is this? I've never seen anything like it before. Could it be? A vague notion surfaced in his mind, causing his breathing to quicken. Lin Feng said casually, Professor Zhu, this is a rare and valuable potion. Drink it quickly and try it out. Under Lin Feng's urging, Zhu Gui opened his mouth and took a small sip. As he slowly swallowed the tiny amount, suddenly, the qi and blood throughout his body began to surge restlessly. An intense craving erupted within him, compelling him to open wide and gulp it down in one go. Boom! A force akin to a volcanic eruption surged through his body. Hot breath poured from his mouth, his face trembling as if on fire, his blood seemed to burn within him. What the hell did I just drink? I need to let off some steam. Zhu Gui raised his fist, swinging it wildly through the air. Lin Feng watched Zhu Gui's unusually erratic behavior and let out a startled gasp. He knew the system had warned that everyone might react differently. At that moment, Zhu Gui's eyes widened as he stared at his data panel. Character, Zhu Gui. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 65. HP, 6,500 plus 5,290. Mana bar, 6,500 plus 6,077. Speed, 6,222 plus 6,543. Strength, 6,555 plus 7,642. Defense, 3,457 plus 4,778. Mental power, 6,687 plus 7,459. Talent, mastery of the hard S. Skills, mad medicine hands, reactive probability, formula perception. Experience points, 3111. Zhu Gui took a deep breath after reading the panel information. He thought he must be seeing things, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. All my stats are skyrocketing? Is this additional data? Lin Feng noticed his astonishment and promptly asked, Professor Zhu, how do you feel? Have your stats improved? Zhu Gui took another deep breath, his voice trembling as he spoke. Lin Feng, where did you get this formula? It's too incredible. Immediately, Zhu Gui unfolded his data panel before Lin Feng. Seeing a series of data points marked with plus signs, Lin Feng was startled. The numbers had surged, but the magnitude of the increase was within his expectations. However, as a gene-enhancing potion, it possessed one incredibly powerful effect. Its effects lasted for an entire week. Meaning that for the entire week, the user would maintain these enhanced stats. To be honest, Professor Zhu, this formula is a super-grade concoction unlocked after my career advancement. Its codename, Beast Blood Boil. If Professor Zhu is curious, I can share a bit more information with you. Zhu Gui took a deep breath upon hearing this. Super formula? I've unlocked quite a few tiered formulas myself, but I've never encountered anything this incredible. Lin Feng, I am indeed curious. Please share some details with me. Professor Zhu Gui looked at Lin Feng eagerly. Lin Feng made no attempt to conceal it, summarizing the key points with refreshing candor. After detailing the effects of the beast blood boiling formula, Zhu Gui's eyes widened, his boiling bloodline seemingly reignited. Lin Feng continued, actually, there's one crucial point about this formula. With my innate talent and skill enhancements, it can unleash 32 times its potency and maintain that effect for 8 years without dissipating. As the words left his lips, a thunderclap seemed to reverberate within Zhu Gui's mind. What? 32 times the potency, and it can maintain its potency for 8 years without dissipating? I thought SSS plus talent was already god tier, but seeing this today it's not just god tier, it's beyond god tier. Even that super alchemist from the Divine Workers Guild couldn't guarantee an 8-year potency. This is truly monumental. I must report this immediately to the national leadership. Zhu Gui was visibly agitated and reached for his phone. But the next second, Lin Feng pressed down on his hand. Professor Zhu, it's unnecessary. The national leaders are already aware of the potion and the skill that extends its duration. I'd appreciate it if Professor Zhu could help me keep this confidential. I'd rather play it safe and develop quietly. While I'm not afraid of combat, it might inevitably affect you all. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhu Gui immediately stopped dialing. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Understood. Since the national leaders are already aware of this matter, I won't pry further. But whatever you need in the future, you can always come to me. Here. Just some medicinal formulas I brought for you, all my treasured collections over the years. Zhu Gui promptly handed the bag in his hand to Lin Feng. Startled, Lin Feng waved his hands in refusal. Professor Zhu, these are your personal treasures. I can't accept them. Zhu Gui's expression turned stern as he shot him a sideways glance. Stop fussing. I said I'm giving them to you, so I'm giving them to you. Besides, you gave me that amazing potion. I feel like my work efficiency will skyrocket this week. In the end, Lin Feng accepted the bag. He genuinely needed some basic, intermediate, or advanced formulas to craft simple potions. After a brief casual chat, Zhu Gui strode out, sprinting away while laughing heartily. Watching this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. After a moment's thought, he pulled out his phone and called Zhang Zhan, instructing him to send the beast blood boiling potion to the front lines for testing. Perhaps it could alleviate some of the pressure on the front lines. After Zhang Zhan dispatched someone to collect the potion, Lin Feng returned to his residence with a bag filled with formulae. All freshmen at the Talent Academy had completed registration yesterday, with classes set to begin tomorrow. Professor Zhu Gui was the potions instructor for this cohort of freshmen, and they had now had a chance to meet and become acquainted. His purpose for coming to Huaxia Capital University was clear: to rapidly enhance his own abilities. Unlocking more formulas and skills would help the nation overcome obstacles to recovery. Especially the Divine Workers Guild. Since arriving at Huaxia Capital University, Lin Feng had sensed an unfathomable danger lurking within. While external threats had vanished, internal ones remained. His immediate goal was to eliminate every internal threat. Enough. Tomorrow brings an enrollment meeting and entrance exams. I'll just take them casually to avoid stirring up trouble. With the system's enhancement, his innate talents were overwhelmingly dominant within the alchemist profession. After sleeping soundly until dawn, washing up, and eating breakfast, Lin Feng headed straight for the training center. He exited the cordoned-off pharmaceutical building and made his way toward the faculty conference center. As soon as he stepped outside, 2 or 3 figures lurking nearby fixed him with icy stares. Kid, come here. We need to have a word with you. Chapter 96, Teaching Zhouyao's suitor a lesson. Vote for gold selection. Suddenly, the heaviest set man standing at the back spoke up. Lin Feng glanced at him and recognized him as Yan Dazhuan, the one who had been madly pursuing the counselor yesterday. Get lost. Seeing them block his path, Lin Feng didn't slow down. Seeing Lin Feng act so cocky, the 3 immediately stepped in front of him, snorting coldly. Whoa, holy. Is this the new freshman? Enrolling this early, you must be here to suck up to Goddess Zhou. Who gave you the guts? The irritating words echoed in Lin Feng's ears once more. Even at a prestigious institution like Huaxia Capital University, he still encountered undergraduates with such low standards. I'll say it again, get lost. Yan Dazhuang heard this, shook his head, and charged toward Lin Feng, rolling up his sleeves. You dare insult me? Do you know who I am? My dad owns the renowned fireman forging company in the capital. Do you have any idea how rich our family is? Lin Feng dug his ear, dismissing the rant as utter nonsense, and immediately headed toward the conference center. Seeing Lin Feng ignore him, Yan Dazhuang's rage boiled over. You really don't know when to stop. His two henchmen surged forward. Lin Feng's gaze turned icy. He grabbed the hand resting on his shoulder and gave it a slight tug. Snap! Holy! Both thugs' arms snapped back at 90-degree angles. Lin Feng kicked them aside, sending them crashing to the ground, unconscious. Yan Dazhuang was startled, but he forced himself to suppress his shock and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Golden substance formed barbs on his knuckles. Lin Feng raised his fist, colliding with it in a thunderous clash. Yan Dazhuang's wrist buckled as he collapsed to his knees, wailing pitifully, How is this possible? Your fist is impossibly hard. I'm an 18th level fist warrior. Lin Feng had no desire for further words. He raised his foot, poised to strike. Lin Feng, you dare, if you kick me now, you'll face the consequences. Yan Dazhuang threatened, but Lin Feng only responded with a cold smirk before delivering a brutal kick. A piercing scream echoed as the opponent's thigh buckled. Too noisy. Just as he was about to leave, a figure approached from behind him. Lin. Zhou Yao's words hung in the air as she watched Lin Feng's foot strike down. She sighed softly and stepped forward. Lin Feng, you go ahead. I'll handle this. A hint of surprise flashed across her face. She knew Yan Dazhuang's level and strength as a fistfighter, his defense and attack power were both formidable. Yet Lin Feng had met his punch head-on, sparking her curiosity. Could it be that Lin Feng's level had risen again? Lin Feng looked at Zhou Yao and didn't leave. Counselor, don't waste any more time on trash like this. Let's go. Zhou Yao glanced at the three writhing on the ground, sighed softly, and nodded. Let's go. They brought this on themselves. Besides, there's surveillance footage. Lin Feng had also noticed the surveillance. By acting after they struck first, his response was entirely justified as self-defense. After they left, Yan Dazhuang, still sprawled on the ground, pulled out his phone and dialed a number. You, don't think just because you are our class's campus beauty, I'll let you off easy. So what if it's the Talent Academy? My brother's in there too. You'll be sorry about this. The two arrived at the conference building one after the other in no time. Lin Feng and Zhou Yao entered the conference room together, instantly drawing the attention of many. Lin Feng merely glanced around and immediately sensed a palpable pressure. This year's intake numbered over 100 newcomers. Though not exceptionally large, the cohort encompassed a wide array of professions. From what he understood, anyone admitted to the Talent Academy possessed at least an S-tier talent rating. Counselor Zhou, we've been waiting for you. Please come up. A portly man in uniform approached and promptly invited Zhou Yao to proceed. Then, with a look of contempt, he turned to Lin Feng and said, Student, please take your seat promptly. What are you still waiting for? Lin Feng glanced back at him before locating the seat labeled for him. As he sat down, several pairs of eyes fell upon him. Lin Feng understood perfectly well that everyone was curious about the new student. But not far behind him, one gaze was exceptionally cold, almost murderous. Lin Feng turned his head to look. With just a glance, he noticed this person bore a striking resemblance to Yan Dazhuang from earlier. This individual was even more muscular, with golden metal gauntlets encasing his fists, clearly another fistfighter. Is this the one who bullied my little brother? Oomph. He really is asking for it. Little Tian, we've known each other for so many years, and I've never once asked you for anything. See that kid over there? Seated beside him was a young man with a full beard, pockmarked skin, and long black hair. He lifted the black and gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. As he listened, his face darkened with anger. Especially when Zhou Yao's name came up, his fists clenched tightly. Fine. Even if it weren't for your brother, I'd still settle this with him. Zhou Yao was my junior back in the day. After graduation, I heard she went to teach at a junior college. I thought my chance was gone, but now, she's back as a counselor. Doesn't that mean my chance has come? I've never had the pleasure of pursuing a counselor in her new role. Lin Feng, seated not far ahead, possessed keen mental acuity and easily overheard their conversation. Especially when they mentioned Counselor Zhou Yao, the lecherous look on his face grew even more pronounced. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, muttering under his breath, bunch of idiots. Don't they know the counselor's real identity? If Commander Zhou ever finds out, he'll skin you alive. The meeting concluded swiftly, and Lin Feng followed the group back to the Talent Development Academy. His heavily guarded compound was a pharmaceutical building specially allocated by the state, housing top-tier laboratories and pharmacists. Spanning over 1,000 acres, the Talent Development Academy housed numerous specialized facilities and equipment. Upon arriving at his class, Lin Feng glanced around and noted there were only 15 pharmacists present. Professor Zhu Gui stood at the podium, cleared his throat, and began, "Good afternoon, everyone. Let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Zhu Gui." After his introduction, Zhu Gui outlined the 4-year training program. This plan would be tailored to each individual, ensuring they graduate as specialized professionals urgently needed by the nation. But after finishing, he abruptly changed the subject. "Following protocol, we'll conduct a pharmaceutical test today. I'll evaluate your performance. Let's begin." Chapter 97, Pharmaceutical Test. You're choosing a low-level formula? As the command to begin was given, Lin Feng saw a prescription and a pile of medicinal herbs placed on the pharmaceutical table. Everyone stepped forward to examine them. After scanning the items, Lin Feng heard Professor Zhu Gui continue, "Let me explain the test rules. You may select any potion you wish to craft from the table. Be sure to choose one that matches your skill level. Once the potions are complete, I will invite different class changers to sample them and assign ratings from 1 to 10. I will use the average score as the evaluation standard. This marks your first assessment since enrollment. These scores and rankings will determine your resource allocation for the first semester. Please take this seriously." Upon hearing this, everyone grew tense. Lin Feng surveyed the 15 classmates, including himself. They all stared at each other blankly, strangers from all corners of the country, none familiar with one another. If scoring was involved, it would essentially come down to who excelled at pharmaceutical production. The primary focus was resource allocation. Although resources were distributed in real time based on GPA, this was the very first assessment. Who wouldn't want to make a good impression on the instructor and get a head start? If there are no objections, you may now select your formulas and begin production. Professor Zhu Gui finished speaking, and everyone sprang into action. Lin Feng scanned the formulas on the table, starting from the top: basic, intermediate, advanced, and supreme. In the blink of an eye, many intermediate and advanced formulas were snapped up. The most remaining were low-grade and supreme-grade formulas. Zhu Gui frowned, observing Lin Feng standing motionless. Seeing that most had finished selecting, he walked over to the low-grade formula display and picked one up. Spirit-infused medicine, low-grade. Enhances the potency of medicinal substances, keeping the user alert. When Lin Feng saw this potion, he was instantly captivated. Though merely a low-grade potion, it could keep the user alert. What might it become when combined with his innate talents? Having crafted numerous energy-boosting potions and super potions, he decided to try something different. The moment he selected the low-grade potion, the other 14 students all turned to look at him with peculiar expressions. Zhu Gui also frowned. He knew full well that with Lin Feng's current abilities, crafting high-grade potions would pose no challenge. This low-grade formula was merely meant to diversify the table, serving purely as decoration. He was certain no one would choose them. But today, an exception had emerged. Moreover, today's test would determine the allocation of early-stage resources, as he had made abundantly clear earlier. Yet, Lin Feng had chosen it. Was Lin Feng looking for trouble? Was he just being low-key, or had he discovered something unusual about this medicine? "Lin Feng, are you certain you wish to select the low-grade formula?" After a moment's thought, Zhu Gui frowned and asked. Holding the spirit-binding potion formula and ingredients, Lin Feng looked at Zhu Gui and said, "Yes, Professor Zhu. I'll just go with the spirit-binding potion formula." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the other students nearly burst out laughing. After all, spirit-binding potion was a low-grade formula. How could a gifted talent selected for the Talent Academy only be capable of crafting a low-grade formula? If word got out, it would be laughable. The bearded, freckled youth with long black hair standing beside him lifted his black and gold glasses on his nose once more and sneered, "You're Lin Feng, right? I thought only alchemists with absolute talent came here for training. Never imagined you'd be this lacking. I was even thinking of betting with you to see whose potion was better. Now I see you're just ridiculously bad. Ha 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 ha." His laughter echoed throughout the classroom, drawing laughter from the other students. Lin Feng now looked like a complete rookie among a group of pros. Standing at the lectern, Zhu Gui tapped the desk. "Quiet. What's going on? What are you all doing? You've barely arrived and you're already mocking your classmates? Once you've made your choice, get to work crafting." Under his stern reprimand, the room fell silent. But the young man who had mocked Lin Feng continued, "Lin Feng, this time I'll show you how I'll take first place. You can just settle for dead last. A rookie like you should give up on Zhou Yao sooner rather than later." Lin Feng glanced sideways at him, slowly approaching until he stood mere inches away. His voice was measured, "You sure talk a lot. And you think you can take first place?" With that, Lin Feng selected a pharmaceutical lab and began his work. Li Tian, stung by the retort, seethed with irritation, his lips trembling slightly. The next second, he selected a top-tier formula from the table and headed to a lab to begin his own preparation. "We'll see about that." Seeing both Lin Feng and Li Tian begin their preparations, the other students grew even more eager to watch the show unfold. But at Professor Zhu Gui's urging, they quickly began preparing their own potions as well. Lin Feng busied himself in the alchemy chamber. To keep a low profile, he opted not to use the medicine god's furnace, relying instead on the equipment within the lab. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng gazed at the low-grade spirit-infused potion before him and took a light sniff. Even before drinking it, the scent alone made his mind feel incredibly clear. It felt sharper than plunging from a scorching summer day straight into an icy river. Let's see how effective this spirit-infused potion I made is. He activated the system and scanned the finished spirit-infused potion. Name, Spirit Binding Potion. Grade, Low. Spirituality, so exhilarating it makes your scalp tingle, like ascending to heaven. Effect, enhances the spiritual potency of medications while keeping the user alert. This formula amplifies potency by 35 times and maintains its efficacy for 7 years without dissipating. 38 times? After amplification, this low-grade potion has skyrocketed to top-tier potency. It could even rival super premium potions. After dividing the potion into 20 vials, Lin Feng waited nearly half an hour before carrying them out of the alchemy lab. By then, the other students had also finished their preparations, each carrying potions with potent aromas as they exited. Before long, everyone gathered in the classroom. Xu Guwei surveyed everyone's potions and nodded. Alright, since everyone is prepared, I'll invite the judges to evaluate them. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 3 unfamiliar middle-aged individuals entered the room. They are professors from the neighboring Forging, Fist Warrior, and Frost Mage departments. We've also invited your advisor to serve as a judge. As he finished speaking, Zhou Yao, dressed in a black uniform, walked in and raised her hand to greet everyone. Hello, everyone. I'm your counselor, Zhou Yao. The moment she appeared, every student was stunned. Chapter 98, is this a low-grade spirit binding potion? Soaring to the skies vote request. Her figure and appearance, in particular, left the students speechless. Li Tian nearly drooled at the sight, hastily waving his hand and calling out, Xiao Yao, it's me, Li Tian. The moment Zhou Yao saw Li Tian, a wave of disgust washed over her. She slowly replied, MHM. Xu Guwei, seeing everyone had gathered, declared, alright. Who's going first? A chubby guy raised his hand and began the test. He chose an intermediate potion, the dazzling potion, a support-type potion that could confuse opponents when discarded. After everyone had used theirs, they began inputting their scores. Before long, an average score of 8 was displayed. As the pace quickened, only Lin Feng and Li Tian remained. All eyes were fixed intently on the two of them. Lin Feng, you said I couldn't be the top student in the class? Now I'll show you what real strength looks like. He handed over the premium grade potion in his hand, and the 4 judges began using it. A premium grade body shaping potion? The color and quality are indeed excellent. After drinking it, I feel noticeably slimmer. If sold on the market, it would surely fetch a high price. Indeed. And it has no side effects whatsoever. For Li Tian to achieve this level, his capabilities are truly formidable. After the 3 professor judges had their say, Zhou Yao picked up 1 vial and took a small sip. As the liquid touched her lips, Li Tian's gaze shifted. Although Zhou Yao sensed a potent potency, it proved negligible within his body, already fortified by human gene enhancement serums. Her body had essentially been reborn, its form reaching the pinnacle of perfection. 9. She slowly raised her card, displaying the final score. Professor Zhu Guwei nodded. Excellent. Li Tian's mouth scores a 9. It seems he's the high scorer this time, but whether it's the absolute highest, we'll have to see. Zhu Guwei's gaze fixed on the spirit-infused potion cradled in Lin Feng's hands. At the same time, his curiosity reached its peak. Lin Feng, you're the last one left. Lin Feng handed the potion forward. All eyes in the room were fixed on the spirit-binding potion in his hand, and many classmates couldn't help but chuckle under their breath. A low-grade spirit-binding potion? Even if it's crafted perfectly, how could it possibly turn the tables? Hey! Stop looking, stop looking. Li Tian's body-shaping potion is definitely going to take first place. Hilarious. That kid actually brought a low-grade potion to the test. Didn't he realize Professor Zhu Guwei probably left it there? And he chose. Waves of mocking voices echoed around Lin Feng's ears. But Lin Feng let out a cold chuckle inside, watching as the judges picked up their samples, ready to drink. Distinguished professors and counselors, allow me to offer a friendly reminder, when you take your sip, you might want to hold on to something. If any mishaps occur, don't blame me. No sooner had he spoken than Zhou Yao was the first to grab the doorframe. Suddenly, Zhu Guwei recalled yesterday when he downed the beast blood-boiling potion Lin Feng had offered. It had nearly made him vomit through every orifice. So what was he implying, that stacking these low-grade potions would amplify their effects? Having tried the Divine Strength potion before, he instantly recalled that sensation and braced himself against the lectern. The other 3 professors scratched their heads at the scene before them. Professor Zhu, it's just a low-level potion, is it really that exaggerated? I mean, we're all seasoned veterans with plenty of experience under our belts. We may not match your expertise, but we've seen our share of things. Fine, we'll drink it. I refuse to believe a mere spirit-binding potion could. One professor had barely started speaking when he downed his potion. His words abruptly cut off as his eyes widened in shock. The students watching froze in place, staring at them in shock. Under everyone's gaze, his hair stood on end, his entire body convulsing as if electrocuted. The instant the potion's 38-fold potency fully activated, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees. His consciousness was instantly transcended. The other surviving professors experienced the same effect. Fortunately, Zhu Guai and Zhou Yao had prepared themselves. After drinking it, their legs trembled violently, nearly causing them to lose control. They steadied themselves with their last ounce of strength. Wow! I feel so energized. The potency of this spirit-infused elixir is nothing like I imagined. One professor suppressed his inner shock and regained his composure. The other two professors were similarly affected. Zhu Guai took deep breaths, steadily calming his own inner shock. After a long pause, he slowly spoke up, "May I receive my score now?" The three professors spoke in unison, 10 points. Zhu Guai and Zhou Yao echoed in unison, 10 points. The moment the scores were announced, the students below were stunned. Even though this wasn't a major competition, these professors had served as judges countless times before. For them to unanimously award a perfect score was highly unnatural. Whispers rippled through the audience. What piqued their curiosity even more was that this low-grade spirit-infused potion was just the most common type of elixir, right? Surely this grading must be based on craftsmanship and potency. Li Tian, standing below, stepped forward, his voice boiling with anger. "Professors, instructors, I refuse to accept this. You all gave it a perfect 10? A mere low-grade potion, whether judged by potency or craftsmanship, could never possibly merit a 10? Faced with his protest, the other students below joined in. Exactly. How could a low-grade potion possibly achieve that? Could it be that the professors colluded and deliberately faked it? Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Professor Zhu Guai slammed his fist on the table. What is this? What exactly are you trying to accomplish? This result is the combined judgment of all evaluators. It is indisputable. Li Tian stepped forward again. I refuse to accept this. If the potion's grade isn't high enough, then its efficacy must surpass mine. If you insist on this result, there's still the potion left. Let me taste it myself. The moment the words left his mouth, all eyes in the room turned to Lin Feng. After all, the potion was crafted by Lin Feng. The decision rested with him. Watching the situation spiral out of control, Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This kid truly wouldn't learn until it was too late. A 38x spirit-infused potion, higher-level users might endure it, but for students like them? They'd likely lose consciousness from the mental overload. He'd be so hyped he'd turn into a hyperactive little guy. You really won't learn until it's too late. I agree, but if anything happens to you after drinking it, it's not my problem. Lin Feng said slowly. Of course. Li Tian snorted derisively, immediately stepping forward to grab a vial of spirit-infused potion. He downed it right in front of everyone. The instant it touched his lips, his eyes bulged wide, nearly popping out of their sockets. The next second, his legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 99, Test Results Announced, New Quest Unlocked, Job Changebook. Students and teachers alike were stunned by his display. Wasn't this just a low-grade potion? Li Tian, who had been so confident about trying it, collapsed peacefully after just one sip. Lin Feng, standing nearby, snorted with a sneer. What an idiot. My potions aren't meant for just anyone to drink. Must have gotten too cocky. Upon seeing him collapse, the professors immediately called for medical assistance. Soon after, faculty medics entered carrying a stretcher and carried him out. As the classroom fell silent, all eyes turned to Lin Feng. The other students looked on, utterly bewildered. Was this potion really that powerful? Even with the evidence right before their eyes, they hadn't personally tried it themselves. After all, a low-grade potion couldn't possibly be worth a high score. Professor Zhu, since this potion is so effective, if we can't drink it, surely we can at least smell it? Yeah. No matter how you look at it, a low-level potion can't possibly be stronger than our intermediate and advanced ones. Exactly. This is just unfair. A chorus of student protests erupted, instantly turning the room chaotic. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Professor Zhu Guai cleared his throat. I understand many of you are puzzled. I've requested permission from Lin Feng to keep one vial so everyone can smell it. That should resolve any issues, correct? After a moment's thought, Zhu Guai made this decision. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. Of course, that's fine with me. He genuinely didn't want his potion to fall into the wrong hands, lest it cause widespread panic. Currently, his potions were not circulating on the market level. If they entered the market, it would be a devastating blow to other potions of the same grade. Zhu Guai slowly opened a vial and placed it before the student at the very front. The students, who had been somewhat skeptical, slowly inhaled the scent beneath their noses. The calm expressions on their faces suddenly gave way to disbelief. The invigorating sensation shot up their nasal passages and flooded their minds. Their previously calm minds were instantly elevated to an indescribable state of alertness. Awesome. That's the feeling. After inhaling, every student's eyes widened in wide-eyed amazement. Is this really a low-grade potion? Just one sniff sent their spirits soaring to the absolute peak. At the same time, they felt fortunate. If they had to drink a vial like Li Tian did, they'd probably meet the Grim Reaper. Everyone present gave Lin Feng's potion an extremely high rating. Especially the female students, their gazes toward him were tinged with flirtatiousness. The attention made Lin Feng feel a bit uncomfortable. Noticing the classroom atmosphere growing awkward again, Zhu Gui cleared his throat and announced, "Since no one has any objections, Lin Feng is declared the winner this time. Since we're all part of this group, we must support and help each other. Additionally, I have another announcement. Soon, the freshmen of our Talent Academy will embark on a secret realm trial. Although we are support-type alchemists who rarely engage in combat, this trial will help you understand battlefield conditions and the feedback on potion usage in combat. It will be immensely beneficial for your future development. Therefore, the trial will commence in 1 week. At that time, you may form teams with other new transferees to tackle the challenges together. After our newcomers' secret realm trials conclude and their orientation begins, there will be a joint trial involving all freshmen from Huaxia Capital University. Subsequently, there will be secret realm trials involving both seniors and freshmen. Also, if you wish to tackle higher-level secret realms, our Talent Academy holds priority application slots." At this point, Zhu Gui realized he'd said a bit too much. With a wry smile, he added, "Sorry, I forgot we're support-type alchemists. Our primary focus should still be mastering alchemy." At this, the students' excitement surged. Venturing into secret realms, that was something every transferee yearned to do. However, as students of the Talent Academy, many possessed extraordinary talent and grew at an astonishing pace. Entering secret realms to grind monsters for experience was the fastest and most efficient way to level up. Upon hearing this news, Lin Feng also felt a flicker of anticipation. After all, Huaxia Capital University possessed an abundance of qualified secret realm portals. Once you possess the qualifications, you can apply. This was precisely the first thing Lin Feng wanted to do upon arriving at Huaxia Capital University. Grinding monsters not only boosts experience but also levels you up. Besides, his dream is to become a super alchemist who transcends the limitations of support roles. He could strike, shoot, defend, and attack. But for the secret realm trial just a week away, he couldn't very well enter wielding a revolver and take down the entire realm with a single shot, could he? Therefore, he still needed a reliable close-range weapon. Now it's just a matter of whether I can unlock another offensive class artifact. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng waited the entire afternoon. But the system seemed to lack telepathy. No quest prompts appeared. Forget it. Some things just can't be forced. If all else fails, I'll just buy a weapon from the mist shop at Huaxia Capital University. After finishing his remaining classes, Lin Feng returned to his dorm. Just as he lay down, the system voice suddenly chimed in. Ding! New task issued. Breast milk is indeed a crucial source of nutrients for a child's growth, but infants also require ample hydration daily. Appropriate, moderate water supplementation is equally vital. Task details: drink 10 milliliters of warm water every hour, for a total of 4 times. Reward: 1 draw for a special identity trait for the apothecary. Special alchemist status terms: Death Dealer, Lifesaver, Divine Enhancer. Upon winning, the host may activate class transitions based on the special status, unlocking corresponding additional term talents. Transitions can be reversed back to normal status at any time. Additional reward: 1 draw for a profession-specific tool. Professional equipment contents: Potency Dagger Blueprint, Toxin Sniper Rifle Blueprint, All-Weather Storage Potion Blueprint. Here it comes. Finally. And it's a double reward. Lin Feng, lying on the bed, leaped to his feet, his eyes brimming with excitement. Identity entries: weren't these essentially the high-level class change scrolls? He never expected to unlock it this early. And the class equipment? It was likely the close-range weapon he needed. He just didn't know if it would be a knife, sword, or some other weapon. Without hesitation, Lin Feng walked over to the side, boiled a kettle of hot water, and waited for it to cool. He then scooped out a portion, gauged the quantity roughly, and drank it down. But the system remained completely silent. Could it be that it requires an exact 10 milliliters? This system really is twisted. The thought immediately solidified in Lin Feng's mind. He promptly found a cup with precise measurements, filled it exactly to 10 milliliters, and downed it in 1 gulp. Ding! Congratulations, host, for drinking 10 milliliters. Count: 1, time interval, 5 seconds. 6 seconds. Seeing it work, Lin Feng began the hour-long wait. Chapter 100, The Fatal Chemist's Transmigration Manual, Death's Poison Sword Artifact. As the hour neared its end, Lin Feng reheated the liquid and cooled it to the precise temperature. Ding! Congratulations, host, for drinking 10 milliliters of water. Count: 2 times. Time interval: 5 seconds. 6 seconds. Ding! Congratulations, host, for drinking 10 milliliters of water. Count: 4 times. Time interval: 5 seconds. 6 seconds. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward obtained: 1 draw for a special alchemist identity trait. Shall we begin the draw now? Draw now. Lin Feng was overcome with excitement, unwilling to wait even a moment. He knew full well that as a professional, the class change scroll could only be used within his current profession. After changing professions, he wouldn't become an archer, warrior, or the like. Ultimately, he would remain an alchemist. Only that his alchemist status would now carry deeper specializations. However, Lin Feng's system notification mentioned one crucial detail: after changing his class, he could revert back to the ordinary alchemist identity. Suppose the class change scroll he obtained transformed him into a death dealer alchemist. He could instantly switch to being a death-dealing poison master whenever needed, and revert to an ordinary alchemist when it wasn't. This realization made Lin Feng even more excited. Originally, he'd only wanted a professional weapon, but who knew he'd end up with a job change scroll? If the class he could switch to match the weapon he drew, wouldn't that be absolutely awesome? The thought sent a wave of excitement coursing through Lin Feng. As the two lottery machines began spinning, Lin Feng quickly shouted, "Stop!" The two lottery machines slowly came to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, host, on drawing the Alchemist Special Identity entry. Death Dealer includes Job Change Book. Death Dealer, after class change, proficiency with toxic potions increases by 50%, poison attribute potion crafting speed increases by 60%, poison immunity increases by 70%, and mana consumption for crafting poison attribute potions decreases by 80%. When Lin Feng saw the entry for transforming into a Death Dealer alchemist, he froze instantly. 50% increase in smoothness when handling toxic potions? 60% increase in poison-type potion crafting speed? 70% immunity to poison attribute potions? 80% reduction in mana consumption when crafting poison attribute potions? The further he read, the more exhilarated and stunned Lin Feng became. Essentially, this meant that by crafting poison potions, he could dominate the field. Admittedly, many players awaken as poison masters right from the start. But those who awaken it only have poison potions to play with afterward. Whereas someone like him could later use both poison and non-poison potions, essentially mastering all types of potions. While specialization had its merits, his unique abilities and status essentially outclassed every poison master out there. Awesome! Why has the equipment lottery for the other class gone silent? Just as Lin Feng was puzzled, the previously dormant system sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn an additional reward, the offensive profession tool, Death God's Poison Sword. Description: a tarnished iron blade capable of holding poison. Appearing ordinary, it can be used for disguise and identity concealment. When activated, it unleashes lethal force proportional to the poison's potency. Death God's Poison Blade. 1. A cold weapon exclusively for use by alchemists. 2. Capable of storing poison for release when needed. 3. Can be enhanced with the host's class talents, skill attributes, and class-specific artifact attributes. Opening Artifact Blueprint, Death's Poison Blade, Interface. Tool, Death's Poison Blade. Type, Offensive. Speed damage, 0. Defense damage, 0. Mental damage, 0. HP damage, 0. Mana bar damage, 0. Level, low. Attached entries, none. Note, host, please promptly seek a suitable blacksmith to forge this item. It will be usable once forged. Low tier? Doesn't that mean any blacksmith can craft it? Does that mean I can mass produce these, attach my potion to them, and give them to other alchemists for survival? At this thought, he was stunned. This would be a massive boost for other alchemists across the nation. After calming himself, he set the matter aside. Tomorrow, I'll see if I can find a blacksmith classmate from the neighboring class to forge it. With that resolve set, Lin Feng tucked away the blueprint and shifted his focus to the job change scroll. Let's give it a try. System, activate the Death Poisoner Job Change Book. Ding! Congratulations, host, on activating the Job Change Book, Death Dealing Poison Master. Suddenly, the alchemist's identity badge appeared above Lin Feng's head. Instead, the pharmacist's identity badge vanished, replaced by the sinister, deathly poisonous signboard radiating a dark purple aura. His entire demeanor transformed into something profoundly sinister and terrifying. Were he clad in a black robe, he would look every bit the villain. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt his entire body's sensitivity to toxins begin to skyrocket. At this moment, he felt nothing from any non-toxic potions. Instead, he felt an overwhelming craving for concoctions containing toxins. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng couldn't resist the restlessness within and drew forth the alchemist's cauldron. In the bag beside him lay the formula given by Professor Zhu Gui. Lin Feng had reviewed it once before. Among the recipes was a low-grade poison formula called tetanus toxin. In essence, it was a rudimentary formula that harnessed the agonizing pain of tetanus. Typically, such formulas were used by assassins applied to daggers to inflict tetanus upon wounding their targets. Without prompt treatment, the tetanus toxin would spread, eventually causing the body to rot and die. This formula existed not only in China but worldwide, representing a relatively ancient poison recipe. Modern countermeasures have long been established, relegating it to a mere practice formula for novice poisoners. As an alchemist, he could easily concoct it himself. Perfect. I have the ingredients for tetanus poison. I'll try making it. Lin Feng had stockpiled quite a few herbs suitable for low-level potion making, and by chance, he had enough to assemble the recipe. Open. This time, Lin Feng didn't activate any skills. He relied solely on his innate talent to craft the potion. Once the potion tower was activated, the formula began brewing within. In less than 3 minutes, the potion was complete. The speed genuinely astonished Lin Feng. He opened the Alchemist's forge, measured out the tetanus antidote precisely, then initiated a system scan. Name, tetanus antidote. Grade, low. Potency, extremely rapid destruction upon entering the bloodstream. Effects, tetanus toxin spreads through the bloodstream, damaging body cells and ravaging the physical form. This agent amplifies the toxin's potency by 30 times. 30x? A low-grade potion rivaling ultra-premium potions? And this is a poison agent, its potency is its toxicity. Chapter 101, New Secret Realm Plunder, Beast Blood Boiling Potion Unleashed. If applied to the Death God's poison sword, the resulting combat power would be absolutely terrifying. What I lack now is forging the Death God's poison sword. Once forged, I'll finally have the means to slay monsters and level up. This would both boost experience points and enrich combat experience. Later on, I could even farm all the untapped Secret Realm resources across the nation, benefiting the country. Mass-producing Death God poison swords and submitting them in bulk to the nation, letting others grind monsters to boost my strength, wouldn't that be absolutely mind-blowing? At this thought, Lin Feng chuckled softly. After changing back to his normal alchemist state, he took a deep breath and gazed out at the starry sky. Wonder what the status of those super recovery potions is now. I need to secure the 2 missing ones for the nation first. Lin Feng had already checked his interface, his experience points hadn't changed much. He picked up his phone again and sent a message to Zhang Zhan. At that moment, along the coastline of China, a group of Chinese class changers materialized on a deserted island in the Pacific region. Among them was Zhang Zhan. After arriving at the front lines, he had heard Wu Lei mention that they had discovered a brand new secret realm entrance. Most of the accessible secret realms worldwide had already been thoroughly explored. Some exceptionally difficult ones had indeed never been fully explored. Thus, any newly discovered secret realm represented an invaluable treasure for every nation. China was no exception. General Zhang, this secret realm looks like even a level 70 warrior would struggle to solo it. The loot drops inside must be so good it'd make your hands cramp. Wu Lei's mouth watered at the sight of this brand new realm. Zhang Zhan glanced at it and nodded. Distribute these potions. Under no circumstances should you drink them unless it's an absolute emergency. Only after seeing the vials distributed to every warrior did Zhang Zhan finally relax. Oh, and I've recently gotten intel that the Divine Workers Guild has mastered 2nd generation orc technology. Word is it enhances fusion compatibility with ferocious beasts even further. Be extremely cautious. Only use this potion if you absolutely cannot handle the situation. Upon hearing this, Wu Lei immediately patted his chest and declared, those puny God Workers Guild scrubs? What do they think they can do? Oh, one more thing, was this potion made by Lin Feng? Zhang Zhan shot him a withering look. Yes. Upon hearing it was Lin Feng's creation, Wu Lei pounded his chest even harder. Then rest assured we'll defend the secret realm entrance to the death. No sooner had he finished speaking than a series of furious roars echoed through the air. One by one, unfamiliar foreign faces appeared. Spotting the secret realm, they burst into laughter. Found it. We finally found it. This is the secret realm. If we get to farm here first, it'll be awesome. Those Chinese bastards die. One by one, the foreign adventurers activated their beastman abilities. In the blink of an eye, their human forms began to mutate. A large man's back sprouted a massive spine that pierced through his clothes. His ribs expanded and protruded, and his face transformed as he became a giant boar over 3 meters tall. Giant cheetahs, wild dogs, and more. In the blink of an eye, they all completed their beast transformation. The Huaxia transferees guarding the area were utterly stunned by the spectacle. This level of mutation was vastly different from anything they had encountered before. The depth of their transformation into beasts was far more profound, with some reaching 60 to 70%. They were nearing the point of becoming full-fledged monstrous beasts. Chinese. Taste the lethal power of our 2nd generation orc technology. The new secret realm? You're not worthy of it. With a furious roar, they unleashed the bloodline suppression from within their ferocious beasts and charged toward the Chinese specialists. The Chinese specialists defending the perimeter were not flying, their health bars plummeting. Zhang Zhan was targeted by a mutated hunting dog. Without using any potions, he watched his health bar plummet at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, his once robust health bar dwindled to a mere 10%. Oomph. If I'm not mistaken, you must be General Zhang Zhan? I'm level 75, and with my beastman techniques, you're dead. In this critical moment, Zhang Zhan immediately opened the beast blood boiling potion and poured it into his mouth. Seeing Zhang Zhan use the potion, the other class changers swiftly activated theirs and poured them down their throats. With a thunderous roar, they seemed to go frenzied as every stat on their data panels began skyrocketing. Originally possessing only 3,000 HP, after being fully healed, an additional 30,000 HP was appended to their stats. Defense, spirit, speed, and all other stats followed suit. The sudden transformation left their opponents utterly stunned. Even at their peak, second-generation war technology couldn't possibly grant such exponential power surges. In the blink of an eye, the attacking ore class changer was knocked flat to the ground. The mutated hound, who had been suppressing Zhang Zhan with its level and second-generation beastman technology, was pinned to the ground and kicked by Zhang Zhan. The next second, he drew a dagger and slashed it across the mutant's throat, ending its life. All the Chinese transferees who had used potions experienced varying degrees of power surges, instantly reversing the previously perilous situation. Fuck. We need to retreat immediately. Our second-generation beastman techniques can't even scratch them. Inform the higher-ups at the Divine Staff Guild immediately. But before they could escape, they were wiped out. The Chinese transferees, whose fate was sealed, felt their bodies transform, the sensation so exhilarating they nearly rolled on the ground in ecstasy. Zhang Zhan was also astonished by the potion's effects, but he followed Lin Feng's instructions. This beast blood-boiling potion can last for 7 days. Wu Lei was so thrilled he practically flew off the handle. General Zhang, this potion Lin Feng made is absolutely fantastic. Not only does it boost stats, but its effects last an incredibly long time. Suppressing his inner excitement, Zhang Zhan urgently interjected, "Commander Wu, allow me to share some information with you. The effects of this potion can last for 7 days. I hope you'll allocate the remaining potions wisely. It's imperative that we hold this secret realm." The higher-ups are paying close attention to this matter. At this revelation, even Wu Lei was stunned. To sustain effects for 7 days, what a terrifyingly potent serum. After completing the serum trials and helping China secure the new secret realm, Zhang Zhan pulled out his phone and saw the message Lin Feng had sent him. He promptly drafted a reply and sent it. Lying in bed resting, Lin Feng's excitement surged upon seeing Zhang Zhan's reply. The video footage forwarded from the record showed that his potion had enabled China's transcenders to decisively defeat foreign transcenders equipped with second-generation beastman technology. The 7-day potency kept frontline warriors in a state of heightened alertness. Chapter 102, Seeking Classmates to Forge 8 Death God Poison Swords. Vote request. In 6 days, I'll unlock the skills to begin crafting the Beast Blood Boiling Potion and the Milk of Descent Potion. As for the third batch of human gene enhancement potions, that will likely have to be postponed. Upon realizing this, Lin Feng immediately had a clear objective. The primary contradiction must be resolved first. If the third batch of human gene enhancement potions were to commence production, it would inevitably be on a large scale, requiring comprehensive coverage of all high-level personnel. By the fourth batch, it would need to be made available to the entire population. This was a relatively lengthy process. However, as Zhang Zhan had ultimately discovered, even gathering the necessary medicinal ingredients was an extremely arduous task. The Divine Workers Union appears to have taken notice of Huaxia's actions, beginning to prohibit countries under its control from selling precious medicinal ingredients to Huaxia. Even non-precious herbs now face steep tariffs. This has led to extreme trade imbalance, making it exceptionally difficult for China to procure foreign medicinal herbs. Therefore, developing new secret realms domestically has become critically important. General Zhang will deliver the gathered ingredients for the destruction potion tomorrow, but some herbs are still missing. I had to come myself. Through discussions with Zhang Zhan, it became clear that poison windflowers and scaled beast brain marrow were missing. Poison windflower materials were indeed hard to come by, but according to General Zhang Zhan's hint, they could be found in the dungeons he would be testing. Since I'm about to undergo my own secret realm trial, this presents an opportunity. If all else failed, he could always resort to his skill in dissection and decomposition. There would always be a way. Therefore, he immediately declined the other party's request to venture into the secret realm to search for them. Moreover, his revolver Godslayer still held 2 rounds. Even if the danger was extreme, what boss below level 70 would dare harm him? Before crafting the super potion in the coming days, prepare the Death God Poison Sword. Be ready to venture into the secret realm anytime to grind monsters for leveling and gather materials. Early the next morning, Lin Feng rose before dawn. After attending the theory class in the classroom, he headed over to the blacksmithing classroom during his free time at noon. During class, many alchemist classmates had already started seeking teammates. As someone who preferred solo action, he naturally declined many requests to join groups. Upon entering the blacksmithing classroom, he suddenly spotted a young man with dyed yellow hair. The man held an iron hammer, which, under the influence of his skill, transformed into a blazing soul hammer. Is there only one blacksmith among the new students? Just then, a large group of new job change candidates approached him, asking if he'd join their party. Among them were warriors, mages, and others. But he declined each one. Seeing this, Lin Feng felt a spark of interest. He stepped forward and, standing before the forger, extended his right hand. "Hello," he said. "I'm a new student at the Talent Development Academy. My profession is alchemist. My name is Lin Feng. The man slowly raised his head, dropped the forging soul hammer from his hand onto the ground, and looked at him. Hello, I'm a blacksmith. Quan Zilong. Quan Zilong? Lin Feng visibly froze upon hearing the name. He had learned from Zhang Zhan that Master Shaolin indeed had an assistant named Quan Zilong. He had also enrolled in the same cohort as Lin Feng, as part of the talent development program. But he hadn't expected that Quan Zilong was the only blacksmith in their cohort. Lin, if you're suggesting we team up with a secret realm trial 6 days from now, I'm afraid I must decline. I prefer to go it alone. Quan Zilong glanced up at Lin Feng, a flicker of admiration passing through his eyes before they returned to their usual calm. Clearly, he sensed the young man before him wasn't the person he was seeking. Oh. No problem. Actually, I didn't come to ask you about teaming up with a secret realm. When Lin Feng stated his purpose, Quan Zilong, who had been swinging his hammer, paused. He lifted his gaze and asked, then what brings you here? Lin Feng replied cheerfully, actually, I'd like to ask you to forge an iron sword for me. An iron sword? Quan Zilong's expression softened upon hearing this. What grade? Do you have the blueprint? Lin Feng had already printed the blueprint, but before he could produce it, he replied, low grade. I've already printed the blueprint. You can use it as a reference. See if you can forge a few more iron swords for me. I'll cover the cost of materials. Lin Feng handed over the printed blueprint. Upon hearing it was for a low-grade iron sword, Quan Zilong immediately resumed his forging work. So it's just low-grade iron swords. Honestly, it's no challenge at all for me. Leave the blueprint here. Come pick it up tomorrow. If it's just iron for the materials, it won't cost much. We're classmates helping each other out. Lin Feng was naturally extremely grateful that the other was willing to help with the forging. However, even though the blueprint came from the system, it was still for a low-level tool. There was no real difficulty involved. After handing over the items, Lin Feng returned to the classroom for his afternoon classes. The theoretical knowledge taught at the Talent Cultivation Academy was far more extensive, an area where Lin Feng felt particularly lacking. Shortly after Lin Feng left, Quan Zilong, who was forging the artifact, set the finished piece aside and stretched lazily. I wonder who that alchemist General Zhang Zhan mentioned really is. I wonder if they've even arrived yet. I really want to meet them. Ever since crafting the Godslayer revolver last time, he'd been dwelling on this matter. Unfortunately, all the information the other party had left behind was fake. Only the Golden Mountain Vocational College was genuine. But with so many alchemists out there, he couldn't possibly identify the right one. After a moment of thought, he sighed helplessly and picked up the blueprint resting on the table. A low-grade iron sword, I can whip one up in half an hour. He picked up the blueprint with confidence. But the moment he saw the contents of the blueprint, his previously calm expression gradually turned grave. For this printed equipment design blueprint looked strangely familiar. This time, however, it was explicitly specified that only low-grade iron swords were to be forged, with no other materials permitted. Moreover, the forging process was remarkably straightforward. For a moment, he was completely lost in thought. Could I have misread it? Surely not, given how basic this iron sword is. But, why would an alchemist need an iron sword? If it's merely for self-defense, this grade is indeed a bit too low, isn't it? Waves of confusion surged through his mind. He hadn't given it much thought during the forging process, but now, upon reflection, it felt profoundly off. Not enough. He paused to collect his thoughts, then swiftly grabbed the tongs and plunged the iron ingot into the fiery furnace. The once sturdy iron softened under his hands as it was tempered. Bang! 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 He seized the hammer and began striking it with frenzied force. Half an hour later, 8 iron swords had been forged according to the blueprint. He waited quietly for the other party to come collect them the next day. Chapter 103, Successfully crafted ordinary iron swords transformed into deathly poison blades. Early the next morning, as agreed, Lin Feng headed to the blacksmith's workshop. It was the weekend, and Lin Feng could have slept in. But to prepare 2 super potions and stock up on potions for the secret realm expedition, he had pulled an all-nighter. As soon as he reached the forge room's entrance, he spotted the iron sword already forged and laid out on the table. Lin Feng? You're here. Your iron sword is ready. Quan Zilong paused his forging, removed his gloves, and walked toward him. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Thanks. How much do I owe you? Quan Zilong waved his hand dismissively. I told you we're classmates. No need for formalities. Lin Feng felt a twinge of confusion inside. Yesterday, this guy had seemed less than enthusiastic when he asked for a low-grade iron sword forged. Now he was suddenly being so polite. Labor costs, material costs, they all need to be accounted for. Here's 1,000 yuan. Take it. I'd rather not owe you a favor. Yesterday, Lin Feng had already estimated the cost of forging a low-grade iron sword. He'd based it on standard industry rates, then added a slight premium. Quan Zilong reluctantly accepted the forging fee. Slowly raising his head to look at Lin Feng, he spoke in a gentle tone. By the way, Lin Feng, I have a question about your iron sword forging blueprint. Lin Feng replied, Brother Quan, if you have any doubts, just speak up. It's no trouble. Quan Zilong hesitated briefly before finally asking, "Where did you obtain your forging blueprint? As an alchemist, why would you choose an iron sword as your weapon?" The question instantly made the atmosphere awkward. Under normal circumstances, an alchemist acquiring a forging blueprint would likely come from two sources, either as a reward from clearing secret realms or ruins. Alternatively, they might be acquired from trading shops or other professions. Alchemists rarely wield swords. Most forge items like potion flasks or potion guns. Even if a true alchemist used a sword for self-defense in a secret realm, they would primarily throw potions to inflict damage. This kind of area of effect damage is far more effective than a simple iron sword. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's mind raced. He quickly replied, "I happened to purchase this iron sword from an external shop. It's specifically designed for alchemists to wield, and it can be imbued with poison to increase its lethality." Upon hearing this, Quan Zilong's mind flashed back to the blueprint of the iron sword, the revolver he'd seen earlier, and the blueprint for the alchemist's forge. His thoughts became a bit jumbled. Judging from the previous revolver and alchemy furnace, if this were something requested by that super-level alchemist, it wouldn't be a low-grade iron sword. Even with poison infused, it wouldn't reach super premium grade, let alone revered grade. I see. Well then, I hope you achieve a favorable result in the secret realm trial 5 days from now, Lin. After confirming the other party held no clues he sought, Quan Zilong glanced at the time and sought to wrap up the conversation swiftly. Lin Feng could tell he was busy, likely forging tools for other students or clients, so he stored the 8 iron swords in his storage ring and left. Upon returning to his dorm, Lin Feng retrieved the 8 iron swords and laid them out on the desk. He then retrieved the tetanus poison and placed it on the table as well. Now it's time to fully transform this iron sword into a deadly poison blade. Lin Feng picked up one of the iron swords. Its blade was perfectly proportioned, the hilt square and solid with not a single unnecessary detail. After being sharpened, the blade gleamed silver and reflected light, incredibly sharp. A light swing produced a distinct whistling sound. Though a low-grade sword, it's truly a fine piece. Quan Zilong's forging skill is indeed exceptional, no wonder he's Master Shaolin's disciple. After offering his praise, Lin Feng activated the system scan, revealing the sword's information. Item, common iron sword. Type, offensive weapon. Speed damage, 11. Defense damage, 22. Mental damage, 0. HP damage, 44. Mana bar damage, 0. Level, low. Poison applied, none. Attached properties, none. Evaluation, truly an unremarkable iron sword perfect for chopping vegetables. Gazing at the displayed panel, Lin Feng couldn't help but let a sneer curl his lips. This crappy system even added an evaluation section. And the comments are so cheeky. Just you wait, I'll show you what a transformation looks like. Just then, a system notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully forging the Death God Venom Sword's vessel. Currently, you possess a venom potion. Please apply it to the iron sword to complete the metamorphosis. Do you wish to begin the application process? Apply transformation. As Lin Feng replied, he already had the tetanus toxin ready, dripping it onto the ordinary iron sword. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully attaching the tetanus poison. Transformation in progress. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring Death God Poison Sword 1. The originally silver bright iron sword began transforming at a visible speed after the tetanus poison was applied. Its metallic sheen darkened and turned crimson. Red rust appeared, spreading across the blade in an instant until it was completely covered, transforming it into a tattered, broken sword. Lin Feng was stunned by the sword's transformation. Such a beautiful blade, and this is what it becomes after turning into the Death God Poison Sword? If he took this out in public, wouldn't people laugh at him for being too cheap to buy a proper sword? However, the next second, the Death God Poison Sword's interface automatically appeared. Item, Death God's Poison Blade. Type, offensive. Speed damage, 11 plus 3,330. Defense damage, 22 plus 4,440. Mental damage, 0 plus 5,550. HP damage, 44 plus 7,770. MP bar damage, 0 plus 5,444. Level, low. Applied poison, tetanus toxin low-grade potion, 30x potency stack. Toxin erosion percentage, 0%. Professional equipment wear, 0%. Applied attributes, none. Evaluation, this mutated iron sword possesses extreme toxic lethality. Is this still a low-grade iron sword? Whoa! Lin Feng was stunned by the information displayed on the interface. The string of numbers appended to the stats made him realize that the sword looking a bit worn and ugly was no big deal. After all, a single swing could make a level 50 boss retreat 3 steps. Who cares about looks? Good thing I stockpiled plenty of tetanus poison. I'll infuse 4 of these swords with it first, then experiment with other poisons on the remaining 4. After making this decision, Lin Feng immediately sprang into action. Before long, 3 more iron swords had completely transformed into tattered, deathly poisoned blades. Once I apply the skill, they'll be complete. System, apply the offensive professional equipment skill, no damage backlash, wear and tear countermeasure. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully adding the offensive professional tool skill, no damage backlash. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully applying the offensive professional tool skill, wear resistance. After the attachments were complete, Lin Feng stored all the iron swords in his storage ring and headed to the class-specific shop to search for poison recipes. Chapter 104, AIDS Transmission Poison Formula? Seeking gold tickets. Meanwhile, at the Eagle Nation military base, urgent dispatches were relayed out, leaving all high-ranking officials in stunned silence. Seated at the head of the table, Miss Li lit a cigarette and spoke in a grave tone. Everyone knows the news: our second-generation Beastman technology suffered a major setback on the front lines. China has somehow obtained a new type of potion that drastically boosts Job Changer's power. Most critically, their human gene enhancement serum is already in use. It appears numerous soldiers on the front lines have already benefited from it. At this mention, the gloom deepened across the room. The key transmuters responsible for developing the Beastman technology also fell deep into thought. General Myth, please grant us more time. Second-generation ore technology can achieve up to 65% fusion between human and beast. Once third-generation Beastman technology emerges, fusion rates will inevitably reach 70%, perhaps even 80%. Our Divine Workers Guild has also seen breakthroughs among our alchemists, who can now craft super potions that amplify the innate abilities of replicated beasts. A curly-haired foreigner stood up, speaking with urgency. As soon as he finished, the entire room erupted into murmurs of discussion. Miss Li took a drag from her cigarette, then tapped her right hand lightly on the table. Good. I'll give you one more chance. China is currently rising with overwhelming force. If we fail to seize this opportunity to crush them completely, we may lose control later on. All the high-ranking officials nodded in agreement. After all, who wouldn't want a piece of China's lucrative market? If China could be brought under the control of the Divine Workers Union, it would effectively grant the Union global dominance. After the meeting adjourned, the broad-faced foreigner called out to Miss Li, "General, there's one more piece of bad news." At the word bad, Miss Li massaged her temples. Speak. The big-faced foreigner reported, "The operation to eliminate Lin Feng using our undercover agents within the military base in China's capital has failed. Through multiple channels, we've learned the operative was captured alive and is currently under interrogation." At this point, Miss Li couldn't help but slam her hand down on the table. The seemingly sturdy wooden table shattered instantly. "Fuck, useless. All of you are useless. You can't even take down a low-level support alchemist? What the hell are you lot even doing here, just eating for free?" Miss Li, startled by the big-faced foreigner's sudden outburst, nearly fell to her knees. She quickly added, "There's also some good news." Hearing the mention of good news, Miss Li finally calmed down enough to continue. "Currently, the bounty mission concerning Lin Feng that our Divine Workers Guild has issued has taken effect. A bounty team formed by Chinese nationals has accepted the mission. They've indicated that in 5 days, a trial will be held at China's capital university. As per tradition, all students from the Chinese Talent Academy will participate. The bounty team will infiltrate and eliminate Lin Feng, creating the illusion that he died due to secret realm complications." Oh? Upon hearing this news, Miss Li's expression eased slightly. A high bounty truly attracts brave souls. I shall await the good news of this mission's success. Meanwhile, at Huaxia Capital University, Lin Feng had already arrived at the campus-exclusive shop for class changers. Its shelves were filled with an array of items, catering to virtually every need of a professional. Lin Feng showed no interest in other items, heading straight for the section dedicated to alchemists. Before him appeared numerous low-tier, mid-tier, and high-tier potion recipes. Herbs could be automatically retrieved based on the formula. However, after browsing for quite some time, he still hadn't found the formula he was looking for. "Excuse me. Do you have any poison recipes specifically for alchemists?" Lin Feng spotted a cute female attendant with a Pikachu on her head and asked directly. The attendant hummed in acknowledgement. "Yes, we do. But these are recipes for professional poison masters. Are you a poison master?" Lin Feng gave a wry smile. His current appearance certainly didn't resemble that of a poison master. He looked more like an ordinary pharmacist. "I'm an alchemist. I've been wanting to try making poisons lately for self-defense purposes, you see." After hearing his explanation, the waitress's doubts vanished. She led him to another section. He inserted a key into the counter, lifting the wooden panel to reveal. Before Lin Feng's eyes lay a series of clearly labeled poison formulas. Crane's head red poison, blazing flame poison, heart-rending poison. A quick glance confirmed the displayed formulas were all intermediate or advanced levels. But Lin Feng couldn't help feeling they seemed somewhat inadequate for use on a sword. Just as Lin Feng was feeling a bit disappointed, a hidden formula at the bottom caught his attention. Recipe, AIDS contagion poison. Grade, low. Description, a niche poison formula initially banned due to its potential to harm others. Now that antidotes exist to prevent its spread, it can be used by alchemists for practice. capable of slowly killing beasts or executing assassinations. Reading this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This formula seemed exceptionally rare and obscure, but wasn't it exactly what he wanted? A low-grade tetanus poison formula. A low-level AIDS transmission poison formula. Why did Lin Feng feel like he was some kind of evil virus-spreading villain? Hey, handsome, which potion do you want? I'm about to go eat. Lin Feng pointed to the HIV transmission poison formula hidden at the very bottom. I'll take this one. The cute waitress paused in surprise but didn't ask further, promptly pulling it out. This ingredient is quite rare. Could you wait until after my meal to get it? But please swipe your card first. Sure. Lin Feng nodded. Waiting a moment wouldn't hurt. He promptly took out his campus card and swiped it through the machine. The next second, the cute female attendant's eyes widened and her mouth fell open. Is there something wrong with my campus card? Lin Feng glanced at the transaction details with curiosity, only to discover to his surprise that his campus card now held over 5 million yuan. Unbelievable. Just the day he arrived, Zhou Yao had told him her campus card had especially applied for 100,000 yuan. It allowed Lin Feng to spend freely on campus, but couldn't be used outside the university. But now it had ballooned to over 5 million. Could it be that yesterday's top test score had triggered the allocation of resources for first place? The thought sent a wave of shock through Lin Feng. I'll go get your medicine right now, handsome. Please wait a moment. The adorable girl, having regained her composure, looked at him with an unusually tender gaze before hurrying into the pharmacy. Chapter 105, completing the other 4 death poison swords vote request. Before long, he gathered all the herbs and placed them in a carefully wrapped bag adorned with a cute cat sticker. Handsome guy. What year are you in? My name and phone number are on this bag. Hit me up sometime. The adorable girl flaunted her figure, trying her best to show off her curves. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown at the sight. He took the prescription and herbs, then walked out of the shop without looking back. The moment he stepped outside, the cute girl rushed after him. Handsome guy. You have to call me. I can handle cold drinks lately. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He tore the sticker off the bag, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it into the trash can. He knew full well her sudden change in attitude was likely due to the 5 million yuan balance on his campus card. With that 5 million, he could live it up on campus and buy plenty of supplies and items for his profession. Girls like that, lacking self-restraint, would only end up hurting themselves. After Lin Feng left, an obese figure limped out of the shop entrance. Raising his right hand, he slapped the girl across the face. You damn! Is this guy really that attractive? Damn it, the more I look at her, the angrier I get. This man was none other than Yan Dazhuang. Wrapped in a layer of white gauze, he howled in pain after delivering the blow. Behind him, his 2 henchmen equally swathed in bandages were kicked by Yan Dazhuang and now lay on the ground wailing. The adorable girl, struck across the face, immediately fell to the ground, tears rolling down her cheeks. Yan. Big brother Yan, I know I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Her initial confusion at Yan Dazhuang's appearance quickly gave way to fear. Get lost. You filthy, don't dirty my hands. Lin Feng, huh? You wait. I'll kill you sooner or later. When he was angry but didn't know how to vent it, this girl became his outlet. But just as he prepared to unleash more fury, 4 figures abruptly materialized beside him. Dressed in black suits and holding visitor passes, the one at the front wore rhino hide shoes. With sharp eyebrows and small eyes, his imposing frame spoke slowly. Yan Dazhuang, right? I'm offering you a chance at revenge. Do you take it? Take me to see your brother and your father. As the words fell, Yan Dazhuang lifted his head to look at him. Not long after, at an estate in the capital, an elderly man in a suit sat on the sofa, flanked by Yan Dazhuang and his older brother, Yan Dahai. Across from them sat a stranger dressed in a black suit. Mr. Yan Run, hello. I'm Mo Qian, captain of the Dragon Slayer bounty team. We currently have a bounty mission that I'm sure will interest you. After the burly man spoke slowly, the elderly man on the sofa replied calmly, Oh? I wonder what bounty mission Mr. Mo Qian is referring to. Mo Qian replied bluntly, Let's not discuss the nature of the bounty itself. We'll just talk about the reward. You can gain the protection of the Divine Workers Guild. At the mention of this condition, Yan Run's hand twitched violently. Whatever this mission is, I'm in. Yan Dahai and Yan Dazhuang, sitting beside him, were both startled by their father's reaction. Mo Qian continued, I haven't even mentioned the specific details of the mission yet, but your 2 sons will surely be very interested. Since you've agreed so readily, I'll explain the rules for participation in detail. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had already returned to his dormitory. After retrieving the formula from his bag, he immediately began the preparation process. In less than 10 minutes, the medicine god furnace ceased its rotation, completing the potion's preparation. For low-grade potions, Lin Feng barely needed to focus his attention anymore. He could even leave the alchemy furnace unattended, and it would complete the task flawlessly. Thus, these past few days, he had been assisting the nation in producing potions for storage in the national treasury, batches numbering in the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions. Consequently, since yesterday, large convoys of military vehicles had been departing from the potions building. Product name: AIDS contagion toxin. Grade: low. Properties: rapidly spreads upon skin abrasion. Effect: a niche poison containing HIV toxins, suitable for slowly eliminating dangerous beasts or assassinations. However, this potent toxin is extremely dangerous. Use with extreme caution. This agent amplifies effects by 30 times. Another 30x multiplier. This outcome caught Lin Feng off guard. Previously, potion crafting always resulted in upward multipliers. But this time, it achieved stability without further increase. Next step is to refine the remaining 4 iron swords into death's poison blades imbued with the AIDS-transmitting toxin. Lin Feng swiftly retrieved the ordinary iron swords from his storage bracelet and placed them on the table. He injected the potions into the hidden ports embedded within each sword hilt. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully forging the Death God Poison Sword Carrier. Currently lacking the toxin potion, please attach it to the iron sword to complete the transformation. Shall the host begin the attachment transformation? Apply. As soon as Lin Feng issued the command, the once dormant iron sword began its metamorphosis. This time, the gleaming silver blade didn't resemble the one infused with tetanus toxin. Instead, it took on an eerie, unsettling quality. It seemed as if hidden toxins were stirring upon its surface, only to vanish moments later, leaving the blade unchanged. Lin Feng found this rather peculiar. He had clearly applied the AIDS-transmitting toxin to it, yet the sword showed no signs of change whatsoever. Could it be? At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully infusing the HIV infection toxin. Mutation in progress. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Death God Poison Sword 1. It worked already? Lin Feng was a bit puzzled, but since the system had confirmed it, he figured it must be fine. Next, Lin Feng retrieved the other 3 ordinary iron swords and began dripping the potion onto them. After a series of operations. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully infused with AIDS-transmitting poison. Mutation in progress. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Death God Poison Sword 1. Before long, all 4 ordinary iron swords completed their transformation. System: open the professional equipment panel for the Death God's Poison Sword. Equipment: Death God's Poison Sword. Type: offensive. Speed damage: 11 plus random. Defense damage: 22 plus random. Mental damage: 0 plus random. HP damage: 44 plus random. MP bar damage: 0 plus random. Level: low. Applied poison: AIDS transmission toxin low-grade potion, 30x potency stack. Poison erosion percentage, 0%. Professional equipment wear, 0%. Applied attributes, none. Evaluation: this mutated iron sword possesses unknown lethality. Do you think the random activation of an AIDS-transmitting poison with 30x potency is weak? Chapter 106, Attempt. Simultaneously crafting complementary super potions. Seeing the string of random outcomes, Lin Feng scratched his head. The AIDS virus was indeed an unsolvable problem on Blue Star before the emergence of class changers. Now, with the advent of class changes, human physical capabilities have seen unimaginable enhancements. Though humanity's genetic potential remains unfulfilled, diseases like AIDS and tetanus are now curable. But, if someone were struck by Lin Feng's tetanus-infected blade or his AIDS-transmitting blade, that was another story entirely. Even if a top-tier expert intervened, with the potency of the drugs accelerated 30-fold, it wouldn't be fast enough if the timing was off. The weapons for the trial's secret realm are ready. Now I just need to wait for my divine power burst skill to recharge before beginning the preparation of 2 super potions. The thought of simultaneously handling 2 potions filled Lin Feng with dread. Entrusting this task to any other alchemist would be impossible to accomplish. After attaching all offensive class equipment skills, he stowed them away. 4 days later, Lin Feng slowly awoke in his dormitory, stretching lazily. Throughout those 4 days, his alchemist's forge had operated like a perpetual motion machine, running non-stop through the night. It delivered an unimaginable quantity of potions to the national treasury. Ding! Congratulations, host. Divine power burst skill cooldown has ended. Unlock complete. It's here. Lin Feng had timed it perfectly, but the system proved even more punctual than he had anticipated. After dressing, he headed straight for the entire building dedicated to his pharmaceutical research. The moment he reached the entrance, he spotted a very familiar figure, none other than Zhang Zhan. Lin Feng, how's your rest going? If you're not feeling up to it, we can split the production of these 2 super potions into 2 batches. There's no rush. Zhang Zhan's tone carried a hint of concern as he addressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng bit his lip and replied, I've already made preparations for this. Besides, the situation on the front lines is critical now. With the rapidly changing circumstances, getting the potions there as soon as possible is our best safeguard. Over the past 2 days, Lin Feng had been monitoring the situation along the Huaxia coastline. Ever since the destruction potion he concocted crushed the beast tide, massive numbers of sea beasts had surged forth once more from the deep sea fissures. The beast tide could erupt again at any moment. If another outbreak occurred, the resulting beast tide could surge to an even higher level, posing an even greater threat to China. Additionally, numerous new secret realms had emerged in the Pacific region, drawing transferees from all nations. To be among the first to reap the rewards, one must possess formidable strength. One by one, or a whole nest at once. Alright. Since you've made up your mind, I won't stand in your way. But if anything goes wrong, Lin Feng, you must stop immediately. Zhang Zhan's tone grew solemn as he spoke. Don't worry. Lin Feng unleashed the medicine god furnace, which expanded 100-fold from its original palm-sized form. In the blink of an eye, the medicine god furnace took shape, resembling a small mountain. Simultaneously, elsewhere within the potion tower, a protective concealment formation had been pre-deployed. Once activated, any anomalies, even explosions generated during potion brewing, would be contained by this high-grade formation. Let's begin. Lin Feng channeled his spiritual energy, placing all the herbs into the alchemy furnace. These herbs were divided into 2 parts. One portion was the milk goddess's descent. The other portion comprised the beast blood boiling potion. Although Lin Feng's analysis indicated these 2 super potions were complementary, the herbs used in each differed significantly. Relatively speaking, the beast blood boiling potion was easier to produce and could be mass-manufactured directly. The milk god's descent, however, is an extremely potent explosive potion, and the ingredients used to craft it are exceedingly rare. Ding! Alchemist's forge activated successfully. Processing potion. Equipment, Alchemist's cauldron. Nature, support. Grade, supreme quality. Processes capable, ingredient preparation, sifting, mixing, granulation, drying, tableting. Accommodates flame, crimson lotus blaze advanced. Maximum capacity, 500 square meters. Scalable ratio, 1 to 500,000. Additional trait, divine hand manipulation supportive, active. Craftable potions, milk god's descent super replenishment potion, beast blood boil super amplification potion. Crafting progress, 0.01%. In an instant, Lin Feng's blue health bar plummeted at a visible rate without unleashing any divine power. Activate all talents and skills. Lin Feng let out a soft snort as several halos began circling his body. His aura surged rapidly, skyrocketing in intensity. Under the boost of the divine power burst skill, the rate of blue bar depletion rapidly decreased. But after all, his blue bar wasn't particularly thick to begin with. Even consuming just 1% represented a terrifying amount. Without hesitation, Lin Feng retrieved the energy replenishment potions he had prepared beforehand. This time, he used only the large bottles containing over 1,000 milliliters. As the blue bar neared depletion, he grabbed the bottle and poured it straight into his mouth. Gulp, gulp. After finishing it, the blue bar vanished again, and he immediately opened another bottle and chugged it down. In the blink of an eye, 6 or 7 bottles of energy replenishment potions were emptied. As Lin Feng began his potion making, a figure slowly approached from outside. It was Zhu Gui, carrying a stack of reference books and formulae. As he walked, he muttered to himself, this time, we're truly relying on Lin Feng. If he can successfully produce the potion from this formula, our Huaxia will gain yet another brand new super premium grade potion. Just as he reached the side of the potion tower, he abruptly halted. His keen perception detected the invisible, concealed formation in the sky. A supreme grade formation has been activated? Activating one consumes a tremendous amount of energy. There aren't many sovereign grade formations still active in China today. If they're using one now, could it be that they're brewing some terrifying potion inside? Zhu Gui pondered for a moment, then a bolt of lightning struck his mind. Lin Feng. He sprinted toward the potion tower. As he drew nearer, his footsteps slowed. An unimaginable energy was coalescing not just one, but 2 distinct currents. Zhu Gui's expression grew increasingly grave. When he saw Zhang Zhan, it was as if his mind had been struck by a heavy blow. General Zhang, could it be that Lin Feng is crafting some kind of super potion? He immediately thought of Lin Feng, but his greatest concern was what terrifying concoction Lin Feng was actually brewing. Zhang Zhan slowly turned his head and said indifferently, Professor Zhu Gui, you can see for yourself. At that moment, the massive alchemy furnace crashed to the ground within the laboratory. Within it, 2 unimaginable energies were violently entangled. The colliding energies made it nearly impossible for Zhu Gui, a seasoned alchemist, to maintain his footing. Chapter 107, The Terrifying Complementary Super Potion. Votes needed. Holy! What kind of terrifying potion is Lin Feng brewing, and 2 of them at that? Startled, Zhu Gui blurted out a string of expletives, dropping everything he was holding onto the floor. Zhang Zhan sighed softly, slowly crouching down to gather the scattered ingredients. Zhang Zhan had seen reactions like Zhu Gui's countless times and had grown somewhat numb to them. Several minutes later, Zhu Gui finally recovered from his shock, his face clouding with worry. General Zhang Zhan, do you really think there are no risks in Lin Feng brewing potions like this? I sense two opposing potions colliding within the alchemy furnace. If anything goes wrong, everything protected by that noble great formation will be obliterated. Including Lin Feng and myself. Even with General Zhang Zhan's formidable strength, he would inevitably suffer severe injuries. After hearing this, Zhang Zhan couldn't help but shake his head. Professor Zhu Gui, you should be aware of Lin Feng's innate talent, a 100% success rate in alchemy. How could he possibly fail? Hearing this, Zhu Gui recalled the first time he encountered information about Lin Feng in the senior leadership meeting room. Indeed, his innate talent had been mentioned then, and it had shocked him at the time. But, could there truly be an alchemist in this world who had never failed a single potion? Zhu Gui still harbored doubts. Very well. Let us hope Lin Feng succeeds safely. Otherwise, never mind. I believe in Lin Feng too. After a moment of unease, Zhu Gui stood quietly in place, his gaze flickering before settling into resolve. Inside the alchemy chamber, Lin Feng focused intently, wielding his divine hand technique to swiftly refine the ingredients of the two formulas. As time ticked by, the moment for his divine power burst skill to activate drew near, and Lin Feng grew tense. He gulped down potions voraciously, even downing an entire bottle in one breath. After all, once consumed, it would instantly convert into blue energy bars and be depleted with a whoosh. Outside, Zhang Zhan, having witnessed this a couple of times before, wasn't overly surprised. Zhu Gui, however, had seen Lin Feng guzzle energy potions last time. This time, he was downing bottles several times larger than before. He was practically chugging it like water. But that wasn't the main issue. Zhu Gui could tell these were potions he'd crafted himself, and their potency was undeniably powerful. The fact that his consumption rate far outpaced his intake was terrifying, something Zhu Gui himself couldn't achieve. Just as the divine power burst skill was about to deplete, Lin Feng's hands gradually came to a stop. Finally, Lin Feng's forehead was drenched in sweat, his breathing becoming ragged. Simultaneously crafting two super potions truly tested the depth of his mana reserves and mental fortitude. And this was batch production of complementary potions, no less. Lin Feng watched as the alchemist's cauldron before him gradually settled, then slowly issued the command to open it. As the alchemy god's cauldron opened, a white eye slowly emerged from within. Suddenly, intense medicinal energy surged forth like a raging beast, forcing Lin Feng to retreat hastily. The violent air currents tore through the surrounding walls, sucking the spiritual energy from the air and ripping open a gap. The gap vanished abruptly, reappearing above the alchemy tower as if violently yanked apart by a giant hand. Giant, ferocious beasts crawled out of the fissure, their roars deafening. The colossal forms of plants and flowers descended like deities, tearing the fissure wider still. At that moment, the Supreme Great Formation activated in full force. Discs engraved with runic markings descended, covering the area and suppressing the spirits of the plants, flowers, and ferocious beasts downward. Boom! Suddenly, the already intensely erupting phantom of the colossal beast roared, its form expanding dozens of times larger as its aura swelled at a visible pace. The plant's roots, as if anchored in the void itself, surged forward to assault the Supreme Great Formation. Snap! The famed Supreme Great Formation cracked at that instant. Through this tiny crack, vast quantities of beast and plant spirits began wildly emanating their aura outward. The once quiet Huaxia Capital University was now stirred as numerous high-level class changers noticed the violent disturbance emanating from the College of Pharmacy. Among them, Array Masters and Rune Masters rushed toward the School of Pharmacy at breakneck speed, including the 4 Array Masters and Rune Masters stationed at Jinshan Vocational College to deploy formations. Their gazes grew grave and profound as they observed the unfolding scene. How could a revered grade formation be fully triggered and activated? What on earth is happening? Could Professor Zhu Gui be crafting a high-grade potion, triggering an unstoppable cosmic phenomenon? But that doesn't seem likely either. Even a supreme-grade potion couldn't possibly breach such a multi-layered reinforced array. As they spoke, they rushed over swiftly. Outside the pharmaceutical lab, Zhang Zhan and Zhu Gui were also startled. Zhang Zhan frowned deeply, keeping a constant watch on Lin Feng's condition. Fortunately, the anomaly triggered by this wave had vanished, ending completely. Zhu Gui was completely overwhelmed, standing rooted to the spot, utterly bewildered. Finally done. Thankfully, the beast blood boiling potion didn't cause major disturbances. Otherwise, this Zune-grade potion would have been blown away. Now we'll see how well this so-called potion actually works. Lin Feng stretched his weary body and activated the system scan on the extracted beast blood boiling and milk goddess descent potions. Product name, Milk Goddess Descent Super Replenishment Potion. Grade? Spirituality, induces a dazed state of mind and physical weakness, causing celestial energy to surge through the body. Effects, instantly restores all depleted stats to peak condition. Health, defense, and spirit can each be additionally amplified up to 35 times. Potency remains stable for 10 years. Duration, 2 minutes. Product name, Beast Blood Boil Super Amplification Potion. Grade? Spirituality, manifestations vary based on the user's inherent constitution. Effects, taps into the body's innate amplifying nature. Under this formula's stimulation, it ensures the body remains in a prolonged state of heightened excitement, even reaching a blood-pumping intensity. The duration of effect corresponds to the potency of the activation. Once beast blood boiling is initiated, all bodily functions and metrics receive corresponding enhancements. This potion's potency multiplier is 35x duration of enhancement, 10 days shelf life without potency degradation, 10 years. 35x potency lasting 2 minutes. 35x potency with the boost lasting 10 days? And both potions have a shelf life of 10 years? Lin Feng was stunned by the information before him. Crafting potions with the system's assistance truly kept delivering pleasant surprises. After calming his nerves, Lin Feng activated the Alchemist's cauldron and used his divine hand technique to portion out the potions. Chapter 108, The Secret Realm Trial begins. Vote for gold selection. After arranging the sealed potion boxes, Lin Feng opened the door and stepped out. General Zhang, you may take the potions now. Mission accomplished. These potions can be stored for 10 years, and their potency can be amplified up to 35 times. The effects of the Divine Healer's super potion last for 2 minutes, while the Beast Blood Boiling potion lasts for 10 days. That's the detailed breakdown of this batch. Please report to the nation and inform the commanders that I, Lin Feng, have fulfilled my mission. Each word carried an overwhelming weight of information, exploding like informational bombs in Zhang Zhan's ears. After the mental bombardment, what had once seemed impossible now appeared entirely feasible. Professor Zhu Gui, who had been listening somewhat dazedly, carefully recalled Lin Feng's words. His mind was now churning like a stormy sea. He gasped, impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this even be accomplished? Zhang Zhan shook his head. He too had initially deemed it impossible for a single pharmacist, let alone one below level 30, to concoct such an extraordinary potion. Such a feat would be unheard of anywhere in the world. Yet the undeniable evidence stood before him. Disbelief was no longer an option. Very well. I'll depart for the military base immediately and report this news to the national leadership without delay. After speaking, Zhang Zhan entered the pharmaceutical lab. He gathered all the potions and pills scattered on the floor and tables, storing them into his spatial storage ring before taking them with him. Passing by Zhu Gui, he raised his right hand and gave the professor a light pat on the shoulder. Professor Zhu Gui, there's a saying that rings true, each generation surpasses the last, the new wave pushing the old ashore. Leaving Zhu Gui standing there in a daze, he gazed at Lin Feng and murmured slowly, this isn't just the new generation pushing the old forward, it's practically washing the old generation ashore and crushing them on the sand. Oh, Lin Feng, here's a new type of potion. Many alchemists haven't managed to create it yet. Could you help me figure out how to make it? No rush. Just take a look at it after you finish your trial. After completing the concoction, Lin Feng tidied up the mess and yawned as he headed back to his dorm to rest. Zhu Gui stepped in to clean up after Lin Feng, dealing with the group of array masters and rune masters who had followed to inspect the formation. Not long after, at the Huaxia military base, Zhou Zhanghua, who was handling matters in the commander's office, suddenly heard a door burst open. Immediately after, Zhang Zhan burst into the room. Zhan! What's the rush? Good news? Although Zhang Zhan had returned to the capital, his primary duty remained assisting Lin Feng with leveling up and crafting potions. Security arrangements were made according to Lin Feng's requirements. Chief Shou, it's incredibly good news. The crisis along the Huaxia coastline might be significantly alleviated. When Zhang Zhan completed the production of 2 super potions for Lin Feng, Zhou Jinggua's face betrayed a rare look of astonishment. He rose to his feet, immediately inspecting Zhang Zhan's storage ring, and declared with a hearty laugh, excellent. No time to waste, send these potions to the front lines at once. Remember, the Divine Healer potion must be used as a reserve. Do not deploy it unless absolutely necessary. By the way, how many doses do we have this time? He had checked the inventory earlier but hadn't seen the detailed figures. We have a full 2,000 divine healing potions. As for the beast blood boiling potion, we have 100,000 vials. After Zhang Zhan finished speaking, he couldn't quite believe it himself. What? 2,000 divine milk descent potions and 100,000 beast blood boiling potions? That kid Lin Feng keeps surprising us more and more. The divine milk descent potion isn't just any ordinary potion, and the beast blood boiling potion has finally been mass-produced. Zhou Zhanghua was utterly stunned. But just then, Zhang Zhan continued, Commander, there's actually something even more astonishing about these 2 potions that I haven't told you. Zhou Zhanghua hummed an acknowledgement with a third-tone inflection. What is it? Don't keep me in suspense. Zhang Zhan slowly revealed, both potions can be stored for 10 years, and their potency can be amplified up to 35 times. The effects of the Divine Descent super potion last for 2 minutes, while the Beast Blood Boiling potion can last up to 10 days. His words were spoken softly, yet they struck Zhou Zhanghua like thunder. 10 years? 35 times? Lasts 2 minutes? 10 days? After extracting the crucial details, Zhou Zhanghua plopped down into a chair, breathing heavily. I order that half of the Beast Blood Boiling potion and Divine Milk potion be stored in the National Treasury. Remember, sealed under top secret protocols. The remainder is to be transported to the front lines under top secret conditions. Unseal them only when absolutely necessary. Remember, remind General Wu Lei to use them sparingly. This is all Lin Feng's hard work. Anyone who dares to misuse even a single vial will face severe punishment. After speaking, Zhang Zhan saluted and prepared to depart. Just as he was about to step out, Zhou Zhanghua, who had been sitting in his chair calming his nerves, suddenly called him back. Oh, right, General Zhang. According to tradition, isn't the Talent Cultivation Academy set to begin the new students' secret realm trials tomorrow? Zhang Zhan nodded. Yes. Zhou Zhenghua's tone turned serious. Although security in the capital is tight now and major incidents are unlikely, there's always the possibility of some slip through the cracks elements lurking within the city. Remember, you must ensure the safety of every gifted participant, especially Lin Feng. Upon receiving the directive, Zhang Zhan immediately nodded and sprang into swift action. The next day, at Huaxia Capital University, students from the Talent Management College gathered in full force, forming separate lines according to their chosen professions. The warrior group was the largest and most numerous, followed by mages, then archers, with support classes bringing up the rear. The most pitiful group was undoubtedly the support class smiths. Only Quan Zilong remained. Standing at the very back of the line, he awaited the opening of the secret realm. Once the selection was complete, he would enter to begin his trial. After resting until now, aided primarily by potions, he had mostly recovered. This time, he had prepared numerous potions, all stored within his spatial storage ring. Just then, a burly middle-aged man stepped onto the podium. Clutching a scepter in his hand, he spoke slowly. Fellow students, I am Lei Ming, Dean of the Talent Cultivation Academy at Huaxia Capital University. The new student's secret realm trial is about to commence. First, the rules. Your rankings will be determined by your individual trial scores. You may now select your secret realm and begin. This trial realm can be replayed infinitely. Your 24-hour performance will be the true measure. The top 10 performers will receive shared resources from the college. After speaking, he raised his staff and tapped it lightly on the ground. A wave of light slowly radiated outward. Multiple secret realm portals materialized before the student ranks, their detailed information projected above each entrance. Chapter 109, Lin Feng, an alchemist soloing a secret realm? Secret realm instance, blood-stained kennel difficulty, easy, normal, hard, hell selectable dangerous creatures, bloodthirsty hounds, frenzied black dogs, etc. Final boss, raging bloodburst hound giant, level 20. Secret realm dungeon, mechanical mad city difficulty, easy, normal, hard, hell selectable dangerous creatures, out of control mechanical cats, out of control mechanical dogs, out of control mechanical wolves, etc. Final boss, mechanical mad tiger giant, level 20. Secret dungeon, thunder hell difficulty, easy, normal, hard, hell selectable dangerous creatures, thunder blood leopards, lightning blood lions, etc. Final boss, thunder divine tree giant, level 25. Lin Feng began analyzing each piece of information as it appeared. After all, each secret realm offered selectable difficulty tiers, easy, normal, hard, and hell. However, once entering a secret realm, players must start by clearing the easy difficulty to unlock normal, and so on up to hell. At this moment, everyone began forming teams, assembling their own squads. As the crowd on the plaza grew increasingly sparse, many students were already racing against the clock to enter secret realms and grind monsters. Meanwhile, some who hadn't finished assembling their teams sought out Lin Feng to join theirs. Lin Feng, you're still alone? Join our team to farm monsters. I found a berserker who can carry our alchemists. Lin Feng, join us. Our team's all girls, don't you want to lead the ladies? Hearing the barrage of party invitations, Lin Feng gave a wry smile and slowly replied, sorry. I've decided to solo the secret realm this time. No parties. Solo run? His announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. A support-type alchemist attempting to solo the secret realm? Was it sheer courage? Even a level 40 alchemist attempting to solo the final boss in a level 20 dungeon would be an extremely difficult feat. Lin Feng, you better think this through. I've never heard of a potion master soloing a dungeon in all my years. Ugh. Is this kid an idiot? Making such a foolish decision. Yeah. He really is as dumb as a rock. Amidst the chorus of disbelief, everyone else formed parties and began their dungeon runs. Among them stood Yan Dahai and Li Tian, their eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng. This is hilarious. Who'd have thought the kid would get ostracized? Dahai, I'll never forgive you if I don't get revenge for that last time I made a fool of myself. Li Tian clenched his fists, his eyes burning with hatred. Yan Dahai chuckled wickedly. No need to rush. Let's clear the dungeon first. I've traded for some top-notch gear. Breaking into the top 10 should be a breeze. Someone will handle your revenge. You'll see the outcome tonight. All we need to do is wait quietly. With a ripple of energy, they vanished into the blood-red dog's den's secret realm. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Feng and Quan Zilong remained on the square. Quan Zilong fixed his gaze on Lin Feng. After an awkward exchange of glances, Quan Zilong selected a mechanical mad city instance and vanished. Lin Feng stood alone on the square. The teacher's gazes all fell upon him. The teachers standing on the observation platform were equally puzzled, with Zhu Gui particularly anxious. Zhu Gui, this news is from the Alchemist, right? What's going on? Does he intend to solo the secret realm as a mere alchemist? Lei Ming shot him a cold, unfriendly glance. A pharmacist soloing a secret realm? That's practically suicide. Dean, that shouldn't be the case. He probably hasn't found suitable teammates yet. His counselor has already gone to inquire. Just as Lin Feng was about to move, a figure in a white dress slowly approached him. When Zhu Gui saw Zhou Yao approach, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Feng, haven't you found teammates to group up with? Zhou Yao hurriedly asked as she reached his side. Lin Feng looked at Zhou Yao and said, I'm not teaming up. I want to solo the secret realm. Solo, the secret realm? Zhou Yao exclaimed in surprise, Lin Feng, how foolish. The secret realm isn't a game. Everything inside is real. If you get killed there, you truly die no coming back. Lin Feng replied, I know that. But I want to test just how far my abilities can take me. Zhou Yao nearly fainted from shock, warning him again, Lin Feng, you really need to think this through. What if something goes wrong? Lin Feng gave a wry smile. Spotting the secret realm he needed, he strode straight toward it. Don't worry, counselor. I've got the revolver god of death in my hands. Who dares harm me? With a whoosh, Lin Feng vanished into one of the dungeon instances. Secret Realm Instance, Poison Wind Forest Difficulty, Easy Normal Hard Hell Selectable Dangerous Creatures, Poison King Beasts, Shadow Spiders, etc. Final Boss, Poison Wind Carnivorous Flower Giant, Level 30. Good heavens! Lin Feng, why did you choose a Level 30 boss instance? Even a team of Level 30 warriors rarely clears this dungeon. Zhou Yao gasped in shock upon seeing this. But by then, Lin Feng had already vanished from the spot, disappearing into the entrance. On the platform, Zhu Gui was also stunned into silence, his mind going blank. It was well known that once a secret realm was opened, it was extremely difficult to locate again unless the entire party entered together. Unless one shattered the realm, forcibly interrupting the quest, though doing so might kill Lin Feng outright. Professor Zhu Gui, is this your student? What kind of talent is the nation recruiting? With brains like this, how can the country possibly lift them up? Lei Ming tapped his staff on the ground, already forming an extremely poor impression of Lin Feng. Zhu Gui hurriedly interjected, Dean Lei, Lin Feng ranked first in our Alchemist's entrance exams. You know his capabilities. I'm baffled why he'd act so recklessly this time. Could you please activate the observation equipment, Dean Lei? If Lin Feng is truly in danger, we must be able to rescue him in time. At this point, Zhu Gui could only say this much. If all else failed, he would have no choice but to appeal to General Zhang Zhan and report directly to State Chief Zhou. What did he care about classified information now? If anything happened to Lin Feng, he would never find peace for the rest of his life, and it would be a tremendous loss for the nation. As he spoke, Lei Ming lifted his icy gaze and tapped the floor lightly. Mechanical devices resembling eyeballs slowly materialized, as if unlocking every secret realm at once. Instantly, they pinpointed the locations of all students undergoing the secret realm trials. The equipment deployment requires time to complete. In approximately 1 hour, we'll be able to project the live situation. At that moment, Zhu Gui and Zhou Yao's gazes locked onto Lin Feng's location. He was currently entering the secret realm. Chapter 110, One Sword Breaks Tetanus Toxin, Snaps Shadow Spider. Congratulations, host, on entering the secret realm instance, Poison Wind Forest. Difficulty, easy. Dangerous creatures, Venom King Beasts, Shadow Spiders, etc. Final boss, Poison Wind Carnivorous Flower Giant, Level 30. Loading all realm information, 20%, 80%, 100%. Congratulations, host, on entering the realm. As the dungeon information finished loading, the environment around Lin Feng shifted. Before him now lay a dense forest thick with toxic fumes. Eerie sounds, chirps and gurgles echoed intermittently through the woods. Any transferee entering would feel intensely tense and uneasy upon hearing these sounds. Poison Wind Forest. Is this the secret realm General Zhang Zhan mentioned, where defeating the boss might drop poison wind flowers? This place looks genuinely eerie. It makes me feel like I'm going to throw up. Lin Feng took just one whiff and felt his entire body grow queasy. He immediately opened his storage ring, retrieved a vial bubbling with green liquid, and poured the contents straight into his mouth. Gulp, gulp, gulp. As the potion was fully consumed, a protective barrier against toxins seemed to envelop Lin Feng's body. Boom! A resonant sound echoed as the potion's enhancement multiplier successfully stacked. The toxins that had been absorbed into his body were instantly eradicated, leaving only pristine air circulating within him. The previous sense of blockage vanished instantly. Then let me see what soloing this secret realm feels like. Lin Feng murmured softly, and movement stirred in the surrounding grass. Suddenly, a purple spider, covered in poisonous spots and roughly 2 meters long, crawled out. Elliptical or circular in shape, it was encased in a hard exoskeleton, its surface often covered in fine, dense hairs. 6 clawed legs scraped against the ground, producing a series of sharp, clicking sounds. Its massive mouthparts twitched repeatedly, as if it had just devoured another creature. Yet upon spotting Lin Feng, it visibly grew restless. Lin Feng's gaze swept over it, and the information panel for this purple plant appeared. Species, Shadow Spider. Level, 20. Health bar, 3388. Blue bar, 3037. Speed, 5569. Defense, 4682. Mental, 5842. Talent, Shadow Poison Heartsea rank. Skills, Toxin Web, Shadow Assault. Level 20? Your health bar and stats look pretty solid. Then let me show you the power of my Death God Poison Blade. After spotting this shadow spider, Lin Feng immediately retrieved the Death God's poison blade impregnated with tetanus toxin from his storage ring. Gripping the rusty, battered iron blade, Lin Feng felt no discomfort whatsoever, only a strange sense of comfort. The shadow spider before him drooled incessantly upon seeing Lin Feng, especially when it spotted the battered iron blade in his hand, emitting a shrill, mocking squeak. You filthy spider, daring to mock me? I'll show you what's what. The shadow spider activated its skill, spewing venomous silk from its mouth that landed on Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was instantly pulled toward it. The venom-laced silk landed on his body, releasing a cloud of white smoke. The antidote he'd brewed earlier had already taken effect within his body, neutralizing the poison instantly. Seeing its poison fail, the shadow spider emitted a shrill squeak, opening its massive mouthparts as it lunged toward Lin Feng. In that critical moment, Lin Feng raised the Death God poison sword in his hand and swung it lightly. The seemingly broken blade sliced through the shadow spider's carapace like cutting through vegetables, piercing through and severing one of its claws. The shadow spider froze in place, emitting a pitiful squeak. Speed 3410. Defense 44620. Mental power 5550. HP 7814. MP bar 5444. A series of kill data reductions flashed across Lin Feng's vision through the system interface. The tetanus spores spread at 30 times their normal speed. The shadow spider before him gasped for breath, collapsing onto the ground. The next second, it was dead as a doornail. Lin Feng felt a rush of satisfaction witnessing this. After all, he'd only used a low-grade potion with a 30-fold potency boost. If he'd used a high-grade or mid-grade potion, wouldn't the terror have been utterly extreme? Ding! Congratulations, host, on defeating a level 20 shadow spider. The fallen shadow spider scattered treasures across the ground. Lin Feng glanced at them. His spatial storage ring was spacious enough he could just pick them up without a second thought. Ding! Congratulations, host, on collecting 6 level 20 shadow spider limbs. Ding! Congratulations, host, on collecting 1 by 20 level shadow spider silk. Ding! Congratulations, host, on collecting 4 level 20 shadow spider carcasses. Feels so satisfying. After collecting everything, Lin Feng continued inward, wielding the Death God's poison sword, now coated in tetanus toxin. Meanwhile, the teachers observing the students' progress from outside the secret realm all frowned deeply. While these students were undoubtedly the cream of the crop, lacking secret realm experience and real combat practice was a serious drawback. Even if support roles didn't need to engage too frequently, warriors and mages still required battle hardening to rapidly improve. A large screen appeared before all the teachers, displaying the students' kill counts and their corresponding score rankings. On the screen, certain students repeatedly appeared, slaying monsters several levels higher, even over 10 levels higher than themselves. Their level and score continued to climb. Lin Feng, who had remained motionless for an extended period, was now far behind. Zhou Yao and Zhu Guwei couldn't help but grow concerned. Professor Zhu, there's no need to worry too much about Lin Feng. He must have prepared plenty of life-saving potions for himself. He's probably around level 10 himself now. He might just log out of the trial soon. Seeing Zhu Guwei's persistent frown, Zhou Yao offered reassurance. Zhu Guwei hummed in acknowledgement, his tone tinged with reproach. That kid is incredibly talented, a genius the nation holds in high regard. But who would have thought he'd be so reckless this time? A potion master should stick to brewing potions. Why go solo into a secret realm, especially one this high difficulty? Zhou Yao fell silent upon hearing this. Still, she knew Lin Feng possessed super potions and that revolver, the Godslayer. Soloing a secret realm was certainly within his capabilities, but, when they came to the capital, they had made it clear that to avoid unnecessary trouble, he should try his best not to draw attention. So when she tried to dissuade him earlier, it was only after ruling out those factors that she became genuinely worried. Now it seemed Lin Feng had indeed acted impulsively. Hey! Look at the last place, is that alchemist Lin Feng, the one who chose to solo the secret realm just now? His stats aren't moving at all, he probably can't even take down a single minor monster. Just as numerous teachers began discussing, even mocking him, Lin Feng's previously stagnant ranking suddenly skyrocketed to first place. Chapter 111, Level 25 Venomous King Bee Beast, One-Shot Kill. Look, the rankings have changed. That top spot. A middle-aged female teacher seated in a chair suddenly noticed the ranking shift and immediately pointed her finger at the top spot. Drawn by her voice, the faculty of the Talent Academy all turned their gaze toward the screen nearby. Zhou Yao and Zhu Gui were frantically glued to Lin Feng's data feed. But just then, they suddenly noticed Lin Feng's information had vanished. Zhou Yao gasped. Prompted by a fellow teacher's remark, she looked up. Clear data appeared in the top-ranked slot. Name, Lin Feng, monsters killed, 1, judgment points, 20. THTH this. Zhou Yao was stunned by the information that appeared. Zhu Gui also froze for a moment, rubbing his eyes before staring intently once more. Lin Feng is first place? Am I seeing this correctly? He killed 1 monster and his strength skyrocketed straight to first place? Zhou Yao covered her mouth in utter astonishment. 20 points for 1 monster? Does that mean Lin Feng killed a level 20 monster? Their reactions were intense. The teachers who had just been mocking Lin Feng for venturing into the secret realm alone as a pharmacist were now speechless. A potion-making student single-handedly defeating a level 20 monster? How utterly unbelievable. Dean Lei Ming, who had been observing the student data from his seat, was also startled. He looked again, scrutinizing the figures. Is the data panel malfunctioning? How could a support-type alchemist suddenly surge to the top? At his prompting, an elderly man beside him swiftly retrieved a technological device and began operating it. Moments later, he turned to Lei Ming. Dean, it's confirmed. I double-checked Lin Feng infiltrated the poisonous wind forest and slayed a level 20 shadow spider. The revelation sent shockwaves through the entire hall. Surprise deepened on Lei Ming's face. A lowly support-type alchemist actually soloed a level 20 secret realm monster? But his expression darkened again as he added, it's probably just a flash in the pan. Let's keep watching. Second place is closing in fast. On the screen, the information panel for second place appeared before everyone's eyes. Name, Yen Dahai, monster kills, 5, judgment points, 19. As the second place data appeared, a burly middle-aged man roared with laughter, Yen Dahai. As a fist warrior, this is just the beginning. Professor Zhu Gui, I'm not mocking your alchemist students, but if you're meant to be support, then stick to being support. Don't try to overstep your role. Could he possibly be stronger than a warrior whose primary role is damage output? After the taunt landed, Professor Zhu Gui stood up and snorted coldly, Madman Shui, what exactly do you mean by that? Don't think I'm intimidated just because you're a fist fighter. If you've got the guts, refuse our alchemist's potions and rely solely on your bare fists. Shui Quangren continued laughing loudly, what? Professor Zhu, did that hit a nerve? I'm just stating the facts. This Lin Feng is probably finished soon. Zhou Yao felt a surge of anger at Shui Quangren's words, but after calming herself, she pulled Zhu Gui back. Professor Zhu, don't waste your breath on this man, it'll only cause you more trouble. I trust Lin Feng. He's an SSS plus talent. Even as an alchemist, his abilities far surpass those of ordinary S-rank or SS rank practitioners. Zhu Gui sat in his chair, still visibly annoyed, but nodded. You're right. I also believe Lin Feng wouldn't be so reckless as to attempt this alone. He must possess some ability we're unaware of. The fact he took down a level 20 monster proves he possesses some lethal weaponry. This mission was supposed to be a mere formality for Lin Feng. We didn't even equip him with advanced alchemist gear, sigh. At this point, Zhu Gui couldn't help but sigh. Zhou Yao sat in her seat, watching Lin Feng, who had once held the top spot but now slipped to second place, and couldn't help but feel anxious. But what she anticipated even more was the possibility that Lin Feng might deliver an outcome beyond their wildest imaginations. By now, Lin Feng had been traversing the toxic wind forest for quite some time. Through observation, he had discerned the peculiarity of this secret realm. The deeper one ventured inward, the more potent the toxins became. Generally, those below level 20 who weren't in a party or accompanied by higher-level adventurers wouldn't dare venture in. His decision to venture in had likely already sparked astonishment and confusion among the teachers back outside. But for the sake of obtaining the poison wind flower, Lin Feng deemed the venture worthwhile. It also added to his combat experience. As he pressed forward, a buzzing sound emanated from above. A plump hornet materialized, its body mottled with black, yellow, and brown, its abdomen tapering into a conical base. Its tail concealed a cold, gleaming stinger. Its wings were long and narrow, folded vertically along its back when at rest. Its chewing mouthparts were exceptionally developed, resembling a high-speed rotating machine as it frantically devoured the half-insect beast it held in its jaws. The moment it spotted Lin Feng, it spat out its prey, raised its stinger, and charged toward him. Upon spotting the wasp, Lin Feng instantly scanned its information. Species, Venom King Wasp Beast. Level, 25. HP, 4,488. Blue bar, 4,537. Speed, 6,569. Defense, 3,682. Spirit, 2,842. Talent, Poison King's Dominance C. Skills, Venomous Stinger Smash, Spinning Mandibles, Poisonous Wind Flap. Upon seeing the Venom King's stats panel, Lin Feng was astonished by its skills and talents. However, such stats as health bars and mana bars were merely a single sword strike. The Venom King beast reared up, activating its skill as venomous stingers sliced through the air. Lin Feng raised the Death God Venom sword in his hand and swung it fiercely. Speed 3410. Defense 44,620. Mental power 5550. HP 7,814. MP bar 5,444. With a crack, the Venom King Bee Beast collapsed to the ground. The tetanus spores rapidly spread, causing it to collapse sideways and remain motionless. Noob. This fight was a total letdown. Ding. Congratulations, host, on defeating a level 25 venomous King Wasp Beast. Lin Feng swiftly looted the drop. Ding. Congratulations, host, on collecting 2x level 25 Poison King Wasp Beast wings. Ding. Congratulations, host, on collecting 1 venomous stinger dropped by the level 25 venomous King Wasp Beast. Ding. Congratulations, host, on collecting 4 level 25 Poison King Horned Beast leg claws. After collecting everything, Lin Feng accelerated inward, wielding the Death God Venom sword. Chapter 112, Lin Feng, once at the bottom of the rankings, soars back to first place. He hadn't gone far when his luck struck again. 4 venomous lizards appeared before him. The venomous lizards turned their heads toward Lin Feng, looking extremely excited, drool dripping from the corners of their mouths. They slowly advanced, expecting Lin Feng to retreat in fear. Instead, they saw a figure wielding a battered iron sword accelerating toward them. This threw them off balance. Why pass up such easy prey? They spread their 4-clawed feet and charged toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng was overjoyed, a smile spreading across his face. He raised the Death God's poison sword in his hand and swung it fiercely, instantly decapitating one of the venomous lizards. As 3 more lizards charged forward, Lin Feng raised his hand and swung again, slicing through all 4 with a single stroke. One of the level 26 venomous lizards had a thicker health bar. After being struck by the Death God's poison sword, laced with tetanus toxin, the poison spread throughout its body within seconds, though it didn't die immediately. Its defense, speed, spirit, and mana were all destroyed. It stood panting weakly in place, seemingly on the brink of death. The lizard stared at the weakling human before it with an expression of utter disbelief. The next second, Lin Feng delivered another strike. Noobs, 4 noobs. Not even remotely challenging. Ding. Congratulations, host, on defeating a level 26 venomous lizard. Ding. Congratulations, host, on defeating a level 27 venomous lizard. Ding. Congratulations, host, on collecting 26 level venomous lizard forepaws too. Ding. Congratulations, host, on collecting 1 piece of level 26 venomous lizard flesh. Lin Feng collected every single dropped item. After all, his storage space was ample. Without delay, Lin Feng accelerated toward the next stage. Meanwhile, on the plaza outside the secret realm, Yen Dahai, whose kill points had reached 45, held the top spot. His kill points continued to climb rapidly, albeit slowly but steadily. His teacher, Shuequanren, watching below, was overjoyed, laughing heartily. After laughing, he couldn't resist shooting a sidelong glance at Zhu Gue, his words dripping with scorn. Professor Zhu, is this the top-ranked freshman you tested? The one who arrogantly claimed he'd solo the secret realm? Why hasn't his data budged yet? Could he have died? Hearing the taunt again, Zhu Gue was so enraged he couldn't sit still. His voice brimming with indignation, he retorted, Shuequanren, don't think your father being one of the nation's oldest generation transferees makes you anything special in my eyes. If not for your father's reputation, I'd show you what a top-tier alchemist's true capabilities are. Zhou Yao, seated beside Zhu Gue, pulled him back to his senses once more. She sighed inwardly, fully aware that Zhu Gue and Shuequanren had never gotten along. The root cause was that in his youth, Zhu Gue had stolen the woman Shuequanren had been pursuing, a grudge Shui still harbored to this day. Thus, he had been targeting Zhu Gue relentlessly at Huaxia Capital University. Compounding this, Shuequanren's father was among the very first wave of Huaxia's class changers. Pharmacists were not among them, which is why Huaxia's pharmacists lagged behind other warriors and mages in development. They even lagged behind some support-type classes. Now, alchemists abroad are developing extremely rapidly, directly surpassing Huaxia. Currently, the most elite alchemists are those of Zhu Gue's generation. Beyond that, there are none. Seeing Zhu Gue struggling to hold his breath, Shuequanren burst into laughter, mockingly adding, "Today we'll see how my students dominate the top ranks. First place will definitely go to our fist warriors and berserkers." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a teacher monitoring the screen information gasped, "Look. The panel data is changing. First place. First place has been overtaken by another student." At his prompting, the other instructors all looked up. Shuequanren's eyes widened in shock when he saw Yen Dahai, who had consistently held the top spot, being pushed down. A student who had been near the bottom of the rankings suddenly shot up to first place. Shuequanren froze upon seeing those two characters. He stood up and rubbed his eyes frantically. When he saw the name clearly again, he was utterly dumbfounded. Name, Lin Feng, monster kills, 6, judgment points, 150. No way. How could an alchemist possibly come in first? How could he kill so many monsters? He's just a support class. Shuequanren plopped down in his chair, breathing heavily. He immediately turned to the technician sitting beside Li Ming. Teacher Li Ming, what's going on here? Is there another issue with the data? Amidst the skepticism, Li Ming quickly checked the data again before responding with disbelief. The data feedback is accurate. It's just that the transmission speed was slightly delayed. Lin Feng did indeed kill 5 monsters. The first was level 20, and the subsequent 5 were levels 25, 26, 26, 26, and 27. Therefore, his current score is 150 points, placing him in first place. When Li Ming announced the prepared information once more, the entire venue erupted in shock. A support-type alchemist had slain 6 monsters, the lowest of which was level 20. The 5 monsters he killed later all reached a maximum level of 27. Could a lowly alchemist, especially a freshman, possess such formidable strength? Even a level 40 alchemist typically couldn't match the health and mana stats of a level 30 ferocious beast. How on earth did he manage that? Zhu Gui, who had also noticed the data fluctuations on the screen, leapt to his feet, eyes wide. Lin Feng shot back to first place? And he killed 6 monsters? His points reached 150? If we average it out, each monster was equivalent to a level 25. I distinctly remember that when he enrolled, Lin Feng wasn't even at level 25. Even if he were a level 25 alchemist, he couldn't possibly solo a level 25 monster. This kid is a monster himself. Zhou Yao, standing nearby, was also stunned, though she remained relatively composed. Having interacted with Lin Feng more frequently, she'd already experienced her fair share of surprises. While this revelation was no less astonishing than his creation of the super potion, it effectively shattered the entrenched notion that support-type alchemists couldn't serve as primary combatants. Moreover, it significantly boosted the prestige of the alchemist profession. Zhu Gui, standing nearby, burst into enthusiastic laughter. He immediately rose from his seat and approached within mere meters of Shui Quangren. Shui Madman, is this the student you claim to train as a fist warrior? Is this all he's got? You say we alchemists are inferior to you? Open your dog eyes and take a good look. After unleashing a flurry of attacks, Zhu Gui returned to his seat feeling exhilarated. Chapter 113, Defeating the Boss, Clearing the Stage. Shui Quangren's face turned ashen, yet his tone remained unwavering. So what if he's first place? I refuse to believe that brat can keep it up. Care to wager with me? Let's bet on who'll be first at the end, Lin Feng or my student, Yan Dahai. Zhu Gui chuckled upon hearing this. Alright, since you've put it out there, why wouldn't I take you up on it? But let's make one thing clear, if my student Lin Feng remains first at the end, the notion that warriors are solely damage dealers will be utterly debunked at Huaxia Capital University. Who says support alchemists can't solo dungeons and become the main force? Shui Quangren roared with laughter. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. If it weren't for the old ties between you and my father, I wouldn't even waste my breath arguing with you here. Let's state the wager. Are you betting on a top-tier or ultra-top-tier potion? I'll stake a pair of top-tier boxing gloves. Put. Zhu Gui scoffed at the wager. What does a potion master need with boxing gloves? Let's make this exciting, no tangible gear at stake. The loser does a handstand in peas. The teachers nearby were stunned by this declaration. Where on earth did these two come from? Li Ming frowned deeply, inwardly sighing in exasperation. He was utterly speechless with these two. Xiao Madman snorted loudly. That bet's no fun at all. What's the big deal about peeing upside down? Let's make it more thrilling. How about the loser takes a dump upside down? The room erupted in an even louder uproar. Peeing upside down was bad enough, but now they were talking about pooping upside down? The mere thought of such a foul scene left the teachers speechless. If someone actually lost and performed such an act in public, it would not only violate professional ethics, could they even show their faces in the classroom afterward? Fine. Let's settle it with a glance. Everyone saw it. Shui Madman and I both accepted the wager. Whoever loses will defecate upside down in front of everyone. Shui Quangren wore a smug, confident grin. Old man, I've got this in the bag. No matter how top-tier Lin Feng's talent is, a support class is just that, a support class. They'll never hold a candle to a warrior. I'll be waiting for you to fulfill this bet. Let's see how you'll have the nerve to keep teaching at Huaxia Capital University after this. You'd better retire soon. With that, he sat back in his chair to continue watching the rankings. Yan Dahai's points continued to climb. In contrast, Lin Feng's points had stalled. Zhu Gui snorted coldly as he sat down, intently observing the shifting data on the screen. Lin Feng, I believe in you. You can turn this around. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Lin Feng, accelerating his pace, had already cleared several consecutive stages. In the blink of an eye, he reached the final boss stage. The moment he entered, a toxic mist engulfed his vision. The potion he had consumed engaged in a fierce standoff with the toxic mist, preventing it from penetrating his defenses. Suddenly, a colossal figure slowly emerged from the purple poisonous mist. Its root system sprawled densely across the ground, surrounding flora withered and lying lifeless, scattered with white beast bones. Lin Feng finally got a clear look at the true face of this colossal figure, a supersized man-eating flower over 10 meters tall. Spiral-shaped spikes lurked within its bud, while its leaves and stems were covered in backward-facing barbs, gleaming with a terrifying cold light. It seemed that any contact would instantly paralyze and neutralize its victims. Upon spotting Lin Feng, the poison-wind carnivorous flower rapidly extended its stems and leaves, charging toward him. This must be the boss. Killing it gives me a chance to find the dropped poison wind flower. That covers one of the 2 missing herbs. Lin Feng's face lit up with delight as he gripped the tetanus-poisoned death god sword tightly in his hand. Species, poison wind carnivorous plant. Level, 30. HP, 36,288. Blue bar, 38,537. Speed, 7,869. Defense, 6,612. Spirit, 8,742. Talent, Venomous Heart Cannibal C. Skills, Toxin Devour, Bizarre Fangs, Dark Poison Domain. Gazing at the newly acquired talents and skills, Lin Feng was stunned. Especially the thick health and mana bars, it would take several strikes to bring it down. Gripping his tetanus-poisoned death god sword, Lin Feng silently mused, time to test the combat feel after unlocking the Fatal Poison Master class. System, activate the class change scroll. Change to Fatal Poison Master. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successful class change. In an instant, his once ordinary and calm physique transformed into something sinister and ominous. As if countless toxins lurked within him, Lin Feng radiated pure malevolence even while standing still. At this moment, Lin Feng only lacked the appropriate attire, otherwise, he would have looked like a genuine demon. Holding the death god's poison blade, Lin Feng made a light slash at the approaching stem and leaves. The blade sliced clean through. The poison-wind carnivorous plant felt the stinging pain and frantically curled its body. Speed 6,810. Defense 8,620. Mental power 10550. HP bar 11,814. MP bar 10,444. The venomous wind carnivorous flower began losing health at an alarming rate. All stats were collectively halved. While the potion couldn't permanently reduce stats other than HP and MP, it could temporarily suppress them. The poison-wind carnivorous flower, sensing agony, convulsed violently. 3 purple light tubes blossomed around its body, and an overwhelming aura instantly bore down upon Lin Feng. Within hundreds of meters around Lin Feng, an even more potent toxin spread, transforming the area into a domain of poisonous wind and carnivorous plants. It bared its sharp fangs, their cold gleam flashing relentlessly. The poison-wind carnivorous flower frantically restored its health through the toxic mist. Lin Feng wouldn't give it a moment to resist. He raised the death god's poison sword in his hand and charged forward at lightning speed. Swoosh! A single strike sent the poison-wind carnivorous flower's health plummeting. Lin Feng delivered several more strikes, instantly decapitating it. The massive carnivorous plant crashed to the ground, its body twitching uncontrollably. Yet the tetanus toxin spread with alarming speed. Soon, its entire body appeared corroded, covered in rust like patina. Ding! Congratulations, host, on defeating a level 30 poison-wind carnivorous plant. Lin Feng swiftly looted the drop. Ding! Congratulations, host, on collecting 2 drop level 30 poison-wind carnivorous plant stems leaves. Ding! Congratulations, host, on collecting 10 level 30 poison-wind carnivorous plant teeth. Ding! Congratulations, host, on collecting the venom of a level 30 poison-wind carnivorous plant. After the boss was defeated, Lin Feng was automatically teleported out. Chapter 114, Soloing Again, Leveling Up Difficulty Votes Needed. The atmosphere outside was uncomfortably tense, with numerous teachers fixated on the top-ranked position. Yen Dahai emerged first, gazing at his top-ranked position on the screen. Who knew this year's freshman would be so weak? Li Tian beside him suddenly pointed at the second-place information, utterly astonished. Second place. I'm not seeing things, is that Lin Feng? A pharmacist venturing alone into the secret realm, yet he's reached second place with 150 points already. Holy! Li Tian was utterly stunned. Yen Dai also wore a look of shock. He never imagined a support-type alchemist could be this formidable. Now he'd climbed all the way to second place, leaving numerous warriors and mages in his wake. Shuequangren, perched on his chair, shouted, Dahai, push harder. Hold on to first place and knock that kid Lin Feng down. An alchemist should just stick to their support role. What's with trying to pull off something special? Shu Gui's face flushed with rage at the remark, but he forced himself to suppress it. He was waiting for Lin Feng to emerge after his first secret realm trial. Right. I'll hold my ground. I'll crush Lin Feng under my feet and show him what a true damage-dealing fist warrior is. A support alchemist should just hide in the back and make potions. Yen Dahai's eyes brimmed with contempt. But at that very moment, Lin Feng, who had been in second place, instantly flashed into first. His points skyrocketed to 180. Yen Dahai was utterly devastated. Suddenly, a bright light burst forth, revealing a figure slowly materializing. However, Lin Feng hadn't switched his class identity yet. Thus, the moment he appeared, he stood out as distinctly different in the eyes of the crowd. Especially the malevolent aura emanating from him like a toxic gas made many students shiver in fear. Quan Zilong emerged slowly from the secret realm, his health bar depleted by more than half. Yet, armed with the weapon forged by Shaolin, he had forced his way through the challenge. As a blacksmith, I should stick to forging tools behind the lines. This frontline combat and secret realm raiding business really isn't for me. A mere level 10 boss nearly drained my health bar dry. If I hadn't made it back, I'd be finished. After a moment of heart-pounding panic, Quan Zilong turned his gaze to the rankings displayed on the screen. First place was a fist warrior, no surprise there. Typically, the top performers were always warriors, mages, and archers. Support classes like theirs shouldn't even bother hoping. When he saw the second place name, his eyes narrowed. He rubbed them, then looked again to make sure he hadn't misread it. The name in second place was all too familiar. Lin Feng? His jaw dropped as he stared at the figure standing out like a sore thumb in the crowd. But the next second, Lin Feng chose the Poison Wind Forest again, launching into challenge mode. Xu Gui, who had been seated and was about to offer some advice to Lin Feng, didn't even get a chance to speak before Lin Feng vanished from his spot, re-entering the secret realm. This time, he chose the normal mode secret realm. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Xu Gui, witnessing this, was startled. The previous attempt had already been risky enough. Now Lin Feng had gone straight for normal mode. He wasn't the only one startled. Zhou Yao, her heart pounding, blurted out, "What on earth is Lin Feng doing?" He didn't even rest before diving straight into the Poison Wind Forest in normal mode? The other teachers were equally startled. For a support-type alchemist to tackle the Poison Wind Forest in easy mode was already incredibly unorthodox. Now he was ramping up the difficulty. The difficulty between easy mode and novice mode jumps by at least 50%. He might have gotten lucky the first time, but I don't believe he'll pull it off a second time. They're probably almost ready. Once night falls, that kid's done for. Yan Dahai sneered inwardly before upgrading his own secret realm level and vanishing from the plaza. Within the Poison Wind Forest secret realm, Lin Feng's figure flickered into existence. He drew the death poison sword once more, gripping it tightly as he sped forward. This trial only lasts 12 hours total. The drop rate for these poison wind flowers is random. If they don't drop, won't I have to keep grinding forever? Such probability-based mechanics were notoriously frustrating for class changers. Thus, when Blue Star's job changers sought better materials or dropped equipment, they had no choice but to grind repeatedly. Full throttle, then. Let's charge. Lin Feng's figure flickered, and 3 shadow spiders appeared before him. The surrounding toxic mist grew denser and more lethal. He opened a vial of potion and downed it in one gulp. Wielding the Death's Bite blade, infused with tetanus toxin, he delivered a single, lethal strike. 3 strikes downed all 3 shadow spiders. After collecting every dropped item, Lin Feng pressed onward. With the Death God Poison Sword in hand, Lin Feng actively sought out monsters, striking them down instantly with a single slash, leaving them no time to react. Some spawned monsters even seemed delighted to see him only to collapse in agony moments later. Lin Feng didn't even give some monsters time to react. Before long, Lin Feng encountered the boss. He struck 3 times instant kill. The Poison Wind Carnivorous plant fell, scattering rewards and equipment across the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, on defeating a level 30 Poison Wind Carnivorous flower. Ding! Congratulations, host, on collecting 2 level 30 Poison Wind Carnivorous plant stems leaves. Ding! Congratulations, host, on collecting 10 level 30 Poison Wind Carnivorous plant teeth. Ding! Congratulations, host, on collecting the venom of a level 30 Poison Wind Carnivorous plant. After collecting everything, Lin Feng sighed softly. I didn't expect the drops to be identical to last time. This must be the extreme difficulty it should drop the toxic windflower I'm after. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng was teleported out once more. Just as he was teleported out, chaos erupted outside. Zhou Yao and Zhu Gui were particularly tense. Zhou Yao, you've interacted with him more. Would you say this kid's luck has always been this good? Hearing Zhu Gui's worried question, Zhou Yao found herself at a loss for words. Pretty good. Zhu Gui sighed. I hope so. I'm worried something might go wrong for him in there. I should have equipped him with more gear. Zhou Yao turned her gaze to the screen, a hint of worry creeping into her own thoughts. Suddenly, Lin Feng, who had been in second place, shot straight to the top. His points instantly hit 350. Zhou Yao froze, glancing again to confirm. Lin Feng's ranking has changed, he's back in first place. Her words echoed among the teachers. Zhu Gui was dumbfounded, then suddenly became extremely excited. Shui Quangren, who had been gloating moments before, was struck dumb as if by lightning, watching Yan Dahai's ranking get pushed down to second place. Chapter 115, Hard Mode, Frame Grinding. Quan Zilong, who hadn't chosen to continue the challenge in the square, was startled. He scrutinized the top-ranked player's information, confirming it was Lin Feng, then exhaled a deep breath. How could Lin Feng possess such formidable strength? He's actually on par with a fist warrior. Could he have cleared the stages with that low-grade iron sword I gave him? This. Confusion and bewilderment spread through his mind. Just then, a figure radiating an aura of evil emerged from the suddenly illuminated gate exit. Lin Feng, who had just emerged, frowned. Gripping the Death God Iron Sword, he immediately activated the hard difficulty mode. I refuse to believe I can't clear this. A flash of light erupted, and his figure vanished once more at the entrance. The students in the square were dumbfounded, watching Lin Feng enter hard mode as they covered their mouths and whispered among themselves. After attempting the trial once, some support-type players chose to rest before trying again. This secret realm trial wasn't essential for support roles. Their future role was to provide support from the rear, not charge into the front lines, so they didn't need to exert themselves so much. That said, the top-tier rewards this time might be out of their reach. This trial was meant to give them a taste of actual secret realm combat. But Lin Feng was an entirely different story, a pharmacist who proved fiercer than the main damage-dealing warriors. Shu Gue, seated in his chair, was about to give Lin Feng a few words of advice when, in the next instant, Lin Feng's figure vanished once more. Has this kid become that powerful? He cleared the ordinary grade secret realm even faster than last time. Did you see that rusty sword he was wielding? Is he cheating or something? Zhou Yao, still reeling from surprise, calmed himself and said, I don't know, but I believe the surprises from Lin Feng won't stop here. Let's just wait and see. The other instructors were even more stunned by Lin Feng's performance, whispering among themselves. After Lin Feng vanished, Li Ming's eyes remained fixed on the spot. His heart trembled with shock before he turned to Li Ming beside him and asked, when can we get the live feed from inside the secret realm? Li Ming, already overwhelmed, frantically processed data before frowning. We might have to wait. With so many students tackling the challenges, there's a minor glitch in the data transmission. Lin Feng, now back in hard mode, narrowed his eyes and sped forward. The secret realm in hard mode was filled with thicker toxic fumes, monsters appeared more frequently, and they were far more intelligent. Upon spotting Lin Feng, they would actually retreat to create distance, opting instead for ranged attacks. This behavior piqued Lin Feng's interest. Even when hit by ranged attacks, the damage sustained was easily countered with a single potion. When his health bar dropped to 40%, Lin Feng would take out an energy replenishment potion. With its 32x potency boost, he instantly recovered to peak condition. As for his mana bar, Lin Feng had no cause for concern. The Death God Iron Sword was a low-tier weapon, consuming only single-digit amounts of mana. Combined with the fact that he hadn't used any skills, it was practically negligible. Clever, huh? You chose ranged attacks, so I'll counter with ranged attacks too. Lin Feng retrieved all 4 Death's Iron Swords, each coated with tetanus poison, from his spatial storage ring. He hurled one at every monster he spotted. With his immense strength, the blades pierced through any monster they struck. Even the slightest scratch allowed the tetanus toxin to take effect, instantly killing the monster. Lin Feng advanced at breakneck speed, dispatching most with a single strike. The monsters in hard mode were more cunning, possessing greater strategic awareness and sharper reflexes. But no matter how clever they were, could they outsmart the human mind? In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had reached the boss stage. Gazing at the familiar old acquaintance before him, though it had no memory of their previous encounter after respawning, Lin Feng still greeted it out of goodwill. Little flower, still eating? I'm here to take you down. Lin Feng unleashed all 4 Death God poison swords at the poison bee carnivorous plant. Before it could react, it was instantly obliterated. Ding! Congratulations, host, on defeating a level 30 poison wind carnivorous flower. Ding! Congratulations, host, on collecting 2x level 30 poison wind carnivorous plant stems leaves. Ding! Congratulations, host, on collecting 10 level 30 poison wind carnivorous plant teeth. Ding! Congratulations, host, on collecting the venom of a level 30 venomous wind carnivorous plant. Hearing the collection notifications, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter, damn it! Is this level messing with me? Grind! I'll grind you to death. I refuse to believe hell difficulty can't spawn poison windflowers. Lin Feng's figure was teleported out once more. The moment he appeared at the exit, without a second's hesitation, he selected hell mode. The entire crowd fell silent the moment hell mode activated. The quietest were his classmates. Some warriors who had just emerged from the stage to rest were utterly astonished upon seeing Lin Feng's ranking. Hearing about his consecutive stage clearing streak, they were stunned beyond words. Even the toxic wind forest, where Lin Feng had teleported and immediately activated hell mode, was left speechless. Of course, the most speechless were the teachers who had witnessed the entire spectacle from start to finish. They exchanged glances, utterly at a loss for words. Only one man wore a face twisted with hatred and displeasure. Shuequangren. He never imagined an alchemist could be so relentless, with combat prowess surpassing even that of warriors. Common sense dictated that the opponent was a support-type alchemist. How could they possibly solo a secret realm? Could it be that rusty iron sword in his hand that allowed him to clear stage after stage? But something about him seems off. Could he have unlocked a class change? No, that's impossible. Class change only appears after reaching level 40. How could it appear now? It must be that rusty iron sword in his hand. That's where the mystery lies. Just then, a figure emerged from the dungeon. Yan Dahai, who had just cleared the blood-stained dog den on normal difficulty. His body was splattered with blood and marked with fresh scars. Upon exiting, he immediately used a healing potion to begin recovery. As he neared full recovery, he glanced up at the rankings above. But what he saw made him jump to his feet. Lin Feng is still in first place? How is that even possible? Does that kid have some god-tier gear or something? How is anyone supposed to compete like this? Yan Dahai was utterly stunned, while Li Tian beside him covered his mouth in disbelief. Ever since Lin Feng had outplayed him in the last test, Yan Dahai had harbored resentment. Seeing Lin Feng near the top of the rankings only fueled his desire to vent his frustration. Now, seeing Lin Feng's name at the very top of the leaderboard, with a staggering 200-point lead over Yan Dahai, he was utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 116, Acquiring the Poison Windflower, entering escort mode. Yet he also witnessed Lin Feng re-entering the secret realm, activating Hell mode. Hell mode against a level 30 boss was no less challenging than tackling a level 40 boss on easy difficulty. Shuequanren, seated in the instructor's area, watched Yan Dahai below with an icy gaze. After a long moment, he let out a smile that was hard to read. Yan Dahai nodded, retrieving several nutrient potions from his spatial storage ring and downing them in one gulp. Visibly, the wounds across his body began healing at a rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, his depleted blue and health bars were fully restored. Lin Feng, I have top-tier gear given to me by my teacher. I refuse to believe you have that many top-tier items too. This time, first place is mine for sure. Lin Feng, you'll pay with your life for this. No sooner had he finished speaking than he, accompanied by Li Tian who had nearly finished his own recovery potions, plunged once more into the hellish difficulty of the challenge. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, already deep within the challenge, re-entered the toxic wind forest only to be immediately surrounded by monsters. They charged at Lin Feng at blinding speed, unleashing their skills. Lin Feng's health bar plummeted as he chugged energy recovery potions. His depleted health bar instantly recovered, energy practically pouring out of his nostrils. Die! Lin Feng raised the Death God's poison blade in his hand and swung it down with a fierce slash. For Death God poison swords, coordinated by Lin Feng, cleared the stages consecutively, breezing through the entire dungeon at a jogging pace. Standing once more before the boss, the poison wind carnivorous flower, he raised the 4 Death God poison swords in his hands and gently plunged them into the carnivorous flower's body. Baby, I'll be gentle this time. Just give me a toxic wind flower. With 4 swift strikes, the poison wind carnivorous plant let out a wretched cry before flopping down and falling into a peaceful slumber. Ding! Congratulations, host, on defeating a level 30 poison wind carnivorous plant. Ding! Congratulations, host, on collecting 2 drop level 30 poison wind carnivorous plant stems and leaves. Ding! Congratulations, host, on collecting 10 level 30 poison wind carnivorous plant teeth. Ding! Congratulations, host, on collecting the poison from the level 30 toxic wind carnivorous flower. After picking them up, Lin Feng was stunned to find he still didn't have what he wanted. But suddenly, he spotted a circular fragment lying in front of the poison wind carnivorous plant. As soon as he approached it. Ding! Congratulations, host, on collecting the poison wind flower from the level 30 poison wind carnivorous plant. Rare. Hearing the new pickup notification, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. Finally it appeared. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng's figure was teleported out, directly to the outside world. The instant he was transported out, Lin Feng instantly reverted to his most ordinary alchemist state. The Death God's poison sword in his hand was also sheathed. The trial plaza was crowded with people. The moment Lin Feng appeared, he drew the attention of many. Especially those seated in the teacher's section, Zhou Yao and Zhu Gui. Already fidgeting with anticipation, they sprang to their feet the moment they spotted him. Their mouths opened as if to say something, but they held back, fearing Lin Feng might vanish again before they could speak. This time, however, Lin Feng walked out, found an empty spot on the trial plaza, and sat down directly. Zhu Gui and Zhou Yao, witnessing this scene, felt somewhat unsettled. Once they regained their composure, they hesitated to say much more, mindful of the teachers and students nearby. Lin Feng naturally noticed Zhou Yao and Zhu Gui's gazes and promptly pulled out his phone to send them a message. Upon receiving the message, Zhu Gui and Zhou Yao finally let out the breath they'd been holding. Upon reading the message, Zhou Yao and Zhu Gui were visibly startled. I knew that kid had secrets. Turns out he activated a job change book and even has a forged cold weapon, a long sword. Since he's confident, I won't interfere too much. Their earlier worry vanished completely, replaced by hearts pounding wildly. A student, barely level 30, had actually activated a job change book. No wonder he sensed something profoundly different about Lin Feng's aura when he emerged. Most of all, he was intensely curious about the rusty iron sword Lin Feng had been holding when he emerged earlier. According to Lin Feng, this iron sword should possess extraordinary power. Yet its rusted appearance hardly suggested greatness. Could it possibly harbor some terrifying hidden power? For a moment, Zhu Gui found it hard to fathom. As Lin Feng sat down to rest, Quan Zilong, seated nearby, silently fixed his gaze upon him. Moments later, he rose and approached Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, your performance truly exceeded my expectations. I wonder if you're still comfortable using that iron sword? At the mention of the iron sword, Lin Feng gave a wry smile. I'm quite used to it. I really owe you for forging those 8 iron swords for me. I slaughtered everything in sight in the secret realm. Hearing Lin Feng speak so casually, Quan Zilong was utterly dumbfounded. If anyone else had said that, he would have thought Lin Feng was exaggerating wildly. An ordinary iron sword, even with poison potions, couldn't possibly achieve such rampant slaughter in the secret realm. But judging by his performance in the secret realm, he must have possessed some kind of super weapon. Otherwise, how could a mere alchemist solo all difficulty levels? Staring at the youth before him, he took a deep breath, his mind drifting back to the blueprints for the revolver god of death and the alchemist's forge he'd seen back at the research institute. Mr. Lin, if you're going to run the secret realm again, would you mind taking me along? After pondering, Quan Zilong made a silent decision. An inexplicable feeling urged him to take a chance. Though he had already dismissed the idea of tackling the dungeons, Quan Zilong couldn't help but speak up. Hearing this, Lin Feng slowly lifted his head to look at Quan Zilong. Are you sure? I recall you were reluctant to team up before. Among this year's freshmen at the Talent Academy, you're the only blacksmith. Quan Zilong scratched his head and gave a wry smile. Yes. At first, I didn't want to team up because, as a blacksmith, I knew I wasn't suited for combat-heavy dungeon runs. I just wanted to try it out briefly and then stop. So I turned down many classmates who wanted to explore the secret realm with me. But what surprised me was that you, Lin, as a support-type alchemist, could actually solo the secret realm and even rank first in points. I'd really like to experience dungeon running with you. I don't know if this request. If it feels awkward, just pretend I never said anything. Lin Feng did have reservations about bringing someone along this time. After all, if others discovered his secret, it would only lead to trouble. However, considering that Quan Zilong's master was Shaolin, who had once forged the revolver god of death and the alchemist's cauldron for him, he had likely signed a confidentiality agreement and wouldn't risk revealing his secrets. Fine. I'll make an exception and take you through a few dungeons. But the ones I'll be tackling later will be increasingly higher level and more difficult. Are you sure you want to come with me? Lin Feng agreed, but due to the risk of the secret realm's location being exposed, he made sure to clarify things first. No worries. I've got top-tier weapons to protect me. Don't fret too much about me, Lin. Bold. The moment Lin Feng heard super great weapon, he knew it had to be crafted by that old fox, Shaolin. Alright then. You've rested enough. Let's head out now. Chapter 117, Breaking Through the Barrier, Fallen Ruins. The moment Lin Feng finished speaking, Quan Zilong froze in place. Are you sure you don't want to rest a bit longer? You've only been out for less than 10 minutes. Lin Feng stood up, brushed himself off, and looked toward the numerous shimmering secret realm entrances. No need. I've already used potions to restore myself to peak condition. Let's go. With only 24 hours remaining, Lin Feng couldn't care less about whether he finished first or not. The main thing was, the current number of secret realms worldwide was plain for all to see. The opening periods for these realms were often limited, and opportunities like the secret realm trials couldn't be squandered. Lin Feng wanted to clear as many as possible to gather herbs for crafting potions. After all, the nation wasn't exactly flush with wealth. Alright. Let's go then. But which secret realm should we tackle this time? Quan Zilong felt uneasy seeing so many hidden realms. Despite wielding a top-tier weapon, a blacksmith specializing in rear support rarely possessed combat experience. This time, he was gambling too. This one, the Fallen Ruins. Having already decided on the next secret realm to challenge, Lin Feng walked over. As Quan Zilong approached the Fallen Ruins secret realm, he clearly saw the realm information displayed at the entrance. Secret Realm Instance, Ruined Fallen Ruins Difficulty, Easy, Normal, Hard, Hell Selectable Dangerous Creatures, Fallen Toads, Fallen Anomalies, etc. Final Boss, Fallen Titan Giant, Level 45. Holy. Quan Zilong was utterly dumbfounded upon seeing the Fallen Ruins panel information. Starting off with this high difficulty level? A Level 45 Fallen Titan? This was completely beyond Quan Zilong's imagination. Lin Feng, should we reconsider? A Level 45 boss, aren't we being a bit reckless? Lin Feng had anticipated this and turned to ask, scared? Quan Zilong shook his head. It wasn't that he was afraid, it was just that tackling such a high difficulty level was making his heart race. Charge! Let's just do it. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Feng pulled Quan Zilong into the secret realm's entrance. A flash of light erupted, and their figures vanished. Zhou Yao and Zhu Gui, seated in the instructor's area, looked toward the entrance where Lin Feng and Quan Zilong had vanished, still puzzled. Counselor Zhou, did you see what secret realm Lin Feng just entered? How come I saw him take that backup disciple of Shaolin with him too? Zhou Yao glanced up at the screen. Behind Lin Feng's name, still ranked first, a prompt indicating he was currently navigating a secret realm had appeared. As for the name of the secret realm he was entering, the moment she saw it, her voice faltered. It's the Ruined Ruins. The Ruins of the Fallen? That secret realm sounds so familiar. I distinctly remember the boss for that one being the fallen titan. Wait, no, that titan's strength was level 45. Shu Gui's tone changed completely at this thought. They'd actually chosen the fallen titan secret realm with a level 45 boss? Wasn't that suicide? Is their combined level higher than that of the fallen titan? Who gave them the guts to try this? That impulsive kid Lin Feng, does he want to give me a heart attack? What do we do? What do we do? Can we pause the challenge? Shu Gui paced back and forth on the spot, nearly exploding with rage. Not only was Lin Feng a precious asset, but he also brought along Shaolin's closed-door disciple. If anything happened to either of them in the secret realm, he'd be torn to shreds. Zhou Ya was also so frightened she didn't know what to do, so she sat down in a chair and forced herself to calm down. Professor Zhu, stop pacing. I believe Lin Feng isn't that impulsive. This time, they might just make it through safely. Zhu Gui fumed. Survive? How could they survive? If anything happens to Lin Feng and that kid, how could I face our ancestors? Shuequangren, watching from the sidelines, noticed Lin Feng vanish into the entrance of the secret realm within the meteorite ruins. His grin stretched almost to his ears. That kid is truly courting death. I'll just sit back and enjoy the show. At that moment, the tunnel traversal concluded. Lin Feng and Quan Zilong's figures had already materialized within the secret realm of the fallen ruins. Ruins, dim and lightless, the air thick with the stench of decay. Before them lay a city that seemed abandoned after a war. Massive piles of twisted metal formed small hills. Within these mounds, rows of trains, cars, and iron bridges were clearly visible. Upon these hills, colossal crawling monsters devoured the metal with frenzied abandon, their jaws crunching and grinding. Quan Zilong, stepping into the scene, couldn't help but tremble slightly at the sight before him. He raised his right hand and gestured toward his spatial storage ring. A red-silver mechanical box was flung out. Stepping forward, he gently pressed his finger onto the central point. The box expanded outward, spreading from his fingertip across his entire body, forming a protective barrier. Witnessing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but blurt out, "Holy crap! Iron Man?" But that wasn't all. He tossed a metallic sphere into the air, where it hovered as gun barrels and cannon muzzles emerged from its surface. His left hand gripped a lightsaber, while his right wielded a laser weapon. Lin Feng was stunned once more. This guy's gear was seriously top-notch. Quan Zilong, it's just a level 45 stage. No need to be so tense. Just as Lin Feng was about to offer a friendly reminder, Quan Zilong pulled a specially modified laser gun from his spatial storage ring. "Here, this is for you. My master forged it for me as a personal defense weapon. Since we're on the same team now, let's share it." Lin Feng ran his fingers over the laser rifle in his hand as an information panel appeared. Weapon name, Titan Laser Gun. Grade, Supreme. Lethal damage single shot. 1. Health bar damage, 270,000. 2. Mana bar damage, 270,000. Ammo, 2-2. Lin Feng was stunned just by seeing this. This laser rifle packs serious firepower. A single shot could wipe out 270,000 HP and MP. Even a level 45 fallen titan, no matter how thick its health pool, would be critically wounded after just 2 shots. The only drawback was the limited ammunition. Forging such a high-burst laser rifle must be extremely difficult. "Brother Quan, you should keep this. It'll protect you. I'll stick with my own weapons." With that, Lin Feng tossed the laser rifle to Quan Zilong. Quan Zilong caught the laser rifle and watched as Lin Feng retrieved a rust-covered iron sword from his spatial storage ring. According to his memory, this very sword was forged by his own hands. But how had it ended up in such a state now? Chapter 118, Fallen Toad, Fallen Stranger. "Lin, are you sure you want to use this sword? Isn't this the one I forged for you? It's a low-grade weapon." Quan Zilong couldn't help but warn anxiously, his gaze darting uncontrollably toward the distance. The colossal beast atop the hill fixed its gaze squarely on them, closing the distance at breakneck speed. "It's fine. I infused it with poison. Actually, this sword's power is still decent. Not bad?" To Quan Zilong, those words sounded utterly off. A low-grade iron sword, how powerful could it possibly be, even with poison added? Unless it contained some terrifyingly potent poison like the super-potent antidote he'd heard could halt an entire beast tide. But such a serum couldn't be applied to an iron sword. Suddenly, a giant toad landed on the ground, towering 7 or 8 meters high. Its upper body was flesh, while its lower half was metal. Its eyes were infected, oozing thick fluid. A mechanical eyeball slowly rotated, locking onto Lin Feng, who held the iron sword. Simultaneously, Quan Zilong and Lin Feng displayed each other's combat stats before their eyes. Species, Fallen Toad. Level, 30. HP, 6,488. Mana bar, 4,537. Speed, 6,569. Defense, 3,682. Spirit, 2,842. Talent, Toad Breath C rank. Skills, Slime Tongue, Bounce Devour. Suddenly, it extended a metallic tongue, coiling toward Lin Feng. At the last possible moment, just as the device atop Quan Zilong's head was about to fire, Lin Feng acted first, raising his iron sword and slashing down. Slashing sound. The blade sliced clean through, severing a section of the tongue that fell to the ground. The fallen toad let out an agonized wail. Quan Zilong watched the scene unfold, utterly stunned. A low-grade iron sword had severed the tongue of a level 30 toad. Lin Feng, how did you manage this? Is this still the iron sword I forged for you? What terrifying potion did you apply to it? It must have increased the sword's hardness and made its damage utterly terrifying. Quan Zilong stared at the iron sword in Lin Feng's hand, his heart filled with dread. Just as he expected the toad to attack again, the fallen creature suddenly rolled onto its back and collapsed onto the ground. Its metallic rear half was now covered in rust, as if corroded by frost. Froggy croaked? It just croaked like that? Witnessing this scene, Quan Zilong felt his heart churn like a turbulent river. A low-grade iron sword imbued with poison, a single strike had instantly slain a level 30 monster. Even most high-grade weapons couldn't achieve such a feat, yet this defiance of the laws of combat unfolded before his very eyes. How was it possible that after that strike, Froggy's metallic lower half was now covered in rust? Lin Feng knew he'd be astonished. Clearing his throat, he said, "Brother Quan, no need to be so shocked. This is just a minor trick. Still, my sword's immense power is largely thanks to your forging. Without the blade you crafted, my poison wouldn't have unleashed such devastating effects." Seeing his opponent's movements slow from shock, Lin Feng hastened to explain. Quan Zilong couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Just moments ago, he'd offered him top-tier mist essence, only to be refused. Now he felt like a complete fool. Let's go. We're heading deeper inside. Lin Feng strode forward, continuing to lead Quan Zilong fully equipped through the monster-infested area. Having witnessed Lin Feng's formidable prowess, Quan Zilong's courage gradually grew. Whenever they encountered monsters, he'd immediately activate the machine guns within the spherical device above, unleashing a barrage of fire. Even Lin Feng, standing beside him, was stunned by the firepower of this reinforced battalion. Who would have thought a blacksmith could pull off something like this? Even a gunner class can't pull this kind of stunt. Before long, the scattered loot was split evenly between the two. Of course, Lin Feng's purpose in clearing this level was to obtain the scaled beast's brain marrow. As General Zhang Zhan had explained, the scaled beasts were creatures bred by the fallen titans, randomly spawning beings lurking within the fallen titans' lairs. Encountering one hidden within the fallen titans' lair wasn't guaranteed every time you cleared the level. Regardless, Lin Feng was determined to obtain this item. If necessary, he'd simply clear the level again. Lin Feng and Quan Zilong cleared the minor monster stages at lightning speed, breezing through them in the blink of an eye. When they encountered monsters above level 30, if one strike didn't finish them off, he simply struck again. Lin Feng had prepared 4 Death God poison swords imbued with tetanus toxin. Once that poison ran out, he switched to the Death God poison swords laced with AIDS-transmitting venom. Human! Surrender your flesh and soul. Just as they entered a new level, a hoarse, icy voice slowly echoed from the dilapidated structure. The towering structure now featured a black opening below, where dozens of glowing red mechanical eyes shone. Clank, clank, clank. The sound of mechanical friction and collision echoed as a dozen humanoid puppet machines emerged. They too were half human, half machine, their eyes rotating 480 degrees to scan the newcomers. Type, Fallen Stranger. Level, 35. HP, 101,488. Mana bar, 65,371. Speed, 8,569. Defense, 9,982. Mental, 7,842. Talent, Mechanical Core C rank. Skills, Mass Self-Destruction, War Violence, Death Siege. Upon seeing the monster's stats panel, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. It seemed the toads he'd encountered earlier were mere minions, this was the real monster. That health bar was incredibly thick. Yet when Quan Zilong saw the fallen stranger, he felt no tension, only a hint of excitement. Lin Feng, this fallen stranger might drop a valuable item called a mechanical heart. I've been forging and researching a new invention lately. This mechanical heart might just be what I need. Lin Feng hadn't expected this secret realm to hold something he desired. Though he'd initially resisted being brought here, with such top-tier gear, defeating these monsters would be a joke. A mechanical heart, huh? Let me deal with these little monsters. Lin Feng retrieved 3 Death God poison swords from his storage ring and hurled them at the approaching fallen immortal monsters. The blades pierced their bodies with ease, yet each strike only chipped away a fraction of their health. Their movement slowed momentarily as they pulled the blades free and tossed them aside, then resumed their charge toward the two. At that moment, the mechanical device atop Quan Zilong's head activated. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullet casings the size of fists clattered to the ground. Before long, Quan Zilong's health bar dwindled to 10%. His forehead was covered in sweat, and he was panting heavily. Lin Feng, my device can't sustain prolonged output. It's up to you now. Lin Feng patted his chest. Got it. Leave it to me. Brother Quan, watch this. This is what a super alchemist looks like. Here, pour this potion into your mouth first. A low-grade green glowing restorative potion was shoved into Quan Zilong's mouth, interrupting his attempt to retrieve his own prepared potion. Chapter 119, The Terrifying AIDS-Transmitting Toxin. Lin Feng, what potion is this? It looks like the most common wind spirit potion? The potion dissolved the moment it touched his tongue. Having consumed numerous low-grade potions before, he was intimately familiar with the taste of the potions he had used. He carried specially prepared intermediate and high-grade potions precisely to quickly recover his strength if danger arose within the secret realm. As an alchemist, reportedly even the top-ranked newbie in the alchemist trials, why would Lin Feng resort to low-grade potions? He should at least carry some intermediate or advanced potions with him. Just as his doubts surfaced, the wind spirit potion already absorbed after being poured into his mouth exploded within him like a miniature nuclear bomb. His dormant core erupted like a dam bursting, energy spilling from his 7 orifices. His eyes turned white as he violently vomited energy. This low-grade wind spirit potion? Aha! The potent potion nearly blew his mind. His previously depleted health and mana bars were now maxed out, the stats on his interface blown off the charts. Even his mana bar had turned into a blazing red lightning bolt. It felt incredible, utterly mind-blowing. Bro Quan, how's that? Pretty damn satisfying to down my low-grade potion, huh? Here, take another one. Use it yourself if you run into danger later. Lin Feng retrieved a vial from his storage ring and handed it to Quan Zilong. At that moment, Quan Zilong stared at Lin Feng as if he were a monster. If this was a low-grade potion, he'd just eat monsters raw. Brother Lin, your potions are simply too potent. Honestly, I can't believe this is just an ordinary low-grade potion. After expressing his gratitude, Quan Zilong promptly tucked the wind spirit potion away without hesitation, his tone and address growing noticeably warmer. Who wouldn't want a super awesome alchemist as a friend? But what intrigued him most was the true identity of this Lin Feng. His innate talent was SS-grade omnisensory forging. SS-grade omnisensory forging allowed him to perceive every aspect of the forging process, even seeing through the internal structure of the item being forged. He could visualize the perceived details as 3D images in his mind. Moreover, this talent granted him an extraordinary perception of any situation, far surpassing that of ordinary class changers. He could anticipate any situation in advance and receive intense feedback. He had an extremely strong premonition about Lin Feng that he was likely connected to that SSS plus level alchemist deeply hidden by the state. Brother Quan, to be honest, it's just a common low-grade potion, but it's been specially modified by my talent. Enough talk. Let's deal with these monsters first. As Lin Feng spoke, another death god poison sword materialized in his hand. He had already discarded the previous 4 blades. This time, however, the death god poison sword in his hand was coated with an AIDS-transmitting toxin. He couldn't predict the extent of damage a single strike would inflict. Without hesitation, Lin Feng raised the death god poison sword and charged toward the group of fallen others already charging at them. The first monster to close in was struck by Lin Feng's blade. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the death god's poison sword infused with HIV-transmitting poison, dealing random damage, 50,000. The single strike instantly reduced the already critically wounded fallen immortal's health bar to 0. This damage stunned even Lin Feng, while Quan Zilong was utterly flustered. The iron sword Lin Feng now wielded was identical to the one he had forged and shipped from the factory, even brand new and unused. Yet this single strike had slain a level 35 monster, utterly unreal. What low-grade iron sword could possibly one-shot a level 35 monster? Lin Feng. Did I forge this iron sword? I'm getting even more confused. Lin Feng couldn't explain it either, but the evidence was undeniable. Clearing his throat, he replied, Brother Quan, you're right. This iron sword was forged by you. But it's been coated with a new poison. I developed one that unleashes a powerful burst of lethality. It might have a specific effect on the monsters in this secret realm. Out of sheer helplessness, Lin Feng could only come up with a flimsy excuse to gloss over the matter. Quan Zilong was even more bewildered upon hearing this. He wasn't unfamiliar with alchemists, but someone as extraordinary as Lin Feng was truly a first. Just then, as if infected by the fallen outsider slain by Lin Feng, the other outsiders began trembling violently. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your death god poison sword infused with AIDS-transmitting venom has spread its toxin through chain transmission, triggering a chain infection. Ding! Inflicts random damage, 5,000. Ding! Random damage dealt, 8,000. Ding! Random damage dealt, 9,000. This chain damage is random, but Lin Feng never imagined it would be this devastating. A single trigger could deal tens of thousands of damage points, enough to strip the skin off even a god. What astonished Lin Feng most was that these fallen beings were linked through some peculiar method. The AIDS virus can spread through their connections, causing further harm. However, one thing puzzled Lin Feng: shouldn't this HIV drug weaken immunity to cause damage? Suddenly, the fallen outsider who had been struggling in place began convulsing violently. Each movement triggered a painful reaction. Ding! Inflicts random damage, 5,000. Ding! Random damage dealt, 6,000. Ding! Random damage dealt, 11,000. At this moment, Lin Feng realized that the more violently they moved, the higher the damage would be. It seemed that after their immunity was completely destroyed by the 30x potency AIDS-transmitting toxin, their bodies had no defense left. Even the slightest movement caused wear and tear, resulting in damage. Realizing this, Lin Feng found the 30x potency AIDS toxin utterly terrifying. He'd have to be more cautious with it in the future. Lin Feng, run! They're about to self-detonate. Quan Zilong, positioned behind him, suddenly detected the anomaly and lunged forward, shoving Lin Feng to the side. The fallen outsider, who had been on the brink of destruction and death, began to tremble violently. Its core started shaking wildly, as if some terrifying explosive device had been triggered. Both arms were clasped tightly across their chests, which radiated an ominous crimson heat. Scorching gas billowed out from their bodies. With a thunderous boom, the once peaceful checkpoint erupted violently, tearing a massive fissure in the ground. Quan Zilong was sent flying backward, his protective tech device shattering instantly. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 120, Administering the Beast Blood Boiling Potion to Quan Zilong. Brother Quan. Lin Feng snapped to attention, quickly surveying the battlefield. The explosion's force rivaled that of a small nuclear bomb. What Lin Feng hadn't anticipated was how quickly their concentrated explosion would occur. Something was terribly off. Pulling Quan Zilong away from his own body, he saw that Quan's health bar was down to just 1%. His entire suit of equipment was completely destroyed. Brother Lin, I'm fine. Just let me rest for a moment and I'll recover. But I won't be able to continue fighting alongside you afterward. Quan Zilong lay on the ground, gasping for breath, utterly drained. Seeing this, Lin Feng felt a pang of guilt. This gate is a bit peculiar, but don't worry, Brother Quan. I have a plan. The next moment, Lin Feng turned his gaze to the spatial storage ring on his right index finger and retrieved a vial of red potion. Brother Lin, don't worry. I won't die. I still have other recovery potions on me. Before Quan Zilong could finish speaking, a tube of blood-red pills was forcefully shoved into his mouth. The pill, thicker than a thumb, melted the moment it touched his tongue, vanishing in an instant. Brother Lin, what the hell did you just feed me? Quan Zilong stared at Lin Feng in utter bewilderment. Lin Feng smiled and said, Brother Quan, don't speak. Just focus on feeling it. Quan Zilong, his face still filled with confusion, suddenly felt an unimaginable surge of vital energy spreading throughout his body. The surface of his previously crippled, injured body began healing at an unbelievable speed. Inside his writhing body, it was as if an unimaginable metamorphosis was taking place. The agony vanished instantly, as if it had never existed. His vital statistics surged at an astonishing rate. Holy crap! Why are my stats skyrocketing? Suddenly, a data panel materialized before Quan Zilong. Character, Quan Zilong. Class, Blacksmith. Level, 20. HP, 2000 plus 2390. Mana bar, 2000 plus 4017. Speed, 2222 plus 2543. Strength, 2555 plus 5642. Defense, 1457 plus 5778. Mental power, 3687 plus 4259. Talent, Omnisensory Forging SS. Skills, Split-Minded Forging, Frenzied Heart, Machine Manipulation. Experience points, 200. Staring at the stack data behind him, Quan Zilong exploded. Originally gravely injured and nearing paralysis, after being injected with an unknown serum, his body instantly recovered to peak condition and his combat power skyrocketed. Well, do those injuries from earlier feel like nothing now? Lin Feng observed Quan Zilong, who was now questioning his entire existence, and asked slowly. Quan Zilong turned his head, the look of utter shock still frozen on his face. Brother Lin, I think I finally understand why you topped the entrance exam and dominated the secret realm trials. You're truly a prodigy. I, Quan Zilong, bow to your superiority. Talent? Hearing this praise, Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a wry smile. I wonder if this potion was also crafted by Brother Lin. Suppressing his already intense anticipation, Quan Zilong couldn't help but speak up. Lin Feng sighed softly. If you can keep it confidential, I'll tell you it was. Hearing this evasive answer, Quan Zilong clutched his head, momentarily unable to accept it. So the guy who'd been tackling challenges alongside him was a true monster. Not only could he transform a low-grade iron sword into a peerless killing weapon. The potions he crafted rivaled top-tier quality, not just superior grade, but even revered grade couldn't compare. If alchemists worldwide learned of his abilities, it would likely cause an uproar. Countless alchemists would want to silence him. Brother Lin, I'll keep this matter confidential. Please also keep it a secret that I possess these high-grade mists. After a moment's thought, Quan Zilong immediately spoke up. Lin Feng nodded. Of course. But even if you didn't keep it secret, the state would make you keep it secret. With that, Lin Feng headed toward the location where the monster had exploded. Hearing this, Quan Zilong fell deep in thought. He couldn't quite grasp the meaning behind Lin Feng's words. Could it mean that his identity was protected by state secrets? If he dared to reveal anything, he would face state investigation and accountability? He knew many individuals under state protection, but someone of Lin Feng's age? He seemed to be the only one. Could it be his talent was kicking in again? He seemed to have guessed an unimaginable outcome. Could he truly be that legendary super alchemist of China? The mere thought of that Godslayer gun and the alchemist's cauldron sent a surge of excitement coursing through his veins. His heart pounded wildly, his body temperature soaring. His gaze fixed on Lin Feng as his fervor reached its peak. At that moment, Lin Feng's gaze had already settled on the equipment scattered across the ground. His gaze swept over them, landing on a metallic heart lying on the ground. Mechanical heart can be used to forge weapons capable of thought, endowing lifeless weapons with unimaginable superactivity. An item exclusive to smiths. A mechanical heart? Lin Feng picked up the item and tossed it to Quan Zilong. Here. The mechanical heart you wanted. Stash it away quickly, the next stage is the boss. We need to finish this fast. Lin Feng scanned the equipment on the ground, gathering some medicinal herbs useful for alchemists before repairing his gear and preparing to take on the boss. Quan Zilong, clutching the mechanical heart, felt his excitement surge. He swallowed hard, utterly thrilled. So this was the feeling of clearing a stage? Previously, when soloing the secret realm, he'd been filled with dread. But with Lin Feng, it felt like he was being carried to victory. Here we go. After stowing the mechanical heart in his storage ring, Quan Zilong gathered the remaining gear suitable for him from the ground and rushed straight toward Lin Feng. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished. A crimson glow ignited as they entered the boss stage. Meanwhile, in the adjacent secret realm, four adventurers clad in peculiar attire were clearing monsters at breakneck speed. One was a burly figure with sharp eyebrows and small eyes, wielding a massive cannon and carrying numerous weapons and equipment on his back. Another wielded a long sword, slashing it down to instantly obliterate the ground-level monsters. Another, bulging with muscle like a mountain, stomped the ground, pulverizing the nearby monsters into mincemeat. The last, wielding a flaming staff, gave a light wave. A terrifying fireball exploded where the monsters had gathered. The weapon-wielding figure was none other than Mo Qian, captain of the Dragon Slayer bounty team. Hurry up and clear the sub-level boss stages. With the device we're carrying, we can reach the Fallen Ruins secret realm the kid broke into. Chapter 121, the bounty team closes in, Lin storms through killing monsters. The other three nodded in unison, their faces lighting up with excitement. We've been waiting for this day, boss. Once we finish this job, can we retire in style? Yeah. Boss, after this job, let's buy an island and experience a different world. Ha ha ha. Exactly. This job was practically handed to us on a silver platter. Taking on a student? That's just bullying. After hearing their chatter, Zhu Qian took a drag on his cigarette and said, "Humph. We shouldn't let our guard down too much this time. According to the intel provided by the Divine Workers Union, this kid's got a lot of secrets. Most importantly, he's got a bunch of shadow assassins protecting him. One wrong move and we could all end up dead." No sooner had Zhu Qian finished speaking than the swordsman, blade in hand, sneered coldly, "Boss, we've prepared thoroughly this time. That kid won't even have time to react. Most importantly, this is a golden opportunity. The secret realm trial, unless you're part of the same team, no one else can enter. Those shadow assassins will just be stuck waiting outside." The other two burst into laughter, hastening their movements. Standing at the front, Zhu Qian raised his pistol to finish off the boss with a single shot. "Enough," he said sternly. "Let's hurry. We can't waste time. We need to make sure that kid enters the Hell-tier Fallen Ruins." No sooner had Zhu Qian spoken than the three of them teleported away without even glancing at the ground-level rewards, arriving at a hidden secret realm entrance. Zhu Qian activated the switch once more, and all four figures re-entered the stage together, beginning their frenzied monster grinding. Meanwhile, within the Fallen Ruins easy difficulty, Lin Feng and Quan Zilong had already reached the boss stage. The moment they appeared, they were enveloped by the musty, decaying stench permeating the air. Their position was at the very heart of a vast ruin, where countless aircraft wreckage, high-speed train remains, and even ships lay shattered. Within the mountains of debris lay a massive cavern, where the sound of hammering echoed intermittently. Quan Zilong took a deep breath and addressed Lin Feng. "Brother Lin, look. Could that be the boss's lair? It doesn't seem to have spotted us yet. Should we go take a look?" Lin Feng hadn't expected Quan Zilong to grow so bold, actually daring to suggest heading straight for the boss's lair. "Let's go check it out." Lin Feng set off, heading straight for the massive cavern where the sounds originated. The moment they reached the entrance, the rhythmic knocking abruptly ceased. The next second, a pair of blood-red eyes snapped open. Within them, flames flickered like the exhaust of a gas turbine engine. Boom! The once silent cavern erupted violently as a pair of colossal arms emerged from the void, striking down with devastating force. The weapon hovering above Quan Zilong's head shifted form. With a thunderous crash, it sent the approaching colossal titan flying. The remnants landed beside Lin Feng and Quan Zilong, their health bars plummeting. Lin Feng was stunned by this secret realm boss. Quan Zilong trembled violently, his health bar plummeting only to rebound instantly. The beast blood boiling potion surged wildly within his body, propelling his combat power back to its enhanced state. Originally feeling extremely uncomfortable, as if his health was critically low, he stared blankly at his restored health bar. It must be noted that no potion, not even a Zune Grade 1, could instantly maintain both health and mana bars. And certainly not at the peak of its enhanced state. For a moment, Quan Zilong couldn't even begin to describe his current state of mind. He could only feel utter shock at the potion Lin Feng had given him. The moment his health bar began to drop, Lin Feng swiftly pulled out a crimson vial, uncapped it, and poured the contents directly into his mouth. Boom! The potent potion's effects erupted violently. Lin Feng, who had been calm moments before, felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his body. His meridians and blood pulsed violently, his aura surging to unprecedented heights in an instant. A data panel instantly materialized. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 220258,000 Advanced unlocks 5th super formula at level 25. HP bar, 2000 plus 9000. Mana bar, 2000 plus 9000. Speed, 4419 plus 7218. Strength, 4560 plus 6320. Defense, 4291 plus 4402. Mental power, 5732 plus 6104. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God SSS+. Skills, Split Mind Ring, Divine Power Burst, Surgical Mastery, Eternal Potency. Unseal Formulas, 1. Death Reaper Annihilation Potion 2. Enhanced Hands Human Gene Enhancement Potion 3. Healing Goddess Descent Super Supply Potion 4. Beast Blood Boiling Sustained Enhancement Potion. Unlocked Alchemist Equipment Blueprints, 1. Godslayer Revolver Offensive 2. Alchemist's Cauldron Supportive. Class Tools, 1. Revolver Godslayer 26 Note, 18.36% worn. 2. Alchemist's Cauldron Unactivated Note, 0.002% worn. Equipment Additional Skill Attributes, 1. Unharmed Backlash Offensive, applied 2. Where Resistance Offensive, applied 3. Masterful Handling Supportive, applied 4. Silent Psi Offensive, applied. Experience points, 190,000. Awesome. This is the feeling I crave. Let me see just how powerful I become after activating the class change scroll again. While savoring the surge of power from his enhanced abilities, Lin Feng addressed the system directly. Activate the Deadly Poison Master Job Change Book. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successful class change. Following the system's notification, Lin Feng's body began undergoing unimaginable transformations. His aura, in particular, turned exceptionally cold and sinister. His gaze was exceptionally icy and malevolent, as if he had transformed into a supervillain. Quan Zilong, who had just recovered from his shock, hurriedly looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Brother Lin, how are you? Are you okay?" His words had barely left his mouth when he saw Lin Feng's state in frozen place. The Lin Feng before him was no longer the man he remembered. It was as if another Lin Feng had appeared before his eyes. An evil version of existence? Chapter 122, Thick Health Bar? One sword not enough? Then 2 swords to finish him off. Brother Quan, why are you staring at me like that? I'm not into guys. Lin Feng glanced sideways and immediately noticed Quan Zilong's distinctly unsettling gaze. Quan Zilong stared back in astonishment. Brother Lin, what is this? Lin Feng replied indifferently, don't ask. Watch me. With that, Lin Feng charged forward wielding the Reaper's poison blade, a blade infected with the AIDS virus. Lin Feng placed a pre-prepared energy recovery pill in his mouth, letting it slowly dissolve. Should he encounter extreme danger, he would swallow it immediately. The powerful energy released would instantly restore his depleted reserves, propelling him to peak condition. It was like having double protection. The next second, Lin Feng's figure had already appeared before the fallen titan. A scan panel materialized before him. Species, Fallen Toad. Level, 45. HP, 236,488. Mana bar, 194,537. Speed, 26,569. Defense, 103,682. Spirit, 12,842. Talent, Titan's Heart B rank. Skills, Aerial Smash, Frenzy's Fury, Summon Exploding Ring. 230,000 HP? The rest of the stats are just as terrifying. Lin Feng took a deep breath upon seeing this and charged forward without hesitation. Quan Zilong, watching from behind, widened his eyes and urgently shouted, Brother Lin, we're no match for it. Come back. I'm charging the laser rifle. Once it's hot, 2 shots should still cripple it. As he spoke, Quan Zilong frantically began heating the gun barrel. But Lin Feng had already raised the Death God's poison blade in his hand and hurled it toward the fallen titan. The fallen titan saw the flying Death God's poison sword approaching. His gaze remained indifferent as he emitted a mocking snort. It stood completely still, unmoving. Witnessing this, Lin Feng chuckled inwardly. This played right into his hands. SSSSH. Clang. The sword plunged into flesh, only to halt abruptly as if striking metal. Yet two distinct sounds echoed. The fallen titan, who had been utterly unconcerned, let out a soft gasp. Suddenly, excruciating pain surged up from his arm. Immediately afterward, he felt his body's immunity rapidly declining, a wave of weakness washing over him. Yet with every movement, he felt his health bar plummet. Each movement cost him more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the Death God's poison blade with added AIDS transmission toxin, causing 150,000 random damage. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your Death God's poison blade with added AIDS transmitting toxin has spread the toxin through a chain reaction, triggering a chain infection. Ding! Inflicts random damage 15,000. Ding! Inflicts random damage 18,000. Watching his health bar plummet rapidly, the fallen titan froze in shock. It froze in place, paralyzed with fear. With every movement, it could feel its health bar plummeting at a visible rate. That first sword strike had already whittled away 150,000 HP, and now each twitch cost over 10,000 HP. A larger movement would likely kill it instantly. Seeing the death poison sword take full effect, Lin Feng muttered pills under his breath, exhaled softly, and began walking toward the fallen titan's secret lair. The decaying, dimly lit lair was utterly empty. There was no sign of the so-called scaled beast. Seeing this, Lin Feng understood the situation. This attempt at the easy difficulty had failed to meet his goal. What a pity. Looks like I'll need a second attempt. Next time we meet, I hope you can hold out a bit longer. At that moment, the provoked fallen titan let out a frenzied roar. Clenching both fists, several crimson halos appeared around its body before exploding outward in an instant. His innate talent kicked in, propelling his body skyward once more. Clenching both fists, he slammed a punch toward Lin Feng's position. Lin Feng's reflexes kicked in. His body flickered sharply, and the Death God's poison sword appeared in his hand once more. The Death God's poison sword sliced through like cutting tofu, plunging directly into the fallen titan's palm. Ding! Deals instant damage 25,000. Ding! Dealt random damage 35,000. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the Death God's poison blade with added AIDS transmitting poison, dealing random damage 170,000. The fallen titan was stunned again. After activating the skill, his health bar shot up, only to be slashed back down again. Roar! 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 A voice filled with helplessness and resentment echoed. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your Death God's poison sword with added AIDS transmitting toxin has spread the poison through a chain reaction, triggering a chain infection. Ding! Inflicts random damage 16,000. Ding! Deals random damage 19,000. With a thunderous crash, the colossal titan's form collapsed onto the ground. Equipment scattered across the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, on picking up a Titan Core Crystal 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, on picking up Titan Beast Gold Material 5. After collecting all the dropped gear, Lin Feng turned to Quan Zilong and said, Brother Quan, we need to initiate another trial in normal mode. Do you want to continue? Gazing at the colossal fallen titan's form sprawled on the ground, Quan Zilong seemed to have aged a decade in an instant. After all, this titan was level 45. Though he didn't know Lin Feng's exact level, it couldn't possibly exceed level 30 at best. Brother Lin, I'm in. Quan Zilong surveyed the scattered gear littering the ground. Some rewards unsuitable for him were tossed aside once more. But the sight of the materials and gear lying there made Quan Zilong's mouth practically split into a huge grin. His face radiated excitement as he gathered every last reward from the ground. Instantly, their figures were teleported away. Meanwhile, at the trial plaza, Zhu Gui stood up, pacing back and forth restlessly, his eyes filled with worry. Zhou Yao grew slightly irritated and spoke up, Professor Zhu, don't worry. I'm sure Lin Feng will be fine. Weren't you extremely worried when he faced the trials before? Didn't he breeze through them? I'm sure he'll pass this one on his first try too. But hearing this only deepened Zhu Gui's worry. He sighed, I hope so. In all my years as a teacher, I've never encountered such a difficult student. If something happens to him, I'll have failed the nation and let down all the leaders. I personally vouched for him with my reputation. If something happens now, I might as well die. His frantic state was met with disbelief by the other instructors, who watched him as if witnessing a farce. Shuequangren, observing this, smirked inwardly with satisfaction. He brought this on himself. If he dies, so be it. Such arrogance from a mere brat, this time he'll surely fall flat on his face. No sooner had he spoken than a flash of light erupted from the exit of the fallen ruin's secret realm. Chapter 123, the feeling of being carried away so damn thrilling. Two youthful figures slowly materialized. Lin Feng hadn't reverted to his alchemist form but maintained his identity as the fatal poison master. The moment he appeared, Shuequangren, who had been sneering moments before, immediately dropped his smug expression. At that moment, Lin Feng, who had long dominated the top spot, saw his points begin to surge once more. 450. When these three digits appeared, both teachers and students were stunned. They couldn't fathom how a support-oriented alchemist could seize the top spot in the trial rankings. Since time immemorial, the most popular classes had always been damage-focused. Warriors, swordsmen, mages, and archers took precedence. Had the times truly changed? Was it finally the alchemist's turn to shine? Xu Guo, who had been pacing anxiously in place, froze upon seeing Lin Feng's figure appear. His expression shifted as he exhaled deeply. Lin Feng, the Fallen Ruins secret realm is far too dangerous for you lot. Stick to simpler realms for now. Xu Guo spoke immediately, fearing Lin Feng might activate the secret realm and vanish again. Lin Feng looked up at Xu Guo and Zhou Yao. Professor Zhu, there's no need to worry. Lin Feng activated the secret realm teleportation once more. The next second, a beam of light streaked before them, and the entrance opened again. The sign above the entrance changed from simple to ordinary. The difficulty level had increased. Lin Feng, you. The words he'd been about to speak seemed to be punched back into his throat, choking him. Xu Guo let out a deep sigh, his previously relaxed state of mind tightening once more. What the hell is that kid thinking? Has he gone mad trying to clear the level? Does he want to be like a warrior, disregarding life and death? Amidst the heavy sighs, Lin Feng and Quan Zilong's figures had already flashed into the fallen ruins of normal difficulty. The world before them grew darker and more lifeless, with pools of rusted molten iron flowing across the ground, emitting a putrid stench. The normal level fallen ruins presented a significantly greater challenge than their previous battle. Quan Zilong, who had anticipated this, was already prepared for battle. Dozens of fallen toads had appeared in the distance. Just as he turned to warn Lin Feng, he saw the latter already charging forward. Brother Quan, stay close. I'm going to speed up the monster spawning. Lin Feng raised his death god poison sword, now infused with AIDS-transmitting venom, and thrust it fiercely at one of the fallen toads. The blade pierced the fallen toad's chest. It let out a wretched cry and collapsed, dead. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the death god's poison sword enhanced with AIDS-transmissible poison, dealing random damage 40,000. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your death god poison sword infused with AIDS-transmissible poison has spread the toxin through a chain reaction, triggering a chain infection. Ding! Inflicts additional damage, 4,000. Ding! Inflicted random damage, 5,000. As the death god's poison sword unleashed its fury, the chain-infected fallen toads let out pitiful screams before collapsing into unconsciousness. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen fallen toads were wiped out. Brother Quan, hurry up and loot the gear. We need to move on to the next stage. Quan Zilong, standing nearby, looked utterly bewildered. He hadn't even realized what he was doing when he saw the monsters die. Brother Lin, we can slow down a bit, at least give the boss a chance to respawn. He spoke while his hands never stopped gathering gear. 10 seconds later, the next stage began. Upon entering the new stage, Quan Zilong opened his eyes to find gear scattered everywhere. Already flustered, he became even more flustered. Lin. But by then, Lin Feng had already gathered the gear he needed and was waiting at the entrance to the next stage. Quan Zilong wasted no time, swiftly gathering up all the remaining gear. Even items unsuitable for him could be sold at the class shop. In short, he had an overwhelming sense that he was being carried by a pro player. This monster clearing speed surpassed even some level 50 warriors. As the gate lights flashed once more, Lin Feng swung his sword again. Amidst the monster's agonized screams, the AIDS-spreading poison continued its spread, lulling them all into peaceful slumber. Even Quan Zilong, who was frantically picking up monster drops from behind, was scrambling to keep up. The thrill of grinding monsters while being carried by a pro was absolutely exhilarating. His spatial storage ring was now packed to the brim, and he'd even started organizing the items by category. Before long, they reached the boss stage. Lin Feng entered, wielding the death god's poison blade, and headed straight for the fallen titan's lair. The fallen titan in its lair, Sigma. After scanning the area, Lin Feng didn't spot the so-called scaled beast. He sighed softly before fixing his gaze on the fallen titan. The fallen titan lay sprawled on the ground, gazing at the intruder who had suddenly burst into its lair. Evil, cold, it felt like he was the true villain. Had modern challengers abandoned the usual tactics? Previously, he'd always initiate the attack, sending challengers fleeing in terror. Even those with higher levels only fell when he initiated combat. But this little punk actually dared to confront him head-on? Lin Feng watched the fallen titan, still frozen in shock, as he drew another death god's poison blade from his backpack. Holding the blades in both hands, he thrust them into the fallen titan's massive palm. With a hiss, both blades sank in, glistening with moisture. Sleep now. It'll be quick. No pain. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering the death god's poison sword with added HIV infection toxin, dealing instant damage of 140,000. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering the death god's poison sword with HIV transmission toxin, dealing random damage 160,000. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your death god poison blades with HIV transmission toxin have spread the toxin through chain transmission, triggering a chain infection. Ding. Inflicts random damage, 14,000. Ding. Deals random damage, 25,000. Seconds later, the fallen titan let out a wail before drifting peacefully into unconsciousness. At the entrance to the stage, Quan Zilong watched Lin Feng storm into the fallen titan's lair, frozen in place. But within half a minute, he heard the clatter of gear scattering across the floor as the boss let out a wail. Is this even human? Can you stop being so ridiculously overpowered? Quan Zilong rushed over recklessly, frantically scooping up gear from the ground. Just as he thought the run was over and he could finally rest and sort his gear, Lin Feng scanned the scattered items on the ground. His expression suddenly turned grave. Brother Quan, you have two choices before you. 1. You rest after we exit and I tackle the dungeon alone. 2. You join me in clearing it. Quan Zilong, satisfied with his loot, heard Lin Feng's terms and agreed without hesitation. I choose option 2. Facing such a choice when being carried through monster grinding, any hesitation would be the ultimate disrespect to himself. Chapter 124, A Secret Realm Every 10 minutes? This kid's too overpowered. Alright, then we'll activate the Fallen Ruins in hard mode. I refuse to believe we can't clear even the hard mode version. A flash of light appeared, and their figures materialized on the trial plaza. Simultaneously, a flash of light appeared beside him, and two figures slowly emerged. It was Yen Dehai and Li Tian, both radiating smiles and a sense of exhilaration. This time, they had cleared the entire blood-stained doghouse at the difficult level, and it had only taken them 40 minutes. Such speed placed them among the absolute elite at Huaxia Capital University. The main reason was the exceptionally powerful gear provided by Professor Shuequangren, though it did drain mana bars rather quickly. Facing a level 20 monster, he crushed it with a single punch. This extreme mana-draining punch delivered pure satisfaction to Shuequangren. He even brought along one of the university's top-tier alchemists for support. When supplies ran low, he could simply reach out and get what he needed. It was absolutely exhilarating. Oomph. Lin Feng, let's see how you'll surpass me this time. I cleared both normal and hard modes in one go. This time, my points will definitely surpass yours and secure the top spot. As he sneered, Li Tian's mockery grew even sharper beside him. Following a top-tier warrior on monster runs was where the real thrill lay. Not only do you gain experience points, but you also get carried in snag gear. This kind of thrill isn't something a lowly alchemist could ever provide. Lin Feng, dreaming of taking first place by soloing monsters? Keep dreaming. The only way is to tag along and fight monsters together. As for that blacksmith? If you weren't Master Shaolin's apprentice, I wouldn't give you the time of day. Support carrying support? That's laughable. Amidst their jeers and mockery, the moment their figures appeared, the entire crowd grew cold and indifferent, paying them no mind whatsoever. Stunned by the sudden silence, they froze in place, staring at Lin Feng and Quan Zilong, who had just materialized. They're here too? Then. Suddenly, an ominous foreboding took root in his mind. When they looked up at the big screen, they were stunned. Lin Feng's points had skyrocketed to 585. He was still in second place. How is that possible? How did Lin Feng manage this? Could it be a dual class? How can a support class be this powerful? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yen Dehai's face was frozen in disbelief, and a surge of defiant anger welled up inside him. How could a trash support player possibly rank above him? Shuequangren's expression in the teacher's seat turned icy cold, while Zhu Gui beside him was once again left speechless. The moment Lin Feng entered the ordinary tier Fallen Ruins secret realm, he began his calculations. From entry to exit, it took less than 10 minutes? Even walking through it wouldn't take less than 10 minutes. Did that kid ride a rocket? Did he just charge through the entire secret realm, slaughtering everything in his path? At that moment, images of the older generation of super swordsmen flashed through Zhu Gui's mind. He recalled being swept along once, sprinting all the way to the boss stage. Even then, such a feat was only possible with overwhelming level superiority. But Lin Feng? He was just a lowly alchemist with a low level. Could he really have powered through with overpowered gear and potions? Zhu Gui could easily guess the answer, but regardless, Lin Feng had delivered a shockingly impressive performance. Deep down, he grew even more convinced that Lin Feng could claim first place this time. A potion maker taking first place in the Talent Academy's latest secret realm trial? If word got out, it would absolutely stun countless class changers. The thought brought an uncontrollable smile to Zhu Gui's face, his lips curling upward. Hey, madman. What's up? Your fist warrior disciple just got humiliated? Hilarious. A warrior of his stature can't even beat our alchemist? Talk about a slap in the face. As he spoke, Zhu Gui stood on a stool and raised his right hand, lightly slapping his own right cheek. The sharp smacking sounds pierced Shuequangren's ears. Veins bulged on his forehead as he clenched his teeth so hard they ground together. Seated in his place, Lei Ming sighed softly, his voice icy. Zhu Gui, you've gone too far. This trial is merely a friendly match. The outcome is irrelevant. As teachers, we must set an example. What are you doing, behaving like this with no sense of professional ethics? After being reprimanded, Zhu Gue leaped from his chair and wiped its surface. Thank you for your criticism, D. Lei. However, I believe the most crucial duty of a teacher is to honor commitments. I hope Teacher Shui will keep his promise to stand on his head while defecating. Everyone here witnessed it. The words barely left his mouth before Shui Guangren's temples throbbed again. His voice was hoarse and icy. Teacher Zhu Gue, isn't it a bit premature to be saying this now? The tournament hasn't even started yet, less than 3 hours to go, and it won't end for another 21. Who's going to be first? Nothing's decided yet. Does the support think he can turn the tables? Let me tell you, this time our fist warriors have it covered. The arrogant words sent tension soaring once more, the atmosphere thickening into a palpable chill. Li Ming, is the projection system fixed? Display all students real-time footage from the secret realm. Li Ming, frantically operating the controls nearby, projected the images of the secret realms where students were already battling through challenges. Yet 2 realms remained disconnected, one being the fallen ruins where Lin Feng was testing his mettle. Upon hearing the report, Li Ming frowned. Disconnected? Correct. We encountered this during the school-wide trial earlier. It's because others outside are simultaneously clearing this secret realm, causing congestion. Our equipment's feedback feed into the realm is blocked, hence the disconnection. It should be restored shortly. Receiving the confirmation, Li Ming's gaze swept calmly over the other trials, his curiosity about Lin Feng's situation within the secret realm growing intense. He couldn't fathom how a mere alchemist, no matter how gifted, could achieve such rapid consecutive stage clearances. What exactly was he doing in the secret realm trials? Could there be some secret about him that they were unaware of? At that moment, Lin Feng and Quan Zilong, who had already appeared on the trial plaza, took a deep breath and, without pausing for rest, immediately reactivated the secret realm trial. This time, the difficulty skyrocketed to hard. The students on the trial plaza were stunned to see the difficult level ruin's secret realm. Even low-level secret realms required extreme caution when traversing. One misstep could mean instant death. But now, they watched these two breeze through the secret realm like it was child's play, clearing one zone after another. The teachers on the podium watched with wide eyes, whispering among themselves. As soon as the two vanished, Li Ming barked, "Connect immediately! Connect at top speed!" This was the first time Li Ming had ever seen Dean Li Ming so tense and urgent. He immediately sped up his movements. Chapter 125, Hell Tier Secret Realm, the Dragon Slayer bounty team appears. Lin Feng, re-entering the secret realm, activated his berserk mode. Each sword strike was a decisive blow as he raced through the dungeon. Following behind, Quan Zilong continuously picked up equipment scattered on the ground. Within 15 minutes, Lin Feng charged into the boss stage, the lair of the Fallen Titan. The Fallen Titan stared blankly at the intruder, its gaze darting around the dungeon runner. The next instant, 2 iron blades pierced its body. The sound of its health bar plummeting echoed in its ears. With a thud, it fell back asleep. Surveying the scattered rewards on the ground but finding no trace of the scaled beast he desired, Lin Feng wasted no time launching into the hell difficulty run. Meanwhile, Quan Zilong, who had already collected a mountain of loot, scrambled to follow Lin Feng into the Hell Tier challenge. When he activated the trial realm below his level, the look on his face was beyond mere fear. "Brother Lin, we should rest a bit. I'm worried your body can't handle this sustained output." As a support-oriented alchemist, their health and mana pools were inherently weaker than those of primary damage dealers like warriors. Thus, they rarely ventured into dungeons. Even when they did, a few hits from minor enemies could easily wipe out their health bar. A mere minor dungeon? Not worth mentioning. Continue. Upon reaching the trial plaza, before anyone could react, Lin Feng activated the Fallen Titan's secret realm again. Above the entrance, the word difficult flashed clearly. Hell difficulty. Whoosh. The students and teachers gathered on the trial plaza were stunned. Is this kid that fierce? He'd already gone from easy to hard mode in one breath, and now he was attempting to force his way into hell mode. Is this secret realm holding a grudge against him, making him push it to its limits? Quan Zilong watched Lin Feng activate the teleportation portal and followed without hesitation. As the teleportation aura descended, they once again entered the Fallen Titan's secret realm. The moment they entered, the overwhelming stench of decay made Quan Zilong's entire body tremble violently. Few students dared to venture into a hell-tier secret realm like this. Lin Feng entered, wielding the Death God's poison sword enchanted with an AIDS-transmitting toxin, and charged directly at the monsters. The monsters, who had been cackling maniacally moments before, were now trembling in terror. Meanwhile, at the Fallen Ruins secret realm's boss stage, the Fallen Titan, a difficulty-level boss, lay motionless within its lair, a bullet hole now gouged through its skull. Several blue glowing metallic devices were placed throughout the area. Flashing array flags appeared, and the ground was littered with traps. After one layer of the array was activated, several more layers were stacked on top of the outer perimeter. According to intelligence from the Divine Workers Guild, the target possessed formidable weapons or potions. One misstep could prove fatal. Consequently, many Guild of Divine Workers professionals chose to wait until others accepted such a mission. This time, the four of them came fully equipped, even bringing along their prized possession, the very gear used to surround and slay that level 80 giant blood sea divine lion years ago. They planned to finish this job in one go and retire in peace. Get everything set up. I just observed through the equipment 2 figures have entered the Hell Tier Fallen Ruins. There's a high probability one of them is Lin Feng. Shu Qian's eyes turned cold as he lit a cigarette and spoke sternly. The other 3 sprang into action immediately, though the swordsman couldn't resist teasing. Captain, no matter how skilled a student might be, how powerful could he really be? This gear of ours took down an 80-level boss. Could this kid be more formidable than an 80-level boss? Exactly. We've deployed all our secret weapons here. Even if China's top-tier class change player showed up, he'd be dead or severely injured. He's just some trash class, and I hear he's a potion master? How good could a potion master really be? A support potion master who just heals from the backline, could he possibly be stronger than us high-level, popular classes like warriors, mages, and archers? Even if the class changer who came in with him was a level 80 warrior, he'd be dead meat against our formation. At this, they all burst into laughter. Just as they finished preparing and waited in silence, the boss gates suddenly flashed. 2 figures materialized. Both were young men. Lin Feng wore simple attire, just regular jeans and a short-sleeved shirt. Quan Zilong, however, was dressed more formally, combat uniform, mechanical armor, looking fully equipped. As soon as Lin Feng entered, his gaze narrowed, locking onto the 3 figures ahead. Their eyes held contempt, their mouths twisted into sinister smirks. The man with sharp eyebrows and narrow eyes standing behind them fixed Lin Feng with an icy stare. He raised the electronic screen in his hand, glanced at it, then nodded. Target confirmed. Let's wrap this up quickly. No unnecessary chatter. Having synthesized the feedback from the Divine Staff Guild, they intended to execute this operation with flawless precision. After all, numerous national-level job changers were undoubtedly watching from the outside. Click, click, click. As the mechanical whirring echoed throughout the entire boss stage, intricate formations spread across the area. Within the formations, numerous devices hummed with activity, intricate runes intertwined and seals locked tight. Upon witnessing this scene, Quan Zilong's previously excited expression vanished abruptly. A dragon-slaying formation powerful enough to kill an 80th level class change warrior, a spirit-sealing formation designed to prevent any sound from escaping, and all this super tech gear? They're definitely not Chinese. This equipment looks like it came straight from the Divine Workers Guild. Dragon-slaying formations. Isn't this the gear of the Divine Workers Guild's top-ranked dragon-slaying bounty team? Could they be that team? And how did they even get into the secret realm? A wave of dread surged through Quan Zilong's mind. His teeth chattered slightly. He knew all too well that any single piece of this gear could wipe them out instantly. Lin Feng, standing beside Quan Zilong, swept the area with a cold gaze before smirking. The Divine Workers Guild's lackeys? The 4 men flushed with indignation at the insult. Shu Qian swept his arm, raising a laser rifle before him. We'll strike together first to ensure absolute certainty. The swordsman drew a long blade shimmering with blue light. Above the boss stage, a colossal sword spirit loomed behind him. Slowly gathering the sword chi radiating from the blade, it hurled it toward Lin Feng. The fire mage conjured flames in his hands, his back engulfed in a raging inferno capable of melting steel into molten waste. A pair of fiery hands materialized, and a colossal flame beast crawled forth, crashing toward Lin Feng. Then there was the berserker, brimming with bloodlust, his entire body possessed by a blood god. His form was as massive as a moving mountain. Leaping through the air, he crashed down toward Lin Feng. The nameplates above their heads all lit up, all displaying level 70. Chapter 126, The Might of the God-Slaying Spear, the thrilling arrival of the healing goddess. The overwhelming pressure made Quan Zilong tremble violently, forcing him to shut his eyes. Brother Lin, we're done for. They're all level 70 class transition warriors, and they possess the dragon-slaying formation capable of slaughtering level 80 bosses and class transition warriors. We stand no chance against them. Helplessness, fear, and regret swirled within Quan Zilong's heart. Yet, he immediately grabbed Lin Feng and charged toward the entrance of the boss stage, his entire body's tech gear firing at full capacity. Powerful weapon systems and laser guns activated, preparing to force their way through the formation and escape the boss stage. Perhaps that offered a sliver of hope. But at that very moment, a hand rested on the back of Quan Zilong's palm. The gaze that met his was gentle. Calm down. Brother Quan, I intended to conceal my identity a little longer, but at this point, it seems impossible. Haven't you always been curious about who I am? Why I possess such incredible potions? Now I'll tell you. You should recognize this gun, right? Lin Feng slowly activated his spatial storage ring. In the next instant, a silver-gold revolver, covered in cracks, was retrieved. The moment it appeared, Quan Zilong's gaze locked onto it. His expression shifted from astonishment to utter disbelief, then settled into an indescribable state. He looked up at Lin Feng, the shock spreading across his face overshadowing the tension of impending death. Brother Lin, how did you come to possess this revolver, the god of death? Could you be? At that moment, memories of recent news reports surfaced in his mind. Connecting it to the potion Lin Feng held, his heartbeat quickened as a perfect circle formed in his mind. Brother Lin, are you that SSS plus talent alchemist? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Feng flashed a smile, raising the revolver in his hand. The explosion of the destruction potion was silent, but the moment the gun was fired, it triggered a powerful, grinding friction sound. Now, with the offensive class skill Silent Psi attached to his weapon, a single shot could be executed without a whisper. The moment Lin Feng raised his revolver, he had already pulled the trigger on the approaching trio. Buzz! Like the fluttering of a mosquito's wings, black-gray energy erupted from the revolver. The three who had been closing in were instantly locked in place by a force of destructive energy. Their previously calm expressions suddenly twisted into sheer terror. What the hell is this gun? Captain, there's a force in it that we can't block. Run! The trio scrambled to dodge to the side with all their might, but Lin Feng had no intention of wasting words with them. The dragon-slaying formation continued to activate, forming a massive array disk that generated layer upon layer of defenses. Xu Qian, who had remained motionless in the rear, revealed a rare look of shock on his face. Yet, a faint smile touched his lips as he remarked, Lin Feng, you truly live up to the divine bounty placed on your head. To take your life. That gun in your hands is worth more than any other weapon of its class on the market. I don't know how you acquired it, but today, I will put an end to all of this. The gun's power erupted, piercing through the densely layered dragon-slaying technology formation. A demon dragon silhouette flickered into view, letting out a wretched scream before disintegrating into nothingness. The destructive force erupting from the revolver godslayer flattened everything on the ground, melting the surrounding wrecked metal structures into ash. The opposing arrays were destroyed one after another, emitting a series of cracking sounds. The three who had unleashed their professional skills against Lin Feng and Quan Zilong fled swiftly, mustering every ounce of defense to block the onslaught. Due to their proximity, the destructive force carved a deep, black-gray pit into the ground. The spatial constraints of the boss stage seemed to tear apart, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds. When their final protective formation shattered, the destructive force ceased. The four hiding behind the last defensive barrier had hearts pounding, swallowing hard. The sheer power of that shot was overwhelming. Without the array's protection, the four of them would have been utterly annihilated by that single strike. Beside Lin Feng, Quan Zilong, protected by his unscathed counterattack skill, watched as if witnessing the apocalypse. The sheer force of that single shot shattered the dragon-slaying technology array, which he had believed indestructible. Even the multiple layers of formations they had stacked deep within were shattered by a single shot. This power was beyond what any ordinary weapon could describe. Most crucially, though Quan Zilong had braced himself for death under that shot, the revolver godslayer did not blow its barrel, nor did it unleash any so-called energy blast. For a low-level practitioner like him, even the slightest touch of the destructive force unleashed by that firearm would have ended his miserable life. Yet he had survived untouched, not even a scratch on his body. How legendary was that? Lin Feng, is that all you've got? I anticipated this. Move in and eliminate him. Xu Qian's face twitched slightly, his eyes flashing with ferocity as he stared at the dragon-slaying formation he'd used for years. It had once secured numerous victories, yet now, under Lin Feng's single shot, it was utterly destroyed. Before launching this bounty operation, he had devised an extremely meticulous plan. He had even secured intelligence from within the secret realm through coordination with the Yin family, receiving real-time feedback. Combined with traditional methods, he had pinpointed Lin Feng's location in this area. Yet he never imagined, truly never imagined, the sheer devastation wrought by Lin Feng's single strike. The four figures moved again. After their skills were obliterated by Lin Feng's spear strike, they coalesced once more from the sky. Watching them descend, Lin Feng swiftly retrieved a black vial from his spatial storage bracelet. Then, turning to Quan Zilong, he spoke with a certain look in his eyes. Brother Quan, fancy experiencing the thrill of suddenly becoming stronger and beating the crap out of a level 70 class change user? Do you crave the thrill of taking on a crowd single-handedly? Want to taste the power of a high-level player? Quan Zilong was momentarily dumbfounded by Lin Feng's words. But the next second, Lin Feng raised his hand, produced a pitch-black pill, and shoved it into his mouth. This. Before he could finish, Lin Feng raised a finger to his lips and shushed him. Don't speak. Just feel it. Once you take this, you'll be hooked on the sensation. Quan Zilong was even more baffled by Lin Feng's words. Yet the moment that disgusting solid pill touched his tongue, it seemed to vanish naturally, dissolving into his entire body. Amidst his bewilderment, he suddenly felt every cell in his body activate into a combat state. Every hair on his body stood on end, his entire body burning with an unbearable heat, and the potency of the medicine erupted from every orifice. Chapter 127, Using the Milk Goddess Descent Potion to Block a Nuclear Bomb. Unimaginable potency surged through Quan Zilong's entire being, accelerating his breathing several-fold. Brother Lin, what kind of potion did you give me? I feel like my entire body is swelling up. The next second, he opened his profession panel again. Character, Quan Zilong. Profession, blacksmith. Level, 20. HP, 2000 plus 122,390. Mana bar 2000 plus 134,017. Speed 2222 plus 152,543. Strength 2555 plus 125,642. Defense 1457 plus 345,778. Mental power 3,687 plus 224,259. Talent omnisensory forging SS. Skills split-minded forging, frenzied heart, machine manipulation. Experience points 29100. Staring at his character panel, Quan Zilong was too stunned for words. Especially the terrifying string of numbers appended at the end. Is this even a scene ordinary practitioners could witness? As the opponent charged forward, Lin Feng raised his hand and shoved a pitch-black pill into his mouth. Energy surged through his body as every cell accelerated its contraction. His already heightened vision surged another 30-fold, revealing every hair on the opponent's body and even the flow of air within their flesh with crystal clarity. Brother Quan, this potion only lasts 2 minutes. Here, take a less formidable warrior to practice on. Remember, don't kill him outright with one strike. No sooner had Lin Feng finished speaking than he sprang into action. Quan Zilong, left standing in place, looked up at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression, struggling to process the words that had just been spoken. Could such words truly come from a low-level practitioner? Don't kill them in one hit? They were all super-tier professionals at level 70. But glancing at his own stats panel, Quan Zilong's heart gradually settled. He truly possessed the power to kill them with a single punch. How could a mere blacksmith possibly match the might of super-elite players at level 70 or 80? Damn it! Quan Zilong roared, his figure vanishing from the spot as he charged straight at the charging berserker. Lin Feng raised his death god poison sword and swung it lightly, colliding with the approaching giant sword phantom. With that single swing, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from his right hand, amplifying the power of the death god's energy in his blade by dozens of times. To the approaching swordsman, the seemingly light and harmless iron sword appeared like a peerless divine blade. A fierce, piercing sword force erupted from the iron blade. The terrifying potency of the poison coursed through the blade, saturating every fiber of its swing. With a sharp tearing sound, the terrifying celestial phenomenon in the sky was ripped apart, and the original giant sword shattered. The swordsman coughed up a mouthful of blood as the blue longsword in his grasp instantly shattered into fragments. My life-bound sword! How dare you destroy my life-bound blade? The swordsman roared, his figure charging toward Lin Feng at breakneck speed. The moment he started moving, he felt his health bar plummeting. From 100%, a single movement dropped him to 70%, then another move sent him plummeting to 50%. After 3 or 4 consecutive movements, he sensed the bizarre changes within his body with horror. The terror on his face was impossible to hide. He had never encountered anything so bizarre, let alone witnessed his very own soul-bound sword shattered by a mere novice wielding an ordinary iron blade. This was unprecedented in the entire history of class advancement. The fire mage beside him, witnessing the swordsman's transformation, immediately asked, Xiao Tian, what's wrong? Why is your health bar plummeting? The swordsman stood frozen in place, not daring to move an inch. He even struggled to control his breathing, his gaze fixed on the youth ahead wielding the death god's poisoned sword. This kid's cursed. Boss, Iron Man, let's strike together and kill him. The fire mage raised his hand enchanted, summoning a colossal fire dragon beast whose maw blazed with 6 distinct colors of flame. But the next second, the berserker who had raised his fists and transformed into a colossal warrior of blood was sent flying by Quan Zilong's single punch. Blood spurted out, leaving everyone utterly stunned. Quan Zilong looked down at his fists, a look of utter disbelief on his face. Brother Lin, this feeling of commanding power is absolutely incredible, it's mind-blowing. Meanwhile, Zhu Qian, who had noticed the commotion, couldn't help but frown, his eyes filled with shock. According to intelligence from the Divine Workers Guild, Lin Feng did possess several extraordinary pieces of equipment. Yet he was still just a low-level transferee. How extraordinary could he truly be? The real threat lay in the high-level shadow assassins guarding him. They'd finally seized the chance to trap him within the secret realm. Yet, he hadn't anticipated this. Seeing this, Zhu Qian hesitated no longer. A massive mecha apparatus materialized behind him, revealing a specially modified spherical explosive device. Quan Zilong was drawn by the commotion. Spotting the massive device hovering behind Zhu Qian, he gasped in horror, Brother Lin, that's a nuclear detonator. It's a mini nuke. Lin Feng, gripping the death god's poison sword, gazed coldly at the fire mage and gunner preparing to strike. Brother Quan, he said, have you ever experienced the sensation of being hit by a nuclear blast? Experience the powerful restorative effects of the super recovery potion instead. Both had consumed the milk god's descent and beast blood boiling complementary potions. With these two potions synergizing, even a nuclear detonation couldn't harm them. Boom! A massive device ejected an elliptical nuclear warhead, hurtling directly toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his right hand and grabbed it with force. The nuclear warhead, still heating up, detonated instantly. Quan Zilong immediately covered his eyes, watching in terror as the two were engulfed by nuclear energy. Among the four opponents, the swordsman struck by Lin Feng's Reaper poison sword laced with the AIDS virus let out a wretched scream. Without protection, he became the sacrifice. The remaining three huddled together behind the protective gear Zhu Qian had set up. But due to the boss dungeon's tight containment and limited space, the intense heat from the nuclear blast still scorched them, tearing their skin apart. Ah! The agonized screams echoed through the boss chamber. When the nuclear blast's fury subsided, the three were covered in mechanical damage, their faces now strewn with flesh torn off by the explosion's pressure wave. The swordsman is dead. Captain! The fire mage spoke to Zhu Qian with a hint of sadness. Zhu Qian coughed, enduring the pain as his body continued to recover. He was poisoned with an incurable toxin. We couldn't save him. Only death could bring him peace. Fortunately, I prepared a backup plan. With this enhanced nuclear bomb, even an 80-level beast will meet a gruesome end. I refuse to believe those two won't die. No sooner had the words left their mouths than the smoke began to dissipate, revealing two blurry figures before their eyes. Chapter 128, Taking Down the Dragon Slayer Bounty Team, Securing the Scaled Beast. Their forms remained indistinct, their clothing completely melted away by the fiery energy. At the last moment, Quan Zilong retrieved all the release devices, narrowly avoiding annihilation by the nuclear blast. Lin Feng's Death God Poison Sword was also obliterated by the nuclear blast, leaving only the shimmering spatial storage ring intact. As the smoke slowly dissipated, two men stood before them, completely naked. Their bodies were coated in the thermal residue left behind by the intense energy combustion following the nuclear blast. Nuclear energy? Interesting. But mere nuclear energy is hardly enough to kill a transfigured warrior above level 50. Even your enhanced nuclear bomb couldn't scratch us with its explosive force. Lin Feng's words, like the whisper of death, reached the ears of the three men opposite him, causing them all to tremble involuntarily. Zhu Qian, in particular, saw Lin Feng standing unscathed before him. The shock on his face peaked as he raised a trembling finger, staring at the two monstrous figures before him. How is this possible? How did you manage it? Monsters! Absolute monsters! The fire mage and berserker froze in terror upon seeing Lin Feng, who had already retrieved clothes from his spatial storage ring and donned them. Ding! System notice, Divine Healer Potion has been active for over 1 minute. Remaining duration, 45 seconds, 44 seconds. The countdown echoed in Lin Feng's ears. Without hesitation, he flickered forward, drawing the Death God's poison sword now infused with the AIDS-transmitting potion. Moving with lightning speed, he struck before the berserker could react, delivering a devastating downward slash. The berserker gasped for breath, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he watched the gleaming iron blade descend. Clang! He clashed with it, wielding his blood-sucking sword. With a sharp crack, the blood-drinking sword shattered, its fragments scattering to the ground. The iron sword landed on his shoulder. He reacted swiftly, narrowly dodging the blow, but the Death God's poison blade still grazed his skin. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the Death God's poison blade with HIV infection toxin, causing instant damage, 140,000. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the Death God's poison blade infused with HIV transmitting toxin, dealing random damage, 60,000. Ding! Inflicts random damage, 4,000. Ding! Inflicts random damage, 5,000. The AIDS transmitting poison rapidly spread. With every movement the berserker made, his health bar plummeted. His face twisted in terror, the berserker screamed frantically, "Captain, it's over. I've been infected by this terrifying poison too. Save me! Save me!" Lin Feng stood beside him. To the berserker, Lin Feng's presence felt like the Grim Reaper summoning him. Useless! Get out of the way! Zhu Qian roared in fury, then pulled a blood-red vial from his spatial storage ring and forced it down his throat. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as his aura surged once more. His health and mana bars skyrocketed, rapidly replenishing. Yet, crimson veins began to bulge across his arms, and his entire body's bones and muscles started to mutate, transforming him into a monstrous, colossal creature. In less than 10 seconds, he transformed into a half-human, half-hedgehog form, his back covered in sharp quills, his nose, mouth, and even his eyebrows abnormally enlarged. Die, Lin Feng. I refuse to believe you can defeat me now that I've integrated our technology. As Zhu Qian roared, the flame mage beside him opened his mouth and swallowed a vial of crimson potion. As the potion touched her lips, flames engulfed her entire body. A figure of flaming rock emerged from her back. A massive tiger head materialized, its entire body rock hard. The agonizing, tearing sensation made her roar to the heavens, her body trembling violently. Kid, you forced our hand. Die! 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 Two brutish orcs charged at Lin Feng. Noticing the potion's effect would wear off in 10 seconds, he accelerated his advance. Two Death God poison swords materialized in his hands, one laced with tetanus, the other with AIDS-transmitting toxins. Lin Feng's speed was blinding. In the blink of an eye, his blades struck the foe's arms. A distinct wound appeared, but both attacks missed their mark. Yet the distinct wound began healing at a visible pace. Ha! Lin Feng, I refuse to believe your potions can sustain this level of combat power indefinitely. The second-generation Beastman fusion technology of the Divine Labor Union ensures we can sustain our combat power indefinitely, no matter how skilled you are. That's something you Chinese can never match. Xu Qian's voice rang with unbridled arrogance, his laughter echoing throughout the boss dungeon. But Lin Feng, who had his back turned to them, sheathed the two death god poison swords in his hands and spoke calmly. Are you sure about that? My blades are laced with poison. Are you certain you can withstand its potency? No sooner had he spoken than the minor wounds that had nearly healed reopened. Xu Qian felt an indescribable thrill surge through his body as his health bar plummeted wildly. With every breath he took, thousands of health points plummeted. Terrified, he immediately retrieved a healing potion from his spatial storage ring and downed it. But his actions triggered an even faster drain on his health bar. Before he could finish 2 vials, his health was critically low. He collapsed to his knees, eyes wide with shock. Lin Feng, what the hell kind of terrifying potion is this? At the same time, the flame mage beside Xu Qian was covered in rust-red stains, and the flames around him seemed to be consumed by rust as well. His flame staff was also covered in rust, as if it had been sealed away for years. His breathing grew ragged as his eyes widened, his health bar plummeting to 0 in an instant. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Both fell behind. The remaining berserker let out a pained wail as his health bar instantly plummeted to 0. He collapsed and passed out. Seeing all 4 defeated, Lin Feng sheathed the death god's poison sword and headed toward the boss's lair. He scrutinized the area repeatedly, yet detected no movement. So, no luck this time either? Seems some high-quality herbs really are hard to come by. Guess I'll have to run the hell difficulty dungeon again. He sighed softly, about to leave, when a furious roar erupted from a hidden corner behind him. A ferocious beast covered in scales charged toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng spun violently, bringing down the death god poison sword to cleave the beast in 2. Ding! Congratulations, host, on defeating a level 20 scaled beast. Ding! Congratulations, host, on discovering scaled beast brain marrow rare. Would you like to pick it up? Lin Feng, who had been about to leave in disappointment, suddenly perked up at the sound of the system notification echoing in his ears. Chapter 129, a massive loot drop. Finally, the gear I need has dropped. With the scaled beast's brain marrow, I can continue crafting the super destruction potion. The thought filled Lin Feng with excitement. Standing nearby, Quan Zilong returned to his normal state. The power temporarily boosted by his heightened alertness had now completely faded. He couldn't help but click his tongue, looking like a deflated balloon, yet still somewhat reluctant to let it go. He stared in astonishment at the storage space ring lying on the ground, dropped by the slain dragon slayer bounty team. Brother Lin, I won't take the gear they dropped. You can have it. If there's anything you need crafted, I, Quan Zilong, will do it without hesitation. After this incident, Quan Zilong had confirmed Lin Feng's identity. He was the SSS plus talent alchemist he'd been searching for, and the one who, by chance, had forged the revolver godslayer for him. What he hadn't anticipated was that these two identities converged in a single, young man, a classmate from his own cohort. The thought made him chuckle bitterly. Even as an S-tier forging talent, he hadn't achieved such terrifying feats. It was enough to make one realize just how terrifying an SSS plus talent truly was. Alright, I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Feng hurried over and collected all 4 spatial storage rings that had fallen to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, on picking up a super-grade space storage ring. This unclaimed item has been identified and can now be opened. Ding! Congratulations, host, on picking up a super-grade space storage ring. This item has been identified as ownerless and can be opened. Ding! Congratulations, host, on picking up a super-grade space storage ring. It has been identified as ownerless and can now be opened. Gazing at the 4 spatial storage rings, Lin Feng immediately opened one of them. Opening spatial storage ring. Storage capacity, 1000 square meters. Stored items, 1. Thunder Warfire Blade Supergrade, a rare treasure for berserkers, suitable for levels 60-70. Emits intense flames and blood energy, granting a 30% chance of thunder critical strike and a 15% boost to burst damage. 2. Bloodscale Divine Armor Ultra Rare Grade, a guardian's weapon and equally rare treasure, usable for. After completing the scan, Lin Feng couldn't help but exhale deeply. Within the 1000 square meter storage ring, there were over 1,000 pieces of equipment. However, most of the gear within this ring was suited for berserkers. As an alchemist, Lin Feng could use very little of it. Therefore, he quickly selected a portion, retrieved the gear suitable for himself, and transferred it to his own storage ring before moving on to inspect the other rings. After examining all 4 rings, Lin Feng retrieved the equipment suitable for Quan Zilong. In the blink of an eye, a pile of blacksmith blueprints and forged weapons appeared on the ground. Among them were several top-tier weapons, though each came with usage restrictions. Forcing their use was possible, but would cause overexertion. Brother Quan, I've given these a quick look. These are the items from the 4 storage rings that suit you. Take these items. You can use them in the future, and if you encounter an emergency, you can overdraw them once. Staring at the scattered gear on the ground, Quan Zilong was dumbfounded once more. He knew full well that the previous battle was entirely Lin Feng's doing. Even if some of this gear fit him, he couldn't accept it. No, Brother Lin, these belong to you. Besides, my level is still too low, it would be a waste to give them to me. Quan Zilong declined. Lin Feng immediately stepped forward, patting Quan Zilong on the shoulder. What's this talk of waste? As an SS rank blacksmith, you level up incredibly fast. Won't you need them soon enough? Besides, consider this my personal way of repaying you for crafting that revolver god of death for me back then. If you refuse, does that mean you don't recognize me as your friend? By the end of his sentence, his tone had grown serious. It was clear Lin Feng knew Quan Zilong wouldn't accept such valuable gear. But these items were useless to him. Aside from turning them over to the state, the only other purpose was to give them away. While handing them over to the state wouldn't significantly benefit top-tier elites, for lower-level practitioners, acquiring high-grade equipment could make an enormous difference. Quan Zilong glanced at Lin Feng. The atmosphere grew awkward, and he could only sigh before stowing all the gear away. All right. Brother Lin, I won't stand on ceremony then. Having you lead me through this dungeon run has already been an incredibly fortunate turn of events for me. Now you've given me all this gear, I don't even know how to thank you. Brother Lin, should you ever need anything in the future, just ask. I, Quan Zilong, will not hesitate to help. With those words, Lin Feng patted his shoulder again. Giving gear and carrying others through challenges were, in truth, no trouble at all for him. He just hadn't expected Quan Zilong's reaction to be this intense. After clearing the battlefield, Lin Feng and Quan Zilong began scouting for an exit. Normally, defeating the boss would trigger the secret realm's end state, teleporting him out. But this time, whatever tricks the Dragon Slayer bounty team had pulled, he couldn't find any mechanism to trigger an exit. Meanwhile, at the trial plaza, all the teachers and students who had been waiting to check on Lin Feng's progress in the secret realm trial were thrown into chaos. This time, Lin Feng's stay within the secret realm had already exceeded 10 hours. Within those 10 hours, all the students had emerged from their trials. Only Lin Feng and Quan Zilong remained. Shu Gue, who had been anxiously worrying about them, paced restlessly in place. A sense of foreboding had already taken root in his heart. Zhou Yao, who had trusted Lin Feng, was also restless, constantly glancing between the monitor and the entrance to the secret realm trial. Meanwhile, Shuequangren, seated nearby, wore a smug grin. Lin Feng, let's see you gloat now. This is the world of class changers. Secret realm trials can kill you. If you try to prove yourself by force, the only outcome will be death. When that happens, even if people want to retrieve your body, it'll be a real challenge. The students gathered in the trial plaza wore a mix of expressions, some sympathetic, some worried, but most of all, envious. Lin Feng, that guy, just got first place in the alchemist test? Now he's acting all cocky, daring to take a blacksmith to clear a hell-tier secret realm? That's laughable. And that Quan Zilong, I thought he was so handsome before, wanted to get closer to him. Who knew he was such a blockhead? Now he's teaming up with Lin Feng? Doesn't he just look down on us? Just wait for their bodies to be recovered. Though at this rate, even that might not happen. Chapter 130, a bold experiment destroyed the dungeon to escape. The students buzzed with chatter. Yan Dahai and Li Tian wore expressions of uncontrollable glee. This was precisely the outcome they'd been waiting for. Xiao Tian, I told you so, Lin Feng won't make it through the night. To be honest, no matter how cocky he gets, I've got someone who can handle him. Upon hearing this, Li Tian immediately gave a thumbs up and praised enthusiastically, Brother Yan, you're awesome. You're the man. From now on, I'll follow you wherever you go. You're my big brother. Yan Dahai's face lit up with pride and even greater satisfaction. He waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry. With me, you'll never be short of perks. You'll be living the high life from now on. Seated at his desk, Lei Ming stared at the screen, his expression growing grave. Teacher Li Ming, is it still not fixed? What's going on here? Li Ming, drenched in sweat, frantically worked the controls, but each failure left him utterly perplexed. In all his years in the field, he had never encountered a situation like this before. No, Dean Lei. This situation is extremely peculiar. Shu Gue, standing nearby, also rose anxiously upon hearing Li Ming's words. Professor Li, please hurry. Lin Feng's points have stopped moving. Li Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed heavily. Professor Zhu, please don't worry. I'm doing everything I can. Lei Ming zeroed in on the crux of the matter and asked directly, Professor Li, can you identify what exactly is wrong this time? Li Ming sighed again. Suddenly, as if he discovered something, he exclaimed in shock, I know. Someone tampered with the equipment programs that I and the other teachers were working on beforehand. An insider and outsider have colluded. An external force has infiltrated the secret realm controlled by Huaxia Capital University. The secret realm is compromised? An outsider has entered the secret realm. At these two revelations, Zhu Gui froze in place and plopped down onto the ground. The probability of a secret realm malfunctioning was extremely low, almost 1 in a million. Yet, unexpectedly, Lin Feng and Quan Zilong had stumbled upon it this time. And intruders? This clearly meant they were targeting Lin Feng. It's over. If anything happens to Lin Feng and Quan Zilong, how will I ever face the commanders and Master Shaolin? Zhou Yao's heart was in his throat. Teacher Li Ming, please find a way to open the secret realm immediately. I'm reporting this to the state authorities right now. Whoever dares to harm our Talent Academy students must face the punishment they deserve. After careful consideration, Zhou Yao's expression turned grim. She couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. After all, the situation had reached such a critical juncture that every possible means must be exhausted to rescue Lin Feng from within. An outsider invading the secret realm, such an occurrence was virtually unheard of. Its occurrence could only mean deliberate action, and the target was undoubtedly Lin Feng. The bounty on Lin Feng from the Divine Workers Guild had skyrocketed to over 100 billion credits, an astronomical sum. Even an 80th level transferee couldn't command such a price, yet the young Lin Feng had reached it. Lei Ming also stood up, his face tense. Regardless of whether Lin Feng and Quan Zilong's situation this time is my fault or not, rescuing them must be the top priority. This intrusion absolutely cannot be tolerated. Force the secret realm open, I must enter it. He stood up, his staff crackling in his palm. Thunderclouds gathered in the sky, rumbling and churning. The students below, seeing Dean Leiming's wrath, trembled in fear where they stood. They knew Dean Leiming was a true thunder mage, capable of summoning divine thunderbolts of varying potency. Some bolts could even fuse together, unleashing unprecedented devastation. His position was earned through his past identity. China's first wave of class changers. Meanwhile, Yan Dehai and Li Tian from the west were stunned by the spectacle. Especially Li Tian, who immediately whispered nervously, "Brother, this." Yan Dehai's eyes darted nervously, but he steeled himself, "It's fine. Lin Feng's business has nothing to do with us. He's probably already perished in the secret realm. As long as he dies there, it's none of our concern." Receiving this reassurance, Li Tian visibly relaxed, a smug look spreading across his face. Numerous instructors immediately halted the secret realm trials for other students. They threw all their efforts into finding a way out, determined to rescue Lin Feng from the secret realm. Meanwhile, deep within the secret realm, Lin Feng and Quan Zilong had already exhausted every possible route within the boss chamber. His earlier shot, combined with the Dragon Slayer bounty team sealing the exit, had left them with no way out. "Brother Lin, what should we do now?" Quan Zilong glanced at Lin Feng with disappointment, his voice tinged with impatience. Lin Feng's mind raced. He immediately turned to look at the previous stage's entrance and declared, "Since we've found the exit, let's backtrack and head out through the entrance." Exit through the entrance? Quan Zilong froze in shock at the suggestion. No adventurer had ever considered exiting through the entrance, nor had anyone ever managed to do so. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before saying, "Brother Quan, do you trust me? I have my own way." At this point, Quan Zilong had no choice but to follow Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng had already astonished him more than once or twice. To achieve a side-effect-free surge in power within 2 minutes, granting even an ant the combat prowess of a battle veteran, this alone was an impossibility in the current world of class changers. Now, perhaps another miracle awaited them? Let's go! Lin Feng led the way, advancing toward the entrance of the previous stage. Before long, the two had reached the entrance. But the entrance now shimmered with light. Due to the secret realm's constraints, forcing a breakthrough would likely cause the entire realm to collapse. That would mean China would lose a secret realm. The known secret realms in this world were already few and far between. Losing one meant one less. New secret realms required relentless pursuit, and over the years, targeted by numerous nations united under the Divine Workers Alliance, China had been utterly exhausted. "Brother Lin, what do you intend to do now?" Quan Zilong examined the impenetrable entrance. Clearly, the secret realm was now sealed off, preventing others from entering. Lin Feng slowly retrieved the revolver Godslayer from his storage ring. Gripping it tightly in his right hand, he aimed it directly at the entrance's teleportation channel. "Brother Quan, grab my left hand. There's actually a way to breach this entrance by unleashing enough force to shatter the secret realm itself. Before it's completely destroyed, the entrance and exit will be forced open, creating a crack. That's our only way out." Hearing this unimaginably audacious plan, Quan Zilong was stunned into utter disbelief. Destroy the secret realm with a single shot? It was an extremely dangerous and highly challenging endeavor. If they slipped up, the collapsing secret realm would instantly crush them with its energy. Chapter 131, Rescue Plan. Zhang Zhan appears. "Brother Lin, are you certain you want to proceed with this?" Quan Zilong's heart pounded as he looked at Lin Feng uneasily. Lin Feng nodded firmly, slowly raising the revolver and pointing it toward the entrance. "Hear the lament of fate." Ding! As the trigger was pulled, an extremely faint sound slowly emanated from the revolver. Immediately, a destructive force erupted, unleashing a barrage of black-gray energy that slammed into the entrance at close range. Amidst the cracking sounds of shattering, the passageway to the secret realm was torn open, revealing a gaping fissure. The moment the entrance collapsed, the secret realm itself sank into ruin. The echoing crackling reverberated in Lin Feng and Quan Zilong's ears. Quan Zilong drew a deep breath, staring at the shattered secret realm before him. He had initially assumed the backlash from such a close-range shot would engulf them both. Even if they weren't swallowed by the shattering secret realm, the immense backlash would have shattered them. Go! Seizing the moment, Lin Feng swiftly produced 2 divine healer super potions, forcing one into Quan Zilong's mouth before popping another into his own. The pills dissolved instantly in his mouth, releasing potent healing energy. His parched body absorbed it like a plant soaking up dew. He had been reminiscing about the last time he consumed Lin Feng's super potions, and now they were here again. This power that pushed beyond limits made his breathing grow ragged. Every cell in his body was expanding. After swallowing his own dose, Lin Feng's aura surged. Seizing Quan Zilong just before the secret realm collapsed, he stepped out through the fissure at the very last second. Meanwhile, at the trial plaza, armed helicopters descended one after another. A figure stepped out from one none other than Zhang Zhan. His cold gaze swept across the square, sending shivers down every student's spine. Though many girls were initially intimidated by his aura, the sight of Zhang Zhan's handsome features, chiseled face, and straight posture, especially clad in his military uniform, radiating overwhelming masculinity, numerous female students stared at him intently. Consider this, General Zhang Zhan was barely 30 years old, not much older than them. Yet he was already a shadow assassin over level 70 and a 5-star general in the Huaxia military. Tell me, where is Lin Feng's secret realm? The moment Zhang Zhan stepped onto the trial plaza, he immediately pinpointed the entrance to every secret realm. Zhou Yao stepped forward, her tone unusually urgent. The ruined Fallen Ruins secret realm. Hell tier difficulty. The Fallen Ruins secret realm? Isn't that the one with a level 45 boss and a stage featuring the scaled beast's brain marrow? And its hell tier difficulty? Hearing this, Zhang Zhan couldn't help but exhale sharply. Damn it! If I hadn't told Lin Feng about the missing herbs back then, maybe he wouldn't have come to tackle this dungeon himself. Wonder which enemy did this. Probably that divine artisan guild again? Or perhaps it was the Dragon Slayer bounty team who accepted the mission. They're one of the top 10 assassination squads in the Divine Workers Guild, having participated in numerous high-level beast hunts and even killed members of our nation's first generation of elders. Recalling these events, Zhang Zhan's eyes darkened with worry. He immediately stepped forward and ordered, "Bring out the equipment. I'm forcing the secret realm open." Just then, a massive cylindrical weapon was wheeled in. A ram-like device protruded from its surface, aimed squarely at the secret realm's entrance. Lei Ming, who had been approaching, fixed his gaze on the device and urgently protested, "General Zhang Zhan, this breakthrough needle is far too risky. If you force open the entrance, even if you manage to get inside, you won't be able to come back out. Losing a genius alchemist and a master smith is bad enough. If we were to lose a top-tier shadow assassin like you as well, I wouldn't know how to account for it to the nation." Indeed, cultivating a high-level, top-tier talent among class changers was exceedingly difficult. "No. Even if it costs me my life, I will rescue Lin Feng. This is non-negotiable." Suddenly, a winged hovering device detached from the armed helicopter and attached itself to Zhang Zhan's back. The Eye of Heaven activated, its terrifying radar sweeping the entire area, dissecting every individual's details with crystal clarity. This is Master Shaolin's super device for repelling beast swarms, the Eye of Heaven. How is it now scaled down and brought here by you? Could it be that it contains that object of devastating power? Recalling the horrifying scenes of the previous beast tide, the entire nation had believed the straight coastline was impossible to defend, with the 3 outer provinces destined to fall. But unexpectedly, the Eye of Heaven device carrying terrifying destructive power suddenly appeared. With a single strike, it had obliterated the approaching beast tide without causing excessive pollution. "That's right. Everyone, stay back. I'm about to breach the secret realm's entrance." Zhou Yao tried to speak up to stop him, but seeing Zhang Zhan's unwavering resolve, she immediately dismissed the thought. She understood clearly that Zhang Zhan's ability to take this step at such a young age relied not only on his top-tier talent, but also on his diligence, and most crucially, his unwavering resolve. When facing any hardship, even if it meant facing certain death, once he set his mind on something, not even the heavens themselves could stand in his way. Zhu Gui's eyes also flickered with worry. Lei Ming sighed softly and stepped back. Shui Huangren's eyes grew icy as a cold smile escaped him. One show-off wasn't enough. Now they're sending 2. This is the 3rd. Zhang Zhan. Oomph. Back then, if it weren't for my health issues, you would have been defeated long ago. The title of general might have been mine instead. Below the stage, Yan Dahai and Li Tian both focused intently on the secret realm. The data hasn't budged at all. Lin Feng is long dead. What's the point of going in now? If the Dragon Slayer bounty team had acted, they wouldn't have left a single trace. Just as he activated the firing pin, ready to strike the secret realm's entrance, a series of sharp clicks echoed from the portal. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the entrance, where a crack appeared in the sturdy surface. The fissure spread at an alarming speed. Zhang Zhan, sensing an intensely familiar and profoundly dangerous presence, eyes wide, immediately dropped the firing pin device. Activating his professional skills, he swiftly evacuated all the students on the square to the side. Evacuate! Evacuate immediately! As the square emptied, a dark gray energy burst forth from the crack. Boom! The sound was faint, yet the explosive destructive force tore the specially reinforced trial plaza to shreds. Countless teleportation portals were shattered by the annihilating force erupting from the entrance of the fallen ruins. Every student and teacher witnessing this scene was stunned into silence. Chapter 132, Lin Feng escapes danger, settles accounts with traitors. And this was only the beginning. The black-gray destructive force that had erupted earlier seemed to swell once more, unleashing hidden power. Boom! The immense destructive force drove the already deeply excavated trial plaza several meters deeper into the ground. Every visible entrance to the secret realm was instantly destroyed, collapsing into ruin. The powerful shockwave reverberated through the quiet campus of Huaxia Capital University, shaking it as if an earthquake had struck. After the destructive force dissipated, two figures swiftly emerged from the entrance. The instant they emerged, the space's closing force surged, pulling them back inward as if caught in a powerful gravitational pull. Recognizing the figures as Lin Feng and Quan Zilong, Zhang Zhan's heart surged with excitement. Without a second thought, he transformed into a dark shadow and charged forward. Lin Feng, grab my hand. Don't get pulled back and you'll never escape if you do. Zhou Yao took a deep breath as a beam of light fell upon her. She now resembled an angel, slowly unfurling her wings. The sunlight beneath them instantly sealed off the area where Lin Feng stood. But the overwhelming devouring force shattered all their attempts to control it. It's over. That's the suction force of a spatial fissure. Only a superclass transferee at level 100 or above stands a chance of surviving against such a spatial fissure. Zhu Gui froze in terror at the sight. Thunder Mage Lei Ming raised his staff and unleashed a spell toward Lin Feng's position. Crimson thunder coiled around Lin Feng like ropes, violently pulling him outward. Simultaneously, the rift's pull dragged Lin Feng and Quan Zilong in the opposite direction. Zhou Yao instinctively took several steps back. Before Zhang Zhan could reach them, Lin Feng suddenly snapped his eyes open and shouted, "General Zhang, advisor, Dean, stop now. We have our own way out. Otherwise, you'll only hinder our escape." A way out? Hearing such arrogance, even the thunder couldn't help but sigh. Yan Dehai and Li Tian were utterly stunned when they saw Lin Feng and Quan Zilong were still alive. Lin Feng is still alive? How did he manage that? Even the top-ranked Dragon Slayer bounty team and the Divine Workers Guild couldn't finish him off? What kind of freak is Lin Feng? How can he defy the heavens like this? Suppressing the tremor within, he saw Lin Feng and Quan Zilong bound by a powerful energy field. Escaping now seemed utterly impossible. Shui Quangren's body trembled at Lin Feng's sudden appearance, as if he'd seen a ghost. If this had happened to me, I might already be dead. Zhu Gui stood rooted to the spot, his voice laced with desperation. Lin Feng, don't gamble anymore. We'll find a way to rescue you. But as Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhou Yao and Zhang Zhan were the first to break free from their restraints. Lin Feng, who had been forcibly pulled, felt the power of the spatial fissure continue to expand. Yet within his own body, an unmistakable energy was gathering. Crack! 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 His bones rapidly resisted the damage from the tearing force. Lin Feng let out a sharp exhale and commanded, "Break!" Guided by Lin Feng, Quan Zilong also forced his body to resist. The Milk God Descent potion within him grew increasingly fierce under the strain. Two terrifying currents of potency surged forth from Lin Feng and Quan Zilong's bodies. To all the students and teachers present, it was like witnessing a raging river, with themselves as mere pebbles along its banks. In such a torrent, one careless step could mean death without a grave. An energy not their own continued to swell, its aura growing 5-fold, 10-fold, 20-fold, 30-fold. The terrifying aura erupting from the two assistants forcibly nullified the original spatial suction force. Only after the two broke free did the spatial fissures merge back together, as if they had never existed. Yet now, all eyes fixed on Lin Feng and Quan Zilong as if they had witnessed something extraordinary. Zhang Zhan and Zhou Yao seemed to have grasped the situation, showing little shock. Zhu Gui, having been stunned by Lin Feng's potions before, had experienced it once or twice and was somewhat prepared mentally. Lin Feng and Quan Zilong swept the crowd with calm, wooden stares, like superclass characters descended from above with godlike vision. All the teachers flinched, already sensing the overwhelming power emanating from the two that surpassed their own. Lei Ming looked utterly incredulous, staring at Lin Feng and drawing in a deep breath. He recalled his earlier bafflement at Lin Feng's soloing secret realms, but seeing him now, everything clicked into place. Though he couldn't fathom how they'd achieved such power, possessing this terrifying strength meant soloing any secret realm below level 70 would be child's play. Lin Feng's single glance sent the already stunned students reeling, their legs turning to jelly. Some even collapsed to their knees. Lin Feng's gaze lingered on Yan Dehai and Li Tian for a few extra seconds. That terrifying stare alone was enough to make Yan Dehai and Li Tian wet themselves. They collapsed onto their knees with a thud. Before they could lift their heads, Lin Feng's figure had already reached Yin Dawei, his hand clamping down on the man's throat. His other hand clamped down on Li Tian's throat. The sudden turn of events left everyone utterly bewildered. Lin Feng, do these two have some grudge against you? If so, once we return, I'll handle them properly. Zhou Yao sensed the tense atmosphere and grew even more concerned. She feared that if Lin Feng applied even a little more pressure, he might accidentally choke the two men to death. Lin Feng snorted with a sneer. Counselor, would you believe me if I said these men are traitors? The word traitor fell like a bomb, silencing the entire room. If traitors had infiltrated the Talent Cultivation College of Huaxia Capital University, that would be a major scandal. China dealt with traitors decisively. Regardless of whether they were superclass transferees, their crimes were judged based on the specific circumstances involved. The lightest punishment was imprisonment, the most severe was death. The evidence is right here. I won't elaborate further. This traitor brought in the Dragon Slayer bounty team from the Divine Workers Union and leaked my information. They colluded with outsiders, driven solely by greed for their own family's gain. What use are such people? Snap. Lin Feng placed him on the ground, then seized his arm and crushed it. Next came the thigh. After severing all four limbs, he swung a backhand that cracked against Yin Dahai's face, knocking him unconscious. He turned his gaze back to Li Tian and dealt him the same fate, showing no mercy whatsoever. Students and teachers alike were frozen in terror. Amidst the cracking of bones and agonized screams, Shuequangren, standing on the stage, couldn't help but swallow hard. Chapter 133, Exposing the Yin Family and Other Traitorous Clan. Lin Feng, stop this at once. Shuequangren's face paled as his level 77 badge appeared above his head. His body blurred into a trail of afterimages as he accelerated toward Lin Feng. A golden fist of light coalesced in his palm. His right fist clenched, the radiance swelling rapidly as the silhouette of a fierce tiger materialized behind him, crashing toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his head, meeting the blow with a punch of his own. Under everyone's gaze, Shuequangren stumbled back several steps. The tiger silhouette behind him disintegrated into dust as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. You actually forced me back. Your defense has reached such terrifying levels. Shuequangren drew a deep breath, his qi and blood still surging uncontrollably within him. His attack sent shockwaves through the students and teachers like a deadly bomb. This Shuequangren, a level 77, was actually knocked back and spitting blood? Could Lin Feng's strength already rival that of a level 77 fist warrior master? Such an impossible feat unfolding before my eyes, a truly god-defying existence. Whispers of astonishment rippled through the student ranks. Teachers standing at their desks stared wide-eyed at each other. A freshman student, even one with god-tier talent, could be at most in their early 20s. Even if they worked themselves to the bone, guzzled potions, or relentlessly farmed secret realms using every resource and channel to boost their class level, it would be impossible to reach level 70 in their 20s. Zhang Zhan, China's youngest 5-star general, was already an extraordinary figure, yet even he hadn't reached such heights despite his relentless efforts. The most crucial point was that Lin Feng was also an alchemist, a profession famed across all classes for its slowest progression speed and most limited advancement methods. As an indispensable support class, alchemists are god tier in their rarity, and precisely because of this scarcity, their advancement is exceptionally difficult. The cost for any nation to cultivate a single outstanding alchemist is simply too immense. Consuming potions remains their primary method for enhancing strength. Lin Feng's gaze turned icy as he said, Teacher Shui? I don't know why you're attacking me, but let me give you some advice. Yin Dahai is a traitor who colluded with the Foreign Divine Staff Guild. He leaked my information, used his family's resources to trade intel, and infiltrated the secret realm. As Lin Feng delivered this string of revelations without missing a word, the entire audience of teachers and students fell into stunned silence. Earlier, Lin Feng had mentioned traitor, implying a single charge. But now, with all these revelations, it amounted to a capital offense. At that moment, Lei Ming raised his hand, waving his staff, and slowly inquired, Lin Feng, the crimes of treason you mention, if true, they carry severe consequences. Do you have evidence to support your claims? At these words, all eyes in the hall turned back to Lin Feng. Quan Zilong stood to Lin Feng's left. Having emerged alongside him moments earlier, his aura was profoundly deep, utterly unlike that of a typical Talent Academy student. Consequently, he too drew special attention from both teachers and students. The weight of all those eyes fixed on him made Quan Zilong extremely uncomfortable. He slowly lifted his head, his heart filled with unease. He and Lin Feng had come and returned together. He had witnessed everything that happened in the secret realm. He hadn't heard Lin Feng mention anything about Yin Dahai colluding with the Dragon Slayer bounty hunters, nor had he seen him uncover any so-called evidence. The only plausible explanation was that the Dragon Slayer bounty hunters had received advance intelligence about their arrival. This alone was enough to suspect an internal betrayal. Whether it was Yin Dahai's family or not, he couldn't say. Since I dared to point out Yin Dahai as a traitor back then, I naturally had evidence. This is a spatial storage ring. Inside lies the evidence for this very incident. Dean Lei Ming, General Zhang, please examine it yourselves. Lin Feng deliberately removed all the equipment inside beforehand. What remained was precisely the evidence they sought, preparations he had made after identifying the traitor within the secret realm. Those who dared to aid the tyrant in harming him would find no mercy from his ruthless retribution. Lin Feng tossed the storage ring to Lei Ming. Without hesitation, Lei Ming opened it before everyone's eyes and scanned its contents. This. Oomph. The Yen family truly deserves to die. Lei Ming's furious outburst triggered a frenzy of lightning flashes in the sky, sending shivers down the spines of the gathered students. As members of China's first generation of transcenders, they had faced more life and death situations than later generations had encountered in any secret realm, their foundations deep and unimaginably profound. Dean Lei Ming, show me the evidence. If it's genuine, I'll take immediate action to purge the traitors hiding within China. Zhang Zhan glanced at it, then promptly reached out to take the storage ring. Lei Ming passed him. Lin Feng's status was unique, protected by special privileges personally approved by national leaders. Tianqin Pharmaceutical Group, which had harbored malicious intentions toward Lin Feng, was sealed overnight and changed hands the very next day. They had not even succeeded in becoming traitors before they were annihilated. This time, the Yen family's crimes were even more severe. They had actively participated and nearly succeeded in killing Lin Feng. After channeling his psychic energy into the device, he scanned it and immediately detected the listening device, the hidden bounty contract for killing Lin Feng, and the intelligence records. No one could have imagined that the esteemed Dragon Slayer bounty team had been wiped out by Lin Feng. This was a top 10 bounty team in the Divine Labor Guild, having executed numerous missions that had even made Huaxiao wary. Zhang Zhan couldn't help but sneer inwardly upon seeing this. Looks like this was the Dragon Slayer's final mission. They probably intended it as a memorial, a fitting way to wrap things up. Little did they know they'd slip up. At that moment, Zhang Zhan's expression froze under everyone's gaze. No one is to leak a word about this incident. I've reviewed the evidence, it's flawless. Lin Feng, you've just earned yourself a major achievement. Lin Feng cleared his throat and waved his hand dismissively. Pure luck. Alright, everyone, back to work. Guards, take these two away. Lock them in the cells to await further investigation. Two figures appeared and promptly led Yan Dahai and Li Tian away. Zhang Zhan's figure also vanished from the spot. Once they were gone, Lei Ming sensed the awkward atmosphere. With only 2 hours left until the 24-hour mark, he addressed the group. If anyone still wishes to continue the challenge, you may resume now. The final rankings will be determined in 2 hours. Everyone snapped back to attention and immediately resumed their trials. This time, Lin Feng and Quan Zilong stood on the trial plaza, quietly resting. Lin Feng began examining the loot he had acquired. Just then, Zhu Gui, seated at his station, glanced up at the overhead screen. Lin Feng's current score was 978. Yan Dahai's second place ranking was locked in, immovable. Teacher Shui, you're definitely getting your lesson today. I stood still, my students didn't challenge the trials, I won this bet. Zhu Gui stood with his hands on his hips, his face brimming with smug arrogance as he taunted Shuequangren. Chapter 134, New Mission Issued, Lin Feng Receives Trial Reward. Shuequangren's face turned ashen. Though he hadn't seen the evidence, anything confirmed by the Dean and General Zhang Zhan couldn't be false. The Yen family, with whom he'd conducted numerous secret deals, was about to face ruin. They would inevitably turn him in, and he would be implicated. What he hadn't anticipated was the Yen family daring to collude with the Divine Staff Guild. Hadn't they just forced him onto a tiger's back, onto a ghost ship? Oomph. Zhu Gui, what exactly do you want? Shuequangren's expression darkened as his icy gaze swept over Zhu Gui, seated nearby. Teacher Shui, I want nothing more than for you to honor our wager. As he finished speaking, the other teachers' gazes turned to Shuequangren. His face darkened. The thought of having to perform that disgusting, humiliating act filled him with revulsion. Professor Zhu, you. Shuequangren, already aware of the outcome, turned ashen. His mouth twitched uncontrollably, and the words he'd intended to speak were swallowed back down, leaving him in a whirlwind of conflict and regret. His gaze shifted to Lei Ming, seated in his chair. Lei Ming sighed softly and spoke slowly. Alright, Professor Zhu, your earlier wager stands. But isn't doing this in front of everyone a bit excessive? Zhu Gui snorted coldly. Dean Lei, you're taking his side. He was the one who started this bet. I'm just standing up for what's right. Since the wager stands, it must be honored. Breaking one's word is hardly the conduct of a teacher. What right would he have to stand before students? His tone was stern, leaving no room for argument. Shuequangren's arrogant expression vanished, replaced by a dejected look. Lei Ming raised his staff, tapped it on the ground, and commanded with a thunderous voice, enough. If news of someone defecating while standing on their head in public were to spread, where would the reputation of Huaxia Capital University stand? Where would the dignity of our faculty be? I'll settle this matter. As compensation for the wager, Professor Shui, your resource allocation for this year is suspended. All funds will be redirected to resources required by alchemists, prioritizing the alchemy department. This is the most significant decision I can make. Hearing this, Zhu Gui glanced sideways. This essentially meant Shui the madman would receive 0 resources this year, forcing him to venture into secret realms to acquire them himself. The resources Huaxia Capital University allocated annually to the Talent Academy were staggering, equivalent to the combined total of several top-tier universities. As one of its faculty members, Shui Guangren received roughly 20% of that allocation. That 20% resource allocation being funneled to the alchemists and their kind? It was practically enough to make them ecstatic. Dean Lei, this effectively cuts off my path to advancement, doesn't it? I refuse to accept this. Shui Guangren gritted his teeth, ready to throw caution to the wind. If need be, I'll just throw my old face to the wind. Lin Feng, seated in the trial plaza, witnessed this scene. From the murmurs of his classmates, he gradually pieced together the story. His own teacher, Professor Zhu Gui, and the Fist Warrior's instructor, Shui Guangren, had been bitter rivals all along. They'd made a wager when he entered the secret realm to tackle the trials. The loser would have to stand on their head and defecate. Hearing those 4 words, Lin Feng was stunned. It was easy to imagine just how terrifying the hatred between these enemies had become. Only Professor Zhu Gui possessed the audacity to impose such an unspeakable wager upon one of his alchemists. If anyone else had to choose between the Fist Warrior and the alchemist, there was no question they'd choose the Fist Warrior. Shui madman, you've gone too far. This matter ends here. Find your own way to acquire the resources you lack by venturing into the secret realm. Under Lei Ming's stern warning, Shui Guangren finally quieted down. At the same time, he felt a pang of unease. Lei Ming was indeed warning him out of respect for his father, and he knew full well the complicated ties between the Lei and Yin families. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lent his gear to Yin Dahai for this trial. Soon, the 24-hour freshman trial concluded. Naturally, Lin Feng emerged as the champion, securing first place. According to the trial rules, the top 10 students could select one piece of equipment from the Talent Academy's resource repository. Lin Feng couldn't care less about the equipment. What he needed now was likely a more advanced poison formula. Facing mounting threats, Lin Feng also wanted to craft poison bullets with concentrated lethality. Essentially, he envisioned a left-handed god of war rifle loaded with destruction potion and another revolver variant imbued with poisonous properties. Now then, I invite the top 10 to accompany me to the Talent Academy's resource repository to select an item of your choice. Upon hearing this, the top 10 contestants were all thrilled. Lin Feng scanned the group. Among the top 10, he was the only alchemist. The others were swordsmen, berserkers, and a few mages and archers. As Lin Feng followed the group toward the Talent Academy, a system notification sounded. Ding! New quest issued. You can't sleep at night because lying down feels uncomfortable. Try sleeping on your stomach instead, then you'll be able to drift off like a peaceful little baby. Quest, sleep on your stomach for 8 hours. Reward, 1 chance to draw a profession skill slot. Since the baby has been behaving exceptionally well lately, no crying, no fussing, and is truly a mother's darling, a generous reward is warranted. Bonus double reward, 2 chances to draw an offensive class equipment skill slot. After a long period of silence, a task finally arrived. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. It felt like opening a blind box again. He just didn't know what kind of class skill entries would appear this time. Plus, the double bonus rewards meant he could draw twice for offensive class equipment entries. This was something completely unprecedented. Since it was a late arriving system, as long as the infant performed well, he could naturally receive the system's rewards. But what if it doesn't perform well? Will its rewards be deducted? The thought sent a chill down Lin Feng's spine. Awesome. Better pick my rewards first. I'll start completing the tasks as soon as I get back. Sleeping was an incredibly easy task for Lin Feng. Sleeping on his stomach, though the posture was a bit odd, was an extremely simple task. Alright, everyone hurry inside. Once you've selected your desired equipment reward, come right back out. After the teacher finished speaking slowly, everyone began filing inside. Lin Feng was the last to enter. When the teacher saw him, his gaze lingered several times, filled with admiration and praise. Lin Feng, the alchemist's gear is in the innermost section on the right. Go ahead and choose yours. Lin Feng promptly nodded. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. He promptly headed toward the location indicated by the teacher and began searching. Before long, numerous potion recipes appeared before his eyes. Chapter 135, Premium Grade Anthrax Toxin, 3 Reward Draws. Celestial Fire Formula, an exceptional grade formula for crafting a substance that ignites internal heat. Stardust Formula, an exceptional grade formula harnessing stellar energy to shatter spiritual constraints and elevate cultivation realms. Hemorrhoid Eradication Formula, a supreme grade formula specifically designed for beast tamers' pets, effortlessly and painlessly eliminating hemorrhoids. Glancing over the array of Alchemist exclusive formulas displayed together, he found himself increasingly speechless. The further he looked, the more the formulas targeted specific professions. Poison recipes were few and far between. Are potion recipes for poison truly this hard to find? Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh softly as he continued searching deeper inside. Just as he was about to give up, a dust-covered box of formulas appeared before his eyes. This is the last one. If it's not here, then there's nothing I can do. If he couldn't find a suitable poison formula, he might as well choose some other high-level equipment instead. Even if they weren't suitable for him, he could at least sell them for some money. That way, he could use the proceeds to equip himself. Wouldn't that be just as good? He slowly reached out and grabbed the dust-covered box. The moment he opened it, he froze in place. Anthrax Toxin Formula, Premium Grade. Possesses extraordinary infectious capabilities. Upon release, rapidly infects and kills beasts and humans. Use with extreme caution. Warning, once released, all personnel must evacuate the area. Maintain a distance of at least 100 meters from the release zone. Anthrax Toxin Formula? He carefully examined the ingredients of this formula. This virus had previously inflicted unimaginable devastation upon Blue Star before the emergence of transferees. After the emergence of class changers, the anthrax virus mutated, but it couldn't keep pace with the speed of human class evolution and was thus eliminated. Later, a master poisoner extracted the anthrax virus and engineered it into this lethal formula. Crafting this anthrax toxin requires extracting the anthrax virus, then enhancing and modifying it through specific herbal combinations. This process is extremely dangerous. The slightest mishap could infect the pharmacist, making survival a near impossibility. With the system at my disposal, crafting this top-tier potion should pose no issue. Loading it into a potion gun would make each shot terrifyingly potent. Merely touching skin would suffice, no wounding required. Lin Feng drew in a sharp breath and immediately decided, this is the one. He then took the anthrax formula out of the resource vault and placed it at the front desk for registration. Meanwhile, the other 9 students had also selected their required equipment and were registering one by one. Their eyes were fixed with intense curiosity on the box in Lin Feng's hands. Among the top 10, Quan Zilong had been propelled to 5th place by Lin Feng's influence. Though his reward might seem a bit enviable, why would he turn down a gift delivered right to his doorstep? Lin Feng, what's in that box you're holding? It looks kinda weird. Quan Zilong, who had already selected a set of blacksmith exclusive protective gear, turned to Lin Feng. The teacher in charge of the resource vault also looked at the box in Lin Feng's hand with surprise and asked calmly, Lin Feng, what did you choose? Lin Feng saw no reason to hide anything and slowly handed over the dust-covered box. Upon seeing it, the teacher's previously calm expression turned intensely complex. On the box's exterior was inscribed a single line, charcoal maggot poison formula. Anthrax? The teacher in the black suit was startled, unable to help but ask, Lin Feng, are you certain you want to choose this formula? Our Talent Academy's resource repository contains numerous top-tier and supreme-grade formulas specifically prepared for you. There's no need to choose this anthrax poison formula. Quan Zilong also looked perplexed. The other 8 students stared in utter astonishment, their expressions turning pale with dread at the mere mention of anthrax. They too had heard of that legendary pharmacist's terrifying feats, though back then, such potions were primarily used to slay ferocious beasts. Nowadays, methods existed to counteract this anthrax poison that threatened class changers. Thus, the threat posed by such formulas had been mitigated and contained within certain limits. I'm certain. Teacher, I've been researching this poison recently. If I succeed, perhaps my combat effectiveness as an alchemist will rise to a new level. Lin Feng stated without flinching. The teacher in the suit sighed softly. The thought of Lin Feng, a mere alchemist, soloing the secret realm and securing first place, there had to be some secret behind it. But what adventurer didn't have their secrets? Still, since he'd made his choice, respect was the only option. Alright, I've registered it. You may go now. After completing the registration, Lin Feng tucked away the anthrax poison formula from the box and departed the resource vault alongside Quan Zilong. After a brief farewell, Lin Feng headed back to his dorm. Upon returning, he immediately pushed the anthrax formula aside, flopped onto his bed, and slowly drifted off to sleep, but in the air. In the mirror, Lin Feng saw his own strange reflection, resembling a small child. But to complete this simple infant task, he was willing to go all out. He dropped all his defenses, and a wave of exhaustion washed over him. His eyes grew heavy as he drifted off to sleep. Ding! Congratulations, host, for sleeping on your stomach with your butt in the air for 1 hour. Ding! Congratulations, host, for sleeping on your stomach with your butt in the air for 2 hours. Ding! Congratulations, host, for sleeping on your stomach with your butt in the air for 3 hours. It wasn't until the next morning that Lin Feng was jolted awake by the system's ding. He slowly opened his eyes as the system voice continued. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have earned 1 professional skill slot lottery chance. Would you like to start the lottery now? Lin Feng jolted awake, all traces of sleepiness vanishing instantly. Here it comes, the long-awaited mission reward had finally arrived. Let's open this blind box. Let's see what kind of surprise it holds. Spin. After the command was issued, entry spun rapidly inside the lottery machine. Stop. Lin Feng watched the endlessly spinning tokens and issued the command directly. The machine halted abruptly, and an item dropped from below. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the professional skill entry, Analytical Vision. Analytical gaze, a comprehensive skill entry enabling effortless dissection of beasts, plants, and other entities identified as medicinal materials. It clearly displays their internal data, facilitating precise elimination. Lin Feng's eyes widened with excitement. Analytical vision? So that means next time I target someone as medicinal material, I can freely dissect their combat data and feed it directly into my mind? Doesn't that mean they'll have no secrets left? Chapter 136, Profession level skyrockets 2 ranks, reaching level 24. This skill description? All I can say is, it's freaking awesome. Another buff. From now on, when facing high-level opponents who deliberately conceal their level indicators and strength, I can see through everything about them, leaving no secrets hidden. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining a double bonus reward. You may now draw 2 additional skill slots from your profession tools simultaneously. Shall we begin the draw? Here we go again. Lin Feng's excitement surged, and he immediately issued the command. Draw for me. I'll see what good skill slots I can pull. After the lottery machine spun rapidly, Lin Feng issued his command. Stop. The lottery machine stopped for the first time. Without any indication, the machine began spinning again. Stop. Li Feng issued the stop command again, and the spinning lottery machine halted abruptly. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the offensive class equipment trait, Rapid Reload. Rapid Reload, when attached to offensive class equipment, reloading speed increases by 100%. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the offensive professional tool trait, Anomalous Wrath. Anomalous Fury, when active, the host can manually trigger this effect after using an offensive class tool. It invokes a celestial anomaly, unleashing an overwhelming aura disproportionate to the weapon's raw power. Bullet reload speed increases by 100%? That's basically double reload speed. So that means if I run out of bullets in my revolver Godslayer, I can keep reloading it? Isn't that skill supposed to be exclusive to gunsmiths? Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a wry chuckle at the thought. He had already encroached on blacksmith's territory by crafting the Godslayer revolver and the medicine god's furnace. Even if he hadn't personally crafted them, what difference did it make? He was still taking their livelihood. He also activated the Breaking Bad career change guide, essentially stealing the chemist's job again. This borderline behavior was admittedly pretty disgusting, but what could you do? The system was just too good. Awesome. No time to waste. First I'll craft the Annihilation Potion and Anthrax Toxin, then duplicate a Revolver God of Death. Time to test the power of my offensive class equipment. With that, Lin Feng opened his interface panel before heading to the alchemy lab. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 220258,000. Advanced unlocks 5th super formula at level 25. HP, 2200-2200. Mana bar, 2200-2200. Speed, 4419. Strength, 4560. Defense, 4291. Mental power, 5732. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God SSS+. Skills, Split Mind Ring, Divine Power Burst, Surgical Mastery, Eternal Potency, Analytical Vision. Unsealed formulas, 1. Death's Destroyer Annihilation Potion 2. Reinforced Hand Human Gene Enhancement Potion 3. Healer's Descent Superior Recovery Potion 4. Beast Blood Boil Sustain Amplification Potion. Unsealed Profession Alchemist Equipment Blueprints, 1. Godslayer Revolver Offensive 2. God of Medicine's Cauldron Supportive. Class Tools, 1. Revolver Godslayer 06 Note, 18.72% worn. 2. Alchemist's Cauldron Unactivated Note, 0.002% worn. Equipment Skill Slots, 1. Unharmed Backlash Offensive, Equip 2. Where Resistance Offensive, Equipped 3. Masterful Handling Supportive, Equipped 4. Silent Psi Offensive, Equipped 5. Rapid Reload Offensive, Unequipped 6. Anomalous Wrath Offensive, Unequipped. Alchemist Special Identity Attributes includes Job Changebook, 1. Death Dealer. Experience Points, 650,000. Holy crap! Already 650,000 EXP? Lin Feng hadn't expected to accumulate so many experience points after just a few dungeon runs. However, he dismissed the idea that this was solely from his dungeon runs. It must be because the super potions he crafted were being used on the front lines, causing such a strong reaction. System, upgrade me. As Lin Feng issued the command, the previously dormant system sprang into action. His still body began to rapidly expand the next second, a powerful surge of energy coursing through his frame. All his stats began to surge dramatically. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your class level has increased to level 23. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your class level has increased to 24. After 2 consecutive level up notifications, Lin Feng clenched his fist and punched the air. An explosive sound followed, and Lin Feng soared with exhilaration. System, show me the upgraded stats panel. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level 24,328,000 advanced unlock 5th super formula at level 25. HP 2400-2400. Mana bar 2400-2400. Speed 5412. Strength 5590. Defense 5241. Mental power 6782. Talent Spirit of the Medicine God SSS plus. Experience points 30,000. Gazing at the soaring stats, only 328,000 experience points remained until reaching level 25. With another beast tide likely approaching, this wave should be enough to unlock the next super formula. He headed straight for the alchemy lab. Zhang Zhan had already delivered the missing ingredients for the annihilation potion. Just moments ago, he glanced at his phone and caught the tense reports from the front lines. 50,000 troops stood ready for battle, with all sealed potions and equipment transported to the front lines. The beast tide had essentially taken shape. The national treasure he had crafted, the destruction potion, was also being secretly transported to the front lines. Should the tide turn against them, it would be deployed to crush the beast tide. Lin Feng, you're here? I've already prepared the medicinal ingredients in advance. Zhang Zhan, dressed in military uniform, stood at the entrance of the pharmaceutical lab as before, watching Lin Feng appear. Lin Feng immediately nodded. Thank you. Since the front lines are strained, I'll produce extra destruction potions this time. I hope they can help the nation weather this crisis. These words caught Zhang Zhan off guard, stifling the words he had been about to speak. Lin Feng, what you just said is actually what the commanders asked me to pass on to you. They also told me to remind you to take care of yourself. When you have free time, you should definitely go have a drink with those old guys. Lin Feng gave a wry smile and nodded firmly. Alright, I will. I'm about to begin. General Zhang, please stand guard outside just in case. Lin Feng stepped into the pharmaceutical lab and immediately retrieved the medicine god's furnace. Zhang Zhan, observing Lin Feng's actions, extended his psychic senses. Lately, he too had noticed the unusual agitation in the capital, with the divine worker guilds growing increasingly restless toward Lin Feng. Inside the alchemy chamber, Lin Feng placed all the herbs into the god of medicine cauldron before snapping his fingers. A series of light rings now surrounded his body. Talents, skills unleash everything. Let's do this. The alchemist's cauldron activated, commencing the brewing process. Chapter 137, Crafting the Destruction Potion once more. Time ticked by. With his level having risen again and bolstered by the medicine god's cauldron, the alchemy process accelerated dramatically. After a frenzied burst of output, the frantically churning alchemist's cauldron gradually came to a halt. Lin Feng's forehead was drenched in sweat. Despite having reached level 24, harnessing divine power, and utilizing the alchemist's forge, completing the destruction potion swiftly still demanded considerable effort. After dividing the potions, Lin Feng kept the ones he needed and handed the rest to Zhang Zhan. Zhang Zhan took the vials, his entire body trembling uncontrollably as a faint gleam shone in his eyes. Destruction potions, this was a fresh batch of them. Lin Feng, how long can this batch of destruction potions be stored? Has the amplification multiplier changed? Lin Feng had already checked the panel information for this batch of destruction potion, but he hadn't immediately disclosed it, fearing it might cause a stir. Use this batch of destruction potion with extreme caution. There are 6 vials total. Each vial's coverage area can reach 2,000 kilometers, and the potion's amplification factor can reach 40 times. The destructive power is estimated to withstand a level 5 beast tide. If used in combination, it could block a level 6 beast tide. The potency can be preserved for 10 years. Lin Feng delivered the detailed specifications of the destruction agent with a calm expression. These seemingly mundane words contained earth-shattering information. Zhang Zhan stared at the destruction agents inside the 2 boxes before him, his hands trembling with fear. A single vial could withstand a level 5 beast tide. If the old guard at the Divine Staff Guild got wind of this, it would cause an uproar. And these destruction potions could be stacked? Stacking them could actually annihilate a level 6 beast tide. Level 6 beast swarms had never appeared on Blue Star. Wasn't this essentially forging a sacred sword of protection for China? Alright. I'll secure this batch of agents immediately and report it to the commanders. Lin Feng, you should get some rest. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Feng grabbed his arm and said, "Don't rush off, General Zhang Zhan. Actually, I have a request." Zhang Zhan halted instantly and turned to Lin Feng. "Speak freely. If it's within my power, I'll assist you without hesitation." Lin Feng didn't hide his intentions, the front lines are strained now. I hope General Zhang Zhan can take me there and open up the various secret realms within Huaxia for me. I need to grind through these realms to level up quickly. Hearing Lin Feng's request, Zhang Zhan fell silent for a moment. Lin Feng, if your reason were anything else, I could assist you. But secret realms are still far too dangerous for you. What if news of you venturing into secret realms leaks again, only to face a crisis similar to this trial? That would be a massive loss for Huaxia. How could I possibly explain it to the commanders? Most importantly, I believe the commanders wouldn't approve either. Zhang Zhan didn't want to hide anything from Lin Feng and spoke honestly. Lin Feng remained unmoved upon hearing this, responding calmly, I stand by what I said before. Keeping me in a sheltered environment would only be detrimental to me. I'm sure General Zhang Zhan witnessed my performance yesterday. Even a level 70 class change user couldn't touch me with the gear I'm wearing. Lin Feng's tone brimmed with confidence. Zhang Zhan listened, then fell into deep thought. Having known Lin Feng for quite some time, from his early days crafting potions to the present, General Zhang was aware of some of his secrets. From the Annihilation Potion, Super Amplification Potion, and Super Recovery Potion, to the Revolver God of Slaughter and the Alchemist's Forge in his possession. Each piece of this equipment, if it fell into the hands of external enemies, would be a game changer. Even God-tier equipment would struggle to match their power. Therefore, both he and the nation's top leaders placed extraordinary importance and value on them. Yet one thing troubled him. Lin Feng's rise to 5-star general at such a young age stemmed from his relentless courage, constantly braving perilous realms and facing life or death crises. He understood all too well that true strength could only be forged through trials. Forcing growth through potions alone was unsustainable and wouldn't foster true development. But Lin Feng was merely a potionist. Could he be trained like a warrior? Lin Feng, are you absolutely certain? Zhang Zhan pondered for a long moment before speaking slowly. Lin Feng nodded. Yes. I hope General Zhang Zhan will give this careful consideration. This is my personal request. Zhang Zhan fell silent once more. After wrestling with the decision for a moment, he finally said, all right. I agree. I understand your meaning. I too emerged from such trials. This remains between us. But this must never reach the higher-ups. Otherwise, your actions will be restricted. Lin Feng flashed a faint smile. All right. Rest assured, no one capable of challenging my position has emerged yet. I'll make preparations soon. If the frontline crisis isn't imminent, I'll start by grinding in the secret realm. I request General Zhang Zhan grant me access to the secret realm privileges. Later, take me to the front lines. I need to witness the usage of my destruction potion firsthand. Should any special circumstances arise during my deployment, I can make adjustments and craft potions on the spot. Hearing this, Zhang Zhan felt as if he'd been given a reassuring pill. He knew Lin Feng possessed a potion god's furnace, a device that could shrink or expand, allowing potion brewing anywhere with utmost convenience. As long as his safety could be guaranteed, the pressure on the front lines would be significantly reduced. With ample medicinal supplies, if potions ran low, they could be brewed on the spot. The warriors would be healed to their heart's content, and the fighting would be exhilarating. Agreed. But exercise utmost caution. I must be informed of your whereabouts. Zhang Zhan pondered for a moment before making his final concession. Lin Feng nodded. I know you've attached a locator to me, General Zhang. I'll update you on my daily situation in real time. Zhang Zhan's face flushed slightly at this, his voice tinged with embarrassment. I didn't expect you'd notice that. But this is for your safety. I've never once leaked your information. Lin Feng trusted Zhang Zhan implicitly. After all, if he ever faced an insurmountable danger, he could transmit information to him via the tracker. Then it's settled. Regarding the Huaxia secret realm privileges, I'll resolve that for you immediately upon returning. First, I'll report the matter of the destruction serum to the commanders. We'll allocate a portion for transport to the coastal front lines as a precaution. I'll be going now. After Zhang Zhan left, Lin Feng retrieved the anthrax toxin formula. This time, he intended to craft the anthrax toxin elixir. However, the most elusive ingredient in the formula was the charcoal maggot virus itself. This virus was strictly prohibited by the state. To obtain it, one would have to venture into a secret realm. I'll send the blueprints to Quan Zilong first and have him craft 4 more revolver gods layers for me. After all, with my fearless counterattack talent and wear resistance boost, even a low-tier revolver god of death can unleash terrifying destructive power. He promptly pulled out his phone and sent the blueprint and message to Quan Zilong. Chapter 138, for more low-grade revolver gods layers? Quan Zilong, who was organizing his newly acquired gear in the dorm, was so excited he couldn't sleep all night. Especially since Lin Feng had given him some of the Dragon Slayer bounty team's gear, he was now practically armed to the teeth. Provided his level and strength were sufficient to wield those items, he could confidently claim to be the most formidable blacksmith within China at level 70. As he was still excitedly counting his loot, a sudden phone notification alert sounded. When Quan Zilong opened it, his initial look of curiosity turned to utter astonishment. Lin Feng had sent him the blueprint for the Revolver Godslayer once more, requesting him to urgently forge 4 of them. The ultra-grade Revolver Godslayer required a level 22 forge, which was currently beyond his reach. At level 20, even maxing out his experience points would only get him to level 22. Even with his current abilities, crafting a super-grade Revolver God of Death was beyond his reach. But when he saw the text message Lin Feng sent afterward, he froze in place. Lin Feng note, Brother Quan, since the quantity is large, lower tier ones will suffice. Lower tier? Would a low-grade Revolver God of Death even work? Firing such devastatingly powerful destruction bullets, a low-grade revolver would likely suffer a barrel explosion. He sent another message to confirm with Lin Feng, who remained adamant. Quan Zilong's current skill level allows him to craft high-grade weapons. Alright. Since Brother Lin insists, I'll do it this way. After sending the message, Quan Zilong stowed the equipment on the ground into his storage ring and headed straight for the forging room. Soon after, the forging room was ablaze with light. Clang! 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 The sound of forging echoed through the quiet night. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the office building. Carrying a briefcase, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, and sporting a full head of black hair, his appearance seemed incongruous with his current age and style. He was none other than Shaolin's teacher, Song Yang. Originally, he was an elderly man in his 80s with a head full of white hair. After using human gene enhancement serum, his entire being transformed. Not only had his hair turned black, but his organs had become exceptionally healthy, his energy surged, and his combat prowess increased by dozens of times. From a distance, he didn't look like an octogenarian at all, but rather a vigorous middle-aged man. He walked toward the teaching area, then abruptly stopped, his gaze settling on the forging room for first-year students. This can't be right. My only first-year apprentice is Quan Zilong, my great-grandson. I've been busy lately and haven't had much time to guide him properly. Could he still be forging in there? He'd heard from Shaolin that the boy took private commissions to supplement his living expenses. The thought of the boy struggling so much weighed heavily on his heart. After all, he was his great-grandson. He felt it was only right to support him more, both professionally and personally. Without further thought, he headed straight for the forge room and stopped outside. What is he forging? Let me take a look. Song Yang slowly peered inside. What he saw took his breath away, the blueprint for a revolver. And the design of this revolver, it stirred an intense curiosity and a surge of excitement within him. He pushed open the door and walked straight in. Grandmaster Song, you've come here so late. Song Yang gave Quan Zilong a satisfied look and smiled. Little Quan, I've heard about you. You made it into the top 10 in this secret realm trial. Your results truly exceeded my expectations. However, he knew full well that Quan Zilong had essentially been carried to that level. The real standout, as revealed by the Talent Academy instructors, that alchemist named Lin Feng had started by soloing the secret realm from the very beginning. Soloing the secret realm was one thing, but later on, he actually led his great-grand disciple through the Fallen Ruins secret realm, a level 45 boss, and single-handedly carried his disciple into the top 10. That absolutely cracked him up. The sole survivor of this cohort was bold, but luck was also on his side. This only made him even more intrigued by the alchemist Lin Feng. What secrets did this kid possess to become the top trial participant and even carry other support players? Grandmaster, you probably already know this. As a blacksmith, my combat strength is inherently weak. I can only be carried by others. This time was pure luck. Seeing his great-grandson so modest, Song Yang nodded approvingly. You youngster. I'll need to find time to properly guide your forging skills. By the way, what are you forging now? Quan Zilong snatched the forging blueprint away. Grandmaster, I can't show you this blueprint. It's a state secret. This entire matter is classified. State secret? Song Yang froze in place, his face clouded with confusion. You're just like your master. Don't tell me you're pulling another fast one on me? You're just a kid already handling state secret forging? Tell me the truth, and I won't tell your master. After being scolded, Quan Zilong immediately retorted, Grandmaster, I'm not lying to you about this. My master knows about these blueprints too, you can ask him for them. I promised them I wouldn't disclose it lightly. Song Yang's curiosity grew stronger, and he immediately pulled out his phone to call Shaolin. As he described the situation, shock gradually spread across his face. Shaolin, however, remained unaware of Song Yang's forging of the revolver known as the God of Death. He had kept this matter hidden even from his master, Song Yang. After all, such matters were no trivial affair. Pressured by the situation and fully aware that Shaolin had also handled classified secrets. Even if he told them, it wouldn't matter, but he wouldn't reveal the specific identity. Master, Grandmaster, I hadn't intended to tell you this. I promised the person involved that it's a state secret protected by law. All I can say is that he's a student at the Talent Academy of Huaxia Capital University. After uttering these words, Quan Zilong wasted no time and resumed his forging. Song Yang and Shaolin both felt their mouths twitch. One was pulling at the research center, the other at Huaxia Capital University. A student? Involved in state secrets? Just how critical could this be? Most crucially, this involved the revolver God of Death. Could it possibly be that SSS plus talent level super alchemist? Upon hearing this news over the phone, Shaolin began to wildly speculate. After all, he had come from the Talent Academy, and his disciple, Quan Zilong, was also at Huaxia Capital University. Most crucially, his disciple had been propelled into the top 10 of the trials by a pharmacist. This was something he never could have imagined. But when Shaolin and Song Yang pieced together Quan Zilong's description with the trial events, they both froze in shock. Could it be? Could it be the top-ranked alchemist, Lin Feng? Chapter 139, Hearing of Lin Feng's situation, even the Grandmaster was taken aback? Xiao Quan, though your great-grandmaster doesn't know much about Lin Feng, you absolutely must cultivate a good relationship with him. After pondering for a moment, Song Yang concluded there must be some major secret at play here. Perhaps the nation was pouring resources into cultivating a super alchemist. Earlier on the phone, Xiao Lin was especially shocked upon hearing this news, even wanting to fly over immediately to meet this kid. The blueprints for the revolver god of death and the alchemist's cauldron had been personally mentioned by General Zhang Zhan, though he hadn't specified exactly who had told him. Even now, he remained intensely curious about the alchemist's identity, desperate to uncover the origins of this individual. When he learned this person was actually a student and even a classmate of his own disciple at the Talent Academy, he was utterly stunned. The impossible had unfolded before his very eyes. Most astonishingly, this kid had soloed the secret realm as a support alchemist and even carried his own disciple. How terrifying was that? Such a feat had never been recorded in the entire history of class advancement. And now it was happening right before his eyes. Alright, Grandmaster, shall I continue? Quan Zilong was startled by Song Yang after he hung up the phone. Though he didn't know what had been discussed between him and his master, he was certain Song Yang had been shocked by Lin Feng's situation, otherwise such a drastic change in attitude wouldn't have occurred. Proceed then. I won't disturb you further. Should you need anything, remember to contact me promptly. With that, Song Yang patted Quan Zilong on the shoulder and turned to leave. Quan Zilong stood there dumbfounded. He had never witnessed such a stark contrast in his grandmaster's demeanor. Forget it. I'd better get forging as soon as possible. Since Brother Lin said it's urgent, low-level tools aren't difficult. I'll work through the night and get them done. Clang! 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 Deep into the night, the rhythmic clanging of hammers striking iron echoed relentlessly. Late at night, inside the military base in the capital, Zhou Zhenghua, busy with paperwork, stretched lazily and glanced out the window. Ugh! The front lines are in crisis. I wonder if the beast tide will erupt again. And if they'll be even stronger than before. Without Lin Feng's destruction potion, I'd be completely helpless. He lit a cigarette, placed it between his lips, and took a drag. A creak echoed as the door suddenly swung open. A young man in military uniform, standing tall and straight, slowly entered the room. Zhang Zhan, who was puffing away by the window, addressed him. Commander, staying up this late smoking by the window? Hearing the voice, Zhou Zhenghua took a deep drag before turning to Zhang Zhan. His expression shifted abruptly. The earlier worry vanished completely, replaced by a look of anticipation. Zhang? You're here. Any good news? Spill it. Zhou Zhenghua promptly opened the teapot, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to Zhang Zhan. Zhang Zhan took a sip and immediately replied, 2 pieces of good news, actually. First, Lin Feng soloed the secret realm, wiped out the Dragon Slayer bounty team sent to assassinate him, and gathered all the evidence proving the Yin family's traitor in the capital. I've already issued the arrest and search warrants. Oh? Zhou Zhenghua took a sip of tea, carefully weighing the implications of the words. But he quickly caught on. You mean Lin Feng soloed the secret realm and took down the Dragon Slayer bounty team ranked in the top 10 by the Divine Workers Guild? Every member of that team was exceptionally powerful, all above level 70. Over the years, countless of our nation's dedicated practitioners have fallen at their hands. Damn them! But Lin Feng actually wiped out that team? Seems he's got some secrets up his sleeve. Suppressing his inner shock, Zhou Zhenghua knew full well that Lin Feng wielded the Revolver Godslayer, a weapon capable of taking down level 70 professionals. And the second point? Zhou Zhenghua regained his composure and immediately pressed. This was the information he most desperately needed. Zhang Zhan continued, the second point is the Annihilation Serum you've been so concerned about, Commander. Lin Feng has produced a total of 6 vials. Zhou Zhenghua committed every word Zhang Zhan said to memory, utterly stunned. With a coverage radius of 2,000 kilometers and potency 40 times greater than standard agents, it could withstand level 5, even level 6 beast swarms. Most crucially and precisely what Zhou Zhenghua desired, this serum could maintain its potency for up to 10 years even if unused. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Zhenghua could no longer contain his excitement. Excellent. As expected of Lin Feng. Such an extraordinary potion would be an explosive national treasure of the highest caliber in any advanced nation. Issue the order. Send half secretly to the front lines as a precaution. Seal the remainder in the national treasury and guard it with the highest security protocols. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Zhan rose to leave. But at the very moment he stepped out the door, he paused and slowly added, there's one more thing. Zhou Zhenghua was about to light another cigarette when his hand froze mid-motion. Go ahead. Zhang Zhan continued, Lin Feng requested a Huaxia Secret Realm privilege card. I've already approved it for him. Zhou Zhenghua's expression darkened slightly. Zhang, you're being a bit reckless here. This privilege card grants access to all secret realms within Huaxia, but it also amplifies the hidden dangers. The Divine Workers Union is hunting Lin Feng everywhere, trying to eliminate him. Isn't this just handing them an opportunity? Zhang Zhan knew Zhou Zhanguo would be furious upon hearing this information. He weighed his options, deciding to broach the subject anyway. After all, he'd promised Lin Feng he'd take him to the front lines. That was an even bigger surprise. He needed to build anticipation first. Enough. Go ahead. With a light sigh, Zhang Zhan stepped out of the room. At the very moment he stepped out, in another foreign land under the daytime sun, Miss Li, having received the news, sat at her desk. A cigar lit in her hand shattered at her touch. He knew it would happen, but never imagined even a top 10 bounty team could be wiped out. This is infuriating. I have no idea what secrets this kid holds. Even our mighty Divine Workers Guild couldn't take him down. The large-faced foreigner beside him remarked, "General, it's precisely because this man holds so many secrets that his value is so high. We just can't get our hands on him. But our victories on the front lines are what truly matter. Our Divine Workers Union chemists have developed a premium-grade stimulant that maximizes the primal ferocity of the beasts. The front lines of Huaxia now face the imminent threat of another beast-tide surge. We anticipate it will be no less than level 5. Combined with the effects of my stimulant, this wave could potentially level the entire Huaxia continent. That brat, no matter how strong he is, without China's protection, he's nothing but meat on a chopping block." After speaking, General Miss Li paused for a moment before slowly turning to him. "You're quite right. This presents the perfect opportunity to deploy our newly developed third-generation Beastman technology. I've heard Huaxia has developed a new serum that can dramatically and sustainably boost warriors' stats. That's terrifying. Find a way to get us a vial for testing." Chapter 140, 5 Revolver Godslayers charge into the secret realm. The following morning, at Huaxia Capital University. After a night of forging, Quan Zilong neatly arranged 4 gold and silver revolvers on the table. Quan Zilong activated his professional skill to scan them, confirming they were all low-grade weapons. Forging intermediate or high-grade artifacts overnight was simply beyond his capabilities. What puzzled him was why Lin Feng had specifically requested over 30 additional bullet casings for his potion rounds. If these guns possess the same power as those used in the secret realm, wouldn't 30+ bullets mean that facing a secret realm boss would only require a single shot? Wouldn't that mean clearing the stage in an instant? At this thought, Quan Zilong was so stunned he couldn't find words to describe his current state of mind. "Brother Lin, this is truly beyond belief." He immediately sent a message to Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng was stepping out of the alchemy lab. After storing the newly crafted batch of potions into his storage ring, he picked up his phone to check the message. A faint smile touched his lips before he headed straight for the Talent Academy's forging room. Before long, his figure appeared at the forging room's entrance, where he greeted Quan Zilong. Recognizing the familiar figure, Quan Zilong promptly opened the door and announced, "Brother Lin, the 4 revolvers you requested are complete, all low-grade models. There are also 30 bullet casings for potion rounds beside them." Lin Feng glanced where Quan Zilong pointed. On the table lay the revolver he needed, the God of Death, along with the chemical bullets. "Thank you." After watching Lin Feng take the 4 revolvers and the chemical bullet shells, Quan Zilong promptly asked, "Brother Lin, what exactly are you planning to do with these 4 revolvers and all these bullets?" He shouldn't have pried, but what if Lin Feng ventured into the secret realm again? If he could tag along, he might snag some extra experience points. Yesterday, before forging the revolver, he had spent all his experience points. This single action had propelled him straight to level 24. He'd never felt his experience points accumulate so rapidly before. Getting carried along while grinding monsters felt truly amazing. If he could tag along again, wouldn't he be soaring? "I'm heading to grind in the secret realm. Want to come with me?" Lin Feng understood exactly what Quan Zilong meant. After all, carrying others was the easiest thing in the world for him. As a support player, his options for leveling up were limited. Entering the secret realm felt like being beaten like a rookie. Now that a chance for insane leveling was available, no one would want to pass it up. Quan Zilong's face lit up with unhidden excitement at Lin Feng's words. "Sure thing. If Brother Lin's running the dungeon, I'm definitely tagging along." Lin Feng nodded. "We're resting these next couple of days. Start preparing now, we'll begin grinding monsters this afternoon. I need to gather some herbs, so I'll be tackling some tougher dungeons." "Starting this afternoon?" Caught off guard and unprepared, Quan Zilong froze in shock. "So soon? Alright, I'll get ready now." Just as Quan Zilong turned to leave, Lin Feng suddenly called him back, pulling a vial of potion from his storage ring and handing it over. "Thanks for your hard work. Drink this potion, it'll wipe away all your fatigue and restore the energy you lost from lack of sleep." After Quan Zilong took the potion, Lin Feng had already sped off. "Is it really that miraculous? Just drink this and you won't need sleep?" After becoming a transferee, everything truly was different from ordinary people. Sleep remained essential, though higher-level job changers required progressively less rest. A level 60-70 transferee might only need an hour of rest daily, or even less. As a support type in his 20s, forging tools consumed immense energy, forcing him to replenish his body's exhaustion through substantial sleep. Gulp. He opened the potion tube and poured it straight into his mouth. A potent surge of potion energy erupted within his body, instantly lifting his drooping eyelids as his eyes widened dramatically. Unimaginable potency crackled and popped within his body, accelerating the flow of his blood. The lingering fatigue vanished in an instant. Damn! This feels absolutely incredible. As he marveled, Lin Feng had already reached the dormitory. After a quick tidy-up, he retrieved the 4 revolver Godslayer pistols. He began encapsulating the prepared destruction potions into bullet casings. Before long, all the potion bullets were sealed. Surveying the 30 potion bullets before him, Lin Feng distributed them evenly, loading them into 5 revolver Godslayers. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully bound the revolver Godslayer pistols 4 pieces. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully bound the potion bullets. Ding! Host's class skill entries have not been fully bound. Proceed with binding? Bind! Lin Feng noticed the system was growing increasingly intelligent, proactively identifying and assisting with operations. It was practically AI level. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the offensive profession equipment skill, rapid reload. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the offensive equipment skill, Anomaly's Wrath. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the offensive class equipment trait, Fearless Counterattack. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the offensive class equipment trait, Wear Resistance. With each successive notification chime, Lin Feng's heart began to race with excitement. He now possessed 5 revolver killing machines. Even when facing extreme threats, he could unleash both guns simultaneously. Once the bullets ran out, he could double reload. How incredibly satisfying. Preparations are nearly complete. I'll don a potion to replenish my energy before heading out. After stowing all the revolver killing guns into his storage ring, Lin Feng pulled out his phone and sent a message to Quan Zilong. Early that morning, he had received the Secret Realm Privilege Card from General Zhang Zhan. This was an exclusive privilege card within the military. Ordinary people, even university professors, couldn't obtain it. The primary requirement was approval from the nation's top leadership. Nationwide, fewer than 50 individuals held such a card. This underscored the rarity of such a Secret Realm Privilege Card. Before long, their figures appeared at the entrance to the Secret Realm of Huaxia Capital University. It was still summer vacation, so many university students had not yet arrived. Of course, many students remained on campus to level up. Their primary objective was also to grind in the Secret Realms. Huaxia Capital University boasted over 50 Secret Realm portals scattered throughout its campus. Any Huaxia Capital University student could apply for leadership approval to enter these realms and battle monsters. After Lin Feng brought Quan Zilong to the Secret Realm Transfer Center at Huaxia Capital University, they began browsing the realm information. Chapter 141, Huaxia Secret Realm Privilege Card. His target was the carbon maggot virus. Based on his prior research, there was one dungeon portal within Huaxia Capital University. Brother Lin, which secret realm are we tackling this time? Quan Zilong had brought all his gear, but the 50-plus dungeon listings before him left him overwhelmed. Lin Feng scanned the list and immediately zeroed in on his target. Found it. This one. Lin Feng pointed his finger at a dungeon listing above. Secret Realm Instance, Virus Infection Zone Difficulty, Easy, Normal, Hard, Hell Selectable Dangerous Creatures, Scurvy Mutants, AIDS Carriers, etc. Final Boss, Viral Colossus Giant, Level 50. Holy! Quan Zilong couldn't help but exclaim in shock upon seeing it. The dungeon Lin Feng was taking him to was the level 50 virus infection zone with a boss at that. But that wasn't the scariest part. The truly terrifying thing was that this was a contagious virus dungeon. He'd heard rumors about this dungeon before it had even made the news. A team led by a student from China's capital university had attempted to clear it, only for everyone to become infected with viruses smallpox, AIDS, syphilis, and more. These viruses were all enhanced strains, but because their response time was too slow, they ultimately missed the window for treatment. The incident caused immense damage, prompting Huaxia Capital University to issue an order sealing off the dungeon. Without special authorization, it cannot be accessed. Brother Lin, I don't think we can go in, right? The secret realm's been sealed off by the university. The main issue is the terrifying viruses inside professionals have actually been poisoned to death there before. The mere thought of that scene sent a chill down Quan Zilong's spine. Lin Feng stared at the screen message and declared firmly, "What? Are you scared, Brother Quan?" Quan Zilong did feel a twinge of fear, but seeing Lin Feng act as if nothing was wrong, he immediately replied, "With you here, of course I'm not afraid. But we have no way to break through this secret realm." Lin Feng slowly pulled a black card from his pocket and walked toward the entrance screening counter. "Don't worry, I've prepared for this." The moment Lin Feng produced the black card, Quan Zilong's gaze locked onto it. Boom! His mind felt like it had been struck by a hammer as a familiar yet shocking piece of information surfaced. This is the Huaxia Secret Realm Privilege Card? He drew a deep breath, his mind racing with recollections. Only over 50 such privilege cards had ever been issued in China, each personally signed and approved by the nation's top leaders. Their holders were either high-level transmuters or special personnel. And now, Lin Feng held one in his hand. This. Quan Zilong gasped in shock, staring at Lin Feng with utter astonishment and curiosity. He had already considered Lin Feng's status utterly extraordinary, but never imagined it could become even more astonishing. Who exactly was this man? Even after their master and grandmaster discussed it, their attitude shifted dramatically. That's right, it's the Huaxia Secret Realm privilege card. Let's go. Lin Feng saw no need for further explanation. He immediately took the privilege card to the front desk and handed it over, stating, "I choose the Virus Infection Zone Secret Realm instance. Please process my access request." The round-faced instructor, busy with tasks, didn't immediately register the request upon hearing it. But when he took the black card from Lin Feng's hand, he froze in place. You're giving me a Huaxia Secret Realm privilege card?" The round-faced instructor's exclamation instantly drew the attention of numerous students. They all turned to look at Lin Feng and Quan Zilong. A Huaxia privilege card? Isn't that one of the less than 60 cards ever issued by Huaxia? It grants access to any secret realm in the country. Holy crap! How did this kid get his hands on that card? Could he be from one of the major clans? So jealous. Wonder if he has a girlfriend. I think I could be his. Girlfriend? Does it have to be a girl? I'm open to anything, I can handle it all. The murmurs of discussion naturally reached Lin Feng and Quan Zilong's ears. Lin Feng showed no surprise whatsoever. He spoke slowly, "Teacher, do you have any questions?" The round-faced teacher regained his composure. "Nothing, just curious how you obtained this Huaxia Secret Realm privilege card. Also, student, you've selected the Virus Infection Zone Secret Realm. Our school has always kept that realm sealed off. It's extremely dangerous in there. Are you sure you want to enter this realm?" The round-faced teacher paused, then asked out of genuine concern. Lin Feng nodded. "That's correct. Please process my application." The round-faced teacher reiterated the risks, but receiving a firm affirmation, she proceeded with the application. Soon after, the application was approved. Opening the secret realm, she announced, "Entrance A9." Under everyone's gaze, the two of them walked to the secret realm's entrance. The moment they stepped inside, the entrance's notification chime sounded. With a whoosh, both figures vanished from their original spot. The moment he left, the round-faced instructor saw the information for Lin Feng and Quan Zilong. Seeing their professions, one a chemist, the other a blacksmith, left him dumbfounded. After all, they were using secret realm privilege cards. Even as a level 1 support, he had no authority to stop them. But he noticed something else: both of them were supports. And both from the Talent Academy. If anything went wrong, he would be held accountable. Most crucially, this would be a loss for Huaxia. He immediately transmitted the information from his computer to the Talent Academy's instructors and dean via special software. At home, Lei Ming was still reeling from the shock of Lin Feng's secret realm trial. He couldn't fathom how Lin Feng had managed it. Just then, a message arrived on his phone. He opened it and froze instantly. What kind of stunt is Lin Feng pulling now? Taking a blacksmith into a level 50 virus infection zone secret realm? This isn't a joke, people could die. This danger was even greater than before. Remember, the toxin spreads invisibly, it's impossible to see with the naked eye. All previous adventurers who entered this dungeon met tragic ends, which is why Huaxia Capital University sealed it off. Yet unexpectedly, Lin Feng had discovered it. Meanwhile, news of Lin Feng and Quan Zilong venturing into the virus-infested dungeon reached Zhu Gui, Zhou Yao, and Song Yang. What had been a pleasant weekend for relaxation instantly turned bone-chilling. Lin Feng, are you trying to get me killed? Last time already had me on pins and needles, and now you're throwing me another curveball. Zhu Gui immediately dressed and rushed straight to the entrance of the secret realm. Chapter 142, Venturing into the Virus Infection Zone. The moment Lin Feng entered the secret realm, a figure materialized behind him. Eyes gleaming with malice, it glared at the entrance. Lin Feng, it's all your fault. If not for you, how could our Yin family have ended up like this? Once I've fully activated this human bomb, we'll both go down together. Cough, cough, cough. It was unmistakable. Standing at the entrance was Yin Dazhuang of the Yin family, his face deathly pale and drained of color, clearly having just survived a life-threatening ordeal. Originally hiding in the back courtyard, he had been caught in a raid by a group of military-turned warriors who ransacked his home, capturing every member of his family. His attempts to contact Yin Dahai yielded no response whatsoever. The only information he had was that they had been convicted of treason. In China, treason was an extremely dangerous offense, often punishable by death in severe cases. He knew deep down that his family's actions were undoubtedly punishable by death. He himself was still wanted. But even if it meant death, he would take Lin Feng, the man who had ruined his future, down with him. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, now deep within the secret realm, drew the Death God poison swords, each coated with an AIDS-transmitting agent, and handed one to Quan Zilong. Quan Zilong stared in shock at the Death God poison sword Lin Feng had handed him, his heart filled with unease. The next moment, Lin Feng retrieved 2 more vials of serum from his storage bracelet. Handing one directly to Quan Zilong, he said, "Drink this. I made this vial, it will expel all toxins from your body. Now grab that sword and go wild on the monsters." Quan Zilong stared at the green bubbled potion Lin Feng offered, swallowing his doubts as he downed it in one gulp. Last time, he had drunk a potion Lin Feng gave him, and afterward, his entire body felt incredibly refreshed. Now, drinking this potion again, it felt like a protective membrane had been added to the surface of his body. The viruses lingering in the air were instantly isolated. Even if swarms of them tried to penetrate, they'd be annihilated by the potent potion's effects. "Lin Feng, this potion is truly amazing. I'll begin now." Equipped with the Quan Zilong sword, he swung it with ease, effortlessly clearing a path forward. Any infected monster appearing before him was instantly cut down with a single strike. The AIDS-transmitting toxin spread with extreme rapidity. Even other viruses were instantly cut down when confronted by the AIDS-transmitting agent. Most crucially, the AIDS-transmitting poison possessed rapid propagation properties. Thus, once similar monsters were contaminated, they emitted groans before instantly perishing. In the blink of an eye, they reached the boss level. A blinding light erupted, revealing before Lin Feng and Quan Zilong a colossal elephant covered in toxic tumors. The colossal elephant's body seemed specially modified, its frame more than 10 times larger than an ordinary elephant. The spray it emitted appeared to carry a unique virus. Quan Zilong's heart skipped a beat at the sight. In contrast, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth, as if he had spotted the virus he sought. "Hopefully, even a simple level secret realm can yield the anthrax virus crystals I need. That way, I won't have to keep grinding through levels, wasting time." His sole purpose this time was to gather anthrax virus crystals. Once he had enough, he planned to equip the serum gun and head to the front lines. The secret realms within Huaxia held little significance for Lin Feng. He was purely grinding for experience points and honing his combat skills. Just as Quan Zilong was about to charge forward to engage the boss, Lin Feng grabbed him back and said slowly, "Brother Quan, don't linger too long on the boss stage. Step back." Quan Zilong, called to a halt, was still puzzled when he saw Lin Feng pull out a revolver named the Godslayer from his storage ring. The moment that revolver was revealed, Quan Zilong froze in place. It was a brand new revolver Godslayer and a low-tier weapon at that. Now that Lin Feng had brought it out to use, he still felt uneasy inside. "Take this." After drawing it, Lin Feng swiftly closed in on Quan Zilong. Aiming directly at the ferocious, snarling boss before him, he pulled the trigger. The 40x potency destruction potion erupted from the barrel. A pair of massive black-gray hands shielded Lin Feng and Quan Zilong within a protective zone as the annihilating energy surged toward the boss. The once excited boss vanished instantly from its position the moment it was targeted. This terrifying energy vaporized the entire boss stage, leaving no trace of the once present boss. Under Quan Zilong's stunned gaze, everything within the stage vanished completely. The original exit was obliterated as if it had collapsed. As the dust settled, numerous scattered pieces of equipment littered the ground. Lin Feng began collecting them. Ding! "Congratulations, host, on picking up rabies virus crystal 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, on picking up pneumonia virus crystal 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, on picking up HIV crystal stone 1. After searching the area thoroughly, Lin Feng still hadn't found what he needed. Once he'd collected all the scattered gear on the ground, he said, "Brother Quan, there's nothing I need in this simple level secret realm. I'm starting my second wave of monster grinding." With over 30 potion bullets remaining, he now felt it wouldn't matter if he used them all up. He had saved a large portion of his annihilation potions, enough to fill hundreds of potion bullets. Hearing this, Quan Zilong swallowed hard and blurted out, "You're insane. You really are a madman. No one else clears stages like you do, one shot per boss, not giving them a chance to flex." Lin Feng gave a wry smile as their figures were teleported out, heading straight for the outside world. Meanwhile, Zhu Gue, already waiting outside, stared intently at the secret realm's exit. His heart pounded with urgency, making him nearly jump up and down in place. Lin Feng, what the hell are you up to? Please don't get into trouble." Beside Zhu Gue, 2 other figures waited. One was Dean Lei Ming, staff in hand, and the other was Zhou Yao. Neither of them wore a trace of joy on their faces. Instead, they were visibly tense. Such a perilous secret realm would deter even 60 or 70 level transfigured practitioners from entering. Not far from them, Yan Dazhuang, wrapped tightly in a black robe, fixed Zhou Yao with a gaze brimming with disgust. "You! I was so devoted to you, and you actually hooked up with that little bastard. Don't think being a counselor will save you. I'll drag you to hell with me, or we'll be lovebirds forever." Yan Dazhuang's teeth clenched together, grinding with a sharp, grinding sound. He was waiting for Lin Feng's appearance. Just then, 2 figures slowly materialized at the secret realm's exit. Chapter 143, Even the Counselor Gets Dragged Along? The moment Lin Feng and Quan Zilong emerged, 3 pairs of eyes locked onto them. "Dean Lei Ming, Counselor, Professor Zhu, why are you here?" Zhu Gue, who had been pacing nearby, rushed over the moment he saw Lin Feng emerge. Lin Feng, why didn't you tell me you were venturing into such a dangerous secret realm? You mustn't be so reckless. Lin Feng was taken aback by Zhu Gui's reaction. He hadn't mentioned his dungeon run to them. So how did they find out? His gaze shifted to the round-faced teacher standing beside them, and the answer became clear in his mind. Lin Feng, have you already cleared the basic mode of this secret realm? Lei Ming, staff in hand, stared at him with astonishment. Lin Feng slowly nodded. Yes, Dean Lei Ming. I heard from the teacher in charge of the secret realm that you possess a Huaxia secret realm privilege card? I wonder where you got this card. Upon hearing that Lin Feng had cleared even the level 50 boss stage, Lei Ming's face betrayed utter disbelief. But moments later, he composed himself and voiced his inner questions aloud. He himself possessed one of these Huaxia secret realm privilege cards and understood their rarity all too well. It was precisely because of this card that he could frantically grind experience in the Huaxia secret realm, slowly advancing his cultivation. Without this card, a transferee of his age might have seen their cultivation stagnate. Regarding the Huaxia secret realm privilege card, I cannot disclose any information to you. This is a state secret. Originally, Lin Feng had intended to keep a low profile. As a student possessing a Huaxia secret realm clearance card was indeed an extraordinary occurrence, and carelessness could easily cause a stir. But he hadn't expected that the moment he used it, it would attract so much attention. Upon hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Lei Ming immediately ceased his questioning. When General Zhang Zhan approached Lin Feng to converse, he seemed like an old acquaintance. He sensed this young man might have some connection to the state. His gaze lingered on Lin Feng, sizing him up before nodding. This card is quite precious. Student Lin Feng, you must exercise extreme caution when using it. Both your teacher and your counselor are deeply concerned about you. While this card allows unrestricted access to challenges, you must be mindful of the difficulty level to avoid accidents. Losing you would be a significant loss for our nation. Lei Ming emphasized the word loss with particular gravity. He understood the Talent Academy's critical importance to China, especially for cultivating the extremely scarce, god-tier profession of alchemist. Cultivating even one super-level alchemist would be an immense boon to China. Understood. Thank you for the reminder, Dean. You may go now. I'll be careful. Lin Feng nodded and motioned for them to leave. Their presence here would only hinder his performance and impede his actions. Lei Ming sighed softly before turning and leaving immediately. Zhu Gui, who remained motionless, looked worried and said sternly, Lin Feng, Dean Lei Ming told you to be careful. I still have some things to handle. If anything happens to you, I wouldn't know how to explain it to the nation. Zhu Gui's phone chimed repeatedly. He exchanged a few words with Lin Feng but hesitated to leave. Zhou Yao, standing nearby, interjected, Professor Zhu, you should attend to your matters first. I'll keep an eye on Lin Feng here. As soon as Zhou Yao finished speaking, Zhu Gui nodded. All right. You're Lin Feng's advisor, you must take responsibility. Once I'm done with my tasks, I'll have a proper chat with Lin Feng about pharmaceutical matters. This semester's courses are already scheduled, but Lin Feng's situation is unique. We may need to tailor his instruction to avoid disrupting his progress. Lin Feng didn't place much importance on the school's curriculum. Textbook knowledge was merely something to glance over. The profession of pharmacist demanded extensive hands-on experience to advance. Besides, with his SSS plus talent, crafting any potion was child's play. Combined with his skill enhancements, he could essentially achieve comprehensive development. In fact, he was arguably more skilled than some higher-level alchemists. Once Zhu Gui left, only Lin Feng, Quan Zilong, and Zhou Yao remained at the exit. The atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. Now, with 2 men and 1 woman present, and in Quan Zilong's eyes, Zhou Yao was their counselor, a woman with a figure that was wow, but she was still their teacher. They couldn't quite relax in her presence. Lin Feng, are you two planning to keep grinding the secret realm? Zhou Yao suddenly addressed them. Her question gave Lin Feng a strong sense that the counselor might be joining them to supervise. Yes, the gear we've dropped so far isn't what I'm after. I might need to increase the difficulty and keep grinding. Lin Feng nodded, seeing no need to hide anything. After all, the counselor knew his secret and was also Commander Zhou's daughter. Zhou Yao hesitated slightly before speaking softly. Lin Feng, would it be possible for you to take me along on your dungeon runs? It's been a while since I last ran a secret realm. I wonder what it'll be like with you. These words, coupled with Zhou Yao's coy gestures, struck Quan Zilong like a thunderclap. Was the counselor actually asking a student to carry her through the dungeon? Counselor, are you sure? The secret realm I'm clearing might be quite dangerous. If you follow me, you might not keep up with my pace. Lin Feng laid out the situation up front, just in case he ended up bringing the counselor into the dungeon and scared her with his speed. Zhou Yao was momentarily flustered by Lin Feng's words. She hummed in response, no problem. Don't forget I'm currently level 56. Since my level is higher than yours, I don't believe your speed could possibly outpace mine. Quan Zilong's face twitched beside them, his lips involuntarily quivering. When it came to speed, Lin Feng was the fastest he'd ever seen. No one could surpass him. He was practically a speed demon. Quan, what's wrong? Did I say something inappropriate? Zhou Yao noticed Quan Zilong's reaction and fixed her gaze on him as she asked. Quan Zilong flinched and immediately waved his hands. Right. No problem at all. Zhou Yao hummed in acknowledgement before continuing. Lin Feng, what do you think? Can I go? Lin Feng smiled and said, you're welcome. But the counselor should be prepared. I clear mobs pretty fast. No problem. This counselor has seen it all. Zhou Yao also let a faint smile touch her lips. She didn't believe Lin Feng would pull out his revolver and start mowing down enemies from start to finish the moment he entered. That would be a bit too over the top. Chapter 144, Carrying the Counselor, Stunned. Let's get started. After saying that, Lin Feng selected the virus infection zone secret realm once more and activated normal mode. He then pulled out a tube of green glowing serum and handed it to Zhou Yao. Counselor, drink this. The toxins are quite potent in there. This will give you an extra layer of defense, ensuring the virus doesn't invade your body and providing effective protection. Zhou Yao took the vial, examined it carefully, then drank it without hesitation. Boom! A crackling sound spread through her body, forming a thin membrane on her skin surface. To her astonishment, even the air entering her nostrils felt as though it had been infused with a protective layer of potency. Every breath she took was filtered through this special potency, infusing the air she inhaled with a sweet, fragrant scent. Alright, let's begin. I hope this time yields what I need. A flash of light erupted, and the three figures vanished from their spot. The instant they vanished, Yan Dazhuang, lurking in the shadows, drew a deep breath. His body began to emit a series of gurgling sounds. A terrifying energy seemed to surge within his still body, and a smug smile spread across his lips. Lin Feng, Zhou Yao, you two dogs. Soon, I'll take you both away. A special human bomb powerful enough to obliterate any practitioner below level 80, only you two can withstand it. His hands gripped the wall tightly as the energy surged through his body, transforming everything within him into terrifying heat. In the ordinary difficulty virus infection zone secret realm, the figures of the three of them flickered into existence. The moment Zhou Yao entered, a foul, nauseating stench assaulted their senses. Yet the air entering her nostrils left only a faint, sweet scent. The toxins wafting through the air seemed to vanish instantly upon touching her protective barrier. Twisted, deformed monsters, carrying coal-like toxic spores, stared at them like they were prey. Whoa! These monsters are definitely different from any dungeon I've cleared before. Thankfully we have protective potions. Let's get started. Zhou Yao waved her hand, and a glowing crystal scepter landed in her grasp. The once dim and decaying secret realm space was suddenly illuminated by a beam of light, shining upon them like a nemesis, relentlessly disinfecting and neutralizing. The inhuman, ghostly monsters let out wretched cries as Zhou Yao's concentrated beam struck them, their health bars rapidly depleting. As their health plummeted, toxins within the secret realm multiplied at an alarming rate, multiplying several times over at a visible speed. Initially, their health bars plummeted under the beam's exposure, but now, amplified by the toxins, they began to surge wildly. Witnessing this, Zhou Yao couldn't help but frown. The spread of these disgusting toxins is surprisingly fast. It's definitely beyond my expectations. Lin Feng, hold on a moment. Let me unleash a more powerful light-based skill to eliminate these creatures. Just as Zhou Yao was about to act, Lin Feng stepped forward, a death god venom sword now in his hand. Counselor, let me handle this. The next instant, Lin Feng's figure appeared before the monsters. Raising the death god poison sword in his hand, he swung it down. Crack! The monster before him let out a wretched scream as its health bar plummeted. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the death god poison sword with added AIDS transmitting poison, dealing random damage 150,000. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your death god's poison blade infused with HIV transmissible toxin has spread the toxin through a chain reaction, triggering a chain infection. Ding! Inflicts additional damage, 15,000. Ding! Deals random damage, 18,000. Ugh. The disgusting monster before him let out a strange sound after being sliced down by a sword, its health bar instantly depleted. All the monsters behind it were also losing health rapidly. Within mere seconds, every creature in this level met its end. Equipment littered the ground. Lin Feng glanced at it, nothing he fancied. He turned to Zhou Yao and Quan Zilong. Counselor, Brother Quan, you two take these drops. Sell them for some cash once we're out. Zhou Yao's eyes widened and her mouth gaped open as she watched Lin Feng slash down and instantly eliminate the monster. What astonished her most wasn't that, but the fact that other monsters also lost health from his single strike. To her eyes, this seemed utterly abnormal. Could damage be contagious? Counselor, follow me. I'm about to go all out. Seeing all the monsters in this level dead, Lin Feng hoisted his death poison sword and charged toward the next stage. Zhou Yao, frozen in place, hadn't even processed what she'd seen when Lin Feng had already cleared every monster from the entire level. Her curiosity deepened. What exactly was that iron sword in Lin Feng's hands? How could it be so powerful? Here we go. Pushing aside her astonishment, she immediately jogged to catch up, beginning the next stage. The first stage wasn't even the most shocking part. In the subsequent stages, Lin Feng pulled out 2 iron swords and began dual-wielding them. Under her incredulous gaze, Lin Feng cleared each stage with a single sword strike. She had braced herself for the most astonishing spectacle, Lin Feng slaughtering every monster with his revolver. But she hadn't realized that the iron swords in Lin Feng's hands were even more formidable. Before long, Lin Feng, wielding the Death God Poison Sword, charged into the boss level alongside Zhou Yao and Quan Zilong. When a colossal elephant covered in poisonous growths and tumors appeared before Zhou Yao, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Her practical experience in secret realms was limited. Her level advancement relied heavily on elemental refinement, which had brought her this far. Yet the aura emanating from this boss rivaled that of a level 60 ferocious beast. This made her approach with unnerving caution. But at that moment, Lin Feng, standing beside her, pulled her close. Quan Zilong also instinctively pressed closer to Lin Feng. A sense of foreboding washed over Zhou Yao as she watched Lin Feng slowly draw a revolver from his storage ring. She sucked in a sharp breath, sensing something was terribly wrong. This revolver was different from the last one. It bore far fewer cracks, and its material quality was vastly inferior. Lin Feng. Zhou Yao looked at Lin Feng, her mouth opening slowly as if to speak, but Lin Feng placed a finger to her lips, silencing her. Boom! Lin Feng pulled the trigger, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy from the barrel of the Slaughter God revolver. Target, boss. The black-gray energy swept through, leaving nothing behind in the entire boss stage except the 3 of them. Zhou Yao's eyes widened like marbles, utterly stunned. Chapter 145, Human Bomb Threat, 2 vials of potion to tough it out. That shot left him gasping for breath. Lin Feng, that shot, it didn't feel like the same power as before, did it? It seemed even more devastating. Zhou Yao surveyed the utterly devastated boss stage, where everything had been obliterated cleanly by a single shot. This alone sent shockwaves through his mind. Counselor, your guess was spot on. After speaking, Lin Feng began clearing the battlefield, inspecting the scattered items. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have picked up rabies virus crystal 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have picked up an ammonia virus crystal 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have picked up an HIV crystal 1. After searching for a while, Lin Feng frowned in confusion. Still no anthrax toxin crystal? Just as he was pondering, he glanced over and spotted a gray fungal crystal stone appearing in a corner. As Lin Feng approached to inspect it, the system alert sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have picked up 1 anthrax virus crystal. Here it comes, finally. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Feng immediately turned around and collected all the other items dropped by the boss. After gathering everything, he instructed his mentor and Quan Zilong to collect their shares before leading them back to the secret realm. As soon as they exited the secret realm, Quan Zilong and Zhou Yao both shot Lin Feng meaningful glances. This level of speed and ease in clearing stages was too good to be true. They wished they could do it more often. Lin Feng understood the meaning behind their gazes. Just as he was about to respond, a figure suddenly charged toward him. As the figure approached the 3 of them, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, sensing something amiss. Zhou Yao caught sight of the figure clad in black robes, and her gaze happened upon its hideous face. Yan Dazhuang. What are you doing here? Didn't you already? Before Zhou Yao could finish her exclamation, Yan Dahai's entire body had turned crimson. A hidden heat wave was gathering within him, his face twisted into a hideous grimace. Ha! Why am I here? I'll tell you right now. It's all because of you. If not for you, I wouldn't have ended up in this mess. It's all your fault. Quan Zilong, sensing the intense heat radiating from Yan Dahai, immediately tried to calm him down. Brother, let's cool down and talk this through. Yan Dahai's figure had already surged before Lin Feng. He cackled, calm down? I can't calm down anymore. You're all going to die. On the Secret Realm Plaza, students gathered at the entrance and exit saw a human form radiating heat like nuclear energy and scattered in panic. It's a human bomb. A fusion of human body and genetic tech bomb. Everyone, run. Quick, alert the teachers. A student has detonated a human bomb. It's terrifying. Lin Feng watched Yan Dahai, his body blazing hot like a superheated bomb. He stepped forward and seized him. The next second, he activated the Secret Realm's difficulty level virus infection zone. As his figure vanished, the once quiet Secret Realm suddenly erupted with blazing crimson light. But after the Secret Realm teleportation concluded, the entire plaza returned to calm. Lin Feng dragged Yan Dahai into the Secret Realm. As the entrance vanished, no one knew what happened next. All the students halted in their tracks, staring at the entrance to the Secret Realm. Horrified sighs and whispers filled the air. Did someone just bring a human bomb into the Secret Realm? He's done for. That terrifying bomb blast could blow someone to smithereens. That brave student is finished. Chaos erupted once more across the plaza. Several transmuter instructors appeared on the square, gazing at the vanished Secret Realm with a heavy sigh. Zhou Yao was utterly petrified, frozen in place. She had already begun using her light energy barrier skill, but never expected Lin Feng to suddenly intervene and pull both of them into the secret realm. Such terrifying energy released at such close range meant certain death. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, amidst a burst of light, two figures materialized. Yan Dahai's body blazed like scorching flames as he glared fiercely at Lin Feng, roaring, "Die! Lin Feng, die!" At this critical moment, Lin Feng snorted coldly, pulling two pitch-black pills from his storage ring. "Yan the lawyer, you still know nothing of my true strength. Do you really think this human bomb alone can kill me? Today, I'll show you what true power really is." Lin Feng simultaneously shoved both super energy replenishment potions into his mouth. As a surge of energy erupted, the previously motionless Lin Feng now radiated unimaginable energy. A vast surge of power reshaped his body, as if unlocking a new dimension. Boom! Yan Dahai's human bomb detonated at that very moment. All monsters within the boss stage were instantly reduced to dust. An energy surge, more powerful than even a small nuclear bomb, raged through the secret realm. The barrier of the very first gate he had just entered was obliterated by the blast. The second, third, and finally the last barrier, Lin Feng, was engulfed by the energy. Even the final boss, caught off guard, was instantly obliterated by the human bomb, reduced to scattered fragments and equipment littering the ground. Moments later, a completely naked figure stood where it had been. Lin Feng's clothes had melted away under the extreme heat, yet his skin glowed brightly within the ruined secret realm. The energy within his body surged like vibrant life force, pulsing through his meridians. He drew in a deep breath. As his eyes snapped open, the silent dungeon itself trembled. This time, Lin Feng distinctly felt the tearing pain of his body being ripped apart. The agony caused him to spit blood repeatedly, yet the continuously released potion energy restored him. Is this the power unleashed by consuming two goddess descent pills simultaneously? I feel like I could rival a level 90 class change veteran now. As he savored this profound sensation, time ticked by. When the potion's effects finally faded, he collapsed to his knees, feeling utterly drained. The double dose of Milk God's Descent potion had unleashed effects far too potent for his body to endure. This time, he had gotten off lightly. Otherwise, he truly would have been blown apart by the energy. After catching his breath, Lin Feng reached into his storage ring and pulled out a tube of emerald green potion, downing it in one gulp. The damaged data began rapidly repairing itself, and the wounds on his body vanished completely. The beast blood boiling potion kept working, helping him withstand the impact of subsequent damage. Before long, he stood up, walked to the exit of the boss stage, and teleported out. Chapter 146, Stunning the Crowd. Lin Feng's Resurrection? The plaza had already gathered a large crowd of students and teachers. Lei Ming had arrived and, after learning the details, his expression turned grave. He had no idea whether Lin Feng was alive or dead. What surprised him even more was Yan Dahai from the Yan family, a notoriously arrogant and tyrannical figure known throughout the school. They had always wielded their power and influence by leveraging the Yan family's business interests within the capital. This time, however, the Yan family had been branded as traitors, and likely their entire family enterprise would be seized. As for how he ended up here, that was a bit peculiar. Yet he had turned himself into a human bomb, seeking mutual destruction. Are you certain Lin Feng dragged him into the secret realm? Lei Ming asked sternly. Zhou Yao's voice trembled. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Lei Ming stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the secret realm's exit. After a moment, he sighed deeply. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. I wonder if you'll manage to escape this peril once more. Zhou Yao and Quan Zilong both lowered their heads, sighing deeply. They knew all too well that once such a terrifying human bomb detonated, even with super potions capable of instantly augmenting stats and boosting power, facing the explosive force comparable to an 80+ level boss self-detonating, survival would be extremely unlikely. Moreover, even with the super serum's boost, the body would likely be unable to endure such extreme temperatures. Other teachers and students in the square sighed regretfully as well. Lin Feng had saved their lives at the cost of his own. Just as everyone had assumed Lin Feng was dead, a sudden light flared from the secret realm's exit. The next second, a figure slowly emerged from within. Lin Feng, now dressed differently in jeans, a white shirt, and sneakers, looked refreshingly clean. Only his body bore numerous burn marks, rapidly healing at a visible pace. Every teacher and student on the plaza was stunned. Especially Zhou Yao and Quan Zilong. They had personally experienced the despair and knew full well that Lin Feng had essentially faced death. But now, seeing him reappear before their eyes sent both of them reeling. Quan Zilong stepped forward and slapped Lin Feng's shoulder. Holy crap! Lin Feng, are you human or a ghost? How hard is it to kill you? Lin Feng straightened his shoulders and snapped, cut it out. My shoulder's still injured, it hurts. Don't touch it. Quan Zilong immediately withdrew his hand, staring at Lin Feng as if he were a ghost. Zhou Yao covered her mouth, scanning Lin Feng from head to toe. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't fathom how he had survived. Lei Ming stood frozen in place, his previously stern expression relaxing like a roller coaster. This was the third time he'd witnessed such an occurrence. He never would have imagined that Lin Feng, whom he had believed dead, had miraculously come back to life. Lin Feng. Since you're okay, you should rest and recover properly. It's best for you to keep a low profile lately. Looks like you've got more than a few enemies. General Zhang Zhan personally instructed me to keep a close watch on your every move. Ever since Zhang Zhan's last appearance here, Lei Ming had suspected that Lin Feng's true circumstances might extend far beyond his identity as a mere talent academy student. Unfortunately, General Zhang Zhan hadn't provided much information beyond revealing that Lin Feng was a top-level state secret agent. No one was permitted to interfere with him. Full cooperation was mandatory. This directive had been approved by the nation's highest authorities. A top-level state secret agent. And with approval from the highest national leaders. The first designation alone was an exceedingly rare status. Combined with the second condition, it was utterly unprecedented. What kind of extraordinary talent must this be? Unprecedented in China, truly one of a kind. Lin Feng's tone softened as he looked at Dean Lei Ming, then nodded. Alright, Dean Lei Ming, I'll be careful. But rest assured no opponent capable of killing me has emerged yet. Lei Ming heard Lin Feng's boastful words and felt like laughing, yet he also found it quite reasonable. He'd weathered countless crises before, and here he was, still standing strong. Most importantly, he was shielded by state secrets, which made him even more formidable. Since there's nothing else, Counselor, Brother Quan, shall we continue? I want to clear the hell-level virus infection zone secret realm first, then challenge some other secret realms. It wasn't even dark yet. Returning to rest now would be too early. Better to grind for more experience points. Upon hearing this, Lei Ming's gaze fell on Zhou Yao as he cleared his throat. Counselor Zhou, as Lin Feng's advisor, please ensure his safety above all else. Zhou Yao gave a wry smile and replied, I understand, Dean Lei Ming. Lei Ming sighed softly and shook his head. He was well aware of Zhou Yao's background. She was the only daughter of Commander Zhou Zhenghua. When the top secret order came down from higher-ups, instructing him to transfer Zhou Yao from Jinshan Vocational College to serve as an advisor at the Talent Academy for immediate training. Reviewing Zhou Yao's resume, he couldn't help but be stunned. Such talent and capability were far beyond ordinary. Adding to that, Zhou Yao had prior experience as a counselor, so he agreed immediately. But after he agreed, Commander Zhou Zhenghua issued another order. She was to serve as the counselor for students pursuing the pharmacist profession. Lei Ming, who had already considered this possibility, found it even more peculiar. Who knew what the old man was scheming now? As the first batch of job changers, how could he not know? This old fox held immense power, and every move he made was meticulously planned and calculated. Yet now, this old man had extended his reach to him. Though he couldn't fathom the specifics of the scheme, it left him thoroughly perplexed. By now, he had come to understand everything. Everything was connected to Lin Feng, and Lin Feng's secret was even more extraordinary. After Lei Ming departed, all the wounds on Lin Feng's body vanished completely. He gazed at the secret realm and declared, time to pay you all a visit. The next moment, he stepped into the secret realm. Quan Zilong glanced at Zhou Yao, then entered the secret realm without hesitation. Zhou Yao remained standing in place. She understood perfectly the meaning behind Dean Lei Ming's earlier warning. He was telling her to stop Lin Feng from taking too many risks. Yet not only had she failed to stop him, she'd been swept along with him. But watching them both enter again, Zhou Yao spoke up, if even my old father couldn't stop me from doing certain things, Dean Lei Ming, I suppose you won't stop me either, right? With that, she too stepped into the entrance of the secret realm and vanished. Chapter 147, heading for the Chinese coastline, facing the beast tide. Within just 2 or 3 hours, Lin Feng, accompanied by Zhou Yao and Quan Zilong, continuously cleared level after level. They even cleared some level 60 boss stages at breakneck speed. Zhou Yao and Quan Zilong, who were being carried along, nearly burst into laughter upon seeing their storage rings filled to the brim with gear. Zhou Yao hadn't expected Lin Feng to fire without hesitation the moment he reached a secret realm and faced its most formidable boss. The overwhelming destructive force instantly knocked the boss off its feet. She had assumed Lin Feng only had a few potion bullets, but when he fired one at every boss encounter, she was stunned. Who would have thought grinding monsters could be this efficient? Only after clearing over 20 secret realms did Lin Feng finally stop. Seeing that no real danger had arisen throughout the process, Zhou Yao finally relaxed. Upon returning to the dorm, Lin Feng immediately sorted through the loot he'd gathered. After retrieving the carbon maggot virus crystal, he immediately activated the Alchemist's forge. Phew! Let's begin crafting. Simultaneously, he added all the herbs required for crafting the anthrax virus poison into the furnace. Under Lin Feng's activation, the medicine god's furnace emitted a series of crackling sounds. Crafting the carbon maggot virus antidote was indeed more challenging than any other antidote. One misstep could easily prove fatal. But with his SSS plus talent, Lin Feng faced no danger whatsoever. Half an hour later, the medicine god's cauldron ceased its brewing. Lin Feng opened the furnace, removed the black potion liquid. After transferring the black liquid into a vial, Lin Feng retrieved the bullet casings and began filling them one by one. Before long, at least 15 bullets filled with anthrax poison were fully loaded. Next, Lin Feng finished loading the destruction potion bullets. Next, it was time to head to the front lines. After organizing everything, Lin Feng pulled out his phone to browse today's frontline battle reports. Breaking news! Tensions are escalating along the Huaxia coastal front. Large numbers of sea beasts have been spotted gathering, with an expected imminent assault on the Huaxia coast. Shocking! Divine Workers Guild has deployed an unknown chemical agent toward the beast horde, causing the anticipated beast tide to advance prematurely. Chinese authorities have launched condemnations against the Divine Workers Guild, led by Eagle Nation. Urgent report. Due to mounting pressure from the beast tide along the China coastline, the Chinese military is considering redeploying an additional 50,000 troops to the front lines. Chinese authorities confirm preparations are complete to confront the beast tide. This wave is highly likely to reach an unprecedented level 5 intensity. Large numbers of coastal residents are evacuating at full speed. Reading each news report, Lin Feng's mood grew increasingly heavy. It was well known that even ordinary beast waves rarely caused significant disruption to Huaxia. But this threat had escalated directly to level 5 or even level 6, an unprecedented occurrence in the entire history of Blue Star. I hadn't realized the front lines had become this tense. I missed out last time, but this time I absolutely cannot. After all, the next 2 days were weekend off days, the perfect opportunity to head to the front lines for some hands-on experience. Just as he was about to message Zhang Zhan beat him to it. Departing tonight for the China front lines. The beast tide has already gathered. I respect your choice, but this mission is extremely dangerous. I still hope you'll give it serious consideration. Lin Feng typed his reply without hesitation, no need to think about it. We're leaving tonight. After Lin Feng's message went through, Zhang Zhan paused briefly before replying with a thumbs-up emoji. Shortly after, an armed helicopter landed within the grounds of Huaxia Capital University. Lin Feng, already prepared, was escorted to the front lines. Along the way, Lin Feng looked down through the window, observing large numbers of residents migrating inward along the roads. With a roar, the military aircraft touched down smoothly at the frontline airfield. The moment Lin Feng stepped off the military aircraft, he took a deep breath. The air thick with the pungent smell of gunpowder, a vast array of military aircraft and armored vehicles were being deployed toward the front lines. A sturdy figure clad in military uniform slowly materialized before Lin Feng and Zhang Zhan. General Zhang, Lin Feng, you've arrived? Wu Lei had already received word of their arrival. He had initially assumed it was only General Zhang Zhan making a temporary inspection visit to the front lines. But he hadn't expected Lin Feng to be brought along this time. Upon hearing this news, he was taken aback. The front lines were already under immense pressure. This was essentially adding another layer of burden. Wu Lei was well aware of Lin Feng's importance. Should anything go wrong, his position as commander of the Huaxia frontline defense forces would be untenable. Commander Wu, it's good to see you again. Lin Feng extended his hand to shake Wu Lei's. Wu Lei nodded. Let's go. The front lines are tense right now. We shouldn't get too close. As he finished speaking, a colossal fire dragon descended beside them. Its massive, dual-wielding form and steel-like claws sent a jolt of surprise through Lin Feng. This was his first time seeing a dragon ridden by a dragon tamer. After all, dragon tamers were an extremely rare profession in Huaxia, with most of them belonging to the Divine Workers Guild. Moreover, raising such dragons consumed terrifying amounts of resources. They were truly golden beasts. Within minutes, Lin Feng and Zhang Zhan mounted the fire dragon's back, soaring to the coastal fortifications. Standing atop the ramparts, Lin Feng scanned the distant horizon. What he saw caused his brows to furrow deeply. Giant islands were rapidly approaching the coastline of China. Lin Feng grabbed a pair of binoculars and peered intently into the distance. What he saw left him utterly stunned. This was his first time experiencing the overwhelming pressure of the frontline sea beasts firsthand. The sea wind was compressed into a force akin to a Category 10 storm, blowing so fiercely that Lin Feng's combat stance began to waver. Was this the might of a level 5 beast tide? Zhang Zhan stood beside Lin Feng and spoke slowly. Lin Feng, let's head inside first. The beast tide might be upon us any moment. If anything goes wrong, I'll protect you and retreat first. Retreat? The word retreat simply didn't exist in Lin Feng's vocabulary. Besides, he had already arrived at the front lines. He would stand and fight alongside the warriors to the bitter end. A level 5 beast tide? Even if it were a level 6 beast tide, retreat is not an option in my eyes. Zhang Zhan felt a slight tremor in his heart upon hearing Lin Feng's words. He hadn't expected a student in his 20s to possess such resolve. A soft sigh escaped Zhang Zhan's lips as his eyes glistened, seemingly recalling his own past self. But at that very moment, the once quiet coastline erupted into chaos. Countless colossal sea beasts let out deafening roars that shook the heavens. Alarms blared, and the clatter of firearms and gear whirring into action filled the air. A large contingent of warriors had already entered combat readiness, facing the approaching powerful tide of beasts. Chapter 148. Potion takes effect, bravely withstanding the beast tide. Howling winds mingled with towering waves as they surged toward the shores of China. Large combat equipment had been activated by the gunners, entering combat readiness. Roar! 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 The furious roars of sea beasts echoed, churning the already turbulent waves into a frenzy. Giant sea beasts emerged one after another, their thick, long bodies and mountain-like claws looming. This time, not just one type of sea beast came ashore, 10, 20, a full 100 varieties. These sea beasts charged toward the Huaxia coast, mouths gaping and snarls echoing, as if fueled by a rage potion. The Pingyang region itself harbored numerous sea beast sanctuaries and ruins. Years ago, a mysterious fissure tore open one such ruin, unleashing hordes of sea beasts from the depths. The ferocious beasts within the ruins could be produced without limit. As long as the ruins remained intact, they would never vanish. The beast tide is coming. Conduct surveys and make predictions. Countless drones took to the skies, continuously surveying the beast tide situation. But at that very moment, electronic jammers bearing the Divine Workers Guild emblem streaked toward the scene. The drones already airborne had begun their reconnaissance, but under the electronic jamming, they instantly lost their ability to function and plummeted to the ground. From the electronic jammers, the pilot erupted in maniacal laughter. Die, Chinese. Die. A level 5 beast tide, you can't stop it. I can't wait to see China after the beast tide overruns it. Have the Divine Workers Guild's transferees prepare when the beast tide shatters China's coastline and leaves them in disarray, we'll seize all the secret realms in the Pacific region. Execute all Chinese transferees encountered. Remember, if they use the terrifying serum, seize it at all costs. Order after order streamed down from the electronic aircraft. Hidden behind the beast tide, the Divine Workers Guild transmuters let out maniacal laughter. Simultaneously, a barrage of weapons and equipment opened fire. Violent explosions reverberated across the front lines, yet most bullets struck the sea beasts without inflicting any damage. Instead, they further enraged the already furious beasts, drawing out frenzied roars. Here it comes. Lin Feng watched as the battle intensified, forgetting his own perilous situation. The moment the beasts reached land, tens of thousands of Huaxia warriors downed their potions in a frenzy. After the potions entered their stomachs, they let out wave after wave of roars. A vast phantom of medicinal herbs appeared in the sky, coalescing into a mighty surge of spiritual energy that surged toward the beast tide. Then, all the warriors charged toward the colossal beasts, weapons in hand. Lin Feng even witnessed some berserkers and fist warriors, empowered by the potions, engaging in brutal hand-to-hand combat. Watching this from the city walls, Lin Feng was utterly dumbfounded. He knew the potions he crafted could provide significant support, but he never imagined they'd be used this way. These warriors had switched directly to melee combat mode. One man actually stood his ground against a giant sea beast truly beyond his wildest expectations. However, Lin Feng wasn't overly concerned by the ferocious tide of beasts. After all, his healing god's descent and beast blood boiling potions had already been delivered to the front lines. He also had his earlier concoctions and the even more powerful destruction potion as backup. Even a level 6 beast tide wouldn't be a problem. Deep within the Divine Staff Guild, observing the Huaxia coastline from afar, Miss Li watched as the first wave of the tide was forcibly held back, unable to suppress a frown. The potions used by the Huaxia soldiers are incredibly potent. They must be the work of that SSS plus Alchemist. I refuse to believe you can keep holding them back forever. Miss Li gave a nod of acknowledgement, and the large-faced foreigner standing beside her immediately issued the command. A fighter jet once again dropped a chemical bomb toward the central region of the Pacific. The moment the bomb detonated, the previously dormant tide of beasts stirred once more. Giant sea beasts breached the surface, baring their massive teeth as they charged madly toward the shore. Starting from the lowest level 10, followed by level 20, a massive wave of level 30 beasts, and even level 40 and 50 beasts, surged forward. Even the warriors locked in melee combat were stunned by the sheer force of the onslaught. Dense as an anthill, they swarmed toward the Huaxia coast in droves. Interference made it impossible to pinpoint the exact scale of the beast tide, but in Lin Feng's estimation, its level had already reached tier 4. It was even surging toward level 5. Waves churned ceaselessly upon the sea's surface. 50,000 warriors fought with every ounce of strength to prevent the sea beasts from reaching shore. Every defending warrior was fighting with frenzied intensity. Even sea beasts 2 or 3 levels higher than the Huaxia class changers, with bodies hundreds of times larger, were being knocked down. Miss Li, observing the situation through the transmitted footage inside the secret base, was stunned. Had the Chinese class changers become this formidable? What kind of potions did those Chinese class changers consume? Miss Li felt both anger and confusion. Keep a close watch and find out exactly what potions they're using. One after another, electronic reconnaissance drones took to the skies, surveying the coastline. Lin Feng, positioned along the coastline, watched as wave after wave of beasts surged toward the shore. Frontline warriors faced immense pressure, even beginning to retreat under relentless assault. Some sea beasts unleashed energy breaths, punching holes through the fortified city walls. At this critical moment, Wu Lei piloted the colossal dragon into the sky, opening its massive jaws and roaring downward. Brothers, open the potions and give them to me. Damn it! Let's crush these sea beasts. Crush them. Boost our Huajuan warriors' morale. Show those hodgepodge divine workers guild scum what true strength looks like. Below, warriors one by one stripped off their shirts, revealing bulging muscles as their aura surged. Lin Feng witnessed this scene and instantly recognized the truth: they had consumed the human gene enhancement potions he had crafted. Therefore, the combat prowess unleashed just now could take on sea beasts 2 or 3 levels higher than themselves. It must be understood that sea beasts overwhelmingly surpass humans in both strength and size across all aspects. But under the enhancement of human gene-boosting serums, the human body continuously refines its internal genes over time, sustaining greater combat prowess. Now, each of them held a vial of crimson serum, pouring it into their own mouths. The moment they drank it, the sky itself grew turbulent. A colossal spirit of medicinal herbs materialized overhead, striking the approaching sea beasts like a divine statue. All the transfigured warriors who had consumed the blood-boiling potion let out roars of power. Staring at their data panels now overloaded with new statistics, they drew in deep breaths, their eyes bulging wide. This scene left the foreign inspectors utterly dumbfounded. Is this even allowed? Chapter 149, The Beast Tide rises again, the destruction potion unleashes its power. Holy! How did the Chinese suddenly get so strong? And they're fighting sea beasts hand to hand. The foreigners aboard the electronic aircraft exclaimed in shock. Others echoed the shock they'd never witnessed such an extraordinary occurrence. The scene along the coastline was relayed back to the Kyoto military base just before the beast tide began. Fingers hovered tensely over the controls as eyes riveted to the screens, tracking the frontline developments. When they witnessed the Chinese warriors using the beast blood boiling potion, their entire aura transformed. Facing such a ferocious beast tide, they dared to confront it head-on. Their breaths caught in their throats as they sat frozen in their chairs. They knew Lin Feng's super potions were formidable, but for this mass-produced beast blood boiling potion to achieve such potency was truly extraordinary. At that moment, Lin Feng stood atop the city walls along the Huaxia coastline, observing everything unfolding below. After a long while, a faint smile touched his lips, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Drink up. Drink your fill. The more potions consumed, the more effectively their effects unleashed, the greater the experience points Lin Feng could gain. He was already at level 24. This wave would definitely unlock the 5th formula. The only question was whether the 5th formula would be sufficient to easily suppress the beast tide. Boom! At that moment, several massive moving islands emerged from the previously tranquil lake surface. They rapidly approached the shoreline. Lin Feng gazed into the distance as an armed fighter jet not belonging to China dropped another bomb into the heart of the beast tide. The explosion erupted, forming a thick cloud of ash that blanketed the sea surface. The sea beasts caught in the blast roared, level indicators appearing above their heads. Level 70-80. Hundreds upon hundreds formed a wall, charging toward the Chinese coastline. General Zhang Zhan, standing beside Lin Feng, watched the scene with a grave expression. It's those people from the Divine Workers Guild again. They really have nothing better to do. Commander Wu, the high-level beast tide is charging toward the coastline. Our frontline soldiers won't be able to hold them back. Activate the destruction potion immediately. Let's see if we can wipe out this wave entirely. Zhang Zhan looked at Wu Lei, who had descended from the dragon, and immediately proposed. Wu Lei surveyed the battlefield and promptly nodded. Agreed. We held back 3 tubes of the annihilation agent last time. Now is precisely the moment to deploy them. Master Shaolin hasn't arrived yet. I'll first activate the Heavenly Eye device according to his program sequence. With that, he immediately headed toward the warehouse. Before long, a Heavenly Eye device was retrieved. After a series of operations, the previously dormant Heavenly Eye slowly spread its wings. The mechanical eye materialized in the sky, drifting slowly above the coastline of China. The Heavenly Eye, automatically identifying danger through its AI, rapidly dove toward the sea surface. The remaining 2 Heavenly Eye devices also activated their mechanical eyes, but did not ascend into combat mode. The sky, once dim and shrouded in dark clouds, was illuminated by a device radiating light like the rising sun. The soldiers below erupted in cheers upon witnessing the Eye of Heaven ascending. Immediately afterward, they began their retreat according to Commander Wu Lei's orders. Most of them were frontline defenders who had witnessed the devastating destructive force unleashed by the last Heavenly Eye's self-destruction. Another reason for their cheers was that if the Eye of Heaven device detonated, it would generate an intense energy feedback. Those nearby would undoubtedly benefit, their levels skyrocketing by several tiers at minimum. The previous beast tide had been level 4, but this time, it started at level 4 and was rapidly escalating. It was highly likely to surge to level 5. They speculated that the feedback from the destruction potion might correlate with the number and level of slain beasts. If enough beasts were slain, wouldn't the experience points from the feedback surge, causing their levels to skyrocket? What they didn't know was that Lin Feng, the alchemist who crafted the destruction potion, stood atop the city walls observing the situation below. Hearing the soldiers' cheers below, he couldn't help but feel swept up in the excitement. The beast tide is closing in. Activate the Heaven's Eye device and release 1 vial of the destruction potion. After Wu Lei issued the command, the previously dormant Heaven's Eye device instantly emitted a piercing whistling sound. The next second, it shot straight down, plunging into the beast tide below. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, and the blood-stained sea surface released a scent of medicinal fragrance that lured all creatures. The sea beasts charging toward the Huaxia coastline were drawn by the scent, erupting in excited roars. The Eye of Heaven device was swallowed whole by a sea beast, shattering the destruction agent canisters sealed within its core. Black-gray energy continued to spread, scattering across the sea surface like stardust. Under the gaze of all, the black-gray destructive force rapidly expanded to 1,000 kilometers. The amplified potency erupted instantly, obliterating even 70 and 80 level sea beasts in a single strike. The explosion radiating from the beast tide center resembled a natural disaster, leaving the warriors along the coastline utterly speechless. Some had witnessed it once before, yet this renewed sight left them even more awestruck. Their greatest astonishment was yet to come. The detonated destruction potion unleashed violent celestial phenomena. The potent potion drifted rapidly across the sea surface, carried by the sea breeze toward the shores of China. One by one, soldiers' class levels began to surge upward. The lower their original rank, the faster they ascended. Some low-level recruits even surged 5 or 6 levels in a single go. The exhilaration of such extreme growth energized the Huaxia soldiers, who cried out in astonishment. This was far quicker than gaining experience points by slaying sea beasts or venturing into secret realms. Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei were also lifted by the fragrance of the feedback, their long-dormant levels beginning to stir. My level is about to skyrocket again. No sooner had Zhang Zhan spoken than Wu Lei nodded in agreement. Me too. The destruction potion Lin Feng crafted is truly the most powerful I've ever seen. I doubt there's a potion this incredibly potent anywhere on the entire blue star. Lin Feng smiled faintly. In truth, this potion's enhancement wasn't even the strongest. If he brought out the batch of destruction potions he'd crafted later, a single vial could blast back an entire beast tide. Just as they rejoiced at the tide's disappearance, vast numbers of sea beasts surged forth from the depths of the ocean. These beasts were densely packed, their aura intensified in levels significantly higher, some even approaching the 90-level mark. Warriors along the Huaxia coastline sucked in their breaths in shock. Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei were momentarily stunned. How could they keep coming after the blast? Their numbers were 2 or 3 times greater than before. Chapter 150, The Arrival of the Level 5 Beast Tide. Why has this beast tide become so unpredictable? We can't hold them back. Activate the last 2 Heaven's Eye devices and blast the hell out of them. Wu Lei roared in fury. Zhang Zhan, who had never witnessed a beast tide of this magnitude either, sighed softly. No time to waste. Activate them. The command was issued once more. The already frenzied tide of beasts surged ashore in an instant. The Divine Workers Guild members watched, their earlier dejected expressions vanishing instantly. They nearly laughed out loud. This wave, twice as powerful as before and comparable to a level 5 beast tide, represented a scale never before witnessed on Blue Star. This wave alone was sufficient to obliterate the entire coastline of China. The 2 heavenly eyes that hadn't ascended skyward shot upward. The moment they deployed their dual-wielding stance, the Divine Workers Guild members were stunned into silence. Didn't we just blow one up? How come 2 more appeared? While they stood dumbfounded, the Eye of Heaven acted swiftly. 2 pairs of wings radiated white light, transforming into missiles that plunged into the beast horde the next instant. Under everyone's gaze, a scent twice as potent as before wafted through the air. Boom! Boom! 2 bursts of destructive force erupted, flattening the beast tide that had surged forward, now twice as dense as before. After one bomb detonated, the other unleashed a colossal blast. It was as if the same patch of land was bombarded twice in rapid succession. The massive sea beasts gathered there were instantly obliterated, reduced to flying ash. The entire scene fell into stunned silence. Soldiers on the front lines took deep breaths, waiting for the medicine's effects to kick in. Just as they had anticipated, the medicinal fragrance transformed into a surge of energy that flooded their bodies. This time, their levels began to skyrocket. The speed and magnitude of the surge were 2 to 3 times stronger than last time. Lower-leveled class changers started leveling up from around levels 5 or 6. Unbelievable. Is this what it feels like to be carried to new heights? This is incredible. Give us more of these annihilation bombs. The cheers of frontline soldiers echoed across the entire coastline. Inside the constantly circling drone overhead, the Divine Workers Union observers watched the battlefield unfold, their minds reeling. They had ramped up their efforts this time, intensifying the beast tide's eruption. Yet they never imagined it would be halted by the mysterious device China had unleashed once more, a chemical explosion that halted their advance. The main issues were twofold. Where did China get so many devices capable of such devastating power? Even Miss Miz of the Divine Workers Union was stunned by China's terrifying stockpile capacity. He knew China might produce such terrifying agents, 1 would have been enough. Yet now, 3 had appeared. They had completely neutralized the beast tide that had surged to level 5. General Miss, I observed the ruins deep within the Pacific Ocean still stirring. Sea beasts continue to emerge, preparing to assault China's coastline. The large-faced foreigner, upon seeing the data, immediately reported with excitement. Miss Li examined the presented data and declared sternly, continue increasing the chemical deployment. Drive the beast tide to unprecedented levels. I refuse to believe China still possesses the capability to resist. Level 5. All it takes is level 5. No matter how formidable China might be, even deploying agents on this scale couldn't annihilate a level 5 beast tide. As his orders were relayed once more, fighter jets plunged deep into the Pacific Ocean, unleashing depth charges. Deep within the Pacific Ocean, a crack tore open in a colossal ruin spanning tens of thousands of kilometers. Hordes of sea beasts poured out endlessly, as if copied and pasted. When the depth charges detonated beside them, it was like an utterly unbelievable thunderclap, jolting them awake. Hordes upon hordes of sea beasts poured forth. In the blink of an eye, their numbers swelled to 100,000, 200,000, 500,000. Their emergence caused seismic disturbances across the ocean surface, rippling through seas spanning other continents of Blue Star. Not only Eagle Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, Kimchi Nation, and Football Chicken, but even the Indian subcontinent dispatched reconnaissance aircraft to assess the situation. Globally, vast numbers of class changers converged toward the Pacific region. Every beast tide brought unimaginable rewards. The gear dropped by slain sea beasts was beyond their wildest dreams. However, China's use of the destruction agent against the beast tide had wiped it out completely, and the dropped equipment had been collected by the state. But when they reached the Pacific region and witnessed the sheer terror of this beast tide, they were utterly stunned. This wasn't a beast tide, it was a natural disaster. Soldiers along the coastline witnessed the dense, swarming mass of sea beasts so vast that the ocean itself seemed to become land. Even the strongest among them trembled. Broadcast. Broadcast. The sea beast count has reached 500,000. Repeat, 500,000. All level 40 or higher. Frontline units, take note. This is an unprecedented beast tide, an unimaginable beast tide, a catastrophe. By the end of the broadcast, the announcer's voice had grown heavy and strained. A level 5 beast tide, approaching level 6, unprecedented. A catastrophe for humanity on Blue Star. The high-ranking officials of the Divine Workers Union watched with heavy hearts as the dense swarm of sea beasts stormed ashore, howling and roaring with fury. China's high command, including Zhou Zhenggui and other leaders, sat in silent tension. A level 5 beast tide, approaching level 6, these were all high-tier sea beasts. Even if the entire planet's forces were concentrated to block it, detonating every nuclear bomb in the Pacific region, it would still be impossible to eliminate all the sea beasts. But Zhou Zhenggui's eyes flickered as he spoke slowly. I believe heaven never seals off all paths for humanity. All hope now rests on the second batch of annihilation potion crafted by Lin Feng. May it hold them back. Notify the troops to transport the remaining destruction agents to the front lines and await further orders. The order was issued, and military aircraft immediately began escorting convoys carrying various munitions and agents to the front lines. All the potions Lin Feng had crafted were packed and loaded onto transport aircraft bound for the front lines. Watching the broadcast news, citizens across the nation began praying solemnly, may China overcome this crisis. We will prevail. Hang in there, China's job changers. From atop the city walls, Lin Feng witnessed the beast tide below with his own eyes. Yet his expression showed no trace of panic, a faint smile even played at the corners of his mouth. Consider this, 40 times the destructive potion could cover an area of 2,000 kilometers. What does that even mean? If used in combination, it could wipe out the level 5 beast tide within that radius. The experience points he would gain would be terrifyingly immense. Commander Wu, General Zhang, it's time to deploy the potions I've been preparing. I suggest stacking both potions for simultaneous use. That should be enough to hold back the beast tide. Lin Feng stated casually. Chapter 151, Exploding the Beast Tide for 1.56 million EXP points? Combine both potions? Zhang Zhan turned to Lin Feng and asked, Lin Feng, are you absolutely certain? Over 500,000 sea beasts, all above level 40, this is a terrifying tide. If this tide continues unchecked, it could level all of China within a day or two. These sea beasts were as massive as floating islands, with thick, leathery hides. Rest assured. I crafted these potions myself and know their properties well. 2 vials will be more than enough. Hearing Lin Feng's confident reply, Zhang Zhan nodded to Wu Lei. Wu Lei sighed softly. All right. I'll activate it now. But we no longer have the Heavenly Eye device. We must wait for Master Shaolin to deliver the materials. No sooner had he spoken than an armed helicopter touched down. A figure with jet black hair, radiating intense energy, leaped out of the helicopter. Master Shaolin? Wu Lei exclaimed in surprise. Shaolin, clad in a blue work uniform, replied, What's the matter, Commander Wu? Is General Zhang not pleased to see me? I've been monitoring the frontline situation all along. I'm here to deliver the Heaven's Eye equipment to you. Not happy? Wu Lei gave a wry smile. Of course I'm happy. How could I not be? This is an urgent matter, we've been waiting for your Heaven's Eye. Master Shaolin, you've truly come to our rescue when we needed it most. Zhang Zhan also offered a faint smile. Glad you're here. The situation is indeed critical. Without further ado, Xiao Lin retrieved the Heaven's Eye from his storage ring and placed it atop the city wall. Lin Feng, standing beside him, studied Xiao Lin closely. Though they'd never met before, Lin Feng knew of him through photographs and other sources. Primarily, Xiao Lin was Quan Zilong's master and a nationally recognized talent in his own right. Learning about the Eye of Heaven device had left him deeply impressed. Such a technological device could achieve such intelligence, seemingly tailor-made for countering the destruction agent. Given the urgency of the situation, Xiao Lin only glanced briefly at Lin Feng without scrutinizing him further. With a series of commands, the Heaven's Eye device lifted off, carrying 2 vials of the newly synthesized destruction agent. In the next instant, it shot straight into the sky, heading straight for the very heart of the beast tide. Spreading its wings, the Heaven's Eye, as if tearing open a fissure in the heavens and earth, hovered mid-air. All warriors along the Huaxia coastline had completed their retreat, gathering within the city walls. Reconnaissance aircraft from other nations, along with foreign transferees, witnessed this scene with great bewilderment and retreated to a safe distance. All eyes were fixed upon the Eye of Heaven suspended in the sky. Suddenly, the Eye of Heaven, suspended in midair, was snatched by the tentacle of an 80-level sea beast and violently flung toward the coastline of China. Tension surged through the crowd, but the hurled Eye of Heaven automatically assessed the battle situation. Before it even landed, it stabilized itself and charged at breakneck speed toward the heart of the beast tide. Boom! A crisp shattering sound echoed as the churning sea surface released an overwhelming medicinal scent. This thick medicinal scent drifted ashore, causing countless soldiers to feel an irresistible, all-over itch. Some warriors even unconsciously shifted their bodies toward the sea. The sea beasts within the ocean halted their movements, fixating on the emerging scent of medicine as they gathered together. Boom! Both vials shattered simultaneously. The destructive force unleashed by their fusion felt like a natural disaster. The once raging sea surface was torn open, revealing a massive fissure. The dark clouds in the sky were instantly obliterated by the phenomenon, revealing a clear blue sky. Yet, as the powerful black-ray energy spread, all the sea beasts on the ocean's surface were swallowed up. Before everyone's eyes, a void tore open in the sea surface, and vast quantities of seawater seemed to be swallowed by the void. Whoosh! Witnessing this spectacle, everyone couldn't help but gasp in awe. No weapon in the world had ever been able to tear open the void, yet here it appeared. Beyond the void lay boundless darkness, like the gaping maw of a devouring beast. Moments later, the destructive force rippled out over a staggering 2,000 kilometers, obliterating the area where the sea beasts had gathered. Every sea beast within sight was swept away, while the few scattered survivors froze in terror, unable to move. From the city walls, Lin Feng watched the dark gray energy spread before him and couldn't help but let a faint smile touch his lips. This was precisely the outcome he desired. This single strike would likely grant him several levels of advancement. Awesome! Absolutely exhilarating. This was the feeling he craved. Lin Feng could even handle a few more waves of this beast tide. This kind of large-scale monster spawn experience was simply too awesome. Meanwhile, the 3 people beside Lin Feng were utterly dumbfounded. The sheer scale of this devastating force had actually torn open the void itself. Lin Feng, you were absolutely right, just 2 vials of potion were enough. Zhang Zhan turned his head and spoke slowly to Lin Feng. The moment he uttered Lin Feng's name, Xiao Lin, who had been standing in shock, froze in astonishment, his gaze locking onto Lin Feng. Was this the man who was an SSS plus level super alchemist? The very Lin Feng who crafted the revolver god of death and the alchemist's cauldron? Xiao Lin drew a deep breath, staring at him in disbelief. He looked far too young, like a student. For a student to reach such heights and become a super alchemist. What a prodigy. But Lin Feng gazed at the horizon, his voice lowering. 2 vials of potion will suffice, but the beast tide won't dissipate because of this. In fact, the tide will only grow stronger. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, all 3 of them looked toward the sea. From the shattered cracks of the undersea ruins, sea beasts surged forth once more, endless hordes emerging in droves. The underwater ruins keep spawning. At this rate, there'll be an endless stream of sea beasts emerging. What are we supposed to do? Zhang Zhan, who had already sensed something was amiss, spoke up. Wu Lei's face was equally clouded with worry. Xiao Lin was even more clueless. Lin Feng immediately thought to himself, system, open the interface. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, alchemist. Level, 24,328,000 advanced, unlock 5th super formula at level 25. HP, 2,400-2,400. Mana bar, 2,400-2,400. Speed, 5,412. Strength, 5,590. Defense, 5,241. Mental power, 6782. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God SSS+. Skills, Split Mind Ring, Divine Power Burst, Suturing Master, Lingering Potency, Analytical Vision. Unsealed Formulas, 1. Death Reaper Annihilation Potion 2. Enhanced Hands Human Gene Enhancement Potion 3. Healing Goddess Descent Super Replenishment Potion 4. Beast Blood Boil Sustained Amplification Potion. Unlocked Alchemist Equipment Blueprints, 1. Godslayer Revolver Offensive 2. Alchemist's Cauldron Supportive. Class Tools 1. Godslayer Revolver 06 Note 18.72% worn. 2. Alchemist's Cauldron Unactivated Note 0.002% worn. Equipment Skill Slots 1. Unharmed Backlash Offensive applied 2. Where Resistance Offensive applied 3. Masterful Handling Supportive applied 4. Silent Sigh Offensive applied 5. Rapid Reload Offensive unapplied 6. Anomalous Fury Offensive unapplied. Alchemist Special Identity Attributes includes Job Change Document 1. Death Dealer. Experience Points 1,560,000. The moment Lin Feng saw the EXP, he froze in place. 1.56 million. Chapter 152 Unlocking the Fifth Super Formula, Virus Holy Body. Zhang Zhan noticed Lin Feng's unusual reaction and hurriedly asked, Lin Feng, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Feng shook his head. Nothing. Probably just haven't been resting well lately. I'll go rest first. Wu Lei promptly arranged a room for Lin Feng to rest. The moment he entered the room, Lin Feng unhesitatingly initiated his level up. System, allocate all my experience points toward leveling up. After the command was issued. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your profession level has been upgraded to level 25. Ding. Congratulations, host, your profession level has increased to 29. The physical changes brought by the level ups made Lin Feng feel brimming with power throughout his body. His stats continued to soar at a visible pace. After calming down from the exhilaration of the advancement, Lin Feng sat quietly on the bed, waiting. Ding. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the fifth super formula entry, Virus Holy Body. Pathogenic Divine Body, also known as the Super Virus Serum. This concoction contains unimaginable toxins such as HIV, sepsis, and other viruses fused together. Once activated, it unleashes relentless, lethal damage, ideal for annihilating waves of relentlessly attacking beasts. Note, this formula only affects beasts and is ineffective against humans. Formula, HIV, septicemia virus, avian influenza virus. Virus Holy Body? The weight of these 4 words struck Lin Feng's ears, causing his breathing to quicken. This essentially meant gathering numerous viruses and fusing them together. Each alone was deadly enough, but concentrated together, what kind of poison would they fuse into? If it spread like the AIDS virus, inflicting continuous damage on all hosts within its range. Such a formidable toxin, inflicting relentless damage, would yield unimaginable experience points. Most crucially, this agent could target the beast tide. Isn't this precisely what Lin Feng needs most right now, the key to eliminating the threat facing China? Enough talk. Start crafting the Virus Holy Body potion now. Resolved, Lin Feng stepped out of the room and headed straight for Zhang Zhan. His sudden appearance naturally drew the attention of the 3. Shaolin, in particular, stared intently at Lin Feng, wanting to approach and greet him, yet managed to restrain himself. Lin Feng paused after passing by Shaolin, extending his hand as he addressed him, Master Shao, I saw you were busy earlier and didn't want to interrupt. I'm Lin Feng. Thank you for crafting the Godslayer Revolver and the Medicine God Furnace for me earlier. Lin Feng was observing him too, and naturally noticed the man's subtle movements. It was highly likely they already knew his identity. Even if they didn't, inquiring with General Zhang Zhan and Commander Wu Lei would reveal everything instantly. Therefore, it was better to simply state his identity outright. Shaolin was momentarily taken aback before promptly extending his hand to shake Lin Feng's. Greetings, Lin Feng. I'm Blacksmith Shaolin. Never imagined I'd meet the SSS plus alchemist I've long sought right here. What surprises me even more is that the alchemist who created the Annihilation Potion is a young man like you. Truly, the new generation is pushing the old aside. We're being washed ashore by the waves. Lin Feng blushed slightly at such flattery and replied, Master Shao, you're joking. Without your Heaven's Eye equipment, how could my potion have driven back the beast tide so precisely? After a brief exchange, Lin Feng cut to the chase. General Zhang, I may need your assistance in mobilizing frontline soldiers to gather certain medicinal herbs for me. Mobilize frontline soldiers to gather medicinal herbs? Zhang Zhan, hearing this, immediately understood the implication based on past experience. Lin Feng, are you developing a new formula again? Lin Feng nodded upon hearing this. Yes. The new super formula I'm developing is specifically designed to counter the unrestricted replication of the beast tide. The words were simple, yet packed immense information. The key point was its ability to counter the infinitely replicating beast tide. All 3 of them drew in sharp breaths upon hearing this. Wu Lei and Zhang Zhan's worried expressions eased. After all, no potion in existence could counter an endless tide of beasts. Its power might even surpass that of the destruction potion. Shaolin remained silent, though his mind was churning with a storm of emotions. Alright. Lin Feng, go ahead and tell me. I'll mobilize the frontline soldiers to search for it immediately. Zhang Zhan responded immediately. Lin Feng relayed the required herbal ingredients to Zhang Zhan, then explained, this potion is exceptionally unique. Most of the ingredients needed are viral crystals. Here are some potions I've made that can effectively resist viral invasion. Take these and distribute them to the brothers searching for the herbs. Lin Feng waved his hand, and over 1,000 vials of potion poured out from his storage ring, landing on the ground. The three men were stunned into a daze by the sheer volume. What sheer extravagance! He produced over 1,000 vials at once. And these potions could actually block viruses from invading the body. Over the years, numerous virus-infested ruins had appeared across Blue Star, but without potent serums to block viral invasion, most had been abandoned. Although the serums Lin Feng provided were merely ordinary mid-tier protective serums, Zhang Zhan knew full well that any serum originating from Lin Feng had undergone potency enhancement. Its effectiveness in actual combat was beyond doubt. Alright, I'll get started immediately. Taking the herbal formula Lin Feng handed him, he immediately departed. Shortly after, along the oppressive coastline, over 1,000 Chinese soldiers began executing their assigned tasks. Deep within the ruins, hordes of sea beasts surfaced from the water, yet they did not immediately attack the Chinese forces. Lin Feng observed carefully. They were clearly building up for something big. This time, it was highly likely to trigger a beast tide exceeding level 5, reaching level 6. Meanwhile, on the other side, live broadcast footage showed the Chinese front lines once again holding back a level 5 beast tide. Miss Li nearly exploded with rage. He never imagined China possessed such formidable strength. But what astonished him most was that China had now dispatched a 1,000-strong squad to frantically clear the secret realms in the Pacific region. The secret realms of the Pacific region were the most notorious, many deemed contaminated with viruses. At current levels, without proper protection, entering one and getting infected meant certain death. Yet they were actually organizing teams to venture inside and attempt to clear them. This was highly abnormal. Dispatch agents to investigate the situation immediately. After Miss Li's secret order was issued, a portion of the transfigured agents preparing covertly at the front lines began to mobilize. Chapter 153, Virus Holy Body Elixir completed, deployment initiated. Time ticked by as Lin Feng watched thousands of transfigured warriors charge into the secret realm. Before long, they emerged. But on their return journey, unfamiliar transfigured warriors launched a surprise attack. Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei both wore traces of anger on their faces. Fortunately, the Chinese transmuters, bolstered by the potions Lin Feng had provided, managed to retreat safely back to the coastline. After successfully obtaining the medicinal ingredients, Lin Feng departed to begin crafting the potions. To enhance speed and toxin potency, Lin Feng addressed the system, activate identity role, transfiguration book, fatal poison master. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have initiated the job change to fatal poison master. Upon completing the job change, the young man who had previously radiated upright righteousness suddenly transformed into a villainous figure exuding toxic fumes and malevolent energy. The medicine god's cauldron in his hands seemed infected by this aura, becoming exceptionally abnormal and sinister. The flames within now appeared as if transformed into a purple poisonous fire. Yet the moment Lin Feng's transformation concluded, Shaolin, Zhang Zhan, and Wu Lei all stared at him with wide eyes. They could scarcely believe that Lin Feng had transformed into such a villainous persona. Lin Feng spoke slowly, there's no need to panic. This role greatly aids my alchemy. It increases the smoothness of poisonous potion operations by 50%. Increases poison attribute potion production speed by 60%. 70% immunity to poison attribute potions. Reduces mana consumption by 80% when crafting poison attribute potions. With these enhancements, I believe the viral holy body potion will unleash even greater power. After Lin Feng listed the series of enhancements, they couldn't quite catch everything. The main issue was that there were simply too many enhancements listed. Speed, immunity, mana cost reduction, and more. These were all things many class changers who had awakened as poison masters had long dreamed of. Yet now, they were all manifesting in Lin Feng. This is too insane. I feel like no matter how hard I try, it's nothing compared to his innate talent. Shaolin murmured to himself suddenly. As the medicine god's furnace activated, all the virus crystals and medicinal ingredients were poured inside, beginning its frenzied operation to produce medicine. Artifact, medicine god's furnace. Type, support. Grade, revered grade. Processes capable, ingredient preparation, sifting, mixing, granulation, drying, pilling. Accommodates flames, crimson lotus blaze advanced. Maximum capacity, 500 square meters. Scalable ratio, 1 to 500,000. Additional trait, divine hand manipulation supportive, active. Craftable potion, viral Eucharist supervirus potion. Crafting progress, 0.1%. Additional special identity attribute job change document, 50% increase in smoothness when handling toxic potions. It begins. Lin Feng's talents and skills activated in full. Rings of light now encircle his body. Meanwhile, a vast horde of sea beasts had gathered upon the ocean's surface, their fierce roars echoing across the waves. A tense atmosphere permeated the air as reconnaissance and fighter jets raced across the sky. Countless nations sneered. China. This time they're in deep trouble. We admire their ability to hold back the beast tide, but no nation in the world can withstand a level 6 beast tide. Damn it! Sea beasts, crush China swiftly and deal them a crushing blow so we can get our share of the spoils. Within the capital of China, commanders stood at the ready in the conference room. Each commander will coordinate and arrange the sector under their responsibility. Their current objective is to halt the beast tide. Their unified objective is to prevent the beasts from setting foot on the Chinese mainland. Though the task was daunting, they pressed on with all their might. An hour later, fierce winds howled along the Huaxia coastline, and the scattered dark clouds began gathering once more. Broadcast announcement: over 600,000 sea beasts are expected to converge on the Pingyang region. This may be the greatest threat China has ever faced. We hope the frontline warriors will hold their ground. After the announcement, the soldiers on the front lines grew tense, taking deep breaths to steady their nerves. A level 6 beast tide. Even the veteran transmuters had never witnessed such a calamity. They were not only witnesses to history. If they succeeded in holding back this tide, they might become unparalleled in both past and future. At that moment, earth-shattering roars erupted. Sea beasts, averaging around level 50, gathered together, unleashing furious roars as if demanding vengeance for their fallen comrades. Is the potion ready yet? It's been an hour, and a new wave is already approaching. Zhang Zhan's expression was tense, filled with an indescribable worry. Wu Lei cut straight to the point. Master Shaolin, didn't the military base in the capital send 3 more vials of potion? Plus, we still have 1 unused vial. We should stack them just in case. Upon hearing this, Shaolin immediately nodded. Good. Fortunately, I worked overtime to prepare 2 extra heavenly eye devices. It all depends on whether Lin Feng can finish the potion. If he can't, we must seize the moment and switch to the potion. The beast tide advanced with terrifying speed. Inside the room, Lin Feng, immersed in his alchemy, was breaking out in cold sweat. He was racing against time to concoct the potion under immense pressure from the front lines. What he hadn't anticipated was how incredibly difficult the virus Saint Body potion would be to create. Merging the various viruses alone consumed an enormous amount of time. Even with the time optimization of the Alchemist's forge and the speed boost from his status as a death-defying poison master, progress remained painfully slow. But, just as Lin Feng was growing desperate, he opened the Alchemist's forge once more. Progress, 99%. It's here. All worry vanished as Lin Feng exhaled deeply. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully crafting the potion. Without hesitation, Lin Feng activated the medicine god furnace and began sealing the concocted potion. This time, he filled a full 10 vials, each holding 100 milliliters. Upon completion, he immediately initiated a system scan. Product name: Viral Holy Body Super Virus Potion. Grade: Essence: World-Shattering, Hellish Decay. Effects: combines the viral toxins of AIDS, septicemia, cholera, and more. Once released, it unleashes unimaginable lethality. This vial amplifies the effects by 45 times. 45 times the potency? Lin Feng drew a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on the multicolored serum in his hand. How terrifying! Now is the moment to witness its potency. Lin Feng opened the door, carrying 10 vials of the viral holy body potion. Shaolin, Zhang Zhan, and Wu Lei all focused their attention on him the moment he appeared. Mission accomplished. The viral holy body potion is ready. I hope it's not too late to deploy it now. Lin Feng pulled out the tubes of multicolored potion and displayed them before them. Chapter 154. The viral holy body potion takes effect. Finished? All 3 wore expressions of utter astonishment. Wu Lei, having dealt with Lin Feng before, was still somewhat stunned by the sight. Zhang Zhan, however, remained completely unfazed. As for Shaolin, he was too stunned for words. He and Professor Zhu Gui shared a close friendship despite their age difference, and both had considerable insight into each other's professional fields. He knew full well that crafting a potion required considerable time. As for the potion Lin Feng had just mentioned, he estimated it would take an immense amount of time. Yet this time, Lin Feng's speed was too fast, so fast it was beyond his imagination. Master Shaolin, please help seal it. I need to deploy it. I suggest stacking 5 doses together for deployment. That approach will yield better results. According to the system's prompt, 1 or 2 vials of the potion would actually suffice. But Lin Feng, playing it safe, wanted to go all out to ensure the beast tide was thoroughly crushed. A sufficient quantity of the agent would indeed unleash formidable destructive power, yielding unimaginable experience points. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Shaolin glanced again at Wu Lei and Zhang Zhan beside him. They both nodded in agreement. Master Shaolin, let's proceed as Lin Feng suggested. If we only use 1 or 2 vials of the agent, what if the quantity isn't enough to deliver a sufficient blow? The consequences could be unimaginable. With their unanimous approval, Shaolin replaced the original Annihilation potion with the Super Virus potion. Minutes later, the Heavenly Eye, carrying the Super Virus agent, surged into the heart of the nearly formed level 6 beast tide. The moment the Eye of Heaven soared into the air, the Chinese warriors struggling to hold the front lines erupted in cheers. They understood clearly that once this agent detonated, it would significantly reduce the devastation wrought by the beast tide. Not only the soldiers along the Chinese coastline, but also numerous foreign military forces were watching. All eyes were on China's response. Would they once again deploy a serum capable of terrifying destruction, as they had just moments before? Under their watchful eyes, the Eye of Heaven detonated mid-air. Crack! The moment the chemical tube shattered, its multicolored contents spilled into the heart of the beast tide. 1 minute, 2 minutes, even after 10 minutes had passed, not a single explosion sounded. The higher-ups of the Divine Workers Guild sneered. China's in for a rough time now. The serum didn't work, failing to produce the desired effect. Military officials from other nations gloated, having mistakenly believed China had actually defeated this level 6 beast tide. The Cherry Blossom Nation, in particular, was so delighted they were slapping their thighs in glee. They had long hoped for China to suffer a major catastrophe, believing it would weaken China's power and give them the chance to seize opportunities for division and rise. Hearts sank among the commanders in the capital, their eyes fixed on every movement at the front lines. Particularly concerning was a small contingent of Chinese frontline fighters who had ventured into numerous secret realms across the Pacific region, launching a series of consecutive dungeon runs. Feedback revealed these were specifically virus-infected stages. This alone had the leaders deeply puzzled. Zhou Zhanghua, unaware of the situation, was particularly perplexed. He was aware that the emergency supplies of the elixir, originally intended for storage in the national treasury, had been urgently transported to the front lines. The plan was to use them to withstand a level 5 or even level 6 beast tide if one struck. Yet now, facing a beast tide comparable to level 6, they had only used one Heaven's Eye device. Moreover, the self-destruction of this Heaven's Eye device had not unleashed any destructive force. They were all stunned. Zhou Zhanghua, in particular, slammed his fist on the table in sheer panic. It's over. What the hell are they doing at the front lines? If this beast tide reaches the shore, our current strength won't be enough to stop it. Using a destructive weapon would mean the entire city gets wiped out. But Lin Feng, standing atop the coastal city walls, witnessed everything unfold with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He knew the super virus serum wouldn't unleash overwhelming destructive power. What it needed was silence. He could already sense the super virus agent beginning to take effect. The thought barely formed when the roars of sea beasts charging toward the Chinese coastline abruptly transformed into waves of terrified screams. The already turbulent sea churned with even more terrifying waves. Rotting holes appeared on the surfaces of countless sea beasts, their massive bodies now bearing the grotesque sight of decay and rot. Once the virus invaded their bodies, the sea beasts began to rot. The decay progressed with astonishing speed. Bodies that had once resembled mountains were reduced to skeletal frames in the blink of an eye, and even those frames were soon blown away by the wind, leaving nothing but bare bones. The virus spread with terrifying speed. Within mere minutes, it had infected 200,000 to 300,000 creatures. Later on, Lin Feng could see sea beasts crumble to dust in the blink of an eye after being corrupted. Moreover, this virus spread with astonishing speed, entering only through the fissures deep beneath the ocean. Even sea beasts that hadn't yet emerged were infected by the virus, corroded, and vanished as if they had never existed. Standing atop the city walls, Lin Feng heard the system's voice echoing in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for using the virus divine body potion, dealing 500,000 damage. Ding! Congratulations, host, for using the virus holy body potion, dealing 500,000 damage. Ding! Congratulations, host, for using the virus holy body potion, dealing 500,000 damage. Lin Feng watched his experience points surge upward rapidly. The rate of increase was extremely rapid, even skyrocketing. Awesome! This is exactly what I crave. The power unleashed by using the 5-tube super virus serum this time was truly formidable. The sheer force unleashed by the super virus serum sent the level 6 beast tide reeling in defeat. The warriors along the coastline were stunned, watching the scene unfold before them, swallowing hard. The outcome had genuinely surpassed his expectations. It wasn't about destructive force. Yet this intangible force had utterly annihilated the beast tide, a level 6 beast tide, no less. Never before had 60,000 sea beasts launched such a coordinated assault. Now, obliterated by the invisible force of the serum, they were reduced to a pile of ashes, as if they had never existed. Zhang Zhan, Wu Lei, and Shaolin all wore expressions of immense joy. They knew they had won, having successfully halted the level 6 beast tide. This news naturally reached the offices of the capital's leaders. The leaders, shaken from their anger and confusion, burst into excitement, slamming their fists on the table, completely abandoning the dignified demeanor expected of national leaders. This was a level 6 beast tide. Even the Divine Workers Guild might not have been able to hold it back with all their might. Yet now, it had been stopped by China. Chapter 155, the 6th Super Formula, Contract Beast Seal. Meanwhile, other nations were utterly dumbfounded. Especially the high-ranking officials of the Divine Workers Guild. They all fell silent. Miss Li's face turned ashen. She hadn't anticipated China suddenly unleashing such a thing. Through the clear footage relayed from the front lines, after the Eye of Heaven exploded, multicolored liquid cascaded down into the heart of the beast tide. Then, the sea beasts began dying en masse. One after another, like a spreading infection. The speed was staggering. Within mere minutes, the level 6 beast tide was utterly annihilated. The Divine Workers Guild's entire contingency plan had now gone down the drain. How could they possibly save face? Continue reconnaissance of the front lines. Bring back whatever potions they're using for analysis. Empower the frontline units if any unusual activity is detected. Launch an immediate strike without reporting. After speaking, Miss Li immediately stood up and left the command center. What he needed now was to delegate authority. The situation had spiraled far beyond his expectations. If we can't take them down as a whole, we'll take them down piece by piece. Along the Huaxia coastal front, the warriors' cheers echoed across the shoreline. Through binoculars and live feeds from the front lines, Lin Feng observed the virus agent spreading at an alarming rate. The rift in the undersea ruins continuously spewed out sea beasts, but each one was instantly killed by the virus upon emergence. This terrifying situation left everyone utterly shocked. The beast tide issue is resolved. China has weathered this crisis. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, glancing at the three beside him. Wu Lei smiled and said, "Lin Feng, we really owe you this time. Without you, we might not have succeeded." Zhang Zhan also voiced his affirmation toward Lin Feng. Xiaolin added with a smile, "I'd long heard of a super SSS plus level alchemist in China. Meeting you today confirms it. Lin Feng, should my disciple ever act out of line in the future, I hope you'll be more forgiving. He must be incredibly lucky to have a friend like you in the alchemist profession." Lin Feng let out a wry smile. He let their banter wash over him. He had come to the front lines with a clear purpose, to farm the secret realm, specifically the brand new one. But before that, he needed to check his experience points to see if he could unlock the sixth super formula. System, open the interface. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, alchemist. Level, 29,328,000 advanced unlocks fifth super formula at level 30. HP, 2,900. Mana bar, 2,900. Speed, 7,412. Strength, 8,890. Defense, 9,211. Mental power, 9782. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God SSS+. Skills, Split Mind Ring, Divine Power Burst, Surgical Mastery, Lingering Potency, Analytical Vision. Unseal Formulas, 1. Death Reaper Annihilation Potion 2. Enhanced Healer Human Gene Enhancement Potion 3. Healing Goddess Descent Super Recovery Potion 4. Beast Blood Rage Sustained Enhancement Potion 5. Toxin Master Super Toxin Potion. Unsealed Profession Alchemist Equipment Blueprints, 1. Godslayer Revolver Offensive 2. Alchemist's Cauldron Supportive. Class Tools, 1. Revolver Godslayer 06 Note, 18.72% worn 2. Revolver Godslayer 66 Note, 4.72% worn. 2. Alchemist's Crucible Unactivated Note, 0.005% worn. Class Equipment Additional Skill Entries, 1. Unharmed Backlash Offensive, applied 2. Where Resistance Offensive, applied 3. Masterful Handling Supportive, applied 4. Silent Sigh Offensive, applied 5. Rapid Reload Offensive, not applied 6. Anomalies Wrath Offensive, not applied. Alchemist Special Identity Attributes includes Job Change Document, 1. Death Dealer. Experience Points, 4,561,111. The moment Lin Feng saw the EXP points, he was stunned. This was over 4 million experience points. This wave of beasts had actually granted him such a massive amount of experience points. Most crucially, his EXP points were now surging upward at a rate of hundreds per second. What was he waiting for? Time to start leveling up. System, level me up completely. After Lin Feng issued the command, the system immediately relayed its response. Ding! Leveling up in progress. The next second, his previously sluggish body felt as though it had been infused with brand new energy. Bones cracked and popped at an alarming rate. Blood surged as if boiling. His facial features rapidly expanded, their coverage area increasing several-fold. After a deep breath, Lin Feng felt his entire body brimming with power. But the rise in cultivation also left him gasping for breath. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your profession level has risen to 30. Ding! Congratulations, host, your profession level has risen to 31. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your profession level has risen to 32. Upon reaching level 32, the leveling process abruptly halted. It just stops here? Lin Feng was puzzled too. Over 3 million experience points, could it really not handle that? Just as he pondered this, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on unlocking the 6th super formula entry, Contract Beast Seal. Contract Beast Seal, this is an ultra-potent control potion. Its preparation involves 2 components, the Mother Potion and the Master Potion. The Mother Potion is used by the host, while the Master Potion is used to contract the beast the host wishes to bind. After the initial concoction, the host must retain portions of both the Master and Mother Potions as backups. Should the host wish to increase the potion dosage in the future, both Master and Mother Potions must be placed together within a newly prepared concoction for fermentation and dispersion. After dispersion, the host may reuse the potion without affecting previously contracted beasts. Contracts are thus established, with varying durations determined by the specific beast. Important note, this formula can contract humans. Upon completion, the potion emits an irresistible fragrance. Exercise extreme caution to prevent accidental human consumption. Remember this. Remember this. Recipe: 10 beast hearts level 80 plus as catalyst, blood from 100 types of ferocious beasts level 50 plus as base. Lin Feng froze upon seeing this potion. He never imagined this potion would manifest a talent akin to a beastmaster's innate abilities. This was an unimaginably powerful beast taming ability. Moreover, the formula required extremely hard to find ingredients. Level 80 ferocious beast hearts. Plus a vast array of required herbs. It was enough to make Lin Feng's head spin. But judging by the system's indication, he could now contract numerous ferocious beasts at once. This was vastly different from what a beast tamer could achieve. What astonished Lin Feng even more was that this formula not only emitted an irresistible fragrance to both humans and beasts, but if accidentally consumed by a human, it could directly contract them. Chapter 156, Contract Potion, capable of building a ferocious beast army. But Lin Feng knew full well, wasn't this essentially stealing the beast's tamer's livelihood? The thought made him feel a bit awkward. With this contract potion, he could command even larger armies of ferocious beasts to serve him. To serve the nation. He could even assemble an entire beastmaster army. He could even contract humans? But Lin Feng wouldn't attempt such operations on humans just yet. He'd start with the ferocious beasts first. System: open the interface. Host: Lin Feng. Profession: Alchemist. Level: 32072800. Master Tier unlocks 7th Super Formula at level 35. HP: 3200 3200. Mana bar: 3200 3200. Speed: 10412. Strength: 9980. Defense: 10211. Mental power: 10782. Talent: Spirit of the Medicine God SSS+. Skills: Split Mind Ring, Divine Power Burst, Surgical Mastery, Lingering Potency, Analytical Vision. Unsealed Formulas: 1. Death Reaper Annihilation Potion 2. Enhanced Healer Human Gene Enhancement Potion 3. Goddess of Healing Super Replenishment Potion 4. Beast Blood Rage Sustained Amplification Potion 5. Toxin Master Super Toxin Potion. Unsealed Profession Alchemist Equipment Blueprints: 1. Godslayer Revolver Offensive 2. Alchemist's Cauldron Supportive. Class Tools: 1. Revolver God of Death 66 Note 18.72% worn 2. Revolver God of Death 66 Note 4.72% worn. 2. Alchemist's Cauldron Unactivated Note 0.005% worn. Class Equipment Additional Skill Entries: 1. Unharmed Backlash Offensive applied 2. Where Resistance Offensive applied 3. Masterful Handling Supportive applied 4. Silent Sigh Offensive applied 5. Rapid Reload Offensive not applied 6. Anomalous Fury Offensive not applied. Alchemist Special Identity Attributes includes Job Change Document: 1. Death Dealer. Experience Points: 61,111. After seeing his attribute panel, Lin Feng fell silent for a moment. Powerful. But now, the only thing missing was finding the required medicinal herbs. At that moment, all three pairs of eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng. Earlier, they had been handling matters at the front lines. When they returned, they discovered Lin Feng's strength had surged dramatically. Moreover, an unimaginable aura now emanated from his body. Lin Feng, has your strength increased again? How come it feels like you? Zhang Zhan's gaze fixed on Lin Feng as he spoke slowly. Lin Feng made no attempt to conceal it. That's correct, General Zhang Zhan. My level and strength have risen once more. And this time, I've unlocked an entirely new formula. A brand new formula? Zhang Zhan, Wu Lei, and Xiao Lin all froze in disbelief upon hearing this. Not only had his strength level increased in such a short time, but to have unlocked another deadly super formula? This was truly a gift from the heavens. Lin Feng, what formula did you unlock this time? Why not share it with us? If you need any of the required herbs, I can go find them for you. Lin Feng spoke slowly. The super formula I've activated this time is somewhat akin to the profession of a beast tamer. Beast master? The moment Lin Feng spoke, Wu Lei froze in place. After all, he was a dragon tamer, a role somewhat akin to a beast tamer. Beast tamers could contract and control all manner of beasts, while he could only command dragons. Dragons did not encompass China's ancient divine dragons, Western demon dragons, or even ferocious beasts possessing dragon bloodlines. If Lin Feng's new potion possessed such capabilities, wouldn't that mean he could now command dragons too? Zhang Zhan and Xiao Lin were equally perplexed, utterly baffled as to why Lin Feng would develop such a formula. Lin Feng, how exactly does this formula control beasts? Or can it only control a single type? Zhang Zhan pondered briefly before asking directly. Lin Feng explained frankly, my potion has a master-slave formula. When it lands on a ferocious beast, it forms a medicinal contract, one that can be mass-produced. Batch contracts. Upon hearing those 3 words, Zhang Zhan finally grasped the potion's true power. So that means, as long as you have enough potion, you can contract more and more ferocious beasts? That would essentially allow you to build a massive army of ferocious beasts? Xiaolin and Wu Lei were struck dumb, as if by lightning. Especially Wu Lei, he'd long desired to contract more dragon beasts. But bound by his profession, he can only contract one type of dragon beast in his lifetime. Seeing Lin Feng capable of contracting multiple beasts and without any restrictions filled him with unbearable envy. If any Beastmaster class transfigures heard this, they'd likely envy him to the point of turning purple. General Zhang Zhan, you're correct. As long as I have sufficient potion supplies, I can contract more and more ferocious beasts. But there's one utterly baffling aspect to my potion's effects. Since he needed their help sourcing herbs, unleashing the full power of this formula would inevitably require backing from the state. Thus, Lin Feng showed no hint of stinginess. Unbelievably powerful? Could it be that this formula has restrictions on the types of beasts it can contract? Or perhaps level limitations? Xiaolin spoke up first. He had encountered binding potions before. They were exceedingly rare. Among the earliest group of job changers in Huaxia, there had been one such practitioner. However, due to an accident, he met a tragic end in a secret realm, and all the secrets he carried were lost forever. Contract-type potions were extremely rare worldwide. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly. Of course not. You can contract without restriction. There are no restrictions on the number or level of contracts as long as the potion dosage is sufficient. What? What did you say? Holy. After Lin Feng finished speaking, the 3 of them froze in place as if petrified. What kind of contract potion is this? The contract level isn't even restricted? Doesn't that mean Lin Feng, a level 20-30 professional, could directly contract a bunch of level 70-80 ferocious beasts through this potion? Enslave hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of beasts? Then establish his own nation? That's insane. Lin Feng, this potion is like Pandora's box. Use it with extreme caution. As for the matter of being able to contract multiple unrestricted beasts, best keep that under wraps. After Zhang Zhan finished speaking, his heart raced with excitement. Beasts were the least scarce resource on Blue Star. Gathering them to launch a conquest, wouldn't that be absolutely thrilling? Chapter 157, Preparing for Battle, Grinding Secret Realms for Medicinal Herbs. Lin Feng nodded. He hadn't mentioned the potion's other property. If humans accidentally ingested it, it could directly contract with them. After all, revealing this truth would not only send shockwaves through their trio, but also paralyzed by fear. What if someone accidentally ingested it and ended up bound to Lin Feng? Would they obediently become weapons of war, like pets? What if some pervert with twisted desires used various methods to spread the contract, amassing a harem for his own amusement? The thought of such a scenario thrilled Lin Feng, but what would distinguish him from a villain? Lin Feng, tell me the required formula. I'll order the frontline warriors to search for it together. Zhang Zhan spoke directly. Lin Feng nodded, listed the herbs, and handed the list to General Zhang Zhan. Zhang Zhan's eyes widened in shock. The list contained a string of herbs, most of which were extremely scarce. Especially the hearts of beasts above level 80. If they were to hunt these alone, it would be incredibly difficult and dangerous. General Zhang Zhan, the other herbs may require assistance from our frontline warriors. As for the level 80 ferocious beast hearts and some level 50 plus ferocious beast blood, I'll handle those myself. Zhang Zhan looked puzzled, while Wu Lei and Xiaolin beside him also turned their gaze toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng, are you suggesting you'll farm the secret realm? Lin Feng nodded. His original purpose in coming was to personally help China overcome its crisis, but unexpectedly, he had unlocked a new formula that had essentially eliminated China's underlying threat. As long as the super virus serum's potency didn't wane, he could keep eliminating the sea beasts that appeared, watching his experience points skyrocket. This was an incredibly joyful development for Lin Feng. Earning experience points effortlessly, how was this any different from being carried to victory? Whoa! Lin Feng, this is far too risky. We should play it safe. Zhang Zhanyo watched the chaotic front lines, his heart already filled with unease. Bringing Lin Feng to the front lines was already an extremely risky move. Now he was attempting to farm the secret realm. Wasn't that doubling down on risk? Wu Lei chimed in from the side. Lin Feng, we really should be cautious. The situation at the front is still quite complex. There are other national guilds, and even that divine guild is lurking nearby. Lin Feng responded nonchalantly. General Zhang Zhan, Commander Wu Lei, do you not trust my abilities? You both know I possess the Destroyer Revolver, a weapon capable of annihilation. Even if high-level professionals target me, I doubt they could do me any harm. Faced with Lin Feng's insistence on going, Zhang Zhan found himself in a difficult position. But looking at Lin Feng, whose eyes flashed with unwavering resolve, he pondered for a long moment before saying, all right. Lin Feng, I agree. But I must accompany you personally. After using the destruction potion earlier, his strength had surged by 2 or 3 levels. His current level had reached a staggering 81. He now yearned to experience the exhilaration of combat with his newly elevated power. Zhang Zhan knew full well that his rapid ascent from level 69 upward was entirely due to Lin Feng's assistance. Without Lin Feng's guidance, he might never have reached this point. Alright. Let's prepare and set out immediately. Wu Lei let out a soft sigh, his heart still filled with worry. He dreaded the thought of Lin Feng getting into trouble on the front lines while engaging in such reckless behavior. To put it bluntly, wasn't this just courting death? Therefore, he immediately ordered the deployment of the strongest warriors from the frontline units to join the dungeon run. Shaolin even brought out his treasured gear. His level had skyrocketed recently, now reaching a staggering 69, not far from breaking through to 70. Shaolin's level advancement not only unlocked numerous weapons and devices but also unlocked his class skills. With these new boosts, he was now brimming with motivation. Most importantly, whenever he thought of Lin Feng, he couldn't help but want to give him the very best gear. Lin Feng, this is my latest combat device, the Thunder's Wrath. It's a versatile offensive weapon that can transform into a protective armor shield in front of you when needed, blocking up to 30% of incoming damage. It represents the pinnacle of my current craftsmanship. I hope it proves invaluable during your upcoming mission. After Shaolin input Lin Feng's facial data into Thunder's Wrath, the device hovered in the air like a sphere. Dense clusters of eyes emerged around it, each eye was a gun barrel. The eye sockets could also be freely modified, expanding their area like modular components. Master Shaolin, have you brought out your entire stash of treasures? Wu Lei and Zhang Zhan couldn't help but let out a wry smile upon seeing it. Shaolin cleared his throat. A mere device. Even if it is my ace in the hole, so what? As long as Lin Feng is safe, I'll gladly spend the extra time crafting it. Lin Feng gazed at the Thunder's Wrath device suspended above them and nodded. Thank you, Master Shaolin. If there are no further issues, let's depart now. Zhang Zhan nodded and immediately escorted Lin Feng aboard an armed helicopter, heading toward the Secret Realm's entrance in the Pingyang region. Just as they departed, a series of photographs began streaming into the military base in the capital. The commanders, still celebrating the retreat of the Beast Tide, were now debating the nature of this multicolored substance that had begun to spread like an infectious disease. Through the intelligence just relayed, they discovered it was a chemical agent. And not just any agent, one never before seen anywhere in the world. But the moment they thought of a drug, they immediately connected it to Lin Feng. What puzzled them was this: Lin Feng was still at Huaxia Capital University. How could he have developed a new agent in such a critical moment? Could it be that Zhang Zhan and Lin Feng had secretly prepared for this, with Lin Feng covertly developing a new formula? This thought only deepened their bewilderment. But just then, the latest video and images transmitted back showed 4 figures. The commanders immediately recognized 3 of them: Zhang Zhan, Wu Lei, and Shaolin. The commanders nodded in unison, surprised that Shaolin had rushed to the front lines despite the perilous Beast Tide. But when they saw the figure of another young man, they froze in shock. Especially Zhou Zhanggui, his expression changed drastically the moment he recognized the figure before him. Do you see who's standing beside those 3? That looks exactly like Lin Feng to me. The other commanders all turned to look, and Tang Chang immediately recognized him. Who else could it be but Lin Feng? Chapter 158. What? Lin Feng's going to carry me? How did Lin Feng end up on the front lines? Isn't that terrible? The front lines are so dangerous. I knew it. Why would there suddenly be this multicolored, silent wave of destruction? That kid must have activated some super formula. I knew that kid wasn't staying put. He's even traveling to the front lines during his weekend break. The commanders were all grumbling, but only Zhou Zhengguo's expression had turned grim. How reckless. Lin Feng, sneaking off to such a dangerous front line? What if the Beast Tide fails? Wouldn't China lose another gifted alchemist? With so many Divine Staff Guild operatives lurking at the front lines, waiting for your arrival, and now you go and walk right into their trap. As Zhou Zheng was seething with anger, Tang Chang approached him, patted his shoulder, and said, "Brother Zhou, young people should dare to take risks and act boldly. I think Lin Feng simply doesn't want to stay forever in a sheltered greenhouse. That's why he's taking actions we might consider risky." Zhou Zhenghua looked up at Tang Chang. "But acting without reporting first, do you really think that's right, Brother Tang?" Tang Chang chuckled, patting Zhou Zhenggua's shoulder again. "Brother Zhou, if Lin Feng told you he was going to the front lines to fight, would you accept that? I met with Professor Zhu Gue yesterday, and he happened to mention Lin Feng's current situation. He's just as alarmed as you are by Lin Feng's reckless behavior. He told me Lin Feng has single-handedly cleared numerous secret realms. Especially that Dragon Slayer bounty team you all know. Wasn't it Lin Feng who took them down? How else could he have pulled such a big tiger like the Yen family out of the capital?" Tang Chang's remarks drew agreement from the other commanders. Zhou Zhenggui was astonished by Lin Feng's series of experiences. He had indeed been keeping a close eye on Lin Feng's movements. He hadn't realized he'd missed so much. "Since Brother Tang has spoken, I admit I may have been overly protective of Lin Feng. But my principle is to stand at the national level. Safeguarding Lin Feng means cultivating a super pharmacist for our country. Tang Chang and the other commanders all chuckled, taking sips of tea. They offered braised pork as a condition to coax Zhou Zhenghua, aiming to ease his mood. Yet in the conference room, an elderly man seated in the far corner inwardly snorted with disdain. The next second, he pulled out his phone and sent a message abroad through a special encrypted channel. At the same moment, Miss Li, still seething with anger, suddenly received a message from China's high command. The moment the message appeared, a delighted expression spread across Miss Li's face. Finally, our long-cultivated pawn has begun to move. It seems our opportunity has arrived. Lin Feng, I'll see just how many lives you have left to fight us. Tom, deploy the third generation or technology special forces. Capture Lin Feng alive. If that fails, recommend eliminating him outright. Additionally, notify all frontline units to mobilize immediately. Monitor movements. The moment Lin Feng enters our operational zone, initiate containment. Ensure his capture at all costs. The large-faced foreigner relayed the orders immediately. After the orders were relayed down the chain, to ensure absolute security, Miss Li personally took command. Large numbers of Divine Guild transferees were urgently mobilized and transported to the front lines in complete silence. Divine Guild operatives concealed in the shadows also began their operations. Unaware of the impending danger, Lin Feng and Zhang Zhan sat aboard an armed helicopter. Upon reaching their destination, they leaped directly from above. Simultaneously, a group of Chinese frontline soldiers commenced their mission, searching for medicinal herbs according to their assigned tasks. Lin Feng, I suggest we start by grinding through a simpler secret realm. Zhang Zhan surveyed the secret realm area now under the control of the Chinese forces. Some secret realms looked eerie and bizarre, and he absolutely refused to rush into them unprepared. These were entirely new realms, and no one knew what terrifying monsters lurked within. One wrong move could mean death inside. Lin Feng scanned the secret realms, examining their details one by one. Secret Realm Instance, Sacred Ruins Difficulty, Easy, Normal, Hard, Hell Selectable Dangerous Creatures, Sacred Birds and Beasts, Holy Light Spiders, etc. Final Boss, Remnant Divine Corpse Giant, Level 82. Dungeon, Divine Wrath Ruins Difficulty, Easy, Normal, Hard, Hell Selectable Dangerous Creatures, Divine Wrath White Tiger, Divine Wrath Vermilion Bird, etc. Final Boss, Imperial Sacred Beast Gigantic, Level 82. Secret Dungeon, Thunder God's Realm Difficulty, Easy, Normal, Hard, Hell Selectable Dangerous Creatures, Thunder Sacred Crocodile, Thunder Wing Bird, etc. Final Boss, Thunder God's Gigantic, Level 85. They're all Level 80 bosses. Defeating them should yield the beast hearts we need. Enough talk. Let's start with the first one. We need to farm 10 different types of giant ferocious beast hearts. After confirming, Lin Feng turned to Zhang Zhan, General Zhang Zhan, let's dive straight into the first one. The first one? Zhang Zhan examined the details of the first secret realm. After reading through all the details, he froze in place. An 82-level boss? Zhang Zhan thought he must have misread it. This was an 82-level boss. He himself hadn't even attempted such terrifying secret realms. Given his current combat strength, plus the super potions Lin Feng had given him, he might be able to take a shot at it. But the danger and uncertainty were still far too great. Lin Feng, are you sure? Zhang Zhan stared at Lin Feng, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Lin Feng had anticipated Zhang Zhan's reaction and immediately replied, trust me. I think General Zhang Zhan would like to get carried a few times too, right? Carry you? Zhang Zhan didn't quite grasp Lin Feng's meaning at first, but after a moment's thought, he immediately understood what he meant. Meaning he'd be taken for a ride? Lin Feng carrying him? His mind went blank for a second, but then he recalled Lin Feng's solo runs through secret realms and how he'd carried the blacksmith Quan Zilong. A seed of curiosity began to sprout in his mind. An 82-level boss secret realm. Since Lin Feng's already brought it up, why not give it a shot? Zhang Zhan was indeed a bold man, but with Lin Feng in tow, he naturally weighed his options carefully. The next second, he stepped forward, and both of them entered the dungeon entrance together. Ding! Congratulations on entering the Sacred Ruins Secret Realm Instance. This is an entirely new realm that no one has ever attempted to clear. Best of luck to you fortunate ones. Chapter 159, Level 82 Boss taken down in one shot. After the prompt sounded, Lin Feng and Zhang Zhan's figures materialized within the Secret Realms dungeon. A brand new secret realm always brings a brand new experience. Lin Feng watched as a streak of light flickered across the sky. A shattered city of light materialized mid-air, its walls crumbling and scattered. Connected staircases pierced the heavens, with a gate stationed at regular intervals along their length. Within each gate, monsters floated in fixed positions, each radiating a dazzling glow. Zhang Zhan, seeing this, immediately drew his dagger, ready to engage. Lin Feng, observing this tiered challenge mode extending upward, let out a faint smile. General Zhang Zhan, don't rush. We can split this area into two sections and go straight for the boss. Zhang Zhan, halted by Lin Feng, responded with utter confusion, take on the boss directly? How exactly do we do that? Lin Feng walked over to Zhang Zhan's side, slowly pulling a revolver from his pocket. He raised it at a 45-degree angle, closed his left eye, and took aim. Watch closely. Boom! Without another word, he fired. Ding! The sound of the trigger being pulled echoed, and the once silent muzzle roared like a raging dragon. Yet the noise it emitted was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Overwhelming destructive force surged forth, piercing straight through. The shattered gates of the floating city of light were blown apart, the walls collapsed, and everything within the lower levels was obliterated. The minor monsters within the barriers were reduced to dust under the black-gray energy. A faint medicinal scent wafted through the air. Zhang Zhan's level began to shift again, as if he were about to start leveling up once more. He was stunned by Lin Feng's method of clearing the level. Was this still considered traditional dungeon grinding? After Lin Feng sheathed the Godslayer spear, the pair of ethereal hands that had been shielding them vanished completely. Let's go. We'll just head straight for the boss. After Lin Feng left, Zhang Zhan remained rooted to the spot, unable to snap out of his daze for a long time. He'd witnessed countless experts clear dungeons, but this was the first time he'd seen anyone tackle a secret realm with such a brutally straightforward approach. Shaking his head, Zhang Zhan quickly followed suit. Before long, their figures entered the boss chamber. Within the boss chamber, a colossal humanoid torso lay crushed beneath a massive structure. As the two approached, it slowly struggled to its feet, emitting incantation-like sounds directed at them. The structure began to crumble under its movements. As the colossal creature emerged, the halo behind it began to glow, like blinding sunlight illuminating the entire boss chamber. Death to the intruders! A declaration erupted from the boss's mouth, causing the ground to tremble. Holy light surged upward like a blazing sun, scorching everything in its path. Zhang Zhan and Lin Feng felt an overwhelming, unstoppable pressure. The thunder raft device automatically hovered above them, generating a lightning barrier to block the blinding light's damage. The pressure of an 82-level boss? Damn, it's way stronger than any boss I've faced before. Lin Feng, we need to be careful. Before he could finish, he saw Lin Feng draw another revolver, the Godslayer. This revolver differed from the previous one, bearing far fewer cracks. A soft clink sounded as destructive power surged forth. Black-gray energy engulfed the sky, overwhelming the original holy light. As if being corroded, the light gradually dimmed into gloom. Not only that, the black-gray destructive energy spread with astonishing speed and breadth. All surrounding structures crumbled like crumbly tofu, exploding into dust. The earth itself tore open, fissures cracking across the ground. The city of light, suspended mid-air, collapsed and disintegrated entirely under Lin Feng's spear. Only a tiny fragment remained at their entrance. The massive, unidentified creature in the sky vanished in an instant, erased by terror, as if it had never existed. Zhang Zhan stood beside Lin Feng, his unfinished words abruptly swallowed back. The level 82 boss, struck by his single shot, had been utterly helpless, coming and going in the blink of an eye? His face bore only a blank expression and a hint of bewilderment. General Zhang Zhan, check the ground for any gear we can use to show off. We need to hurry and start the next level. It's Saturday today, and I have to return to school tomorrow. Lin Feng's words carried not a hint of tension about the dungeon run, it sounded more like child's play. Zhang Zhan nearly split his sides laughing upon hearing this. He couldn't tell if the kid was just showing off or if this was just business as usual for him. That kind of mindset for tackling the secret realm was actually perfect. Ding! Congratulations on picking up 3 alloy fragments dropped by the boss. Ding! Congratulations on picking up 3 holy light severed fingers dropped by the boss. Ding! Congratulations on picking up 3 sacred eyeballs dropped by the boss. Despite collecting numerous items, Lin Feng realized none of them contained the heart he needed. If it still wasn't there, that meant he'd have to grind again? Zhang Zhan noticed this too. He hadn't expected this run to yield none of the items they needed. Yet every other item dropped was priceless when sold on the market. Yet Lin Feng showed no interest in these, nor in the so-called money. More money only brought him trouble. Instead of focusing on leveling up, he'd constantly be preoccupied with how to spend it. Besides, it was only right to turn in useless materials to the state. Therefore, Lin Feng tossed the equipment back out and addressed General Zhang Zhan. General Zhang Zhan, you may collect these dropped items. If there's nothing you want, then hand it all over to the state to be stored in the treasury. Zhang Zhan stared at the pile of gear Lin Feng had tossed down, his heart racing. Such high-quality equipment, and he wasn't even using it? Any other transferee would have fought tooth and nail for them. Yet now, a low-level transferee was actually rejecting them. Without hesitation, Zhang Zhan picked up every single piece of gear, storing them in his storage ring. He planned to sort through them later, after the secret realm adventure concluded. But just as he finished collecting it all, Lin Feng suddenly realized something. He immediately opened his storage ring again and tossed out another pile of gear. Oh, right, General Zhang Zhan. There are some distinguished grade and super grade items here that should suit you well, all looted from the Dragon Slayer bounty team. Feel free to pick what you need. Please hand over the rest to the treasury. This. Already overwhelmed, he was now utterly stunned by the mountain of gear piled before him. If Lin Feng hadn't been present, he might have knelt down on the spot. So much. Zhang Zhan swallowed hard, then without hesitation stuffed all the gear into his storage ring. Before long, Lin Feng led him into the normal mode dungeon run. Chapter 160, Fat Sheep, you won't be getting away. Even the normal mode secret realm was child's play for Lin Feng. So, upon entering the stage, Lin Feng fired a shot as he always did. After that single shot, all the minor enemies were wiped out. Next, the boss appeared. A single shot aimed at its forehead swept everything away. This time, clearing the secret realm took less than 5 minutes. Yet the required heart still hadn't dropped. Thus, Lin Feng re-entered the dungeon on hard difficulty, clearing it with 2 shots. If it didn't drop, he'd keep going. Zhang Zhan, who had been coasting along behind Lin Feng, watched his evolution points skyrocket. Before long, his level surged once more, reaching a staggering 82. Whoosh! Experiencing this extreme boost for the first time, Zhang Zhan felt exhilarated to the core. By the end of the night, most of the required materials had been gathered. Through internal voice communication, Zhang Zhan learned that the other medicinal herbs were also nearly complete. But just then, the previously silent surroundings were broken by the sound of footsteps. Simultaneously, the sea wind began to howl violently, causing the grass to sway wildly. The next second, a large number of unfamiliar figures appeared beside Lin Feng and Zhang Zhan. Zhang Zhan spotted the danger first, immediately shielding Lin Feng behind him. Clutching his dagger, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. So this is Lin Feng, the one General Misai ordered us to capture? Just a young man? How amusing. If I'm not mistaken, the man beside him must be General Zhang Zhan, the shadow assassin of the Huaxia lowlands. What a small world. The arriving transferees fixed their gaze on Lin Feng, but upon seeing the equally youthful Zhang Zhan beside him, they immediately let out wicked grins. Zhang Zhan observed the sudden appearance of so many figures and knew instantly their cover had been blown. But who had exposed them remained unknown. It could be someone from the Huaxia coastline, or just as likely, a national spy or surveillance operative. Activate maximum combat mode immediately. Many of our comrades have suffered heavy losses at Lin Feng's hands. Do not underestimate him. As the words fell, the entire squad of 20 arriving members plunged a syringe filled with crimson liquid into their own bodies. Immediately, their human forms began to mutate, transforming into creatures that were neither fully human nor beast. Some were half boar, half human, others were half leopard, half human, still others were half snake, half human. The aura of these transformed transferees surged violently. Their bodies grew several times larger, and their combat power skyrocketed. Zhang Zhan watched in shock. He had witnessed the Divine Labor Guild's human-beast fusion technology before, but the success rate of such fusions typically hovered around 40%. This time, however, it appeared to reach a staggering 60%. Charge! All the Divine Workers Guild specialists charged toward Lin Feng and Zhang Zhan simultaneously. At that very moment, the suspended thunder's wrath erupted violently. The dormant equipment channeled the thunder's power, forming a protective barrier that stood between Lin Feng and Zhang Zhan. The summoned thunder instantly drew lightning bolts from the sky, crashing down upon the charging transmuters. Boom! Over 20 transmuters who had closed in were repelled by the thunder, letting out agonized cries. Their skin was scorched, the flames searing deep into their flesh. But in the next instant, Lin Feng witnessed a miraculous sight. The wounds rapidly healed at a visible speed, as if no harm had ever been done. Under their relentless assault, the thunder's wrath emitted strained mechanical groans, yet it continued to unleash its formidable power, shielding Lin Feng and Zhang Zhan. Zhang Zhan stared intently at the temporarily repelled group of adventurers and said to Lin Feng, I'll unleash a powerful strike shortly, then carry you out. It's clear they're after you. To everyone's surprise, Lin Feng shook his head. General Zhang Zhan, we don't have to flee. We can turn the tables and fight back. Do you want the gear from these top-tier Divine Guild class changers? The moment they appeared, Lin Feng had already analyzed them thoroughly using his newly acquired skill, analytical gaze. What he discovered was startling. Their skeletal structures appeared fused with beast-like elements, their genes intertwined. Most crucially, every one of them possessed strength no lower than level 70, essentially an elite squad from the Divine Workers Guild. Their gear must be incredibly valuable. Therefore, Lin Feng had no intention of letting them leave, nor would he leave himself. Zhang Zhan was momentarily stunned by Lin Feng's words, but the next second, he watched as Lin Feng retrieved 4 potions from his storage ring. Before Zhang Zhan could react, Lin Feng shoved 2 directly into his mouth. The potent potion's effects surged through him as powerful energy. The blocked transfigured warriors, now transformed back into orcs, charged at Lin Feng with renewed fury. Lin Feng, Zhang Zhan, I will tear you both to shreds to satisfy my hatred. Nearly 20 transfigured warriors broke through the thunderous wrath's protective barrier and charged toward Lin Feng. Suddenly, as Lin Feng, who had seemed weak, opened his eyes, unimaginable power erupted from his body. The immense shockwave tore fissures into the ground. He raised his right hand, grabbed an approaching werewolf, and snapped its neck with a crunch. The massive body plummeted to the ground. All the job changers were stunned. What on earth was happening? Beside Lin Feng, Zhang Zhan unleashed unimaginable energy. He slowly exhaled a breath rich with potent potion essence, causing the ground to tremble incessantly. I love this feeling. Is this the power unleashed by 2 super potions? Thrilled, Zhang Zhan roared and vanished into the night as a dark shadow. When he reappeared, he had already ended the life of a level 70 transferee. The dagger, dripping with scalding blood, executed with blinding speed. What's happening? Why are they emitting such intense potion fluctuations? Their power is surging. Retreat immediately. Amidst the cries of shock, Lin Feng drew the death god poison blade from his storage ring and swung it at the approaching enemy. Each strike spread tetanus at a visible pace. Lin Feng immediately activated the class change scroll. The moment the death poison master materialized, every beastman's jaw nearly dropped in terror. This low-level support-type alchemist radiated an aura of pure malevolence, his features contorting into a grotesque grimace. Under the cover of night, the sight was eerily terrifying. They'd never witnessed a villain wielding a blade capable of one-hit kills turning on his attackers. Terror and regret surged through the minds of the transfigured beings who hadn't yet been struck down. Lin Feng, eyeing the easy prey that had come to him, showed no mercy. With each strike of his blade, bolstered by the Milk Goddess Descent potion, he swiftly reaped them all. Chapter 161, Contract Beast Seal Potion completed. After the slaughter, Lin Feng and Zhang Zhan collected and carried away all the storage rings. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Chinese transferees who were clearing the dungeon were rushing toward the Chinese coastline with the herbs they had gathered. But before them, numerous unfamiliar figures had already appeared. The howls of beastmen echoed through the night as they charged madly toward the group. Suddenly, waves of potion effects erupted, triggering violent celestial anomalies. Shrieks of agony echoed through the air. Before long, Lin Feng and Zhang Zhan, having gathered all the medicinal herbs, returned to the city walls. The other dispatched warriors also began returning one after another. After all the fighting had ceased, within the Divine Workers Guild, Miss Li, already aware of the operation's failure, repeatedly reviewed the footage transmitted back from the miniature cameras carried by the operatives. When he saw Lin Feng and Zhang Zhan swallow 2 vials of potion, their aura surged several times over. Even Lin Feng, with his low-level strength, could easily overpower them high-level transfigured warriors at level 80. Wasn't this just a joke? Yet it was undeniably real. Though the footage from the miniature camera in the darkness wasn't very clear, Lin Feng's features were faintly discernible. As for Zhang Zhan beside him, he was already quite familiar. You couldn't even kill the man? And you couldn't bring back a single potion? Miss Li snapped angrily. Beside him, the broad-faced foreigner Tom spoke slowly. Earlier, a survivor preserved the glass vial they used for the potion. There are residual traces inside. We can analyze it. Miss Li, who had thought all hope was lost, sighed heavily. Gather the alchemists from the Divine Workers Guild. They must analyze the composition for me and see if it can be replicated. Having gradually lost hope of eliminating Lin Feng, Miss Li turned to another avenue. Meanwhile, atop the walls of Huaxia City, Lin Feng beamed with delight at the fully assembled medicinal herbs. Resources on the front lines were indeed richer than those within Huaxia, and new secret realms periodically emerged in the Pingyang region, a coveted prize all nations sought to claim. However, the constant spawning of sea beasts within the shattered ruins made the danger level extremely high, thwarting the secret plots of many nations. Now that Lin Feng possessed the contract potion, if he bound more ferocious beasts to his will, even the Divine Workers Guild, which constantly sought his demise, would have to reconsider their stance. What if one day he contracted hundreds of thousands of high-level beasts and commanded them to destroy the Eagle Nation? The thought made Lin Feng crack a wicked smile. Wu Lei and Shaolin, who had been anxious, visibly relaxed upon seeing Lin Feng and Zhang Zhan's figures. General Zhang Zhan, the crisis at the front lines has been resolved, and the medicinal herbs are gathered. Please escort me back to Huaxia Capital University. Lin Feng addressed Zhang Zhan slowly. Zhang Zhan nodded. Understood. I'll call for the military aircraft immediately. Let's return to the capital. After briefly exchanging farewells with Wu Lei and Shaolin, Lin Feng boarded the military aircraft bound for the capital. Throughout the journey, Lin Feng had already begun researching the formula for the contract beast seal. Upon arriving at the university, he immediately entered the pharmaceutical lab and began crafting the contract beast seal. This potion differed somewhat in its application from the previous super potion. Having already used his divine power burst skill, which was now on cooldown, Lin Feng decided to take a gamble. Now at level 32, both the thickness of her blue bar and her spiritual power had significantly increased. Thus, Lin Feng began the process using only a small portion of the ingredients. Even crafting this minimal amount proved an immense strain, but his innate talent allowed him to complete the super potion, a process that nearly drained him completely. Let's see what this potion can do. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon it, and the potion's information appeared. Name: Contract Beast Seal Super Contract Potion. Grade: Spirituality. During the contract process, it triggers a contract phenomenon similar to a beastmaster contracting a beast. Effects: After contracting, the duration of the potion's effects is determined by the contracted beast's level. The host can control the beast like a beast master, or instantly unleash the potion's power to kill and recontract the beast, enhance its strength, or unleash immense combat power. This potion unleashes 48 times its standard potency. If not consumed within the contracted beast's body, its effects can persist for up to 10 years. Upon use, the host can temporarily harness the contracted beast's leveled energy for combat. When facing overwhelming attacks, the host may choose to redirect damage onto the contract beast. Even if the contract beast perishes, the host will not suffer backlash. Lin Feng stared blankly at the text displayed before him. Never mind the 48-fold potency. But to actually harness the energy within the contract beast for combat? If they took damage, wouldn't that mean they could distribute the damage? Even if the contract beast died, there would be no backlash. This truly was a super potion. Even just listing these conditions was enough to astonish Lin Feng. If the contents of this serum were made public, it would undoubtedly cause a huge stir. Phew! Now let me test this potion's power. Lin Feng examined the 2 vials of potion he'd just crafted. Each vial contained 2 tubes. One set contained 2 vials, one blue and one red. The blue one was the mother potion, and the red one was the daughter potion. Lin Feng would consume the mother potion, while the contract beast would take the daughter potion. After all, they were made from the same batch. Lin Feng only needed to consume 1 vial of the blue potion to control the effects of the daughter potion. To maintain or enhance the potion's effects, one simply needs to increase the dosage of the primary potion. Under normal circumstances, however, consuming 1 vial should provide lasting effects. Just as Lin Feng was about to put the potion away, he suddenly noticed a very fragrant scent emanating from it. This bone-deep aroma made it difficult for him to control his desire, and he reached out to pick up the potion and drink it. Cold sweat pouring down his back, Lin Feng snapped back to his senses and swiftly stowed the vial into his storage ring. That was close. The scent of this contract potion is so potent, even I can barely resist it. If I hadn't been careful just now, I might have downed it already. The consequences would have been unimaginable. After leaving the alchemy lab, Lin Feng returned to his dorm, took a hot shower, and slept in comfortably. He'd wait until tomorrow to find a contract beast and begin his experiments. The moment he lay down, Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a sigh of pure bliss. After a night's rest, Lin Feng attended classes as usual the next morning. By afternoon, he was already rushing to the trial's secret realm. Chapter 162, venturing into the Huaxia No. 1 ruins, searching for a contract beast. The very second before he moved, Quan Zilong grabbed him by the arm. Lin Feng, tell me the truth, did you sneak off to the front lines last night and meet with my master? Honestly, were you involved in the beast tide at the front lines? Yesterday, Quan Zilong had been closely monitoring the beast tide situation and he wasn't alone. Nearly the entire nation, indeed the entire world, was watching. When he saw the beast tide escalate to level 5, even reaching level 6, he was utterly dumbfounded. You could say my heart sank. Everyone knows that the highest level beast tide ever recorded globally was the level 4 beast tide experienced by China. Now, with the beast tide crisis returning once more, it had escalated to level 5 and even level 6. This terrifying scale left only one thought in Quan Zilong's mind: it's over. If level 5 or 6 beast waves were to strike Eagle Nation, attempting to stop them would likely mean total annihilation, and even then, success was far from guaranteed. But this time, China had held them back. They didn't destroy the horde with the annihilation serum used last time. Instead, they used a silent new serum. The emergence of this new serum left Quan Zilong utterly bewildered. He asked his master, but whether it was due to their meticulous secrecy or simply because they hadn't received any information, he got no answers. He got absolutely no information. Brother Quan, it seems you've uncovered quite a bit of information. But some matters involve state secrets, I truly cannot share them with you. Quan Zilong gave a non-committal "oh," then teased, fine if you won't say. But where are you headed now? Can you take me along? Ever since that flying experience, Quan Zilong dreamed every night of being taken up again. But he had to wait for the right opportunity. Lin Feng immediately declined, not this time. I need to solo the secret realm. Next time, if possible, I'll call you. Quan Zilong didn't press the issue. He nodded and said, alright. Remember to call me next time. I'm lightning fast at looting gear. If you need weapons forged, come find me. I'll give it my all. Lin Feng chuckled at his teasing. With that, Lin Feng headed toward the secret realm's entrance. As his first contract beast, it absolutely had to be either an extremely high-level beast or one with a special species. After scanning the area, he immediately zeroed in on the Huaxia No. 1 ruins. In this world, secret realms and ruins were vastly different. Currently, only one ruin had been discovered within Huaxia, the Huaxia No. 1 ruin. This relic contained a myriad of wonders. Upon entering, secret realm information would randomly spawn, with each stage presenting difficulty akin to a secret realm boss. Adventurers would encounter extremely complex situations within, including not only shifting environments but also unpredictable high-level beasts. This is the one. Hopefully, I can pull out a high-level spacetime rift beast. These creatures are far more powerful than the pets of ordinary beast masters. After setting his goal, Lin Feng applied directly through the school to access the secret realm portal. The round-faced teacher at the Secret Realms Command Center froze in shock upon seeing the application, especially since it was for the Huaxia No. 1 ruins. Which student was this, so reckless they'd risk their life? The Huaxia No. 1 ruins weren't something just anyone could casually attempt. Even 70th and 80th level class changers dared not enter lightly. It was one of the most terrifying ruins in all of Huaxia. But when he saw the applicant's name, he froze again. Lin Feng? The guy who nearly caused me major trouble last time is now applying to challenge Huaxia No. 1 ruins? Has he completely lost his mind? A student attempting to conquer Huaxia No. 1 ruins, a place even high-level class changers in their 70s and 80s wouldn't dare challenge? He's lost his mind. The round-faced teacher immediately called Dean Lei Ming of the Talent Academy. Lei Ming, who was in the middle of eating, received the call and felt as if a thunderclap had struck his mind. But upon reflection, if Lin Feng was determined to attempt it, there was little he could do to stop him. Besides, the kid's previous performance had already shattered his expectations. Who knew what kind of massive uproar this new attempt might stir up? After the previous incident, he and Zhang Zhan had discussed Lin Feng's situation. Their final conclusion was clear: they must guide him, yet also give him space. Given that General Zhang Zhan had spoken so decisively on the matter, excessive interference from him would only hinder the young man's growth. This thorny matter was best handled by his counselor, Zhou Yao. I approve his participation. After hearing this, the round-faced instructor thought he must have misheard and double-checked before hanging up. He let out a deep sigh before immediately activating the portal to the Huaxia No. 1 ruins. Lin Feng, who had been waiting patiently for quite some time, was starting to get a little impatient. He was about to head to the center to find that round-faced teacher. Had he startled the teacher last time with his commotion? But just as he was about to move, the portal slowly illuminated. Clearly inscribed upon it were the words, Huaxia No. 1 ruins. Ruins instance auto-matching difficulty, easy normal hard hell selectable dangerous creatures, unknown final boss, unknown. All unknown? Was this the secret realm that sent shivers down the spines of many class changers? Just as he was about to enter the secret realm, a hurried figure came running from afar. Lin Feng, wait for me. Lin Feng turned his head to look back and saw the counselor in her white miniskirt. Oh no! What could the counselor possibly want with me? Could it be that when I applied to explore the Huaxia No. 1 ruins earlier, that round-faced teacher relayed my request to the dean and the counselor? Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself. At this point, what could he do? After all, he had caused quite a stir last time. Lin Feng, are you really going to attempt the Huaxia No. 1 ruins? Zhou Yao swallowed hard upon seeing the challenge information displayed above the entrance. That's right. The counselor isn't going to stop me, is she? Clearly, Lin Feng could see the purpose behind the counselor's presence here. But Zhou Yao suddenly spoke up. No. I'm going with you. As your counselor, if you're going to venture into such a dangerous secret realm, I have no choice but to accompany you. It's my responsibility. After Zhou Yao finished speaking, Lin Feng could roughly guess why the counselor had come. Most likely, the dean had issued a strict order. After all, Zhou Yao was the daughter of Chief Shou. Lin Feng was well aware of her status and influence, and she could certainly persuade him to back down. But what Lei Ming probably hadn't anticipated was that Zhou Yao would choose to venture through the trials with Lin Feng, opting to be carried along just like last time. Lin Feng stared blankly for a moment before sighing. All right, counselor, but everything you witnessed during this challenge must remain confidential. You can't tell anyone. Zhou Yao nodded upon hearing this, then entered the Huaxia No. 1 ruins alongside him. Chapter 163, I'm here to take down the boss votes needed. Challenger, welcome. Refreshing Huaxia No. 1 civilization ruins for you. Congratulations on refreshing the ruins instance, City of Time and Space. Difficulty, easy. Boss, Spatial Rift Beast level 80. Good luck. Holy crap. Zhou Yao was dumbfounded upon seeing the refreshed relic information. A level 80 Spatial Rift Beast, the most combat-capable and spatially gifted Spatial Rift Beast humanity has discovered so far. Starting off with such a high difficulty level? Even the seasoned veterans of China at level 80 wouldn't dare attempt such a challenge lightly. The combat prowess of Spatial Rift Beasts was extraordinary. Though seemingly only level 80, they could unleash power comparable to a standard level 85 boss, making them absurdly difficult. A Spatial Rift Beast? Precisely the type I need. If I could contract one, it would be a trump card in my hand. Upon seeing the stage information prompt, Lin Feng let out a smile. Who could have imagined that an alchemist could contract a Space Rift Beast and command it like a beast master? No one dared to provoke him. Turning to Zhou Yao, Lin Feng said, Counselor, let's get moving. This time, my target is the Space Rift Beast. Spatial Rift Beasts? Zhou Yao's eyes widened in astonishment, tinged with a hint of fear. This was her first time facing such a high difficulty boss. Before she could fully process it, Lin Feng had already moved. He drew the Death God's poison blade from his storage ring and swung it at the monster that appeared before him. The monster Lin Feng struck was level 56, its health bar absurdly thick, reaching a staggering 1 million. Any target struck by the death god's poison sword, enhanced with the AIDS contagion potion, instantly began losing health. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your death god poison sword enhanced with AIDS transmitting poison deals 50,000 damage. The poison spreads through the wound, triggering a chain infection. Ding! Inflicts random damage, 15,000. Ding! Inflicts random damage, 18,000. Ding! Deals 19,000 random damage. One strike wasn't enough. Lin Feng swiftly retrieved another death god poison sword from his backpack, this one laced with an AIDS transmission agent, and delivered a flurry of consecutive slashes. After all, the effects of the beast blood boiling potion from his last strike hadn't worn off yet, allowing Lin Feng to react with remarkable speed. Before long, the first high-level monster fell to his blade. Equipment instantly scattered across the ground. Lin Feng gave the area a quick scan. The gear was all rare, but since none of it was what he wanted, he didn't bother picking it up. He immediately turned to Zhou Yao and said, "Counselor, you can take all this gear. You must keep up with my pace, I'm about to start speed clearing." Before she could react, Zhou Yao watched as the monster before her was slain by Lin Feng. She froze in place, taking a moment to process before stammering, all right. Zhou Yao immediately walked over to inspect the scattered gear, her expression once again betraying her astonishment. "Congratulations! You have picked up a super-grade Fisher Stone 1. Congratulations on picking up a premium-grade metal forging stone 1. If sold on the market, each of these materials would fetch astronomical prices. Though mostly forging materials needed by blacksmiths, they were extremely hard to come by. Until Zhou Yao laid eyes on the revered grade equipment, she'd longed for the radiant stone. Her breathing quickened. Now, Lin Feng was callously dismissing it, not even bothering to pick it up. Now, she was constantly snagging bargains from behind. This life of being carried along, not having to lift a finger, was simply too comfortable. Zhou Yao swiftly gathered all the equipment scattered on the ground and quickened her pace to catch up with Lin Feng. Having witnessed Lin Feng's speed through previous stages, she was somewhat prepared. But witnessing Lin Feng effortlessly navigate the Huaxia No. 1 ruins against monsters 34 levels higher than both herself and Lin Feng left Zhou Yao momentarily stunned. Such innate talent, truly, there was no other man on Blue Star who possessed abilities like his. No wonder the Divine Staff Guild would stop at nothing to eliminate Lin Feng. Had he been born in any lesser nation instead of China, he would have instantly become a national-level talent capable of propelling his country to new heights. Before long, Lin Feng blazed through the level, his weapon transforming mid-battle. Particularly when he drew the revolver God Slayer, unleashing a silent bullet of chemical agent. Instead of unleashing destructive force, it fired a toxic agent saturated with pathogens. Level 60 monsters watched their flesh rot as the toxin instantly spread throughout their bodies. They vomited uncontrollably, swelled with edema, and soon struggled to breathe until they dissolved into piles of rotting flesh. Zhou Yao, watching from a short distance away, couldn't help but take a few steps back. She couldn't fathom what terrifying concoction Lin Feng had concocted this time. Yet upon closer observation, this agent bore similarities to the poison released by the sword in Lin Feng's grasp, though its method of attack was vastly different. Lin Feng watched the anthrax virus agent released from the revolver god of death, observing its devastating effects, and nodded with satisfaction. A targeted, one-hit kill, exactly what he wanted. After the monster's demise, it once again dropped a large quantity of equipment. Lin Feng glanced at them briefly before continuing his advance. Before long, he had pushed his way through to the final stage, the boss level. The light flickered faintly as an inexplicable force sealed off the previously silent boss chamber. A powerful wind howled as space shattered, tearing apart the continuous mountain range. A massive beast with two enormous wings and a sharp horn on its head emerged from the void. Its eyes, like stars themselves, shifted as the beast lowered its head, emitting a disdainful snort toward the two who had arrived below. Roar! Zhou Yao's eyes trembled upon seeing the space-shattering beast. As royalty among the beast clans, the space-shattering beast was exceedingly difficult to slay. Last time, they had only managed to kill one by force using the destruction potion. Yet the overwhelming pressure emanating from its royal bloodline made Zhou Yao swallow hard. Lin Feng, be careful. This is an 80-level space-splitting beast, a royal beast. Zhou Yao couldn't help but warn him. Lin Feng lifted his head to gaze at the colossal boss suspended in midair, a faint smile curling his lips. He was here to take down bosses, to challenge the royal bloodline. But this time, he couldn't use the destruction potion to kill it outright. He had to capture it alive and subdue it. The best approach now was to engage in close combat, beating it into submission. The next second, Lin Feng activated his analysis eye skill. Species, Spatial Rift Beast. Level, 80. HP, 3,111,488. Mana bar, 265,371. Speed, 1,718,569. Defense, 1,619,982. Spirit, 1,157,842. Talent, Spatial Mastery S. Skills: Spatial Roar, Void Shuttle, Spatial Lockdown, Trample the Void. The moment Lin Feng saw the health bar, he was momentarily stunned. Over 3 million health points? Chapter 164, The Milk-Guzzling God Descends. The potion stuns the counselor. After battling countless monsters, this was the first time Lin Feng had ever seen a health bar this thick, so absurdly thick it defied belief. Humans were utterly incomparable before him. Last time General Zhang Zhan intervened, he wielded the Annihilation Potion, which was sufficient to severely wound and kill it. Without the Annihilation Potion, even if they teamed up to tackle the level 80 Spatial Rift Beast, failure would still be their fate. But this time, Lin Feng couldn't afford to lose. His only option now was to chug potions like a madman. Immediately, under Zhou Yao's gaze, Lin Feng retrieved 3 black pills from his spatial storage ring. Last time, consuming 2 had torn his body apart. Increasing the dosage again risked his complete disintegration. This time, his level had risen to 32, and his physical strength had increased significantly. Still, playing it safe, he decided to take just 2 for now. The next second, under Zhou Yao's stunned gaze, Lin Feng swallowed both pills. Zhou Yao exclaimed, "Lin Feng, have you lost your mind? That potion is incredibly potent. Taking 2 at once will tear your body apart. Spit them out immediately." Zhou Yao had expected Lin Feng to wield the devastating power of the Revolver God of Death, but instead, he had swallowed 2 super replenishment potions. Zhou Yao had personally tested these potions before. These super boost potions unleashed immense potency instantly. While they boosted all combat stats without side effects, the potent formula rapidly expanded bodily cells and tissues. Overconsumption would tear the body apart. But it was too late. Lin Feng had already swallowed both Divine Milk Descent pills. The next second, the potent potency coalesced within his body, and his stats began skyrocketing. Standing before Lin Feng, Zhou Yao felt as though she was witnessing a miniature yet monstrously powerful super beast. Lin Feng exhaled, black potency erupting from his mouth like a dragon's breath. He opened the interface again. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level 32072800. Masterclass unlocks 7th super formula at level 35. HP, 3200 plus 256,000. Mana bar, 3200 plus 256,000. Speed, 10,412 plus 832,960. Strength, 9,980 plus 798,400. Defense, 10,211 plus 816,880. Mental power, 10,782 plus 862,560. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God SSS+. Skills, Split Mind Ring, Divine Power Burst, Master of Sutures, Lingering Medicinal Power, Eye of Analysis. Unlocking formulas, 1. Deathbringer Destruction Potion 2. Enhanced Healer Human Gene Enhancement Potion 3. Healing Goddess Descent Super Supply Potion 4. Beast Blood Boil Endurance Boost Potion 5. Toxin Master Super Toxin Potion. Unlocking Profession Alchemist Equipment Blueprints, 1. Godslayer Revolver Offensive 2. Alchemist's Crucible Supportive. Class Tools, 1. Revolver Godslayer 66 Note, 18.72% worn 2. Revolver Godslayer 66 Note, 4.72% worn. 2. Alchemist's Cauldron Unactivated Note, 0.005% worn. Class Equipment Additional Skill Slots, 1. Unharmed Backlash Offensive, applied 2. Where Resistance Offensive, applied 3. Masterful Handling Supportive, applied 4. Silent Sigh Offensive, applied 5. Rapid Reload Offensive, applied 6. Anomalies Wrath Offensive, unapplied. Alchemist Special Identity Attributes includes Job Change Document, 1. Death Dealer. Experience Points, 561,141. Glancing at his stats panel, Lin Feng raised his hand and swallowed the 3rd Divine Healer Potion. The original Beast Blood Boiling Potion had already granted him roughly a 10% bonus. Combined with 2 Divine Healer Potions, it could generate a whopping 80x bonus. But it still wasn't enough. As soon as Lin Feng swallowed the 3rd Divine Healing Potion, Zhou Yao's face paled. She rushed forward in panic. "Lin Feng, don't! You'll explode from overdose." Just as she neared Lin Feng, the potion's effects triggered a violent cosmic disturbance. An additional 35-fold potency. The potent potion raged through Lin Feng's body, spreading like a drill boring through his digestive tract and rapidly expanding outward. His cellular structure instantly stretched, tearing with excruciating pain. Health bar, 3,200 plus 368,000. Blue bar, 3,200 plus 368,000. Speed, 10,412 plus 1197,380. Strength, 9,980 plus 1147,700. Defense, 10,211 plus 1174,265. Mental power, 10,782 plus 1239,930. Is this the absolute limit? With this level of speed, strength, and defense, he could barely hold his own against an 80th level Spatial Rift Beast. Lin Feng sneered inwardly. Pain once again pierced his mind. His body raced like a nuclear reactor, violently propelling outward and swelling visibly before his eyes. But in the next instant, the tearing agony vanished completely, as if absorbed. Lin Feng was astonished to discover his cells rapidly multiplying, as if some latent potential within his body had been ignited. This sensation immediately struck a familiar chord with Lin Feng. Wasn't this exactly the change he'd experienced after using the human gene enhancement serum? Could it be that his genes had been activated? If so, then the potential of the human race was truly immense. As his genes expanded at an accelerated pace, Lin Feng watched his experience points surge rapidly. In an instant, they surged by 100,000. When the surge finally ceased, Lin Feng felt all the pain within his body vanish completely. His transformation immediately caught Zhou Yao's attention. Zhou Yao, who had been pushed back by the potency of the medicine, stared at Lin Feng, who seemed completely unaffected, her eyes filled with astonishment. "Lin Feng, are you okay?" Lin Feng replied with a satisfied sigh, "Counselor, do I look like I'm in trouble?" Zhou Yao urged anxiously, "Don't take any more. Your body won't be able to handle it." No sooner had she spoken than Lin Feng produced another milk god descent pill and swallowed it. With a thunderous boom, the intense shockwave of the potion's power erupted. The very breath he exhaled could instantly obliterate low-level monsters. The tearing pain made Lin Feng let out a muffled groan. Then, that tearing sensation was replaced by the frenetic activity of reactivated cells. It felt like a pair of hands violently tugging within his body, fusing his muscles and tendons together in an instant, transforming into a wave of exhilaration. "Phew! Seems this isn't my limit yet." Lin Feng exhaled softly, gazing at the space rift beast that had already raised its claws to strike him. HP, 3,200 plus 448,000. MP bar, 3,200 plus 448,000. Speed, 10,412 plus 1457680. Strength, 9,980 plus 1397200. Defense, 10,211 plus 1509480. Lin Feng frowned upon seeing the stats. Still not strong enough? Without hesitation, he retrieved 2 Milk God's Descent pills from his storage ring and swallowed them. Chapter 165, Hand-to-hand combat with an 80-level space rift beast, beating it to a pulp. Zhou Yao, witnessing this scene, was utterly stunned. Insane. Absolutely insane. Lin Feng had already consumed 4 pills earlier, and now he'd taken 2 more that made 6 in total. The explosive power unleashed was utterly terrifying. Zhou Yao froze in place, unable to move. She couldn't stop him now. Lin Feng was like a nuclear bomb being ignited. If not controlled properly, he could detonate at any moment. The sheer force of that blast would obliterate her even if she hid at the entrance. She was beginning to regret accompanying Lin Feng on this challenge. While looting gear from the rear was incredibly satisfying, Lin Feng's actions were simply too reckless. Huff! Slowly opening his eyes, Lin Feng immediately locked onto his panel data. HP, 3,200 plus 672,000. Mana bar, 3,200 plus 672,000. Speed, 10,412 plus 2186520. Strength, 9,980 plus 2095800. Defense, 10,211 plus 2,144,310. Holy! Lin Feng's gaze swept over the numbers and he was stunned. Staring at the string of numbers, his mind felt like it had been struck by lightning. The only thought in Lin Feng's mind was, he was terrifyingly strong now. Not far away, Zhou Yao couldn't help but take a few steps back, breathing heavily as she stared intently at Lin Feng. She was panicking. Especially when looking at the Lin Feng before her, she felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Her student radiated an aura that surpassed her own. No. It felt like several times her own strength. The sheer force of his aura alone made Zhou Yao feel as if her throat were being squeezed, making it hard to breathe. Standing behind Lin Feng, the powerful energy surge made it hard for her to steady herself. The space rift beast, just about to strike with its claw, sensed something amiss. Its claw was blocked by an invisible force, which began surging upward, violently snapping back. Suddenly, Lin Feng leapt forward, grabbed the beast's claw, and yanked it violently. The colossal spatial rift beast, its face previously twisted with contempt, was yanked by a tremendous force. It plummeted from the void, crashing toward the opposite side. Watching the space rift beast fly right over her head, Zhou Yao was utterly dumbfounded. That sense of dread was now completely overshadowed by shock. The Lin Feng before her now bore no resemblance to an alchemist. Instead, he resembled a high-level berserker. No, this was something even more frenzied than a berserker. Oomph. Space rift beast, let me see just how strong your physical form truly is. Though his health bar couldn't match the space rift beast's, his combat prowess utterly crushed it in every aspect. To successfully contract it, the condition was to subdue it to make it willingly follow him. Truthfully, Lin Feng didn't need to go through this. He could have simply forced potions down its throat, making submission inevitable. But since it had become his contract beast, its terms and treatment naturally couldn't be subpar. Even if it died fighting for him, its treatment in life had to be excellent. Boom! The spatial beast immediately activated its skill, sealing off the area. Just as Zhou Yao felt her blood beginning to congeal, Lin Feng raised his hand, retrieved a pitch-black pill from his storage ring, and flicked it into Zhou Yao's mouth. A powerful explosive force surged through Zhou Yao's body, immobilizing the spatial energy that had threatened to end her life. Intense potency surged from her body like an unstoppable river, shattering the spatial constraints. The ground itself tore open in multiple fissures under the immense energy. She instantly recognized it, the super replenishment potion. That familiar scent from before. Whoosh! 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 The 35x potent drug rapidly spread through her body, and Zhou Yao felt her earlier timidity vanish into nothingness. The potency flared from her nostrils, even her breath carrying a fighting spirit. With the immediate threat to her life averted, Zhou Yao slowly lifted her head to look at Lin Feng. What she saw next was utterly astonishing. Lin Feng had leaped onto the space rift beast. Even though the void had been sealed multiple times by its abilities, it couldn't affect Lin Feng in the slightest. A solid punch slammed into the space rift beast, sending it flying skyward. Lin Feng leapt forward, his foot stomping the ground so hard it caved in over 10 meters, causing the earth to collapse. His right fist slammed down with brutal force upon the soaring spatial rift beast. With a thunderous crash, the space rift beast was slammed into the ground like a child's toy, landing face first in the dirt and letting out a wretched howl of agony. Zhou Yao covered her mouth in shock. Under Lin Feng's strike, the Space Ripper's health bar plummeted wildly. Ding! HP 50,000. Ding! HP 50,000. Ding! HP 50,000. Lin Feng watched the plummeting health bar, then glanced at the monstrous health bar behind it thick as a mountain and continued his relentless assault. Punchy 80. Big fists 120. Lin Feng shouted as he unleashed a barrage of punches upon the level 80 spatial rift beast. The health bar plummeted at a visible rate. Though Lin Feng attacked with bare fists, his immense power proved overwhelming. The once lofty spatial rift beast was now beaten into submission, gradually letting out pitiful cries. Zhou Yao watched from below, utterly dumbfounded. Who could have imagined that Lin Feng, a high-level human class changer whom even others dared not provoke, would bare his fists for hand-to-hand combat? No, he was outright bullying and crushing it. Hearing the space rift beast's wails, Lin Feng watched its health bar drop to nearly 1/3. A faint smile touched his lips. I will not submit. Such words were unbearable to the space rift beast, a royal among beasts. Its innate skills erupted in a concentrated burst. Zhou Yao sensed something was amiss and immediately fled frantically into the distance. Within the boss chamber, multiple flashes of light erupted. The space rift beast's body became shrouded in multi-dimensional spatial barriers. The ground shattered into countless fragments as it charged wildly toward Lin Feng, coalescing into a void blade aimed straight for his heart. But Lin Feng, standing his ground, let out a mocking chuckle. You really think you're something special? You really love eating my fists, don't you? Boom! Lin Feng swung his right fist once more, colliding head-on with the incoming void blade. With over 20,000 defense points, it remained as solid as a rock. The void blade began to shatter. The space rift beast let out a terrified roar, turning its head to stomp the void and tear open a fissure to hide within. But Lin Feng wouldn't give it that chance. He grabbed the blade with one hand and raised his right fist, smashing it down hard onto the beast's head. A thunderous impact echoed as the void rift beast, which had been strutting its stuff in the air, was smashed flat onto the ground. Lin Feng stared at the motionless space rift beast and sneered, how about it? Surrender? Feeling a bit dizzy in the head? Chapter 166, Harvesting a Contract Beast, the Space Rift Beast. The Space Rift Beast roared at Lin Feng. Seems your head isn't buzzing enough yet. Let's add a little more force. Lin Feng took a deep breath and swung his fist, giving the Space Rift Beast a good thrashing. Boom! A crushing blow. The Space Ripper rolled on the ground, letting out a pitiful howl, its eyes flashing with fear. Clearly, it was already terrified. Zhou Yao pressed her hands to her mouth, utterly stunned by the most unbelievable sight. If she told anyone about this, surely no one would believe the story of an alchemist beating an 80-level space rift beast barehanded. Seeing the moment was ripe, Lin Feng swiftly retrieved a red vial from his storage ring and placed it before the spatial rift beast. I won't force you. You have two choices now, be beaten to death by me, or drink this potion and willingly become my contract beast. You have 3 seconds to decide. After speaking, Lin Feng began counting down, 3, 2, 1. The space rift beast, terrified out of its wits, bit down on the glass vial. Without a second thought, it shattered it and swallowed the contents whole. Seeing the space rift beast swallow the vial, Lin Feng swiftly opened the blue mother vial and poured its contents into his own mouth. The potion slid down his throat, the blue mother potion seeming to adhere to his blood genes. A strange sensation spread through his body. Moments later, a blue mark appeared between his eyebrows, flickering rapidly. As the battle paused, Zhou Yao gradually approached and noticed Lin Feng seemed to be replenishing his potions. However, she had no idea what potion he had given the space rift beast. Under her gaze, a mysterious, intricate pattern resembling a beast mark suddenly appeared on Lin Feng's forehead. But she immediately realized weren't such beast patterns exclusive to beast masters? When she noticed a crimson beast mark also appearing on the Space Rift beast's forehead, she halted in her tracks, stunned. Both foreheads now bore beast markings. Could Lin Feng be forming a contract? Wasn't Lin Feng an alchemist? How could he now be contracting a ferocious beast, becoming a beast tamer? Zhou Yao's mind felt as if struck by lightning, yet suddenly she caught a scent that stirred an uneasy agitation within her. Her breathing quickened and she swallowed hard, as if confronted by an irresistible aura. At that moment, the marks on both Lin Feng and the Space Rift beast's foreheads fully materialized. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully using the Contract Beast Mark Potion to complete the contract with your first Contract Beast, the Space Rift Beast. Ding! Host may now access and view Contract Beast information via the interface panel. After hearing the binding notification chime, Lin Feng felt a peculiar sensation emerge within his mind. It felt as though a mere thought could shatter the potion within his body, triggering a chain reaction that would kill the Contract Beast. Lin Feng also sensed he could command the Contract Beast through the mother potion within his body. Even if it resisted, he could easily suppress it. Lin Feng lifted his gaze to the Contract Beast before him, its expression oddly peculiar. It let out a hesitant grunt, seemingly aware that the potion it had just consumed was now active within its body. It repeatedly tilted its head, as if sensing some inexplicable force pulling at it. Resistance would likely lead to its annihilation. From today onward, I'll call you Little Pudding. Lin Feng's mind raced, instantly settling on a name for the Space Rift Beast. Hearing this name, the Space Rift Beast let out a series of whimpering cries. Its tone softened considerably. Zhou Yao witnessed this sudden contrast and nearly dropped her jaw in shock. Was this really the same mighty, towering Space Rift Beast? At Lin Feng's command, the massive Space Ripper instantly shrank to the size of a fist and landed on his shoulder. It even extended its soft tongue to give Lin Feng's cheek a lick. Lin Feng hadn't expected this creature to be so skilled at licking. But he certainly loved it. Lin Feng tucked the little creature away. Zhou Yao, who had already approached, stared wide-eyed at him and asked, Lin Feng, are you okay? The spatial rift beast in his hand let out a fierce growl, flapping its wings as it hovered beside Zhou Yao. I'm fine. See, this little guy really likes you. Upon sensing Lin Feng's intent, the Space Rift Beast instantly softened its demeanor, nuzzling Zhou Yao with its fur. Zhou Yao stared wide-eyed, tentatively stroking the creature now the size of a fist. She knew full well this was a Space Rift Beast. An 80-level boss, how could it be submitting now? Zhou Yao also looked at Lin Feng with confusion. Lin Feng, what potion did you just take? It seems like you gave one to the Space Rift Beast too. Lin Feng gave a wry smile. Counselor, whatever happens during our expedition into the ruins, please don't tell anyone else about it. Actually, what I gave the Space Rift Beast was my newly activated super potion, the Super Contract Potion. You can think of it like a contract between a beast master and their beast, but I used a potion instead. A contract potion? Hearing Lin Feng mention he'd unlocked yet another super formula sent shockwaves through her mind. Every time Lin Feng activated a formula, it yielded unbelievable results. The Annihilation Potion, the Human Gene Enhancement Potion, the Super Replenishment Potion. She had witnessed the power of these potions firsthand. Their explosive effects were beyond belief. Contract potion? This. Zhou Yao pondered for a moment before continuing. Can this contract potion directly bind an 80-level spatial rift beast? Having interacted with beast tamers before, she knew full well that a tamer of Lin Feng's rank would never be able to successfully contract an 80-level spatial rift beast. Yet here it was, right before her eyes. Exactly. This potion comes in two parts, the mother and the child. The blue potion I drank earlier is the mother potion, while the one given to the Space Rift Beast is the child potion. Using both potions together allows for the binding of beasts. Hearing this, Zhou Yao still felt only partially convinced. In her understanding, Lin Feng's super potions defied conventional logic. But suddenly, Zhou Yao swallowed hard, a hint of eagerness flashing in her eyes as she addressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng, do you still have that contract potion? Could I take a look at it? I'm genuinely curious. It might even help me figure out how to assist you in the future. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, having naturally noticed Zhou Yao's reaction. He slowly replied, all right. Just one look. The next second, Lin Feng retrieved the blue sub-potion from his storage ring and slowly presented it before Zhou Yao's eyes. But what unfolded next left him utterly flustered and pale. She swallowed repeatedly, then, empowered by light elemental energy, rapidly poured the contract potion into her mouth. Chapter 167, Contracted Beast, you contracted the advisor? Spit it out. Spit it out now. Lin Feng, unusually tense, immediately reached out to stop her. The Milk God's Descent potion had already worn off, and facing Zhou Yao, who was 2 or 3 dozen levels above him, his reactions were nowhere near fast enough. Most crucially, Zhou Yao was an elemental mage, granting her exceptionally swift perception. Instantly, she channeled elemental energy to freeze Lin Feng solid in place. Gulp, gulp, gulp. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yao had already poured the entire vial of potion into her mouth. Lin Feng watched her pour the entire vial into her mouth. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully using the contract beast imprint potion and completing the contract with the first human transferee, Zhou Yao. Ding! Host may now access and view the contracted individual's information via the interface. Ding! As the host is a first-time corporate human, the contract partner's information is now displayed. Contractee, Zhou Yao. Level, 59. Class, Elemental Mage. Contract level assessment, low note. Contract level is determined by the contract holder's loyalty to the host and overall strength. If the level is too low, the host should consider enhancing the contract's depth. Evaluation possesses solid innate talent, but harbors a clear misunderstanding toward the host. The host is advised to provide more guidance. Oh, this. Lin Feng's face darkened upon seeing the data displayed by the system before him. Of all things to contract, he had to contract a human job changer. Even if it was a class changer, he never imagined he'd contract his own counselor. And she was Chief Zhou's only daughter. This was a complete disaster. Just then, after Zhou Yao finished consuming all the potions, her slightly dazed gaze shifted back to focus. She licked her lips, looking somewhat unsatisfied. The moment she finished, she realized the problem and immediately covered her mouth with her hand. Why is there something new in my mind? I feel like I'm being controlled. Why is there a red contract mark on my forehead? Zhou Yao looked panicked. She had only taken a sip of the potion, yet suddenly faced this situation. Especially when she tried to forcefully erase the strange presence in her mind, an invisible force resisted her every attempt. The crimson mark between her brows pulsed violently, piercing her mind and causing Zhou Yao to retch uncontrollably. Lin Feng, what's going on? I feel like I'm being controlled. Did I just drink the potion you gave me? Is this potion harming me? At that moment, Zhou Yao was terrified. Earlier, she had indeed felt an overwhelming, uncontrollable urge, especially after her elemental talent was triggered. It became utterly unstoppable. The next moment, her consciousness was overwhelmed by that impulsive desire, leading her to make a terrible mistake. But now she was filled with regret and desperately wanted to make amends. Lin Feng stared at the fully formed contract bond and sighed helplessly, "Counselor." The words he'd been about to speak were once again swallowed back into his heart. He wanted to say something, but didn't know how to begin. Was he supposed to say, "Counselor, congratulations on becoming my contract partner"? Wouldn't that imply she was now his pet? Moreover, the system had already warned him, once the contract potion was successfully used, it couldn't be undone. That meant Zhou Yao and Lin Feng's contract would last a lifetime. Forever bound together. Lin Feng, what's the deal with this potion? Spit it out already. Zhou Yao sensed something was terribly wrong. Especially when she looked at Lin Feng, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over her. It felt as though the potion she had consumed had embedded itself within her very cells. If she tried to issue a command to resist, the potion's energy would suppress that impulse and release a catalyzing force she found unbearable. This energy seemed to make her exceptionally docile and obedient in Lin Feng's presence. She might even start acting cute and obeying his every command without question. Feeling this strange transformation, Zhou Yao terribly panicked. "Counselor, I don't know if I should tell you what's really going on. But I can promise you, I will find a way to neutralize the serum." Hearing Lin Feng's vague response, Zhou Yao already foresaw a grim outcome. "Lin Feng, then tell me what exactly does this potion do? I feel this strange sensation whenever I see you, like..." As Zhou Yao spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to spill over. Faced with her pressing questions, Lin Feng could no longer conceal the truth. "Counselor, I told you before, this potion is similar to a Beastmaster's contract potion. You drank the sub-potion I originally prepared for my contract beast, while I had already consumed the main potion during the beast binding ritual in the contract space. So, in essence, you and I have now formed a contract." What? Hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Zhou Yao was utterly stunned. The emotion she'd been forcibly suppressing finally burst forth, tears streaming down her cheeks. In the blink of an eye, she was reduced to a tearful mess. Caught off guard by this, Lin Feng had no idea how to react. Having never pursued romantic relationships, he had no idea how to comfort a girl. So, tentatively, he addressed Zhou Yao, "Counselor, please stop crying." The words seemed to trigger something within both of them. Zhou Yao, who had been weeping, began to regain her composure, like a pet obeying a command. Ha? Lin Feng stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Could girls really be so easily appeased? But Lin Feng immediately realized it was the effect of his potion. Under the influence of the contract potion, Zhou Yao was being controlled by its effects, making her carry out whatever Lin Feng commanded. Fortunately, the instructions Lin Feng had given earlier weren't particularly serious or explicit. Doesn't that mean that if I want to issue any commands later, the tutor will follow my instructions? At this thought, Lin Feng felt not only profound concern but also a hint of secret satisfaction. Rest assured, Counselor. I will find a way to break this contract potion. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng gave another firm assurance. Zhou Yao wiped away her tears upon hearing this, looking at Lin Feng with pitiful eyes. You absolutely must find a way to break it. With a soft sigh, Lin Feng turned his attention to the spatial rift beast. The only question was whether the boss level would prevent the space rift beast from leaving. After all, the space rift beast was under the control of the ruins. If that were the case, he wouldn't be able to take his contracted beast out. The next moment, Lin Feng led the space rift beast and the counselor to the sealed exit of the stage. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng slowly drew his revolver, both revolvers in his left and right hands. Chapter 168, New Mission Assigned, Explore More Outdoor Scenes. The next second, Lin Feng addressed Zhou Yao, "Counselor, please come over here. I'm about to fire." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhou Yao instinctively pressed herself against his back, like a small bird seeking shelter. Boom! Lin Feng gripped both guns and pulled the triggers. A devastating force erupted from the revolver god of death, unleashing a surge of black-gray energy toward the sealed exit. The destructive force tore through the air, leaving a trail of destruction and shattering everything in its path. Yet despite being struck by two powerful waves of destructive force, the sealed exit remained unchanged. When the smoke cleared, it looked exactly the same as before. This left Lin Feng utterly bewildered. He never imagined the exit of the Huaxia No. 1 ruins would be this impregnable. With the path of forceful breakthrough now closed, the only option left was to defeat the boss to automatically clear the stage. But Lin Feng was certain there must be a way to lift the blockade. A flash of insight struck him. If the analytical eye can dissect beasts and plants into medicinal ingredients, and even break down humans, could I perhaps treat the boss's prison as a target for decomposition? A bold thought took root in his mind. Without hesitation, Lin Feng targeted the dungeon and initiated the analysis. Decomposition target, ####### garbled text. Decomposition status, level 80 boss spatial rift beast, level 56. Clearly, the analysis results weren't what Lin Feng wanted. Lin Feng narrowed his focus to the sealed exit of the level. Decomposition name, ##### garbled characters. Decomposition status, Huaxia No. 1 ruins boss stage exit. Decomposition result, the materials at the boss stage exit are beyond god tier. They cannot be cracked or destroyed. ##### garbled text. Reanalysis result, releasing sufficiently intense anomalies can deceive the stage into completing the clearance. Question mark. When Lin Feng saw the last line, releasing a sufficiently intense anomaly could deceive the stage into completing the clearance. Hadn't he just unlocked a professional equipment enhancement skill recently? Now it could finally be put to use. Rage of Manifestation, attach. As Lin Feng imbued the skill onto the revolver god of death, its dormant surface seemed coated with a special spray-painted pattern, radiating an awe-inspiring grandeur. Without hesitation, Lin Feng aimed at the exit of the boss stage and fired a single shot. Ding! A sound like a mosquito's bite echoed. Immediately afterward, a void force coalesced above the boss stage. The potent potency made the air feel intensely scorching. A colossal, ethereal hand of a divine being hovered overhead, its ethereal and sacred aura permeating and filling the entire stage. The phenomenon spread with astonishing speed, enveloping the entire ruins in the blink of an eye. Zhou Yao froze in shock upon witnessing the phenomenon beside her. The sheer terror of it sent shivers down her spine. Even as she tried to dodge, she felt as if an unimaginable force was folding her in on herself. The space rift beast perched on Lin Feng's shoulder let out a terrified cry. The power of that single shot unleashed a catastrophe that seemed to threaten the very end of the world. The once quiet boss chamber, struck by the overwhelming force of the anomaly, groaned under the strain. The sealed exit tore open as if by a divine hand, revealing a passage to the outside world. It's open. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He was certain the opening was temporary. After all, he had interfered with the ruins using sufficiently powerful supernatural phenomena, causing the ruins to automatically declare the boss dead and the challenger victorious, hence its decision to let him pass. But this window wouldn't last long. Without hesitation, Lin Feng grabbed Zhou Yao and sprinted toward the exit. With a whoosh, their figures materialized on the Secret Realm Plaza. After a long wait, the once quiet plaza was once again illuminated by a flash of light. Some students who had stayed behind to study also began attempting the challenge. Yet they couldn't help but notice that someone was actually tackling the Huaxia No. 1 ruins, a site that had lain dormant for many years. To them, this was utterly baffling. If it were an ordinary secret realm, they wouldn't be overly surprised. But this was the Huaxia No. 1 ruins. Even professors from Huaxia Capital University dared not venture in lightly. Countless exceptionally talented adventurers had met their end within its walls. The moment Lin Feng appeared, he released Zhou Yao's right hand. As Lin Feng pulled her along, Zhou Yao found herself unconsciously imagining certain intimate scenes. Though she immediately dismissed them, the potion coursing through her body stirred a desire to submit to Lin Feng. "Counselor, let's call it a day for today's trial run. I hope you won't mention what happened today. I'll definitely find a way to resolve the matter with the contract potion." Lin Feng spoke slowly to Zhou Yao. Hearing this, Zhou Yao's eyes welled up with tears, yet she obediently nodded. Then, with a look of disappointment, Zhou Yao walked off into the distance. Watching the counselor's retreating figure, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. But their interaction, witnessed by other students, caused quite a stir. How could such a gorgeous girl end up with him? And even students from the Talent Academy witnessed the pharmacist counselor guiding her student through the secret realm? And she was acting so relaxed and compliant with her own student. This was highly unusual. Lin Feng sensed the uneasy atmosphere around him and immediately vanished using flash. Moments later, he materialized back in the dormitory. He now had a contract with an 80-level spatial rift beast. With the spatial rift beast, he now held a trump card. Even without potions, he could sweep through most of China's and indeed the world's transitioners. For now, I need to focus on feeding Little Pudding more to boost its power even further. Then I'll craft more contract potions to build an army of contract beasts. Oomph. Divine Staff Guild, you've repeatedly challenged China and me. We may be developing quietly, but that doesn't mean you can offend us. Let me unleash my beast army to wage war upon you. After finalizing his plan, Lin Feng began gathering the herbs needed to craft the super contract potion. But his divine power burst skill was currently on cooldown and unusable. Just as he was feeling troubled, the long-absent system voice sounded. Ding! New mission issued. Baby is slowly growing up now. Since arriving in this new world, they're curious about everything fresh and new. Looking around more not only satisfies their curiosity but is also good for their eyes. Task: observe the outside world for 20 hours. Task reward: 1 chance to draw a professional skill entry. Additional reward for returning users: 1 chance to draw a new profession equipment blueprint. What? Lin Feng froze in place the moment he heard the system prompt. Chapter 169, Beastmaster's Challenge? Go! Little Pudding. Here it comes, a new system task. It had been ages since he'd felt this exhilaration after a system task release. The rewards were even a class skill entry and a class equipment blueprint. Who knew what unexpected treasures might drop this time? After carefully studying the quest, it was ridiculously simple. All he had to do was look at the scenery outside? For Lin Feng, this was a task that couldn't be any simpler. The next second, Lin Feng stepped out of the room and stood in the corridor, gazing toward the distant, pristine mountain range dotted with emerald willows. Ding! Congratulations, host, for viewing the exterior scenery for 10 minutes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for viewing the scenery for half an hour. Ding! Congratulations, host, for viewing the scenery for 1 hour. After gazing for an hour, Lin Feng distinctly felt his eyes begin to grow dry. After resting for a moment, he resumed gazing at the distant scenery. Ding! Congratulations, host, for viewing the scenery for 2 hours. After another hour, Lin Feng rubbed his eyes, sensing something was off. Even if he didn't actively gaze at distant scenery, he could resume the task simply by stepping outside his dorm. He promptly abandoned this solitary method, opting instead for a walking exploration approach. This way, he could complete the task without drawing attention. Just then, a message arrived in the previously quiet Talent Academy group chat. I'm the best at making potions. This afternoon, we'll organize a meeting between the Talent Academy's pharmacists and beast tamers to specifically help the beast tamers prepare the potions they need. This serves as a unique form of support, enhancing team coordination while boosting practical combat effectiveness. As soon as Zhu Gui's message went out, students began replying one after another. Lin Feng rubbed his slightly sore eyes and stared at the message with deep meaning. This is a perfect opportunity. One can even make some potions for the Space Rift Beast. A surge of excitement filled Lin Feng. He retrieved several pills from his storage ring, stuffed them into the Space Rift Beast's mouth, and prepared to depart. The Space Rift Beast opened its mouth wide and took a hearty bite, letting out a soft, whimpering growl. By the afternoon class, Lin Feng arrived at the small plaza of the Talent Academy. 20 beast masters, each clad in distinct attire, gathered on the square. Opposite them stood a group of alchemists. However, after scanning the crowd, Lin Feng couldn't find Li Tian, the classmate who had targeted him from the start. He must have colluded with the Yan family and is probably sewing in prison right now. Once everyone had gathered, Professor Zhu Gui scanned the group and immediately spoke. I trust you all understand the purpose of this gathering. The Beast Masters of the Talent Academy will soon embark on a secret realm trial. We intend to use this opportunity to hone your alchemy skills. You may now select a Beast Master to serve. Based on the provided prescriptions and medicinal ingredients, prepare the required potions. With that, the alchemists began approaching their assigned Beast Masters. Lin Feng stood at the back, observing as everyone secured their partners. Some Beastmasters required particularly complex potions, prompting 2 or 3 alchemists to collaborate on a single concoction. Once all the alchemists had made their selections, Lin Feng remained alone on the field. Suddenly, a young man clad in black Beastmaster robes approached Lin Feng slowly. His gaze turned icy as he asked, "You're the top-ranked new alchemist this year? I see you haven't chosen anyone. Let me test your skills." Lin Feng looked up at the man, unwilling to waste words. He replied bluntly, "Oh? Do you possess the strength to warrant me crafting a potion for you?" His words hung in the air, making the atmosphere feel as though it had frozen solid. Both Beastmasters and alchemist students turned to Lin Feng, stunned for a moment. In the alchemist's understanding, as support-oriented life class changers, they were meant to perform tasks aligned with their profession. They primarily worked in the rear, crafting and replenishing potions for frontline warriors, archers, and other combat-focused class changers. They rarely had any opportunity to step onto the front lines themselves. As one of the most formidable god-tier professions among class changers, Beastmasters were inherently the preferred choice over fellow god-tier alchemists. The Beastmasters in the square froze upon hearing this, their eyes widening with shock. Who is this kid? How dare he? He was an SS tier talent among them, a Beastmaster named Gao Chirua from the prestigious Gao clan of the capital. His status and wealth were overwhelmingly superior. Those who had endured the trials knew Lin Feng's formidable prowess. What good were his innate talent and combat prowess? Could they possibly rival the resources of their families? Besides, who could say for sure this kid wasn't faking it? Even now, most students still harbored doubts about Lin Feng's true strength. They were especially dissatisfied with the last result where a pharmacist took first place. Oh? Lin Feng, is it? I know you, a student from a commoner family. Making it this far is no small feat. Now I'm giving you a chance to prove yourself. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. I know you were first in the last trial, but who knows if you cheated your way past the teachers with some trick or another. His words were sharp, stinging the other alchemists like a side swipe. Are alchemists not human? Can't an alchemist win first place? What kind of attitude is that? Do you look down on us alchemists that much? Without us alchemists, where would you get your potions? You only remember us when your health and mana bars are dropping. The barrage of complaints reached Lin Feng's ears. He gave a cold laugh and said, in that case, you truly don't deserve me crafting potions for you. The space rift beast perched on Lin Feng's shoulder sensed his unusual state and opened its mouth wide, letting out a fierce yet adorable growl at Gao Chirua. Gao Chirua snorted coldly. A mere pharmacist, and you're so arrogant. Big White, come out. Devour this little snack for a temporary meal. The next instant, a massive white python was hurled from his beast summoning bracelet. Upon landing, the python hissed in response to the command. It appeared utterly delighted. The mere mention of food sent it slithering its tongue excitedly. The moment the white serpent appeared, the beast tamers nearby were filled with dread. That's a level 50 SS tier white spirit scaled python capable of evolving into a dragon later on. Who would have thought Gao Chirua would unleash it? Is he trying to intimidate and suppress Lin Feng? Exclamations of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What stunned them even more was how bold Lin Feng, a mere alchemist, dared to act so defiantly. Yet all the alchemists couldn't help but tense up. This was a level 50 white spirit scaled python, a formidable combat powerhouse. To it, these alchemists were nothing more than appetizing morsels, the kind that would burst open with a single bite, spilling crimson juices. But at that moment, the white spirit scaled python's gaze fixed on the space rift beast perched on Lin Feng's shoulder, its eyes suddenly glazing over. A bloodline suppression aura surged into its mind, sending the white spirit scaled python fleeing in terror. Chapter 170, the space rift beast instantly kills the white spirit scaled python. Vote request. The white spirit scaled python's flight genuinely puzzled the other beast tamers, who watched in astonishment. Gao Chirua was also baffled by the white spirit scaled python's reaction. A level 50 beast pet scared off by a tiny little pet? Since Gao Chirua had contracted it, he had never encountered such a situation. Big White, what are you doing? Come back here. Getting scared by a little troublemaker? You're useless. The contract mark between Gao Chirua's eyebrows began to flicker rapidly. The fleeing white spirit scaled python emitted a pained hiss before being summoned back instantly. But upon returning, the white-scaled python lay sprawled on the ground, its entire body trembling uncontrollably. This sight only infuriated Gao Chirua further. Such humiliation left him utterly disgraced. You're truly useless, and I've been wasting my time raising you. Professor Zhu Gui had observed the entire incident and was genuinely curious about the little creature on Lin Feng's shoulder. Yet, he sighed and said, Lin Feng, you should stay out of this. If there's a potion you wish to create, feel free to try making it. I hope the Beast Tamer students and the Alchemist students won't clash. After all, we're all part of the same school, and we're all the future of China. Voices of appeasement rose, and the Beast Tamer instructors joined in the mediation. Yet a hint of arrogance lingered in the Beastmaster instructor's eyes. As support-oriented professions, even the most divine-tier alchemists were destined to serve those like the Beastmasters. This was an unwritten rule established since the dawn of the job advancement era. Zhu Gui understood this all too well, unable to suppress a soft sigh. Yet when he looked at Lin Feng, his gaze was filled with both curiosity and hope. Though he didn't know what secrets Lin Feng still held, his victory in the Secret Realm trial was the best proof. Support-type alchemists could also dominate combat. Lin Feng's gaze shifted away from Gao Chirua, settling on the Space Rift Beast perched on his shoulder. The Space Rift Beast emitted a soft whimper, yawned with its tiny mouth open, and licked its lips as it gazed at the herbs. Oh? Hungry? Let me see what potions I can whip up for you. Lin Feng walked over to the table laden with herbs and potion recipes. His gaze swept across the array before immediately locking onto an advanced formula called Beast Spirit Elixir. Watching everyone begin their potion making, Lin Feng started his own preparations. Within 10 minutes, he poured the finished potion into the spatial beast's mouth. He poured in 10 full vials. After finishing, the Space Ripper let out a satisfied belch and stretched out comfortably on Lin Feng's shoulder. That single, grandmotherly-sounding burp sent shivers down the spines of the 20 beast tamers' pets present. The beasts contracted by beast masters were evaluated based on their bloodline and innate talent levels. Bloodline tiers were classified as low grade, mid grade, high grade, premium grade, super premium grade, noble grade, divine grade, and super divine grade. Bloodline tier also determined the direction of their evolution. Talent levels, however, signify their combat prowess. The higher the talent, the greater the fighting strength. Most of these Beastmasters' pets possessed bloodlines at the super premium tier or higher. Their talents are no less than S tier. Yet they trembled in fear after being burped on by a tiny pet perched on Lin Feng's shoulder that was a bit over the top. It wasn't just them, even the teachers of the Beastmaster freshmen at the Talent Academy had their contract beast marks flickering intensely between their eyebrows. Consider this, these instructor Beastmasters' pets were significantly stronger, nearly all above level 70, with bloodline grades surpassing even the revered grade. Yet their pets seemed to sense the bloodline pressure emanating from the creature. They all stared wide-eyed at the tiny beast on Lin Feng's shoulder, their expressions filled with confusion. Lin Feng noticed this too, chuckling inwardly. The Space Rift Beast was a royal-class beast among Blue Star's known ferocious creatures, wielding immense spatial power. While its bloodline rank remained unknown, it would never yield to bloodline suppression from any other beast. The potion making concluded swiftly. Other alchemists delivered their finished potions to the Beastmasters. After a brief exchange, the gathering dispersed. Lin Feng turned and left. Among the beast tamers, Gao Chirua, the only one who hadn't received a potion, glared with bloodshot eyes, his fists clenched tightly. Lin Feng, is it? I'll see just what that trash beast on your shoulder is capable of. My white spirit scaled python is no pushover. He followed closely behind Lin Feng. Once Lin Feng reached an unoccupied area, Chirua immediately retrieved a blood-red pill from his storage ring and forced it into the white spirit scaled python's mouth. After swallowing the pill, the white spirit scaled python writhed in place for a moment, its aura becoming eerily demonic. Behind its level 50 stats, a flood of additional values began appearing. These additional stats instantly boosted the white spirit scaled python's power nearly to level 60. Big White, you shouldn't be afraid this time. Teach this guy a lesson for me. I despise support classes the most in this life. How dare they act so brazenly before this young master? Lin Feng, who was walking ahead while observing the surrounding scenery, had already completed 90% of the quest. He only needed to wait a little longer to finish the quest and claim his reward. But just as his anticipation peaked, a hissing sound echoed from behind him. His psychic senses abruptly expanded, detecting a massive white serpent charging toward him. Lin Feng saw it and gave a cold smile. You really won't give up, huh? Then let's see what little pudding can do. As the words fell, the Space Rift Beast perched on Lin Feng's shoulder fixed its gaze intently on the charging white spirit-scaled python. The white spirit-scaled python hissed in fear, yet under the numbing effects of the potion, its body continued to advance toward Lin Feng. The next instant, the Space Rift Beast on Lin Feng's back landed on the ground. Opening its maw, it unleashed a bloodline-suppressed roar at the white spirit-scaled python. Then, the Space Rift Beast opened its mouth, and spatial energy manifested, binding it to the spot. Crack, crack, crack. The spatial energy transformed into multiple seals, slicing it into countless fragments. The space-shattering beast opened its maw, swallowed them whole, and swallowed them down. From the moment the Space Rift Beast struck to the end of the battle, less than 2 minutes had passed. The white spirit-scaled python, comparable to a level 60 ferocious beast, was eliminated. After its meal, the Space Rift Beast resumed its adorably dazed expression and curled up on Lin Feng's shoulder. Then, it lifted its paw and gave him a gentle lick. Gao Chirua, frozen in place, stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the events unfolding before his eyes. My pet beast was just eaten? By the time he regained his senses, despair crushed him once more, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Once a Beastmaster's pet formed a contract with them, its death would inevitably trigger a backlash. The higher the pet's level, the more devastating the backlash, potentially driving the Beastmaster into insanity or even death. Chapter 171, 5 minutes of unlimited mana bar, God of Medicine Cloak. He then collapsed unconscious onto the ground. Lin Feng patted the Space Rift Beast before turning and leaving immediately. He hadn't even intended for the Space Rift Beast to intervene. Once it acted, it would inevitably be a matter of life and death. This was all Gao Qi's own doing. After taking a few steps, Lin Feng's mind was flooded with system notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host, for viewing the outside scenery for 20 hours. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have earned 1 professional talent lottery chance. Would you like to start the lottery now? A lottery chance? Holy! Lin Feng's heart began to race with excitement. What he needed most right now was probably a way to speed up the blue bar's recovery rate. If he could increase the mana pool's capacity by 1,000 or even 10,000 times, it would provide massive support during potion crafting. That way, mass-producing super potions would go much smoother. Drawl. Without hesitation, Lin Feng issued the lottery command. As the lottery machine began spinning, a multitude of entries were churned. Stop. Lin Feng's command halted the spinning machine instantly. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the professional skill entry, Blue Shadow Surges. Blue Shadow Surge, still anxious about your mana bar depletion? Frustrated by the inability to unleash skills repeatedly in quick succession? Disheartened by your meager mana reserves? All your needs are now met. Activate this skill to achieve 0 mana cost for all abilities for 5 minutes. 0 mana cost? For 5 minutes? Isn't this a pure bug? Though 5 minutes is a bit short, if mana is truly infinite and non-depletable, then there's absolutely no issue. Wouldn't that be absolutely awesome? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned 1 professional tool blueprint lottery chance. Would you like to start the lottery now? Pull. Speed is what matters. As soon as Lin Feng gave the command, the previously dormant lottery machine began spinning rapidly. The command to stop was issued again, and the machine halted. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the blueprint for an auxiliary profession item, God of Medicine Cloak. Alchemist's Cloak. This is no ordinary Alchemist's Cloak. Its inner cavities hold boundless space, capable of storing vast quantities of potions for rapid combat. When worn, it provides stealth and protective functions. Required materials: blazing stone, phantom silk. Lin Feng froze in place upon seeing the drawn profession tool displayed before him. The Medicine God's Cloak. Carries potions for convenient combat. Also grants invisibility and protection. This is no ordinary piece of equipment. With the Alchemist's Cloak, my combat effectiveness will definitely get another boost. It just requires quite a lot of materials. Lin Feng examined the list carefully. As an alchemist, he wasn't familiar with these materials, but a blacksmith certainly would be. With this new profession skill, I can immediately begin crafting the 3rd batch of human gene enhancement potions. My contract potion is also moving up on the schedule. Divine Workers Guild? I'll definitely show you what I'm made of. As for this matter, I'll consult Quan Zilong first. With that, he immediately grabbed his phone to contact Quan Zilong. Quan Zilong, forging equipment amidst sparks flying, wielded his soul hammer with such force that the ground trembled beneath him. Song Yang stood beside him, meticulously guiding his forging process. But just then, a message notification sounded. Quan Zilong instantly halted his movements, grabbed his phone, and his expression changed dramatically. Song Yang looked puzzled. Why had the kid's expression changed so drastically? Zilong, what's wrong? Have you hit a snag? Let your master take a look. Quan Zilong hesitated for a moment before handing his phone to Song Yang. Song Yang glanced at the screen and immediately recognized the DXIN software interface. The sender was Lin Feng. He hummed in acknowledgement, but suddenly froze. Lin Feng? Even now, he was still eager to meet this genius whom the nation held in such high regard. Over the weekend, that guy Shaolin had actually made it to the front lines and met Lin Feng. That had made Song Yang green with envy. Shaolin never said anything bad about Lin Feng, only words like exceptional, awesome, and freaking amazing. Some of the adjectives even strayed beyond the bounds of what a high-caliber individual like him should use. Ever since then, he'd been itching to see for himself if this Lin Feng was really as legendary as everyone claimed. Calming himself, he continued scrolling through the chat messages. Fiery stone, phantom silk. When over a dozen rare materials appeared before him, he was stunned. Then a blueprint opened. When he saw its contents, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Is this even alchemist gear? This is insane? Zilong, are you sure this alchemist's cloak was designed by Lin Feng himself? Isn't this the work of a blacksmith and designer? Song Yang's head buzzed with disbelief. But upon careful reflection, he realized that in Huaxia, there were no more formidable figures in the blacksmithing field than themselves. Even if there were some retired old masters, they were barely mobile and couldn't possibly conceive of such an insanely advanced blueprint. Grandmaster, perhaps you haven't witnessed Lin Feng's true brilliance yet. Just think about what everyone knows: he's a pharmacist who won first place in the Talent Academy's new student trials, can solo secret realms, and even carried me along. His gear is far more formidable than we ever imagined. Song Yang pondered for a moment, calming his inner shock before saying, alright. Lin Feng, since you've mentioned it, Zilong, I haven't truly felt the urge to forge a proper artifact in ages. Ask Lin Feng if he'll let me forge this blueprint. Quan Zilong, hearing this news, was utterly dumbfounded. Is the Grandmaster actually coming out of retirement? He's a master forger of legendary stature. And now he's stepping in to help Lin Feng craft tools? Just like his master, both of them love to strike when the time is right. Alright, I'll ask. I don't think it should be a problem. Quan Zilong immediately typed a message to send to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, already at the door of the alchemy lab, glanced at his phone and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Teacher Song Yang forging a God of Medicine cloak for him? Lin Feng knew all about Song Yang. He was one of the top smiths at China's capital university, second only to the first generation of retired transferees. His skill was unmatched in China. If he claimed second place, no one dared claim first. But he was getting old, and many practitioners who sought him out to forge equipment had been turned down one after another. Even when someone offered hundreds of billions to forge a single item, he passed. Now they were actively seeking him out, even offering to provide him with potions. This was indeed a bit too sudden. Chapter 172, heading to the military base to meet the commander. Vote request. Lin Feng composed himself, slowly typed out a reply, and sent it. Alright, then, many thanks to teacher Song Yang. Please review the forging materials required for the medicine god cloak. If any are unavailable, I can assist in sourcing them. After sending the message, Song Yang on the other end couldn't help but show a hint of excitement. This medicine god cloak was indeed the most exquisitely designed and best integrated equipment he had ever seen. But as for the materials, he slowly scanned the list of essential materials and froze in place. These materials were almost all extremely scarce. They simply didn't have them. Some materials could only be obtained after farming a boss dungeon over 70 or 80 times at levels 70 or 80. To use them, one would need to apply to the national treasury, but it was clear even the treasury couldn't muster the required resources. Therefore, Song Yang could only speak the truth. Quan Zilong was equally astonished upon seeing the required forging materials. For him, gathering these materials without state assistance was virtually impossible. Most crucially, even if he attempted forging, success was far from guaranteed given his current skill level. Noticing their lack of forging materials, Lin Feng pondered for a moment before declaring, "In that case, leave the materials to me. The third batch of human enhancement gene serums is about to be rolled out nationwide. We need strong backing from these senior commanders. With such a dangerous mission to the front lines, I imagine General Zhang Zhan is getting chewed out by the commanders. I should pay him a visit. After all, it's been ages since I properly shared a drink with those old codgers." He had prepared plenty of hangover remedies in advance. After downing the potion, he immediately set off for the capital's military base. Meanwhile, inside the capital military base, Zhang Zhan was handling the aftermath of the beast tide. He had already sealed the remaining destruction potions and super toxin potions in the national treasury with the highest level of security. Then he headed straight for the commander's conference room. They were now intensely curious about the specifics of what had transpired at the front lines. After finishing their immediate tasks, they were eagerly awaiting the reports from Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei. As the frontline commander-in-chief, Wu Lei bore responsibility for the defensive operations there. Therefore, when Zhang Zhan approached the commander's conference room, Wu Lei offered him a wry smile. The two entered together. The commander's eyes immediately focused on them. Without hesitation, Wu Lei and Zhang Zhan delivered their reports one after the other. Of course, the events unfolding at the front lines had likely already been relayed to the commander's office. Therefore, they couldn't conceal too much either. Especially when it came to Lin Feng personally arriving at the front lines, Zhou Jingguo's expression turned icy. Yet upon hearing that Lin Feng had only learned of the frontline crisis after arriving there himself, he immediately gathered the necessary herbs to concoct the newly unlocked super virus antidote. All the commanders present were filled with astonishment and awe at the mention of the super virus antidote. That Lin Feng could actually produce such a serum was utterly incredible. This was a world first. Never before had a virus serum possessed such devastating lethality. Crucially, the super virus serum continues to prove effective on the front lines even now. Those creatures emerging from the shattered ruins were being infected and eliminated one by the super virus agent. Its efficiency is astonishing, effectively neutralizing the current beast tide threat facing China. Xiao Zhang, now you can explain to me why Lin Feng appeared on the front lines? Zhou Jingguo's expression turned cold, his tone growing equally icy. Zhang Zhan inwardly sighed with a bitter smile. The moment he stepped into the commander's office, he knew Commander Zhou Zhengguo would hold him accountable for Lin Feng's actions. Zhang Zhan felt no regret. This was a decision he'd made after careful consideration. Though it was a risky move, the consequences if things went wrong were far greater than he could bear alone. Commander Zhou, I admit it. I approved and personally brought Lin Feng to the front lines. If you want to hold someone accountable, hold me accountable. Zhang Zhan spoke slowly. Zhou Zhengguo snorted coldly. Very well. Considering you've taken responsibility voluntarily, your punishment will be. Before he could finish, the door creaked open again. A young man stepped inside and declared, going to the front lines was my own choice. General Zhang Zhan bears no responsibility. If blame must be assigned, assign it to me. The moment Lin Feng's voice echoed through the room, the conference hall fell silent. Sun Dai, who had followed Lin Feng in, wore a faintly bitter expression. She glanced at Zhang Zhan, who had narrowly avoided severe punishment, and breathed a sigh of relief. She knew full well that Zhang Zhan's punishment this time had violated military discipline. The first clause in the top-secret mission document he signed was to guarantee Lin Feng's safety. He was forbidden from taking Lin Feng into danger. Even if it meant his own death, he had to ensure Lin Feng survived. Lin Feng, what are you doing here? Zhou Jinggua's expression changed completely upon seeing Lin Feng arrive. Tang Chang and the other commanders reacted similarly. Lin Feng was the hero this time. Without his newly developed serum, China might have suffered unimaginable losses. Zhou Zhenggui shot a warning glance at Sun Dai. Sun Dai lowered her head and slowly walked out. This time, she neither stopped Lin Feng nor reported his presence, instead letting him enter directly, a clear violation of work regulations. But he understood Lin Feng's importance in the commanders' hearts. Moreover, it could help salvage the situation. Lin Feng, this is an internal matter. It's none of your business. Once I've handled this, we'll have to have a proper drink tonight. Zhou Zhenggui smiled and addressed Lin Feng immediately. Lin Feng heard this and gave a wry smile. Commander Zhou, I came today bearing tremendous good news for you. And to make it clear, I'm heading to the front lines because I need to level up. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked General Zhang Zhan to take responsibility for escorting me. Lin Feng reiterated his point. The commanders all fell silent. Zhou Zhenggui felt somewhat troubled. Military orders were as unyielding as mountains, an immutable principle. Violating discipline demanded punishment. Seeing the commander's hesitation, Lin Feng continued, without General Zhang Zhan's decisive action to take the risk of bringing me to the front lines, how could this level 6 beast tide have been stopped? I'm sure all of you commanders are well aware of this. Seeing the conversation reach this point, Tang Chang smiled at Zhou Zhenggui and said, Brother Zhou, offsetting merits and demerits has been a practice since ancient times. Besides, isn't Lin Feng standing right here before you, alive and kicking? Let's settle this matter here and now. After Tang Chang smoothed things over, Zhou Zhenggui pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. Lin Feng, Zhang, don't blame me, Zhou Zhenggui, for being stubborn. In my position, fairness and justice are paramount. Military law knows no mercy. This matter is settled, merits and demerits offset each other. Let's put it behind us. The other commanders all wore satisfied expressions. Zhang Zhan, however, remained calm, showing not a trace of nervousness. After all, this was his choice. He accepted the punishment and was prepared for it. But unexpectedly, Lin Feng stepped forward to resolve the punishment. With the punishment lifted, Lin Feng began to explain the purpose of his visit. Chapter 173, Good News for the Commanders. He spoke slowly. To be honest, commanders, I have two purposes for being here. At the mention of two purposes, the commanders all held their breath in anticipation. Lin Feng, speak your mind. As long as it's for the nation, we'll support you unconditionally. Zhou Zhenggui declared with characteristic candor. Lin Feng didn't beat around the bush. I'm here for the third batch of human gene enhancement agents. The third batch of human gene enhancement agents? At this mention, the commander's breathing quickened. Especially Tang Chang and Zhou Zhenggui, who fixed their gaze on Lin Feng, eager to hear his next words. The production of the first and second batches of human gene enhancement agents covered military units and some urgently needed talents. This time, I can achieve full coverage for half of China's population. As for the distribution of these human gene enhancement agents sufficient for half the population, that will depend on your arrangements, leaders. Lin Feng swiftly conveyed the first piece of news he had come to deliver. The expressions on the commanders' faces were nothing but excitement and enthusiasm. Finally, nationwide implementation would commence once more. Zhou Zhenggui, equally thrilled, declared, Excellent. With such a large supply of human gene enhancement agents, the overall quality of our nation's populace will see a significant boost. Currently, the Clerical Guild is promoting first and second generation human-animal hybridization technology, aiming to counter our challenge. As he spoke these words, Zhou Zhenggui's tone grew noticeably heavier. The other commanders nodded in agreement. I now request your authorization to initiate a global campaign for medicinal herb collection, the more, the better. Lin Feng's tone was equally solemn, and his words met with unanimous nods of support from the commanders. Lin Feng, leave this matter to us old hands. Zhou Zhenggui immediately pounded his chest in assurance. Seeing Zhou Zhenggui offer such enthusiastic assistance, Lin Feng felt a pang of unease. If he knew his daughter had accidentally consumed the potion he concocted, binding her as his contract person, would he twist him into a pretzel? This was something Lin Feng absolutely couldn't reveal. He only wanted to find a way later to cancel the contract potion. According to his communication with the system, once such a contract potion was formed, it could not be undone. Unless something unforeseen happened later, or he found a specific potion designed to undo the contract. Lin Feng could only wait. After finishing the first matter, Lin Feng swept his gaze across the room and continued, The second matter is that I wish to request Commander Zhou lift the restrictions on me and offer greater support. My future activities will expand significantly, potentially reaching the scope of the Divine Workers Union. At this mention, Zhou Zhenggui froze in confusion. Tang Chang and the other leaders also looked puzzled. Lin Feng, are you certain this is necessary? The Divine Workers Guild is tightening its suppression against us. You could face mortal danger at any moment. Lin Feng anticipated their reaction and responded frankly, My recent level up unlocks several new professional tools and potions. I intend to experiment with them, targeting the Divine Workers Union. Excessive constraints on me would actually hinder my progress and prevent me from achieving my goal of confronting the Divine Workers Union. At this, the leaders exchanged glances. New professional tools and potions. They had witnessed Lin Feng's devastating potions and human gene-enhancing serums. The shockwaves these potions sent through the world were something no alchemist on Blue Star could match. China's years of keeping a low profile and suppressing its strength had led to constant targeting from all sides. They'd been harboring resentment for quite some time, but confronting the globally dominant Divine Workers Union head-on would be an unwise choice. They had been searching for a way to stall, but the numerous actions China had taken previously had not yielded significant results. Clearly, there were still spies from the Divine Workers Union within the upper echelons. All right. I agree. If even the ever-cautious General Zhang Zhan is willing to take this gamble, why shouldn't I, Zhou Zhenghua? At worst, I'll shoulder the responsibility. He had already been harboring some anger. His hatred for the Divine Workers Union ran deep. But the current global situation was extremely unfavorable for China. If Lin Feng could secure a breakthrough for China's future development, what a tremendous opportunity that would be. Very well. With the support of all the commanders, I have no further reservations. Incidentally, I have a professional artifact that requires a significant amount of forging materials. I may need General Zhang Zhan and the other commanders to lend me a hand. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhang Zhan took the material specifications from his hands. After glancing through them, his brow immediately furrowed. These forging materials were exceptionally hard to come by. Zhou Zhenghua took them and frowned as well. Rest assured, we'll handle this. We'll spare no effort to find these forging materials for you. With the matter settled, the evening banquet commenced as night fell. Lin Feng, who had made preparations beforehand, saw off all the commanders and was then driven back to the academy in a military vehicle. Instead of heading straight to his dorm, he went directly to the pharmaceutical lab. He retrieved the ingredients for the contract beast imprint potion, placed them in the medicine god's cauldron, and began the brewing process. Blue shadow surges, open for me. A halo of light swirled around Lin Feng. Other class skills and talents followed suit. Intricate halos swirled around Lin Feng. The contract beast imprint potion raced through the alchemy furnace. The blue bar remained locked for 5 minutes, refusing to activate no matter how it was used. Lin Feng increased the alchemy furnace's potion production speed by 20%. The blue bar remained untouched. Increased to 50%, still no consumption. Even when increased to 100%, there was still no consumption. Lin Feng's breathing quickened. Try 200%, 300? A grander idea echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Without hesitation, Lin Feng accelerated to 300%. The medicine god's furnace emitted a violent hum, as if it were only now being truly activated, like a divine machine. After exhausting the blue shadow surge skill, Lin Feng initiated the process once more. With this stacking effect, the potion that would normally take 10 hours to complete was finished in under 3. With excitement, Lin Feng separated the red and blue potions for individual sealing. Once sealed, Lin Feng began counting them. This was no problem. He discovered there were over 10,000 tubes of the red sub-potion. The blue master potion, however, yielded only 10 vials. Without hesitation, Lin Feng poured the master potion into his mouth. As a dense blue potency surged through him, the space rift beast hidden in his dorm room let out a soft meow. Zhou Yao, still in the dorm, suddenly sensed something amiss, her complexion flushing with a healthy glow. Chapter 174, another new mission and a double reward. Ever since forming a contract with Lin Feng, she could distinctly feel the potency stirring within her body. If she harbored any thoughts of resistance, a strange sensation would instantly arise, dispelling those thoughts. Accompanied by a wave of euphoria. Her entire body felt as if it had been sublimated, making her unwilling to actively resist. Just now, that wave of pleasantness had been even more intense. Like having the soles of her feet tickled. What should I do? I think I'm starting to like this feeling. No, I absolutely must find a way to break this contract. Zhou Yao's face grew increasingly flushed. That sensation grew clearer and clearer. Earlier, she had tried resisting fiercely, only to be suppressed by the invisible potion's power. The agonizing thought forced her to abandon resistance, pinning her hopes on Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, having consumed the blue mother potion, felt his heartbeat quicken. This time, the potency of the potion he had crafted reached a full 50 times its standard strength. With 50 times the potency, even the most numerous contract beasts would be easily handled. After all, he could contract over 10,000 contract beasts. Now it's just a matter of seeing if the nation can help secure all the herbs. If not, I can start farming the secret realm, which would be perfect for contracting more beasts. Lin Feng pondered briefly before keeping a close eye on the updates coming from General Zhang Zhan. Sure enough, early the next morning, the Huaxia government announced a global procurement tender. The bid amount was several times higher than the usual market price. Such aggressive terms naturally sent shockwaves through the global transmutation community. Within a single day, a massive number of foreign transferees had completed transactions with China. Although the Divine Workers Union had been monitoring the situation and intervened to block the deals, most transferees, faced with such lucrative terms, naturally seized the opportunity to cash in. Thus, by evening, Lin Feng received a message relayed by General Zhang Zhan. I'm still missing 3 forging materials, right? Phantom silkworm silk, mystic dragon scales, and golden horned beast horn? The ingredients for the human gene enhancement potion are all gathered? Upon seeing the material list, Lin Feng was startled. The speed of Huaxia was truly absurd. Now was precisely the time he needed to secure more contract beasts. He could conveniently farm the secret realm for these materials and immediately begin crafting the human gene enhancement serum upon his return. After finalizing the sequence, Lin Feng pulled out his phone to notify General Zhang Zhan and contact Quan Zilong. Quan Zilong, who had been forging equipment, immediately dropped his tools upon seeing Lin Feng's message. He hastily gathered his gear and headed to the Secret Realm Plaza to meet up with Lin Feng. Before heading to the Secret Realm Plaza, Lin Feng made a detour to the Job Changer's shop, heading straight for the Beast Tamer section. The shelves here were packed with items essential for Beastmasters both in variety and quantity, far surpassing anything a potion maker could offer. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the area and immediately landed on a sealed counter. Excuse me, I'd like this 5 million credit Beastmaster bracelet. Could you please get it for me? The moment Lin Feng spoke, the previously cheerful female clerk froze upon seeing him. But after a long moment, her eyes dimmed. Just a moment. After swiping his card and completing the transaction, Lin Feng didn't even glance at her once as he headed straight for the Secret Realm Plaza. Midway there, he initiated the scanning and binding process. Item, Beastmaster Bracelet. Grade, Supreme. Maximum pet capacity, 10. Level restriction, 90. Evaluation, this Beast Tamer bracelet typically stores only 1 pet beast. Storing too many pets will cause internal space congestion and strain, leading to failure. Can it only hold 10 contracted beasts? And it's prone to crashing. Lin Feng was extremely annoyed. He had originally planned to acquire 100 contract beasts first. If he did have 100 contract beasts, he couldn't possibly carry them all on his shoulder like little pudding, right? That would inevitably draw attention from other class changers. So the best solution was to store them in something like a Beastmaster bracelet. Before Lin Feng even reached the Secret Realm Plaza, a system notification chimed. Ding! New quest issued. You're growing up strong right now, and you're curious about everything outside. Yesterday you saw a cat, and today you want to see more little animals to satisfy your curiosity. Task, carefully observe 20 animals, spending 10 minutes on each observation. Task reward, 1 chance to draw an auxiliary occupational tool. Additional reward, 1 chance to draw a support-type professional tool. Double rewards for a uniquely thrilling experience. Holy crap, holy crap. How long has it even been since the last system task? This system really is my godfather. And this time, completing the quest actually grants 2 chances to draw auxiliary profession tools. That means I'll have 2 extra class items. Given the system's usual quirks, one of them is bound to be something like that Beast Tamer bracelet. As for the other one, Lin Feng found it hard to guess. But anything produced by the system is bound to be top-notch. With that thought, Lin Feng quickened his pace, soon arriving at the Secret Realm Plaza. Quan Zilong, who had been waiting there all along, radiated an eerie glow from his full set of gear, some of which Lin Feng had gifted him last time. Now, Quan Zilong had donned the entire set, preparing for battle. He knew full well that whenever Lin Feng ventured into a secret realm, it was always extremely dangerous. This time, who knew what high-difficulty secret realm he would venture into? Brother Lin, you're here? Quan Zilong's excitement surged the moment he spotted Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at him before scanning the area again, seemingly waiting for someone. Quan Zilong asked with a hint of confusion, Brother Quan, could it be that others are joining us to clear the gate? Lin Feng gave a wry smile and shouted, you bet there's a counselor too. Counselor? At the sound of those 3 words, Quan Zilong instantly thought of Zhou Yao. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhou Yao hurried over. The moment she saw Lin Feng, her eyes visibly darted away. Everyone's here. Let's get started. The secret realm we're venturing into this time will be extremely dangerous. All participants must be level 80 or above. I hope you're all prepared. All level 80 or above? Are they going for such high difficulty now? But the experience points gained from successfully clearing the stage would be terrifyingly huge. A few more runs like this, and Quan Zilong could level up to 30. He was prepared this time, but hearing Lin Feng say that still made him feel a bit uneasy. The next second, the pre-selected dungeon options appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. Secret Realm Instance, Phantom Silkworm Nest Difficulty, Easy, Normal, Hard, Hell Selectable Dangerous Creatures, Phantom Silkworms, etc. Final Boss, Phantom Silkworm King Giant, Level 85. Secret Realm Instance, Meteor Crater Difficulty, Easy, Normal, Hard, Hell Selectable Dangerous Creatures, Meteor Beasts, Meteor Worms, etc. Final Boss, Meteor Beast King Giant, Level 84. Chapter 175, Drawing the Ring of the Medicinal Beast, containing a world within. When Quan Zilong and Zhou Yao saw the secret realm information Lin Feng had selected, they were both stunned. These dungeon bosses were all above level 80, and few in Huaxia would attempt to farm them. Even those who did required gathering top-tier gear before attempting them. Their levels were completely mismatched with the dungeon's challenges. It was practically a suicide mission. Lin Feng glanced briefly before activating the secret realm. Entering secret realm instance, phantom silkworm nest difficulty, easy dangerous creatures, phantom silkworms, etc. Final boss, phantom silkworm king giant, level 85. The moment they entered, the environment shifted instantly. They found themselves standing on a colossal mulberry leaf. Hundreds upon hundreds of mulberry leaves formed a silkworm nest, and the silkworm monsters, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust, fixed their gaze upon them. Without hesitation, Lin Feng drew the death god's poison blade and began furiously mowing down the creatures. He even handed the death god's poison sword to Zhou Yao and Quan Zilong. Gripping the blades, they followed Lin Feng's lead in a frenzied slaughter. Before long, the once deadly obstacle was cleared, and they charged straight toward the final stage. But the moment the boss, the Phantom Silkworm King, appeared, Lin Feng made a move that astonished both of them. Lin Feng stared intently at the Phantom Silkworm King for a full 10 minutes. Even when the Phantom Silkworm King launched its attack, Lin Feng remained unhurried, tossing out a freeze potion to immobilize the boss in place. Boss Phantom Silkworm King, stunned. Ding! Congratulations, host, for carefully observing one animal for 1 minute. Ding! Congratulations, host, for carefully observing one animal for 10 minutes. After completing his observation, Lin Feng immediately downed multiple Milk God Descent potions, causing his chi and blood to surge throughout his body. He then charged into the enemy's lair and beat them senseless. The once wildly arrogant Phantom Silkworm King lay thrashing on the ground, spewing out the silk threads from its mouth. Yet the more he was beaten, the more defiantly the Phantom Silkworm King roared. Lin Feng raised his fist again and struck with brutal force, blow after blow, until it was utterly subdued, as docile as a little lamb. Once the Phantom Silkworm King submitted, Lin Feng produced the super contract potion. He forced the potion into its mouth. A system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on contracting your second contract beast. With the contract complete, Lin Feng could immediately scan the Phantom Silkworm King's panel information. Not bad, a powerful contract beast. But to the two of them, this scene looked utterly abnormal. Zhou Yao had witnessed this once before, so she was already accustomed to Lin Feng's unconventional maneuvers. Quan Zilong, however, was utterly dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. He simply couldn't fathom what the Phantom Silkworm King had done to offend Lin Feng, warranting such a brutal beating. Given Lin Feng's usual approach, he had that terrifying revolver and an iron sword capable of draining infinite health with a single strike. Why on earth would he resort to swallowing that terrifying potion, boosting his power to monstrous levels just to beat the crap out of the boss? What kind of crazy move was this? After a flurry of attacks, the once ferocious Phantom Silkworm King was now a docile little creature, cradled in Lin Feng's palm before being tossed into his beast-taming bracelet. Quan Zilong stared at the beast-taming bracelet on Lin Feng's left wrist, his expression utterly baffled. Brother Lin, am I seeing this correctly? Is that a beast-taming bracelet? You shrunk that Phantom Silkworm King and stuffed it into your beast-taming bracelet? Lin Feng naturally noticed Quan Zilong's peculiar gaze and understood his confusion. He replied slowly, that's right. I've been adopting a group of unwanted ferocious beasts as contract beasts lately. These bosses fit my requirements perfectly. Adopting contract beasts? At those 5 words, Quan Zilong's mind went blank. Who in their right mind would adopt a level 80 plus ferocious beast as a contract beast? Wait, what did Lin Feng just say? Contract beasts? Wasn't that something only beast masters could do? Stealing a blacksmith's job was one thing, but now he's encroaching on a beastmaster's territory? Brother Lin, you truly are beyond belief. Quan Zilong bowed in utter admiration as he addressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng gave a wry smile, glanced at the time, and continued, everyone picked up their gear? My main goal this time is to gather some medicinal herbs. Next, I'm going to start grinding monsters like crazy. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Feng led them into a relentless monster grinding spree. Normal, hard, then hell mode. Lin Feng steadily ramped up the difficulty as they farmed. Even if the gear he wanted didn't drop, he kept grinding until the required herbs appeared. Zhou Yao and Quan Zilong, who were grinding alongside Lin Feng, were being carried along at breakneck speed. Before long, their experience points reached a staggering figure. Without hesitation, they activated their level up. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had taken in a full 10 contract beasts during this run, all at level 80 or above. This trip was truly a resounding success. Upon exiting, Zhou Yao's cheeks flushed slightly. Having formed a contract with Lin Feng, she now felt a sense of comfort and security that intensified the closer they were. Lin Feng took her on a frenzied monster grinding spree, propelling both their levels to 61. If word got out about this kind of leveling speed, it would definitely cause a sensation. Honestly, being bound to Lin Feng felt pretty good. Just as Lin Feng defeated the final boss, the system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the quest. You have earned one chance to draw a blueprint for an auxiliary class item. Would you like to start the draw now? It's here. Lin Feng was so excited he almost peed himself. The system's gear drop rate was indeed surprisingly fast this time. A man should be quick, but never be labeled as such. Spin. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng began the draw immediately after clearing the boss stage. The massive lottery machine spun in his mind. Stop. The command halted the spinning machine, bringing it to a gradual stop. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the blueprint for an offensive-type equipment, the Medicinal Beast Ring. Medicine Beast Ring, a revolutionary ring capable of housing contracted beasts. Its vast internal space can be perfectly crafted into a self-contained world for the contracted beast's use. Any creature contracted by the host can be housed within, offering both portability and concealment. Upon hearing the system notification and glancing at the information, Lin Feng couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, "Damn, this is awesome." This was no ordinary beast-taming bracelet. Its interior could become a world unto itself. With sufficient resources provided, these contract beasts could survive within it for over 100 years. However, upon carefully examining the materials required for its forging, Lin Feng realized there were over 100 essential types. Gathering them all on his own would be an immense challenge. It seemed this time, the nation would have to step in. Just then, the previously silent system beeped again. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving a double reward. You have obtained one chance to draw an auxiliary profession tool. Would you like to proceed with the draw now? The prompt sounded once more, and Lin Feng responded without hesitation, draw. With the command issued, the dormant lottery mechanism began spinning once more. Chapter 176, 8-Armed Divine Eyes, third batch of human enhancement potions. Stop. Lin Feng issued the command to the system, his heart filled with anticipation. The lottery machine halted instantly. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the blueprint for the auxiliary occupational device, 8-Armed Divine Eye. 8-Armed Divine Eye, an auxiliary device that can hover behind the host or above their head after activation. It contains substantial storage space and can function as a defensive shield to mitigate attack damage when under assault. The device features 8 ports capable of deploying 8 mechanical arms. Its AI intelligently manages the classification and dispensing of medications, making it a rare and valuable intelligent apparatus. Holy crap! I already have the Medicine God Cloak, which is a highly protective auxiliary device covering my entire body. Now this 8-Armed Divine Eye appears. If I were to show these 2 new blueprints to Song Yang or Master Shaolin, wouldn't it just scare the wits out of them? This practically leaves no room for blacksmiths to survive. But with these 2 professional tools at his disposal, Lin Feng could now face the Divine Craftsman Guild's assault alone and emerge unscathed, even turning the tables on them. Though they appeared to be auxiliary tools, their effectiveness in combat was no less than that of offensive weapons. As he contemplated this, the corners of his mouth nearly curled upward. After the 3 of them were teleported out of the secret realm, Lin Feng's expression caught the attention of the other 2. Quan Zilong, in particular, felt a twinge of fear. He couldn't tell if Lin Feng had lost his mind, standing there grinning like an idiot. Zhou Ya was also puzzled, but through their faint connection, she sensed that Lin Feng was experiencing something positive. Brother Lin, what's gotten into you? You've been acting strange ever since we defeated that boss. Quan Zilong carefully recalled the events and felt even more certain that something was off. Instead of attacking the bosses immediately upon sighting them, he chose to stare straight at them with wide eyes. The bosses themselves seemed unsettled by the stare, wondering if Lin Feng had some ulterior motive. Now he was just standing there grinning like an idiot. Lin Feng snapped back to reality, meeting the 2 pairs of eyes fixed on him. Nothing. Just thinking about something happy. I've gathered all the herbs I need. This dungeon run is over for us. You should all have gained quite a bit of experience this time. Once we return, take some time to sort through the gear you've collected. After clearing so many secret realms, Lin Feng hadn't kept a single piece of gear he didn't need, so in the end, he gave it all to them. Equipment dropped by level 80 bosses, or even by some monsters within the dungeon, fetched astronomical prices on the market. This haul had made them rich beyond their wildest dreams. Just as Lin Feng was about to turn and leave, Quan Zilong glanced at a message on his phone and immediately called out to him. Brother Lin, my master is coming to Huaxia Capital University for a conference tomorrow. He asked me to inquire if you'd have time for a meal together? Dinner? Lin Feng perked up at the suggestion. He had been pondering how to craft those 2 artifacts. Master Shaolin and teacher Sun Yang, 2 titans of the forging world, were gathered here. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity for Lin Feng? No problem. I actually have something I need to discuss with Master Shaolin and teacher Sun Yang. Let's have a simple meal at the cafeteria tomorrow evening. Lin Feng wasn't particularly fond of formal dinners. But in China, these social drinking gatherings were unavoidable, so he had prepared plenty of hangover remedies. He could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Quan Zilong was a bit surprised that Lin Feng agreed so readily. Alright, I'll confirm with my master and senior master. He immediately sent a message to confirm. Zhou Yao, her cheeks flushed, left the place and returned to her residence. Lin Feng also hurried back, having already informed Zhang Zhan that he had gathered all the medicinal ingredients. He had already dispatched an armed helicopter to transport the large batch of herbs to the pharmaceutical building. The next step was to properly prepare the formula. The sky was now faintly lit with dawn. After working through the night, Lin Feng felt his figure appear outside the pharmaceutical building. As soon as he looked up, he saw Zhang Zhan and Professor Zhu Gui, who had been waiting there for some time. Early that morning, Zhu Gui had received orders from higher-ups demanding full cooperation with Lin Feng's pharmaceutical production efforts. Originally still handling other tasks, Zhu Gui immediately came here. This order had been jointly issued by the senior leaders. It was all about Lin Feng. Having witnessed Lin Feng's remarkable abilities firsthand, he dared not delay. It was obvious the nation was preparing for something major. Lin Feng, you're here? You look like you've just emerged from a secret realm, covered in dust. After receiving the message, Zhang Zhan had been waiting here, but he hadn't seen Lin Feng's shadow immediately. After all, it was still too early, and he had assumed Lin Feng was resting. But now, something felt off. Lin Feng made no attempt to hide it. I went to clear out the secret realm and gathered all the missing forging materials. Once again, I'm grateful to General Zhang Zhan and Professor Zhu Gui for helping me sort the medicinal herbs. This matter concerns the future of China. At the mention of China's future, Zhu Gui visibly tensed. Following the joint directive from the commanders, the entire Huaxia Capital University campus was now under lockdown. All faculty and students were prohibited from leaving without authorization. A large contingent of military personnel had gathered beside Huaxia Capital University, their purpose being to ensure Lin Feng's production of the potion proceeded without a hitch. Alright, let's get started now. Lin Feng abruptly opened 4 or 5 vials of potions and poured them directly into his mouth. The potent effects instantly revitalized his mind and body, restoring all the energy drained from battling monsters. The space rift beast perched on Lin Feng's shoulder caught the scent of the potions, drooling incessantly. After taking down Little Pudding, Lin Feng placed it on General Zhang Zhan's shoulder and said, "General Zhang Zhan, please watch my pet for me. It's very well behaved and won't bite anyone." Zhang Zhan glanced at the adorable little creature perched on his shoulder. He hadn't really noticed before, but Lin Feng actually kept a pet. But its appearance struck him as peculiar, something he'd never seen before. Yet when he saw its sharp horns and probed its body with his psychic senses, his heart trembled. Because he sensed an unbelievable aura and power emanating from this creature's body. Instantly, he felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of pet was this, for heaven's sake? It felt as though, if it wanted to, it could swallow him whole in a single bite without any resistance. At that moment, Lin Feng had already entered the alchemy chamber. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved the medicine god's furnace from his storage ring. Boom! The originally small medicine god's cauldron rapidly expanded, crashing onto the ground with a violent tremor. This batch of human gene enhancement potions was substantial, consuming an enormous quantity of materials. Chapter 177, Third batch of human gene enhancement potions completed. The nation had long been preparing for the third batch of human gene enhancement potions, awaiting only Lin Feng's commencement of production. Thus, there was no need to worry about materials whatsoever. Lin Feng placed the pre-sorted medicinal ingredients into the medicine god's furnace. After all, the medicine god furnace measured 500 square meters. As long as the potion remained in a continuous production cycle, the herbs would be melted into granular or liquid form, compressing the space they occupied. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. All the herbs had been stuffed inside, occupying more than half the space of the medicine god furnace. The first 2 batches of human gene enhancement potions Lin Feng had crafted yielded ample quantities in each vial. With the cumulative increase in potency multipliers, this batch should easily surpass 50-fold. After using it, he gained a deep understanding of this human gene enhancement serum. In truth, once the potency of the human gene enhancement potion reached a certain threshold, it could unlock latent potential within the body. Once cells release their full potential, it is sufficient to enhance physical constitution and combat prowess. Crucially, even a single drop of this 50-fold potency could unlock the full latent potential within a human body. Therefore, Lin Feng immediately made his decision. For the third batch of serums, he would reduce the dosage per vial. Item, Alchemist's Crucible. Nature, supportive. Grade, revered grade. Processes capable, ingredient preparation, sifting, mixing, granulation, drying, pilling. Accommodates flames, crimson lotus blaze advanced. Maximum capacity, 500 square meters. Scalable ratio, 1 to 500,000. Additional trait, divine hand manipulation supportive, active. Craftable potion, enhanced divine hand human genetic enhancement potion. Crafting progress, 2%. After glancing at the interface, Lin Feng immediately fell silent. Over an hour had passed, yet the synthesis progress was only at 2%? At this rate, it would take a day or two to complete a pace he absolutely couldn't tolerate. Without hesitation, he activated his skill. Blue shadow surges, full power. Lin Feng had never held the new skills in high regard, but seeing the situation was dire, he activated them all at once. As the skill aura swirled around him, Lin Feng's mana bar consumption seemed to hit pause. Lin Feng pushed the consumption of the medicine god's furnace to its absolute maximum. With full firepower dedicated to potion crafting, he intended to test just how far Blue Shadow Surge could push its limits. With mana consumption halted, the Alchemist's Forge's brewing time began to shrink. The speed increased fourfold. 5 times. 6 times. Only 5 minutes of unconditional consumption. This directly reduces the alchemy time to 1 hour. Since the Blue Shadow Tide skill had no cooldown, Lin Feng relished milking the system for all it was worth. This terrifying alchemy speed caused the Alchemist's Forge to tremble. Once the time was reduced to 1 hour, it immediately halted. The Divine Alchemist's Furnace, a supreme-grade artifact, couldn't sustain such terrifying potency while maintaining rapid production. One misstep could truly cause it to explode. Outside the alchemy chamber, Zhu Gui and Zhang Zhan watched anxiously, their brows furrowing deeply. They distinctly sensed that the conditions inside the laboratory this time were different from before. Where Lin Feng's medicine god furnace had been exceptionally stable before, it now trembled violently as if on the verge of exploding. Their hearts were in their throats. Hopefully Lin Feng's alchemy goes smoothly this time. Gathering all these herbs was incredibly difficult and cost us dearly. But above all, his life matters most. There's only one alchemist like him. Zhu Gui paced nervously, unable to sit still. If he could, he'd rush in to lend Lin Feng a hand. Unfortunately, he knew nothing about the Alchemist's Forge and would only get in the way. They could only wait anxiously at the door. Inside the alchemy chamber, after the 5-minute Blue Shadow Tide concluded, Lin Feng immediately activated it again, repeatedly stacking the effect until it reached 1 hour. Time flew by, and when the hour was up, he immediately stopped the skill output. The blue bar depleted at a visible rate. After downing several vials of potions, Lin Feng quickly recovered. The Alchemist's Forge now bore a crack that ran all the way to its top. Its wear level had reached 31%. Unfortunately, the Alchemist's Forge currently couldn't be enhanced with the wear resistance boosting profession equipment trait. Otherwise, the wear rate would have been capped at around 10%. However, such intense strain during the creation of super potions was perfectly normal. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng activated the Alchemist's Forge. The moment it opened, a dense surge of blood energy erupted forth. Above the alchemy tower, phantom spirits of medicinal herbs coalesced in the sky, violently assaulting the revered grade formation. The prepared array masters and rune engravers stationed here frantically patched the cracks. Standing before the alchemist's cauldron, Lin Feng himself was nearly knocked off balance by the force of the medicinal energy. The medicinal fragrance and blood essence were indeed overwhelmingly potent. Even a top-tier revered grade formation couldn't withstand such a massive volume of medicinal essence. At that moment, figures burst from the shadows, racing straight toward the alchemy tower. Their eyes were bloodshot, their bodies seemingly ignited by some terrifying internal bomb. Dozens of shadow assassins deployed to block their path, instantly igniting a fierce battle. Zhang Zhan stood at the entrance of the alchemy chamber. As soon as he extended his spiritual senses, he immediately grasped the situation around him. Just as he had anticipated, the hidden hostile factions within Huaxia had begun their move. This time, their target was clear, Lin Feng. And specifically, they were after the human gene enhancement serum. Once the third batch of human gene enhancement agents was deployed, it would inevitably trigger unimaginable, disruptive consequences. Therefore, the Divine Workers Union would never stand idly by. Inside the pharmaceutical lab, Lin Feng was using his divine hand to rapidly package the serums. But the battle outside had also caught his attention. After injecting a tube of potion to boost his mental energy, the range he could scan rapidly expanded under the potion's amplified effects. Before long, he observed that these attackers appeared to have been subjected to some sort of special chemical treatment, their bodies transformed into human bombs much like Yan Dazhuan had been. Their levels appeared quite high, and if these human bombs detonated, they would undoubtedly cause significant casualties. Boom! 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 Soon, explosions echoed through the air. However, the damage from their self-detonations seemed to be contained and sealed, minimizing the destruction to the smallest possible extent. Lin Feng could clearly see that the nation had deployed numerous high-level transmuters for this potion production. They had even exposed some hidden transmuters, all for his safety and the security of the third batch of human gene enhancement potions. As time ticked by, Lin Feng finished packaging all the potions. He stowed them into a storage bracelet given by Zhang Zhan and swiftly exited. Chapter 178, The Contract Beast Space Rift Beast unleashes its power vote request. The instant he stepped outside, shadowy figures surged from the ground, charging toward the potion building. Zhang Zhan reacted instantly, a dagger appearing in his hand as his innate skill activated, transforming him into a ghostly figure. Lin Feng, Professor Zhu, get out of here. Zhang Zhan hadn't anticipated this. The enemy would recklessly strike within Huaxia Capital University. Once their identities were exposed, their only fate after striking in the capital would be death. They had prepared every conceivable contingency, yet Kyoto still harbored so many hidden assassins. Take them out fast. Suddenly, over a dozen more assassins emerged from underground. Zhang Zhan unleashed his full power, his body shrouded in black mist as he split into multiple clones matching his own strength. This wave of assassins was overwhelmingly dense, their targets precise and swift, showing not a shred of hesitation. Even at level 81, Zhang Zhan struggled mightily against the swarm of shadow assassins. Soon, Zhang Zhan found himself on the defensive. But at that moment, Lin Feng watched the unfolding chaos with unruffled composure, his voice calm as he declared, "Little pudding, it's your turn." At Lin Feng's command, the space rift beast perched on General Zhang Zhan's shoulder let out a furious roar. The spatial lockdown skill activated. All nearby assassins froze in place. Their faces twisted in disbelief, as if they'd seen a ghost. Spatial power? How is that possible? Could there be a spatial mage hidden nearby? No human spatial mage could possibly seal us in place like this, we can't even move an inch. Is it this little pet? Self-destruct immediately. Perched on Zhang Zhan's shoulder, the space rift beast opened its maw and sucked in. The fragmented space protruded with black holes, pulling them all inside. Boom! 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 The explosion within the space contained itself, not spreading outward. In the blink of an eye, they became the spatial rift beast's meal. Only after all the assassins vanished did Zhang Zhan, his nerves still taut, realize the little creature on his shoulder. It was a terrifyingly vicious beast. Especially that bloodline-driven pressure and the fluctuations of spatial power from earlier, it nearly made his heart leap out of his chest. He tilted his head to look at the little creature licking its claws, and the image of a colossal beast surged uncontrollably into his mind. The space-rending beast. Though he had once used the power of destruction to slay one for Lin Feng. However, the spatial rift beasts discovered on Blue Star thus far only existed within the China 1 ruins and rarely appeared elsewhere. Once the danger had passed, Lin Feng addressed the space rift beast, "Good job, little pudding. Come here." The summoned space rift beast flapped its wings and flew toward Lin Feng. Then it extended its tongue and gave Lin Feng's palm a vigorous lick. The space rift beast's unexpectedly adorable display in Lin Feng's hands instantly caught Zhang Zhan's attention. After the earlier tense moment, Professor Zhu Gui also breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, the expression on his face as he looked at little pudding was extremely serious. His perception was keen. Before the drug preparation, Lin Feng had entrusted this little creature to Zhang Zhan. A single glance had made his heart race wildly. He knew that only extremely dangerous things could make his heart race like this. Clearly, he knew he couldn't be fooled by this little creature's appearance. It might very well be a terrifyingly vicious beast. Zhang Zhan swallowed hard, a rare occurrence, as he watched the little creature being returned to Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, what breed is this little pet of yours? The skill it just displayed seems remarkably similar to the spatial power of a space rift beast." As soon as Zhang Zhan finished speaking, Professor Zhu Gui chimed in immediately, "Yes, this little creature gives me a very dangerous feeling." Lin Feng gave a wry smile to himself. To be honest, General Zhang Zhan and Professor Zhu Gui, this little pet is actually a space rift beast. A space rift beast? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhang Zhan couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Before Lin Feng had even started making the medicine, he'd had the space rift beast perched on his shoulder. He had killed one of its own kind before. If it had caught that familiar scent, it might have torn him limb from limb. Seeing the shock on both their faces, Lin Feng quickly added, "Don't worry. General Zhang Zhan, you know the formula for my super contract potion. This space rift beast is now my contract beast, under my control. It won't attack you without my command." Hearing this, Zhang Zhan finally exhaled in relief. "Wait, hold on." Zhang Zhan latched onto the crucial detail, super contract potion? You mean you've already completed the contract potion? And you entered the Huaxia No. 1 ruins, contracted an 80-level spatial rift beast, and brought it out? Zhang Zhan processed the information and asked, his voice level. Lin Feng gave another wry smile. He knew there was no point in hiding it any longer. But this news was utterly shocking not just to the two of them, but to the entire profession of beast masters. He could contract bosses within secret realms or ruins and bring them out, ignoring the realm's constraints. That was an utterly impossible feat. Yet Lin Feng had just accomplished it. That's right. It's the spatial rift beast from the Huaxia No. 1 ruins. However, I must ask General Zhang Zhan and Professor Zhu Gui to keep this confidential. Lin Feng knew exactly how much panic this revelation would cause. He also anticipated becoming the subject of intense scrutiny among countless adventurers. Zhang Zhan suppressed his inner shock and could only nod slowly. Of course, the most stunned of all was Zhu Gui. He had witnessed Lin Feng's extraordinary prowess in pharmaceuticals, but never imagined this kid could pull off something so utterly unbelievable. Most importantly, wasn't this kid essentially stealing the beast's tamer's livelihood? Now, all they could do was keep it under wraps. Lin Feng, your situation is truly extraordinary. It absolutely must not be revealed. If you use the space-splitting beast, you must exercise extreme caution. After Professor Zhu Gui finished speaking, Lin Feng could only nod in agreement. He then handed over the human gene enhancement potion he had prepared to Zhang Zhan, who was famished. Zhang Zhan took the storage ring Lin Feng handed him, his breathing quickening as if a heavy burden had settled on his shoulders. This was the human gene enhancement serum carrying the hopes of all China. Lin Feng had already inspected the batch of human gene enhancement serum, a full 40 million vials. Ever since the era of class transitions began, Blue Star's population had been steadily declining. China's population had now dwindled to just 300 million. Each vial could be opened, and in truth, a single drop per person would suffice. Thus, with its 55-fold potency, it could cover at least over 100 million people. Lin Feng explained the details of this batch of human gene enhancement serum to Zhang Zhan. Zhang Zhan was utterly stunned upon hearing this. But he knew Lin Feng had stunned him many times before. Zhang Zhan suddenly turned to Lin Feng, and the next words he spoke caused Lin Feng's expression to grow grave. Chapter 179, Level 33, Further Ascension Seeking Gold Tickets. Lin Feng, you need to be extra careful lately. There's likely a big fish about to surface within the upper echelons of Huaxia. Only our personnel were supposed to know about this operation, but not only was it was leaked with such precision. This must mean the danger within the higher-ups is extremely serious. Lin Feng recognized the gravity of the situation, his brow furrowing deeply. General Zhang Zhan shares my concerns. We were searching for medicinal herbs on the front lines. How did the Divine Workers Union know our movements? They even knew our exact location. I suspect there's a spy within the leadership's ranks. At these words, Zhu Gui froze in shock. Though he hadn't been directly involved, this was undoubtedly the most tense situation he'd encountered in the capital. Zhang Zhan frowned deeply, lost in thought. Lin Feng continued, their attempt to thwart us this time failed. The spy hiding among the commander's entourage likely knows they'll be exposed, which could endanger the other commanders. General Zhang Zhan, you should focus on protecting the commander's safety. My security is not your concern. I have numerous bodyguards. Especially Commander Zhou, as the military region commander. If anything happens to him, it could trigger major upheaval in our nation. This was Lin Feng's greatest concern. After all, this big fish had remained hidden for so long, likely waiting for an opportunity to disrupt the upper echelons in one fell swoop. But unexpectedly, Lin Feng had emerged. The Divine Workers Union showed immense interest in him, causing the big fish's plans to stall for now. Now, with the critically important third batch of human gene enhancement serum emerging, he dared not underestimate Lin Feng's capabilities any longer. If he didn't act soon, subsequent opportunities would surely vanish. Zhang Zhan nodded upon hearing this. Just as Zhang Zhan was about to leave, Lin Feng called him back. General Zhang Zhan, here are some potions I personally prepared, along with a revolver called the Godslayer. Use them if you encounter danger. Without hesitation, Lin Feng handed over several vials of Divine Descent potion and the revolver. Zhang Zhan stared at the revolver for a moment before saying, you should keep that revolver for yourself. Lin Feng smiled faintly and produced another revolver. Don't worry, I have several more of these. This one is a gift for General Zhang Zhan. It's enhanced with multiple mechanical skills, delayed wear, rapid reloading, and near silent operation. But it only holds 6 chemically enhanced bullets, so use them sparingly. Zhang Zhan hesitated for a moment before finally accepting the revolver Lin Feng offered. He had long suspected Lin Feng carried more than one of these revolvers, but hadn't imagined there were several. With one on his person, he could surely hold his own against extreme danger. Gripping the revolver, Zhang Zhan's face betrayed a mix of fervor and tension. After stowing it in his storage ring, Zhang Zhan instantly vanished into a dark shadow. After chatting briefly with Lin Feng, Zhu Guihao also vanished. Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings. The assassins who had attacked were all gone, and the surroundings had returned to normal, as if nothing had ever happened. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, clutching the human gene enhancement serum in his hand. He opened a vial and poured its contents into his mouth. He would try again. Just how much more potential could his body unleash with continued use? After swallowing it, Lin Feng's previously dormant body began to stir. Genes throughout his entire body began to split once more. The next second, the activity ceased. This time, no noticeable changes occurred after consumption. Lin Feng was genuinely puzzled. It seemed the first dose of human gene enhancement serum had already maximized his body's capabilities. Any further use would be nothing but a waste. He felt this couldn't be right. Last time he used the Milk Goddess Descent potion, his body nearly exploded. Under such extreme intensity, his body cells were forced to continue dividing, likely the effect of the human gene enhancement serum. Only by enduring extreme agony could true transformation occur. That was the very essence of using human gene enhancement serum. System, open the interface. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 32072800. Master Class Level 35. Unlocks 7th Super Formula. HP, 3200. Mana Bar, 3200. Speed, 10,412. Strength, 9,980. Defense, 10,211. Mental Power, 10782. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God SSS+. Skills: Ring of Scattered Spirit, Divine Power Burst, Masterful Suturing, Lingering Potency, Eye of Analysis, Surging Azure Waves. Unsealed Formulas: 1. Death Reaper Annihilation Potion 2. Enhanced Hand Human Gene Enhancement Potion 3. Healing Goddess Descent Super Replenishment Potion 4. Beast Blood Boil Endurance Amplification Potion 5. Toxin Master Super Toxin Potion 6. Contract Beast Seal Super Contract Potion. Unlocked Alchemist Equipment Blueprints: 1. Godslayer Revolver Offensive 2. Alchemist's Crucible Supportive 3. Death God's Poison Blade Offensive 4. Alchemist's Cloak Supportive 5. Alchemist's Beast Ring Supportive 6. 8 Armed Divine Eye Supportive. Class Tools: 1. Revolver Godslayer 6.6 Note, 18.72% worn 2. Revolver Godslayer 6.6 Note, 4.72% worn. 2. Alchemist's Crucible Note, 31% worn. Class Equipment Additional Skill Entries: 1. Unharmed Backlash Offensive, applied 2. Where Resistance Offensive, applied 3. Masterful Handling Supportive, applied 4. Silent Sigh Offensive, applied 5. Rapid Reload Offensive, applied 6. Anomalies Wrath Offensive, applied. Alchemist Special Identity Attributes includes Job Change Scroll: 1. Death Dealer. Experience Points: 116,114. Holy! Lin Feng was stunned when he saw his experience points. Over 1,000,000 points? System, level me up like crazy. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have been upgraded to level 33. The moment Lin Feng issued the command, an intense restlessness surged through his entire body. The energy throughout his body began to fuse at that moment. All his stats began skyrocketing. Though it was only one level, the exhilaration was intense. After the upgrade completed, Lin Feng glanced at the interface again. The next level up required 1,000,000 experience points. Each time he refreshed the interface, Lin Feng noticed his experience points had increased by over 1,000. The Super Virus Serum was truly amazing. It allowed for infinite monster spawning, letting him earn experience points effortlessly. But reaching level 35 would inevitably require over 2,000,000 experience points. To rapidly acquire such a massive amount of experience points, he'd have to wait for the deployment of his third batch of human gene enhancement serums. Chapter 180, 2 brand new professional tools. They were stunned. Let's head back and rest. We'll meet with them at dusk to discuss the profession tools properly. After stretching lazily, Lin Feng chose not to use any more potions. Instead, he returned to take a relaxing hot bath before lying down to rest. Come evening, Lin Feng received a message from Quan Zilong. He quickly tidied his appearance and headed straight for the cafeteria. Every cafeteria at Huaxia Capital Academy had multiple floors. Beyond the first and second levels, the upper floors served as reception areas. They also served as dining areas for faculty. As soon as Lin Feng reached the cafeteria entrance, he spotted Quan Zilong waiting to greet him. Brother Lin, you're here? My master and great-grandmaster are waiting inside. Lin Feng nodded. All right. Lead the way. Guided by Quan Zilong, they soon entered a private dining room. The moment he pushed open the door, Lin Feng saw 2 figures seated inside. The moment Shaolin spotted Lin Feng, he leapt to his feet, his voice brimming with excitement. Lin Feng, you're here? Song Yang was equally thrilled. He had long known Lin Feng was a student at the Talent Academy, but Lin Feng was always elusive and rarely crossed paths with him. This face-to-face meeting left Song Yang utterly thrilled. He had long harbored many questions he wished to ask Lin Feng, and had assumed he would have to wait for an opportunity. But when Quan Zilong suddenly mentioned that Lin Feng had agreed to meet them, it came as a bit of a surprise. From Quan Zilong's words, both Shaolin and Song Yang sensed that Lin Feng must have something important to discuss with them. Lin Feng extended his hand to shake hands with Song Yang and Shaolin, then immediately sat down and said, Teacher Sun, Master Xiao, it's a pleasure to meet you both in this way. I know you're both very busy, so I won't keep you long. After entering the cafeteria, Lin Feng learned from Quan Zilong that Master Shaolin would be traveling to a science and technology center in another province early the next morning to participate in forging development. As for Teacher Song Yang, though he was already of retirement age since using human gene enhancement agents, he was now full of energy. His combat prowess rivaled that of younger men, even surpassing some of them. Seeing Lin Feng's prompt response, Song Yang immediately chimed in, Great. Let's talk over dinner. I have many questions I'd like to discuss with you, Lin Feng, especially about that god of medicine cloak. At the mention of the medicine god cloak, Shaolin, seated beside them, brimmed with curiosity. Previously, both the medicine god furnace and the revolver god of death gun had been forged by Shaolin. Now that his teacher was taking charge, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Earlier, he had glimpsed the design blueprints for the medicine god cloak and was utterly astounded. This was undoubtedly one of the finest alchemist's tools in human history. If tasked with crafting it himself, he would feel immense pressure. Though Song Yang now had a clear plan after receiving it, he still hesitated to begin. Lin Feng spoke candidly about the medicine god cloak, dispelling most of Song Yang's doubts. As their discussion progressed, the shortage of forging materials came up. Lin Feng gave a wry smile, waved his hand, and retrieved the missing materials from his storage ring. When Song Yang saw the rare materials Lin Feng produced, he was utterly dumbfounded. These materials were incredibly difficult to obtain. Even if one managed to acquire them, it would require immense effort and take tremendous risks. Yet here they were, in Lin Feng's possession. Xiaolin, upon seeing the materials Lin Feng produced, gasped repeatedly, phantom silkworm thread, sunstone, golden horned beast's horn. Each of these forging materials would cause a sensation if released onto the market. If they were to hit the global market, they would undoubtedly spark a fierce bidding war. And each one commands astronomical prices. Lin Feng, anticipating their astonished expressions, said, "Teacher Song Yang, these materials are yours to use freely. If you need more, just let me know, and I'll go farm them again." Farm more? Upon hearing the words "go farm again," Song Yang and Xiaolin instantly grasped their meaning. Was Lin Feng implying he'd farmed these materials from the secret realm? Whoosh! They couldn't help but let out strange sounds. That's terrifying. Can't a support-type alchemist be a little less terrifying? Lin Feng suddenly realized he might have said something wrong. Clearing his throat to change the subject, he said, "Right, Master Xiaolin, Teacher Song Yang, I actually have something rather important to discuss with you both today." This confirmation only fueled Song Yang and Xiaolin's suspicions. Quan Zilong also looked at Lin Feng with intense curiosity. From the start, he'd suspected Lin Feng would accept his master's dinner invitation without hesitation because something was definitely up. Xiaolin's breathing quickened as he asked doubtfully, "Lin Feng, could it be that someone needs us to forge one of those professional tools?" After forging this potion twice for Lin Feng, he had gained a significant amount of experience points. The amount of experience gained from these potions was equivalent to forging 10, or even 20, other tools. If such a golden opportunity arose again, they would be more than happy to oblige. Lin Feng hadn't expected their guesses to be so accurate. He immediately nodded and said, "You're right. I do have 2 new professional tools I need your help crafting." "What? Two? Xiaolin's face exploded first. He'd only been joking around after all, it would take time for Lin Feng to unlock new crafting blueprints. Now 2 more were suddenly on the table? Song Yang's eyes widened instantly. He shot to his feet with a whoosh, nearly flipping the table over. "Lin Feng, what did you say? You have 2 more new tools needing forging assistance? Are you absolutely sure you're not pulling my leg, old man?" Song Yang's eyes widened to the point of seeming ready to devour someone. He stared intently at Lin Feng, his body beginning to tremble. The shock from just one medicine godcloak was already beyond description. Now 2 more had appeared? This wasn't just shocking, it was downright defying the heavens. Quan Zilong, seated nearby, froze mid-motion with chopsticks poised over his plate, holding his breath. Startled by their reactions, Lin Feng quickly calmed Song Yang down and helped him back to his seat. "Don't be so shocked. They're just 2 ordinary professional tools." 2? Ordinary? Song Yang and Xiaolin both wore wry smiles, even a hint of disdain visible on their faces. "Versailles, ha? You've got to be kidding me. If tools like the revolver god of death, the alchemist's cauldron, and the alchemist's cloak we're about to forge are considered ordinary, how are designers and smiths supposed to make a living?" Xiaolin took the lead in calming his emotions and said, "Lin Feng, please show us the blueprints for these 2 new tools." Chapter 181, Reaching Consensus, Full Support for Tool Forging. He even pulled a small pill from his pocket, popped it into his mouth, took a deep breath, and quickly regained his composure. Lin Feng recognized it instantly, a high-grade pill, akin to a quick-acting heart medicine. "Lin Feng, show us what you've got." Quan Zilong also leaned in, eager to get a closer look. Without hesitation, Lin Feng retrieved the digital versions of the medicine beast ring and the 8-armed divine eye and sent them over. Upon seeing the digital blueprints displayed before them, Xiaolin and Song Yang's already tense expressions completely shattered. Their mouths gaped open like round balls, and their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Song Yang, trembling as if afflicted with Parkinson's, fumbled with his shaking hands to retrieve the pre-prepared pills. After swallowing one, his trembling slowed for a few seconds. But upon looking at the blueprints again, he began shaking violently once more. Quan Zilong sat stunned on the bench, his soul seemingly drained, falling into a deep silence. The reactions of these 3 left Lin Feng genuinely at a loss. He knew the blueprint for the professional equipment he'd unlocked was incredibly powerful, but it shouldn't have terrified them to this extent. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng glanced at them with growing impatience, waving his hand in front of their faces to ensure they hadn't passed out. Sensing something was seriously wrong, Lin Feng immediately retrieved 3 beast blood-boiling potions from his storage ring and shoved them into their mouths. The potions melted the moment they touched their tongues, transforming into pure energy that caused every one of their stats to skyrocket. All 3 felt the potent potion's effects, their breaths growing ragged. "Phew. Glad you're okay." Lin Feng assessed them and quickly determined they were fine, letting out a sigh of relief. If his demonstration of 2 professional equipment blueprints had caused the demise of 2 titans, it would be a loss for China and an even greater failure on Lin Feng's part. Xiaolin swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Lin Feng, you really can craft these professional tool blueprints for us?" That's insane. Lin Feng nodded. Yes. Currently in China, you're likely the only ones capable of forging these tools for me. I'm counting on you for this. With these 3 professional tools, I'll have ample trump cards when facing the Divine Craftsman Guild. I can also help China launch a counterattack against them. Counterattack against the Divine Craftsman Guild? Hearing these words, all 3 men perked up. Xiao Lin and Song Yang were now well aware of Lin Feng's significance at the national level. Before coming here, Xiao Lin had met with the leader to learn about the professional tools Lin Feng had previously commissioned him to forge. He had also hinted that Lin Feng might seek him out to forge additional professional tools in the future. He was instructed to cooperate fully. Any difficulties should be reported immediately, and the state would provide full support. It was extremely rare for Xiao Lin to see Commander Zhou issue such direct orders to him. Even if other projects were halted, Lin Feng's needs must take precedence. This was an order that must be executed. Song Yang, too, received explicit instructions from the leaders to provide unconditional support for Lin Feng's initiatives. After receiving Lin Feng's explicit confirmation, Song Yang drew a deep breath and turned his gaze to Xiao Lin. Little Lin, our combined efforts alone won't suffice. We must draw personnel from your RD center to bolster our team. While the medicinal beast ring and 8-armed divine I don't require specific materials, judging by the design, using lower grade materials would lead to significantly faster wear and tear. The main issue is that with low grade materials, it's difficult to fully harness their properties, resulting in a subpar final product. Xiao Lin recognized this point immediately and nodded in agreement. Yes, this is where it differs from your medicine god cloak. The material requirements are somewhat akin to the revolver god slayer. Lin Feng, leave these 3 professional tools to us. Once we've finalized the material requirements, we'll immediately report to the national authorities and request support from the top leaders. As for crafting these 3 professional tools, myself, Master Sun, and Quan Zilong will oversee the entire process. We'll mobilize every available resource to forge them for you as quickly as possible. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt somewhat relieved. But he couldn't resist adding, if any insurmountable problems arise, perhaps material shortages, remember to tell me. I'll clear dungeons to help find them. With the agreement settled, Song Yang, who rarely drank these days, opened the fine liquor he'd brought and drank heartily. As Lin Feng neared the end of his drink, he slipped a potion into his wine. Though only a small amount, once activated, its sobering effect would be extremely rapid. Based on Lin Feng's intuition, he expected them to sober up immediately after finishing their drinks. True to his prediction, the moment the antidote took effect, the hazy world before their eyes cleared instantly. This meant they wouldn't be delayed in their next plans. After the gathering concluded, Lin Feng returned to his dormitory. Quan Zilong had taken a week's leave and was urgently escorted by Song Yang to the Forging Research Center in the capital to begin crafting the God of Medicine cloak. Meanwhile, Xiao Lin and Song Yang reviewed the matching forging materials. Most of the finalized materials were unavailable to them, so they immediately reported this to the state authorities, submitting the request directly to Chief Zhou Zhanghua. At the military base in the capital, within the commander's office, Zhou Zhanghua was delighted by the successful production of the 3rd batch of human gene enhancement potions for Lin Feng. However, he also learned that Lin Feng had been attacked during the potions production. This assault had mobilized nearly 50 shadow assassins. Zhou Zhanghua was utterly shocked and enraged. The fact that enemies could infiltrate the capital of China was terrifying. Given China's defenses, concealing such a large number of assassins would be impossible without high-level authorization. The only possibility, as Zhang Zhan and he had discussed, was that a traitor had infiltrated the ranks of China's top leadership. The traitor had exploited their position to infiltrate the capital unnoticed. No one knew how many assassins still lurked within the city. Beyond the assassins, were there other professionals lurking? The thought alone sent a chill down Zhou Jinghua's spine. But just then, a knock sounded at the door. Sun Dai and Zhang Zhan entered together, Sun Dai holding a document in her hand. Chief Zhou, Master Xiao Lin urgently uploaded this file. He instructed me that the forging materials listed are urgently needed for tools required by Lin Feng. Zhou Zhanghua immediately reached out and took the forging materials upon hearing her words. The materials listed were extremely scarce, but if Huaxiao was willing to pay a hefty price, most of them could be procured. But the cost would be enormous. Yet, knowing this was for Lin Feng, Zhou Zhanghua hesitated not a moment, picking up his pen and signing without delay. Chapter 182, Global Procurement Plan, Divine Craftsman Guild Strikes Again. The Global Procurement Plan was issued once more. Lin Feng, looks like you've got quite a few cards up your sleeve. The nation is fully backing you. We hope you'll show those Eagle Nation-led bastards what you're made of this time. Zhou Zhanghua exhaled slowly, his fighting spirit igniting within him. Over the years, China had faced persistent challenges, adopting strategies of defense turned offense and covert development. But as divine workers grew increasingly prosperous, the pressure on China intensified. Not only were resources being blocked across multiple sectors, they employed every possible tactic: sugar-coated bullets, relentless persuasion. Now they had openly discarded all pretense, launching their assault right in the heart of China's capital. Do they truly believe China lacks the means to retaliate? His greatest concern, however, remains the big fish within China's high-level leadership. If they could root out this big fish, China would suffer fewer losses. But the safety of the other leaders would be in extreme danger. At that moment, Zhang Zhan looked at Zhou Zhangguo and spoke slowly. Commander Zhou, given the complex shifts within the capital, I will personally oversee your security for the time being. Zhou Zhangguo immediately asked, what about Lin Feng? My old life doesn't matter, but Lin Feng's safety must be guaranteed. He's more important than me. Hearing this, Zhang Zhan continued, I've already discussed this with Lin Feng. His stance is that he no longer requires much protection. Even a group of level 80 transferees would struggle to kill him. Hearing such audacious words, Zhou Zhangguo couldn't help but draw a deep breath. Yet upon reflection, he realized Lin Feng truly had earned that confidence. According to Lin Feng's wishes, they shouldn't impose excessive restrictions on him either. They only needed to provide support whenever he requested it. Alright. Lin Feng, it's all up to you now. Whatever you need, I'll fully cooperate. Zhou Zhangguo exhaled, his worry transforming into admiration. After the global procurement plan was issued again, forging materials were acquired at market prices 5 to 6 times higher than the original material costs. The already initiated global procurement plan had secured one batch of forging materials, and now another batch was arriving. This news exploded like a thunderclap, instantly causing a massive uproar in the global procurement market. Countless transferees contributed their treasured forging materials. China's actions also caught the attention of the Divine Workers Guild, led by the Eagle Nation. The Divine Workers Union convened several high-level meetings in succession. After hearing the reports, Miss Li was filled with confusion. The pawn hidden within China's leadership had begun to move. Upon learning of China's plan to launch a third batch of human gene enhancement agents sufficient to cover half its population, Miss Li panicked. If China truly succeeded in gene enhancement, it would gain power comparable to that of the Divine Workers Union. Their third-generation beast-human hybrid technology had not performed well in the Pacific region. Fortunately, they had managed to bring back a small vial of residual serum. Analysis revealed the serum concealed terrifyingly potent effects. They diluted a minuscule amount and administered it to a low-level transferee. The resulting explosive power boosted his strength by a staggering 40 to 50 times. The once feeble and easily defeated transferee could now hold his own against high-level transferees. Most crucially, the potion's effects lasted for several minutes. This was utterly terrifying. Moreover, when the alchemists within their Divine Staff Guild attempted to replicate it, they faced a 100% failure rate. They couldn't believe such an extraordinary potion had emerged from Huaxia. What kind of person could possibly create such potions? Miss Li had long known the identity of the potion's creator. Lin Feng. This man had always been a thorn in his side. Ever since he burst onto the scene, he had swiftly dismantled the numerous traps and operations Miss Li had set up against Huaxia. As long as this man remained unvanquished, he could find no peace. But upon hearing that the plan to eliminate Lin Feng and seize the third batch of human gene potions had failed, Miss Li could no longer contain her rage. Forget about maintaining the balance between nations. Mobilize the high-level transcenders immediately. They must coordinate with our pawn's operations within China's high command. Even if we lose the pawn this time, we must wipe out China's high command and eliminate that Lin Feng. Following Miss Li's orders, the third-generation hybrid technology operators infiltrated China. Hordes of assassins gathered once more, infiltrating deep into China's heartland. Even some high-level warriors and mages provided support from the outer perimeter. Meanwhile, Lin Feng returned to his dormitory. After a brief rest, he began crafting potions. The space rift beast he'd left in the dorm let out a bleeding cry, devouring the potions he'd brewed with frenzied gulps. Its level, originally at 80, began to rise under the potent effects of the potions he crafted. It finally stabilized at level 82. Lin Feng then activated his Beastmaster bracelet, summoning all 10 contracted beasts within. He then began feeding them voraciously. He fed them potions that were simple to make and low level, but under the powerful potency boost, they could rapidly increase their strength. The 10 ferocious beasts, who had been beaten earlier and still harbored some resentment, immediately calmed down upon seeing Lin Feng. As they consumed the potions Lin Feng offered, they instantly became docile and obedient, emitting soft whimpering sounds. Beasts will never be slaves unless you feed and house them. This point was thoroughly demonstrated. Once the prepared potions were devoured, Lin Feng used his beast-taming bracelet to store them away. Surveying the 11 ferocious beasts before him, Lin Feng shook his head. Not enough. Still not enough. I'll use this extra space to farm more secret realms and dungeons, bringing in more beasts above level 80. Resolved, Lin Feng stepped out of the dormitory and headed toward the secret realm plaza. The moment he appeared in the secret realm plaza, figures materialized behind him. Is this the one who beat my precious son into a vegetative state? Our Gao family holds sway over the capital. How dare he reduce my son to this? Wait until he enters the secret realm. Follow him in and teach him a brutal lesson. Blood debt must be repaid with blood, and this debt will be paid dearly. Lin Feng, walking ahead, turned his head slightly, naturally sensing the unusual commotion behind him. However, upon observation, these individuals didn't seem particularly powerful. They didn't look like assassins either. Rather, they resembled warriors, swordsmen, mages, archers, and the like. Still, since they'd targeted him, he'd give them a chance to reveal their intentions. Lin Feng casually activated a level 40 boss secret realm. The moment his figure vanished, they swiftly charged forward, following Lin Feng into the secret realm. Chapter 183, The Gao Plan of the Capital Strikes Back. Vote request. Upon entering the secret realm, Lin Feng didn't immediately start clearing monsters. Instead, he halted and stood still. Behind him, the figures of several others who had followed him into the realm materialized. Lin Feng stood with his back to them, his voice cold. "What grudge do you hold against me that you followed me into this dungeon?" A man with slicked back hair snorted derisively, "Lin Feng, you beat my son into a state of mental retardation. You must pay for this with your life." The moment the words left his mouth, Lin Feng instantly recognized the intruders as members of the Gao family from the capital. The Gao family of the capital was a clan that made their living through beast taming. Their business interests were extensive, including the trade of pet beasts and the sale of materials for beast taming. They themselves were a beast master clan, and their patriarch was among China's first generation of professional practitioners. Having capitalized on the early benefits, they had grown into the powerful Gao family of today. However, due to subsequent internal disputes within the Gao family, the branch led by Gao Minfeng, father of Gao Chirua, gained control of the family's real power. From the voice alone, Lin Feng could roughly guess that the person standing before him was Gao Minfeng, Gao Chirua's father. Bold words? If I'm not mistaken, you must be Gao Chirua's father, Gao Minfeng? Your son runs rampant. Unable to match his own power, he instead sought to kill me. Had I not reacted swiftly, he might have succeeded. Gao Minfeng snorted coldly. I couldn't care less about your life. As the head of the capital's foremost beastmaster clan, Gao Minfeng, I won't tolerate your excuses. Today, you will pay with your life to settle this matter. His fist clenched tighter and tighter. Roar! A savage beast's fury erupted as he hurled his pet beast from the beastmaster bracelet. Lin Feng slowly turned his head to see a colossal tiger engulfed in flames, wings sprouting from its back, its eyes fixed on him with savage intensity. Big tiger, devour him. The contract mark between Gao Minfeng's eyebrows flashed. The giant tiger bound to him let out a furious roar and leaped toward Lin Feng. The other transferees who had come with him all looked at Lin Feng with pity. They had been astonished to learn that a student would be accompanying them on this mission. Did a student really require such a large-scale operation? But upon learning he was from the Talent Academy, their expressions changed dramatically. After all, students from the Talent Academy of Huaxia Capital University were highly valued by the Huaxia government. Any mishap would inevitably lead to accountability. Yet upon learning that the direct heir of the Gao family had been crippled, coupled with the unbearably high compensation offered, they could no longer hold back. Even if they had to deal with him, they'd need to do it cleanly. Little did they expect that the moment they tracked down Lin Feng's whereabouts, they'd find him venturing into the secret realm. Wasn't this the perfect solution? Disposing of Lin Feng within the secret realm would leave no trace. Yet, just as the colossal tiger lunged to tear into Lin Feng, the space rift beast perched on his shoulder abruptly halted its paw licking. It reared its head and unleashed a thunderous roar at the charging beast. The fierce roar instantly sent the giant tiger reeling backward. When it landed, all four of its paws trembled uncontrollably. Gao Minfeng, witnessing this scene, was stunned. He stared in shock at his own beast companion. Big tiger, what's wrong? How could a single roar drive you back? Gao Minfeng demanded. His pet beast was a bloodline-grade crimson flame tiger with S-rank talent. Its level had already reached a staggering 75. Combined, its bloodline, talent, and level placed it firmly in the upper middle tier within China. How could it be intimidated by that ugly little beast on the brat's shoulder? The crimson flame tiger let out a howl at Gao Minfeng before collapsing onto the ground, its expression frozen in utter terror. Gao Minfeng seethed with anger. After careful thought, he concluded there was something fishy about Lin Feng's pet. When he'd first heard Lin Feng was a pharmacist, he'd thought he'd misheard. His son was a beastmaster, a god-tier beastmaster. How could such a high-level, elite profession lose to a support-type profession that only knew how to make potions and couldn't even step onto the battlefield? But now, he felt a chill of dread. As his voice fell, the other transfigures, who had also been skeptical, nodded to each other. They activated their skills, preparing to eliminate Lin Feng. But at that very moment, Lin Feng looked at them and sneered coldly, "Remember, you provoke me. I was originally going to spare your lives, but now, you're all staying behind." Lin Feng stroked the space rift beast and immediately issued a command, "Little pudding, I'm leaving none of them alive for you." Hearing this, the space rift beast instantly shed its cutesy expression. The contract potion within it activated, and its spirit surged to full alertness. Roar! A furious roar erupted from its maw. An 82-level badge flashed above its head before vanishing in a flash. The transfigured warriors who triggered the skill felt a chill run through their bodies, as if frozen solid. The next second, terror spread across their faces. Wait, isn't that the level 80 Space Rift Beast from the Huaxia #1 ruins? How did it get here? Isn't that kid an alchemist? How'd he raise a spatial rift beast as a pet? And a royal beast at that? Holy crap! Their shock was fleeting, it was already too late. The spatial rift beast restored its colossal form, its surging spatial energy swiftly sealing off the area. Not even a fly could escape. Heads rolled, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Before long, everyone except Lin Feng had been sliced and devoured by the spatial rift beast. After finishing its meal, it couldn't resist letting out a satisfied belch. The sole survivor, Lin Feng, stood frozen in place, feeling the space rift beast's predatory gaze fixed on him from behind. His own pet beast had long been devoured, leaving not even a trace of fur behind. The backlash of power swept over him. He spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. You can actually command a space rift beast? How is that possible? You're not a beastmaster. Lin Feng chuckled lightly. Who says you can't command beasts if you're not a beastmaster? Not only can I command this one, but I can command many more. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the space-splitting beast tore him apart and devoured him, leaving not a single trace behind. Once the area had settled back into calm with no trace of the beast remaining, Lin Feng turned and began farming monsters. He had prepared 2 Beastmaster bracelets, determined to contract at least 20 more contract beasts. Thus, he spent a full 2 hours rapidly clearing levels, contracting beasts of level 80 and above. After administering special potions, these contract beasts became exceptionally docile and attentive. Even those with fiercer temperaments grew remarkably gentle toward Lin Feng under the effects of the super contract potion. Chapter 184, Big Fish makes its move. Lin Feng steps in. After returning to his dorm with the Beast Tamer bracelet filled with ferocious beasts, Lin Feng replenished the revolver with potion bullets. After replenishing his ammunition, he concocted several more potion formulas and stored them in his storage ring. Just as he lay down to rest, a message arrived on his phone. His brows furrowed upon reading it. Commander Zhou Zhanghua and General Zhang Zhan had both been forced into hiding. Most critically, the hidden spy whose source of intelligence remained unknown had dispatched assassins targeting Shaolin and Grandmaster Song Yang. Upon seeing this message, Lin Feng didn't hesitate. He stepped outside and commanded his Space Rift Beast to shift into flight mode, darting through the void straight toward the Huaxia Research Center. Meanwhile, inside the Huaxia Research Center, Shaolin and Song Yang were forging the medicine godcloak in the smithy. Sparks flew wildly within the forge as vast quantities of materials were fused and concealed, bringing the process to its final stage. Quan Zilong stood guard outside the door, ready to immediately assist with any missing materials. Outside the doors, a large contingent of military personnel maintained a heavy guard. This was, after all, a technological research center, a classified national facility. After the 2 masters, Song Yang and Shaolin, returned together, they requested the military district to deploy numerous high-level transfigured individuals to garrison the site. The purpose was to prevent any unexpected incidents from occurring. Just as Quan Zilong turned, the soldiers guarding the area suddenly clashed violently. Their opponents, superior in strength, swiftly stabbed them down and charged toward Quan Zilong. Quan Zilong had never witnessed such a scene. Suppressing his inner fear, he immediately donned all the high-grade equipment Lin Feng had given him. By forcibly draining his mana bar, he managed to withstand the incoming assassin's strike. His counterattack startled the assassin, who glanced at his gear and gasped in shock. How did you get the Dragon Slayer bounty team's divine forged armor? Isn't that their spoils of war? Amidst the shock, Shaolin and Song Yang inside the forge also sensed something was off. Spotting the arriving assassin, they immediately began summoning reinforcements. We're done for. We've never seen these assassins before, they're all high level. If we lose Lin Feng's medicine godcloak and his blueprints this time, we'll never live with the consequences. Even if we die, we can't let the blueprint information leak. Burn all the printed paper copies immediately. No sooner had the words left their mouths than several figures materialized beside them, fixing their gaze on Shaolin and Song Yang. Song Yang, Shaolin, you're as good as dead. The equipment and blueprints in your hands are now ours. The assassin's voice was as cold as ice. A black scythe flashed into his hand, swinging toward Song Yang and Shaolin. Just as the blade was about to slice across their necks, their movements abruptly froze. A figure appeared before them, a milk beast perched on its shoulder. Lin Feng merely glanced at them before swiftly drawing his death god poison sword, laced with tetanus virus serum, and brought it down. With a sharp slash, the seemingly low-grade iron sword cut through their skin. The tetanus toxin spread at an alarming speed. Within seconds, their bodies were covered in rust-like lesions. Intense pain radiated throughout their limbs, forcing them to kneel motionless on the ground. The remaining 3 assassins were startled. But no matter what they tried, they couldn't move. Without hesitation, Lin Feng eliminated 2 of them outright. With only 1 assassin left, Lin Feng moved toward him like death itself, speaking slowly. Tell me who ordered you. I'll give you 3 seconds to think. The words had barely left his mouth when a deadly curse seemed to fall upon them. Yet the man let out a cold laugh, a sudden heat surging through his chest as if some self-destruct mechanism had been triggered. Before he could detonate, he was sliced into fragments and pulled into the void, vanishing without a trace. After the crisis passed, Xiaolin, Song Yang, and Quan Zilong all stared at Lin Feng in astonishment. Lin Feng's seamless execution of the enemy had utterly stunned them. All present were support-oriented life system practitioners. Their combat prowess was essentially negligible. Lin Feng's actions didn't resemble those of an alchemist at all. He moved like a ruthless warrior or assassin. It was utterly exhilarating. Xiaolin spoke up, "Lin Feng, thank you so much for coming. We'd have been finished without you." Song Yang added, "Yeah. Who would have thought the capital would be in such chaos now? Back in the day, this kind of thing would never happen. The real question is when these assassins infiltrated the capital. Who knows if they'll target other important practitioners across China?" Amidst the worried murmurs, Lin Feng sighed softly. "Don't worry. Things will return to normal within days. The military district forces should be arriving any moment. You two carry on." Just as Lin Feng turned to leave, Song Yang called out urgently, "Lin Feng, wait. The medicine god cloak is almost ready. You can try it on first." "So fast?" Lin Feng froze, then watched them return to the forging room. Lin Feng followed closely behind. Before long, he saw a black cloak being brought out. The cloak's material was incredibly soft and light. When it landed on Lin Feng's palm, it felt like sheer gauze. Drape it over his hand, and it could blend into the surroundings, serving as a cloak of invisibility. With a gentle wave, it transformed into a rigid, durable fabric. Its size could expand or contract at his will. The previously dormant health and mana bars began to stack. "Lin Feng, why don't you try putting it on now?" Suddenly, the system automatically recognized. Ding! The system has detected the support-type equipment, the medicine god cloak. Shall the host begin binding? Lin Feng's heart raced with excitement as he immediately initiated the binding process. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successful binding. Ding! Opening equipment panel. Equipment, medicine god cloak. Type, support. Speed, plus 999,999. Defense, plus 999,999. Mental power, plus 999,999. HP, plus 999,999. Mana bar, plus 999,999. Grade, supreme grade. Usage duration, 10 minutes per use. Cooldown, 24 hours. Attached attributes, none. Notice, the artifact has been forged. Host, please attach a profession-specific entry promptly to ensure artifact integrity. Ding! Automatically detected that the host lacks suitable entries to attach. Matching new tasks for the host. Ding! New task issued. After seeing new animals, you've grown even more curious about the outside world and want to learn more. The only way is for mom and dad to take you to explore more children's extracurricular books. Task, read children's extracurricular books for 10 hours. Reward, 1 chance to draw an auxiliary profession tool entry. Immediate reward for triggered task, 1 chance to draw an auxiliary professional tool entry. Ding! This is a double reward host, make sure to seize this opportunity. Chapter 185, Assassination of Chief Zhou. Does Lin Feng approve? Oh my! System, are you really going to be this overpowered? Lin Feng had thought the system was already incredibly powerful, but it turned out to be even more ruthless. It can even trigger missions under these circumstances. And it comes with double rewards. This is awesome. Lin Feng scanned the interface, his gaze fixated on the screen filled with 999,999 figures. So the medicine god cloak only lasts 10 minutes each time? That's still pretty impressive. But unfortunately, the cooldown is indeed 24 hours. If only that 24-hour cooldown could be shortened. Lin Feng immediately donned the medicine god cloak. Its stealth power activated, rendering him virtually invisible. His gaze swept inward, as if surveying a mobile potion repository. Inside were 50 or 60 hidden pockets, each capable of storing potions. Whatever potion he desired could be stored here. Alternatively, he could conceal potions within the God of Medicine cloak, using them to cover his escape when threatened. But its most crucial feature was the protective barrier it provided, like an invisible shield. But what truly astonished Lin Feng was the additional 10 minutes of protection it offered. Thank you, Master Xiaolin and Teacher Song Yang. I'm very satisfied with this medicine god cloak. Xiaolin and Song Yang, who had been waiting for Lin Feng's feedback, immediately breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his response. Earlier, both had examined the cloak. Its softness and resilience were truly exceptional. As long as Lin Feng was satisfied, that was all that mattered. Suddenly, military vehicles pulled up one after another, and a large contingent of soldiers rushed in. Seeing no further issues, Lin Feng turned to depart for the Huaxia capital military district. Commander Zhou and General Zhou Zhangwa were now in hiding. Clearly, the big fish among the high-ranking officials could no longer contain themselves and had begun to act. Lin Feng relished nothing more than personally eliminating such big fish. He intended to deliver a clear message to the Divine Workers Union. To tell them, I can eliminate your spies right now, and you're next. The moment Lin Feng departed, he mounted the beast form of the spatial rift beast and soared skyward under everyone's gaze. The terrifying aura of the spatial rift beast weighed down on the scene, striking fear into every soldier present. Mid-flight, Lin Feng downed a milk god descent potion. Under the potion's potent boost, his mental power surged explosively. In an instant, he had mapped half the capital city into his mind, meticulously scanning every detail. But at that very moment, a faint sound caught his attention, followed by the emergence of terrifying energy fluctuations. Yet this energy fluctuation seemed bound by some sort of formation, most of its destructive power blocked off. Looks like they've already made their move. Hope I can make it in time. At that very moment, within a sealed formation barrier, the space was void, its scenery shifting abruptly as the seasons cycled through. Before Zhang Zhan and Zhou Zhanghua stood several professionals clad in combat gear. They had been ordinary operatives moments before, but in the next instant, they shed their disguises and transformed into high-tier super operatives. Their gazes were cold, and their bodies were strapped with human bombs, emitting a constant red glow. What a pity! Commander Zhou, China's youngest 5-star general. Oh right, I should call you China's premier shadow assassin. Such a shame. Before them stood a masked middle-aged woman, a sharp blade twirling in her hand. The operatives behind her were all magicians, warriors, and even rune masters, their true identities impossible to conceal. They had long since assembled a vast assassination squad, plotting against Zhou Zhanghua for an extended period. Today, their plan was finally being executed. Zhou Zhanghua surveyed the figures before him, his gaze cold. Do you truly believe that killing me will halt China's resurgence? Utterly delusional. Even without me, Zhou Zhanghua, you cannot stop it. The masked middle-aged woman sneered coldly. I adore men like you who spout such arrogance even as death approaches. Soon, I'll send you all to meet your maker. Then your position will naturally be filled by someone else, someone who will manipulate all of China in your stead. You understand far too little about the methods of our Divine Workers Union. Zhou Zhanghua frowned upon hearing this. Replace him? He knew full well the prowess of the impersonators. Some of the highest-ranked impersonators could effortlessly take on any profession, and do so without a single flaw. Zhang Zhan sneered coldly. Do you truly believe the Divine Workers Union can manipulate everything? He slowly raised the revolver Godslayer, rapidly firing a second shot. The overwhelming destructive force erupted once more with a sharp clang. But just as the destructive force was about to reach them, the formation suddenly activated, redirecting the energy in a bizarre manner toward another direction. Their figures materialized on the opposite side, their voices dripping with scorn. This gun of yours is indeed impressive, imbued with the destructive force capable of halting a beast tide. I imagine it was gifted to you by that SSS plus Alchemist, wasn't it? But what a pity. No matter how many you use today, you won't be able to kill us. I refuse to believe you still have 4 more potion bullets in that gun. Zhang Zhan's gaze turned icy. He hadn't expected the enemy to have such thorough knowledge of his capabilities. Zhou Zhanghua clenched his teeth, fists tightening. This big fish within Huaxia had hidden so deeply, not revealing a single flaw until now. As the enemy continued advancing, Zhang Zhan seized the moment and fired 2 more shots. Yet these shots fizzled out like splashes in a pond, causing no real damage. Their figures had already reached Zhang Zhan and Zhou Zhanghua, poised for a finishing blow. Just as they thought victory was theirs, a ghostly figure had already shifted in front of Zhang Zhan and Zhou Zhanghua. Bang! The recoil force erupted, sending the approaching figures flying backward. Confused, they stared at the force that had repelled them. After landing, they immediately began searching for the cause. Lin Feng, cloaked in the medicine god's mantle, observed the figures before him and coldly snorted, You dare attempt to assassinate a national leader? Who gave you the audacity? Who? Hearing the voice but seeing no one, they immediately began searching for the source. Lin Feng slowly pulled back the hood of the medicine god cloak, his figure gradually emerging from concealment. The first to be stunned by his appearance were Zhou Zhanghua and Zhang Zhan. They never imagined Lin Feng would appear here. Even more astonishing was that he had managed to slip into their formation completely undetected. The expressions of several opponents changed upon seeing Lin Feng emerge. Their formation was designed to be undetectable by all class transition practitioners below level 80. How the hell did this kid get in? Chapter 186, Contract Beast Strikes, Assailants All Fall. However, one among them recognized Lin Feng. You're Lin Feng? Impossible. How did you manage to infiltrate our formation? Holy crap. It really is Lin Feng? He just walked right into our trap? The professional assassins were stunned. Their meticulously prepared formation had been silently breached by an outsider. And it was supposedly just a student of a low-level professional. Even Zhang Zhan, a level 80-plus expert, would struggle to break through such a meticulously laid formation. Zhang Zhan and Zhou Zhanghua stared wide-eyed at Lin Feng, who had appeared before them. Not only were the assassins baffled, but the two of them were equally perplexed. Under normal circumstances, Lin Feng should have had no chance of discovering this place, let alone entering it silently. Yet reality stood before them, slapping them in the face. Lin Feng didn't want to waste words with them. His tone was calm as he said, "Do you want to die now, or reveal the identity of the person who gave you orders before dying?" Hearing Lin Feng's words, the transfigured individuals across from him couldn't help but burst into laughter. Death? A low-level transferee, and a greenhorn at that, dared to spout such arrogance. So what if he had some skill to enter the formation? Lin Feng, a mere alchemist, actually thinks he can turn the tables? We're all around level 80 adventurers, what ability do you have to take us down? Lin Feng felt the chatter growing tiresome. Talking to them was pointless. With a flick of his wrist, he activated the Beastmaster bracelet. 10 terrifying beasts landed on the ground, glaring at them menacingly. The aura emanating from these beasts felt like it was tearing through the void itself. Just the sight of their piercing, unsettling eyes fixed on them made it feel as though their very blood had frozen. Level indicators flickered above their heads. All of them were terrifying beasts surpassing level 80. In an instant, the transfigured warriors across from them were utterly petrified. Where would a low-level alchemist even get such ferocious beasts? Besides, he wasn't a beastmaster. How could he possibly use a beastmaster's bracelet to store pets? Disbelief, fear, and astonishment washed over their faces in waves. Lin Feng spoke calmly, "I'll give you one last chance. Die now, or die after you've confessed." The transfigures across from him exchanged glances, then without hesitation activated their respective skills and talents, charging toward Lin Feng. "Once we take you down, your beast won't survive either. I refuse to believe these beasts can outrun us." Seeing their fearless demeanor, a trace of mockery slipped from the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. The space rift beast perched on Lin Feng's shoulder let out a furious roar. The previously turbulent space seemed to freeze in place, sealing off the entire area they occupied. Spatial power, so strong. I can't move. What the hell is going on? But when some of them noticed the space rift beast on Lin Feng's shoulder, the shock on their faces deepened. A space rift beast. That little pet on his shoulder is a space rift beast. My god. It was too late. After the space rift beast sealed off their space, the surrounding ferocious beasts swarmed in. Even with their formidable physiques, they were crushed into tomato sauce. Even though they were all over level 80, facing super-tier beasts of the same rank, they couldn't resist at all. After dispatching them, Lin Feng summoned his spiritual energy. All his contracted beasts obeyed his command, standing obediently before him before being stored back into his beast tamer bracelet. With that done, Lin Feng turned to face Zhou Zhanghua and Zhang Zhan. The two exchanged a glance, seemingly still reeling from the battle's aftermath. The speed was truly too fast. The situation where they were about to be killed had been reversed in an instant. After a moment's pause, Zhou Zhanghua and Zhang Zhan regained their composure and stared at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng," they asked, "just how many more hidden treasures do you have up your sleeve? You've kept us in the dark for so long." Zhou Zhenghua's voice trembled as he spoke. Facing life and death peril once more, he feared death not, but felt profound guilt toward the nation he now served. The strategy of biding time and building strength was utterly unsuitable for the present moment. Offense must become defense. Lin Feng gave a bitter laugh. "I didn't deliberately hide this from you. These ferocious beasts were all contracted using potions I've recently developed. If Commander Zhou doesn't believe me, he can ask General Zhang Zhan. Didn't I just recently gather all the ingredients for the super contract potion?" The term super contract potion sounded utterly unfamiliar to Zhou Zhenghua's ears. Zhang Zhan had indeed briefed him on the super virus serum, a virulent agent capable of silently wiping out entire populations, targeting only ferocious beasts. Most crucially, the super virus potion could sustain its lethal effect as long as its potency remained active. Even now, the super contract potion crafted by Lin Feng was still unleashing unimaginable destructive power on the front lines. The Shattered Ruins exit had been the primary catalyst for the beast tide's formation. Fortunately, Lin Feng's serum had shattered any hope of that tide materializing. Now he's come up with this super contract serum. Is he trying to take the beast tamer's jobs? This serum also explains why Lin Feng sought to leave China and launch a counterattack against the Divine Workers Guild. It turns out everything was meticulously planned. Enough, Chief Zhou, General Zhang. This is no time for idle chatter. We must swiftly root out the spy within the leadership's ranks. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, both men nodded, yet they immediately sank into deep contemplation. Lin Feng, based on my analysis, that super big fish is likely a high-level impersonator. Otherwise, how could they have hidden among our Chinese leadership for so many years without being detected? A high-level impersonator would be nearly impossible for us to detect. We can only wait for them to slip up, but this individual is far too cautious. Zhou Zhanghua spoke with grave solemnity. Zhang Zhan nodded in agreement. Exactly. The longer we delay, the more likely he is to learn that Chief Zhou is still alive. He might even target other senior leaders. Lin Feng heard this and began to ponder. However, he understood clearly that within the Divine Workers Guild, the person most despised was likely Commander Zhou Zhanghua, who oversaw military affairs. Military power was the frontline defense and a crucial component of China's comprehensive national strength. If the military collapsed, the Divine Workers Union could legitimately use military force to encircle China. At that point, China would face increasing difficulties, potentially even disintegration. But just as they were deep in thought, Lin Feng suddenly chuckled lightly. If Chief Zhou and General Zhang Zhan trust me, I have a way to resolve this quickly. Oh? Lin Feng's words immediately captured their attention. Zhou Zhenghua looked at Lin Feng curiously. Could it be you've unlocked another skill? Lin Feng didn't beat around the bush. Exactly. It's a skill I activated earlier called analytical vision. I can analyze you like medicinal herbs. No information about you will escape my scrutiny. Chapter 187, The Eye of Analysis strikes, uncovering a hidden big fish. Holy crap! Lin Feng shouldn't have said anything. This revelation sent shockwaves through the room. Both of them stared wide-eyed, breathing heavily. Analyzing eye? It could dissect them like medicinal herbs. What kind of crazy skill is this? How utterly insane. Zhou Zhenghua swallowed hard, glancing down at his own physique. Lin Feng, don't tell me you've already figured out exactly where to harvest my kidneys and what potion to brew from them. I have absolutely no privacy left in front of you. Zhang Zhan's expression was equally horrified. Lin Feng gave a wry smile. Relax, I wouldn't do that. This skill drains me terribly. I rarely activate it. But now it's useful. Let me see who this big fish really is and what tricks they've got up their sleeve. At this, they finally exhaled in relief. However, they'd heard plenty of stories about the extraordinary things Lin Feng possessed. Thus, when this ability surfaced, they were merely startled, no ill intent. With this tool at hand, they could finally flush out the hidden big fish. Let's go! There's no time to waste, we must act swiftly. With that, the three of them summoned their troops and boarded military vehicles, heading deep into the base. As they moved, a figure vanished from the shadows. The trio soon arrived at the military base. After disembarking, Zhou Zhenghua immediately sent a message summoning all commanders to an emergency meeting. During the journey, Lin Feng informed them about the attacks on Shaolin and Master Song Yang. Had Lin Feng not arrived in time, his medicine god cloak and the blueprint for his professional equipment might have fallen into enemy hands. However, this also underscored the extreme urgency of the situation. With Lin Feng's approval, Zhou Zhenghua wasted no time in convening an emergency meeting. Convening an emergency meeting at this critical juncture was indeed extremely dangerous. One misstep could lead to unimaginable losses. But you can't catch a tiger's cub without venturing into its lair. After the meeting notice was issued, the leaders were gathered by their bodyguards in the capital's conference room. Once everyone was seated, Zhou Zhenghua scanned the room, taking in the full 8 commanders below him. Without exception, every single one was present. Tang Chang had received Zhou Zhenghua's warning earlier, yet he was the first to arrive. Brother Zhou, let's get straight to the point. We're all old comrades in arms, but if any of you have violated Chinese law, we won't show favoritism. Zhou Zhenghua's tone grew solemn. My brothers, I've taken a risk gathering us here today to discuss something. Upon hearing this, all the commanders turned their gaze toward Zhou Zhenghua. Zhou Zhenghua stated bluntly, just moments ago, I was the target of a premeditated assassination attempt. Had rescue forces not arrived in time, I might have met a tragic end. Simultaneously, at the Kyoto Technology R&D Center, Masters Shaolin and Song Yang narrowly escaped an attack by intruding assassins. Their ability to pinpoint their targets so precisely is undoubtedly linked to the intelligence they obtained. But where this intelligence came from is a matter of great concern. I believe there is a high probability that the Divine Workers Union has infiltrated our leadership ranks. As soon as Zhou Zhenghua finished speaking, all the commanders present froze in shock. They never imagined such a situation could exist within their own ranks. They exchanged glances. Yet upon closer inspection, the expressions of all the commanders below remained perfectly normal. Just then, the sound of a door opening echoed through the room. Zhang Zhan and Lin Feng entered the room. Upon entering, Lin Feng immediately activated the scanning system. Name, Tang Chang. Occupation, leader. Level, 66,0718,000. Health bar, 6,600 6,600. Mana bar, 6,600 6,600. Speed, 12,412. Strength, 21,220. Defense, 10,234. Mental power, 11222. Talent, command the hearts of the people SS. Skills, dreadful gaze, core leadership, dread without threat. Experience points, 11131. Detailed analysis, possesses extraordinary leadership talent, born to be a future leader. Guided Huaxia through numerous domestic crises, proving himself a competent leader. Not well suited for medicinal use. While en route, Lin Feng had already given Zhou Zhenghua a thorough once-over, confirming he posed no threat. Therefore, he began his assessment with Tang Chang first. After confirming Tang Chang was safe, Lin Feng continued scanning backward. As his scanning speed accelerated, Lin Feng's gaze settled on an elderly man seated nearby. This man appeared perfectly normal, his reactions sharp and alert. Neither his speech nor his movements revealed the slightest hint of abnormality. Name, Wu Hao. Occupation, leader analysis error, actor. Level, 680713,000. Health bar, 6800 6800. Blue bar, 6800 6800. Speed, 14,850. Strength, 24,568. Defense, 14,785. Mental power, 23481. Talent, crisis response S. Skills, steely nerve, divine wrath, unconventional methods. Experience points, 21111. Detailed analysis, this individual excels at disguise. While not a suitable medicinal ingredient, they make an excellent catalyst for crafting certain blood-based potions. Found it. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. No matter how well you hide, it won't matter. I'll still dig you out. Lin Feng, did you notice anything? Zhou Zhangwei asked, his eyes cold. Lin Feng replied in a flat tone, of course. But let this big fish come out on its own. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to react when we move. As the words fell, the assembled commanders exchanged glances. You look at me, I look at you. Seeing that Wu Hao still hadn't made a move, Lin Feng directly issued a lockdown command to the Space Rift Beast on his shoulder. Since you refuse to reveal yourself, don't blame me. The Space Rift Beast let out a fierce growl, and the room froze solid, its icy grip locking onto Wu Hao, seated in the corner. Wu Hao, who had been remarkably composed, showed a flicker of change on his face, but it vanished in an instant. Wu Hao. I wonder if I should still call you Commander Wu Hao. Didn't you kill and replace the original Commander Wu Hao long ago? Lin Feng's words exploded like a bomb within the conference room. The other commanders tried to move, but were sealed in place by a spatial force, able only to shift their eyes. Seeing his cover blown, Wu Hao remained motionless, sneering coldly. Very well. Lin Feng, I never imagined you possessed such methods to uncover my identity here. But do you truly believe sealing me here will kill me? Then we'll both go down together. Chapter 188, Parents poisoned by the first strange toxin, Lin Feng seeks a cure. Lin Feng, I hope your speed surpasses mine. Otherwise, you'll be burying your parents. As soon as he finished speaking, searing energy radiated from his entire body. Crackle, 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 the sound of spatial sealing followed immediately, freezing the space around him. Then, the Space Rift Beast roared, activating its skill once more, pulling him into the void. The moment the explosion erupted, the violent shockwave tore a gaping hole in the sky outside the office, unleashing a torrent of energy. The senior officers in the office stared in shock at the ruptured void outside, swallowing hard. They found it utterly unbelievable that Wu Hao, who had worked alongside them for so many years, was actually a spy. Lin Feng stared at the ruptured void before him, his expression icy as he recalled the man's final words. He didn't die, he's going after my parents. A murderous intent erupted from Lin Feng's body. Stepping out of the commander's conference room, he mounted his spatial rift beast and shot through dimensions toward the coastline of China. His birthplace lay near the Chinese coastline. His parents disliked life in the capital. After consuming human gene-enhancing potions and other substances, their career paths opened up completely. As seasoned farmers, their ideal way of life was rooted in the land. Modern China still required crops, vegetables, and fruits with exceptional nutritional value. That was their target. The fertile soil back home, combined with their expertise, had their operations thriving. But now the conflict had reached them, and Lin Feng couldn't stand idly by. As Lin Feng sped toward home, across a vast expanse of scorched land, Lin Zhang and Chen Mei, seated at the edge of a field, were savoring a watermelon they had harvested and cultivated themselves. Through their special cultivation techniques, each watermelon grown was 2 to 3 times larger than ordinary ones. The watermelons were sweeter, redder, and packed with unbelievable nutrients. Their watermelon eating actions caught the attention of the shadow assassins lurking in the darkness, tasked with protecting them. Not only them, but no one in the world had ever seen the grains, vegetables, and fruits they cultivated. They had longed to secretly pluck a watermelon to satisfy their craving, but they held back due to strict orders. What they didn't understand was why 2 farmers in China would face such danger, why the nation's highest authorities would personally take such interest, even rotating shadow assassins to secretly protect them. Just as their confusion deepened, a spatial ripple erupted nearby. An elderly figure materialized, and in the next instant, he tore away the skin covering his face, revealing the visage of a stranger. Lin Feng, you're impressive. Truly worthy of being the target the Divine Workers Union has long sought to eliminate. But today, I've lost one of my clones. I'll settle the debt with your parents' lives. As the words fell, another figure materialized from the void nearby. Exchanging a glance with the first, they both charged toward the location of Lin Feng's parents. The shadow assassins lurking in the darkness suddenly sensed something amiss. The moment they looked up, a young figure appeared, and the cutting blades swept across their necks. Heads rolled. Extermination. The shadow assassins protecting Lin Zhang and Chen Mei were slaughtered. Immediately, 2 figures sped toward Lin Zhang and Chen Mei. The two, sitting at the edge of the field, were enjoying a watermelon. With their weak mental senses, they hadn't noticed anyone approaching. Honey, how do you think Xiao Feng is doing now? He's in the capital city and has caught the attention of the top brass. As soon as Chen Mei finished speaking, Lin Zhang replied, Honey, don't worry. Our son is so capable, he doesn't need us to fret over him. Suddenly, a chilling, icy voice drifted from behind them. Who said there's no need to worry? Your son will be killed by me sooner or later. You two, come with me. The moment they turned toward the source of the voice, they felt a pungent liquid forced into their mouths. They coughed violently, and soon passed out completely. Shouldering both bodies, he quickened his pace to leave. He returned to his previous position, just as he was about to activate his spatial power, when a chill ran down his spine. A pair of eyes stared straight at him. Without hesitation, Lin Feng raised his revolver, the god of death, and aimed it at the figure. Ding! The carbon maggot virus erupted, striking the opponent directly. The revolver's discharge was barely audible, yet its concentrated burst of power struck with pinpoint accuracy. The man was shattered, crashing to the ground and spewing a mouthful of blood. In an instant, the virus spread throughout his body, instantly infecting him until his breath ceased. The remaining youth was utterly terrified. The parent's Lin Feng was carrying slipped from his grasp and tumbled downward. Fortunately, the space rift beast sealed the void, preventing them from crashing to the ground. Lin Feng watched the youth standing not far from him. His figure trembled as he gripped the death god's poison blade, slashing through the air with a sharp whistling sound. The youth attempted to flee at top speed, but the Spacetime Hunter Beast's domain ability activated, reinforcing the spatial lockdown. The void remained utterly impenetrable. Lin Feng, you deserve to die. Don't think you can act with impunity just because you're in China. You killed 3 of my avatars. Once my true body fully recovers, I will leave not a single piece of you behind. Your mother has been poisoned with the world's most deadly toxin, crimson fire venom. I refuse to believe you can cure it. You have little time left. Remember this, my name is Mo Bashi. I will kill you with my own hands. As his words fell, an indescribable heat wave erupted from his entire body, exploding with a thunderous boom. The immense explosive force shattered the surrounding space, only to have it reform moments later. Lin Feng stowed his gear, gently laid his parents on the ground, and began checking their vital signs. Analyze I activated. Name, Lin Zhang. Occupation, farmer. Level, 1200. HP, 1200. Mana bar, 1200. Speed, 850. Strength, 680. Defense, 781. Mental power, 483. Talent, mastery of cultivation C. Skills, weather reversal, accelerated fertility. Experience points, 211. Detailed analysis, extremely weak, practically frail. Contains a peculiar toxin dormant within the body. If no solution is found within 12 hours, the poison will spread and kill the person. Not a suitable medicinal material. Unmatched. Lin Feng scanned his mother, Chen Mei, and found the same result. His expression instantly grew tense. The spatial force dissipated at that moment, allowing the previously blocked military personnel to arrive. Zhang Zhan, trapped within the sealed space, had witnessed everything that had just transpired. Lin Feng, this poison, it's the deadliest poison in the world. Can you cure it? If you need any medicinal herbs, I'll do everything in my power to find them for you. Lin Feng activated his analytical vision once more, beginning to analyze his parents. But after 2 consecutive analyses, the results still weren't what he wanted. He still couldn't determine a solution to counteract the poison. After more than a dozen consecutive attempts, the system voice sounded again with a notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successful analysis. Analyzing toxin composition and solutions. Chapter 189, Mission accomplished, Dual class equipment attributes. Toxin type, Crimson Flame Venom. Analyzed poison formula, Blazing Fire Grass, Inferno Blossom. Toxin severity analysis, Extreme rating scale, low, medium, high, extreme. Countermeasures, 1, Pharmaceutical antidote. Medicinal analysis plan, Potion crafting Frostgrass, Freezing Skyflower. Countermeasure 2, Wait to die. Solution analysis, Find a shaded spot and lie down. Lin Feng examined the analyzed information. Solution 1 was indeed what he sought. As for the herbs, he'd never even heard of them. They must be incredibly hard to find. But what did it matter to risk life and limb for his parents' lives? Lin Feng naturally noticed the second solution as well. Wait for death. This system was quite the joke. But now that he had a solution, all that remained was to find the herbs and begin the process. Only 12 hours remained. Lin Feng immediately shared the medicinal information he'd obtained with Zhu Gui and Li Yinian. He had never seen the ingredients of these herbs before. Before long, the well-traveled Zhu Gui and Li Yinian responded to Lin Feng. These herbs were ancient species long extinct on Blue Star. They could only be found in newly excavated ruins. Precisely because they were such elusive and unobtainable herbs did they earn the title of the world's most extraordinary poison. Even if he were to stumble upon them, with only 12 hours left here, he couldn't afford to waste a single minute. Fortunately, he could use the beast blood boiling and milk god descent potions to maintain his parents' defenses, thereby blocking the spread of the toxins. Lin Feng activated his dissection master skill, dissecting the herbs into multiple configurations and presenting them to General Zhang Zhan. General Zhang Zhan reviewed the 2 herbal formulas Lin Feng presented and, without hesitation, ordered the National Treasury to initiate simultaneous global procurement. Before long, Lin Feng, General Zhang Zhan, and the others returned to the China capital base with Lin Feng's parents. Upon learning that Lin Feng's parents had been poisoned with the world's most deadly toxin by that super impersonator lurking in China, Zhou Zhanghua was utterly stunned. He never imagined how despicable the Divine Staff Guild's methods had become, resorting to every possible tactic. Regarding the medicinal herbs Lin Feng required, the commanders unanimously agreed to issue a global procurement order, vowing to find them at any cost. At the military hospital, Lin Feng immediately retrieved the beast blood boiling potion from his storage ring and slipped it into his parents' mouths. After their vital signs spiked, the toxins were successfully contained. Based on Lin Feng's assessment, his parents' stats including their level were extremely low. Without special intervention, they risked facing life-threatening dangers prematurely. After completing these actions, Lin Feng settled into a state of calm. He waited for the global procurement plan. If anything remained missing, he would immediately venture into the secret realm to hunt for it. Ding! The system detects the host has not completed a task for an extended period. Please complete tasks promptly. You may receive unexpected rewards. Unexpected rewards? Anyway, they're just auxiliary profession tools and skill entries. I'll go see if there are any children's books in the hospital. Lin Feng sprang into action, heading straight to the pediatric section. He pulled a basic children's encyclopedia from the shelf. He flipped through the pages one by one. As time ticked by. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reading children's extracurricular books for 1 hour. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reading children's extracurricular books for 2 hours. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reading children's extracurricular books for 3 hours. As time ticked by, Lin Feng's anxiety grew more and more intense. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reading children's extracurricular books for 10 hours. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have earned 1 auxiliary class equipment slot lottery chance. Would you like to start the lottery now? Drawl. Lin Feng spoke without hesitation. The lottery machine began spinning rapidly. Stop. The machine gradually came to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the auxiliary profession item, cooling counter. Cooling countermeasure, when equipped, reduces the cooldown time of profession tools by 99%. Question mark. A question mark appeared above Lin Feng's head. 99%? What's the difference from 100%? This is essentially like having the god of medicine cloak in your hands, allowing you to use it freely. No need to worry about its cooldown at all. This truly thrilled Lin Feng. Ding! Host has 1 remaining auxiliary equipment slot lottery chance. Proceed with the draw? Lin Feng immediately declared, give it to me hard. The lottery machine spun once more, halting again at Lin Feng's command. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the support equipment slot, Fearless Wear. Fearless Wear, when attached to a support type class item, reduces wear rate by 99%. Lin Feng sucked in a sharp breath. Another 99%? Without hesitation, Lin Feng issued another command to the system. Apply Fearless Wear and cooling counter to the medicine god cloak. No sooner had Lin Feng finished speaking than the system's voice echoed in his ears once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully attaching the cooling counter skill. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully attaching the Fearless Wear skill. After the attachments were complete, Lin Feng turned his gaze toward his parents lying in the hospital bed. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Opening it, he saw a message from Zhang Zhan. Most of the medicinal ingredients have been gathered, but some materials remain scarce. Moreover, these materials are under the control of the Divine Workers Guild. The Divine Workers Guild? Lin Feng let out a cold laugh. Since the cooling countermeasure skill had already activated, he was well prepared. The next second, Lin Feng replied, General Zhang Zhan, please prepare 50 Beastmaster bracelets for me. I've placed the Milk God's Descent and Beast Blood Boiling potions beside my parents. These potions enhance resistance to toxins. You must hold out until I return. After sending the message, Zhang Zhan froze on the other end. He couldn't fathom why Lin Feng needed 50 Beast Tamer bracelets. But from what he said, Lin Feng was about to enter the Divine Workers Guild's secret realm to start soloing. Given the current critical situation, Zhang Zhan had no choice but to follow his lead. Before long, 50 Beastmaster bracelets were prepared. Lin Feng then boarded the Space Rift Beast and flew toward the secret realm controlled by the Divine Workers Guild. Meanwhile, within the Divine Workers Guild, Emobashi awoke in a sealed, airtight chamber, his face deathly pale. Lin Feng, he hissed, you've destroyed the plan I'd spent over 20 years preparing, and now you've brought such utter disgrace upon me. If I ever get the chance, I'll skin you alive and tear you limb from limb. Just as his rage erupted, a message was relayed to him. Mr. Mapos, there's news you'll undoubtedly find fascinating. Lin Feng has been spotted within the Divine Workers Guild's Secret Realm Zone 1. It appears he intends to clear the secret realm. Chapter 190, Lin Feng begins his slaughter. Please vote. Emobashi turned his head, revealing a handsome face. His face was angular and gaunt, with a high, straight nose, the unmistakable features of an Eagle Nation native. Upon hearing this, his tone turned icy and angry. Oh? Lin Feng. I didn't expect you to fall into the trap so quickly. Inform General Miss that my mission failed, but I secured an opportunity for the Divine Workers Guild to eliminate Lin Feng. As he finished speaking, the man beside him, dressed in a suit, departed. Emobashi also rose to leave. Before long, the Divine Workers Guild initiated covert mobilization. Large numbers of second and third generation beastmen hybrids, along with tech-enhanced transmuters, were urgently dispatched to the Divine Workers Guild's Secret Realm Zone 1. Miss Lee personally oversaw the operation from a transfer hub. This time, the Divine Workers Guild had mobilized numerous level 80, and even level 90, transferees. Combined with the Beastman fusion technology, they formed an absolutely terrifying force. But this news also reached Lin Feng, who was speeding across the Pacific Ocean. His expression turned icy as he read the encrypted message Zhang Zhan sent to his phone, yet a faint smile touched his lips. With 30 contract beasts above level 80 at his disposal, plus the medicine god cloak, the revolver god slayer, and potions like divine healer's descent, what could even a level 90 professional do to kill him? With the medicine god cloak, multiple divine healing pills, his contract beasts for protection, and divine gear like the revolver god slayer in hand, he was waiting for anyone foolish enough to come looking for trouble. Before long, Lin Feng's figure arrived at a darkened area. This place was filled with islands, each bearing numerous secret realm entrances. Several class change practitioners already guarded each secret realm entrance. The sea breeze blew as Lin Feng scanned the area, quickly settling on one secret realm entrance. But the moment Lin Feng appeared, armed helicopters soared into the sky. On board, gunnery specialists wielding firearms seemed to have anticipated his arrival, unleashing a furious barrage of fire. Bullets streaked across the sky, leaving trails of fire in their wake. Before the bullets could reach Lin Feng, the space rift beast roared, unleashing its spatial confinement power. The bullets froze mid-air, plummeting into the ocean the moment the spatial restraint vanished. This scene terrified the gunners. They were all over level 60, armed with super premium bullets sourced from the armory. In terms of both penetration and lethality, they were top tier. Yet before Lin Feng, they froze mid-air and plummeted like toys. The next instant, the spatial ripper roared, unleashing multiple waves of slicing force that ripped the space into shreds. The cutting force sliced through the armed helicopter. The once flying armed helicopter was severed into 3 segments. The gunner inside was cleaved in half, his eyes wide as he plummeted into the ocean, becoming food for sea beasts. Upon witnessing this scene in the command room, Miss Lee couldn't help but frown. Is that Lin Feng? But what is that mount beneath him? It can actually wield spatial power. Lost in thought, a figure slowly entered the room. Emobashi, now clad in combat attire. That's the spatial rift beast, a royal beast from the Huaxia No. 1 ruins. I wonder what method Lin Feng used to summon the space rift beast and even make it his pet. The spatial rift beast? Upon hearing this, Miss Lee's expression shifted slightly. He had long heard of it. The space rift beast was no ordinary beast. Considered the sovereigns of space, they were the royal bloodline among Blue Star's ferocious beasts. How could a space rift beast possibly be brought out from the China 1 ruins? It was utterly inconceivable. Could it be that a new profession had emerged in China, one capable of defying the constraints of secret realms? In recent years, even emerging professions couldn't be this god tier. Clearly, Lin Feng harbors many unfathomable secrets. Beyond the super potion, there might be other surprises brought by potions as well. Stay on high alert. While we don't know why Lin Feng has come this time, expect large numbers of high-level Chinese class changers gathering near him. China has been quietly developing for so many years without much direct confrontation with us. This time, we must completely shatter their confidence. After Miss Lee relayed the message once more, the large-faced foreigner beside her sprang into action. Emobashi, standing beside Miss Lee, remarked, I know why Lin Feng has come here this time, to seek herbs that can counteract the world's most potent poison I placed within his parents, the Crimson Fire Venom. Lin Feng crippled 3 of my avatars. This time, I will tear him limb from limb. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Divine Workers Guild's first secret realm, Lin Feng landed on an island, flanked by over a dozen transcended level practitioners, each at least level 70. They stared at Lin Feng as if he were prey. Lin Feng? You're worth a fortune to our Divine Workers Guild. General Misai issued a direct order, kill Lin Feng outright. Leave no survivors, just in case. They held blue and red potions in their hands, uncorked the bottles, and poured the contents directly into their bodies. In an instant, the once human-faced transmuters transformed into monstrous creatures, neither fully human nor beast. This time, their mutations were more complete. Some retain only a human face, while the rest of their bodies transform entirely into beastly forms. Raging blood surged through their veins. The euphoria of rapid power growth made them moan with pleasure. After consuming the potion, some transformed into bodies as massive as islands, making Lin Feng appear like an ant standing before them. Others erupted with spines covering their entire bodies, resembling giant porcupines. Yet their defense, health, and mana bars skyrocketed exponentially, some by tens of times. Yet Lin Feng also observed that after consuming the potions and undergoing human-beast genetic fusion, their animalistic instincts surged. They seemed on the verge of losing all human control, becoming nothing more than colossal killing machines. Suddenly, they charged at Lin Feng like rabid beasts. At that moment, Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. The space rift beast perched on his shoulder let out a fierce roar. The next second, Lin Feng retrieved 2 pitch black pills from his storage ring and popped them into his mouth. Boom! Power surged through him. Though initially weak and seemingly doomed, Lin Feng's strength skyrocketed. He grabbed one of the approaching giant lion men, snapping its neck with a crunch. The immense force pierced through its heart. He then grabbed the fox-like creature behind it, ripping out its heart as well. Chapter 191, is that all? One punch slaughters several transcended warriors. Such a bloody and terrifying scene was a first for Lin Feng. But the power granted by the 2 milk gods to send pills wasn't something he could access at will. Having already slain 2 ambushing class changers, his aura erupted violently. His body transformed into a missile hurtling toward the charging class changers. Is that all? Lin Feng sneered coldly, unleashing a punch that sent the head of an approaching hedgehog-like creature flying off its shoulders, landing on the ground. His left foot kicked out, sending the giant sea beast that had crashed into him like an island crashing backward. It fell to the ground, spewing a large mouthful of blood. Die! Suddenly, a powerhouse appeared, his headlamp flashing an 80-level badge. Closing his fists, he leapt into the air and slammed them down toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood rooted to the spot, allowing the fist to crash down. The double blow struck the back of his head, nearly knocking a portion of the ground beneath him away. He remained standing, slowly turning his head to face the attacker. Is that all? Lin Feng stepped out of the deep pit, extended his right hand, and unleashed a punch. Boom! The fist tore through the air, separating the beast from its rider. The man knelt on the ground, blood gushing forth. The remaining job changers stared at Lin Feng as if he were a monster. They couldn't quite tell if they were the monsters, or if he was the monster, or if he was the monster among monsters. But as Lin Feng's gaze shifted, a blood-red light flashed in his eyes. His body launched like a missile, propelling through the very bodies of his opponents. A pool of ketchup splattered on the ground as all the job changers who had attempted to intercept him were annihilated. After lightly wiping his fists, Lin Feng immediately activated the secret realm and began his challenge. The Divine Staff Guild's secret realm number 1 was encrypted level without upper level approval, entry was nearly impossible. But Lin Feng couldn't care less. He reached into his storage ring, pulled out the revolver God Slayer, and fired 2 shots in rapid succession, piercing through the sealed entrance and stepping inside. But he certainly wasn't interested in clearing this kind of stage. His main goal was to obtain the medicinal herbs he needed. Thus, the moment he entered, he drew the revolver God Slayer, aimed at the final boss gate, and blasted it to pieces with a single shot. Upon reaching the boss stage, Lin Feng dispatched it with a single shot. If he didn't obtain the required herbs on a run, Lin Feng would keep grinding the dungeon until he succeeded. Watching Lin Feng repeatedly farm the same secret realm, Miss Li in the command room was utterly bewildered. Combined with how Lin Feng had single-handedly taken down the entire field earlier, only to be overwhelmed by a team of over a dozen third-generation human-beast hybrid class changers who had ambushed him. This was utterly unbelievable. How old was he? Just an alchemist. It made no logical sense whatsoever. However, Emobashi beside him turned pale with shock. He had boasted about eliminating Lin Feng completely, but witnessing Lin Feng single-handedly take down a level 70 transferee 1 who had also used third-generation human-beast fusion technology. Their combat power would surge by at least 10 to 20%, and those with better compatibility could even reach 30%. On Blue Star, this was an unprecedented feat. It was also the highest enhancement rate achieved by the Divine Staff Guild in all their years of experimentation. Yet now, in the hands of a mere alchemist, they were being slaughtered like chicks. Miss Li ordered, "Have the other Transcended arrived? Bring the latest star-shattering cannons and eliminate Lin Feng. Do not hesitate. Even if it means obliterating the entire first secret realm, he must not be spared." After the order was issued again, the gunner and the squad of transmuters racing toward Lin Feng's location began preparing the Starbreaker cannon, a weapon capable of annihilating even a level 90 transmutation specialist. Not far from the Divine Worker Guild's first secret realm, a fire dragon darted through the void, heading toward Lin Feng. The dragon rider piloting the fire dragon was none other than Wu Lei, with several transmuters seated behind him. They were all high-level transfigures drafted from the military. Originally, each was carrying out their own missions, but they suddenly received a top-secret order from the Chinese commanders. They were ordered to immediately halt all current operations and converge to launch a surprise assault on Divine Workers Guild's Secret Realm No. 1. They were utterly shocked and baffled, yet the sole directive they received was to rescue one person at all costs. Going into the Divine Workers Union's territory to rescue someone? That's practically knocking on their front door. And to snatch someone right from under their noses? What an audacious move. They were both tense and incredibly excited, but the Chinese commanders had ordered them, even if every last one of them died there, they had to bring that person back safely. Behind them were the weapon master Wu Quan, the necromancer Wang Tianba, and others, all beneficiaries of the human gene enhancement serum provided by Lin Feng. As the only ones to have successfully cleared the Huaxia No. 1 ruins once, they owed their victory to Lin Feng's destruction potion, which not only enabled their passage but also caused their strength to skyrocket. General Zhang Zhan, the commanders signed this top-secret order. It really scared me. China rarely issues such top-secret orders. What's the reason? Who are we rescuing? Why such a massive mobilization? As Wu Kuang finished speaking, the others turned their gaze toward Zhang Zhan. Even Wu Lei, unaware of the details, looked at him with curiosity. Zhang Zhan sighed softly. The operation you're about to undertake is top secret. All you need to know is that the target is a young man. You'll need to give it your all this time, but whatever unusual circumstances you encounter, don't show too much surprise, and above all, don't reveal a single detail. As soon as Zhang Zhan finished speaking, the other transferees nodded in unison. But the moment Wu Lei heard young man, a specific face instantly flashed through his mind. Lin Feng. His breathing quickened as he silently prayed. Could it be that Lin Feng had been captured by the Divine Workers Union? If it really was him, this would be an utterly terrifying development for Huaxia. Lin Feng's role was far beyond that of an ordinary alchemist. His life was worth more than his own, or even the combined lives of the entire frontline's 100,000 transmuters. Simply crafting a single destruction potion capable of halting the beast tide was an achievement of immeasurable value. With that thought, he immediately accelerated toward the Divine Workers Guild's Secret Realm Zone 1. Inside the Secret Realm, after defeating the boss and gathering the required herbs, Lin Feng turned and departed. However, 3 more ingredients were still needed to complete the potion recipe. These 3 ingredients required venturing deep into the heart of Divine Worker Guild's ruins No. 1. Lin Feng sensed it already. Countless beings outside, wielding beast-human hybrid technology, were waiting for him. He snorted coldly, donning the alchemist's cloak. His form seemed to merge with it as he activated full combat readiness. Statistics exceeding 999,999 began piling up. The previously dormant Lin Feng once again radiated terrifying combat power. With eyes wide open, he stepped out of the Secret Realm's exit. Chapter 192, The Might of Dual Guns. Taste the Destruction Potion. A dense crowd of figures guarded the Secret Realm's exit. The level badges above their heads showed none below 70. A small number of transfigured warriors had even reached level 80. They had been urgently mobilized by the Divine Staff Guild, their mission clear, to deal with a young man from Huaxia. The moment they saw Lin Feng emerge, a wave of mocking laughter erupted. What the hell is General Myth up to? Mobilizing this many forces for a mere transmutation practitioner. Ha! A mere transferee, and General Mize is scared out of his wits. Pathetic! Still, this kid has some nerve breaking through from the Dragon Nation to raid a secret realm under our Divine Workers Guild's control. That takes guts. The heartfelt sneers echoed in Lin Feng's ears. The sea breeze ruffled Lin Feng's bangs, and a hint of dust settled on his casual attire. His gaze swept indifferently over the high-level job changers before him. He brushed the dust from his clothes, his expression showing no hint of alarm. Didn't expect so many of you to show up. Fine, let's keep it simple. No need to fight one by one, just wipe them all out. Tired of this. Is everyone here yet? The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the entire venue seemed to freeze solid. Are all the people here? The implication seemed clear. Had he been waiting for them all along? Arrogant. The assembled job changers glared at Lin Feng with icy stares, as if provoked. Kid. Are you deliberately trying to provoke us? Or are you waiting for your Chinese reinforcements to come rescue you? You Chinese brat, the Divine Workers Guild is far more powerful than you could ever imagine. Don't spout empty threats. Any one of us here could crush you into mincemeat with a single blow. Some job changers began to sneer, their expressions tinged with boredom. They couldn't understand why their superiors had sent them all this way just for a guy who looked like an ant to them. But as their mockery grew louder, and some even prepared to act, Lin Feng slowly drew 2 revolvers from his holsters, the Godslayer guns, gleaming with silver and gold. The cold muzzles were now pointed squarely at the transferees before him. The moment they found themselves in the crosshairs, the mockery on their faces only deepened. Guns? Do you even know what you're playing at? A gunsmith from the Divine Workers Guild drew a revolver of his own, spinning it in his palm. Lin Feng's gun looked even more shoddy. You think you can take us out with 2 cracked little revolvers? Do you really think you have that super destructive serum like the one used to block the beast tide in China? A faint smile touched Lin Feng's lips. The high-level transfigured soul he aimed at froze, as if stared down by a demon from hell. That bone-chilling coldness piercing his soul made him tremble uncontrollably.
Fatso, what's wrong? You're scared stiff by a measly little pistol? You've taken down countless gunsmiths before.
Level 70s are like squashed ants in your hands.
Why are you scared now?
The middle-aged transferee not in the gun's sights addressed a chubby man beside him. Who would have thought the fat man's legs would give way, causing him to collapse to his knees on the spot?
Not only that, but the elderly man facing another gun barrel reacted the same way.
They didn't even know why they were afraid, they just knelt on the ground. This scene caused the other job changers to frown deeply.
Confusion mingled with bewilderment, deepening their perplexity. Meanwhile, in the Divine Worker Guild's secret realm Zone 1,
the fire dragon had already breached their defensive formation, pinpointing Lin Feng's location through its tracking ability. Everyone was on high alert, their attention riveted on the movements below. Suddenly, Wang Tianba pointed his finger at a section below and exclaimed, "Look! Is that the person we're searching for? He seems to be under attack by a group." Wu Kuang followed Wang Tianba's gesture, aiming his scope downward. What he saw left him gasping in shock. Dozens of foreigners, armed with various equipment, had cornered a young-faced Chinese man at the exit of the secret realm. The young Chinese man held a small revolver in each hand. All the class changers atop the fire dragon fixed their gaze downward. Their gazes all landed on the Chinese youth wielding the revolvers. Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei also spotted Lin Feng, their hearts pounding with unease. Seeing him surrounded by attackers sent their hearts pounding. Each of these Divine Staff Guild transmuters surrounding him could easily take him down. But then, an unbelievable scene unfolded before their eyes. The Chinese youth, wielding dual revolvers, suddenly pulled the trigger. With a barely audible clink, the area where the barrels were aimed began to shift and transform, as if the heavens were splitting apart. An unstoppable force of destruction erupted from the once quiet island. Simultaneously, a pair of massive hands shielded Lin Feng within their grasp. All the mocking transferees before Lin Feng paled in shock. For after that faint clink, they sensed an unimaginable destructive force erupting from the gun barrels. This energy carried a thick, medicinal fragrance that instantly filled their nostrils, triggering an uncontrollable craving. It made them forget fear, forget escape, and sink deeper and deeper into its embrace. Once the scent entered their bodies, it produced an extreme sense of euphoria. But then came the terrifying destructive force unleashed by the twin guns. It spread out like a fan, flattening the island before them and piercing through more than 10 meters of the island's underground. The overwhelming destructive force vaporized the surrounding seawater. Most of the class changers before Lin Feng were reduced to ash. A few, gravely wounded by the terrifying destructive force, let out pitiful cries as they knelt on the ground. Some high-level transcenders, over level 80 and decked out in layers of gear, were left with severed limbs and shattered equipment after Lin Feng's assault. Their gear was utterly destroyed, rendered completely unusable. Whoosh! 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 What kind of terrifying power is this? A single shot can annihilate high-level transferees. Medicine scent. Destructive force. Are the bullets in your gun laced with medicinal agents the destructive force meant to halt the beast tide? The surviving, more cautious high-level transferees watched Lin Feng with their last breath. But Lin Feng snorted coldly, "You sold your lives to the Divine Workers Guild. Too bad you realized it a little too late." Clink. Clink. Two trigger pulls echoed. The revolver gripped in both of Lin Feng's hands unleashed its terrifying destructive power once more. Under the force of destruction, the high-level job changers who had been clinging to life were all sent to meet their end in this wave. The island, already half devastated, was bombarded once more. Most of it vanished, leaving only the entrance and exit of the secret realm. After finishing the job, Lin Feng blew on the muzzle and called it a day. The Chinese observers in the sky witnessed this scene and were utterly stunned. Their eyes widened as if witnessing a scene they would never forget. Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei, having witnessed Lin Feng's tactics before, were somewhat accustomed to it. Yet seeing him waste potion bullets like this still made them wince inwardly. Wu Kuang and Wang Tianba stared at the revolver in Lin Feng's hands, now unleashing destructive power. They rubbed their eyes, as if trying to confirm what they saw, then suddenly remembered. Chapter 193, The Showdown Between Orc Potion and Beast Blood Boiling Potion. General Zhang, isn't the destructive power unleashed by that revolver in the young man's hands identical to the force that repelled the beast tide along the Huaxia coastline? This kid has potions with destructive power too? Zhang Zhan was momentarily stunned by the question. He hadn't expected to be worried about Lin Feng, even considering bringing reinforcements to assist him. But upon arriving here, his first sight was Lin Feng single-handedly taking down dozens of high-level transferees with a single shot. These fallen Divine Staff Guild members were exceptionally powerful, far beyond ordinary strength. Yet no matter how formidable they were reduced to ashes by Lin Feng's single shot of destructive power. Just as they were marveling at this display, fighter jets appeared in the distance, accompanied by massive hovering technological devices that opened fire upon them. Below, figures were racing toward Lin Feng. Zhang Zhan's expression turned grim upon seeing them.
Most of the newly arrived transcenders were level 80, and among them were even super transcenders at level 90.
They sensed an overwhelming destructive force and were stunned.
In an instant, they activated third-generation orc technology.
Especially the level 90 blood warriors. After downing the orc potion, their bodies began to tear apart as their vitality and combat power surged wildly. Transformed into monstrous beings neither human nor beast, they let out frenzied howls and charged forward. The high-level transfigures who had just surrounded Lin Feng had underestimated him, convinced they could crush him with one hand. Yet in the end, they were slaughtered by terrifying destruction. Inside the command center, Miss Li frantically used the walkie-talkie, instructing them to use the third-generation orc potion. Unexpectedly, her orders were treated as idle chatter. Lost in the mocking laughter of the powerful, no one paid them any mind. Subsequently, under Lin Feng's dual pistols, they were all obliterated. But that wasn't the worst part. The most critical issue was that every high-level class changer cultivated by the Divine Staff Guild came at a tremendous cost. Their deaths came so easily, resulting in immense losses for the Divine Workers Guild. Emobashi, standing nearby, swallowed repeatedly. The boastful words he had spoken earlier had now fallen silent. His earlier intent to kill Lin Feng had been replaced by goosebumps rising from the sheer terror of what he'd just witnessed. How could Lin Feng be this powerful? If we don't seize this opportunity now, it will be even harder to kill him later. Summon Tombo, the first-generation assassin hidden by the Divine Workers Guild. To ensure success, order him to eliminate Lin Feng at any cost. After the order was issued, someone swiftly arrived at a luxurious palace standing on an island. An elderly man with a well-proportioned build and snow-white hair gazed out at the sea, swirling a glass of aged red wine in his hand. As a figure appeared beside him, a paper document was handed over. He glanced at it, snorted coldly, and as the wind swept past, the paper shattered into countless fragments. Miss Li? He seems like a useless fool too. I wonder what those old fools ever saw in him. Still, the lad has achieved quite a bit over the years, elevating the Divine Workers Union to the top global position. But, now facing China, why does it feel like he's reached a dead end? Enough. I haven't flexed my muscles in years. This time, I'll just enjoy using him as practice. With that, he slipped the third-generation Beastman fusion serum into his storage ring and vanished from the spot in a flash. Meanwhile, at the secret realm's exit, Lin Feng, cloaked in the medicine god's mantle, sped through the air toward the entrance of the next secret realm he needed. He had intended to use the medicine god cloak earlier, but upon exiting, he discovered a crowd of class change candidates had gathered. The Divine Staff Guild truly hated him to the bone. They certainly valued him highly. But time was of the essence now. His parents needed medicinal herbs, and he had to craft potions to save their lives. Not a single second could be wasted. The medicine god cloak fused to his body, and Lin Feng transformed into streaks of afterimages, reaching another secret realm entrance at supersonic speed. The moment he entered, a fire dragon landed at the entrance and the adjacent exit. Formation masters, hurry and set up the formations. We need to buy Lin Feng some time. Prepare all potions. We're about to engage in battle. Before the operation, with Chief Zhou's approval, Zhang Zhan had retrieved a significant quantity of Milk God's Descent and Beast Blood boiling potions from the National Treasury. Along the way, Zhang Zhan had already distributed the potions. Now, under Zhang Zhan's orders, all the Huaxia class changers downed the Beast Blood boiling potions. Originally, they had doubted how much power such a small vial could hold. After swallowing it, their entire bodies felt as if scorched by raging flames, their blood beginning to boil. Any lingering fatigue or negativity vanished instantly, replaced by rapid, labored breathing. Their bodies grew so hot they began sweating profusely, as if they possessed inexhaustible vitality and strength. Illusory celestial phenomena erupted across the sky. They also noticed their interface data had begun to overlap to varying degrees. Especially the string of positive numbers that followed. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they exclaimed, "Damn, that's insane. Who could have imagined such a small potion could unleash such sustained explosive power?" Zhang Zhan, witnessing this, couldn't bring himself to tell them the Beast Blood boiling potion could last for 10 days. If he told them, they'd be so hyped they'd scream damn, right there on the spot. After downing the Beast Blood boiling potion, they began stacking their gear. Wu Kuang wielded various firearms, a four-eyed device hovering above his head, a massive cannon barrel suspended behind him. The cigarette dangling from his lips carried the scent of gunpowder, and he clutched a laser cannon in both hands. Wang Tianba raised his staff, chanting incantations that summoned legions of spirits. Corpses rose from the earth, and even sea beasts that had perished in the depths were forcibly conjured. Zhang Zhan erupted with energy, dagger in hand, unleashing all his skills and talents. Wooly wielded a dragon taming staff, standing atop a fire dragon, his form shrouded in thick, fiery armor. The flames in the fire dragon's mouth shifted from red to a deep blue-purple, radiating terrifying heat. His eyes widened, his aura flickering, as dragon claws erupted from the void itself, each blazing with flames of different hues. They all waiting for the enemy who had ambushed Lin Feng to arrive. Then, within seconds, a piercing cry of beasts and birds echoed. A bone bird as massive as a small mountain descended, its flapping wings carrying a foul, undead stench. Perched atop it stood a beast master with a cold aura, his gaze lingering on the Chinese class changers before him with a hint of surprise. So that's it. No wonder this brat dared to cause trouble on our Divine Workers Guild's turf. He's got you lot backing him up. But with your measly levels, you think you can profit on our turf? You're just asking for death. Soon, a vast number of Divine Workers Guild transferees arrived. A dense, dark mass of beastmen gathered, instantly bearing down on Zhang Zhan and his companions with overwhelming pressure. Chapter 194, Beast Blood Boils, Milk Goddess Descends, The Might of Potions. Ha! All Chinese transferees, yet their strength seems rather lacking. If we all charge together, we'll tear them to shreds. Their eyes glowed crimson, their massive bodies radiating a primal, savage intensity. Merely standing there, they exerted an unimaginable pressure on the Chinese class changers. Every Chinese class changer present fixed their eyes solemnly upon the Divine Guild's full-time members, before them half of whom were already at level 80. Most crucially, they had all consumed the Divine Workers Guild's legendary enhancement potion, the Orc Potion, touted as unmatched globally. Though it was unclear how many generations of development had passed since their inception, the level of integration and explosive power they exhibited clearly demonstrated that a 30 to 40% increase in strength was easily achievable. Even if the average combat power of the Chinese class changers like Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei reached level 75. Even with the Beast Blood Boiling Potion, their slightly lower overall level still put them at a disadvantage. Our target, Lin Feng, is currently within the secret realm. Destroy both the entrance and exit passages, trapping him inside to perish with the realm. Battle erupted instantly. The beastmen of the Divine Labor Guild roared with fury, charging toward the Chinese transferees. Zhang Zhan, Wu Lei, and the other Chinese transferees unleashed their full firepower, forming a circle to shield the secret realm's exit and entrance behind them. Sparks flew everywhere. Wu Kuang, the weapon master, led the barrage, establishing a firebase. Bombs, bullets, and laser weapons rained down relentlessly as if they were free. Wang Tianba unleashed his undead horde, engulfing the entire team and dragging them violently underground as skeletal claws lunged at them. The formation mages and rune masters within the group activated their pre-established formations, forcibly sealing the approaching Divine Guild forces within, rendering them immobile. Yet the more they were attacked, the more excited the orcs became. Their eyes blazed crimson as they let out deafening roars. With their innate beast skills activated and now layered with the transferred warriors' innate abilities, their combat power doubled, their aura exploding with intensity. You Chinese class changers truly underestimate us. The third-generation Orc Enhancement Potion is extremely precious, but the combat power it unleashes can boost our strength by up to 40%. Your levels are already low. How do you plan to withstand us in this state? Boom! 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 The Divine Artisans Guild's class changers unleashed their fury. Countless meteors plummeted from the sky, while berserkers, as if bathed in layers of blood, hacked relentlessly at the formation. The once impregnable formation began cracking under their assault, leaving the formation mages and rune masters severely wounded, blood spilling from their mouths. Wu Lei's fire dragon was cleaved in two by a swordsman's beast-like blade, as if the entire island had been split apart. The dragon crashed to the ground, its screams echoing. Zhang Zhan was struck by a fireball, and several Divine Workers Guild transferees specifically targeted and repelled the shadow he had transformed into. All the Chinese class changers faced immense pressure. The blue health bars of the wounded Chinese specialists recovered at an astonishing rate. The Beast Blood Boiling Potion acted like a pair of protective divine hands, providing them with unlimited healing. Whenever their resources neared depletion, their health and mana bars would rapidly replenish. Despite the considerable gap in strength, bolstered by the Beast Blood Boiling Potion, the Chinese class changers fought with increasing ferocity. General Zhang Zhan, what kind of potion did you just give us? It's incredibly satisfying. This is sci-fi. My health bar was completely depleted, and I was about to take a potion, but suddenly both my health and mana bars instantly refilled. I'm brimming with combat power right now. Wu Kuang spat out the spent cigar bullet from his mouth and loaded another one. The other transmuters were equally stunned. They never imagined the potion they'd consumed could possess such god-tier effects. Across the battlefield, the Divine Staff Guild's transmuters noticed the transformation in the Chinese group, surprise flickering across their faces. The Chinese transmuters had been at a disadvantage, constantly taking damage. But as the battle raged on, they sensed something had changed. They were still wounded, yet not fatally. Even when struck by seemingly fatal blows that drained their health bars dry, they unexpectedly sprang back to life, as if some peculiar potion was keeping them clinging to life. Damn it! Those Chinese are ING freaks. Fire the Starbreaker. I refuse to believe you can withstand the Starbreaker that obliterated all those level 95 transmigrants. The words had barely left his mouth when three burly foreigners with bushy beards let out a primal, beast-like RO. Three massive devices detached from their backs, settling onto the ground. Their thick barrels locked onto their targets straight at the secret realm's exit and entrance. A palpable sense of impending danger filled the air. Zhang Zhan immediately pulled out the Milk God's Descent pills and ordered, Formation Mages, establish a protective array. Rune Stone users, reinforce the array. Warriors, hold the front line. Take the black pills I gave you earlier. You must block their star-shattering cannons. The Chinese transfigures stared fearfully at the massive muzzles trained on them, pulling out the pitch-black pills and shoving them into their mouths. The moment the pills dissolved, their potency surged forth, spreading through their bodies like a dragon unleashed. They drew deep breaths, eyes widening to their limits, as if ascending to immortality. This potency made their toes clench involuntarily. Breathing even that became difficult to sustain, their entire bodies enveloped in an intense medicinal fragrance. Their very bones, flesh, and blood were cleansed by the potency, their entire aura receiving an unbelievable boost. Staring at the endless strings of numbers, their mouths gaped wide enough to swallow 2 eggs. Their eyes bulged like glass marbles, witnessing a spectacle they never imagined seeing in their lifetime. Each of them now possessed strength comparable to a level 90 transmuter. Their combat prowess had been amplified to an unbelievable degree. Stop gawking and focus on defense. The potions you took only last 1 minute, make the most of it. The potions Zhang Zhan had retrieved were ones Lin Feng had crafted long ago. Though their potency lasted only a minute, in the most critical moments of battle, a minute and 10 minutes were scarcely different. The crucial task was simply to survive the most perilous period. Boom! The Star Shatter cannon fired, unleashing enough power to obliterate an entire small planet from its muzzle. The protective formation shattered instantly, their figures engulfed by the Starbreaker cannon's overwhelming might. Those Chinese class changers really are a bunch of idiots. They actually think some fancy potion can stop a star-shattering cannon capable of killing level 95 class changers. A sneer echoed as the smoke cleared. The Chinese transferees stood where they were, their clothes and equipment utterly obliterated. Chapter 195, Double Shot, Taste My Annihilation Potion. Their skin had been scorched away, exposing the flesh beneath. But then, an incredible sight unfolded. Their flesh began to writhe and grow frantically, skin regenerating at a visible pace. The terrifying potency of the potion spread through their bodies, moving like countless earthworms, swiftly restoring their shattered forms to their original state. We're okay? Holy. I thought we were done for. Who'd have thought I could actually block such a goddamn powerful star-shattering cannon? The Huaxia class changers were stunned as they felt their bodies rapidly regenerating. Was this the effect of that black pill we just swallowed? Unbelievable. Across the battlefield, the beasts froze in place upon seeing the Chinese warriors standing unscathed after being struck by the star-shattering cannon. They exchanged stunned glances, staring at the Huaxia class changers who remained standing in place after the smoke cleared with utterly incredulous expressions. Holy! How did they do that? Are all Chinese class changers monsters? They even blocked the star-shattering cannon, a weapon powerful enough to kill level 95 class changers. They must have downed some powerful potion. If an SSS plus talent alchemist from China could kill them and seize that potion, the higher-ups at the Divine Staff Guild would offer a massive reward. A hedgehog-like creature observed them, a glint of clarity flashing in its eyes. All the job changers' eyes gleamed with greed as they stared at them. Starbreaker cannon. Fire the remaining 2 shots simultaneously. Double-barreled barrage. Even with their potion-enhanced recovery, no transferee on Blue Star can withstand this. As the remaining 2 starburst cannons coalesced and prepared to fire, the Chinese transmuters, still caught up in their excitement, were startled into silence. Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei immediately urged everyone to spread out, hoping to mitigate some of the Starbreaker cannon's power. Just as the gunmaster's finger touched the trigger, a ghostly figure drifted out from the half-destroyed secret realm exit. Unnoticed by anyone, it stood behind the gunmaster. Have you had enough? A cold voice drifted through the air. Who? The 2 gunnery officers poised to fire froze in shock. The next second, with a snap, both men were lifted off their feet and had their necks snapped clean off. After the 2 gunners died, Lin Feng stowed their star-shatter cannons into his spatial storage ring and ended his invisibility. Haven't you been searching for me all along? Here I am, standing right before you. A handsome young man dressed in casual attire stood before them, his icy gaze sweeping over the group of beastmen. Lin Feng? That's Lin Feng? He actually emerged from the secret realm? How could it be so fast? Attack him together. Kill him, and we'll complete our mission plus that unbelievable bounty. Seeing their chance, the orcs charged one after another, launching surprise attacks at Lin Feng. But just as the porcupine-like beast reached Lin Feng, he delivered a powerful kick. A burst of wind-piercing force erupted from his body. The seemingly impenetrable quills snapped clean off. The beastman's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed dead on the spot. A deer man lunged at Lin Feng with its antlers. Lin Feng spun and delivered a punch that shattered the antlers clean off. The blow struck the creature's head, sending blood spurting and brain matter splattering. Within seconds, Lin Feng had dispatched 2 high-level beastmen, stunning the entire crowd. The beastmen of the Divine Labor Guild, witnessing this, were too terrified to advance. Is this really the youth the Divine Workers Guild spoke of? A youth with combat prowess this formidable? A single punch could kill an 80-level transferee who had stacked 3rd-generation beastman techniques. The Chinese transmuters who witnessed Lin Feng's combat prowess couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Was this really the man the commanders had issued secret orders to rescue at all costs? Here, it seems like the opposite is true.
Instead, it was this young man who came to rescue them.
They could only stare in stunned disbelief at this young man whose combat prowess defied all logic.
But the next second, they witnessed an even more astonishing sight.
2 gold and silver revolvers appeared in Lin Feng's hands as he raised them, aiming at the orcs ahead.
Clink. Clink. The triggers pulled.
Destructive energy erupted from the revolver's barrels. 2 massive, dark gray hands enveloped the area where Lin Feng stood, shielding all the Huaxia class change warriors within their grasp.
An unbearable medicinal scent filled the air as the overwhelming destructive force leveled the ground. All orc transmuters below level 80 vanished into dust before their eyes.
The remaining Divine Workers Guild transmuters knelt where they stood, eyes dazed, as if witnessing a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The moment the gunshot rang out, their consciousness began to collapse. The next breath brought darkness, and the world before their eyes shattered into chaos.
Put. What kind of terrifying power is this? Move out now.
That shot knocked our health bars down to 70%. Get out of here fast.
A level 90 transferee hidden within the group, ready to strike at any moment, was terrified. Just as they moved to retreat, Lin Feng raised both revolver guns once more, aiming without hesitation and firing. Clang! Clang!
Destructive force erupted once more from the revolver god-slaying guns. The earth shook violently. The level 90 class changers who had initially escaped, bolstered by orc technology, now lay half crippled on the ground, clinging to life.
The remaining level 80 job changers were all obliterated here, reduced to ashes.
The protected Chinese class changers were stunned. This was way too intense.
One shot wasn't enough, another followed.
They swallowed hard repeatedly. If that first shot had been aimed at them, they might have already been dead.
And then came the follow-up shot.
As they swallowed hard, another scene unfolded.
Still alive? That health bar's surprisingly thick. 2 shots weren't enough? Then here comes another.
Lin Feng raised his revolver once more, unleashing another shot at the struggling level 90 transcended lying on the ground. A high-level transcended, once at the pinnacle of his generation, was now being toyed with like a weakling. He was engulfed by the third wave of destructive force and vanished from the spot. After firing, Lin Feng blew on the muzzle before holstering the revolver god of death. Behind him, a group of Chinese class changers swallowed hard, staring at Lin Feng.
How brutal!
That was a transferee, a national treasure to every country, yet he was finished off with 2 consecutive shots, never even getting the chance to unleash his abilities before being killed. Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei exchanged glances, both breaking into wry smiles.
Lin Feng, have you gathered all the herbs? If everything's ready, we should head back together.
A lot of drillers will be arriving soon.
Responding to Zhang Zhan's considerate reminder, Lin Feng nodded. Just one more herb to go. But before we leave, there are 2 things I still need to do. The first one is right now. I've never soloed a transferee above level 90 until today. Chapter 196, Swallowing 7 Pills, Eyes Like Blood-Red Sharingan.
As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the nearby Chinese class changers glanced around curiously, their vigilance heightened.
Yet they sensed not the slightest fluctuation in energy. Much less anyone arriving here.
Just as everyone was deeply puzzled, Lin Feng's gaze shifted slightly toward a rock formation about 10 meters to the side.
Since you've already arrived, senior, why not reveal yourself?
Lin Feng's words drifted lightly through the air. A chuckle echoed through the air as an ethereal figure slowly materialized upon the rock. The old man radiated an aura as powerful as a dragon, his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were like the depths of a dark pool, unfathomably deep, yet his pupils were one red and one blue, an eerie sight. A foreign-looking, aged face appeared before the group, startling Zhang Zhan and the other transferees. They hadn't sensed his presence at all, despite him being right beside them.
To conceal one's power so completely, his strength must be truly terrifying.
Young man from Huaxia, your spiritual perception is commendable, though your strength leaves much to be desired.
I've come today to take your head. I advise you to be sensible and avoid futile resistance. Otherwise, it will be painful.
His words were spoken with apparent kindness, yet his withered voice carried a chill like a demon slicing through flesh. Lin Feng naturally sensed this man's extraordinary nature, especially his level, which he couldn't fathom.
If you're going to kill me, at least let me die knowing who I'm facing. The foreign elder chuckled coldly.
I am Tombo, the first-generation assassin of the Divine Staff Guild, level 95. Now you may all die with peace of mind. His words sent shockwaves through the Chinese class changers, Lin Feng included.
The first-generation assassin of the Divine Workers Guild. When universal class advancement began on Blue Star, the Divine Workers Guild was established immediately. China had been slow to act back then, so its subsequent transmuters faced relentless suppression from the Divine Workers Guild throughout their development.
Having started early, the Divine Workers Guild continuously merged and expanded its influence. Originally confined to the Eagle Nation, it now controlled nearly 70% of the world's nations.
The first wave of transmuters reaped the full benefits of this developmental advantage.
Virtually every survivor among them had broken through to level 90 or beyond. The Tombo standing before them was among the most formidable assassins in existence.
Rumors had long circulated that he no longer took on assignments, yet here he was unexpectedly encountered. Zhang Zhan's expression grew grim as he stood there. He took deep breaths repeatedly, contemplating his next move. As an assassin class changer, he was well aware of Tombo's standing and power within the Divine Workers Guild. Whenever he made his move, any transferee below level 90 was doomed. Now the Divine Workers Guild possessed the 3rd generation Orc Potion. If he harnessed its power, he would become even stronger, potentially reaching the astonishing, incomprehensible level of 100. A level 100 class changer had already broken into an entirely new realm. Transferees surpassing level 100 had no interest in the petty squabbles within Blue Star. Level 100 is a threshold. Those who cross it experience unprecedented enhancements in both power and lifespan. They no longer participate in Blue Star's petty squabbles, having entered a separate realm dedicated to researching the mysterious rift power that enabled universal class advancement on Blue Star, pursuing the ultimate in strength. Tombo? Sorry, I've never heard of him. You won't kill me today, and I've never slain a first-generation transferee from the Divine Labor Guild. So, I'll start with you. Lin Feng's tone was calm and detached, drifting from his lips to the ears of every transferee present. Shock, astonishment, disbelief. Even Zhang Zhan was left utterly dumbfounded. He'd been strategizing how to let Lin Feng escape. They'd die here themselves to protect him. Who would have thought Lin Feng would blurt out such a bold declaration? The air instantly froze. Everyone stared at each other in disbelief. Tombo stared at Lin Feng in disbelief, as if looking at a moron. Is this kid out of his mind? Kid. I admit you do possess some truly extraordinary items, but the combat power I unleashed is far beyond your capabilities. Spouting nonsense in front of me comes at a price. Tombo's level badge flared above his head, displaying level 95. His aura suddenly condensed like a nuclear bomb primed to detonate at any moment. Host, Tombo. Class, Assassin. Level, 95. HP, 1,950,000 1,950,000. Mana bar, 1,950,000 1,950,000. Speed, 3,762,842. Strength, 1,231,180. Defense, 1,026,523. Mental power, 1,846,213. Talent, Assassin God Realm SS. Skills, Divine Shadow's Wrath, Arm Blade Assault, Domain Descent, Shadow Clone. Experience points, 254,631. Analyze Rage activated, scanning Tombo's entire status. 1.95 million HP and MP bars? That thick? Other combatants have already surpassed the 1 million mark. This is even more formidable than the Spatial Rift Beast. No wonder they're among the first wave of class changers. Even as the first wave of job changers, none of them have reached level 100 yet. That's pretty useless. Then let's experience the sensation of pushing to the absolute limit. But the next second, Lin Feng reached into his storage space and pulled out 7 Divine Milk Descent potions. He stuffed them all into his mouth right in front of everyone. Zhang Zhan was utterly stunned by the sight. These were Milk God's Descent potions. Their explosive effects would tear his body apart completely. An astonishing turn of events unfolded. Instead of being blown apart, Lin Feng's body seemed to activate some specific program. Scorching energy surged through the meridians within his body. The 7 Divine Milk Descent pills simultaneously unleashed their potency, their amplified effects causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The spirit essence of the herbs manifested, disrupting the natural order. A colossal shadow of a ferocious beast roared toward the heavens, blazing with radiant light. All the class changers in the Divine Workers Guild's first secret realm witnessed the terrifying celestial phenomenon with their own eyes. Recalling the legendary Chinese celestial phenomena they'd heard of, they never imagined such events would manifest within their own Divine Workers Guild territory. In the command center, Miss Li and Emobashi both stared wide-eyed at the fantastical spectacle before them, a deeply unsettling feeling washing over them. This is bad. That kid must have taken some powerful potion. I fear the transferees dispatched there are in trouble. I hope the founding generation doesn't get into trouble. Otherwise, I don't know how I'll explain this to the Divine Workers Guild's round table members. Declares emergency status in Secret Realm Zone 1. All job changers, deploy immediately. Meanwhile, in Secret Realm Zone 1, as shock and bewilderment gripped the observers, the Milk God's Descent pill Lin Feng had swallowed began unleashing its full potency. A potent medicinal fragrance poured out ceaselessly from all 7 orifices. The moment his eyes snapped open, crimson potency erupted from his pupils like activating the Sharingan. Chapter 197, Full Throttle Lin Feng's Ultimate Adventure. At that moment, Lin Feng resembled a blood-soaked god of slaughter. The Chinese transferees behind him, sensing his aura, dared not move. To their eyes, Lin Feng resembled a super-nuclear bomb poised to detonate. The next second, before their eyes, Lin Feng vanished from his spot, cloaked in the god of medicine's mantle. Thick medicinal energy filled the air, surging toward Tombo with such force that the atmosphere itself seemed to freeze. Tombo's eyes widened as an ominous foreboding gripped his mind. Instinctively, he stacked all his revered grade equipment. 1. Name, Assassination War Ring. Grade, Revered. Effects, upon equipping, grants plus 20% attack speed, plus 10% fear damage reduction, plus 10% defense, and plus 10% mental strength. Duration after equipping, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. 2. Name, Assassin's Cloak. Grade, Noble Grade. Effects, after equipping, conceals 70% of aura and increases escape speed by 30%. Duration after equipping, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 20 minutes. 3. Name, Shadow Vest. Grade, Premium. Effect, upon wearing, defense increases by 50%. When necessary, it generates binding force, channeling all power. Tombo layered supreme grade equipment over his entire body, front and back. Each piece was a top-tier divine grade artifact. From his toes, legs, waist, abdomen, neck, shoulders, head, even his fingertips, every exposed part was layered with protection. Though he hadn't paid it much mind before, the moment Lin Feng made his move, he felt a palpable sense of mortal danger. This terrifying force seemed capable of piercing straight through his level 95 defenses. Even the thickest health bar wouldn't withstand more than 2 or 3 of those strikes. His high-level mental perception immediately urged him to deploy every last bit of his defenses. Yet, even after deploying every last bit of his reserves, his eyes darted about, still unable to pinpoint Lin Feng's location. His heart trembled incessantly. I can't find him. My mental senses can't pinpoint his location. Tombo, who had initially underestimated his opponent, felt his scalp tingle and goosebumps rise across his body. He swiftly retrieved the third-generation ore potion from his spatial storage ring and downed it in one swift motion. The foul-smelling potion raged through his mouth, seeping into his genetic bloodline. His body began an unimaginable transformation. The once white-bearded, white-haired elder now possessed eerily distorted red and blue eyes. His frame grew abnormally tall, and his tongue had transformed into a serpentine organ. His ears shrank, his skull flattened, his teeth sharpened, and his entire body became covered in thick scales. The Beastman potion brought him a wave of euphoria, instantly boosting his defense by 40% and increasing his health bar to over 5 million points. Empowered by the water python's genes, his mental strength reached extreme enhancement, amplifying his ability to detect any movement in the surrounding air by several fold. Lin Feng, gotcha! Tombo, who had been immersed in a state of nervous unease, flashed his eyes and launched a surprise attack at Lin Feng as he rapidly closed in. Lin Feng, who had been preparing to unleash his full combat power, saw Tombo's half-human, half-snake form and chuckled, "Is this your best shot? Truly nothing special." Boom! In an instant, their figures collided. Boosted by 7 milk god potions and the medicine god cloak, Lin Feng's entire body surged with potent energy. The force meter for that single punch had already surged past 5 million. The blow sent Tombo reeling back several steps, shattering the assassination vest he wore. His face was filled with shock. This was a premium-grade assassination vest. It had once accompanied him in taking down numerous level 90+ class transition fighters. Yet it shattered under the might of a single punch from a Chinese kid. Weak. So weak. Is this your strongest attack? Third-generation orc technology, your divine gear, plus your level 95 strength, and this is all you've got? Lin Feng took a few steps back. Once he steadied himself, a sneer involuntarily curled his lips. The nearby Chinese class changers who witnessed this scene froze in place. Terrifying. When did China produce such an incredibly powerful young transferee? It was nothing short of godlike. Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei, who knew Lin Feng well, felt as if they'd been petrified. Moments ago, they'd been contemplating sacrificing themselves to protect Lin Feng. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng swallowed 7 milk god descent pills. The explosive power of the divine milk descent pills was no joke. Not only was Lin Feng completely unharmed, but his combat power surged to unearthly levels. His current combat prowess could now rival that of a maxed-out level 95 first-generation assassin. He was even mocking the other party for being weak. Lin Feng wasn't just arrogant, his strength was unexpectedly formidable. Zhang Zhan now realized that against Lin Feng, he was nothing more than a single punch away from annihilation. Hearing Lin Feng's taunt, Tombo roared in fury. His eyes, one blue, one red, began to merge. Lin Feng, you truly surpass my expectations. You forced my hand. I haven't activated my innate talent in ages. Today, I'll show you the terrifying might of the assassin god realm unleashed at full power. The instant his eyes merged, the world seemed to invert. A domain power, woven from the intertwining of his eyes and projected into the sky, enveloped the area within a radius of over 10 kilometers. Lin Feng looked up at the sky and saw the original fusion of sun and moon replaced by a crimson sun and a sapphire moon. The crimson sun and azure moon merged, their terrifying, world-shattering power converging and surging toward Lin Feng. Even Zhang Zhan was stunned by this extraordinary domain manifestation. Domain talent. This is the crucial trump card that allowed him to become the first-generation transferee and reach level 95. It's over. We're finished. Lin Feng absolutely cannot survive this domain's destructive force. The Chinese class changers were also enveloped within the domain, yet the attacks unleashed seemed to target Lin Feng almost exclusively. Yet beneath their frantic gazes, a crimson will appeared within Lin Feng's eyes. The moment it began spinning, his genetic cells rapidly divided and activated. After consuming 7 divine milk potions, Lin Feng seemed to have touched the breakthrough point for genetic enhancement within his body. The wheel-like pattern in his eyes was likely a special gift bestowed upon him by his genes. Then let me take a gamble. Let's see if my milk god descent pills are stronger than your domain. Resolved, Lin Feng retrieved a milk god descent potion from his storage ring and popped it into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact with his mouth, its terrifying potency unleashing a violent storm within his body. Every pore capable of expelling vapor erupted with the drug's power. Chapter 198, Ultimate Gene Awakening, triggering a new quest. Only by pursuing the ultimate can one comprehend the mysteries of life. After consuming 7 divine milk descent pills just now, Lin Feng had already made up his mind. This time, he was going all out. Moreover, he distinctly felt the accelerated rate of cell division within his body. Even as cells were destroyed and died, the human enhancement genes unleashed their sealed potency, driving cell proliferation. Countless new cells emerged, repeatedly enhancing his bodily functions. Gradually, Lin Feng felt intense pain erupting throughout his body. Ding! System detects host undergoing extreme physical transformation, triggering host data changes. Ding! Due to the host's potential being activated, system tasks have been triggered again. Ding! New mission issued. Little one, is it because you're curious about the outside world that your mind is filled with so much knowledge? What you need now is to calmly digest this knowledge, think deeply, and unlock the wisdom within your mind. You will become an exceptionally intelligent little one. Task, maintain continuous basic thinking for 1 hour. Task reward, 1 professional identity entry lottery chance. Includes job change book. Ding! This identity trait lottery will selectively draw options within the range of the host's physical transformations. Go for it, kid. Lin Feng's mind was already racing as he immersed himself in analyzing the changes within his body. A system task suddenly appeared. Bro, I'm in the middle of a crucial battle here. But is this system task really that simple? Maintaining basic thought processes for just 1 hour would suffice to complete it. His brain was constantly processing thoughts. The reward for this quest is practically free, right? This is awesome. He's practically a benefactor. And the task is so simple again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for maintaining basic thought for 1 second. Ding! Congratulations, host, for sustaining basic thought for 2 seconds. Ding! Congratulations, host, for sustaining basic thought for 2 seconds. The monumental cellular transformation within his body not only made Lin Feng feel his potential being rapidly unlocked, but the capacity of his body and mind seemed to be accelerating as well. Without even opening the interface, he could sense the original health bar's limit rapidly expanding. What was once capped at 1 could now easily reach 2 or even 3. For the world of class changers, which had evolved over countless years, this was nothing short of an unimaginable phenomenon. If word of this were to spread, the entire landscape of Blue Star would be forever altered. Perhaps this was the true power of the enhancement elixir he had activated. After drinking it, Lin Feng had initially thought the enhancement would occur in a single wave. Once the enhancement was complete, drinking any more human gene enhancement potion would be useless. But in this moment, Lin Feng finally understood, as long as one continuously pushed their limits, the human gene enhancement potion would synergistically unlock and sustain their peak potential. Amidst the intense strain, Lin Feng's interface data automatically popped up. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 33026800. Master Class Level 35 unlocks 7th Super Formula. HP bar, 6,600 plus 7,584,522. Mana bar, 6,600 plus 7,543,233. Speed, 10,412 plus 7556332. Strength, 9,980 plus 896,623. Defense, 10,211 plus 9785623. Mental power, 10,782 plus 8684525. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God SSS plus. Skills, Split Spirit Ring, Divine Power Burst, Master of Sutures, Lingering Medicinal Power, Eye of Analysis, Surging Azure Waves. Unlocking Potions, 1. Death God's Annihilation Potion 2. Enhanced Healer Human Gene Enhancement Potion 3. Healer's Descent Super Supply Potion 4. Beast Blood Boil Endurance Boost Potion 5. Toxin Master Super Toxin Potion 6. Contract Beast Mark Super Contract Potion. Unlocking Profession Alchemist Equipment Blueprints, 1. Revolver Godslayer Offensive 2. Alchemist's Cauldron Supportive 3. Death God's Poison Blade Offensive 4. Alchemist's Cloak Supportive 5. Alchemist's Beast Ring Supportive 6. 8 Armed Divine Eye Supportive. Professional equipment 1. Revolver Godslayer 66 note 18.72% worn 2. Revolver Godslayer 66 note 4.72% worn. 2. Alchemist's Crucible note 31% worn. 3. Medicine God Cloak note 0.001% worn. Equipment skill slots 1. Unharmed Backlash Offensive equipped 2. Wear Resistance Offensive equipped 3. Masterful Handling Support equipped 4. Silent Sigh Offensive equipped 5. Rapid Reload Offensive equipped 6. Anomalies Wrath Offensive equipped. Alchemist Special Identity Traits includes Job Changebook 1. Death Dealer. Experience points 3,661,141.
Lin Feng was stunned when he saw the capped values for his health and mana bars on the system panel.
Sure enough, they had doubled.
Originally at level 33, his health and mana bars were only 3,300.
Now they had reached 6,600. This was an utterly terrifying and unimaginable feat for any professional.
Such a phenomenon had never occurred on Blue Star before. The capped values for these stats seemed hard-coded into the system. But with this move, Lin Feng has directly altered those caps.
In essence, does this mean that if he chooses, a support class professional can now rival warriors possessing extraordinary health and mana pool values?
Yet the stinging sensation hadn't subsided, and Lin Feng's breathing grew even more labored. Batch after batch of divine healer potions accelerated the growth of his cells.
His various stat bonuses had skyrocketed to terrifying levels.
Yet within an instant, the attacks within the domain closed in on Lin Feng.
The moment the terrifying destructive force struck, Lin Feng unleashed the Space Rift Beast.
Activating his innate talent, he forcibly tore open the space despite the damage, carrying the Huaxia class changers to safety. Alone, Lin Feng watched the crimson and azure sun and moon descending toward him from the sky, pulling him into their grasp like a planet's annihilation.
With a thunderous boom, the immense explosive force detonated within the domain.
The erupting energy wasn't confined to the outside of his body. Strangely, a red and blue sun and moon also appeared within his body.
The two celestial bodies intertwined, piercing through Lin Feng's abdomen like assassin's daggers.
As if piercing through cells, they stabbed through meridians and blood vessels, drilling deep into the very marrow of his bones. The moment this extreme agony erupted, the Milk God Descent potion began to take effect. The human gene enhancement serum hidden within his body began frantically sustaining cellular activity, proliferating relentlessly even as it was pierced, fighting with every ounce of strength against the destructive force invading Lin Feng's body.
Chapter 199, Miraculous Survival, the Overpowered Lin Feng.
Yet Lin Feng could distinctly sense the potency of the human gene enhancement serum within his body rapidly diminishing. Without hesitation, Lin Feng retrieved the human gene enhancement serum he had set aside from his storage ring, crushed the glass vial, and poured its contents into his mouth. The moment the human gene enhancement potion entered his body, its fiery potency rapidly spread, saturating every bone and muscle. His blood surged violently as crimson potency erupted from his mouth and nostrils, followed swiftly by his eyes, ears, and every other orifice capable of expelling gas. Every orifice capable of expelling gas became saturated with the potent potion. The potency briefly disoriented Lin Feng, yet his brain, stimulated by the drug, seemed to unlock a new realm, now operating at a frantic, accelerated pace.
Is that all it takes?
Lin Feng's gaze turned cold as he retrieved another batch of Milk Descent potions from his storage ring.
The next second, he swallowed every single Milk God Descent pill.
The instant they touched his tongue, Lin Feng felt enveloped by the potent fumes, his entire being becoming blurred and indistinct.
The interface panel popped up again under his consciousness. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist.
Level 3303680000 Masterclass unlocks 7th Super Formula at level 35.
HP 9900 plus 12,584,522.
Mana bar 9900 plus 12,543,233.
Speed 10,412 plus 12356332. Strength 9,980 plus 11116623. Defense 10,211 plus 11185623.
Mental power 10,782 plus 11684525.
Talent Spirit of the Medicine God SSS plus.
Skills Ring of Scattered Spirit, Divine Power Burst, Master of Sutures, Lingering Potency, Eye of Analysis, Surging Blue Waves.
Unsealed Formulas 1. Death Reaper Annihilation Potion 2. Enhanced Healer Human Gene Enhancement Potion 3. Goddess of Healing Super Replenishment Potion 4. Beast Blood Rage Sustained Amplification Potion 5. Toxin Master Super Toxin Potion 6. Contract Beast Mark Super Contract Potion. Unlocked Alchemist Equipment Blueprints 1. Revolver Godslayer Offensive 2. Alchemist's Crucible Supportive 3. Death God's Poison Blade Offensive 4. Alchemist's Cloak Supportive 5. Alchemist's Beast Ring Supportive 6.
8 Armed Divine Eye Supportive.
Professional Equipment 1. Revolver God of Death 66 note 18.72% worn 2. Revolver God of Death 66 note, 4.72% worn. 2. Alchemist's Crucible note, 31% worn. 3. Medicine God's Cloak note, 0.001% worn. Equipment skill slots, 1. Unharmed Backlash Offensive, equipped 2. Where Resistance Offensive, equipped 3. Masterful Handling Supportive, equipped 4. Silent Sigh Offensive, equipped 5. Rapid Reload Offensive, equipped 6. Anomalies Wrath Offensive, equipped. Alchemist Special Identity Attributes includes Job Change Document, 1. Death Dealer. Experience Points, 4,661,141. The moment Lin Feng saw the panel data shift, he realized that even if he combined every nuclear bomb on Earth, their destructive power wouldn't match his own. Under the blessings of the Milk Goddess's descent and the Human Gene Enhancement Potion, Lin Feng's cellular proliferation rate now reached hundreds of millions per second. His body felt like a whole new world had been unlocked, with vast energy surging through his veins to counter the assassination force emanating from the domain ability. Tombo, having unleashed his ultimate strike, began to shatter from head to toe. Even his formidable beast form started tearing apart. The domain talent he unleashed had surpassed the limits his body could endure. Such lethality would claim the life of even a super professional below the 100-tier mark. This time, he had made the ultimate sacrifice, giving everything he had against an opponent he never expected. He was determined to see what kind of super treasure he could obtain from Lin Feng's body after killing him. Alas, just as he forcibly suppressed his body's rapid collapse and glanced toward the situation within his domain, he witnessed an unexpected scene. Lin Feng was frantically stuffing potions and pills into his mouth. The potent potency unleashed by the potions and pills nearly engulfed him completely. The crimson mist of potions repelled portions of the domain's energy. The sheer explosive force made Tombo's entire body tremble. He's gone mad. Has this kid lost his mind? Where on earth did he get all these potions? It's terrifying. Tombo collapsed, his once confident heart shattering. Meanwhile, beyond the domain's reach, on a deserted island deep within the Pacific Ocean, all the Huaxia-class changers had been transported here by the Space Rift Beast. Then, the severely wounded Space Rift Beast tore open another fissure and charged toward Lin Feng's location. Those stranded on the island hadn't regained their composure, still reeling from the terrifying spectacle. This was a level 95 powerhouse unleashing its full might. The gap in their strength was vast. Had the spatial rift beast not transported them out, they might have perished within the domain. Lin Feng didn't come out. We're done for. Zhang Zhan showed genuine terror for the first time. Having faced countless life and death crises, this was by far the most perilous and closest to death he had ever experienced. Just when he thought they were all doomed, Lin Feng suddenly released a pet that carried them out. But Lin Feng, Wu Lei and the others had also regained their senses, looking around in disorientation at their unknown location and sighing helplessly. Just as despair gripped them, a deafening explosion erupted within their sensory range. The once quiet Divine Staff Union's Secret Realm No. 1 was rocked by an unimaginable explosion, obliterating nearly half the entire Secret Realm area. Lin Feng. How are we supposed to explain this to the commanders? He really acted too recklessly this time. I know he desperately wanted to save his parents, but there must have been other ways. Now everything is ruined. The atmosphere turned bleak. Zhang Zhan and the others stood rooted to the spot. After swallowing the potions, they mounted the wounded fire dragon and headed toward the Divine Staff Guild's Secret Realm No. 1. Even if it meant his own death, Lin Feng would fight to reclaim the body. Without the body, the secrets within him must not fall into the hands of the Divine Workers Guild. If need be, they would die together. As they raced toward Lin Feng's location, the gravely wounded Tombo burst into a haunting laugh. Lin Feng, you're dead. This time, you're truly finished. His laughter had barely faded and the smoke had barely cleared when a figure covered in wounds slowly stepped forward toward Tombo. The potency of the medicinal energy radiating from his entire body pierced the heavens. Some wounds pierced through his back, leaving his body riddled with holes. Yet his flesh was visibly regenerating at an astonishing rate, rapidly growing new layers of flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Tombo, one hand clamping around his throat as he hoisted the massive frame upward. Oh? Is that so? Chapter 200, Raiding the Secret Realm Base, presenting a grand gift. Tombo stared as if seeing a ghost, his bloodshot eyes wide as he looked at the bare-chested youth before him. At this moment, Lin Feng's physical form was still far from fully restored. Large chunks of muscle were missing, and even portions of bone had been lost. This extraordinary regenerative ability astonished Tombo even more. This regenerative power was more terrifying than that of high-tier ferocious beasts. Was he even human? A monster. Truly a monster. Tombo let out a wretched cry. With a crack, the era of the ultimate assassin came to an end. On Blue Star, there would never again be a first-generation transfigured warrior named Tombo. After dispatching them, Lin Feng began collecting their storage rings. The combat fluctuations had alerted the transmuters undergoing trials within the Divine Worker Guild's Secret Realm Zone 1. They had received the highest level directive, eliminate a pharmacist named Lin Feng at any cost. Long before this, the Divine Workers Guild's High Command had issued an internal bounty order. Many transferees coveted this bounty, but lacking specific information about the target and aware of its highest level designation, most abandoned the pursuit, knowing the difficulty involved. Now that this opportunity had presented itself, everyone was scrambling for it. With hundreds of transferees closing in on a single target, how could they possibly fail? Now it all came down to who was fastest and most precise. Whoever completed the task first would claim unimaginably rich rewards. Lin Feng waited briefly at the spot before retrieving a set of casual clothes from his storage ring. As he slipped them on, the potion's healing power seamlessly erased every scar from his body. His skin even glowed with a healthier radiance than before. Observing the commotion around him, a flicker of excitement stirred within his heart. What could be more suitable for a job changer, or what better gear could be obtained faster than by killing and looting? Besides, he wasn't the one initiating the violence, others were coming for him, and he was merely defending himself. That reason wasn't unreasonable, was it? With a flick of his wrist, the Beastmaster bracelet in his hand flashed with light, summoning one massive beast after another. They knelt before Lin Feng as the contract beast seal potion took full effect, the crimson contract mark on his forehead pulsing intensely. Lin Feng issued his command directly: kill every human who attacks me from now on. Bring me all the storage rings and equipment they drop. This marked the first time Lin Feng had conducted a concentrated experiment with the contract beasts bound under his contract beast seal. The contract beasts on the ground let out howls before becoming unusually agitated. They stared at the surging air currents in the sky, unleashing roars of fury. Within seconds, wave after wave of class changers locked onto Lin Feng's location, rushing headlong to attack him. Just as they believed their coordinated assault would succeed, they noticed the island-like objects beside Lin Feng were actually colossal beasts. The beasts radiated terrifying auras, their eyes fixed on the attackers as if they were prey. Are there beasts everywhere down there? Holy, how can there be so many? Good heavens! There are far too many beasts. How did that kid avoid being devoured? Wait, these beasts don't seem to be the ferocious creatures from our Divine Workers Guild's ruin site number 1. Where did they come from? Look! Is that a spatial rift beast? Good heavens, isn't that the Imperial Beast from the inner sanctum of China's first ruins? The excitement on their faces shifted rapidly. Now, Lin Feng could see terror and dread etched upon their features. But time was running out. The contract beasts charged toward the job changers at breakneck speed. The once gathering army of transferees became a herd of hunted prey, all of them scared out of their wits. Meanwhile, on the nearby sea surface, a fire dragon flying low was under attack by sea beasts. This was their best way to evade detection. The group of Chinese class changers standing on the dragon's back had taken the potions they brought and were wearing the highest grade equipment. Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei were frantic with anxiety, shifting restlessly on their feet. But the distant roars of ferocious beasts caught their attention. The once calm sea surface rippled as waves of Divine Guild professionals, who had been converging on Lin Feng's location, began fleeing in panic. Zhang Zhan and the other Chinese class changers were stunned by the sight. Where had all these ferocious beasts suddenly come from? The only consolation was that they had all gathered for Lin Feng, meaning he must still be alive. If he truly survived, the combat prowess Lin Feng had demonstrated already rivaled that of Blue Star's top-tier international transmuters. The top-tier transmuters on Blue Star were essentially the first, second, and third waves of transmuters to activate their abilities. They rapidly rose to the pinnacle of their professions through extraordinary talent and inherent advantages. Roar! 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 The fierce roar of the beast echoed across the ocean. Those who had been charging forward halted in their tracks, too afraid to advance further. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's figure vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he had already teleported to a hidden location. En route to the Divine Workers Guild's secret realm Zone 1, he had already gathered intelligence on the guild's high-level gathering points through various channels. The Divine Workers Guild member he had just slain had also relayed precise intelligence. The Divine Workers Guild had been showering him with gifts since his arrival. Now it was time for him to give them a gift in return. Soon, Lin Feng's figure materialized within a secret base. The Divine Workers Guild's secret realm base number 1 was one of their primary strongholds. It was bound to hold numerous secrets and resources. Since he was already here, he might as well loot it thoroughly before leaving. Without hesitation, Lin Feng flicked his beast-taming space bracelet. Half of the contracted beasts he'd brought back landed on the ground. Destroy this base. Bring all the equipment and resources to me. Over 20 contracted beasts roared in unison, transforming into streaks of light that vanished from Lin Feng's sight. Soon after, a deafening alarm blared throughout the entire Divine Workers Guild secret realm base number 1. But it was too late. The contract beasts unleashed their ultimate attacks. Before the Divine Workers Guild's transmuters could react, they were crushed into pulp. The storage rings scattered on the ground were swiftly picked up by the ferocious beasts. The vast arsenal of weapons and equipment within the base had barely activated when they were instantly obliterated by the ferocious beasts' unleashed skills. The air filled with screams of agony.
Inside the Divine Workers Guild's Base 1 command center, Miss Li and Mobashi sat stunned by the display of power from Lin Feng and Tombo.
But the next second, they sensed impending doom. The entire base's alarm system blared, and both sensed something was terribly wrong. Miss Li immediately activated the emergency phone, summoning the security guards on duty. She also ordered the activation of the emergency contingency plan. He had no idea the base would suddenly come under attack by ferocious beasts. These beasts weren't ordinary creatures either. Most didn't belong in the Divine Staff Union's secret realm Zone 1, which was highly unusual. Chapter 201, Contract General Mrs. Avatar becomes my pet. Of course, an ominous foreboding began to take root in both their hearts.
Outside, cries of "Ah!" echoed as transfigured warriors fell slain to the ground. Under their gaze, a muscular arm forced open the tightly sealed door.
Miss Li and Mobashi stared at the arm in shock.
The door was made of a special material, one that even a level 90 transferee would struggle to tear open. Yet now, a yellow-skinned palm tore it open, yanking it apart with blinding speed. Originally, the two of them were still puzzling over who could have launched a surprise attack on the Divine Workers Union's ruin site number 1. But the figure that appeared next left them both stunned. A young man dressed in casual clothes, with a muscular build and a body pumped full of potions, slowly walked in.
Upon entering, Lin Feng's gaze naturally fell upon Mobashi. Mobashi? Is this your true form? Have you forgotten what you said after I killed your avatar? Now you can come kill me.
Lin Feng's words were blunt.
Mobashi's face turned deathly pale, filled with utter despair.
He never imagined he'd crossed a true demon.
Not only had his avatar been slain,
he'd also stormed straight into his base, barged through his front door, and now sought to kill him.
Could anything more absurd exist in this world?
Lin Feng had naturally noticed the middle-aged man standing nearby. He had previously seen plenty of information about the Divine Workers Guild on China's internal network. He had no trouble guessing that this man was none other than the Divine Workers Union leader who had been relentlessly targeting him, seeking his death, also known as the Commander-in-Chief of Eagle Nation, Miss Li. The moment Lin Feng saw him, he immediately initiated a scan, imprinting all the information into his mind.
Name, Miss Li Miss.
Occupation, impersonator currently identified with 3 alter egos, leader, beast tamer, dominator.
Uncertain, analysis pending. Detailed analysis, a terrifyingly powerful prodigy.
Her true identity is likely the first-generation transferee of the Divine Staff Guild. Possesses numerous alter egos, potentially scattered across the globe or disguised as unexpected individuals.
Due to insufficient identified information, further details cannot be determined, nor can analysis be deepened. Exercise extreme caution.
This individual is unsuitable for medicinal purposes and offers minimal utility, yet possesses terrifying strength.
Is this an impersonator? Is the exact number of clones still unknown?
Leader, Beastmaster, Dominator. Leader, Beast Tamer. Lin Feng had seen specific internal reports about them in China. But this Dominator, to be honest, Lin Feng isn't very familiar with it and doesn't know much about it.
It's highly unlikely to be an entirely new class.
But regardless, he was here today to die.
Lin Feng, you'd better not be so arrogant. You've made enemies of the entire Divine Workers Guild. What do you think you'll gain from that? Our Divine Workers Guild boasts countless powerful members, far more than you could ever hope to eliminate.
Mobashi was terrified, yet he still sneered sarcastically. He hoped this would scare Lin Feng off. But Lin Feng gave a cold laugh, his figure vanishing abruptly from where he stood. When he reappeared, his hand was already clamped around Mobashi's throat, slowly tightening as he asked, "Is this the reason you threatened me? Do you really think I'd be afraid after breaking into the innermost secret realm of your Divine Workers Union?" Mapos hadn't anticipated such a fierce reaction from Lin Feng and instantly regretted his words. Lin Feng, you. Miss Li, standing nearby, took over the conversation. Lin Feng, if you pledge your allegiance to us, the Divine Workers Guild is willing to train you. We'll cultivate you into a super alchemist surpassing level 100.
What do you say?
Lin Feng's murderous intent intensified at Miss Li's words. With a crack, he crushed Mobashi to death right before Miss Li's eyes.
This was Mobashi's true form.
The death of this body signified his complete disappearance from this world. Having disposed of Mobashi, Lin Feng now turned his gaze to Miss Li beside him. Her gaze was cold, yet showed no trace of nervousness. Lin Feng looked at her and chuckled. "General Miss, this marks our first true meeting.
I'll never forget your pursuit of me. But as for joining your Divine Workers Union? That condition is far less favorable than aligning with us, the Chinese." Seeing the dramatic shift in Lin Feng's expression unsettled Miss Li.
Her mind raced, trying to decipher Lin Feng's next move, yet no matter how she analyzed it, she couldn't grasp his intent. Meanwhile, Lin Feng studied Miss Li, his mind already forming a clear plan. His eyes flashed as he grabbed General Miss Li by the throat, yanking him up. His gaze grew icy as he declared, "General Miss Li, don't think I'm unaware you're an avatar. Even if I kill this one, you have countless others. If I simply waste your clone like this, I'd be squandering the valuable resources and information it possesses. Wouldn't you agree?"
The current Miss Li was utterly insignificant before Lin Feng, who had consumed the Milk God's Descent potion. Though he couldn't precisely scan her class, he first ruled out Beastmaster. That left only Dominator and Leader. Highly likely a Leader. Leaders possessed minimal combat strength, essentially lacking fighting capability. Their innate talents manifest in guiding national warfare. If a nation possessed a leader with exceptionally high innate talent, it would undoubtedly be propelled to new heights. Clearly, the leadership of China and the Divine Workers Union both possess talents rated S-class or higher. What do you intend to do? Miss Li spoke slowly, her expression remaining utterly unflinching. Lin Feng retrieved a vial of potion from his storage ring. Opening it, he waved it before Miss Li's eyes. I know both your true self and your other avatars can sense the status of this clone. To be honest, this is a new potion I've developed. It can bind you as my contract person. From today onward, you can consider this clone of yours to be my pet, and I will be your master. Never having endured such humiliation, Miss Li was both shocked and furious. Lin Feng, you dare? If you dare do this, I will erase both you and China from this world. Miss Li's composure shattered, her voice thick with fury. Her entire body seemed enveloped in scorching energy, igniting as she prepared to detonate. Just before the explosion, Lin Feng forcefully poured the contract beast imprint potion into her mouth. With a crackling resonance of potency, the crimson potion rapidly integrated into Lin Feng's body. In the blink of an eye, the contract beast seal potion had fully integrated. A system notification echoed in Lin Feng's ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, on using the contract beast imprint potion to contract a second contract partner. System panel scanning and identifying. Chapter 202, First Antidote to the Deadliest Toxin completed, Return to China. Name, Miss Li Miss. Occupation, Leader Alter Ego. Level, 67,718,000. Health bar, 6,700 6,700. Mana bar, 6,700 6,700. Speed, 22,412. Strength, 31,320. Defense, 18,134. Mental power, 14242. Talent, Divine Calling SS. Skills, Leader's Gaze, Divine Wrath, Celestial Address. Experience points, 11,255. Miss Li, who had been struggling moments before, instantly fell silent. A crimson contract mark appeared between her brows. The contract beast mark potion rapidly dispersed within his body. General Miss Li, you'll be coming with me today. Miss Li desperately wanted to resist, but she still carried out Lin Feng's orders. Understood. Lin Feng slowly emerged from the secret chamber. The space rift beast had been waiting outside. Upon seeing Lin Feng approach, it let out a roar like a milk dragon. But upon seeing Miss Li, it suddenly grew wary and let out a furious roar. Little pudding, be quiet. Upon hearing this, the space rift beast immediately fell silent. It slowly sniffed the scent on Miss Li's body, seemed to grasp something, and instantly relaxed its guard. Lin Feng lifted Miss Li onto the back of the spatial rift beast, summoned all the contract beasts around him into his beast tamer bracelet, and then soared into the sky. The instant Lin Feng departed, within a palace deep inside the Eagle Nation. A middle-aged man in plain clothes narrowed his eyes slightly. He was none other than Miss Li's true self, the ultimate identity behind the impersonator. As an imposter, his innate abilities and skills allowed him to devour others' professional talents and skills while simultaneously transforming into a completely new self. The transformed clone shared a direct mental link with the original. Earlier, his consciousness had already entered the clone's body, but Lin Feng had beaten him to it by forcing down the red potion. After swallowing it, he lost all control, no matter how hard he tried. He licked his lips, seemingly savoring the sensation of that potion. Despite repeated tasting, he couldn't discern what made this potion different. The moment the crimson potion entered his clone's body, it instantly scattered his controlling consciousness, allowing Lin Feng to seize control. Moreover, a mark resembling the contract seal that appears when a beastmaster contracts a beast had emerged on his clone's forehead. This was highly peculiar. Lin Feng, you hold far too many secrets. I truly have no idea what he might do to my clone, but I trust he won't be able to extract any secrets from it either. Just one clone is disabled. I'll simply send out another. He appeared perfectly composed. In his heart, he resolved firmly, given the chance, he would simply let the clone die violently. But Lin Feng had destroyed the Divine Workers Guild's secret realm number 1 and slain so many transfigured warriors. Among them was Tombo, one of the Divine Workers Guild's first assassins. He didn't even know how to explain this to the elders. Yet this was precisely the opportunity the elders needed to relinquish control or even intervene directly. At that moment, the Divine Workers Guild's secret realm base number 1. After Lin Feng departed, looking down from above, the entire Divine Workers Guild's secret realm base number 1 was engulfed in flames. The interior had been reduced to ruins. After Lin Feng departed, Zhang Zhan and his group, who were raiding the Divine Workers Union base number 1, happened to spot Lin Feng returning. Lin Feng, you're unharmed. Wu Lei spotted the spatial rift beast and instinctively tried to dodge. But the space rift beast actively shuttled toward them. As it drew near, they recognized Lin Feng's figure atop it. Zhang Zhan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Deep down, he was profoundly shaken. Lin Feng's display of power was unimaginably formidable. They, the backbone of China's forces, had fallen behind. Lin Feng, a support-class alchemist, had reached such staggering heights. Perhaps if he told any other professional, they wouldn't believe it. Yet when Wu Lei and Zhang Zhan caught sight of Miss Li, they froze in place, their expressions thick with wariness. Lin Feng had no way to seal her within his beast tamer bracelet. Thus, Miss Li could only follow along. Lin Feng had anticipated their surprise upon seeing Miss Li. Commander Wu, General Zhang Zhan, this is General Miss Li's clone. I'll explain everything about Miss Li in detail after I rescue my parents. I've secured this duplicate of Miss Li using a special method. She poses no threat to us. Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei heard Lin Feng's words, their brows furrowed, hearts pounding in fear. Miss Li was the head of the Divine Workers Union. Her power was profound. How could anyone possibly capture her under normal circumstances? Since Lin Feng had spoken, they could only suppress their shock and curiosity. Let's go. I've gathered all the herbs. How are my parents doing? This trip had already cost them a significant amount of time. According to Lin Feng's estimation, with the potion's reinforcement, he could suppress the toxins. The sooner the potion was prepared, the sooner his parents could be out of danger. Zhang Zhan looked at Lin Feng and said, Chief Zhou has already dispatched the nation's top medical practitioners to oversee their care. With the potion you left behind, the symptoms can be temporarily delayed. It's still best to get them the potion as soon as possible. Delaying will inevitably lead to complications. Lin Feng nodded. I've gathered all the required herbs. I can begin preparing the potion immediately. Commander Wu, stow your fire dragon. Ride my little pudding. It traverses space at incredible speed. Wu Lei stared at the spatial beast beneath Lin Feng's feet, murmuring the name he'd just heard. Little pudding? You call this behemoth little pudding? After the fire dragon was stowed away, they nervously climbed onto the back of Lin Feng's spatial rift beast and sped toward the capital of Huaxia at breakneck speed. Midway, Lin Feng had already activated the Medicine God's Furnace, commencing the preparation of potions. Artifact, Medicine God's Furnace. Type, Support. Grade, Supreme Quality. Processes capable, ingredient preparation, sifting, mixing, granulation, drying, pilling. Accommodates flames, Crimson Lotus Blaze Advanced. Maximum capacity, 500 square meters. Scalable ratio, 1 to 500,000. Additional trait, Divine Hand Manipulation Supportive, Active. Craftable potions, unknown. Crafting progress, 10%. This potion is brewing rapidly, with 10% already completed in just a few minutes. Their speed was remarkable, and before long they had traversed to the capital. Just a second before landing, a system notification echoed in Lin Feng's ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the potion. Without hesitation, Lin Feng retrieved the potion and raced off in the direction General Zhang Zhan had indicated. Chapter 203, The Antidote Takes Effect, Stunning the Medical Elders. Outside the intensive care unit, security was tight. Multiple high-level transcended guardians stood watch at the entrance, while countless pairs of shadow assassin eyes lurked in the shadows, scrutinizing every movement around them. Inside the room, Zhou Zhanggui stared solemnly at Lin Zhang and Chen Mei lying on the bed. Had Lin Feng not risked his life to save him and root out the cancer within China's highest echelons, none of this would have happened. Therefore, he felt profoundly guilty. Suddenly, the effects of the milk goddess elixir he had consumed, along with the detoxifying potions, began to wane. The terrifying first curse poison began to take effect, searing their hearts like flames. Lin Feng's parents lay on the floor, blood spurting from their mouths. The blood vessels beneath their skin turned fiery red, as if flames were burning beneath their skin. This horrifying sight stunned the several medical practitioners nearby. They immediately sprang into action, desperately trying to halt the poison's spread. Chief Zhou, this toxin's potency is simply overwhelming. The potions and pills I just administered are unlike any I've ever encountered, but ultimately, no medicine can eradicate the growth of the first curious toxin or suppress it entirely. Zhou Zhanggui was equally frantic, yet helpless. Just as his anxiety peaked, the sound of a door being pushed open echoed through the room. Zhou Zhanggui was about to speak to dismiss the intruder when he looked up and saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng, are you okay? You're back? Ever since Lin Feng had left, he had been filled with worry. Therefore, he had joined other commanders in signing an urgent secret order, dispatching a contingent of experienced military-affiliated and foreign transferees with combat expertise against foreign transferees to carry out the rescue. But he never imagined Lin Feng would appear before him so soon. Commander Zhou, you've worked hard. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Leave it to me from here on out. Lin Feng spoke concisely, cutting straight to the point. After speaking, he immediately walked to his parents' hospital bed. The medical staff in the ward watched this young man take responsibility upon himself, filled with confusion and astonishment. They're all battle-hardened veterans, having rescued countless transferees from the brink of death. Originally, each had urgent matters to attend to. Yet upon receiving the state leader's urgent secret order, they hesitated not a moment to set aside their important tasks and come here. This young man before them didn't look like a medic at all. And now they were entrusting him with this task? Could he possibly handle it? Chief Zhou, this. They noticed the subtle shift in Zhou Zhengguo's expression, so they refrained from anger or outbursts. Under any other circumstances, they would have criticized him without hesitation. Zhou Zhenguo immediately said, "Let him come." Understanding Zhou Zhenguo's intent, they all fell silent. Their eyes fixed on Lin Feng, filled with doubt. Lin Feng sat beside the hospital bed and slowly retrieved 2 vials of bright green liquid from his storage ring. Then, in full view of everyone, he poured the potions into his parents' mouths. The moment they swallowed, every medical practitioner present frowned deeply. Medicinal solutions? With the patient in such a state now, this is the deadliest poison under heaven. No potion could possibly help. Why even attempt this? Yet the moment the potion entered Lin Zhang and Chen Mei's mouths, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded. The green potion glowed with a fluorescent light as it rapidly spread throughout their bodies, causing the crimson taint within their meridians to fade. Within a minute, the green potion coursed through their entire bodies, drawing the red toxins to pool in their mouths. Both of them opened their eyes and violently vomited. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Blood splattered onto the floor, bubbling and fizzing with crimson foam. Lin Zhang and Chen Mei's complexions instantly regained color as they slowly opened their eyes and scanned the room. Xiao Feng, what are you doing here? Did I just have a dream? I think I dreamed someone was after you and your dad. Seeing Lin Zhang was unharmed, Chen Mei immediately turned her head. What she saw was a figure clad in a Zhongshan suit. The information surfaced in her mind once more. Commander Zhou, how did you end up here too? Lin Feng and Zhou Zhenguo both sighed in relief upon seeing the two were unharmed. Zhou Zhenguo looked at them and smiled. Yes, I came to check on you. I'm glad you're both okay. Lin Feng stepped forward and embraced his parents. Mom and Dad, I'm so glad you're safe. Lin Zhang and Chen Mei were still puzzled, but seeing Lin Feng, they also broke into smiles. Yet the medical staff nearby all stared wide-eyed. Some even took off their glasses, wiped them clean, and continued to fix their gaze on Lin Zhang and Chen Mei. This was nothing short of a medical miracle. Drinking that bright green potion could neutralize the deadliest poison in the world? These seasoned veterans, battle-hardened through countless cases, were utterly dumbfounded by the scene. Young man, is there more of this potion? Could we examine it? We need to study it. Indeed. From what you mentioned earlier, they were your parents, weren't they? They were afflicted by the world's most bizarre poison, yet you cured them with a single potion from your flask. This is simply unbelievable. Indeed. If we could uncover its secrets, it might be a monumental breakthrough for our medical field. They rubbed their hands together, their eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon them, and only now did he realize they were all titans of the Chinese medical world. These were the very figures he had often seen on television news during his time at Zhenghe Vocational College. He never imagined encountering them here. Lin Feng reached into his storage ring, retrieved a vial, and instantly jotted down the formula. This is the remaining potion I prepared. Should anyone encounter the world's most bizarre poison in the future, dilute this potion at a ratio of 1 part potion to 10,000 parts water to administer the cure. Here is the formula. You may attempt to replicate it later, but the herbs are difficult to source. Proceed with caution, the failure rate is quite high. Lin Feng, observing these medical luminaries, showed no stinginess, giving them everything he could. When they saw Lin Feng handing them a large tube of potion along with the formula, they were stunned. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, too afraid to accept it. The potion and the formula? Both given? From his words, they understood this was his own creation? How could such a young man possibly concoct such an extraordinary potion? Among all the alchemists worldwide, not a single one had yet managed to create a potion capable of countering the world's most formidable poison. And now, right before their eyes, a young man had accomplished it. Truly, the new generation is pushing the old aside, leaving them utterly outclassed. One of them, upon receiving the potion and ingredients, was immediately overcome with gratitude and rushed back to study them. Seeing his parents were unharmed, Lin Feng turned to Zhou Zhenguo in the room and said, "Now that my parents are safe, Chief Zhou, I have something important to report to you." At these words, even Zhou Zhenguo couldn't help but tense up. Chapter 204, New Occupation, Enhancement Alchemist? Alright. Let's discuss this in a private room. Zhou Zhenguo composed himself and addressed Lin Feng. Mom and Dad. Rest here and recover. I'll be back soon. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Lin Zhang and Chen Mei nodded in agreement. Lin Feng stepped out of the room. Another room had been prepared nearby. As soon as he entered, he saw Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei waiting inside. As Lin Feng sat down, Zhou Zhenguo and the other two fixed their gaze directly on him. Lin Feng gave a wry smile. You don't need to stare at me like that. I'm sure General Zhang Zhan and Commander Wu Lei are already aware of this matter. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Zhenguo's gaze shifted toward the other two. Both men smiled wryly. Lin Feng, we really don't know. Even if we did, it would only be the surface of things. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. Alright, since that's the case, I won't keep you in suspense. I'll just come out and say it. Commander Zhou, during my recent visit to the Divine Workers Union's secret realm zone, I inadvertently learned from their members about General Miss Li's whereabouts within the base. At the mention of General Li, Zhou Zhengguo's expression grew tense. Lin Feng knew. This woman was Commander Zhou's arch-rival, having consistently opposed him throughout the years. Had it not been for Commander Zhou directing the Chinese military and maneuvering between the Divine Workers Union, China might well have fallen apart by now. When the job change era began, China was a step behind. That single step allowed the Divine Workers Union to develop at an astonishing pace. They had pursued growth at any cost, even violating ethics and morality, to achieve their current scale. Yet such growth was unsustainable. The Overlord project would eventually come to an end. Zhou Zhenghua perked up at Lin Feng's words. After all, mention of his arch-rival naturally piqued his interest. Lin Feng continued, it was precisely because I visited the Divine Workers Union's secret realm base number 1 and met Miss Li that I brought back a gift for Commander Zhou. At the mention of a gift, Zhou Zhenghua froze. Lin Feng's implication was clear, he had met Miss Li and returned safely. This. After Zhang Zhan opened the door, a figure dressed in plainclothes emerged slowly, eyes cold and distant. Her gaze toward Lin Feng was tender, devoid of any defiance or resistance. Miss Li. Spotting the plainclothes figure entering, Zhou Zhenghua sprang to his feet like a man on pins and needles. Truth be told, though they were adversaries, he and Miss Li had met face to face no more than 3 times. Those 3 encounters had been formal meetings, each one breathtakingly intense. Every time he recalled those scenes, fragments of those memories would flood his mind. Miss Li was a woman of extreme strategic intent, having ambushed and killed numerous talented Chinese class changers. That grudge had never left Zhou Zhenggua's mind, lingering with him to this very day. Their sudden reunion now left Zhou Zhenghua utterly stunned and bewildered. How had Lin Feng brought him here? Observing Zhou Zhenggua's shifting expression, Lin Feng spoke up, Commander Zhou, please take a seat. I'll explain everything to you. As soon as Zhou Zhenghua sat down, Lin Feng continued, the current Miss Li has had her killing intent erased by a special agent I administered. She is now nothing more than a puppet, completely at our mercy. I wonder if you're aware, Commander Zhou, that as a national leader, Miss Li's true profession is that of a performer. What I've brought back is merely his alter ego. I intend to hand this man over to Chief Zhou. I believe Chief Zhou might still have some means to extract information beneficial to China from him. In the future, this man will surely prove quite useful. The current Miss Li clone is restrained by the contract potion and cannot contact the original at all. For China, this truly presented an excellent opportunity. Zhou Zhenggua's expression darkened upon hearing this news. They captured this person using a special serum and it's just a clone. He was well aware of Miss Li's profession and had previously dispatched numerous spies attempting to seize one of her clones. Every attempt had failed. It must be understood that Miss Li was surrounded by countless hidden protectors. Moreover, she was constantly within the base itself, where security was so tight that it was utterly impossible to extract her. Lin Feng's entry into the base and successful extraction were already remarkable feats. Good. This is a matter of great importance. I will certainly make full use of this opportunity. If we can extract valuable intelligence from Miss Li's clone, it would be a tremendous advantage for our nation. After conveying this matter, Lin Feng secretly issued instructions to Miss Li's clone. Miss Li's clone followed Zhou Zhenghua as he summoned guards to escort her away. He himself departed, returning to the military base in the capital. Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei, who remained in the room, watched Lin Feng and couldn't help but shake their heads. By the way, Lin Feng, Masters Shaolin and Song Yang just contacted me. They said they couldn't reach your secret line. Seems like there's some issue with the 2 professional tools you're forging. It sounds pretty urgent. Should we go check it out now? Lin Feng froze upon hearing this. He checked his phone dead battery and immediately agreed. Just as they were about to leave, a system notification sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations on maintaining continuous basic thinking for 1 hour. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have earned 1 professional identity entry lottery chance. Would you like to start the lottery now? Only then did Lin Feng realize. From the secret base to this location, Lin Feng had pushed himself to his absolute limit, covering the distance in just 1 hour. This draw would select options within the scope of physical enhancement. Draw! Lin Feng issued the command without hesitation. The lottery machine in his mind began to spin. Stop! Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the profession identity entry, Enhanced Medic. Includes job change document. Enhanced Apothecary, a specialized profession derived from the apothecary class. Upon activating this identity, the potency of enhancement potions increases by 50% and the intensity of enhancements rises by 40%. When crafting enhancement potions, production speed increases by 70%, ingredient waste decreases by 60%, and mana bar consumption drops by 50%. Ha! Enhancement Alchemist? What kind of new class transition is this? After reviewing the detailed description, Lin Feng quickly noticed similarities to the death dealer Alchemist. The death poisoner was the first identity Lin Feng had unlocked. It granted special bonuses when casting or crafting toxic potions. Clearly, this enhanced pharmacist role offered similar effects. With this identity's boost, continuing to produce human gene enhancement potions should become significantly easier. I can multiply the batch production quantities several times over, accelerating nationwide distribution. The thought alone made Lin Feng feel a surge of excitement. If the entire population of China were to receive human gene enhancement potions, based on his accumulated experience in maximizing their potential, China's class changers would experience a comprehensive surge in power. Chapter 205, Forging Assistance, the Alchemist Beast Ring is complete. After a brief chat with his parents, Lin Feng rushed to the RD center in the capital. The moment he arrived at the entrance, Lin Feng was stunned by the scene before him. Armored vehicles surrounded the entire facility, barbed wire encircling the perimeter. Inside the complex, sparks flew everywhere, and the sound of hammering echoed incessantly. Hovering above the RD building, a colossal ethereal figure wielded a forging hammer, bringing it down with tremendous force. Thud! 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 The metallic clang echoed through the air. Lin Feng recognized the figure at a glance. It was Master Song Yang. He knew that Song Yang was Xiao Lin's teacher and a legendary figure commanding authority within the blacksmithing profession. His most extraordinary talent lay in forging divine souls. The divine soul suspended in the air, striking downward with each hammer blow, was his own. Each strike consumed varying amounts of spiritual energy. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng felt a warm glow in his heart. Let's go! Lin Feng, we should hurry inside. Master Song Yang seems to be tackling the problem in a different way. General Zhang Zhan led Lin Feng into the Technology Research and Development Center, then headed straight for the largest forging chamber. Standing at the entrance, Lin Feng watched as Song Yang and Xiao Lin alternated swinging their forging hammers. Beside them, Quan Zilong was drenched in sweat, not to mention helping them supply materials. Between them, a white, unfinished ring hovered. With each hammer strike, the invisible forging force began to grind out intricate details. Where the surface had once been bare, fierce beast patterns now emerged, their imposing presence seeming poised to burst forth from the ring, tearing through its constraints. Xiao Lin and Song Yang, who had been forcibly suppressing the beasts, paled visibly. Master, are you certain this method will work? If it fails, we won't be able to contain the beast spirits. The explosive force would obliterate us. Even the Tech RD center built with special materials would be flattened. Xiao Lin's heart skipped a beat as he immediately asked. Song Yang took a deep breath. We've come this far. Abandoning the forging now would render these rare, hard-to-find materials useless. All our hard work would be lost. Let's take the gamble. The odds of success are 50-50. They had already sought out Zhang Zhan and notified Lin Feng. Whether to abandon the project or not naturally required consulting Lin Feng's opinion. These materials had been gathered at great cost by the state, with some even provided by Quan Zilong. Quan Zilong had also clarified their origin. They were equipment dropped by the Dragon Slayer bounty team after Lin Feng had defeated them. He had given them all to Quan Zilong. At this critical moment when materials were needed, Quan Zilong showed no hesitation, immediately producing all the required items. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the restless white-hued ring erupted with thunderous roars. The beast spirits trapped within the ring, forced into forging and sacrifice, were naturally unwilling to submit. Now, in their fury, the unfinished medicinal beast ring began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. All three paled visibly. The beast spirits within began to resist. Such high-grade beast spirits, and not just one, were now rebelling. If they couldn't be contained, an explosion might occur. Get back in there! Song Yang activated his innate ability, bringing his soul hammer crashing down with a thunderous bang that shook the entire RD center. Xiao Lin activated his skill, his body erupting with fiery effects as he raised his hammer and slammed it down in a stacked attack. The ferocious beast trapped within the white shell of the medicinal beast ring was smashed back, letting out an agonized howl. Roar! The furious roar echoed as the clouds in the sky churned violently. Troops stationed outside the RD center looked up at the sky, their expressions frozen in utter shock. The ethereal figure in the sky, its explosive roar echoing far and wide, combined with the swinging soul hammer, sent shockwaves rippling through the earth and sky after each strike. The resulting tremors scattered the clouds hundreds of kilometers away. Had they been observant, all of Kyoto could have witnessed the extraordinary phenomenon born of the forging. But after one strike, then two, the beast spirit fused within the white ring of the demon beast's ring struggled violently, unleashing a desperate counterattack before its life or death crisis. Boom! Song Yang's soul hammer fell again, only to be lifted upward by the successive impacts of the beast spirits. The white blank of the demon beast ring began to tremble, on the verge of collapse. At the critical moment, the sealed forging chamber door was smashed open with a single punch. A young figure, enveloped in a thick aura of medicinal energy, stepped inside. Focusing his spiritual energy, he channeled it with all his might into the soul hammer held by Master Song Yang. The soul hammer, which had been knocked upward, crashed down under the force of Lin Feng's powerful psychic energy. Terrifying medicinal power surged forth. With a single strike, the emerging beast spirit was crushed, emitting a wretched howl as it shattered into pieces and merged into the medicinal beast ring. The potency surged through Lin Feng's entire body, his eyes blazing crimson as his psychic power surged to unprecedented heights. The ethereal figure in the sky, wielding the soul hammer, radiated an aura magnified dozens of times over. The powerful air currents stirred the heavens and earth. The gigantic phantom spread out, its arms swinging as the skies and winds shifted dramatically, pushing back the clouds and mist over the entire capital. A vast fleet of military fighter jets and armed helicopters raced toward them. Countless eyes within the capital were fixed on the ethereal figure wielding the soul hammer. Master Song Yang's forging divine soul, a rare, super-tier talent. Didn't he retire from forging? Why is he acting now? Could he be crafting some rare artifact? What a terrifying phenomenon, it seems capable of tearing open the void. The crowd gasped in awe. Even the commanders within the capital's military base were stunned. They had witnessed Song Yang's extraordinary talent before, but this display surpassed all his previous feats combined. At that moment, Song Yang, Shaolin, and Quan Zilong all noticed Lin Feng entering the scene. Excitement flashed across their faces. They sensed the intense potency of the medicine coursing through Lin Feng's body. His spiritual power was terrifyingly vast, like an ocean whose edges could not be perceived. Master Song Yang, strike again. I'll support you with all my strength. One successful strike. Lin Feng unleashed his full power, channeling the medicinal energy throughout his body into a concentrated force that swept through the spiritual energy forging chamber. Master Song Yang, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, immediately unleashed his full power as well. The ethereal figure in the sky wielded the soul hammer and brought it down with all its might. Boom! The winds and clouds shifted, the mist and fog scattered, and birds took flight in alarm. Those on the ground struggled to maintain their footing. The shockwave from this strike shattered the protective glass of the RD Center's forging room and overturned all the armored vehicles guarding the area. The restless beast spirit completely dissipated, merging into the medicinal beast ring and transforming into the required sacrificial offering. The white blank gained a lustrous sheen, transforming into a ring radiating a silvery white glow. The fierce beast patterns etched upon it were crystal clear, as if colossal beasts had been branded onto it, striking terror into the ages. It's done! Chapter 206, The Medicinal Beast Ring is complete. God tier. Song Yang, Shaolin, and Quan Zilong all stared in astonishment at the newly forged medicinal beast ring. The ring emitted a silvery metallic sheen, with shimmering, miniature beastly shadows swirling and coiling around it, radiating a majestic and imposing aura. It's done! We actually forged it successfully. Lin Feng, put this ring on and see what happens. At Song Yang's urging, Lin Feng nodded and slowly slipped the medicinal beast ring onto his finger. The instant it touched his finger, Lin Feng felt a heavy weight press down upon it. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the creation of the medicinal beast ring. Now matching and scanning for the host. Item, medicinal beast ring. Type, support. Grade, divine. World containment, 0. Maximum contracted beasts, 0. World incubation progress, 0 square meters. Host, please consume blue bar energy promptly to activate the medicinal beast ring and forge its inner world. The more blue bar energy consumed, the faster the world incubates, increasing both the level and quantity of contract beasts it can accommodate. Additional and ring world skill entries, none. Attached auxiliary equipment attributes, none. Notice, the artifact has been forged. Host, please promptly attach profession artifact attributes to ensure artifact integrity. Glancing over the displayed panel information, Lin Feng felt his heart surge like a raging storm. God tier. The medicine beast ring forged for him by Master Song Yang Shaolin was actually God tier. As the system had stated, it truly contained a world within. But this world required him to expend blue energy to cultivate it. Lin Feng didn't even need to think about it. The mana bar required to cultivate this world would undoubtedly be terrifyingly vast. Fortunately, he possessed the auxiliary class skill Raging Blue Shadows, coupled with the Divine Power Burst class skill, which could partially offset the terrifying blue bar consumption. Attachment, Fearless Wear, Blue Shadow Surging. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully attaching the Fearless Wear and Tier, Surging Blue Shadow auxiliary equipment skill slot. After the successful attachment, Lin Feng stowed the ring away. He would wait until he returned home to properly prepare for the process of consuming mana to cultivate the miniature world within the ring of medicinal beasts. Thank you, Song Yang. Master Shaolin. Thank you, Zilong. This ring is a success. Lin Feng withdrew his excited gaze and looked toward the three of them. The trio, who had been waiting for Lin Feng's feedback, all breathed a sigh of relief. Song Yang was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Great! Success is what matters. This wave earned me a ton of experience points far faster than grinding monsters in a secret realm." Shaolin also excitedly checked his experience points, surprised to find this single attempt was enough to level him up twice. At his current age and level, advancing even one rank was an arduous task. For Lin Feng, one wave was all it took. Oh, Lin Feng, you still have that 8-armed divine eye artifact. 5 forging materials are still missing. The nation is still searching hard for them, but the drop rate for these materials in secret realms is just too low. The higher-ups informed me that these materials seem to only be found within the shattered ruins of the Pingyang region. The shattered ruins of the Pingyang region? Mentioning this place naturally reminded Lin Feng of the super virus serum still active within him. The super virus serum had been steadily granting him a significant number of experience points. However, over the past few days, he had noticed the experience points granted by the super virus serum were gradually decreasing. It seemed the potion's potency was wearing off, its power gradually diminishing. Or perhaps something had gone wrong at the fracture point of the ruins. This presented a perfect opportunity not only to gather the materials needed for forging the 8-armed divine eye, but also to enhance the serum's potency and reap more benefits. Such effortless, worry-free gains were rare, and not everyone would get this chance. Lin Feng immediately spoke up, Master Xiao, Master Sun, I'll handle the materials. I'll take care of it. You two just finished forging an artifact and need to rest. Once I gather the materials, I'll assist you both in the forging process. Equipping the 8-armed divine eye would comprehensively elevate Lin Feng's solo combat capabilities. While he was already at a level where equipment below 90 couldn't harm him, who would ever complain about having too much gear? Song Yang and Xiao Lin both looked surprised upon hearing this. Lin Feng, this matter should be left to the state. The shattered ruins in the Pingyang region are no trivial matter. The terrifying beast tide threatening our nation stems from the relentlessly spawning monstrous beasts within them. Such a risk isn't worth it. Besides, you're an alchemist. Lin Feng could clearly sense the underlying concern in Song Yang's words. What's wrong with being an alchemist? They hadn't witnessed Lin Feng's slaughter in the Pingyang region. Had they witnessed it, they wouldn't utter such words. Instead, they'd be utterly convinced. Alright, I'll give this matter careful consideration. Thank you both for your efforts. After finishing his conversation with them, Lin Feng turned to leave. The moment he stepped outside, Quan Zilong immediately approached. Lin Feng was called back and stopped in his tracks. However, Quan Zilong seemed a bit hesitant. Without needing to guess, Lin Feng knew exactly what he wanted to do. He spoke frankly, if you're thinking of joining me to explore ruins or secret realms in the Pingyang region, you'd better be mentally prepared. Quan Zilong immediately replied with unwavering resolve, no need to prepare. I've already made up my mind, I'm determined to go with you. Lin Feng hadn't expected this guy to get hooked after just one ride with him. He had indeed been a great help to Lin Feng, so Lin Feng naturally wouldn't refuse within his capabilities. Although Lin Feng was undoubtedly going with full confidence, bringing another person along added an extra layer of risk. Alright, then wait for my word. Upon receiving Lin Feng's approval, Quan Zilong was so excited he nearly flew off his feet, immediately departing to make preparations. Lin Feng watched Quan Zilong, who didn't quite look like a disciple of Master Shaolin, and couldn't help but sigh softly. Just then, Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei turned to Lin Feng. They had already communicated with Masters Shaolin and Song Yang, learning the full details. Hearing that Lin Feng intended to search for materials himself, their previously settled hearts began to race once more. Lin Feng, the nation will handle the materials. You should focus on other matters here in the capital. Taking such risks not only worries the state leaders, but even us battle-hardened veterans are scared out of our wits just being around you. Zhang Zhan had long witnessed Lin Feng's extraordinary abilities. Wu Lei had mentally prepared himself. But the battle-hardened veterans he'd brought along? Witnessing Lin Feng's techniques, they nearly knelt to beg him to take them as disciples. Chapter 207, Forcing Potions Down, Creating the Inner World of the Beast-Bearing Ring. Had Zhang Zhan not intervened, they would have seized the opportunity the moment it ended. Lin Feng's series of dazzling maneuvers had utterly stunned them. Who could have imagined that a transferee who looked barely in his 20s could unleash power rivaling that of a high-level transferee in the 90s? He even counterattacked amidst the assault of numerous divine artisan guild members, effortlessly eliminating them. And that was only part of it. They hadn't even discerned Lin Feng's class. His combat style relied solely on punches and kicks, devoid of any flashy skills. Before unleashing his overwhelming combat power, he would simply down potions. Yet, each punch seemed capable of shattering the heavens and cracking the sky. You're telling me this is an alchemist? Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei tried to explain, but no matter how they phrased it, they couldn't make sense of it. In the end, they could only invoke the commander's secret orders, instructing them not to ask questions. Under such orders, they naturally kept silent. But now that Lin Feng was about to venture out on another dangerous mission, Zhang Zhan wouldn't stop him, though he would offer a word of caution. Lin Feng knew exactly what General Zhang Zhan was about to say and immediately interjected, General Zhang Zhan, please trust me. I can bring you along on this mission, but you mustn't stop me from doing certain things. Lin Feng felt that such a golden opportunity shouldn't be kept to himself. Acting alone would indeed limit the scope of attention. But he refused to dwell on it. Why should the Divine Workers Guild keep targeting him time and again? His professional equipment now provided comprehensive coverage. If they wanted to make things difficult for him or halt China's progress, they'd have to prove they had the capability. Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei heard the words "you can join" and found their own planned responses stuck in their throats. Zhang Zhan raised his hand, wanting to speak but unsure what to say. The feeling of being swept along, even if the head of state himself arrived, he couldn't refuse. Though working alongside Lin Feng always left him on edge. This time, however, Lin Feng had taken down the first-generation assassin, unleashing power approaching that of a level 100 class change warrior. What did that even mean? A transferee not even at level 50, and merely an alchemist, had taken down a level 90 plus main attack transferee. If the higher-ups of the Divine Staff Guild were willing to leak this news, it would likely cause a huge uproar. Zhang Zhan understood clearly that accompanying Lin Feng would grant him unimaginable level gains, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seeing both Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei caught in their dilemma, Lin Feng immediately sensed the issue and stepped in to resolve it. Don't overthink it. I need you both to come with me. If anything happens, I won't blame you. There's still time before I depart. Make up your minds. This time, I'm determined to elevate you both. If divine workers appear, I'll strike them down without mercy. Alright, deal. Same here. Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei's expression shifted abruptly. Gone was their earlier hesitation to persuade him. They immediately pledged their full support. Lin Feng watched their swift turnaround and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly inside. Nothing beats the thrill of being carried to new heights. Who wouldn't want to advance their cultivation? All adventurers must constantly embark on quests to strengthen their abilities. After handling matters here, Lin Feng immediately returned to the academy. He immediately retrieved all the medicinal herbs he had accumulated, supplemented by those General Zhang Zhan had prepared and stored in advance. Expanding the space within the medicinal beast ring inevitably consumed a massive amount of mana. Though he possessed skill enhancements, the scale of cultivating and creating an entire world was no small feat. This was not something an ordinary transferee could afford to expend. Placing this ring in a small nation would likely deplete their entire medicinal stockpile. Fortunately, Lin Feng possessed skill enhancements and a profession-specific tool skill, allowing him to reduce the consumption to an astonishingly low level. The Alchemist's Forge activated, and the alchemy process began. Time ticked by second. After completing a large batch of various potions, it began another batch. After another batch was finished, yet another one followed. The potions he crafted weren't solely for boosting blue bars, they served other purposes as well. Lin Feng spent the entire night, continuously producing over a dozen batches. His storage ring was stuffed to the brim, nearly overflowing. This batch of potions would sustain him for a long time. Even if others needed them, he could supply them in bulk. After completing the production, Lin Feng returned to his dorm, took a hot shower, and stretched out comfortably on his bed to begin studying the beast breeding ring. System, begin creating the world for the potion beast ring. After Lin Feng issued the command. Ding! Initiating the medicinal beast ring incubation program. Please wait. Suddenly, a square module appeared in the world before Lin Feng's eyes. These cube-shaped modules rapidly produced and fell. Ding! How would the host like to cultivate this world? Immediately, the world from before his rebirth surfaced in Lin Feng's mind, the vast landscape of mountains and rivers flooding his thoughts. Ding! The system has identified the world pattern desired by the host. Would the host like to create it based on the blueprint in their mind? Yes. Lin Feng declared without hesitation. The moment the words left his mouth, the world within the medicinal beast ring began rapidly refreshing. Before his eyes, the framework of a vast world took shape. The world framework Lin Feng envisioned was vast, resembling the size of a blue planet. However, he knew he couldn't possibly manifest the entire blueprint in one go. At the very least, he could complete a portion of it. He immediately issued a command to the system, instructing it to complete just 1/10,000th of the plan. Even 1/10,000th of the blueprint represented a world of unimaginable scale. With a whoosh, Lin Feng's blue bar rapidly diminished at lightning speed. Full throttle. The next second, Lin Feng activated both his Divine Power Burst professional skill and his Blue Shadow Tide auxiliary device skill. The original rate of consumption slowed, yet the blue bar still plummeted visibly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng's mana bar was completely depleted. Lin Feng was startled. He knew shaping a world would consume mana quickly. But he hadn't imagined it would happen this fast. He pulled out the prepared mana restoring potions and began gulping them down. This time, he didn't distribute the potion into tiny tubes or bottles. Instead, he poured it into a plastic bucket. He stood up, grabbed a plastic bucket, lifted it, and began gulping it down. The potion water poured into Lin Feng's mouth, as if nothing had spilled. Once it entered his body, it was instantly consumed. Seeing that one bucket yielded no effect, Lin Feng pulled out 5 more and began gulping them down one after another. Chapter 208, Additional Entries, Scar of the Medicinal Rain, Divine Hand of the Medicine God. The blue bar continued to deplete at an alarming rate, almost visibly. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Feng had drained all 5 plastic barrels of potion. This barely kept pace with the rate of depletion. However, once the Divine Power Burst skill faded, the blue bar began draining at an unbelievable rate. Startled, Lin Feng swiftly swallowed the Divine Healer's Descent potion, a move he prepared for. The blue bar's depletion rate decreased by 10%. He swallowed another, reducing it by 20%. After consuming 5 in succession, the mana bar's recovery rate barely matched 50% of the depletion rate. Even so, Lin Feng still had to take batches of the pre-prepared potions to counter the depletion. The explosive potency of the 60x amplified formula surged through his body like a raging dragon, sweeping through every fiber. The constant cycle of absorption and depletion produced a pleasurable sensation, causing Lin Feng to let out a soft moan. His spiritual energy slowly permeated the world within the medicinal beast ring. To his surprise, he witnessed the grand framework of the world in the process of fusion. As the grand framework completed, a small portion of the world was being meticulously forged at a visible speed. A massive mountain took shape, followed by a cascading waterfall and vast plains stretching out before it. This was merely the beginning. Even more intricately detailed realms were gradually taking shape. Witnessing such exquisite world interiors firsthand, Lin Feng felt this was no longer a god-tier item, but a super god-tier one. For any class changer wielding a super god-tier item, dominance would be virtually assured. However, beyond super god-tier, even higher ranks exist. This was a realm Lin Feng could not yet access. Within the current Blue Star world, the number of super god-tier equipment pieces in existence was less than 10. Watching the mana bar deplete at an alarming rate, Lin Feng withdrew his spiritual energy and focused entirely on replenishing the mana to shape the world. An hour later, the depletion gradually ceased, and Lin Feng stopped consuming potions. Had he continued, he would likely have depleted every last potion in his storage ring. A half-formed world prototype now lay before him. He projected a miniature mental projection into it and began meticulously inspecting its state. Not bad. Looks like I can house all my contract beasts here. Lin Feng headed to the Divine Worker Guild's secret realm Zone 1, where he could clear numerous stages. Had he not cleared so many stages, he wouldn't have gathered enough herbs to concoct the antidote. Back then, he cleared a secret realm every 30 seconds on average, an absurdly fast pace. Even so, he managed to fill 30 of the 50 beast-taming rings given to him by General Zhang Zhan. This signified he had cleared at least 300 secret realms. When the potion's effects kicked in, he could take down a boss with a single punch. As for the minions, one-hit kills, every single time. After exiting the beast ring, Lin Feng began summoning his contract beasts to seal them within the ring. Upon entering, a system notification sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, on partially completing the creation of the inner world within the medicinal beast ring. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully storing contract beasts within. Item, medicinal beast ring. Type, support. Grade, divine. Contained world area, 510 million square kilometers. Contract beast capacity, 300,5000. World incubation progress, 5,100 square kilometers. Additional ring world skill entries, none. Attached auxiliary equipment entries, divine hand manipulation, fearless of wear, surging blue shadows. Ding! Host, please defeat enemies to add ring world skill entries. Ding! System automatically identifies no world skill entries. Specialized entry lottery opportunity activated for host. Ding! New mission issued. You've gained preliminary understanding and thought about the world, a sign of rapid infant development. Now you may need extra nutrition. Try adding some formula to your diet. Task, consume 1,000 milliliters of milk. Quest reward, 2 inner world skill entry lottery tickets. Ding! Your growth rate is accelerating rapidly. Faster leveling unlocks greater rewards later. Friendly reminder, your experience points can unlock new profession recipes. Don't forget to enhance your abilities. The system prompts echoed in his ears, leaving Lin Feng feeling a bit dazed. This system was truly like a benefactor, providing exactly what he needed. This quest was a piece of cake. And it even included 2 inner world skill entries. What's the big deal about drinking formula? I've been drinking milk for years. This is a piece of cake. Watch me breeze through this quest. Lin Feng put the matter of advancing his cultivation aside for now, focusing instead on completing each task one by one. He strode straight to the supermarket after leaving the dorm. Unable to find infant formula there, he grabbed soy milk powder instead and hurried back to the dorm. Soy milk is still milk, give it a shot. Back in the dorm, Lin Feng used the pacifier from his previous task to mix the formula. After mixing it, he began sucking vigorously. Ding! Congratulations, host, for drinking 10 milliliters of milk. Ding! Congratulations, host, on drinking 20 milliliters. Ding! Congratulations, host, for drinking 30 milliliters of milk. Can after can, Lin Feng quickly completed the task. Ding! Congratulations, host, for drinking 1,000 milliliters of milk. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have earned 2 chances to draw skill entries from the inner world. Would you like to start drawing now? Draw, give me a good draw. Lin Feng issued the lottery command without hesitation. The lottery wheel in his mind began to slowly spin. Stop! Lin Feng issued the command again. The spinning wheel gradually came to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the Ring World Skill entry, Scar of Medicinal Rain. Medicine Rain Trace, the host possesses the ability to manipulate rainwater. However, to utilize this power, rainwater may be replaced with medicinal water. Sprinkling this onto the ring world indirectly provides significant assistance in enhancing the level of contract beasts. Using this skill increases the potency of speed-enhancing potions by 50%. Trace of medicinal rain? What the hell is this skill? After understanding it, Lin Feng could only think it was awesome. A 50% boost to potion effects. If he released potions beneficial to his contract beasts, the effects upon entering them would be unimaginable. At the very least, the potency wouldn't just be the sum of his own enhancements, it would be amplified by an additional 50%. What a terrifying figure. Ding! Congratulations, host, on drawing the Ring World skill, Divine Hand of Medicine. Divine Hand of the Medicine God. When any contracted beast is injured and stored within the Medicine Beast Ring, Lin Feng can manifest a healing palm to administer potions and aid the beast's recovery. Using potions to assist treatment increases healing speed by 30%, treatment effectiveness by 40%, and post-treatment recovery speed by 50%. Chapter 209, Level Up, New Formula, Divine Medicine Domain. Divine Medicine Hand? Lin Feng's heart trembled as the extracted Ring World skill entry echoed in his ears once more. A 30% increase in healing speed? 40% increase in healing effectiveness. Post-healing recovery speed increased by 50%. Simply using potions he crafted within the medicinal beast ring would yield these effects. What a sight to behold, a tiny flower blooming on a butt. Add on, add on. Having already drawn 2 game-changing ring skill entries, Lin Feng didn't hesitate for a second before activating the add-on. Ding! Congratulations, host, on adding the ring skill slot, Scar of the Medicinal Rain. Ding! Congratulations, host, on attaching the ring skill slot, Divine Hand of the Medicine God. After the attachment was complete, Lin Feng summoned the interface of the Medicine Beast Ring once more. Item, Ring of Medicinal Beasts. Type, Support. Grade, Divine. Contained world area, 510 million square kilometers. Maximum contracted beasts capacity, 300,5000. World incubation progress, 5,100 square kilometers. Additional Ring World skill entries, Scar of Medicinal Rain, Divine Hand of the Medicine God. Attached auxiliary equipment entries, Divine Hand Manipulation, Fearless of Wear, Surging Blue Shadows. Within the Medicine Beast Ring, 300 contract beasts swiftly adapted to their new environment. Lin Feng pulled out the potion he had previously crafted for Little Pudding from his pocket. After system conversion, he activated Scar of Medicinal Rain. In an instant, thunder roared within the ring as Lin Feng watched. Like a normal downpour, a medicinal rain soon descended. This was no ordinary rain, it was a medicinal downpour, its potency earth-shattering. The concentration was so thick that even a single breath left Lin Feng gasping. The potion droplets landed on the contract beasts and were swiftly absorbed. The contract beasts let out excited roars as they frantically absorbed the falling medicinal liquid. Seeing this, Lin Feng poured in more potion before finally relaxing. Even the contract beasts who had initially struggled to adapt to the new environment now let out sounds of extreme excitement upon sensing the change. After completing the preparation, he turned his attention to leveling up. This glance proved significant. Lin Feng unexpectedly discovered his experience points had reached over 7.5 million. System, initiate level up. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have leveled up to level 34. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have leveled up to level 35. After advancing 2 levels consecutively, Lin Feng felt a surge of heat coursing through his body, his qi and blood boiling like scalding water. His sensory perception expanded at a visible pace. His physical strength surged at an astonishing rate. His combat power metrics were climbing steeply. Just as Lin Feng thought the changes within his body were stabilizing and the enhancement was about to conclude, his restless cells began to stir. The rate of cellular separation accelerated continuously, and Lin Feng felt the latent potential within his body being further expanded. This accelerated expansion persisted for a moment before abruptly halting. Lin Feng took a deep breath, sensing the previously tapped-out potential within him now filled to capacity. Seems I'll still need extreme adventures to trigger the full explosion of my body's potential. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, but the sound of a new formula unlocking failed to reach his ears. He frowned. System, open the interface. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 3507880000 Masterclass unlock 8th super formula at level 40. Health bar, 7000. Mana bar, 7000. Speed, 30,412. Strength, 13,480. Defense, 20,512. Mental power, 20340. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God SSS+. Skills, Ring of Scattered Spirit, Divine Power Burst, Masterful Suturing, Lingering Potency, Eye of Analysis, Surging Azure Waves. Unsealed Formulas, 1. Death Reaper Annihilation Potion 2. Enhanced Healer Human Gene Enhancement Potion 3. Goddess of Healing Super Replenishment Potion 4. Beast Blood Rage Sustained Amplification Potion 5. Toxin Master Super Toxin Potion 6. Contract Beast Mark Super Contract Potion. Unlocked Alchemist Equipment Blueprints, 1. Godslayer Revolver Offensive 2. Alchemist's Crucible Support 3. Death God's Poison Blade Offensive 4. Alchemist's Cloak Support 5. Alchemist's Beast Ring Support 6. 8 Armed Divine Eye Support. Class Equipment, 1. Revolver Godslayer 66 Note, 18.72% worn 2. Revolver Godslayer 66 Note, 4.72% worn. 2. Alchemist's Crucible Note, 31% worn. 3. Alchemist's Cloak Note, 0.0001% worn. 4. Alchemist's Beast Ring Note, 0.00001% worn. Professional Equipment Additional Skill Entries, 1. Unharmed Backlash Offensive, applied 2. Where Resistance Offensive, applied 3. Masterful Handling Supportive, applied 4. Silent Psi Offensive, applied 5. Rapid Reload Offensive, applied 6. Anomalies Wrath Offensive, applied. Alchemist Special Title includes Class Change Scroll, 1. Death Dealer 2. Enhanced Alchemist. Experience Points, 21,141. Scanning the displayed interface, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. He had finally reached level 35. By conventional standards, he was still weak and couldn't compare to high-level class changers. But he couldn't be measured by conventional logic anymore. A single pill or vial of potion could skyrocket his power that was the true measure of authority. With his current strength, continuing to tackle challenges would unleash even greater power. Lin Feng waited for a long time, yet he still didn't hear the 7th super formula being unlocked. This was highly unusual. After several minutes of waiting, a system notification sounded in Lin Feng's ear. Ding! Due to the host's rapid advancement, the system experienced a slight delay. The 7th super formula is now being activated for the host. Ding! Congratulations, host, on unlocking the 7th super formula, Divine Medicine Domain. Divine Medicine Domain, this is a domain-enhancing potion that can be cast around a class changer. Its potency is measured by the user's strength and potential, unleashing a medicinal domain unique to the user when activated. Upon consumption, the user emits a field of medicinal power that radiates outward from their center. The medicinal domain is categorized into Enhancement Boosting Type, Support Recovery Type, Toxicity Annihilation Type, and Destruction Burial Type. The current host may select one formula to serve as the primary enhancement. Please make your choice. Holy crap! A divine potion domain? And this super formula? You must understand that ordinary class changers cannot generate their own domain power. Even those who possess domain power only manifest it based on their core profession. None have ever manifested a medicinal domain of such immense scale like his. But which of these 4 super formulas should he choose? This dilemma plunged Lin Feng into deep contemplation.